preparing the readers for minor adjustments to the Warhammer universe settings without altering the core framework. Please disregard if you cannot accept it. Your minds can be stored here safely. The rough metal barrel of a gun pressed against Lei Jun's forehead. It was cold, carrying the smell of uncleaned rust. He opened his eyes. Pungent engine oil mixed with fertilizer dust stung his nostrils. Lei Jun's stomach churned dry, heaving twice. Nothing came up. Mud mixed with the foul odor clung to his face, and beneath him lay hard, discarded gears. In front of him stood a woman. She leaned against a rusted harvester track clad in black heavy armor. A large tear gaped at her chest, edges scorched black by intense heat, blood seeping down the plates and pooling on the muddy ground. The firearm in her hands was enormous, too large for an ordinary person. Its muzzle steadily pressed against Lei Jun's head. Identification number. Her voice was hoarse, laced with a metallic tang of blood. Affiliated unit. She paused, her finger resting on the hammer. Or state your heretical cult. Lei Jun's head throbbed. His first instinct was that this place was deeply wrong. He looked down at his hands. They were still the uncalloused hands of someone who never did manual labor, yet he wore an ill-fitting, filthy work jumpsuit. The massive gun in the woman's grip, the black carapace armor she wore. Warhammer 40K. Lei Jun usually just played games and watched a few videos. He didn't know the world well, but the term surfaced instantly. The woman before him was likely Imperial authority. In this forsaken place, being deemed a heretic by the Empire meant preparing for death. He slowly raised his hands, palms outward. Sister, calm down. I opened my eyes right here in this trash pile. Have no idea how I got here. You asked for my number. I genuinely don't have one. The woman remained unmoved, the muzzle shifting half an inch with Lei Jun's head. Heretics excel at disguise. Arbiter of the Imperial Justice Department, Helena. I will ask one last time your hive identification code or your cult name. Click. The mechanical hammer gave a soft snap. Lei Jun's spine chilled. He had no doubt she would actually pull the trigger. Yet her condition was also alarming. The wound on her chest was severe. Blood wasn't merely seeping, it was flowing down the armor plates. Her grip on the gun trembled, though she forced it steady. This woman didn't lack the will to kill him. She was on the verge of collapse. Just as Lei Jun pondered how to stall further, a flat mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. System self-check complete. Interstellar Commander System bound. Commander, welcome back. Adjutant Ada stands at your service. This was no hallucination. He knew this voice too well. Ada. Lei Jun tested mentally. Online. Current coordinates unknown. Vital signs stable, but environment is highly hazardous. Severe environmental contamination. Detecting faint, unknown high-frequency energy fluctuations. Local biology, terms at the warp. Local carbon-based Xenos entities closing in rapidly. Lei Jun's heart sank. The warp. Xenos. Well, this wasn't cosplay. Skip the air quality report for now. Lei Jun urged mentally. I've got a gun to my head. Can you summon a squad of guardsmen? Execution impossible. Current resources 200 crystal or 0 whack. Energy. Command center not established. Insufficient resources to deploy Marines. Lei Jun looked at the scrap metal littering the ground. Isn't this all, or just convert it directly into a squad of guardsmen? Real-time conversion impossible. Local scrap metal requires physical recovery by SCVs. No resource cycle established yet. What about the starter pack? Starter pack distributed. Passive skill, Norn suppressor gene lock activated. Granted unit 1 space Marine SCV. Warning, you possess only 1 starter emergency warp permission. For immediate use only. Afterward, all units and structures require standard construction and production protocols. Lei Jun's face tightened. So my starting combat power is a mining vehicle A. Data correction. SCV is a heavy industrial unit. Equipped with plasma cutter heavy power drill and Novi steel composite armor. Possesses suppression advantage against current low-tier carbon-based Xenos. In reality, Helena's countdown continued. 2. She gasped for breath. The wound was too severe. Each breath pushed more blood from her chest. Beyond the scrap yard perimeter, a dull thud suddenly echoed. Something heavy was smashed. Then came chaotic laser fire. Red light flickered through the iron wall a few times before going still. A scream began, then was brutally cut short. Helena's grip on her weapon tensed sharply. She knew those sounds too well. The previous clearance operation had failed. Whatever lurked in the underhive had caught up. Light filtered through a ruptured ceiling above. Moments ago, a murky yellow smog sky, it had shifted to a violent purple-red. The halo defied natural phenomena, sending chills down the spine. Helena looked up at the purplish-red sky. Warp shadow. She rasped through cracked lips. Comms were dead. Justice Department reinforcements would not come. The breath she'd been forcing out of her released, and her body buckled. She tried to straighten against the track. The moment her right leg bore weight, a crisp crack echoed from her knee. Helena crashed heavily into the mud. The bolt pistol slipped from her grasp, sliding half a meter away. Lei Jun immediately stepped forward. Not to seize the weapon. It was clearly beyond an ordinary person's capability, even if taken it might not fire. His gaze fixed on the iron sheet door. Scratching outside grew denser. Sharp metallic scraping echoed throughout the scrapyard. Something outside was cutting through. 6 deep gouges appeared on the 5-centimeter iron. Then caustic green acid splashed inward along the scratches. White smoke rose from the iron door as edges corroded. Helena grit her teeth, mouth full of mud and blood. Propping herself on her elbows, she crawled desperately forward, grabbing the pistol's handle. Halt! Heretic! She forced the muzzle upward. Lei Jun didn't even look at her. Sister, save your strength for what's outside. The breach on the door widened. Helena gripped the pistol with both hands, barrel locked on the melting iron. Pure blood Genestealer. Her voice was barely a whisper. These words felt less like intelligence and more like a death sentence. Her voice was barely a whisper. These words felt less like intelligence and more like a death sentence. Lei Jun's back went cold. Tyranids. He'd only ever seen them through a screen, finding them disgusting, edible, and relentless. Now the thing was right outside the door. Monsters behind a screen didn't drop frames or pause for players. He couldn't wait any longer. One more second, and he wouldn't even know how he died. Ada. Online. Deploy the SCV from the starter pack. Position 10 meters directly in front of the main door. Initial engineering unit deploying. SCV deployment complete. Starter emergency warp permission and used. The air at the center of the scrap yard began to violently distort. A sharp crackle of high-frequency electricity exploded, drowning out the scratching outside. A blinding blue hexagonal pillar of light pierced through the yard's roof, striking the mud directly. Helena stopped breathing. She stared at the blue beam, utterly alien to Imperial technology, momentarily speechless. The light was unnaturally clean. Helena heard none of the whispers typical of warp transit, nor smelled the nauseating stench of corruption. The air held only the popping of electricity and a sharp industrial ozone scent. As the light faded, a yellow heavy engineering mech over 3 meters tall slammed heavily onto the ground. Heavy tracks crushed scrap iron beneath them. The left arm housed a robust plasma cutting torch. The right arm featured a heavy rotary drill. Black and yellow hazard stripes covered the mech's surface, scarred and stained with oil. It looked rugged, but immediately obvious as a tool built for heavy work. Inside the cockpit, a heavy-set man with a cigar lowered the windshield glass and poked his head out. SCV ready, sir. Where do repairs need attention? Helena stood frozen. This machine's design fell entirely outside the Mechanicus's understanding. She could find no familiar markers of the machine god upon it. No incense, no muttering of machine spirit prayers. The yellow construct simply rumbled in silence like an iron beast just awakened. The iron door bulged inward violently. In the next instant, the outside tore a 2-meter rupture through it. A green monstrosity with 6 limbs, its 4 limbs evolved into massive bone sides, squeezed half its body through. Viscous green acid dripped from the bone side, sizzling into white smoke on impact. The creature turned its grotesque head. First it spotted Helena in the mud. Then it saw Lei Jun beside her. Finally, those soulless eyes locked onto the yellow engineering mech blocking the entrance. Lei Jun's throat went dry. He stepped back half a pace. Then he raised his hand, pointing at the creature at the doorway. Uncle. The heavy-set pilot, cigar clenched, grinned. Understood, sir. Blue electrical arcs ignited along the SCV's left arm. Outside, the creature's screech erupted violently. Green acid dripped from the bone scythe onto the ground, hissing as it smoked. A large gash was torn in the iron sheet door, and the creature squeezed half its body through. Its triangular head swayed left and right, foul-smelling viscous fluid stretching between rows of needle-sharp teeth. Lei Jun's stomach churned again. Seeing it through a screen before was one thing. Now it was blocking the doorway, the fishy stench washing straight at his face. He stepped back half a pace and shouted to the yellow engineering mech, "Uncle, kill it." In the cockpit, the fat uncle had a cigar clenched between his teeth, both hands pushing the control lever forward. "Leave it to me, sir. Stand aside, don't get splattered." The SCV didn't need to aim. It didn't bother aiming at all. The 3-meter-tall machine advanced, its tracks crushing scrap metal on the ground, while its right arm power drill roared to life. The creature let out a shriek, its bone scythe striking the mech's chest. Clang. Sparks exploded. The new steel armor took the blow squarely, leaving only a shallow white scratch. The next moment, the drill bit plunged into the monster's thorax. The carapace was crushed to pieces. Green blood sprayed outward through the drill's seams. The SCV's left arm welding torch ignited simultaneously. A blue arc slashed horizontally. Half the creature's body dropped into the muddy water, twitched twice, then went still. Helena lay a few meters away, having forgotten to dodge the acidic blood. She had seen slaughter before. She had watched purifier flamethrowers burn through heretic dens and seen Department of Justice burst pistols blast rioters into fragments. But what she saw now still tightened her throat. A rusty lump of iron resembling a mining engineering vehicle with a cigar-smoking driver. It had dismantled a pure-blood Genestealer like that. Like taking apart a broken door. The scrapyard wasn't quiet for long. Denser footsteps closed in from all sides. Not solitary beasts clawing at doors this time. It was humans. Several rusted iron sheet walls were toppled simultaneously. Fertilizer dust swept in by the cold wind, making people cough uncontrollably. Over 100 lower ring miners and scavengers surged from behind the garbage mountains. They wore tattered work uniforms, clutching machetes, pickaxes, and homemade firearms. Some had grotesquely deformed extra arms sprouting from their shoulders. Others had half their faces covered by purple carapace with writhing fleshy tentacles hanging from their mouths. They made no sound, only advanced forward step by step. The encirclement tightened. Hyena coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of dark blood. It's useless. Watching those mutated humans, her voice cracked severely. This machine can't save us. Lei Jun didn't respond. He had realized it too. The SCV could fight, but it was ultimately an engineering vehicle. If those things swarmed all at once, the tracks would get jammed, the welding torch pinned down, and no matter how fierce the uncle was, it would be rendered immobile. Hyena wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her mud-caked hand. Our squad hunted lower ring mutated plunderers, tracked them all the way here only to discover it was a trap. This is the Gene Cult's incubation ground. The Justice Department squad was annihilated. Communications were cut off by the warp. She caught her breath, her hand slowly reaching for her lower back. Hanging there was the last anti-armor grenade. Click. The safety ring was pulled off. Her thumb pressed hard against the trigger plate. They'll take captives. The Gene kiss is dirtier than death. Hyena looked up at Lei Jun, her eyes showing no plea for help, only a stubborn coldness. Heretic, if you don't want to be parasitized, come closer. This grenade has a 5-meter blast radius. Enough to send us cleanly. Lei Jun glanced at the iron lump. This woman was truly ruthless. But he didn't want to die. He especially didn't want to be blown to fragments just after transmigrating alongside an Imperial arbiter. He scanned his surroundings. Running wasn't realistic. He didn't know how many monsters were outside. Holding out wasn't viable either. No matter how tough the SCV was, it couldn't stop hundreds of madmen from stuffing pickaxes into the track gaps. To survive, he needed to take root. He needed a base. Ada, online. How much is the command center? Standard cost 400 crystal ore. Lei Jun's eye twitched. I only have 200 ore. First time binding grants a novice building subsidy. Current discounted price for the command center 100 crystal ore. Lei Jun almost laughed in frustration. You had a discount and didn't mention it earlier. You didn't ask. The mutants had already raised their firearms. The front line, armed with machetes, began to accelerate. Lei Jun didn't waste words. Confirm construction. Resources deducted. Remaining crystal or 100. Lei Jun turned and tapped the SCV's track casing. Uncle, stop fighting. The fat uncle had just pulled the drill from the monster's corpse. Sir, Lei Jun pointed to the largest open area in the center of the scrapyard. Build a structure. In the cockpit, the fat uncle paused, then grinned broadly. Roger that. Let these mudborns show them what's what. The SCV didn't continue guarding the entrance. It turned on the spot, its tracks crushing mud and scrap iron, heading toward the center of the scrapyard. Hyena lay on the ground, eyes wide. The mutants had already charged to within 20 meters. Was this man crazy? He was actually ordering their only fighting machine to turn and head to open ground. Had he lost his mind? A dozen irregular gunshots erupted. Homemade firearms spat smoke. Inferior lead bullets struck the SCV's rear and shattered into powder, falling to the ground. The SCV didn't even shudder. The fat uncle yanked the control lever hard. The left arm welding torch spat blinding blue arcs. The right arm power drill smashed into the steel layer on the ground. A massive blue holographic framework unfolded in the center of the scrapyard. Light and shadow outlined the building's silhouette, over 50 meters in length and width. The design was completely different from Imperial architecture. It had no spires reaching toward the heavens, nor any shrines or twin-headed eagles. The entire silhouette was cold and hard, square and angular, like a steel military order prepared to be driven into the earth. The surrounding mutants paused for a moment. Several miners dropped their pickaxes into the muddy water. They didn't understand. Neither did Hyena. She could only see that yellow engineering mech shuttling back and forth within the blue framework. Cutting, welding, securing, transporting. Rows of armor plates were hoisted up, load-bearing columns locked into the ground one by one. Huge exhaust pipes began spewing white steam, the ground constantly vibrating from the hydraulic hammer strikes. The structure rose higher. 2 stories, 4 stories, even higher. Hyena's finger loosened slightly, and the grenade's trigger plate popped up a bit. She immediately reacted and pressed it down hard again. The codes and engineering knowledge in her mind suddenly became useless. On Kala Star, constructing a military fortress required approval, slave labor, technomancers, holy oil prayers, and a construction period so long it drove one to despair. But now, all that remained here was an engineering mech. A cigar-chomping fat man, and scrap iron scattered everywhere. Yet they had hammered out a steel fortress. The Terran command center construction is complete. Ada's voice resonated in Lei Jun's mind. The heavy metallic locking sounds crashed against everyone's eardrums. For heavy hydraulic shock absorbers drove into the ground. The garbage mountain shook, shedding rust. The fortress's front anti-explosion isolation door rose slowly. Cold white light poured out from the interior, illuminating the muddy scrapyard. The faces of the surrounding mutants were washed stark white. Lei Jun stood at the edge of the light, fishing an unlit cigar from his pocket and clenching it between his teeth. Don't ask where it came from. It was just there when he reached into his pocket. Whether he smoked it or just carried it, it was for the thrill of it. He turned his head toward Helena, still lying in the muddy water. Sis, put away the grenade. He raised his gaze, looking at the steel fortress that had just been erected before him. This territory now bears the Lei name. The moment Lei Jun finished speaking, a piercing shriek erupted from behind the crowd. That sound was inhuman. It sounded like insects grinding against iron sheets, sending a chilling tingle up the spine. The mutated humans, still dazed by the steel fortress, were immediately reinvigorated, as if rewound. Hundreds of them trampled through the mud and water, raising homemade muskets, brandishing mining picks and machetes, and pressing forward once more. Bang, bang, bang. Inferior lead bullets slammed against the command center's blast-resistant isolation door. Sparks only flickered a few times before dying out. Lei Jun huddled behind a load-bearing column, his expression darkening. These creatures knew no fear whatsoever. The SCV could fight, and the command center was sturdy enough. But without soldiers to defend it, the base was nothing but a large iron shell. If hundreds of mutated humans closed in, gradually blocking the door, jamming the treads, and squeezing through every gap, he would still perish inside. No more holding back. All remaining reserves had to be spent. Ada, online. Spend all 100 remaining minerals. Use emergency authority as well. Deploy marine units for me. Confirmed. 100 crystal minerals deducted. Remaining crystal minerals 0. Emergency warp authority has been utilized. Target marine soldiers quantity 2. The dust above the scrapyard was suddenly dispersed by a force field. 2 deep blue beams of light descended from the sky, piercing through the tattered roof, and striking 3 meters in front of Lei Jun. This time the beams were remarkably clean. The air contained only the crackling of electricity and a pungent industrial ozone scent. The light faded. 2 figures in deep blue-powered armor stood in the muddy water, one on each side. Heavy and angular, their shoulder armor wide as twin walls. Hydraulic struts on their legs slowly contracted with a low-pressure release sound. They held short, thick rifles in their hands. Alloy bayonets hung beneath the barrels. Nowhere on their bodies could one see the scriptures and holy emblems commonly found on Imperial gear. This was not the Empire's aesthetic. These were war machines rolled off an assembly line. The Marine on the left raised his head. Marines ready, sir. Who shall we paint a lesson upon? Lei Jun pointed ahead. Clear them all. Roger that. Both Marines stepped forward in unison. Their combat boots crushed scrap iron beneath them. See, 14 Gauss rifles leveled. The front line of mutated humans had already closed to within 10 meters. They swung machetes, their twisted faces pressed together, extra deformed arms raised high. The guns spoke. Not with the ear-splitting thunder of bolters, but with a streak of sharp, dense, nearly continuous electromagnetic tearing sounds. Rip! 2 lines of fire swept horizontally. A dozen or so mutated humans in the front rank didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were torn apart by the bullets. Blood, acid shattered bones, and torn fabric exploded into the muddy water together. Those scrap iron plates and thick leather coats they wore were like paper before the 8mm Gauss rounds. The first row fell. The second row had barely stepped onto the corpses when their chests were blown through. The third row attempted to take cover behind wrecked vehicles, but both they and the cars were riddled like sieves. The Marines did not spray wildly. Every slight adjustment of the barrel claimed another cluster of enemies. Within barely a dozen seconds, the mutated humans' charge was broken. The rear ranks finally halted. Their minds had been washed by the gene cult, making them fearless of death. Yet being fearless of death did not mean they could advance through such firepower. When Imperial laser guns hit a person, at least there remained a chance to lunge forward. These 2 guns were different. One touch, and you shattered. Several mutated humans with fleshy tendrils turned to flee. The Marine on the right immediately lowered his barrel. Targets retreating. Fire mission extended. He advanced with his mechanical legs. Gauss rounds caught up to the fleeing crowd, piercing from their backs and emerging from their chests in clouds of blood mist. One fell. 2 more behind him were impaled through nailed to the iron wall. In less than 2 minutes, the gunfire ceased. The scrapyard was left with only the acrid scent of overheated metal and the overwhelming stench of blood. Of the hundreds of mutated humans, not a single one remained standing. Helena lay face down in the mud, her fingers slowly uncurling from the armor-piercing grenade. She made no move to retrieve it. She could only stare at the two figures in deep blue-powered armor. Her gaze was one of seeing something that should not exist. Those were not bolter guns. Bolters detonated blooming inside the human body. The weapons just used relied on velocity and density to tear people apart raw. And those armors. Helena could see clearly. Those were not Astartes' ceramite power armors. No black carapace interfaces. No neural connection slots. The people inside were clearly merely mortals. Yet clad in such heavy armor, they could run, turn, and still control the recoil of those weapons. This defied Imperial doctrine. It contradicted the Mechanicum's teachings. Her lips moved, attempting to speak, but only a bloody gasp emerged. Within the Imperial mythos she had memorized since childhood, only one term could barely explain what she witnessed. STC, the standard template construct left behind from the Golden Age. Lei Jun paid no heed to her expression. He emerged from behind the blast doors, sidestepping the pools of blood on the ground, and approached the Marines. Sir, the area has been cleared. No active targets detected. Just as Lei Jun was about to nod, Ada's voice sounded. Warning. Crystal minerals depleted. High energy gas at 0. Marine ammunition reserves declining. Suggestion: immediately commence battlefield metal reclamation. Lei Jun's expression stiffened for a moment. Out of funds. Having just completed the command center and warped in 2 soldiers, there were no longer enough minerals to replenish ammunition. He glanced down at the corpses on the ground. Hundreds of mutated humans completely destitute. Nothing in their hands but broken blades and rusted guns. They had just started out, and while the base was established and soldiers deployed. But now he had to strip the iron plates from the dead. Lei Jun removed the unlit cigar from his mouth and sighed. Then he turned his gaze toward Helena. The black armor on that woman was of fine quality. The bolter pistol beside her was heavy as well. It should be worth some minerals. Helena sensed his gaze and pushed herself up from the ground. You? Before she could form another word, blood foam poured from her lips. Lei Jun walked over, picked up the bolter pistol, and weighed it in his hand. Unreasonably heavy. He'd sore his hand cracking walnuts with it. Miss, let's make a deal. He placed the cigar back between his lips and pointed at the pistol. That thing looks pretty heavy. Would you sell it to me? Helena failed to understand. Blood loss was clouding her vision. She could only see the 2 blue-armored figures standing behind Lei Jun, blocking the scrapyard's lights. Her head tilted, and she fainted completely. Lei Jun glanced at her. Consider that an agreement, then. He tossed the bolter pistol to the SCV. Uncle, reclaim that door plus all the salvageable iron pipes, broken guns, and damaged armor plates on the ground. He pointed to the iron door, half corroded. Leave not a speck of rust behind. The chubby uncle lowered the windshield and waved his hand. Leave it to me, sir. I'll scrape a layer right off this ground for you. The SCV's treads rolled forward. The cutting torch spewed blue light, once again illuminating the lifeless scrapyard. Lei Jun looked up at the sky through the shattered opening. The purplish red had deepened. Something enormous seemed to be slowly writhing within the clouds. The putrid stench in the air, mixed with the acidic smell from the sewers, was suffocating even with one's nose covered. This was only the beginning of trouble. If a massive wave truly came from outside, these 2 Gauss rifles wouldn't be enough. Lei Jun asked softly, Ada, how much for a medic? 50 crystal minerals, 50 high-energy gas. Where do I get gas? 50 meters ahead, sewer entrance. Detected Zerg acid and highly concentrated biomass. SCV can extract and refine. Lei Jun gazed at the pitch-black sewer. Green viscous fluid was flowing from the monster corpse into the grate. Squeeze the bugs dry and sell them for profit. The business sounded disgusting. But he had no choice now. Lei Jun kicked aside a piece of bloody flesh at his feet and walked forward. Behind him, the SCV's cutting sounds echoed once more. The Marines raised their rifles on alert, barrels aimed at the darkness leading deeper into the underhive. From within the blackness came the faint sound of denser carapace scraping. Lei Jun stopped before the sewer grate. Green slime dripped down the rusted iron bars. The darkness below was bottomless, with only the sound of chitin scraping against the concrete pipe walls audible. One strike, then another. The sound made his teeth ache. Behind him in the scrapyard, SCVs had already begun their work. The portly old man piloted a 3-meter-tall construction mech, setting its attachments upon a wrecked track transport. The powered drill slammed into the chassis. Sparks flew in all directions. Rusted rivets were torn apart by brute force. A plasma cutting torch swept after it, slicing hundreds of pounds of iron plating into sections before tossing them into the rear recycling hopper. A blue light flashed. The scrap iron vanished, exhaling only a wisp of black residue. Scrap metal processing complete. Crystalline minerals 5. Current balance 15. Lei Jun's teeth hurt just listening to it. A single wrecked vehicle yielded barely that much, or was this really how an interstellar commander operated? This was less a command post, and more a junk collection depot on the underhive. The portly man's complaints echoed through the comms. Sir, the metallic impurities in this sector are far too high. Refining efficiency is unacceptable. Stop picking and choose. Cut everything you can. Leave not a single sheet of tin behind. Understood. The SCV's treads whined and turned charging toward another pile of abandoned steel beams nearby. A Marine trudged over, stepping through the carnage of crushed flesh. His heavy combat boots sank deep into the muddy water with each step. Sir, the indigenous female's vital signs continued to drop. Lei Jun turned and headed back. Helena still lay prone on the ground, half-conscious. Her condition had worsened since before. Her black Arbite's power armor had absorbed much of the impact, but the wound on her flank had rotted open. The flesh was grayish and black pus oozed through the armor gaps, dripping into the mud and releasing a pungent foul stench. This was no ordinary trauma. It was a Zerg infection. Lei Jun stood beside her, mentally tallying the costs. Save her. Their current reserves were pitifully thin, and he had no idea when they could spare a medic. Abandon her. He was completely blind to this planet, not knowing a single route that led out. At least Helena belonged to the Imperial Legal Department. She knew the terrain, the garrisons, and the Underhive's unspoken rules. She wasn't just a wounded woman now. She was a map. A to scan her. Scan complete. Target infected by xenomorphic bodily fluids. Genetic sequence currently being corrupted. Estimated time to death 30 minutes. Post-mortem parasitic hatching risk detected. Lei Jun's expression darkened. Parasitic hatching. Those words carried far more trouble than mere death. If something actually hatched from her belly, the entrance to their freshly built base would turn into another war zone. How much for a medic? Medic 50 crystalline minerals, 50 high-energy gas. Current account 15 crystalline minerals, 0 high-energy gas. Lei Jun closed his eyes. Needed minerals. Needed gas. And needed time. This opening was giving him absolutely nothing for free. Helena flinched from the pain and managed to open her eyes. Her first sight was that interstellar command structure. Cold white light illuminated the scrapyard. The massive steel edifice bore no spires, no sacred icons, and no double-headed eagles. Only thick armor-plating radar arrays and endlessly rotating mechanical structures. Helena turned her head. The yellow construction mech was gripping a plate of armor marked with a fractured, double-headed eagle sigil. Heretic. Her voice was as rough as sandpaper. That's a registered Departamento Munitorum artifact. She never finished the sentence. The SCV's tread came down. The armor plate buckled. The plasma torch traced the edges, shearing the double-headed eagle sigil in two before tossing it into the recycling hopper. A metallic tang surged in Helena's throat. On Karistar, defacing the Imperial sigil was a capital offense. Yet these men dismantled it without so much as a blink. Lei Jun stepped in front of her. If you're awake, stop squirming. The venom in your wound is still spreading. Don't soil my doorstep. Helena looked up at him. This man wore no scriptures, no skull pendants, nor any Imperial rank insignia. Yet behind him stood two figures in deep blue power armor. Further back rose a steel fortress barely salvaged from the scrapyard itself. What exactly are you? Her hand instinctively reached for her hip. Her fingers met empty air. Lei Jun looked down at her. Looking for your pistol? Already recycled. Helena's eyes widened in shock. That was an Arbite's issued standard sidearm. You dare desecrate a sacred artifact. Lady, please. Lei Jun pointed at her abdomen. You're about to become a hive for bugs. And you're still worrying about that rusted gun. Helena followed his gaze downward. More black pus leaked out. The edges of her skin had gone numb and violet-black veins were crawling up toward her chest. Per the Imperial Codex, anyone infected by a xenomorphic gene hazard must be purged immediately. Purging meant death. She had personally executed countless infected. Now it was her turn. She should have demanded a swift execution. But staring at that steel fortress, at machines that required no prayers to function, the rigid laws in her mind suddenly jammed. What if this was lost STC technology? What if she could bring the intelligence back? Then her life would hold far more value than her death. For the sake of the Imperium, she gave her will to survive a righteous pretext. Can you cure me? She asked. Her voice was considerably quieter now. Lei Jun didn't mince words. Yes, but once I've treated you, you'll tell me everything: planetary troop deployments, terrain maps, Underhive entries, and legal department strongholds. I need a guide. Helena gritted her teeth. Leaking military intelligence to unidentified armed forces was a capital crime. The Marine beside her clicked his rifle upward. The black barrel of the Gauss rifle pointed directly at her brow. Sir, she's wasting time. Recommend immediate termination to conserve resources. Lei Jun raised his hand and pressed down the barrel. Hold your fire. Bullets cost money too. He turned his gaze back to Helena. If you want to live, nod. Helena's chest heaved violently. Finally, she gave a single nod. I'll guide you on the condition that you truly can save me. Lei Jun offered no further reply. The deal was struck. What was lacking now was resources. Ada, how many minerals are we short? 35 crystalline minerals required. Lei Jun immediately switched to the comms channel. Uncle, knock down that tin wall over there. Use heavy cutting. Make it quick. The SCV roared and charged toward the scrapyard's perimeter. The rusted iron wall toppled under the impact. Treads crushed over it, while mechanical arms frantically sorted cut and recycled. Numbers danced before Lei Jun's eyes. 19, 26, 35, 50. Crystalline mineral threshold reached. Lei Jun glanced toward the sewer. Go gather some gas. The SCV halted its demolition, pivoted its treads, and rolled to the grate's edge. Two Marines flanked it left and right, weapons lowered, eyes fixed on the pitch-black depths. A fetid stench hit them in the face. Puddles of green acidic sludge collected at the sewer mouth. It had drained from the corpse of that pure-blood monster moments before. The SCV's abdominal armor plates slid open. A metal canister fitted with a blue work lamp dropped into the acid pool. Several slender probes extended and pierced the viscous fluid. Crude biomass extraction pump deployed, beginning extraction of xenomorphic fluids and acid residues. High-energy biomatter reaction detected. Warning: pollutant structure unstable. Cannot be directly converted into the high-energy gas required for medic deployment protocols. Current output: unstable biomass concentrate. A stable high-energy reaction source is required for pyrolytic refinement. The green liquid pumped rapidly through the transparent tubing. Lei Jun stared at the concoction, his stomach churning once more, sucking dry a bug's bodily fluids and refining them into gas. The business sounded gruesome, but it was highly profitable. Suddenly he felt the underhive might not be entirely worthless. At the very least, it was littered with garbage and monsters that could be converted into resources. The Marine spoke abruptly. Sir, armor internal circulation system warning. Filtration modules are critically low. Lei Jun frowned. Water. This damned place lacked even clean air, let alone potable water. The underhive pipes ran with heavy metal wastewater. A single sip wouldn't kill you outright, but it would grow things inside you that shouldn't exist. Hold out for now. We'll deal with it once the medic arrives. The extraction progress bar crept forward. 2050. 3,750. 5,050. Unstable biomass concentrate extraction complete. This resource is temporarily unusable for medic deployment. Lei Jun stared at the interface, his expression turning grim. So it looks like currency, but I can't spend it yet. Correct. Assessment consistent with common psychological dissonance experienced by the bankrupt. Lei Jun was about to issue another order when the chitinous scraping from deep within the sewer suddenly ceased. The surroundings fell suspiciously quiet. Immediately afterward, concentric ripples disturbed the black water. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heavy combat boots striking concrete pipe walls echoed from the darkness. It wasn't a single individual. It was an entire squad. Their steps were synchronized, bearing the disciplined cadence of trained soldiers. Both Marines spun around simultaneously. Red lights flickered across their helmet visors. Targeting radars locked onto the blackness. Sir, high-threat targets approaching. Gauss rifles clicked as they charged. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the sewer entrance. Deep in the darkness, the cadence of those boots drew steadily closer. Before leaving the scrapyard, Lei Jun glanced back at the Interstellar Command Center. Such a massive asset just left unattended. Impossible. Ida. Online. Launch the command center into orbit. Enter silent hover. Confirm. The next instant, blue exhaust flames erupted from the base of the steel fortress. The ground shook violently. The 10,000-ton structure slowly lifted off the roar of thrusters, causing the corrugated iron walls to tremble. Helena hung suspended in midair by the SCV, watching with her own eyes as the newly built fortress ascended into the darkness above the underhive. Seconds later, the colossal silhouette gradually disappeared. Optical silence engaged. Only a cloud of disturbed dust remained in the sky. Helena's lips moved slightly. She no longer knew whether to denounce heresy first or pray to the machine god. In this underhive, where even rocket launchers were rare, a fortress capable of flight and stealth was truly untouchable. Lei Jun set his mind at ease, leading 2 Space Marines and an SCV into the sewers. The underground passage was pitch black. Sewage water reached past their ankles. The walls were coated in oil sludge and fungal growth, the air thick with the stench of rat nests, rotting flesh, and chemical wastewater. The 2 Space Marines fanned out. Gauss rifles lowered. Lei Jun gripped his pistol, crosshairs settling on the darkness ahead. Clank, clank, clank. Heavy footsteps drew nearer, mixed with the sound of metal scraping against cement. Not insects. 6 silhouettes squeezed out of the shadows. The SCV's searchlight swept across them, revealing a gang of gaunt wraith-like people. They wrapped themselves in tattered ballistic vests stitched with countless layers of patches. Rusted shotguns were held in their hands, and 2 of them wielded whirring chainswords. The leader was a bald man. Half his face was burned away, his left eye fitted with a crude prosthetic that whirred with a blinking red light. The group had just formed what they thought was a professional defensive formation. Then they spotted the 2 Space Marines. Over 2 meters tall in blue power armor stood knee-deep in sewage, their gun barrels thicker than the gangster's arms. The bald man's prosthetic eye emitted an ominous crackle of electricity. Clang. A chainsword fell from a follower's grip into the water behind him. Astartes Lord. The bald man's knees buckled, and he dropped into the sewage. In his understanding, only the Emperor's Death Angels wore such massive power armor. Normally, these underhive scum couldn't even provoke a lone guardsman. Today they walked out and ran straight into gods. Lei Jun did not lower his weapon. Kill them. A waste of ammunition. Let them go. These rats might sell out the information to rival gangs. Besides, this place had no signposts at all. Wandering blindly would easily lead them into an ambush by Gene cultists. A ready-made guide had come to them. Why not make use of it? Where do you come from? The bald man bowed his head fiercely, mud and water splashing across his face. Lord, we are a salvage crew from the gear gang above. We heard explosions in the sewers and came to scavenge some scrap. Lei Jun glanced behind him. Helena was suspended by the SCV's mechanical arm, her face already turning gray. Black pus from her side had soaked through her combat suit, purple-black veins crawling toward her chest. She couldn't die. Not until she revealed the terrain and garrison intelligence. Unstable biomass concentrate has been temporarily stored. This resource cannot currently be used for medic deployment. Current resources crystal or 35, high energy gas 0. 15 more crystal or were still needed. But the real problem wasn't those 15 or units. What could be dismantled at the scrapyard had already been consumed by the SCV. What remained was all rebar and load-bearing components buried underground, making excavation uneconomical. Even worse, that barrel of filth extracted from the creature's corpse could not yet be processed into gas. He needed a stable high-energy reaction source. Or at minimum, find somewhere he could continue scavenging scrap to prolong Helena's life. A new location was needed, one with scrap metal cover and local people he could command. Lei Jun holstered his pistol. Lead the way. The bald man froze as Lei Jun stared at him. Take us to your settlement. The man's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. The space marine on the right stepped forward. Hydraulic joints groaned heavily. The muzzle pressed against the bald man's forehead. By order of command, lead the way. The bald man nearly collapsed. Yes. Just 2 blocks above Gear Street. I'll guide you. Lei Jun patted the SCV's treads. Uncle, bring that woman along. Gently. The SCV's mechanical arm tightened precisely, gripping the collar ring at Helena's back to steady her suspension. Helena bit her lip in silence. Her gaze never left Lei Jun's retreating back. This man had not gone to the Departmentum Unitorum nor contacted the Imperial forces. Instead, he followed an underhive gang straight to their stronghold. Didn't he know that tens of thousands of rioters were hidden there? 20 minutes later, the group passed through 3 dark alleys and arrived at Gear Street. It didn't resemble a street at all, more like a hive constructed from piled scrap iron. Discarded pipes, rusted sheet metal tarpaulins, and broken fan housings were layered upon each other, stacking up to an unseen dome overhead. Hundreds, if not thousands, of impoverished people crowded through the passages. The air reeked of machine oil, excrement, and cheap synthetic starch. The moment the 2 space marines stepped into the street entrance, the entire area erupted. Vendors abandoned their part stalls, screaming as they dove into iron shacks. Several gang enforcers collecting protection money raised their guns, fingers resting on triggers, yet none dared disengage the safety catch. With each step the SCV advanced, the metal grating beneath trembled. Wheelbarrows and trash bins blocking the path were crushed under the treads, emitting a grinding shriek. In a corner, a half-modified figure draped in a filthy crimson robe suddenly fell to his knees. The Omniscia has manifested. His hands frantically traced gears across his chest as he prostrated himself before the SCV. To the Mechanicus's lower-tier believers, this kind of brutal, heavy, unadorned giant machinery resembled divine miracles far more than those rusted relics hung with incense burners. Suspended in midair, Helena watched the scene and felt a chill in her heart. These underhive gangs would normally dare to scheme against even an isolated Arbeits officer. Yet now they all cowered in corners. No one dared ask where Lei Jun came from. No one blocked their path. Here, caliber and tonnage were the law. Roadblock ahead, sir. The Space Marine stopped. Deep within the settlement, the doors of the largest tin fortress were kicked open. Over a dozen figures rushed out. Leading them was a burly man, half his body fitted with crude cybernetics. His right arm had been modified into a massive hydraulic manipulator, his left hand gripping a bolter. The gear gang boss Taigu. When he had felt the vibrations, he assumed rival gangs were coming to seize territory and was preparing to fire warning shots. But the moment he stepped outside, he saw the Space Marines. Blue power armor. The black maw of Gauss rifles. And behind them, a yellow engineering mecha towering over 3 meters tall. Taigu's bolter rose halfway before freezing in place. The Space Marines' muzzles moved first. Bang, bang, bang. A A string of Gauss rounds skimmed past Taigu's skull. The 3-inch composite iron wall behind him was torn open with holes the size of wash basins. Flames and shrapnel rained down like hail. Several of his men were impaled through the shoulders on the spot, collapsing to the ground in agony. The entire street fell silent. White smoke curled from the rifle barrels. Taigu's bolter dropped to the ground. His mechanical right arm began to spasm uncontrollably. He hadn't even seen how they had taken aim. Lei Jun stepped over a sewage puddle and walked to the forefront. He pointed at the tin fortress behind Taigu, constructed from discarded generator units. "Make room. I'll be using this structure for now." Taigu's lips moved. What? Lei Jun gestured toward Helena, suspended by the SCV. This woman was bitten by a pure-blood creature. Something may hatch from her womb at any moment. The expressions of the surrounding slum dwellers all changed. Pure-blood creature. In the underhive, those words carried more weight than any Arbite's warrant. Lei Jun scanned the entire street. "I need scrap metal and iron. The more the better." He looked at Taigu, his tone unchanged. "If you cannot gather the materials within 5 minutes, when whatever grows inside her breaks free, this entire street will be just enough for one meal." Taigu's facial muscles on the right side of his face twitched. The reputation of a pure-blood monster in Dichao was such that even children would fall silent at the mere mention. He knew without a doubt that these were not empty threats. "What are you staring at?" Taigu spun around and kicked one of his men in the posterior. "Go to the warehouse. Haul out every scrap of salvage you can tear apart." Several of his men tumbled and scrambled into the iron stronghold. Within moments, several rusted handcarts were wheeled out. Loaded atop them were oil-stained gears, fractured steel pipes, discarded exhaust fan motors, and a handful of charred armor plates. Taigu rubbed his unmodified left hand, leaning forward as if to approach. A Marine raised his weapon barrel. The black muzzle of a Gauss rifle pressed against Taigu's forehead. Taigu's legs buckled, and he came to an abrupt halt. "My lord, our territory is impoverished. All the iron we could scavenge is right here." With those words, he shot a glance to his men. 2 scavengers stepped forward carrying wooden baskets. Inside were dozens of greenish synthetic starch blocks and a pile of fungal growths veined with luminescent mold. The pungent odor caused Lei Jun to step back half a pace. "My lord, these are humble offerings for you." Yet Taigu's eyes remained locked onto the C-14 Gauss rifle in the Marine's grip. His Adam's apple bobbed. "The Gear Gang will serve you faithfully henceforth. We know every path through Dichao, every black market route, every faction, every pipe entrance." He lowered his voice. "My lord, if you could bestow upon us even one such firearm." Lei Jun regarded the basket of moldy provisions. Then he looked back at Taigu. Eliminating them would be trivial. A single volley from 2 Marines could silence the entire street. But it would serve no purpose. These people knew Dichao intimately. They could haul cargo, scavenge scrap metal, and distinguish passable routes from fatal ones. Wiping them out now would only squander usable labor. In Dichao, a gun barrel could force knees to the ground. But to make them work for you, you had to control what kept them alive. Lei Jun lifted his boot and kicked over the basket of putrid fungus. Mire splattered across Taigu's body. "You dare bargain with me using this filth?" With those words, he signaled his men. 2 scavengers stepped forward carrying wooden baskets. Inside were dozens of greenish synthetic starch blocks and a pile of fungal growths veined with luminescent mold. The SCV's massive frame bore down upon them. Treads crushed through mud and water before halting before the pile of scrap metal. Mechanical claws clamped onto a salvaged motor. The plasma torch on its right arm ignited. A blinding blue light erupted. The entire gear street fell silent at once. Hundreds of scavengers hiding behind waste piles held their breath. They had witnessed mech slaughter. Never had they seen a mech scavenge. High-temperature flame met the motor casing. Scrap iron quickly reddened, softened, and was dismantled by mechanical claws into blocks fed into the SCV's back-mounted recovery chute. Sparks flew in all directions. The sound of grinding metal echoed overhead through the settlement. Heliana was hoisted midair by mechanical claws. Abdominal toxins continued to spread. Her vision was already darkening. Yet she fixed her gaze steadfastly upon the yellow mech. She had encountered Mechanicus Crusaders before. Those tech priests who replaced half their bodies with gears spent 3 days chanting hymns merely to service a servo skull, anointing it with sacred machine oil. The machine before her did not chant scriptures, nor did it beseech machine spirits. It simply cut, dismantled, melted, and reassembled, trampling the Mechanicus's ancient customs beneath its treads. What in the 8 heavens is he building? Heliana's voice was barely a whisper. She could scarcely tell whether this was a life-saving apparatus or some form of heretical torment device. 3 minutes later, the SCV stowed its welding torch. The flames dissipated. A 2-meter-tall silver-gray metallic containment pod stood firmly upon the mire. The pod's surface bore none of the elaborate reliefs characteristic of imperial architecture. Only cold white indicator lights and several pulsing blue conduits. Temporary purification pod assembly complete. The voice of Ada sounded forth. Capable of processing low-concentration industrial wastewater. Warning: local water source contamination exceeds standard human drinking thresholds by 470 times. Evaluation not recommended for classification as water. Lei Jun's mouth twitched. Then what should it be called? Mobile toxin vector. Fine, you win. Tigu had not heard Ada's words. He only saw Lei Jun staring at the pod as though he had truly crafted something extraordinary. Lei Jun raised his hand, pointing toward the adjacent sewage ditch. Uncle, connect the piping. The SCV extended its mechanical arm, grasped several rusted drainage pipes, and roughly fitted them into the pod's side. One end plunged into the sewage ditch. The other connected to the filtration module within the pod. Hum. The pod began to vibrate. A low operational hum emanated from within. The first surge of wastewater was drawn into the piping. Deep green, nearly black, frothing at the surface. Seconds later, from a transparent outlet on the opposite side of the pod, a stream of clear liquid began to drip. 1 drop. 2 drops. Soon merging into a slender stream. Water fell into the silver container, producing a sound painfully pure to hear. Ting, ting, ting. Not a word was spoken along the entirety of Gear Street. Those Dichao residents who would normally stab each other over half a cup of filtered water all fixed their stares upon that flow. Tiegu's mechanical prosthetic eye seemed to freeze. His lips trembled. Water. Not the foul-smelling recirculated sludge, nor the condensation water tinged with rust. It was true, crystal-clear water. A child poked his head from behind the crowd, about to step forward, only to be yanked back by his mother. Watching their reactions, Lei Jun had his answer. Guns could make them fear. Water could make them obey. He lifted the silver container and offered it to Tiegu. Drink. Tiegu stared at the glass of water, his throat bobbing. He feared poison, but feared disobeying far more. Finally, he accepted it with both hands and took a careful sip. The next instant, his entire body went rigid. Not from poison, but from cleanliness. No trace of rust. No sourness. Not even the rank odor of rotting fungus. Tiegu dropped to his knees abruptly. The surrounding scavengers followed suit. A miracle. Someone murmured. The Omnisia has manifested. The half-modified figure draped in a filthy red robe drove his forehead against the ground with thunderous cracks. Lei Jun did not let them kneel much longer. He set the silver container beside the pod. Want water? Then work. Want to live? Then obey commands. Tiegu immediately raised his head. My lord, speak. The Gear Gang will heed you henceforth. Lei Jun pointed toward the pile of scrap iron just hauled out. First, continue hauling scrap iron. Second, map out every sewer outlet near Gear Street, every faction territory, every section of collapsed tunnel. Third, he glanced at the purification pod. No one touches this machine. I control the water. Tiegu swallowed hard. Understood. He immediately turned and bellowed at the dazed men behind him. Are you all deaf? The Lord demands scrap iron, maps, manpower. The entire Gear Street sprang into motion at once. Some went to haul debris. Others dragged out rotting wooden planks to serve as maps. Others carried pots, bowls, and cans, eyeing the purification pod with desperate hope. Yet none dared approach. Lei Jun turned his gaze to the panel. After processing that batch of scrap, the crystal or count had finally climbed. But it was still not stable enough. And Heliana's condition was deteriorating by the moment. She had been deposited by the SCV at the entrance of the iron stronghold, sitting slumped against the wall. Black pus dripped steadily from her flank. The stench of putrefaction grew ever stronger. Forcing her eyes open, Heliana watched those on Gear Street kneeling before the water purification pod. They will worship you as a deity. Lei Jun stood before her. I do not need their worship. I need their labor. Heliana's lips moved as though to counter, but pain forced the words back down her throat. Lei Jun squatted and asked quietly, how much longer can you hold on? Heliana looked at the purple-black veins crawling up her abdomen. By judicial department regulations. She gasped. I should be executed right now. Lei Jun nodded. I didn't ask about regulations. I asked how much longer you can survive. Heliana fell silent for a moment. Very little. Then don't die too quickly. Lei Jun rose to his feet and accessed the Ada channel. Ada, how much time does she have? Target infection continuing to worsen. Estimated stable consciousness duration, 27 minutes. Estimated time to complete fatality. Do not harbor optimistic expectations. Lei Jun furrowed his brow. What resources are still lacking for the medic? Resources remain insufficient. The Command Center Logistics Module can provide a one-time colonial battlefield support protocol. But current material and energy reserves have not yet reached activation thresholds. Lei Jun looked toward the now bustling Gear Street. Loads of scrap metal and rusted iron were wheeled out cart by cart. Maps were beginning to unfurl. The purification pod continued to drip water. Ting, ting, ting. He exhaled slowly. Then keep gathering. Before she dies, assemble the required conditions. Suggestion: increase utilization rate of local labor force. Lei Jun glanced at the scavengers kneeling all over the ground. Aren't we using them right now? Efficiency is suboptimal. But considering their nutritional state, they are approaching species limits. Lei Jun nearly laughed from frustration. Your tongue is truly vicious. Statement of fact. Tiegu trotted back along the way, cradling a filthy metal plate in his hands. My lord, this is the old pipe network map near Gear Street. To the east runs a primary wastewater conduit leading to the treatment facility. No one dares go there normally. Something always makes noise below. Lei Jun took the metal plate. The drawing was crude, but the general direction was discernible. Upon hearing treatment facility, Heliana's expression shifted slightly. That place. As soon as she spoke, her chest tightened, and she coughed up another mouthful of black blood. Lei Jun looked at her. What about that place? Heliana suppressed her breathing. The judicial department once sealed off that area. Beneath lie old pipe networks and missing persons. If the gene cult is spreading, there will certainly be traces there. Lei Jun looked down at the route on the metal plate. Treatment facility, old pipe networks, missing persons, and possible swarm traces. He currently lacked resources, lacked intelligence, and also lacked the conditions needed to save Heliana. This place did not look promising. But if they didn't go, Heliana wouldn't last much longer. Lei Jun tossed the metal plate to the nearby marine. Prepare for departure. Tiegu froze. My lord, are we going now? Lei Jun gave him a look. You want to wait until whatever's in her belly emerges before we go? Tiegu immediately shut his mouth. Lei Jun pointed at the purification pod. Continue hauling scrap iron here. Water continues to be distributed, but anyone who dares tamper with the machine loses their hand. Tiegu nodded vigorously. Understood, understood. Lei Jun looked toward Heliana. She could barely remain seated, but she was still alive, and that was enough. Hold on, he said. I haven't taken a loss yet. Heliana glanced at him. Whether from pain or frustration, the corner of her mouth twitched. Lei Jun turned. The SCV's treads began to rotate. Two Marines raised their Gauss rifles. The sound of clean water flowing from Gear Street continued behind them. Ting, ting, ting. And ahead within the pipelines leading to the treatment facility, darkness was damp and heavy, as though a mouth wide open waiting. Ting, ting, ting. And ahead within the pipelines leading to the treatment facility, darkness was damp and heavy like a gaping maw. I restructured the plot design for chapters 1 through 6. The previous design felt flat and uninspired, and I wasn't satisfied with it myself. Fortunately, since the story was still in its early stages, I spent 2 days rebuilding from scratch. Helena's body twitched violently. The swelling on her abdomen rose again. The black tactical suit stretched, deformed around it, dark red blood beads seeping from the wound's edge, mingling with black pus, trickling downward. Lei Jun stood beside her, palms drenched in sweat. He'd seen scenes like this before in gaming videos, but watching a living person being torn apart by a xenomorph larva right in front of him, this was something entirely different. He suppressed the nausea churning in his stomach and knelt down. Helena's face was terrifyingly pale, her coiled hair soaked with cold sweat and plastered to her forehead. She gritted her teeth, her body still trembling. The thing in her abdomen writhed repeatedly, as if desperate to break out of this body. Uncle lay her flat. The SCV's massive mechanical claw gently released, laying Helena flat on the freshly cleaned steel plate. A scan. Lei Jun urged silently in his mind. Scan complete. Target heart rate 28 beats per minute. Breathing extremely weak. No RAN inhibitor has entered the circulatory system, successfully locking the xenomorph larva's genetic evolution path. Bad news, the larva is still causing physical damage. Target liver laceration. Estimated time to death 12 minutes. Lei Jun's eyelid twitched violently. So that thing can't get stronger, but it can still tear her to death. Correct. Recommendation: deploy medics as soon as possible for cellular level repair. Lei Jun brought up the interface. Medic 50 crystals, 50 high energy gas. Current balance 15 crystals, 0 high energy gas. Unstable biomass concentrate exists in inventory. Warning: this substance cannot pass medic deployment safety verification. Lei Jun stared at that glaring 0 and cursed under his breath. Crystals could still be dismantled. The gear district was littered with scrap metal and rusted debris. Even piece by piece they could scrape together enough. But gas was different. Without a stable high-energy reaction source, that pile of bug acid was just a barrel of unusable dirty money. Short by 35 crystals. Just 35. Lei Jun cursed inwardly. This damn system loved to hit them with numerical bottlenecks at critical moments. Sir, kill her, Tiegu screamed beside him. He tumbled backward on his hands and knees, his heavy mechanical arm dragging across the ground, screeching harshly. That could be a pure blood. Once it bursts out, we'll all die. Tiegu pointed at Helena, his face drained of color. Before it fully forms, burn her along with it. This is the only way out of the Undercity. Lei Jun rose to his feet. Click. He racked the slide of the explosive pistol, his aim steady toward the settlement's exit. Say one more word, and I'll burn you first. Tiegu snapped his mouth shut, his Adam's apple bobbing. He looked at Lei Jun. This man didn't seem like the madman of the Undercity, and yet that made him even more unsettling. Sir, but we really have no good iron left. Tiegu wailed, pointing at the scavengers around them, who were smashing the walls. This place has been picked clean 800 times over. It's all rust residue. The ore yield is far too low. Lei Jun frowned. That's because you haven't found the large pieces. He looked at the panel. A to scan a 1 kilometer radius and find the highest value metal source. Broadband radar scanning in progress. 800 meters southeast, high-intensity plasma, residual reactions detected. Data match, communications relay station ruins. Target contains damaged plasma generator. The device's core still maintains stable high-energy reactions. Can be used to crack unstable biomass concentrate and refine it into the high-energy gas required for medic deployment. Estimated recoverable crystal, or 120 units. Lei Jun's eyes brightened. 120 crystals. Enough to save Helena, and still room to reinforce the unit. Plasma generator. He turned to look at Tiegu. The relay station to the southeast. Does it have a generator inside? Tiegu's face grew even grimmer than before. Sir, don't joke about this. That place is the gates of hell. His voice was trembling. Half a month ago, all the guards there disappeared. None of the scavengers who went after have returned. There must be a nest of pure-blood monsters inside. Lei Jun patted the SCV's thick armor plating. To you it's the gates of hell. To my uncle's drill it's just a pile of Legos. Inside the SCV cockpit, the rotund uncle chuckled. Sir, I love hearing that. Lei Jun glanced at Helena lying on the steel plate. Her breathing was growing weaker. They couldn't afford to delay further. Uncle, you stay behind. Lei Jun pointed toward the purification pod and Helena. Watch over this purifier and keep watch over her. If anyone dares approach her or tamper with the machine, roast them where they stand. The rotund uncle patted the control lever. Don't worry, sir. They'll be well cooked. Lei Jun turned to the two Marines. Follow me. Without hesitation, the two Marines raised their Gauss rifles in unison and fell in behind Lei Jun. Tiegu looked at Lei Jun, then at the purifier's still dripping water. Finally, he gritted his teeth and drew the rusty cleaver from his waist. Damn it, I'm going all in. He turned and shouted to his trusted men. Grab your powder rifles and support the sir. Anyone who falls behind gets chopped right here, right now. The group moved through the broken alleys outside the gear district. Purple toxic fog slithered along the ground. The air was thick with fertilizer dust and the smell of metallic rust drying Lei Jun's throat. He checked his wrist terminal. 400 meters to the relay station. The two Marines led the way. Their combat boots crunched through mud and bleached bones. Lei Jun walked in the center, gripping the confiscated explosive pistol. To be honest, he had never killed a chicken before. Now he was leading a raid on a bug nest. It felt like playing expert difficulty with no save points. Warning. Ada's voice sounded. Biological psionic signatures detected. Quantity 14. Location ventilation ducts. Lei Jun stopped immediately. Raise weapons. The two Marines instantly took positions back-to-back, their barrels angled upward toward the overhead pipes. Tiegu and several scavengers huddled together, pressing against the wall as they leveled their homemade muskets. Sir, what's wrong? Tiegu whispered, his teeth chattering. Lei Jun didn't respond. Silence fell around them. Only the sound of flowing water from the sewers reached them from afar. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound came from the rusted pipe overhead. Bang! One Marine fired first. An 8mm Gauss round punched through the pipe wall. Green putrid sludge erupted from the bullet hole, drenching Tiegu's head. A scream echoed from within the pipe. Then a dozen gaunt blue-violet figures burst from the darkness, moving with blinding speed on all fours. Extra deformed arms sprouted from their bodies, each clutching steel rods and sharpened bone spikes. First-generation hybrids. Lei Jun pulled the trigger on the nearest one. Boom. The explosive pistol kicked violently, numbing his wrist from the recoil. A fist-sized crater exploded from the hybrid's chest. But it wasn't dead, yet dragging its severed half forward as it crawled. Damn it. Lei Jun gritted his teeth and stepped back half a pace. The Marines opened fire. Uft, uft, uft. They didn't spray indiscriminately, only short, controlled bursts. Every Gauss round peeled back a monster's skull. Within seconds, over a dozen hybrids collapsed to the ground, twitching once before going still. Tiegu's musket fell from his grip into the mud. His face turned ashen as he watched. These creatures had plagued the Undercity gangs for years, yet these two armored warriors had dismantled them in under a minute. Sir, that marksmanship. Lei Jun shook his numb wrist, gazing at the smoking explosive pistol. Child's play. He stepped over a corpse. Move, stop staring. That generator is mine. At the end of the path, the silhouette of a relay station, half buried in scrap, came into view. A rusted radar dish lay crooked to one side. Flickering electrical sparks danced within the structure. Then, a thunderous crash echoed from the relay station's heavy pneumatic door. Something had slammed against it from inside. A cloying, suffocating stench of blood hit them like a wall. Warning. Type 2 variant detected. Maintain distance recommended. Ada's tone turned cold. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the door. A pair of massive scythe-like claws slowly curled around the doorframe. Tiegu's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Pure blood. It's a true pure blood creature. Lei Jun did not retreat. His mind focused on a single objective. The generator. Once secured, they could replenish their crystal reserves and stabilize the gas supply for good. Helena still had a chance. Fire. Lei Jun pointed at the door. Don't let it out. 2C. 14 Gauss rifles roared to life simultaneously. A storm of projectiles hammered into the shadow. The creature let out a deafening roar. Dust and debris rained down from above the relay station. Cobalt plasma arcs danced erratically through the rubble, illuminating the beast's grotesque carapace. 2C. 14 rifles fired simultaneously. Dense 8mm Gauss rounds slammed into the relay station door, forcing the shadow that had just burst forth to stagger repeatedly. The Type 2 mutant emitted a guttural roar. Thick layers of accumulated dust fell from above the relay station. Eerie blue plasma arcs danced chaotically through the ruins, illuminating its thick exoskeleton. This creature was far larger than the hybrid variants encountered earlier. Its chest carapace resembled a plate of hardened steel. Gauss rounds detonated upon impact, spraying green fluid, yet failed to halt its advance. Its 6 legs drove forcefully against the ground as its massive body lunged toward the Marine on the left. 2 bony sides carved through the air, aiming straight for the face shield. Lei Jun stepped sideways, creating a better firing angle. His focus was not on those 2 sides. After years of gaming, he understood one critical principle. Against multi-legged creatures, take out the legs first. Don't aim for the chest. Lei Jun barked over the comms. Focus fire on the lower joint clusters. The 2 Marines acted without hesitation. Both barrels dropped in unison. Tracers traced arcs toward the creature's right knee joint. The armor thinned there, revealing exposed tendons and bone structure. A sickening crunch echoed as one limb snapped clean through. The creature lost its footing, its bulk crashing sideways. Those twin sides whistled past the Marine's visor, shearing off a chunk of rusted iron column nearby. Seizing the opening, Lei Jun gripped his bolt pistol with both hands and closed the distance behind the creature. The barrel pressed against the back of its skull. He turned his head away and pulled the trigger. The recoil hammered up his arm and into his shoulder, numbing half his body. This Imperial Standard sidearm had a vicious kick. The microbolt detonated inside the creature's cranium. Green ichor and grayish tissue sprayed in every direction. The beast spasmed twice before its 6 legs buckled, collapsing into the muck. Iron Bone slumped dozens of meters away, gasping for breath. The most vicious gang wars he had witnessed in his life were nothing more than chainsword duels. Today had truly opened his eyes. 2 rifles, and 1 man who closed in for the kill. They had dismantled a Type 2 mutant before it ever got within striking range. Not even a proper melee exchange had been afforded. Iron Bone watched Lei Jun's retreating figure, the petty calculations in his mind utterly extinguished. These blue-armored fighters were not to be trifled with. Cross them, and you might not even be left with a whole corpse. Lei Jun stepped around the scattered remains, trudging through slick green blood as he ventured deeper into the relay station. A metal machine towering 2 stories high stood amid the rubble. Its casing was coated in grime, with a faded double-headed eagle insignia emblazoned at its center. The machine had not fully shut down. Occasional spurts of eerie blue electrical sparks erupted from within, illuminating the tangled conduits around it. Lei Jun assessed its size. Moving it by hand was out of the question. He patted the shoulder armor of Marine 1. Return to the settlement. Keep watch over that water purifier. Also keep an eye on Helena. If anyone dares approach her, open fire without warning. Yes, sir. Marine 1 turned and made his way back along the path they had come. Lei Jun activated his tactical earpiece. Uncle, bring your mecha over here. There's a big piece to dismantle. A gruff voice crackled through the comm. Copy that, sir. I always did prefer the heavy lifting. Only now did Iron Bone and his men dare to approach. Sparks illuminated the double-headed eagle emblem on the generator. Several Undercity dwellers stepped back in unison. Iron Bone's face went pale. Lord, this is Imperial property. Pointing at the emblem, his tongue stumbled over the words. Touch this, and the Mechanicum elders will investigate. We will all end up as machine servants. Lei Jun glanced at him. This place has rotted into a bug nest. If the Mechanicum truly cared, they would have been here long ago. Iron Bone's lips moved, but he dared not speak further. Within 2 minutes, the heavy rumble of treads drowned out the crackling electricity in the ruins. An SCV rumbled into the relay station. The portly uncle chewed on an unlit cigar in the cockpit, maneuvering the mechanical claw to tap against the generator housing. Thud. The sound was dense. Sir, this thing is built solid. Dismantle it as fast as you can. Lei Jun kept his eyes fixed on the tactical terminal. Helena cannot hold on much longer. The SCV's left arm rose the plasma torch, unleashing a searing blue arc. Its right arm's heavy cutter pressed against the generator casing. A piercing, cutting shriek erupted through the hall. Sparks flew in great sheets. The faded double-headed eagle emblem was swiftly cut into pieces. Iron bone covered his ears, his eyelid twitching. In the conventional wisdom of undercity folk, dismantling an imperial machine required at minimum incense-recited scriptures and a ceremonial circuit by a tech priest. This yellow mecha was something else entirely. It came at it with a saw immediately, as efficient as dismantling a rusty pot. Ada's voice echoed in Lei Jun's mind, detecting high-purity titanium-vanadium alloy, initiating matter conversion. Crystal or 30. Crystal or 45. Crystal or 45. The resource panel flashed rapidly. Crystal or stabilized at 135, accompanied by a piercing metallic tear. The SCV's mechanical claw tore away the generator's heavy outer shell. Inside, a cylindrical reactor pulsed with green luminescence. The portly uncle didn't hesitate, driving the mechanical claw into the reactor base. Thickened pipelines extended, connecting to the SCV's abdominal conversion chamber. Detecting high-energy plasma reactor core. Beginning to crack, unstable biomass concentrate. High-energy gas purification protocol initiated. The ghostly green plasma was drawn into the SCV's interior. High-energy gas 150. Current resources crystal or 135. High-energy gas 150. Lei Jun exhaled deeply. They were alive. Finally, he had found a second path to survival in this world. Slaying Xenos could indeed yield gas. But the prerequisite was possessing sufficiently stable energy to thoroughly refine those foul biomass materials. Dismantling abandoned Imperial military equipment could also extract resources. This planet rotting like a dump. Yet to him, a dump could become a mining operation. As long as resources flowed in, the base could grow. With a growing base, he wouldn't have to gamble with his life constantly. Just then, the communication channel flashed red. Sir, this is one. The Marine who had returned to the settlement transmitted. Report. The Imperial female soldier's vital signs are declining rapidly. The outer abdominal skin has already ruptured. The xenomorph is destroying the final muscle layer. Estimated survival time is less than 1 minute. The relaxed expression vanished from Lei Jun's face instantly. Helena could not die. She was from the legal department, the only living source who could explain this planet's military-political structure. Without her, Lei Jun would be blind in this hellish place. Capture another. Who knew whether the next one was human or a bug in skin? If this one could be saved, he would make do with her. Lei Jun opened the system list. Among a row of steel unit icons, his gaze locked onto the red cross symbol. Interstellar Medic. Cost crystal or 50, a high-energy gas 50. Resources were sufficient. Ada, spend the resources and deploy the doctor. Confirmed. Command Center Logistics Module detected as online. Initiating Colonial Battlefield Support Protocol. Resource deduction crystal or 50, a high-energy gas 50. Remaining resources crystal or 85, high-energy gas 100. Lei Jun watched the numbers drop, feeling a pang of loss. Supplementary notice: you have once again risked bankruptcy to maintain map unit survival. Cut the nonsense. Record preserved. Lei Jun ignored her. Locking onto Commander Armor's built-in tactical warp beacon. Target area has approximately 60 meters of physical waste debris above. Switching to quantum spatial warp mode. Deployment initiated. At the Gear Street settlement clearing. Several of Ironbone's subordinates circled 10 paces away, fixated on Helena, lying on the iron plate. She was spewing blood foam in great mouthfuls. Her flat abdomen had already been pushed outward into a sharp silhouette. Dark red blood streamed from the wound, pooling on the ground. The creature was about to emerge. Several scavengers gripped rusted iron bars, their eyes ruthless. They intended to smash the woman and whatever was inside before the monster fully surfaced. But Marine 1 held his Gauss rifle tightly, controlling the surrounding 5 meters. The infrared sight swept across the scavengers' chests. No one dared cross the line. Suddenly, the yellow-brown toxic fog above the settlement was parted by an invisible force. A pale blue light pillar descended from the sky. It pierced through tens of meters of waste debris, landing precisely on the empty ground beside Helena. The intense light forced everyone to close their eyes. As the radiance faded, a slender, capable figure emerged from the dissipating light particles. Pure white CMC 405 light power armor hugged her figure, significantly lighter than the Marine's heavy armor. Pale blue light strips flowed along her spine and arms. A miniature medical module hung on her back. A compact alloy shield was embedded in her left arm. She carried no heavy rifle, only a first aid kit injector array and a short-barreled self-defense pistol at her hip. Dr. Sister is here. Sir Medic reporting for duty. She looked at Helena on the iron plate, already near death. Discovered critically infected casualty, requesting immediate intervention. Intervene immediately. Lei Jun's voice came through the communication channel. He was still at the relay station hurrying back with the SCV. But the medic had already landed in the clearing of Gear Street. Marine 1 held her Gauss rifle muzzle pressing down on the scavengers, clutching iron bars around them. No one dared cross the line. The medic paid them no mind. She hurried to Helena's side, and the small alloy shield on her left arm snapped open. A row of fine blue indicator lights illuminated within. Vital signs scan. Heart rate critically low, blood pressure below threshold. Alien parasite detected, preparing for localized excision. 3 ultra-fine cold laser beams shot from the shield module's center, locking onto the protruding bone shard on Helena's abdomen. There was no spray of blood and flesh, nor any scream. The intense heat blackened the bone shard's edges the instant it touched the alien tissue. Snap! The bone shard shattered and fell onto the mud-slicked metal plate. Inside Helena's body, the still encased larva let out a piercing shriek. It began burrowing deeper into her internal organs. The medic denied it the chance. The cold laser sliced through the torn wound, carefully bypassing major blood vessels and organs as it methodically detached and incinerated the mass of green parasitic tissue. The acrid stench of burnt flesh spread. The entire procedure took less than 5 seconds. Parasite cleared. Initiating tissue repair. A slender tube emerged from the medical pack and connected beneath the shield. A pale blue nanite healing beam activated, enveloping the fist-sized wound on Helena's abdomen. The necrotic flesh, corroded by venom, began to shrivel and slew away. Beneath the surface, muscle fibers twitched and writhed. New tissue interlaced as blood vessels sealed shut, and the ruptured skin gradually drew together. The rusted iron bar slipped from Ironbone's grasp and clattered to the ground. His mouth gaped open, yellowed teeth bared, while only senseless gurgling echoed from his throat. What did medicine mean in the underhive? You powered through fevers. Severed limbs were cauterized with red-hot iron. Those who didn't survive got dumped down the sewers, even reaching the upper wards if you truly had the credits to hire a mechanicus priest. Most likely they'd amputate the damaged limb and bolt on a heavy cold prosthetic. But this woman in white armor was making flesh grow back before their eyes. No iron pins left behind, no legs sawed off. No turning people into half-machines. Ironbone dropped knees in the muck with a thud. The scavengers behind him followed suit. They couldn't comprehend cold lasers or nanite repair. They recognized only one truth: she had been dying, and now she lived. This was a miracle. Before Ironbone could speak, Marine 1 slammed her rifle, but hard, against the metal plate. Thud! Any whimpering or prayer was instantly crushed back into their throats. Maintain silence. Treatment in progress. Ironbone quickly pressed his face to the ground. Helena floated in a semi-conscious state. The pureblood's venom had long since paralyzed her nerves. Under the department's casualty regulations, anyone parasitized by a Type 2 mutant faced only one option: a bullet to the mouth. Pull the trigger. She had accepted her execution, but the searing pain in her abdomen suddenly vanished. Instead, an itching, burning sensation crawled inward from the wound's edges. It felt as though countless tiny needles were stitching her flesh back together. Strength began returning. Helena's eyes snapped open in shock. Directly above her was a transparent tactical visor. Behind the visor was a young woman's face, focused, composed. There was no loathing like that of a sister of the ecclesiarchy toward heretics, nor the cold disgust of a tech priest handling raw flesh. Vital signs stabilizing. Gene seed contamination contained. Treatment complete. The medic retracted the nanite beam and stepped back 2 paces, positioning herself behind into the side of Marine 1. Helena gasped for breath. She looked down at her abdomen. Her combat suit was torn, exposing a large area of skin, where there should have been a bloody wound torn open by a monster. Now there was only fresh pink skin, smooth and unbroken. No sutures visible. No metal pins. She reached out and touched it. No sharp pain, no foreign sensation. Helena froze. In the Imperium, even the highest medical sisters, when faced with such Xenos venom, typically had only 2 options: amputation or purification. Yet here she was sitting up, whole. Her gaze drifted to the medic's white light power armor. It was too clean. Too clean to belong in the underhive. The armor plates fit with impossible precision, pale blue light traces flowing along arms and spine, movements as gentle as a caress. Nothing like the Imperium's bulky, crude medical equipment reeking of incense ash. Certainly not the work of warp-tainted heretics. Heresy brought only rot tumors and eye-covered monstrosities. This was different. It was cold, precise, clean. The image of a steel fortress rising from the scrapyard in half a cigarette's time slammed back into Helena's mind. The SCV, the Marines, the medic. the purification pod, and that man who hadn't prayed to the machine spirit once. Helena's breathing quickened. Fragments from the Ecclesiarchy's archives about the Golden Age clicked into place. A complete STC, standard construction template. The legendary human heritage that, given the right commands, could produce perfect creations. If this wasn't an SDC, what could it be? If Lei Jun wasn't a heretic, then what was he? The answer stood before her. He possessed secrets the Mechanicus would trade entire Forge worlds for. Such secrets couldn't belong to an Underhive gangster, or a common drifter. He must be executing an inoperative inquisitorial mission, perhaps even blessed by the Emperor's gaze. Helena pushed herself up from the ground. By the time she reached Lei Jun, he had just returned to Gear Street from the relay station. The SCV followed behind, treads still caked with relay station dust and green ichor. Before Lei Jun could speak, Helena crossed both arms over her chest and struck them hard against her collarbones. She performed the Achilles salutation with stiff precision, then dropped to one knee in the muck. Splash. Filthy water splashed across her face. Helena, Level 4 Arbiter of the Department of Justice Commander System, extends my highest regards. Her voice had transformed. No longer guarded or hostile. Beneath it all lay reverence and something bordering on fanaticism. Thank you for granting me new life, my lord. I understand your rank cannot be spoken. Your mission transcends all. From this moment forth, my life, my faith, my weapon, all are at your command. Even if you ordered me to assault the planetary governor's palace, I would not hesitate. Lei Jun looked down at her. His mind raced. He had been worrying over how to explain this interstellar force that had fallen from the heavens. Now she had figured it out herself, and paved the path for him. Inquisitorial Secret Mission. STC. The Emperor's Gaze. With those cover stories, future resource seizures, stronghold occupations, and local faction mobilizations would all have justification. Operating interstellar affairs under the Emperor's banner. This woman's rescue hadn't been in vain. As for whether she would blow his cover if they encountered a real Inquisitor, that was a problem for after his forces were established. For now, he needed someone familiar with Imperial law and Underhive politics as a guide. Helena fit the role perfectly. Lei Jun did not offer to help her up. He pulled out the unlit cigar and bit down on it. Since you know it cannot be spoken, keep your mouth shut. His tone was flat. To Helena, those words were practically an admission. She nodded vigorously. Understood, my lord. Everything I witnessed today dies with me. Even before the Grand Inquisitor's truth screen, I would be a blind man with no memory. Lei Jun turned. Lead the way. Find the nearest departmental armory or a high-value energy stockpile. Helena rose, brushing mud from her legs. Though still weak, her eyes were steadier now. Sir, in the 4th Underhive Zone, there's an abandoned departmental logistics warehouse. It once stored high-explosive ordnance and promethium fuel, originally destined for the upper wards, but the route collapsed and it was abandoned. Lei Jun's eyes shifted. How far? East, through the wastewater treatment plant. About 4 hours. Move. Lei Jun gave the order. Marines 1 and 2 regrouped, raising their weapons to clear the path ahead. The medic followed silently at Lei Jun's flank. The SCV's engine roared, crushing gravel and mud beneath its treads. Lei Jun took a few steps, then stopped and looked at Ironbone. You? Ironbone immediately pressed his forehead to the metal plate. I'm here, my lord. Go to the scrapyard. Lei Jun pointed toward the purification pod. Stand guard around that purifier. Whoever touches it will answer to me when I return. Ironbone bowed his head eagerly. Rest assured, my lord. Even if the gear gang perishes entirely, not a scratch will come to that sacred machine. Lei Jun paid him no further mind and led the party deeper into the passage. Along the way, he opened a channel to Ida. Ida, did the medic's neurosuppressant have any side effects on humans? No toxic reactions. Neurosuppressants target only tyrannid consumption and evolution mechanisms. Function prevents enemies from analyzing valid genes through consumption of our units. Lei Jun frowned. Can it cure Helena's poison? Correction. Suppressants have no therapeutic function. The healing came from the medic's nanite repair module and cold laser suturing technology. We are science. They are superstition. Lei Jun's jaw tightened around his cigar. Don't say that within her hearing. Suggestion accepted. Current indigenous unit's faith structure is fragile. Further provocation may cause logical collapse. Lei Jun glanced back. Helena was trailing in the middle of the column, pale and unsteady on her feet, yet her grip on her weapon was tight. This woman had been nearly dead moments ago. Now she was already rationalizing her allegiance to the Emperor. Lei Jun turned his gaze forward. Just then Aida's voice turned cold. Warning. Large-scale high-frequency biological signatures detected ahead at the wastewater treatment plant. Numerous. Closing rapidly. From the darkness ahead in the passage came the dense sound of chitinous scraping. Something was emerging from the depths of the sewage. Lei Jun halted. All hands combat readiness. Marine weapons raised. The medic fell back to the center line. The SCV's treads dug into the ground, welding torches glowing blue. From the darkness came the first Xeno screech. Current balance 85 crystal or 100 volatile gas. The noises in the darkness grew louder and louder. Echoes on the walls layered upon one as if countless claws scraped the alloy. That was no mere rats. Lei Jun halted, his face turning grim. From the darkness ahead, the clatter of carapace rubbing low roars and gnawing noises blended together and pressed toward them. Helian Na, Lei Jun turned to look at her. Is there a one-way entrance nearby? A dead end, the kind that's easy to defend and hard to assault. Helian Na quickly combed through her mental nest map. If it had been yesterday, she would have unhesitatingly led this crowd to the nearest Fa Wubu fortress, requesting support, and capture the man bearing unknown arms. But now her thoughts had changed. Those fools at Fa Wubu would only aim their guns at the real lifeline. On the outskirts of Warehouse District 4 there is a No. 6 armored maintenance station. Helian Na spoke rapidly. It used to be where the Fa Wubu maintained riot control vehicles and small night mechs. A semi-subterranean structure, rock on all sides. The only entrance is an inclined freight ramp. She paused, then added, inside it's been abandoned for 5 years, piled with hundreds of tons of scrapped riot control vehicles and alloy armor plates. Hundreds of tons of scrap metal. Lei Jun's mind flashed 2 words: mining district. Lead the way, run. The squad immediately turned toward it. 2 Marines alternated, shielding their retreat, the muzzles of their C-14 rifles fixed toward the darkness behind them. The SCV ran in the middle, its engine roaring. The nest tunnel was treacherous. Broken pipes lay across the floor, sewage pits exuded a stench, and the walls bore a layer of purplish mold. Helian Na ran at the front, feeling her strength unusually buoyant. Though she had just been dragged back from the brink of death, her legs were still powerful and her heartbeat steady. She credited it to the Emperor's blessing. Lei Jun knew that was most likely the medic's medicine still taking effect. In less than 10 minutes, a colossal metal gate loomed ahead. The gate's surface was rusted, and the central double-headed eagle crest was nearly illegible from corrosion. This is it. Helian Na halted in her tracks. The throne lies above. The control terminal was long since destroyed. This door is thick. She hadn't finished. Lei Jun had already motioned her to retreat. The SCV slammed into it. The portly old man in the cockpit grinned. Commander, this door looks thick. Then we'll make a hole. 2 high-powered weld torches sprang from the mechanical arms. Blue tongues of flames sprayed the blast door, quickly melting through the metal. Robotic clamps inserted into the gap, the hydraulic engines at full power. Creak. A gate weighing several tons was forcibly torn open to reveal a gap. The squad filed in one after another. The interior space was immensely wide. The dim ceiling lights flickered. The floor lay buried under abandoned military assets, a riot control vehicle missing a track, a heavy machine gun blown apart, piles of explosive shields, and a row of armor repair rigs whose cores had been stripped. To the Empire's people this was junk. To Lei Jun it was a gold mine. AI, can the command center be deployed here? The semi-underground space was sufficient. The suggestion: quantum slip deployment. Then come in. Command acknowledged. Deep inside the maintenance station, beneath a vast dome dozens of meters high, the air began to warp. A blue matrix glow unfolded layer by layer. The colossal interstellar command center transcended physical channels, materializing above the maintenance station. The anti-gravity engines roared. The steel fortress slowly descended. The massive landing gear slammed into the ground, crushing several old power generators. Boom. The entire maintenance station trembled. Helian Na watched, her grip on the gun tightening slightly. She no longer wished to ask how this was done. Asking would only reveal how little she knew. Lei Jun pointed to the litter of scrap metal. Old man, tear it open. Ooh, I need the resources. Copy. The SCV, hungry as a beast for 3 days, lunged at the nearest riot control vehicle wreck. Robotic clamps clamped the hood. The welding torch roared. Track's chassis armor plates were torn away piece by piece and sent to the command center's recovery bay. AIDA's announcements continued to blare. Helian Na stood to the side, watching the riot control vehicle bearing the double-headed eagle crest be cut to pieces. By the doctrine of machines, even tending one engine requires chanting sutras, anointing with holy oil, and soothing the machine's spirit. This yellow machine, though, seemed to be well behaved. The welding torch descended, slicing through the emblem and armor in one stroke. Brutally efficient. And useful too. The balance in Helian Na's heart had long since tilted toward Lei Jun. She stepped forward 2 paces. Master, according to Fa Wubu's 17th edition of the Mutant Defense Manual, a swarm of more than 500 mutants uprising must be backed by an advanced node organism. Ordinary mutants will simply rush forward. Node biota will force them to circle behind or use high-concentration acid to destroy load-bearing walls. There is only one entrance here. They will most likely spray acid to dissolve our cover. Lei Jun scanned the terrain at a glance. Originally, he planned to let the Marines block the door directly. But if the enemy truly had wide-range acid, the powered armor would not last long. We must forge a harder shell. He surveyed the resource panel. Crystal ore had surpassed 600. High-energy gas over 100. That should be enough. Set up a supply depot. Lei Jun pointed to a corner clearing. The SCV immediately discarded the scraps slid over. The chassis fixed, the robotic arms extended. Metal modules snapped into place, welding sparks illuminating the maintenance station. In under 3 minutes, a cold, sturdy supply depot rose from the ground. Hydraulic pillars wedged into the rock. Lian Na watched the new structure, a breath catching in her throat. 3 minutes. A standard military facility had appeared. She suddenly felt that the mechanical cult's habit of reciting sutras and following endless procedures was a joke stretched across thousands of years. Lei Jun showed no sign of stopping. Close beside the supply depot built a barracks. The SCV continued to work. A larger interstellar barracks began to take shape. This time it took 5 minutes. Red and blue indicator lights glowed, and inside the barracks a deep mechanized rumble sounded. New troops could be deployed at any moment. Lei Jun reached the only inclined ramp. The ramp was 8 meters wide. AI to right here. He drew 2 lines on the ground with his foot. Block the 2 side walls, build 2 bunkers. Humanity's classic tactic, bunkers sealing the mouth. The SCV rolled over and began dumping materials. The semi-buried steel fortress rapidly formed. 2 square bunkers 8 by 8 gripped the ramp's sides, composite armor plates angled outward, the front lined with a row of narrow firing slits. The 8-meter-wide passage had been compressed to a single narrow slit. The big beings couldn't squeeze through, the small ones would have to take bullets first. Lei Jun glanced at the console. Crystal ore 300. High-energy gas 100. Structures command center, supply depot, barracks, 2 bunkers. Tactical arrangement complete. No. 1 no. 2. Enter the left bunker. 2 Marines trudged in, bowing into the left cover. 2C. 14 rifles protruded from the firing slits. Lian Na drew her grenade launcher. Master, I request to join the defense line. Lei Jun gave her a glance. She had just been rescued, her face pale, but her eyes were hard. You go with the medic to the right bunker. Don't fire indiscriminately, oh, conserve ammunition. Lian Na immediately saluted with the Sky Eagle. Understood, Master. She strode toward the right bunker. The medic followed, holding a scanner. They ducked into the shelter. The medic scanned Lian Na's body. Heart rate normal. Recommend staying behind the bunker. Lian Na tightened her grenade launcher, glancing at the white-armored doctor. The man had no heavy weapons, yet stood at the front with her. In the name of the Holy Emperor and Imperial Code. Lian Na's voice was low. As long as I have breath, those monsters won't touch you. The medic raised his left arm alloy shield. Please prioritize protecting yourself. Repeated healing will increase resource consumption. Lian Na was taken aback. She wasn't sure if that counted as care. Lei Jun stood behind the gap between the 2 bunkers, his Gauss pistol primed. The SCV with a welding gun back to the side of the bunker. This was a meat grinder position. The bunker absorbed the Marines' fire. SCV repaired. The medic saved lives while Lian Na supplied follow-up shots. Lei Jun kept his eyes on the big picture. At the end of the passage, a fetid wind blew across his face. A purple-red fungal mat crawled along the walls like a living scab. At the front, a Type 2 mutant charged out of the shadows. 4 side-shaped limbs slammed into the ground, its sickly green carapace smeared with sewage. Behind it lay a dense throng of mixed-breed monsters crowding together. The green tide flooded the entire corridor. In the left bunker, 2 Marines simultaneously pulled their triggers. 8mm Gauss rounds ripped through the air. The muzzle flashes lit up the ramp. The 8mm Gauss round tore through the air. Metal spikes struck the Type 2 mutated creature's chest at supersonic speed, sending green fluids and armor fragments spraying outward. The monster's massive frame staggered, its body overturned by the impact and hurled into the horde of mixed-blood creatures behind it. Yet the swarm never ceased its advance. Those monsters trampled over their kin's corpses, continuing to surge forward. Inside the left bunker, 2 gun barrels spewed fire relentlessly. Shell casings clattered across the alloy floor. Lei Jun stared at the passageway. The ramp spanned a full 8 meters wide. Relying solely on the 2C-14 rifles in the left bunker, the fire coverage had obvious gaps. Helena's only a burst pistol in the right bunker, a severe firepower deficit. A few smaller mixed-blood creatures were scaling the right wall, rapidly attempting to flank through the unprotected sector. Lei Jun glanced at the resource panel. After Fat Uncle had salvaged the scrap iron and the supply station barracks and 2 bunkers were completed, only a modest reserve remained. Ada run the barracks at full capacity. Lei Jun gave the order. Deploy 2 Marines and a medic immediately. Directive confirmed. The barracks production sequence activated. Behind him, the interstellar barracks emitted a low mechanical hum. Red and blue indicator lights alternated above. The energy matrix traced 3 human silhouettes onto the open ground. In less than 20 seconds, the teleportation light faded. 2 sets of deep blue CMC 400 heavy power armor landed heavily on the alloy floor. Beside them stood a medic in white light power armor. 3 new units reported simultaneously. Current resources crystal or 150, a high-energy gas 50. The meager reserves he had just accumulated were spent in an instant. Lei Jun's lips twitched. This base construction, it was satisfying, truly satisfying. Going broke was also truly going broke. Number 3, Number 4, enter the right bunker. Fill the gap in the defense line. Medic hold position behind the bunker. The 2 new recruits raised their Gauss rifles and strode toward the right bunker. Helena was crouched before the firing port, both hands gripping her burst pistol, having just emptied a magazine and preparing to reload. On the right side of the passage, 3 mixed blood creatures had rushed to within 5 meters of the bunker. Their mouths, filled with razor-sharp teeth, gurgled green acid bubbles from their throats. Helena reached for a spare magazine at her waist. 2 massive figures suddenly squeezed in beside her. 2 Marines took up the remaining firing positions. Black gun barrels protruded from the firing ports. Triggers pulled back. Bang, 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 bang. The firepower on the right defense line surged instantly. Supersonic metal spikes wove a lethal net. Those 3 mixed blood creatures hadn't even unleashed their acid before they were shredded into meat paste, their green ichor splattering the passage walls. 4C, 14 rifles formed crossfire. Monsters attempting to close in fell in rows. Broken limbs flew through the air. Lei Jun was satisfied with this defensive system. The bunker's firing blind spots had been sealed. Helena paused mid-reload and glanced sideways at the 2 heavy infantrymen beside her. Imperial tactical regulations were clear on this. Elite infantry with heavy armor and superior firepower should serve as the spearhead. Charge out. Tear through enemy lines. Rather than being crammed into fixed emplacements firing like a heavy machine gun team. My lord, Helena couldn't help but speak. Elite heavy infantry at this caliber possess firepower and protection nearly matching Astartes Terminators. Trapping them in static fortifications to endure acid rain is a waste. She tightened her grip on the bolt pistol, urgency sharpening her tone. They should charge as the vanguard, shattering the Xenos formation. Lei Jun didn't turn around. Helena, look ahead. The swarm was pinned in the middle of the passage. But there were too many. Several small mixed blood creatures scaled the walls toward the ceiling, bypassing the horizontal fire lunging at the bunker's upper reaches. Rounds of concentrated acid splashed against the bunker's outer armor plating. A hissing sound penetrated into the shelter. Thick composite armor emitted yellow smoke, the surface rapidly softening and blackening. Helena gripped her weapon handle. She was about to suggest falling back into the maintenance bay when heavy treads sounded nearby. A yellow SCV slid to the bunker's exterior. Fat Uncle guided the mechanical arm through splashing acid. The high-frequency welding torch pressed directly against the corroded armor plate. Blinding sparks erupted. The acid-etched holes healed visibly under intense heat, welding, and metallic powder infill. In mere seconds, that armor plate was restored to flatness. Helena stood frozen. Fat Uncle, while repairing the bunker, used mechanical claws to grab a scrap piece from a riot control vehicle nearby. It was fed into the SCV's reactor and melted into welding material. On Lei Jun's interface crystal, or dropped slightly from repair costs, then rebounded from the salvaged scrap. As long as there was scrap metal, the bunker could be endlessly repaired. Helena slowly lowered her bolt pistol. She finally understood. This was no ordinary fixed emplacement. This was an iron wall that regrew itself. A piercing shriek echoed from deep within the passage. The sound was so penetrating that the alloy walls vibrated in resonance. More mutants poured forth. This time 4 Type 2 variants were among them. They moved faster, their carapaces thicker. 2 of them weathered the Gauss cannon barrage, charging to within 2 meters of the left bunker. Bone sides slammed into the outer armor. Sparks flew in every direction and the defensive pressure intensified. Number 1, Number 2, Lei Jun stared ahead. Inject stimulants. Inside the left bunker, the 2 Marines didn't hesitate, pressing the injection button on their arms. Chemical compounds flooded their veins. Both men's breathing grew heavy. Muscles bulged. The Gauss rifle's rate of fire surged dramatically. What was once steady point shooting became a ferocious automatic spray. Metal spikes formed a continuous line. The 2 Type 2 variants that had closed in were riddled by the barrage. Carapaces shattered. Entrails spilled across the ground. Helena's expression shifted slightly. The Imperium also had combat stimulants. A single injection could double a soldier's combat effectiveness temporarily. The price was organ failure and nerve damage. Survivors often became cripples. She observed the Marines' faces flushing red, their weapon-gripping arms trembling with mild spasms. This was already their limit. The white-armored medic standing behind the bunker moved. She raised her left arm medical module. 2 pale blue beams pierced through the bunker's firing port gaps, illuminating the 2 stimulant-injected Marines. No prayer. No physical contact. Only the cold light descended. The Marines' flushed complexions returned to normal. Muscle spasms ceased. They continued spraying firepower without even a second's pause. Helena watched those blue beams, her breathing gradually stilling. She finally comprehended Lei Jun's defensive system. In front was the steel bunker that could be endlessly repaired. In the middle, heavy infantry, whose firepower was squeezed through stimulants. Behind them, white-armored medics using medical modules to suppress injuries. And beside them, an SCV ready to repair the walls at any moment. They weren't strong individually, they interlocked seamlessly. Each component compensated for the other's weaknesses. This wasn't an Imperium-style defense built on courage, faith, and sheer numbers. This was another set of wartime rules entirely. Cold, ruthless, but effective. The swarm in the passage was held firmly at 20 meters. Green corpses piled into a mound. On the system panel, kill counts rose rapidly. The SCV occasionally halted for repairs, skidded a few meters, and activated its salvage module. Highly concentrated biomass was extracted, purified through the system, and converted into high-energy gas. Ada report resources. Lei Jun gazed at the insect carcasses. Current crystal, or 85. Salvaged biomass yielded 150 high-energy gas. Resources continued to accumulate. Lei Jun watched the numbers climb, his mood finally improving. Fighting made him wealthier. This feeling surpassed even games. But he didn't relax. Helena had mentioned earlier that mutations exceeding 500 always had an advanced node creature behind them. Ordinary creatures dying wouldn't concern the node. It must be searching for a way to break through. Indeed, the swarm ahead suddenly halted their blind charge. They parted to either side, carving a wide passage through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. A pungent sulfurous odor drifted from the darkness ahead. Lei Jun's hand rested on his custom Gauss pistol. Heavy footsteps approached. Each step made the metal flooring tremble. A colossal monster twice the size of a Type 2 variant emerged slowly from the darkness. It lacked the bone size typical of regular mutants. Its back was covered with cyst-like expulsion organs. At the front, a thick, biological cannon barrel pulsed, with rapidly compressing, deep green luminescence. Ada's voice echoed. Warning. High concentration corrosive energy detected. Recommendation, do not engage directly. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the biological cannon. Do I need you to tell me that? The deep green luminescence flared brilliantly. The entire passage was bathed in an eerie green glow. The massive beast reared backward. A sphere of emerald green acid half a meter wide was suddenly launched, hurtling straight for the gap between the two bunkers. The fat man cursed over the comms. The SCV's mechanical arm swept across, yanking up a riot vehicle chassis and jamming it firmly against the front of the bunker. The acid sphere struck the scrap metal and erupted. Corrosive fluid splashed in all directions. The multi-ton chassis rapidly blackened and softened, acrid yellow smoke billowing out. The bunker's outer armor was splattered, as well its surface bubbling and beginning to melt. Another SCV mechanical arm pushed in. A high-frequency welder pressed against the breach. A blue flash of light erupted. A new armor plate rapidly took shape, sealing the corrosion-caused pockmarks. Lei Jun glanced at the panel. In one go, 30 units of crystal, or we're gone. If it sprayed a few more times, the defenses wouldn't collapse, but he'd be bankrupt first. Focus fire on that behemoth. Lei Jun lowered his voice. Aim for the cysts on its back. The 4 Marines inside the bunker immediately raised their weapons. 14 rifles switched to fully automatic fire. 8mm Gauss rounds tore through the darkness, ripping open the beast's thick hide. The bulging cysts exploded in succession. High-pressure acid sprayed chaotically within the creature's body. The beast let out a short, muffled roar. Its massive body exploded on the spot, shards of flesh and green fluid covering the passage ahead. The corridor fell silent for 2 seconds. The interstellar system began extracting the biomass scattered across the ground. High-energy gas 80. High-energy gas continues to accumulate. Lei Jun watched the gas reserve jump to 280. Before he could fully exhale, Helena suddenly gripped her bolt pistol tighter. New footsteps echoed from deep within the passage. This time it wasn't the chaotic skittering of bugs. It was an organized marching rhythm, accompanied by the dull clanging of rusted metal. Silhouettes emerged into the dim light. At the forefront were over a dozen 3-meter-tall mutants. They retained a crude humanoid form, each bearing 3 or 4 thick muscular arms. Some brandished heavy mining drills, others dragged load-bearing steel beams, and still others carried hydraulic clamps salvaged from the factory. Behind them stood hundreds of human believers. They wore tattered protective gear from undercity workers, their faces covered in fine scales, foreheads protruding outward. In their hands were automatic rifles, homemade shotguns, and dozens of Imperial Guard standard laser rifles. At the rear of the formation stood a man draped in a ragged robe. Beneath the fabric hid a third arm. He raised a staff set with an alien skull and watched the bunker position quietly. Helena's breathing faltered for a moment. She recognized the insignia on those people. The Interstellar Redeemers. In the Justice Department's wanted files, they were merely a low-tier cult that scammed undercity poor for their rations. They spent their days preaching among the garbage heaps, claiming that deities from the depths of the star sea would descend to rescue the poor from their suffering. The Justice Department had always treated them as delusional beggars. But now this group of delusional beggars stood in combat formation mixed in with the mutants. They were not deceived victims. They were the shell of the gene cult. The robed mage brought down his staff. No warning, no negotiation. Over 100 guns fired simultaneously. Lead and red laser beams rained down on the bunker's outer armor. The explosive report made the maintenance station's ceiling lights flicker wildly. This volume of fire pinned the bunker's firing ports. The Marines were forced to reduce their rate of return fire. Several 3-meter mutants charged forward under sporadic gunfire, swinging mining hammers that smashed fiercely into the left bunker's load-bearing wall. Thud! The entire underground maintenance station shuddered in response. The SCV immediately slid behind the wall, its welder aimed at the cracked masonry, spewing sparks wildly. Lei Jun stared at the battlefield. Single Gauss rounds were no longer efficient enough. Those cult believers held thick steel plate shields. When the front line was penetrated, the back rows simply pushed forward. The mutants possessed absurdly dense muscle tissue, despite being riddled with bullet holes, they could still charge forward 10 or more meters. The passage was narrow. The enemies were dense. What was needed now was not precision. It was to burn them all. Lei Jun glanced at the resource pool. Gas was sufficient and crystal or could still hold. Barracks run at full capacity. Deploy 2 Hellbat heavy infantry. Behind him, the sound of hydraulic systems immediately roared from the barracks. Red and blue indicator lights flashed rapidly. 2 massive humanoid silhouettes took shape on the open ground. In less than 20 seconds, the transition light dissipated. 2 units in crimson heavy power armor stepped out of the matrix. They were a full size larger than ordinary Marines, their armor as thick as mobile boilers. Heavy flamethrowers hung from both arms. Inside the massive fuel tanks on their backs, high-pressure plasma solidified fuel surged slowly. "Sir," the Hellbat pilot's rough voice crackled through the comms. "Anyone need some barbecue?" Lei Jun pointed toward the passage ahead. "Directly ahead. Full-spectrum thermal sterilization." "Understood, sir. We'll make it crispy." The 2 Hellbats marched forward with heavy steps, squeezing through the narrow gap between the 2 bunkers to the front line. Red heavy armor was exposed to the cult's firepower. Bullets and laser beams struck the breastplates, only sparking a stream of sparks. The robed mage stood at the rear, staring at those 2 emerging red iron shells. He did not panic. In the Undercity, no one could withstand the close-quarters charge of a mutant. No one could endure his psychic assault either. He raised the alien skull staff. An invisible wave passed through the passage, heading straight for the 2 Hellbats. The sensory systems within the Hellbat helmets instantly flashed with static. Warning: external anomalous brainwave interference detected. Source suspected to be warped psychic energy. Tactical neural filtration system activated. Pilot sensory link isolated. Anomalous signal noise reduced and blocked. Note: current interference intensity is low. If encountering high-level psychic entities, it is recommended to physically destroy the spellcasting source. The 2 Hellbat steps only faltered for half a beat. The next second they continued advancing. The robed mage's hand holding the staff froze midair. He received no expected fear, nor did he hear the echo of souls being torn apart. That psychic energy was like crashing into a sheet of cold, hard glass. He could see the people inside, but couldn't touch their minds. He received no psychic feedback whatsoever. Those 2 red iron shells seemed devoid of fear or distracting thoughts. He couldn't even detect the chaotic soul ripples that a normal human should possess. Helena, watching this from inside the bunker, her expression darkened. Psychic interference has failed. Lei Jun bit down on an unlit cigar. Ada explained. The enemy is attempting to use wetware sorcery to breach the closed tactical system. Assessment: misguided approach. Lei Jun's lip twitched. Put it in plain language. He's casting spells at a firewall. The Hellbats stopped, firmly planting their footing. Both raised their arms simultaneously. For blazing pillars of superheated flame erupted forth. Plasma solidified fuel converged within the passage, drawing out 2 30-meter-long dragons of flame. Viscid fire clung to the cult believers and mutants. The extreme heat burned through chitinous shells, through tattered body armor, and also turned those steel plate shields glowing red and soft. The passage instantly became a closed incinerator. The frontmost mutants threw down their hammers, rolling in agony on the ground. Yet the solidified fuel burned even fiercer as they rolled. Behind them, those mentally brainwashed believers finally rediscovered the primal fear within their biological instincts. They dropped their rifles, screaming and fleeing backward. The formation collapsed. Helena, peering through the firing port, watched the wall of fire ahead. This flame carried no prayer from the Sisterhood of Mars, nor any hymn from the Mechanicum. But it burned cleanly, cleaner than any inquisitorial pyre. "This is how one deals with heretics," she whispered, quickly swapping the magazine in her bolt pistol. A charred smell permeated the passage. The robed mage retreated repeatedly, using his robe to cover his face, his third hand gripping the staff tightly. Just then, from the alloy wall beside the sea of fire, a piercing cracking sound suddenly emerged. Large sections of metal plates bulged outward. The next second, a full-blooded Genestealer, six-legged and over 3 meters long, crashed through the wall. Its entire body was covered in deep purple, heavy chitinous armor. Flame licked its shell but failed to stop it. It moved with the speed of a purple afterimage. 2 giant bone claws tore through the air, aiming directly for the armored helmet of the foremost Hellbat. Lei Jun's pupils contracted. Hellbat left. Before the warning in the comms had finished, the full-blooded monster was already upon the Hellbat. A massive bone claw slammed into the Firebird's crimson power armor. Metal shrieked, showering sparks in wide arcs. 2 deep gouges scarred the CMC heavy armor's chest plate. The Firebird was driven back half a step, its hydraulic joints whining in overload. Yet it did not dodge or retreat. Its arm-mounted Hellfire projectors pressed straight against the pure-blood Gene Thief's abdomen. "Want to get this close?" The Firebird pilot grinned. "Let me warm you up." High-pressure plasma napalm erupted at point-blank range. Boom. The pure-blood Gene Thief was hurled backward by the staggering force, burning as a writhing mass of charcoal midair. It never even managed to scream before its body crashed heavily into the swarm behind. Viscous flames splattered in all directions, instantly igniting a large cluster of mutated horrors. 2 pale blue beams shot from behind the bunker. A medic stood at a safe distance, his left arm medical module locking onto the Firebird's damaged section. Nano-repair fluid seeped into the armor gaps, sealing damaged circuits while injecting cellular regenerative agents into the pilot. The Firebird shifted its shoulders and restabilized its stance. The next second, a second column of fire erupted. Lei Jun stood behind the bunker's flank, bringing up his retinal display. The ground was littered with alien remains and high-concentration biomass, all being reclaimed by the system. Crystal ore 320. High-energy gas 240. He quickly scanned the battlefield. The corridor was narrow and packed with enemies. Behind them lurked cult mages capable of psychic interference. If the mutants got close enough to the Firebird's face, casualties would be inevitable. He could not grow greedy now. He could not sacrifice everything for a moment of satisfaction. He abandoned his plan to immediately deploy the Raider for a rush assault. Admittedly, the Raider could tear through the enemy formation, but that would expose more of his hand and might strand the front line in the swarm. The safest play now was to hold. Anchor at the bunker choke point, burn the enemy with the Firebirds. Heal with medics, reinforce with SCVs. Grind the enemy down inch by inch. Marines maintain firing cadence. Medics rotate targeting. Watch the vitals of the frontline Firebirds. Boss, the load-bearing plate on the right bunker is corroding from acid. Patching now. Orders flowed through the tactical link. An SCV slid along the wall to the right bunker. Its mechanical clamps gripped a scrap steel plate. A high-frequency welding torch met the molten breech, blue sparks erupting wildly. The defensive line held steady. Firing ports from both bunkers continued spitting 8mm Gauss rounds. Hot spent casings piled up inside the bunker. The Firebirds carved twin death walls of fire 30 meters ahead. Charging mutants and cultists fell in droves. Shattered limbs, charred flesh, and broken weapons filled the corridor, forming a half-meter-high wall of corpses. Down the passage, the robed mage gripped his alien skull staff till his knuckles whitened. He could not understand. The elite mutated horrors granted by the Great Devourer should not be stopped by mere humans. Their ballistic weapons were sharper than Underhive autoguns, more reliable than Defense Force heavy bolters. Most terrifying of all, the enemy showed no sign of weakening either in firepower or defense. Like an unyielding slaughter machine, the mage bit his tongue, forcing psychic energy to surge within him. A visible ripple of purple-black energy gathered at the tip of his staff. The surrounding air warped and wrinkled. This was a direct attack upon the mind. A single strike against an ordinary person would drive them mad, or boil their brains alive. The mage slashed his staff downward. The purple-black ripple pierced through the sea of fire, hurtling straight for the left bunker. Warning. Detected mid to low tier psychic brainwave assault. Source gene cult psychoinduction. Bunker tactical link isolated. Pilot sensory link noise reduced. Anomalous signal blocked. The purple-black ripple struck the bunker's outer armor. The communication antenna flickered twice, sparking weakly. Then all returned to silence. Inside the bunker, the Marines did not hesitate for a single second. Armor-piercing rounds continued screaming supersonic from their barrels. The robed mage's third arm froze mid-swing. He saw no bleeding from the orifices, no wailing of souls being torn apart. That psychic force struck like cold, hard glass. He could see the people within, but could never touch their minds. Monsters. The mage staggered backward, his voice trembling. The corruption. It echoes nowhere on them. They are dead things without souls. Helena leaned against the right bunker, slowly sliding her bolt pistol back into its holster. She had had no opportunity to fire. This defensive line before her was unerringly solid. Frontline heavy armor burning enemies at close range. Bunkers absorbing the brunt of attacks while providing firing positions. Medics healing behind the line. Engineering mechs continuously welding armor plates. 50 meters in front of the defense line had become a zone of death. On the Imperium's frontier, holding such a corridor would require at least 2 full companies of Astra Militarum, with commissars behind them executing any who fled. If hit by psychic assault, an entire company could go mad and turn their weapons on each other. But here there were no commissars, no prayers, no desperate charges born of fanaticism. All there were cold calculations of firepower, repairs, healing, and recycling. Helena finally understood. Lei Jun had not brought some miraculous weapon. He had brought an entire integrated system of warfare. Not far behind, Tiegu, who had snuck along, lay beneath a load-bearing pillar with his face pressed against the cold, damp ground. Underhive gang wars were usually won with cheap stimulants and bodies. Whoever dared charge first became the boss. But this kind of firepower had crushed his entire Underhive doctrine to dust. He glanced at his prideful hydraulic arm, then at the SCV welding the bunker beside it. Tiegu suddenly felt that the only reason he had survived this long was because his rivals were too incompetent. He had to cling to this lord's leg. If he did not, the tide of the era would crush him. Ahead in the corridor, gunfire gradually thinned. The Firebird incinerated the last convulsing mutant. Deprived of their node, creatures and mage command, the cultists' courage finally broke. They screamed, dropped their weapons, and fled into the darkness, shoving and trampling one another. The robed mage scrambled among them, crawling toward a nearby drainage pipe. He only wanted to be far from those iron shell monsters. As far as possible. Ada, Lei Jun summoned his system panel. Lock onto the robed one. Take him alive. Break his legs. Target locked. Inside the left bunker, Marine 1 adjusted his aim. Fire control radar acquired the target. The rifle switched from full auto to single shot. Bang. An 8mm Gauss round grazed the mage's right calf. Flesh erupted. The sharp crack of shattering bone rang clearly through the corridor. The mage howled in agony, collapsing into the sewage. He dragged his broken leg, crawling desperately backward. His third hand fumbled wildly inside his robes. Seconds later, a black cylindrical object bearing the Imperial Ecclesiarchy's double-headed eagle insignia was pulled free. The mage panted heavily, his face covered in blood. His thumb pressed hard down on the red detonator button at the cylinder's apex. The red button was slammed down hard. A blinding crimson light erupted from the top of the cylinder. Thick red smoke instantly flooded the sewage pipe. Lei Jun frowned. This was not a bomb. It was a special signal flare bearing the Imperial cult's double-headed eagle emblem. Bunker 1, clear it out. The order was given in less than half a second. The fire control radar on the bunker's side had already locked onto the heat source deep within the smoke. 8mm Gauss rounds tore through the air. A continuous storm of metal swept directly over the mage's position. The dull thud of shattering limbs was drowned out by gunfire. The one-legged mage never even got a scream out before his upper body was reduced to pulp. Shattered bone and viscera splattered against the moss-covered wall. The staff adorned with a xenomorph skull was snapped in half by gunfire and fell into the foul sewage ditch. The commander was dead, but the creatures behind him did not retreat. Once the mental suppression was broken, the Tyranid genes hidden deep within the believer's brain took complete control of the body. They no longer maintained formation. They no longer responded to commands. Only the most primal killing instinct remained. The battle had entered a pure war of attrition. The mutants formed a green tsunami. They trampled over their comrades' broken limbs, tearing at the bunker exterior with sharp claws and teeth. High-concentration acid sprayed from sacks on their backs onto the armor plates, hissing as it corroded. The SCV immediately pushed forward. The high-frequency welding torch spit blazing blue flame. The corroded dents were quickly filled with molten scrap metal. Firebats led the vanguard. Plasma-fueled incendiary rounds continued to erupt. The narrow corridor was turned into a high-temperature furnace. The air distorted. The mutants charged into the sea of fire, their chitinous shells peeling off and carbonizing instantly. Firebat 1 fuel was depleted too quickly, creating a 1-second gap in the frontline firewall. 3 aberrations seized the moment to leap over the pile of corpses, their bone spurs driving straight into the Firebat breastplate. The medic behind raised his arm. Pale blue cold light precisely covered the Firebat damaged area. Nanobots fused the broken microcircuits. The Marine immediately pivoted his barrel. A Gauss round swept past from the side, shearing the 3 aberrations in half. The gap was sealed as soon as it appeared. The monsters did not even get a real chance to break through. For hours, the intense shooting lasted a full 4 hours. The bunker firing ports kept spitting long tongues of flame. Brass casings crashed onto the metal floor, piling higher and higher. The Marine's barrels had already darkened to a deep red. The last mutant fell 3 meters in front of the bunker. Its head half burned away twitched twice on the ground before going still. The corridor now smelled only of acrid char and volatile acid fumes. Blackened limbs and shattered carapaces littered the ground, mixing with sewage to form a thick, clinging sludge. Lei Jun summoned his retinal display. Crystal, or 1. High-energy gas 240. Lei Jun eyelid twitched. The prolonged fire suppression had consumed ammunition at a terrifying rate. The barracks supply chain kept warping in ammo while Crystal, or was nibbled down to nothing bite by bite. Most of the scrap metal just scavenged from the outer hive had been converted into brass casings inside the bunker. Uncle clean up the battlefield. The SCV rolled out from behind the cover. The treads ground over the charred debris, emitting a teeth-aching squeak. 2 thick extraction tubes popped out from under the mechanical arm and pierced into the mountain of corpses formed by the aberrations. The high-frequency separation engine roared. Alien flesh, acid glands, and highly toxic gallbladders from the ground were forcibly sucked into the SCV rear purification chamber. In the Imperium eyes, these were the most dangerous genetic pollution sources. Ordinary people touched a little could all be infected. But in the interstellar industrial system, they were just fuel. High-energy gas plus 5. High-energy gas plus 12. High-energy gas plus 35. Green numbers began to flash wildly. 200. 400. 600. Each surge forward, a patch of alien corpses ahead would shrivel. 10+ minutes later, the mountain of mutant corpses piled in the corridor was sucked completely clean. Only gray-white powder remained on the ground. The number finally settled at 875. Lei Jun exhaled a long breath. He had finally confirmed one thing. On this rotten-to-the-bone planet, the swarm was not just a threat. It was also a resource. Killing aliens could extract gas. Hold the position, and however many monsters came, he could extract as much. The closed loop of sustaining war with war ran perfectly at this moment. With over 800 gas, the heavy industry factory no longer had energy obstacles. What was lacking now was a large amount of scrap iron, a metal graveyard that could be exchanged for crystal ore. Helena leaned against a damp load-bearing column. Her black uniform was covered in dust, her face still pale, but she kept staring at the empty corridor ahead. A year ago, a gene riot also broke out in the second hive city on Callias. 3 Astra Militarum infantry companies were dispatched to suppress it. Those mortal soldiers armed with standard laser guns were closed in by aberrations in the narrow alleyways. Lasers hitting chitinous armor only left a few black marks. An aberration bone scythe swing could split a person and their gun in 2. That battle lasted 3 days. Over 1,000 soldiers died. It was only barely quelled in the end by the department heavy riot suppression tanks forcefully crushing through. And now, Lei Jun used only a few heavy infantry, 2 temporary bunkers, and 1 engineering mech. He had trapped a larger heretic tied to death in the corridor. After the battle, there was no need for Imperial cult priests to burn for a month. That yellow engineering mech drove forward, and the heretic flesh all over the ground was extracted into ash. Helena remained silent for a long time. Her reverence for Lei Jun was no longer just because of miracles. It was because she had personally witnessed a war system that could operate, resupply, recycle, and continue to expand. This was more terrifying than mere relics. Relics could only be enshrined. This system could devour the entire underhives. Helena stood up straight and walked to Lei Jun's rear flank. She did not kneel on one knee again. This time she simply stood with legs together, her right fist striking heavily against the departmental badge on her left chest. My lord, I request to continue guiding you. Her voice was hoarse but steady. In the name of sacred Terra and the Golden Throne, I am willing to be your departmental witness on Callias. Anyone who hinders your purging actions, I will treat as a heretic collaborator. Lei Jun turned around and glanced at her. This time he did not feel it was troublesome. This woman had finally transformed from a rescued casualty into a usable Imperial banner. He raised his hand. Enough. The defense line needs to push forward. He pointed toward the depths of the corridor. Ammunition consumption is too high. I need large-scale scrap metal or directly find an armory. Helena immediately entered work mode. She walked to the wall and used her stock to draw several simple lines. That red signal flared just now was a sectarian assembly marker. The main force deep in the underhives will soon detect anomalies here. 3 kilometers from here, there is an abandoned departmental transit warehouse. It originally stored heavy anti-armor equipment for riot suppression along with a batch of promethium fuel. Half a month ago, the underhive riots caused road blockades, and the warehouse was temporarily sealed. We must take it before the monsters encircle us. Promethium fuel. Lei Jun immediately grasped the key point. Promethium could be exchanged for high-energy gas. Heavy anti-armor equipment could also provide extremely high crystal or conversion rates. This place had to be taken. Ada dismantled the bunker. The SCV immediately cut power to both bunkers. High-frequency welding torches cut in reverse. Heavy armor plates and internal structural components lit up with blue warp light. The massive structure was converted into data streams and returned to the system resource database. Bunker dismantling complete. Construction resources refunded at 75%. Crystal, or on the panel, jumped back to 150. Lei Jun looked at the team. All forces attack. He paused. Never mind, all forces advance. 2 firebats walked at the forefront. Red heavy armor stepped on the ground, making dull metallic sounds. Marines provided covering fire alternately. Medics in the center. SCVs pressed at the rear ready for repair and recovery at any time. Helena walked at Lei Jun rear flank, her burst pistol held low, eyes scanning every junction. The team advanced along the sewage pipes toward the depths of the 4th district. Groundwater grew deeper and deeper. The chemical smell in the air became heavier and heavier. A few yellow incandescent lamps above the corridor flickered on and off. Light fell on the water surface, stretched into trembling long shadows. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Warning. Ultra-large mass entity detected at 50 meters underground. Target is rapidly ascending. No matching records in database. Lei Jun steps paused. The next second, the concrete road beneath his feet suddenly bulged upward. Countless cracks spread in all directions, tearing the road into several pieces. Turbid sewage poured madly along the cracks. A deep purple jointed limb as large as a water vat covered in sharp barbs directly penetrated half a meter of reinforced concrete. Boom. The limb was nailed firmly 1 inch in front of Lei Jun's toe. Ground gravel splashed onto his greaves. Lei Jun looked down. One more half step forward and he would be gone. Ada coldly added. Suggestion, next time lift your left foot first. Lei Jun bit his cigar and slowly retreated half a step backward. You really know how to comfort people. Deep in the fissure, a certain colossal thing was climbing up. Lei Jun stood his ground, not immediately retreating. On his retinal display, Ada's green data streams flashed rapidly. Ballistic prediction complete. Physical error margin 3 centimeters. Does not constitute a fatal threat. That deep purple limb was firmly nailed to the ground just before his toes. 1 more inch forward, and it would have pinned his foot to the ground. Lei Jun glanced down. His heartbeat had indeed skipped a beat. But he showed nothing. Boom. Marine 3 opened fire. The hypersonic Gauss round struck the joint, precisely shattering the bone structure. Green fluid splattered against the tunnel walls. Firebat advanced with its flamethrower lowered, sending plasma-coagulated fuel seeping into the cracks beneath the ground. A shrill scream echoed from the depths below. The trunk-thick limb thrashed twice before going still. SCV treads rolled forward. Mechanical arm extended the extraction tube, plunging directly into the fissure. The high-frequency separation engine ran at full capacity. High-energy gas 15. High-energy gas 22. The numbers climbed rapidly, finally settling at 890. Lei Jun watched the display, his mood considerably improved. That thing had almost speared him. But judging by the returns, it had essentially delivered itself to them. Helena stood 3 meters away, her gaze fixed on that limb. She hadn't even registered the threat in time. It had been the Xeno's final counterattack. Fast, precise, ruthless. Yet Lei Jun hadn't faltered throughout. In Helena's eyes, this wasn't mere composure. It was some form of battlefield intuition bordering on prophecy. She attributed it to the Emperor's blessing. Lei Jun pulled up the tactical construction panel. War mill cost 150 crystals, 100 high-energy gas. Unlocks Hellion Goliath siege tank. The gas reserves were sufficient. Crystals were still short by 50. They needed to reach the Justice Department's abandoned warehouse as soon as possible. Heavy mech deployment required a larger metal foundation. Continue advancing. The formation adjusted, pushing deeper into darkness. The sewage ahead grew deeper. The acrid chemical stench filled the underground space. Deep beneath District 4, the abandoned mine cluster. Hundreds of mutants clung to the rock walls, frenziedly devouring slag. Over a dozen cultists in tattered robes stumbled into the passage. They prostrated themselves, bodies covered in scorched mud and the charred remains of their kin. From the shadows, a primeval, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged slowly. Her thick arms hung loosely at its sides. Dark scars from old wounds crisscrossed the purple carapace. The prophet has returned to the embrace of the four-armed divine emperor. The cultist pressed their face firmly to the ground, voice trembling. But those iron-shelled monsters rejected the sacred embrace. Our blessing was erased by the death upon them. The primeval remained silent. It strode forward, claws gripping the cultist's skull. The hive mind link between Xenos activated instantly. Memories flooded its consciousness. The crimson shells vomited flames that could not be extinguished. White armor emitted blue light, healing fatal piercing wounds. But what stung most was the feed, the assimilation response. The swarms will attempted to parse the human genes within those shells. But it struck only a cold lock. Nox inhibitors. A heavy lock that welded the gene chain shut from its foundation. The Great Devourer's proud assimilation evolution had failed against these targets. Cannot infect, cannot parse, cannot learn anything valuable from the corpses. The primeval's claws tightened. Crack. The cultist's skull shattered. The headless corpse fell. Mutants swarmed over it, devouring. Conventional flesh carnage was meaningless against that unknown force. Pure physical firepower was needed. The primeval emitted a low-frequency growl. From the mine depths, over a dozen corroded modified Imperial heavy mining laser cutters were slowly pushed forward. If flesh and psionics were insufficient, then heat and mass would suffice. Inside the sewage passage, Lei Jun's tactical display suddenly flashed red. Ada's voice spoke, warning multiple encrypted Imperial communication frequencies detected approaching this area. Com protocol decryption complete. Identification: Kara's Planetary Sheriff Patrol Squadron. Lei Jun raised his right hand. The entire team halted instantly. Position: distance 1.5 kilometers. Estimated physical contact in 4 minutes. Target composition: 3 modified Taurus APCs, 60 armed life forms. Equipment: heavy lumberers, combat shotguns, stun batons. Lei Jun ran through the options quickly. Deploy defenses here and absorb the patrol directly. 3 armored vehicles could yield considerable crystals, but the cost was too high. Kara's planetary defense would immediately trigger a full-spectrum rebellion alert. Without a spaceport or orbital support, confronting a planet's regular armed forces outright was suicide. Bypassing them wasn't realistic either. The SCVs and firebats were far too conspicuous. Without Ravens, full stealth wasn't an option. Lei Jun turned to Helena. Planetary sheriffs familiar. Helena scoffed, thumbing back her bolter hammer. Tax dogs and Imperial hides. They answer to the governor's mansion, not the Justice Department. The explosion and energy surge just now would have triggered the Underhive surveillance station. She glanced into the distant darkness. They aren't here to maintain order. They're after the spoils and need scapegoats. Lei Jun looked at her. Can you hold them? Helena straightened. As long as they still recognize Imperial law. She paused. Or fear machine servitor conversion. Lei Jun finalized his tactics. This was ready-made labor and transport. With Helena as the official Justice Department arbiter stepping forward, Lei Jun could stamp his black box technology with Imperial authority first. 5 minutes later, the team emerged from the sewage conduit into a wide underground transit hall. 50 meters ahead stood the rusted steel doors of the Justice Department's abandoned warehouse. Blinding floodlights flared on the left ramp. Harsh light tore through the Underhive smog. 3 Taurus APCs with extreme ground clearance roared into the hall. Tires churned through standing water, sending 2-meter black waves. The APCs skidded to a halt in a semi-encirclement. Roof-mounted lumber turrets swiveled rapidly, barrels locking onto the passage exit. Doors kicked open. 60 sheriffs in gray-black armor armed with combat shotguns and stun batons poured out. Their movements were practiced. Taking cover behind vehicles. Barrels lowered. Heavy weapons cocked. The air in the hall tightened. Sheriff Captain Rufus pushed open his door. Half his face bore crude mechanical prosthetics, the artificial eye adjusting focus in the red light. His gaze swept ahead. 2 crimson heavy armors. 4 navy blue full-body power armors. 1 massive yellow engineering vehicle. And a lone stranger in deep blue plating at the center. No scrap metal spikes adorned those armors, common among Underhive gangs. No faded battle markings typical of Imperial forces. More strangely, they lacked the skull's script and holy sigils found on standard Imperial gear. Only precision hydraulic lines, streamlined alloy plating, and an overwhelming sense of heavy industry pressed against him. Rufus swallowed hard. When had such a heavy contingent appeared in this Underhive dump? He grabbed the high-power loudspeaker beside his door. By the authority of the Karis governor and Holy Terra, armed forces ahead, you have violated the Imperial Codex. Instantly pacify your armor spirits, lay down your weapons, and kneel for legal review. Those who refuse will be granted the Emperor's mercy as heretics. The lumberer's ammunition chain rattled harshly. Lei Jun did not order fire. The Marines stood motionless. C-14 rifles leveled. Helena stepped forward from formation. She walked into the blinding lights, positioning herself between the 2 forces. Palm turned. A high arbiter insignia of pure titanium steel, engraved with the double-headed eagle and scales of judgment, was raised high above her head. I am Helena, High Arbiter of the Sacred Justice Department. Her voice carried through the entire hall. Rufus opened that clouded mechanical eye and see clearly. The one standing behind me is an inquisitorial commissioner. Your blindness is desecrating holy law. She stepped forward. Despite the Xeno blood staining her black combat suit, she looked more like a true arbiter than ever before. Do you wish for yourself and your men to be brain-wiped and turned into Underhive cleaning servitors? Drop your weapons now. Repent before the Emperor's blade. The loudspeaker slipped from Rufus's grip, splashing into the muck. Lei Jun brushed aside the firebat's broad pauldron with one hand, watching the APC convoy coldly. Four red laser sight lines extended from beneath the Marines' rifles, steadily locked on Rufus's brow. The captain's mechanical eye twitched. He suddenly understood. This wasn't a lucky grab tonight. They had run into something that could crush his entire patrol into scrap. Lufu-Si raised his mechanical arm, shielding himself. The muscles beneath the ballistic armor ached with strain. He fixed his gaze on He Lian Na, who held up the emblem of the Faobu. That pure titanium steel placard is real. The engravings of the double-headed eagle and the scales of judgment cannot be forged. But the problem lies here. Even a senior arbitration official of the Faobu cannot mobilize such a level of heavy armored troops. Red heavy armor, blue-black power armor. And that 3-meter-tall yellow engineering machine. This junk isn't the kind the Di Chao black market gang could cobble together. Nor could the local garrison afford such gear. Lufu-Si's throat went dry. He was gambling. He bet that the Oriental youth before him, lacking a Xinpan Ting insignia, was merely bluffing. In the Di Chao black market, counterfeit identities occurred daily. If we can collar this crowd as heretics, these several gleaming new mechs could fetch a fortune. That would be enough for him to lead his brothers away from this rotten agricultural planet to Chowdu world to become a rich man. The Faobu has no direct authority to command planetary enforcement squads. Lufu-Si grit his teeth and shouted. Behind him, 60 enforcers simultaneously drew back the stocks of their shotguns. The clack of the mechanisms echoed through the underground hall. Lufu-Si taps at his wrist tactical panel. Display the Xinpan Ting's highest authorization code. Otherwise, I will call the orbital defense station to unleash indiscriminate fire. Lei Jun glared coldly at him. These local mobsters never cry until the coffin is seen. Now firing would be easy. The firebats could burn 3 armored vehicles into molten iron in 3 seconds. The Marines' 8mm Gauss rounds could easily tear through those crude ballistic armor. 60 men would not last even half a minute. But there is no need. This delivery convoy is ready-made labor. If we truly fight, energy fluctuations and explosions would surely trigger higher-level alarms. Then the planetary defense forces, orbital cannons, and the governor's office would all be stirred into action. The hard-won early edge he had could be squandered on this clutch of rotten fish and stink shrimp. What a pity. Lei Jun linked into the Ada channel. Ada take over their communications array. Received bypassing the low-level physical encryption layer. Accessing the target planetary local network. Preliminary analysis complete. The target system is clogged with redundant religious checks, liturgical locks, and inefficient junk codes. Assessment: it runs a miracle. Lei Jun almost laughed. Don't assess, grant them Xinpan Ting authorization. Raise the permissions level slightly, just enough to intimidate. Directive updated, executing deterrence protocol. Should we emit a specific microwave frequency to precisely stimulate the hostile life form's bladder sphincter? Expected to trigger collective physiological incontinence in 3 seconds. In line with the literal definition of scare P. Lei Jun almost choked. Stop. That was sarcasm. Don't trigger physical stimulation, just issue the documents. Data correction, microwave strike, cancelled, disguising Xinpan Ting black directive, taking over the enemy's low-level vehicle machine spirits in the underground transit hall. 60 enforcement officers' wrist tactical panels flare with a blinding red light. In the armored transport on the left, the heavy onboard radio suddenly boots up. A piercing digital pulse spills from the high-pitched speakers like a cold mechanical hymn. Lufu-Si looked down at his own panel. The green screen was forcibly wiped clean. A blood-red, double-headed eagle emblem formed from countless data streams slowly materialized. Beneath the talons, the eye-shaped scales of the Xinpan Ting. A string of authorization codes flashing with top-secret permissions rapidly refreshing. Authorization check passed. Sacred Xinpan Ting Black Directive. Directive code classified. Authorized by Lei Jun Judge. Any obstruction will be deemed as aiding chaos and heresy. Authorized to deal with on site. Lufu-Si's crude mechanical eye spasmed with errors. Currents ran along the rim of his mechanical eye, blue sparks jolting his half of the face. Click. A heavy mechanical were sounded behind him. Lufu-Si stiffly turned his head. His prized Taurus armored vehicle's onboard machine spirit had been forcibly commandeered. The heavy logging gun once aimed at Lei Jun was slowly turning its muzzle. The gun barrel, pitch black, pointed straight at the enforcer's own cover. The vehicle's searchlight shifted from white to crimson, warning. Lufu-Si's face instantly lost color. This is beyond what the Di Chao hackers could do. In an instant, they suppress military communications, counter armored car machine spirits, and conjure Xinpan Ting black authorization. This is no longer about identity authenticity. It is whether the other side even has any interest in letting him live. He Lian Na stands at the side, arms folded. She watched the flickering red lights, not at peace either. Lei Jun did not lift a hand. The mysterious mechanical spirit hidden behind him had already breached the governor's permission network, suppressing the entire enforcement squad. That is reasonable. weapons beyond convention, soldiers who fear nothing, and this near-crushing control of the Empire's low-tier networks. All point to one conclusion. The task Lei Jun carries is far above the local laws of Kala's Star. Thud! A young enforcer's legs buckled, and he knelt in the mud. He dropped the shotgun, his hands over his face trembling. This felt like a signal. The 60 enforcers dropped their weapons one after another and knelt. Bulletproof armor sank into the pooled water, splashing dark filth. Lu Fuxi's knees buckled, and he knelt as well. He recalled the Imperial Codex's passages about offending the Shinpan Ting. Deprive of mind, saw off limbs. Rebuilt into the meanest cleaning machine servant. Forever to toil in the dark, sunless sewers. That is far worse than death. He pressed his forehead against the water's surface. Forgive. Judge, we were blinded. Please forgive our insolence. Lei Jun stepped forward. 2 fire bats retreated to either side. The Marines lowered their guns in unison, opening a passage for him. Lei Jun's boots sank into the foul water. He walked straight up to Lu Fuxi. The 60 enforcers did not even dare to breathe. Lei Jun looked down at the once swaggering captain. These natives, full of theology and fear, take the hard line. You reason with them, they draw their guns. You are tougher than they are, they will kneel. Ada scanned these 3 armored vehicles. Scan complete. Empire Taurus armored transports. Armor low-purity plastic steel and recycled iron. If disassembled by SCV, each would yield about 80 units of crystal, or 240, or Lei Jun is pleased. This windfall is enough to propel him at once to the heavy industry yard. He lifts his right foot and stamps on the metal frame beside Lu Fuxi's discarded mechanical eye. I don't kill you if the dead have no value to me. Lu Fuxi trembles, nodding vigorously. Lei Jun bends down and pats his trembling ballistic armor. Now stand up with your people. He points to the tightly closed steel door of the Fao Bu's warehouse behind him. Go pry that door open. Inside, every bit of scrap metal, every barrel of plutonium fuel, haul it all out for me. Lu Fuxi trembles. Yes, as you command. Sir. He starts to lift his head, but Lei Jun's boot presses him back into the water. Cold spray spatters half his face. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lei Jun remains in the trampling stance, voice low. Whoever hides a screw, whoever dares to send a message out. I will dismantle him along with those 3 cars. Lu Fuxi lies in the water, his voice quivering. Understood, understood. We will never dare. We will never dare. Lei Jun finally lifts his foot. Get to work. Lu Fuxi crawls to his feet and roars at the enforcers behind him. Are you all deaf? The judge has ordered it. Pry the door. Move the cargo. Whoever slows a beat, I'll send him to be a machine servant first. 60 enforcers immediately rise to their feet. They dared not look at Lei Jun, nor at the red armor. They could only drag their shotguns and concussion batons as they charged toward the warehouse doors. SCV slowly turns its tracks, following behind them. The stout old man on the comms chuckles. Sir, you really won't dismantle the car. Lei Jun looks at the 3 armored vehicles. First, use them. When they're no longer useful, dismantle them. Resource planning sound note: living labor currently valued higher than scrap. Lei Jun looks at the busy enforcers. Rare that you say something human. Helian Na stands to his side softly. My lord, men like Lu Fuxi fear death and are greedy as well. But as long as you hold the Shinpan Ting's name and his life in your hands, he'll be more useful than a loyal dog. Lei Jun nods. Then let him be a dog for now. In front of the warehouse's steel doors, a dozen enforcers have already begun installing cutting tools. Sparks begin to fly. The heavy metal door slowly splits open under the piercing cutting, and the heavy industries emblem on Lei Jun's retina panel has already lit up. Rufus choked on a mouthful of sewage, coughing violently. His mechanical arm braced in the mud, shaking as if it were about to fall apart. Lei Jun bent slightly forward. Dismantle that Taurus armored vehicle on your far left. Smash it into scrap right here. The underground hall fell silent in an instant. Only the sound of water dripping from sewage pipes remained. Rufus was frozen in place. The 60 enforcers kneeling around him also stiffened. That was a Taurus troop carrier. Their unit had hoarded black money for 5 years, pulling strings through the middle levels of the Hive City just to acquire this heavy asset. The armor plating wasn't original equipment, but down in the Underhive, this thing was their ticket to ruling the streets. Now the first order from this Inquisitor was to have them personally destroy their own vehicle. Lei Jun watched the frozen locals. A forced dismantle would work fine enough. Firebat could have simply burned it all down. It would have been the easiest option. But leaving the vehicle intact, letting these enforcers break apart its structure first, would make SCV recovery far more efficient. More importantly, this was a loyalty test. Whether they dared to destroy their own livelihood with their own hands determined whether they could be used going forward. Rufus tremblingly raised his mud-stained face. And my lord, this vehicle is a military asset registered with the Planetary Defense Force. If it's to be dismantled according to the Imperial Department of Military Affairs Asset Regulations, a decommissioning application must be submitted and a technomancer of the Mechanicum must be summoned to pacify the machine spirit. Click. The loud sound of a bolt being racked cut him off mid-sentence. Helena strode forward, shouldering her department's standard-issue bolter, pressing the muzzle against Rufus's temple. You question the Inquisition's directive. Her voice was cold as a blade. Do you intend to let that corrupt paperwork of the Department of Militarum override the will of the Omniscius chosen? Execute immediately. Otherwise everyone here will be treated as helpers of the Chaos Heretic and purified on the spot. Rufus's head was pushed to the side by the gun barrel. He looked at the arbitrator standing firmly with Lei Jun, then at the two heavy red armors behind him. Finally, he roared in desperation, "Dismantle it! What the fuck are you waiting for? Dismantle it!" The 60 enforcers scrambled to their feet. Some pulled out tactical entrenching tools, others drew high-frequency vibration blades. Some even used hydraulic pincers mounted on prosthetic arms. The heavily armed enforcers surrounded the Taurus armored vehicle on the left, beginning an absurd, yet desperate physical destruction. Bang! The sledgehammer smashed the headlight. Screech! The cutting saw tore through the side door armor, sending sparks flying. Some had red-rimmed eyes as they struck. Normally just touching this vehicle meant getting kicked by Rufus. Now they had to personally smash it into scrap iron. Lei Jun stood aside watching the farce unfold. Ada, does this count as legally fleecing the Empire? Definition analysis. You have requisitioned local armed assets using disguised Inquisition authority. This meets the dual standards of fraud and violent coercion. However, no one currently has the authority to verify your identity. Therefore, this act is judged as lawful execution of official duties. Lei Jun's lip twitched. Your legal counsel is quite criminal. As the enforcers continued their destruction, the armored vehicle's roof was torn open, with external armor plates shattering across the ground. That's about enough. Lei Jun snapped his fingers. From the shadows behind, the SCV rumbled forward. Its thick mechanical arms extended to the left and right. The left arm held a plasma welding torch, the right a high-frequency cutting clamp. The enforcers retreated in fear. They had never seen such yellow engineering machinery before. It lacked the incense burners, scriptures, and servo skulls of the Mechanicum. Only heavy armor, hydraulic lines, and an unreasonable sense of industrial oppression remained. The SCV drove straight up to the wrecked armored vehicle. Its right cutting clamp gripped the half-ton plastic steel armor. The left welding torch sprayed dark blue plasma flames. The thick armor plates melted at a visible rate and were dumped into the rear decomposition chamber. Recovering high-density plastic steel debris. Crystal, or 30. Recovering drive shafts and chassis scrap. Crystal, or 20. Numbers danced across Lei Jun's retinal display. In under 3 minutes, the 10-ton Taurus armored vehicle had been completely consumed by the SCV. Only a puddle of water and a few burnt wires remained on the ground. Rufus knelt and sat in the muddy water, his eyes vacant. That was an armored vehicle just gone like that. This yellow iron lump had no slag outlet, so where did it swallow the entire vehicle to? The word heretic surfaced in his mind, but he didn't dare utter a sound. Helena stood nearby, gripping her bolter, her gaze growing even more resolute. She was too tired to explain to these underhive idiots anymore. Being able to transform a pile of scrap metal from local forces into sacred war resources. This was a higher form of law. Resource calculation complete. Base inventory 150. Additional recovery 50. Current crystal, or 200. Current high-energy gas, 890. Heavy factory construction conditions met. 200, or had been credited. Lei Jun suppressed his inner excitement. No matter how fierce infantry might be, there was a limit even in this meat grinder universe. A real man still needed a heavy factory. Firestorm tanks. Goliath combat robots. Siege tanks. Once these entered his ranks, his tactics would be completely different. You've done well. Lei Jun gestured to the dazed enforcers. Don't dismantle the remaining 2 vehicles yet. The Searchlight's communication base station and transport space are still usable. He looked at Rufus. Take your people and pry open that warehouse door. Move out all the debris inside. Rufus wouldn't dare say a single word of dissent. His mind was filled with that armored vehicle that had been completely devoured. If this thing turned on a person. He shuddered and immediately ordered his subordinates to work. At this moment, Helena quickly walked to Lei Jun's side, looking at the warehouse's refined steel door. My lord, the situation is not good. That door is a military-grade tungsten steel explosion-proof door. The conventional cutting tools in the enforcer's hands don't have enough power. Even cutting for 3 hours, it may not be broken open. She looked at the standby SCV. Would you like your divine machine to try a? Lei Jun glanced at the door. No need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He brought up the commander's holographic panel. His fingertip slid across the construction menu. Locked. Heavy factory. Coordinate confirmed center of the underground transit hall on the cleared flat ground. Ada, deploy the heavy factory warp beacon. Command confirmed. A palm-sized blue holographic matrix was thrown by Lei Jun onto the muddy ground. ZZZT. The piercing electrical sound echoed through the hall. Space around the beacon began to distort. A strong smell of ozone filled the air. The enforcers, still struggling at the warehouse door, turned around. A blue light pillar over 30 meters in diameter crashed down, penetrating the thick rock layer above and the hive city's reinforced concrete. Inside the light pillar, countless energy modules frantically reorganized. A steel foundation began to take shape. Massive hydraulic mechanical arms. Thick cooling pipes of fusion core radiating dark blue light. Layer upon layer materialized out of thin air. Is this building a military factory? Helena's voice had changed. She had seen the Mechanicum build factories. Tens of thousands of servitors carried materials, technomancers rang sacred bells, and construction took years or even decades. But now, a heavy military factory devoid of redundant religious decorations and full of cold industrial beauty was taking shape in the blue light second by second. Rufus and the enforcers were all dumbfounded. They had just personally destroyed an armored vehicle. Now they watched a factory grow out of light. The excitement of this day had already exceeded what they had experienced in the past half-lifetime. In the dark passage behind the warehouse door, Primus's massive body lay behind the ventilation grate. Its four thick arms dug desperately into the wall. It had personally witnessed the armored vehicle being devoured. It also saw this steel structure appearing out of thin air. As a senior commander of the gene cult, its brain connected to the hive mind was working frantically, unable to analyze. No biomass traces. Pure inorganic construction. That bipedal creature was not only uninfected, but had also directly summoned a nest in the underhive that could vomit forth steel monsters. Primus slowly raised its right hand. That was a heavy plasma cutting cannon stolen from an abandoned Imperial mine. The cannon barrel was already glowing red from charging. Its muzzle was aimed dead at the heavy factory core that was about to be completed. Warning Ada's voice suddenly rang out. High-energy plasma reaction detected, target locked, heavy factory core area. Lei Jun's expression darkened. Find it. Primus pressed the trigger. A dark blue plasma sphere suddenly lit up in the darkness. Blazing red plasma light contracted sharply deep within the ventilation shafts. At the center of the hall, an azure pillar of light had already completely pierced the darkness. The shrill screech of metal grinding overpowered the rush of wastewater through drainage pipes. Inside the beam, the core fusion reactor of the heavy factory took shape first. It was a dark blue energy core endlessly spinning in place. Then thick titanium alloy frameworks extended along the ground in all directions, steel beams interlocking one by one. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous impact of heavy hydraulic pile drivers shook dust loose from the hall's ceiling. Automated foundation rivets drove deep into the bedrock below. The SCV glided into the blue light. Its left arm raised a plasma welding torch, applying the final seal along the armor plate seams. The entire process moved with the precision of a well-rehearsed routine. Rufus knelt in the mud and water, having forgotten to rise. His mechanical ocular implant frantically scanned the metallic structure before him, then abruptly crashed, a wisp of black smoke curling from its housing. According to the Imperial Defense Forces logistics records, constructing even the most basic ammunition supply station in the underhive required mobilizing thousands of laborers. Clear the foundation, submit approval requests, await the tech priests, light incense, chant scriptures. Only then could the first load-bearing column be hoisted slowly and laboriously. But now, in mere minutes, a massive heavy munitions factory had erupted from the blue light. Enormous gear assemblies lay exposed, biting and rotating in tandem. Two exhaust stacks nearly brushed the ceiling of the underground hall. At the factory facade, a half-meter-thick heavy armor blast door rose, slowly revealing an entire automated vehicle production line within. This was not construction. In Rufus's eyes, this resembled nothing so much as a steel miracle. The adjutant beside him collapsed to his knees, his mouth trembling. This is impossible. Even the governor's office could not muster such technology. Rufus whirled and backhanded him across the face. Silence, you fool. He turned once more to Lei Jun, who stood in the shadow of the heavy factory. Fear and greed were crushed together in that instant by something far greater. If the Empire's existing hierarchy could not explain what lay before them, then there was only one answer. This lord held the legacy of the Golden Age that the Mechanicus had searched for 10 millennia. Follow the governor, and at best he could skim illicit profits in the underhive. But follow this lord, and perhaps he might stand beside history itself. Rufus pressed his forehead to the ground and performed a Mechanicus veneration rite toward the heavy factory. 60 enforcers followed suit, throwing themselves prone and bowing before the factory gates. Helena stood beside the remnants of the Taurus armor vehicle. She watched the steel factory rise from the earth, and then turned her gaze to the enforcers who had wholly submitted. She had once believed that imperial law and the authority of the Inquisition were the sole means of maintaining order. Now she had seen something far more direct. Industrial capacity. When a munitions factory materializes before your eyes, many things need not be said. Lei Jun stood beneath the vast shadow of the heavy factory. A green notification flashed across his retinal HUD. Construction heavy factory teleportation complete. Current resource inventory authorized. High energy gas 890. Crystal minerals 0. Lei Jun closed the panel. The resource structure was entirely skewed. Gas reserves were absurdly abundant, yet crystal minerals had been completely exhausted by the factory's construction. Without crystal minerals, the factory was merely a magnificent shell. He pulled up the production list. Firebat Walker cost 100 crystal minerals. High mobility linear flame projection, ideal for clearing the sewer swarm hordes. Siege tank cost 150 crystal minerals, 125 gas. In siege mode, it became pure long-range destructive firepower. Lei Jun studied the list, his appetite whetted. A pity, no minerals. He turned toward the enforcers still prostrate on the ground. Enough groveling. Get to work. Lei Jun kicked the bulletproof plating on Rufus's armor. That tungsten steel blast door, open it within 10 minutes. I want the scrap equipment inside. Rufus sprang to his feet, his mechanical eye flaring with fanatical red light. My lord, that door is far too thick. Our cutting tools lack the power. It would take at least 3 hours. I have no time for excuses. Lei Jun cut him off. Ada dispatched the SCV. Cut through the door and the wall. Command acknowledged. SCV workflow switched physical destruction and resource recovery. The freshly built SCV pivoted. Its heavy treads crunched over gravel, speeding straight for the warehouse entrance. The high-frequency plasma welder erupted with piercing blue light, slicing directly through the military-grade tungsten steel door capable of withstanding rocket propulsion. Lei Jun needed metal. Vast quantities of metal. The moment the welder touched the door, the air temperature spiked violently. In the shadows above the hall, Primus's colossal frame pressed tight against the ventilation grate. 4 arms gripped the modified Imperial heavy mining laser cutter with unyielding force. This equipment, originally designed for cutting through planetary crust, had cooling pipes glowing cherry red. The hive mind shrieked within its consciousness. That newly manifested metallic structure could not be consumed. That bipedal commander's genetics had been locked away, sealed. If assimilation was impossible, then destruction it would be. Primus's jointed limbs surged with force, shattering the ventilation grate. Thick fingers pulled the trigger. High-threat energy signature detected. Coordinate directly above 45 degrees. Ada's warning exploded within Lei Jun's mind. Lei Jun looked up in astonishment. A crimson plasma beam thick as a human thigh tore through the darkness overhead. It carried temperatures sufficient to melt ceramite armor, aimed directly at the heavy factory's fusion core. The speed was terrifying. There was scarcely any room to evade. Boom. Brilliant light flooded the entire underground hall. The shockwave sent a dozen nearby enforcers flying, slamming them hard against the rock walls. Moisture instantly vaporized. The air reeked of scorched metal and char. Helena instinctively threw herself down, hurled several meters by the concussive blast. As the glare dimmed slightly, Lei Jun remained standing unmoved. 2 Firebird mechs stepped forward in the briefest instant, their alloy shields crossing to form a pocket of safety around him. Lei Jun pushed past their shields and looked directly at the heavy factory. The mining plasma beam had struck the factory's upper armor dead center. Extreme heat burned a molten aperture 1 meter in diameter through the new steel plating. Dark red molten metal cascaded down the exterior walls. But that was all. Damage report. Heavy factory armor durability decreased by 15%. Core integrity intact. Internal production lines operational. Rufus lay on the ground staring at the factory that had taken a direct hit, and yet still stood firm, his mouth hanging open. Primus dangled from the edge of the ventilation duct, a flicker of human-like terror passing through its compound eyes. It could not comprehend. That structure had absorbed the mining cannon's core strike, and yet failed to detonate. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the 4-armed creature above. There you are. He rolled his wrist. Finally willing to show your face. Warning. Enemy energy weapon is recharging. Don't give it the chance. Lei Jun issued the tactical command. The SCV stationed at the warehouse gate did not hesitate. It swung around, treads roaring, and sprinted toward the damaged wall of the heavy factory at full speed. The high-frequency welder aimed squarely at the flowing molten breach and began immediate repairs. ZZZZT. Under the incredulous gaze of every Imperial native present, the monstrous wound was being filled, cooled, and re-armored before their very eyes. Meanwhile, below, the standby squad of Space Marines raised their Gauss rifles in unison. 6 crimson laser targeting lines converged in midair. They locked onto Primus's massive head with absolute precision. Fire control radar calibration complete. Trigger depressed. 8mm Gauss rounds screamed through the barrels as electromagnetic acceleration erupted. The hypersonic Gauss rounds tore through the air with a piercing electromagnetic shriek. The bullets surged toward the massive head perched at the edge of the ventilation duct. Primus reacted with incredible speed. All four thick arms contracted simultaneously, hauling its colossal body upward by half a meter. Sparks erupted against the metal ductwork. Several armor-piercing rounds grazed its chitinous shell, spraying vast quantities of green fluid. The creature let out a piercing shriek and dragged its heavy laser cutter back into the depths of the ventilation shaft. Large chunks of shattered carapace crashed onto the floor tiles with a dull thud. Lei Jun tilted his head back, studying the black void above. His mind raced. The prey had retreated. This Xeno's commander was almost certainly an elite warrior from the cult of Genestealers. Primus. Individual combat prowess, tactical acumen, and proficiency, with heavy Imperial industrial cutting equipment. This was no grunt. Continuing to hold the position with only Marines and flame scarabs was far too risky. Once the enemy took cover in the elevated positions and started picking them off with mining lasers, the defenses would inevitably fall. Marine power armor could absorb shrapnel and withstand explosive rounds, but it could not take thousands of degrees of industrial cutting beams head-on. The firepower was insufficient, and there was no margin for error. They needed real heavy armor. A dull tearing sound echoed from behind the hall. The SCV's plasma torch had already sliced through the half-meter-thick tungsten steel blast door reinforced by the Department of Legals. Molten iron streamed down the doorframe. Tracks crushed over debris as the SCV charged straight into the abandoned warehouse. Inside the warehouse was dark and damp, its walls crawling with fungal growths. But under the SCV's searchlights, everything here was convertible to resources. A dozen empty Promethium fuel drums were swept aside by mechanical arms. Beneath them lay an entire row of scrapped Planetary Defense Forces armor chassis. Those were relics from the Underhive, uprising decades past, abandoned here to gather dust. The SCV's high-frequency cutting pliers snapped shut with a decisive crack. The half-meter titanium steel chassis was torn asunder. A sweep of the plasma torch reduced the metal wreckage to liquid, which flowed into the collection bin. The yellow SCV moved methodically, cutting and dismantling as it went. Decades of Imperial industrial waste were systematically fed into the recycling chain. Green numbers began to flash across Lei Jun's retinal HUD. Recycling high-density tungsten steel. Crystal, or 150. Recycling scrap armor chassis. Crystal, or 200. Current resources: crystal, or 350. High-energy gas, 890. Commander, I must point out. Ada's voice resonated. The impurity rate of local abandoned armor reaches 74. The SCV required an additional 2.1 seconds to strip away the skull decorations and prayer inscriptions from the armor surface. Debris that held no actual protective value. Lei Jun's lip twitched. As long as it converts to credits, that's all that matters. This is the Warhammer universe, after all. Engraved scriptures on scrap metal counts as a regional specialty. Recorded regional specialty, low-value, redundant decoration. Don't actually log it. The resource deficit was covered. Lei Jun's fingers danced across the holographic control panel. The gas reserves were sufficient, and so were the crystal ores. Time to deploy heavy fire. Firestorm tanks were affordable and highly mobile, ideal for sealing off the ducts. Goliath combat robots boasted thick armor, twin rotary cannons, and missile arrays, perfect for suppressing enemies hidden at elevation. Heavy factory production sequence initiated. New unit added Firestorm Tank 2. New unit added Goliath combat robot 1. Deducting 350 crystal or 50 high-energy gas. The order was issued. Deep within the heavy factory at the center of the hall, deafening mechanical roars erupted. Massive gear assemblies began rotating. Steam billowed from exhaust stacks straight toward the dome. Heavy armored gates rose slowly. Engine rumble echoed from deep within the production line. 2 four-wheeled vehicles surged through the gates in succession. All-terrain wide tires crushed across sewage-stained floor tiles, producing the sharp stench of burning rubber. The vehicles drifted into position, coming to rest on either side of Lei Jun. Firestorm tanks. Their hulls blended deep navy with matte black. Mounted at the front were thick twin plasma flamethrowers. Simple in design, straightforward in function. Roll in and incinerate everything. Rufus knelt in the muddy water, his neck stiff as he turned his head. He had only just watched this factory rise from the ground. Now the same factory was spitting out 2 brand new tactical vehicles. From order to deployment, barely more than a dozen seconds. For the noble elite of the Hive City, commissioning a single hovercar could take years. The administratum's approval process could drag on until hope itself perished. But this was different. Issue the order. Vehicles deploy. Done. Helena gripped the double-headed eagle emblem, her breathing growing shallow and rapid. She had long stopped trying to rationalize what she was witnessing through the lens of Imperial factory logic. Materials went in. What emerged were killing machines ready for the battlefield. This wasn't the Mechanicum's craft. This was a war production line befitting the Golden Age. Lei Jun paid no mind to their astonishment. Suppress the ventilation network. He raised his arm, pointing toward the metal ductwork overhead. The Firestorm tank cockpit hatches popped open. The driver beneath the full-face helmet gave a thumbs up. Both tanks surged forward simultaneously. The front wheels lifted off the ground as the treads pitched upward. Twin flamethrowers trained on the intersecting ventilation pipes above. Sapphire plasma flames erupted. The superheated fires surged into the vents, setting the upper reaches ablaze. The acrid stench of charred flesh mingled with the mutant horror's shrieks. The intense heat traveled through the ductwork. Metal walls glowed crimson. Several first- and second-generation hybrids trapped inside never made it out before being reduced to carbon ash. The hall temperature spiked dramatically, but this was merely the prelude. Deeper within the heavy factory, a heavier metallic clang echoed through the structure. The ground trembled beneath the force. Boom, boom, boom. Rufus and the enforcers stared fixedly at the gate's depths. A massive figure was stepping out from the shadows. A 5-meter-tall bipedal heavy mech. Each step of its thick, reverse-jointed mechanical legs cracked the floor tiles. Deep blue heavy armor enveloped its entire frame. It possessed no head. At the center of its torso sat a fully enclosed, reinforced glass cockpit. Mounted on its right arm was a dual 30mm autocannon. The left arm and both shoulders bristled with Hellfire missile arrays. A Goliath combat automaton. When this purely mechanical colossus stepped into the underground hall's lighting, every human Imperial present froze in shock. Helena sprang to her feet, her legs buckling as she nearly lost her balance. Her first instinct screamed Dreadnought, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Dreadnoughts in Imperial Space Marine chapters were walking shrines. They housed veterans who'd lost their limbs half alive, sealed within life support sarcophagi and driven by the last echoes of their nervous systems. Heavy and sluggish, sacred yet brutal. But this machine was nothing like those ancient war engines. It moved with precision. Each footfall saw hydraulic systems making rapid micro-adjustments to maintain perfect balance. What Helena found most incomprehensible was the ordinary human pilot seated within that glass cockpit. Whole limbs, no neural interface cables, no life support coffin. He was even wearing sunglasses, chewing gum. Alert, Commander. Ada's voice cut through. Detected native units around you exhibiting heart rates exceeding 180 beats per minute. Assessment risk of acute heart failure due to extreme fright. Lei Jun responded wearily. They're fine. It's called faith collapse syndrome. They won't die from it. Humanitarian calculations suggest should they perish on the spot, approximately 4.5 square meters of floor space will be freed for your use. Shall I prepare body bags in advance? Shut up, Ada. Lei Jun looked up at the ceiling. Keep your eyes on that bug. Helena's mind was still reeling. No sacrifice of veteran warriors required. No stitching broken bodies into machinery. A mere mortal, no psyker, no genetic modification, could pilot this caliber of heavy weaponry. She suddenly understood something profound. The technology Lord Lei Jun brought wasn't merely superior. It eliminated the very suffering the Imperium relied upon to maintain its aura of sanctity. For the Imperium, this was somehow more terrifying than raw power alone. Rufus's mechanical eye emitted a piercing overload warning. The Goliath's missile array was automatically adjusting its trajectory. This wasn't manual targeting by the pilot. An invisible radar was sweeping the entire hall. My lord. Rufus swallowed hard, his voice parched. What manner of creation is this? Lei Jun cut him off immediately. A tool for cleaning up trash. On the rock wall at the opposite side of the underground hall, Primus's massive four-armed body crept from an undamaged sewage pipe opening. The tactical instincts granted by the hive mind were screaming warnings. That 5-meter-tall metallic bipedal beast posed a severe threat. No biosignature. Could not be infected or consumed. Anything that approached would be shredded by firepower. When faced with unassimilable targets, the directive was clear: destroy. Primus's limbs gripped the rock face as it once again hoisted its glowing red heavy mining laser cutter. The cannon barrel trained on the Goliath's cockpit. Lei Jun stood beneath the mech's massive steel feet, gazing up at the four-armed horror above. The omnidirectional fire control radar had already illuminated the entire zone. No matter how deeply it hid, it was exposed. Ada, hostile high-value target locked. Missile matrix safety off. The Goliath's rear missile launchers opened instantly. Inside the cockpit, the pilot spat out his gum and slammed the firing button with brutal force. 12 Hellfire missiles streaked skyward on trails of flame, arcing in a fan formation. They dove straight toward the four-armed monster at the sewage pipe entrance. The twin automatic cannons on the right arm began spinning rapidly in unison. The deafening roar drowned out every other sound in the hall. 30mm Gauss armor-piercing rounds poured out in a storm. Muzzle flashes spread across the sky like a crimson net bearing down on the sewage pipe entrance. A dozen Hellfire missiles followed in quick succession, their warheads glowing red. Primus's massive body suddenly contracted inward. It had never intended to withstand the barrage with brute force. Its four thick arms clamped onto the pipe wall's, muscles surging as its entire frame shot deep into the darkness. Armor-piercing rounds grazed its back. The chitinous carapace split open and green acid splashed across the metal storage tanks below, burning through several fist-sized holes. The missiles slammed into the rock face. Boom. The detonations erupted overhead, sending hundreds of tons of rock crashing down to completely seal the pipe entrance. Debris and dust rained onto the floor, raising thick clouds. Lei Jun lifted his wrist and checked the holographic tactical display. On the radar screen, the massive red dot representing Primus blinked twice. Then the red dot darted deeper underground, coming to rest at the detection perimeter. It didn't vanish. The creature was still alive. Quick reflexes, hard carapace, and smart enough to dodge incoming fire. Far tougher than those half-blood cultists. Lei Jun cursed under his breath. Damn thing moves faster than a dog. Correcting Commander. Ada's voice came through. Based on target velocity data, its maximum escape speed calculates to approximately 85 kilometers per hour, far exceeding standard Earth canines. Additionally, large-scale geological fractures have been detected in the eastern strata. A super-heavy mechanical vehicle is approaching. Your constitution proves remarkably effective once again. Wherever you go, you draw the most massive and volatile threats in the area with pinpoint accuracy. Lei Jun clenched his teeth. Ada, did the system medics ever install an empathy module in you? No such module detected. However, rising emotional fluctuations detected in your current state. Shut up. Lei Jun stowed his tactical display. The Underhive's labyrinthine terrain offered nothing but narrow passages and dead ends. If the Hellfire chariots pursued into that maze, Primus could easily ambush them. Their advantage lay in the fortified position and firepower grid. Blind pursuit would only play into their hands. Don't chase desperate foes. Lei Jun ordered. Hold the three main entrances to the hall, and keep Golia maintaining omnidirectional sweeps. The Golia combat android advanced on articulated legs, picking its way over rubble back toward the front of the foundry. Two Hellfire chariots roared to life, positioning themselves at the left and right ramps. SCV keep cutting through the inner blast door of the Ministry's armory. The SCV rotated its massive frame. The plasma torch on its mechanical arm reignited with blue light aimed at the main lock deeper within the armory. Rufus lay prone in a filthy puddle nearby. His eardrum had been ruptured by the machine gun fire, blood dripping from his chin into the water. But pain was the last thing on his mind. Those dozen seconds of concentrated firepower had shattered everything he believed about war machines in his 40 years of experience. On Karis, even armored companies of the Planetary Defense Force had to follow elaborate rituals before firing. Tech priests anointed sacred oil. Gunners recited hymns of blessing. One wrong move, and the machine spirit would wrath, causing catastrophic misfires or jammed barrels. But that 5-meter-tall bipedal mech was different. Inside the cockpit sat a mortal casually chewing gum. The instant orders came, the targeting system locked on. Missiles launched without hesitation. Steel to Lei Jun wasn't something to be revered as a deity. It was a tool meant to be used. Rufus pushed himself up on his elbows and looked around at his men. Every enforcer was on his knees, faces bowed, bodies still trembling. He made his decision quickly. Whether Lei Jun was an inquisitorial envoy or a warlord wielding ancient STC technology, the old ways on Karis were coming to an end. Better to stay and labor here than return to serve that fat governor who only knew how to collect taxes. Helena stood beside a Hellfire chariot, her hands tightly clutching the family sigil. She too had been shaken. The Gene cult had always preferred shadow warfare, ambush, assassination, infection. They lurked in darkness, eliminating their prey with venom and claws. But now Primus had revealed its position, deliberately launching a surprise attack with an Imperial heavy mining laser cannon. It meant the creature was cornered and desperate. Even alien instinct understood fear. To the Hive, Lei Jun's forces were an impenetrable fortress. "My lord," Helena called, quickening her pace to reach his side. The cult commander deployed heavy ordnance. "This means they've abandoned pure biological assault. The 4th District was originally an abandoned mining relay station. They might." Her words cut off mid-sentence. The heavy metal floor plates bucked beneath their feet. Filthy water in nearby puddles erupted into the air. Decades of rust flaked from the walls in great sheets, crashing onto helmets and pauldrons. Then came a series of deep, muffled thuds. Low in pitch, yet devastatingly penetrating. Not explosions. Something far greater was forcefully pushing through the strata. A distinct vibration traveled up through Lei Jun's boots. An earthquake. Impossible. The Hive foundations stretched kilometers underground, reinforced over millennia. They wouldn't tremble naturally. Ada's voice cut through the reverberations. "Warning. Massive object detected compromising load-bearing walls. Target advancing slowly but generating extreme kinetic energy. Contact surface pressure has exceeded structural limits by 300%. Lei Jun immediately brought up the HUD display. The three-dimensional terrain map unfolded. Behind the eastern wall of the hall, 10 meters high and 3 meters thick of titanium steel, 3 massive red blazes appeared on the scan. They were advancing relentlessly. Rock massive sewage pipes, solid steel support columns. All were being crushed flat beneath that overwhelming mass. Mass estimates scrolled frantically. 200 tons. 300 tons. Still climbing. No swarm charge could generate this kind of disturbance. All units withdraw from the eastern sector. Golia load armor-piercing rounds. The two Hellfire chariots reversed rapidly, tires screeching against the ground. Golia's mechanical feet crushed floor tiles as it retreated to the foundry's main entrance. The dual-barrel cannon's feed belt clicked into place with an audible snap. Helena's face drained of color as the memory finally surfaced. "It's mining equipment," she cried out. "The cult has infiltrated the 3rd District Heavy Mining Guild. That's a heavy mining cutter designed for hive excavation." Primus had never intended to face them with brute strength alone. With its gene chain locked and consumption-based evolution neutralized, it had changed tactics entirely against Lei Jun's firepower grid. Biological weapons proved ineffective, so it would use the planet's own industrial machinery instead. With sheer tonnage, it would crush the foundry to rubble. The titanium steel load-bearing wall on the eastern side of the hull began to bulge outward. The reinforced metal plates shrieked as they warped under pressure. Rivets popped one by one, shooting outward like projectiles across the hull. An enforcer caught off guard was struck in the shoulder, collapsing in agony. A piercing high-frequency cutting sound echoed from behind the wall. Blue-white sparks erupted from cracks in the structure. Something massive and rotating sliced through the 3-meter titanium steel wall, carving a 6-meter-long gash. Boom. The wall collapsed entirely. Dust and shards of metal sprayed in all directions. A 4-meter-wide giant tread rolled over the wreckage, forcing its way into the underground hull. The tread's surface was coated in dried black blood, and the faded Imperial double-headed eagle emblem corroded by acid. This was an Imperial heavy tracked mining vehicle, 20 meters long and nearly 400 tons. Originally designed to shear through planetary crust and extract dents or veins, it had been commandeered by the gene cult, now repurposed as a siege weapon. At the vehicle's front, a 6-meter diameter alloy cutting disc spun violently. The blade's edge bristled with plasma-cutting teeth, their blue light sweeping concentric circles across the floor. The mining vehicle smashed through the subterranean ramp, pushing aside boulders and debris as it surged toward the hull's center. Thick black smoke belched from massive exhaust pipes on its roof. Primus's four-armed form perched atop the highest point of the cutting vehicle. Enemy vehicle analysis complete. Ada began her report. Estimated mass, 412 tons. Armor composition, outdated riveted titanium steel. Weapon systems, oversized oscillating saw blade fracture risk detected. Assessment, aerodynamic nonsense, pure brute mass wrapped in scrap metal. However, given its absolute tonnage, I recommend immediate tactical withdrawal, Commander. Otherwise, in 14 seconds, you'll be compressed into a human patty approximately 0.3 millimeters thick. The silver lining is that your CMC armor will impart a distinctive blue-black metallic sheen to the result. Lei Jun's expression darkened as he drew his custom Gauss pistol. I appreciate it. So precise and yet so nauseating. He raised his weapon, locking onto the steel behemoth, drawing nearer. Golia load armor-piercing rounds. Green viscous fluid continued to drip from Primus's chitinous carapace. It raised the heavy mining laser cannon, its barrel glowing cherry red from extreme heat. The weapon locked onto the foundry's defensive line. The thunderous roar of the cutting disc tearing through the ground drowned out every other sound. Lei Jun narrowed his eyes. Let's see whose iron proves harder. The ground began to tremble first. It was not the chaotic stomp of a swarm, nor the ragged crunch of an aberration's charge. It was the sound of heavy treads grinding over titanium steel flooring. Thud, thud, heavy and deliberate, as though something were shoving the entire underground hull forward. Lei Jun stood before the manufactorum, and his expression darkened at the sound. His greatest fear had not been Primus escaping, nor was it another wave of the swarm. It was the dread that something far heavier lurked within this wretched place. And now it had arrived. Through the drifting dust, the first heavy mining crawler emerged. Its prow resembled a monstrous iron maw, its forward plasma cutter spinning furiously against the ground. A sapphire-white arc of teeth swept across the floor plates. The titanium steel split, open shards curled upward only to be flattened into glowing slag beneath the treads. A second one followed. A third, then more. 12 mining crawlers emerged from the gloom, their hulls varying in height and bulk. Some were heavy-cutting rigs belonging to the Miners' Guild. Others were modified laser drill transports, while a few bore heavy industrial wrecking hammers upon their bows. These machines should have been devouring bedrock deep within the Earth strata. Now Primus had thrust them onto the battlefield. Primus himself stood atop the central largest cutting rig. Half of his carapace still wept Viridian ichor, all four arms gripping the controls of a heavy mining laser cannon. The gash on his head, scored by a Goliath missile, had yet to close. Yet he did not retreat. He had learned. Flesh charges would be incinerated by the fire bats. Aberrations would be crushed by the bunker defenses. Cynics would be nullified by Ada. So he abandoned them. He had driven the Underhive's most cumbersome, filthy, and heavily armored industrial equipment straight into Lei Jun's face. This was no mere monster charge. This was a mining catastrophe seized and wielded by the Hive will. Rufus, cowering behind his Minotaur transport, turned the color of old bile. By the Emperor's throne. If that thing rolls over us, we won't even leave bones to collect. He spoke no exaggeration. Along both flanks of the crawler, rows of miners were lashed. Some were already dead, their corpses bolted to the hull as living shields. Others still breathed, their spines fused with hydraulic cabling. Hands and feet were chained to control levers, bloody froth bubbling from their lips, yet they were forced to pull. Wedged into the hull seams, half-breeds and aberrations huddled together, bearing heavy mining shields and dragging coolant canisters, ready at any moment to repair the laser cannon's exposed conduits. Helena tightened her grip on her bolt gun. She glanced at the tormented miners, then back to Primus, her voice as cold as a judgment pronounced in the imperial courts, forcing citizens of the Emperor's realm to become part of an alien war machine. Defiling flesh, defiling machinery, defiling the sacred labor covenant. By imperial jurisprudence, these targets have forfeited all civilian status. Lei Jun nodded. In plain terms. Helena fell silent for a half-beat. We can burn them all. Now that's a language I understand. Lei Jun harbored no false sentimentality. Those miners could not be saved. The crawler's hull control yokes, neural conduits, and hive nodes had been stitched together, though forcibly peeling them apart would only drag the corruption through the defenses. All that mattered now was one question: just how troublesome were these iron beasts? Ada scanned the vehicles. Scanning. Enemy heavy mining cutting vehicles 12. Average mass 340 to 420 tons. Armaments: plasma cutters, mining laser cannons, industrial wrecking hammers. Threat assessment: in the event of a direct impact, the current bunker defenses will lose structural integrity within 27 seconds. 27 seconds. Lei Jun instinctively glanced back at the manufactorum behind him. It had just been completed. The reactor core was still shedding heat. Both the Fire Vipers and the Goliaths, as well as the forthcoming siege tanks, depended entirely upon it. If that structure were collapsed, every life, every scrap of resource, every ounce of painstaking effort expended thus far would be rendered void. Lei Jun bit down on his cigar and cursed. They tear down a house the moment the bricks are dry. This place truly values efficiency. Ada interjected with sterile calm. Correction: the enemy's machinery exceeds bulldozer classification. Their destructive efficiency more closely mirrors an unauthorized mining demolition crew. You're remarkably precise. Stating facts. The first crawler continued its advance. The cutter raised a rolling thermal wave, baking the sludge before the manufactorum into thick white vapor. The Marines raised their weapons. Sir, requesting permission to engage. Lei Jun did not grant it immediately. He stared at the structural schematic projected by Ada. The frontal aspects glowed an ominous red, thick-hardened and brutish. A direct barrage from the Goliath could penetrate the frontal armor, but it would be a costly exchange. More troubling still, several hulls concealed Promethium coolant tanks and decommissioned reactors. A careless detonation might just shear the manufactorum's outer walls clean off. We do not engage head-on. Lei Jun's voice dropped. The hardened shell is worthless. It's what's inside that holds value. Helena did not grasp the implication. Rufus caught only a fragment of it, his eyelid twitching. My lord, you aren't contemplating capturing those vehicles, are you? Capture. Lei Jun watched the line of crawlers ahead, his gaze gradually shifting. Moments ago he had seen a threat. Now he saw raw resources. 12 heavy mining crawlers. Titanium steel hulls, drive shafts, coolant reservoirs, laser cannon mounts, reactor coils. They were certainly capable of breaching the defenses. But once stripped and salvaged, they would yield crystal or volatiles and components for the next wave of war machines. This was no longer merely Primus's siege hammer. It had personally driven the or straight to Lei Jun's doorstep. Lei Jun suddenly smiled. Rufus. Rufus stiffened instantly. At your service, my lord. When you Underhive operators conduct business, do you consider yourselves polite? Rufus hesitated, then answered honestly. It depends on whether the target's gun is bigger than ours. Then today we practice politeness. Lei Jun raised his hand. We wait for them to fire first. Rufus nearly lost his balance. Huh. Helena turned her gaze toward Lei Jun as well. The 12 mining laser cannons were elevating. Sapphire-white luminescence began to gather within the barrels. Those were not standard armaments. The Guild used them to shear through bedrock armored bulkheads and the keels of derelict starships. If all 12 unleashed their fury in unison, both the bunker and the transports would be reduced to molten slag. Lei Jun was fully aware of the danger. But firing prematurely would only scatter the formation. What he sought were vulnerabilities. To achieve synchronized fire, the crawlers were forced to elevate their turrets, exposing the cooling conduits and the drivetrain along their flanks and rears. These insects had learned to bully with overwhelming mass, but they had not yet learned to guard the true lifeblood of their industrial war machines. Ada mark high-value targets. Understood. Lei Jun clamped his jaw around his cigar. Destroying the front end is a loss. Salvaging the parts is profit. The burly operator within the SCV chuckled. Sir, now that's music to my hydraulics. Dismantling heavy chassis is truly satisfying. Hold your pleasures. Lei Jun switched to the tactical channel. SCV fall back to the right side maintenance bay at the manufacturer. Prioritize the structure. Do not position yourself frontally for heroics. Copy that. Goliaths hold missile fire. Do not waste ordnance. Await my command. Target the turret pivots and thermal vents. Marines eliminate the escorts. Prevent them from conducting field repairs. Fire Vipers hold the flanks. Incinerate anything that attempts to crawl from between the hull seams. Orders cascaded down the chain. The unit moved as one. The Marines opened fire first. Gauss rounds tore toward the escorts flanking the mining crawlers. Several half-breed acolytes advanced with heavy mining shields only to have their armor and bodies pierced in the same breath. A three-armed aberration lugging a coolant tank had just scaled the rear of a crawler when 3 burst rounds shattered its spine. Its body was dragged into the treads and flattened into a paste. Primus roared. More acolytes poured from behind the vehicles. They jammed their bodies into thermal vents and held scrap plates over exposed coolant lines. Lei Jun watched this with a colden gaze. It knows we are hunting for weak points. That node possesses battlefield learning capabilities. However, it cannot parse our personnel genotypes. It is employing an inefficient compensatory strategy, mass accumulation biomass expenditure. Inefficient as it may be, Lei Jun watched the crawlers close the distance. If it actually makes contact, we will perish. 60 meters. The first crawler's cutter was already flinging superheated slag against the bunker's outer plating. 50 meters. All 12 mining laser cannons had completed their elevation sequence. Their muzzles resembled 12 blinded eyes fixed ruthlessly upon the manufacturing defenses. 40 meters. The air grew blisteringly hot. Rufus lay pressed against his transport, muttering frantic prayers. For the Emperor's sake. My lord, please don't gamble this away. Helena heard him and shot him a withering glance. Rufus immediately corrected himself. I mean, the Emperor surely knows my lord has this accounted for. Helena ignored him. She watched Lei Jun. That man did not retreat. He offered no rallying cries. He merely stared at the holographic display, waiting for the countdown to reach 0. It was more unsettling than a noble sacrifice. It was precisely the demeanor of an inquisitor. A true inquisitor never explains his design to his prey. He simply allows them to step into the snare. Ada's voice chimed in. Enemy mining lasers entering synchronized firing sequence. Estimated time to discharge 5 seconds. Lei Jun accessed the manufacturing production interface. Prepare the next production queue phase. Please specify unit type. Hold the order. Wait until they fire. Helena could no longer contain herself. My lord, they will actually breach the defenses. Which is precisely why they must not hit it. Lei Jun lifted his eyes. Ahead, Primus brought all 4 hands down upon the firing controls. 12 sapphire-white beams flared with blinding intensity. 3, 2, 1. The entire hall was instantly bleached white. All 12 mining lasers discharged simultaneously. Lei Jun's command fell at that exact moment. Fire Viper chassis disperse. 2 Fire Viper engines roared to life. Rather than retreating, they darted out to the left and right, skirting the edges of the manufacturing defenses. The very next instant, the 12 laser beams slammed into the space they had just vacated. The titanium steel floor was melted through. Floor plates vaporized. A thermal wave rolled across the defenses. Rufus, pinned behind his transport, found half his eyebrows singed away. But the Fire Vipers were already gone. They screamed along the ruined walls flanking the hull, trailing blue exhaust plumes. Helena's pupils contracted slightly. She had assumed Lei Jun was awaiting death. Instead, he had been waiting for the enemy to expose their barrels. Following the synchronized volley, all 12 turret mounts briefly overheated. Cooling conduits stood bare on the exterior. Thermal vents gaped open like flayed wounds. Ada's crimson targeting markers flooded Lei Jun's vision. Vulnerabilities exposed. May proceed to mobile engagement phase. Lei Jun finally smiled. It was not a smile of relief. It was the smile of a man seeing wealth. Do not treat them as enemies. Treat them as or carts that have driven themselves to us. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the flank. Fire Vipers, go trot these iron tortoises out. Goliaths, prepare to lock on for the next round. Strip them down. After the 12 mining laser beams missed their target, the underground hull was filled with white smoke. The titanium steel floor had been carved with a dozen glowing red trenches, sparks still spitting from the edges. Rufus crouched behind the armored vehicle, touching his curled half-brow, his hand trembling. So close. Just a little closer, and I'd never have to pay off my debts in this lifetime. No one paid him any mind. 2 fire evil chariots had already burst past the heavy industry factory's defensive line. They raced along either side of the hull, hugging the crumbling walls on both flanks. The chassis sat low to the ground and moved with blistering speed, leaving twin blue streaks of exhaust through the smoke and dust. The first salvo from the mining vehicle formation had missed entirely, and the gun mounts were still running hot. Coolant lines hung exposed along the hull like a row of raw, opened wounds. Lei Jun kept his gaze fixed on the holographic display, his expression steady. Fire evil units, hold your distance. Don't close in too tight. Drag them around. The fire evil pilot let out a short laugh. How far do we drag them, sir? Lei Jun studied the row of smoking mining vehicles ahead. As far as you can take them. Don't rush to kill them. I want them to tear apart their own formation. Both fire evil chariots banked simultaneously. The left vehicle shot past a row of crushed mine car wreckage. Its rear swerved, sending a sweep of blue flame across the hybrid guards positioned on the mining vehicle's flank. Several cultists who had been swapping out coolant lines were tossed aside by the blazed bodies and pipes reduced to ash in the inferno. The right fire evil was even more ruthless. Rather than charging straight for the mining vehicles, it carved a wide arc around the outermost laser drill rig. The chassis scraped so close to the cutting disk's edge that sparks flew. Inside the mining vehicle's cockpit, several weld-sealed miners convulsed in unison. Primus's command surged down through the neural conduits. The front end jinked sharply. Massive treads pulverized the ground as the entire vehicle lunged hard to the right in pursuit. The moment it veered, the vehicles behind fell into disarray. 12 mining cars that had formed an iron wall were now beginning to tilt and break formation. This was exactly what Lei Jun wanted. A head-on clash would overwhelm the heavy industry factory. But once those hundreds of ton behemoths started turning, they'd block each other's paths, fight for space, and jam their own turrets. Helena grasped the strategy. She stood behind the bunker, her bolter held low, eyes tracking the 2 fire evil vehicles. They're baiting enemy vehicles into turning, she observed. Lei Jun didn't look back. Too formal. I'd call it walking the dogs. Helena fell quiet for a moment. Imperial tactical records don't contain that terminology. Then we'll add it today. Rufus muttered from behind. Seems pretty apt to me. Helena shot him a look and Rufus immediately fell silent. The left fire evil slid past a shattered support column. Behind it, a crusher mining vehicle had pressed too hard and slammed its front end into the pillar's base. Thud. The entire hull shuddered. The support column held firm, but the industrial breaker at the mining vehicle's front became wedged in the rebar. It tried to reverse. The second cutter vehicle from behind bore down on it. The 2 machines collided, treads locking against each other as metal shrieked ear-splittingly. Lei Jun raised his hand. Marines engaged the repair escorts. 4 Marines instantly adjusted their aim. Gauss rounds ceased sweeping the vehicle hulls and instead targeted the hybrid cultists rushing forward for repairs. One cultist had barely connected a coolant line when his head exploded. Another 3-armed deformity tried using hydraulic cutters to pry loose the jammed breaker. 5 rounds tore through its chest, and the body hit the tracks, getting dragged in and crushed. The mining vehicle continued struggling, but without repair it only sank deeper. Lei Jun watched the red markers flash across his display, a faint smile touching his lips. First one I'll note it. Marked. Target status critical paralysis. Estimated post-battle salvage value 120 to 150 crystal ore. Rufus's eyes nearly popped out. That wreck is worth that much. Lei Jun shot him a glance. How did you get rich before? Rufus gave a dry chuckle. We usually robbed people, not vehicles. No wonder you're poor. Rufus was silenced and didn't dare retort. Primus finally realized something was wrong. Standing atop the main vehicle, it struck the turret with all 4 arms simultaneously. The Hive command acted like hooks, forcibly reining in the chaotic convoy. Several mining vehicles in the rear began slowing down, attempting to rearrange their firing lines. More cultists crawled from beneath the vehicles, brandishing mining shields and charging toward the paths of the fire evil on both flanks. They feared not death, or rather they had long forfeited the right to fear it. One cultist, half his body charred black by the fire evil, dragged his severed leg forward as he crawled. He attempted to affix magnetic explosives beneath the wheel. The right fire evil executed a sharp stop. Blue flame erupted from its rear as the entire vehicle slid sideways 3 meters. The explosives missed their mark entirely. In the next instant, the flames swept backward. The cultist and the 2 guards behind him were reduced to silhouettes of ash. The fire evil pilot cursed over the comms. Sir, these bastards are paving the way with their lives. It's bloody annoying. Annoying is the point. Lei Jun locked eyes with Primus. It's panicking. Primus was indeed panicking. The mining vehicle formation's greatest advantage lay in its frontal tonnage and volley firepower. Once forced to maneuver by the fire evil, they became nothing more than cumbersome iron tortoises. They couldn't pursue if they wanted to. They couldn't train their weapons fast enough. And if they stopped, the vehicles behind would crash into them. The Underhive Mining Guild's equipment was never designed for mobile warfare. They could crush through mining strata laterally, but couldn't match two starfighter craft built specifically for high-speed harassment. This wasn't a matter of courage. It was a design flaw. Helena watched the two fire evil vehicles weave back and forth, her understanding of Imperial armored warfare doctrine slowly eroding. In battlefields, she knew well armor clashed against armor in straightforward engagements. Thick plates, heavy guns, frontal advances. The tougher side survived. But Lei Jun refused to trade blows on strength. He sent lighter vehicles to bait the heavier ones. He forced the enemy to squander their turret traverse, waste time repositioning, and expend the lives of those corrupted cultists. This doesn't resemble Imperial armored doctrine, Helena spoke quietly. Lei Jun heard her. How does Imperial armored warfare work? Armored columns, advanced infantry, supports artillery, provides covering fire. And then, crush the enemy under steel and faith. Lei Jun watched one mining vehicle collide with another and shook his head. Leave faith aside for now. Steel isn't always better the heavier it is. He gestured toward the flank. Steel that can be led by the nose gains 1 ton of foolishness for every ton it weighs. Ada chimed in. Tactical assessment, vulgar, but accurate. You're quite complimentary today. Not a compliment. On the opposite side of the hall, the left fire evil was suddenly cornered. 3 mining vehicles pressed in from different angles. Ahead lay collapsed shelving units. Behind them lay broken minecart tracks. Hybrid guards with shields flanked from both sides. Rufus's voice changed as he watched. Sir, that vehicle's going to be trapped. Lei Jun remained calm. That's exactly what I'm waiting for. The left fire evil didn't try to break out further. It slammed on the brakes. The entire vehicle slid alongside the collapsed shelves, flames blasting backward to repel the pursuing guards. The lead mining vehicle saw its chance and began rotating its turret. But as it depressed the gun, the crusher vehicle behind rammed into it. The gap between the two vehicles was too narrow. The barrel struck the rear armor of the lead vehicle. Click. The turret jammed. The fire evil slipped through the narrow gap between them. Rufus stared with his mouth agape. It squeezed through. Lei Jun's tone was flat. Dog's too fat to bite. Helena's lips twitched as though wanting to correct him. She restrained herself in the end. Primus let out a piercing shriek from atop the vehicle. This time it did not order the mining vehicles to pursue the fire evil. It changed targets. Several laser cutter vehicles, still operational simultaneously, turned their turrets. The new targets were neither the fire evil nor the golems. They were the heavy industry factory behind Lei Jun. Helena's expression changed. Sir, they're targeting the factory. Lei Jun's gaze turned cold. Primus was not stupid. It understood the fire evil were bait and knew it couldn't catch them. So it wouldn't chase. Instead it struck where Lei Jun hurt most. The heavy industry factory. 7 heavy laser cutter vehicles, still combat ready, began repositioning. Their barrels rose slowly. Blue-white light once again compressed within the chambers. Ada's voice echoed. Remaining combat-capable heavy laser cutters 7. Energy signatures rising. Volley fire in 10 seconds estimated. Rufus had no strength left to curse this time. He had witnessed firsthand the gullies left by the first volley. 7 firing together, while not as devastating as the previous 12-gun barrage. But if they struck the factory's core, they could still burn through the outer armor. Lei Jun watched the barrels currently charging. They couldn't dodge this time. The heavy industry factory couldn't retreat. SCVs could repair, but they couldn't tank 7 mining lasers head-on. Fire evil, keep engaging. Do not return. Marines hold the flank. Firebirds hold the line. Golems. 3 golems turned in unison. Their bipedal legs drove into the ground as back armor panels unfolded sequentially. The golem pilot's voice came over the channel, tinged with excitement. Sir, the targets are lit up brighter than practice range bulbs. Lei Jun wasted no words. Missile matrix release constraints. Lock onto all energy coils. Command confirmed. Hellfire missile matrix target assignment in progress. Priority turret trunnions, ventilation gaps, coolant lines, energy coils. Primus seemed to sense the threat. It snapped its head around to regard the 3 bipedal mechs that had held back their full firepower. The golems lacked the thick religious casing of Imperial dreadnoughts. No sacred icons, no scriptures, no ancient battle cries. They simply stood there, cold and implacable, like 3 weapon platforms on legs. Back-mounted missile pods deployed fully. Short, stout Hellfire missiles revealed their warheads from launch tubes. Orange-red exhaust plumes began pre-igniting. The golem pilot spat out his chewing gum. Let me give you a show. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the 7 mining vehicles charging their weapons. Fire. The next moment, missile exhaust trails illuminated the entire hall. At the moment the missile exhaust illuminated the hall, Primus finally realized he had miscalculated one thing. He had assumed those 3 bipedal mechs had held their fire due to insufficient firepower. No, They were waiting for the target to expose its weaknesses. The gun turrets of 7 mining vehicles had already raised blue-white energy compressing within the barrels, casting the miner corpses on the roof in a ghastly pallor. The next instant Goliath opened fire. Not a wild broadside. The first wave of Hellfire missiles split into 7 groups arcing from different angles, skimming through smoke and crumbling walls. One pierced the turret pivot. One bit into a cooling seam. One drove straight into the coolant lines. The remaining missiles curved around the frontal armor, as if knowing exactly where it hurt most, driving into the vehicle's rear flank. Primus's 4 eyes contracted sharply. It swung its bone claws, attempting to command its followers to intercept. But the missiles were too fast. The first cutting vehicle's turret had barely completed charging when its pivot was blown apart. The entire barrel dropped sharply, and the blue-white laser veered away from the heavy engineering facility, slicing diagonally into the tracks of an adjacent mining vehicle. Boom. The track shattered, the vehicle listing sideways, and the cutting disc gouged straight into the ground. The second vehicle fared worse. Its cooling tank was punctured, high-pressure steam and promethium waste erupting from its flank, like a boiling viper scalding the nearby hybrid guards alive. The third laser drilling vehicle was just about to fire again when a missile had already driven into its cooling vent. The explosion burst outward from within. The turret, along with half the cockpit, was blown skyward. The miners welded to the vehicle couldn't even scream before being consumed by the flames. Rufus crouched behind the armored vehicle, his mouth hanging open for a long moment. What the hell was that? He had seen Planetary Defense Force rockets. Those things were loud, smoky, and whether they hit anything depended entirely on the Emperor's mood. What he saw now was different. They could curve thread gaps and pick wounds. Rufus suddenly felt that the so-called heavy weapons of the Underhive gangs were nothing but children scaring dogs with iron pipes. Helena also watched the explosion. She did not mention Miracle again. She had learned by now not to rush to attribute things to theology when she did not understand them. But she still could not help but grip her legal emblem tightly. On Imperial battlefields, destroying heavy vehicles often required artillery calibration, tech priest blessings, servitor loaders, and a group of unlucky infantry buying time with their lives. Lei Jun had none of that. He simply said, "Fire." 3 Goliaths silenced the gun turrets of 7 heavy mining vehicles one by one. Cold, precise, and economical. That was the most terrifying part. Not the firepower, but every shot felt like it had been calculated in advance. Lei Jun stared at the panel, finally feeling a sense of relief. Those mining vehicles had been a threat capable of crushing the heavy engineering facility. Now they were turning into wreckage. Wreckage was, or was soldiers. Soldiers were lives. I'd tally the disabled targets. Severely disabled, 3 units. Moderately damaged, 4 units. Still mobile, 5 units. Enemy command node remains atop the central large cutting vehicle. Lei Jun stared at that line. Command node. Primus. This thing could not die yet. Not so cheaply, at least. As long as it lived, the vehicle formation would continue to be forcibly directed by it. The more it tried to pull the situation back, the more vulnerabilities it exposed. Goliath, do not rush to engage Primus. The Goliath driver sounded clearly disappointed. Sir, its head is quite visible. Visible or not, it stays for now. Lei Jun bit his cigar. Let it keep commanding. If it doesn't command, how do these broken cars know where to go? There was a moment of silence on the channel. Then the fat uncle laughed. Sir, you are more ruthless than I am. Morality with bugs. Lei Jun looked at the flames ahead. They welded the miners onto the cars first. Goliath redistributed its fire control. The second round of missiles no longer targeted the already disabled vehicles. They began picking off the ones that could still restore formation. A Crusher mining vehicle attempted to flank around the flame tank from the left. As it turned half its body, the drive shaft was blown apart by a missile. Hundreds of tons of vehicle mass dropped heavily. The cutting vehicle behind could not stop in time and crashed directly into it. The 2 behemoths collided into a heap, and the Crusher smashed its allies' cooling tank. Flames erupted from underneath the vehicle. The flame tank swept past, and with a casual breath of fire scorched the escaping cultists' back. On the right, another laser vehicle tried to evade the missiles. As its turret turned toward the flame tank, Goliath's autocannon struck first. The dual automatic cannon was not meant to destroy the entire vehicle. It only targeted one place, the turret mounting ring. Da-da-da-da. Metal fragments exploded everywhere. The thick mining cannon lost support and fell heavily onto the roof, crushing several miners at their stations into pulp. Lei Jun's eyelid twitched as he watched. Not out of sympathy, but because it felt like a waste. Do not destroy them too badly. We need to recover the vehicles. The Goliath driver replied, "Copy that, sir. I will try to leave them intact." Ida immediately added, "Vehicles have no concept of corpses." The Goliath driver paused for half a second. "Then leave the whole vehicle intact. That phrasing is more accurate." Rufus felt his scalp tingle. These steel soldiers were dismantling hundreds of ton mining vehicles while correcting terminology with their adjutant. Even the Underhive maniacs were not this relaxed. Primus finally could not hold on. It emitted a sharp scream. That was not a normal order. It was more like wringing the entire neural network into a whip, lashing out at all the cult followers and the welded miners. The remaining 5 mobile mining vehicles simultaneously changed direction. They stopped chasing the flame tank and stopped rearranging for coordinated fire. They converged directly toward the center. Primus wanted to contract the vehicle formation into a tight mass, using thick armor and corpses as a shield. Helena saw its movement. Sir, it is contracting its defense line. Lei Jun nodded. Yes, it is starting to fear. Primus was naturally afraid. Shouldn't it be afraid? It was the cult's high-level node, the Father's Blade, and the Underhive, the command core for all hybrid believers. But the feedback transmitted back from the hive mind was dire. Those blue-armored soldiers, red-armored flame troops, bipedal mechs, yellow engineering vehicles. All of them could not be analyzed. Eating them was useless, biting them was useless. It was as if cold iron was locked within the flesh. Swallowing them would only scald its own throat. Now even industrial vehicles were being dismantled by the enemy as materials. This was not war. This was demolition, and it was on the receiving end. The central large cutting vehicle began to reverse. Primus wanted to retreat into the maintenance tunnel behind the hall. There were many pipelines, narrow tracks. The mining vehicles could not enter, but purebloods and hybrid guards could. As long as it retreated inside, it would still have a chance to reorganize the next ambush. Lei Jun certainly would not let it have it so easy. Flame tanks cut off its retreat. Both flame tanks turned simultaneously, skirting the burning mining vehicle wreckage and charging toward the maintenance tunnel entrance. The flames swept across the ground, forcing out the hybrid guards piled there. Marines cleared the tunnel entrance. 4 Marines took turns with controlled bursts. One by one, the hybrid believers were shot back as they emerged from the pipes. Goliath. Lei Jun raised his hand toward the central vehicle. Fire at its feet. 3 Goliaths locked onto the central large cutting vehicle simultaneously. This time it was not the turret, nor the front hull. It was the load-bearing wheels on the inner side of the tracks. Hellfire missiles skimmed the ground, detonating the left side first, then the right. The central cutting vehicle lurched downward violently. Primus on the roof almost got thrown off. Its 4 arms gripped the gun mount tightly, and old wounds on its body burst open again, green blood flowing down the carapace. Helena gripped her bolt gun, her breathing slightly heavy. This was Goliath's true value. It was not about leveling everything with massive firepower like Imperial Knights. It was about pinning down every joint, every pipeline, every support point of the enemy one by one. They did not gamble with courage, they did not compete with faith. They only looked at structure. Sealock dismantle. The central cutting vehicle where Primus stood came to a complete stop. The rear maintenance tunnel was sealed by the flame tanks. The mining vehicles on both sides had crashed into each other and died. Directly ahead were the missile lock-on frames of 3 Goliaths. Aida's voice sounded. Enemy vehicle array collapsed. Primus mobility reduced to 27 meters. Suggestion, enter suppression phase. Lei Jun did not immediately give the kill order. He watched that 4-armed monster standing on the roof covered in blood. It was not over yet. This kind of high-level node would not meekly wait to die just because a few vehicles were destroyed. Everyone, do not pursue too deep. Do not get within 20 meters of it. Firebats hold the tunnel entrance, Marines clear the guards. Goliath, keep locking it, do not let it jump off the vehicle. Rufus was stunned. Not killing it. Lei Jun glanced at him. Have you ever seen how a rat bites when cornered? Rufus nodded. I have. Then do not force a 4-armed rat onto your face. Rufus, shut up. Primus slowly lowered its body. Its 4 arms supported on the roof simultaneously. The carapace on its back opened layer by layer, revealing purple muscle bundles inside. Those muscles tensed like drawn bowstrings. Helena's expression changed. Sir, it is going to jump. Lei Jun had already seen it. Aida's red prediction lines also filled the view simultaneously. Primus's target was not Goliath, nor the firebats. It was Lei Jun. This thing finally understood. If it could not dismantle the heavy engineering facility, it would kill the commander. Lei Jun raised his Gauss pistol, the muzzle steadily pointing at Primus. Come on. Let us see if you can jump faster, or if I can lock on faster. 3 Goliaths raised their autocannons simultaneously. The automatic cannon barrels began to preheat. Primus's back muscles contracted violently. Its entire massive body bounced up from the top of the central cutting vehicle. The moment Primus sprang from the vehicle roof, the entire hull seemed to fall silent. Its speed was too fast. The several hundred-pound alien body left a deep purple afterimage in midair. Its target was not the Goliath, not the Firebat, nor the Hellion racing along the flank. It was heading straight for Lei Jun. Rufus could only catch a shadow. Before he could even shout protect the commander, his body had already dropped to half a knee. Helena reacted faster. She raised her bolt gun, the muzzle tracking Primus, but the aim line could not keep up with that speed. This was not an ordinary monster's pounce. This was the node creature's final decapitation strike. Primus knew it well. The reactor plant could not be dismantled. The mining vehicle array could not be rescued. Then kill the commander. As long as Lei Jun died, these cold steel units, even if they could still fire, would lose their most crucial coordination. It bet on this leap. Lei Jun did not retreat. He stood before the reactor defense line, raising his Gauss pistol, the muzzle tracking that purple shadow. Aida's red prediction lines spread out one by one. Target warp trajectory calculating. Estimated contact time 7 seconds. Recommendation retreat. Too late. Lei Jun's voice was low. Goliath. 3 Goliaths turned simultaneously. The autocannons warmed up, the dual-linked cannons elevated. Primus forcibly twisted its body midair. It actually dodged the first volley of trajectories. Several cannon shells grazed its chest, chipping away a patch of carapace. Green blood flew out, but it did not bring it down. This thing was not just fast. It could also predict. The Goliath pilot cursed. This damn thing can dodge cannon fire. Lei Jun's gaze remained steady. It can dodge straight lines, then don't give it straight lines. He raised his hand, pointing to the half-collapsed mining vehicle wreckage on the left. Goliath, fire at the ground. The Goliaths did not ask why. All 3 bipedal mechs simultaneously lowered their cannon muzzles. The machine guns no longer tracked Primus, but swept toward the titanium steel ground ahead of its landing point. High explosive shells shattered the floor tiles. Fragments, smoke, and scalding steel slag erupted together. Primus's landing point was brutally smashed apart. Its body in midair sank. That sinking was fatal. The Firebat seized that half-second. The left Firebat advanced 2 steps, the Hellfire projector sweeping horizontally. A dark red firewall curled along the ground, not burning Primus itself, but cutting off its post-landing sprint route. When Primus landed, fire was ahead, and the shattered mining vehicle was behind. On the left was the burning trail left by the Hellion, on the right was the Goliath's cannon line. It could no longer charge. Lei Jun watched it, and finally smiled. Nice jump, terrible landing. Primus let out a shriek, all 4 arms simultaneously planting on the ground, attempting a forced second leap. But the Marines were already firing. 14 Gauss rifles did not aim for the chest. All aimed for the joints, knee joints, shoulder sockets. The muscle bundles on both sides of the spine. Bullets hammered in like nails one by one. Primus's right leg joint exploded, its body sinking downward. It still had not fallen. This thing was absurdly tough. It braved the fire line, propping itself up with bone blades on the ground, continuing to crawl toward Lei Jun. Helena stepped forward in one move to block at Lei Jun's front left. The bolt gun roared. A bolt round struck Primus's shoulder, blasting open a patch of carapace. Her voice was like a legal judgment. Alien node, cease your advance. Lei Jun glanced at her. Are you lecturing it on the code? Helena did not turn around. This is a pre-execution notice. The second bolt round followed. Primus was blasted sideways by the explosion, but its gaze remained locked on Lei Jun. There was little reason left in those eyes. Only hatred remained. It did not understand why it could not devour, why it could not corrupt, why those steel units grew more accurate and steady with each strike, why after bringing out the entire mining guild's industrial equipment, it ultimately became resources in this human's eyes. It was the gene cult's father's blade. It was a high-level node of the Undercity neural network. Now it was like a beast trapped in a slaughter line. Every step had been calculated. Every counterattack met new cannon muzzles. Aida's voice sounded. Target action model declining. Its mobility options have been compressed. Recommendation terminate. Lei Jun did not give the order immediately. He looked around. Mining vehicle wreckage blocked the rear. Firebats sealed the flanks. The Hellions were still burning, the hybrid guards attempting to approach on the periphery. The Goliaths had already reloaded. Primus appeared to still be charging, but in truth it had no path left. Now this was called a dead end. Not killing it in one shot. It was making every path impassable. Rufus, who had been hiding behind the armored vehicle, almost jumped when he heard his name. Here, Commander. Watch carefully. Lei Jun pointed ahead. In the future, when encountering this kind of thing in the Undercity, do not compete with it on courage. Rufus swallowed hard. Then what do we compete on? Compete on terrain, on firepower, on who is better at calculating. Lei Jun raised his gun muzzle. Courage is worthless. Rufus paused at those words. The words were harsh, but he remembered them. Primus suddenly opened its mouthparts. A low-frequency shriek exploded outward. The hybrid believers nearby, who were not yet dead, their eyes simultaneously turned purple. They were pulled up as if by an invisible hand, lunging toward Lei Jun. Dozens. Several dozen. Some were missing half their bodies, some were fully engulfed in flames, others had their bellies blown through, entrails dragging on the ground. They did not seek to kill, only to block shots. Helena's expression changed. It's using the wounded to block the firing line. Lei Jun had seen it long ago. Firebats. 2 firebats advanced simultaneously. No widespread spraying. Short bursts pressing forward section by section. The flames did not chase Primus, only burning those believers forcibly dragged up. They fell in the flames. As the believers fell, the cover in front of Primus was cleared. Marines' shoulder joints. For Marines, simultaneously switched targets. Gauss rounds concentrated on Primus's left shoulder. That bone-blade arm had barely risen before it was blasted backward and broken. Goliath. Lei Jun's voice dropped low. Lock onto the head. The targeting boxes of the three Goliaths simultaneously locked onto Primus's upper body. Primus sensed the danger, forcibly turning sideways, attempting to hide behind a burning mining vehicle. The Hellion charged past from the side. The rear of the vehicle swung, flames sweeping across the bottom of that mining vehicle. The residual cooling tanks beneath the vehicle chassis exploded, the entire vehicle tilting outward, exactly blocking Primus's retreat path. The fat man in the SCV cheered. Path sealed for it, sir. Well done. Lei Jun raised his hand. Fire. The three Goliaths roared simultaneously. The dual automatic cannons spewed white-hot streams of fire. The first volley of bullets struck Primus's chest. The deep purple carapace was torn open. The second volley pressed toward its abdomen. Internal organs and green bodily fluids sprayed from its rear, splattering onto the red-hot floor tiles, immediately rising in foul-smelling white smoke. Primus still wanted to advance. It only had 2 arms left that could move, yet it still used bone blades to grip the ground, crawling inch by inch toward Lei Jun. Rufus watched with scalp-tingling horror. This thing won't die? Helena raised her gun, about to fire a follow-up shot. Lei Jun pressed down her gun muzzle. Save ammunition. Helena froze. It's still moving. That's exactly why we need to save. Lei Jun looked at the monster covered in bullet holes. This kind of thing loves to take others with it before it dies. As he finished speaking, Primus's chest suddenly bulged. Purple-black veins lit up beneath the carapace. Ida immediately sounded the alarm. Warning. Abnormally rising high-energy biomass reaction inside the target. Assessment self-detonation tendency. Rufus cursed aloud on the spot. It can also explode. Lei Jun's expression darkened. This was its final move. If it cannot kill the commander, it will turn itself into a contamination bomb. If it detonated in front of the reactor defense line, toxic blood spores, bug eggs, and psionic echoes would cover the entire area. Even if the Terran units could withstand it, Rufus and those enforcers would perish. What was more troublesome was that the corpse would also be shattered. Resources would be lost, and this was the one thing Lei Jun could least tolerate. Goliath, cease fire. The Goliath fire line stopped. Helena hesitated. Commander. Lei Jun had already brought up the reactor interface. Cannot shatter it. He stared at Primus's chest, where the reaction was growing brighter. This thing is still valuable. Aida's voice sounded. Optional plan: rapidly produce a marauder, use concussive shells to suppress the target's core reaction. Resources sufficient. This was exactly what Lei Jun had been waiting for. He raised his hand and tapped the production icon. Fine. Primus has sent such a big delivery. Now it's our turn to return the favor. The barracks gate next to the reactor lit up with red light. The warp matrix unfolded. A figure thicker and heavier than a Marine stepped out of the blue light column. Bald head, heavy armor. Shoulders as wide as a wall. In hand, a short and thick concussive shell launcher. The Marauder looked down at Primus, a head which was swelling. Sir, this guy looks like he deserves a beating. Lei Jun pointed at Primus's chest. Disable it, don't shatter it. The Marauder grinned. I'm good at this. Boom. The concussive shell left the barrel. The short and thick projectile crashed into Primus's chest, not exploding outward, but releasing a circle of muffled shockwave. Primus's rising high-energy reaction was forcibly suppressed. It threw back its head and shrieked. The second shell followed, immediately crashing into its abdomen. The third struck the spine. 3 rings of shockwaves diffused in succession. Primus was pinned to the ground as if by an invisible iron hammer, the purple-black glow on its body fading bit by bit. Ida reported. Self-detonation reaction interrupted. Target mobility reduced to 3%. Recommendation: execute kill. Lei Jun did not hesitate this time. Goliath, deliver the final round. The Goliath machine guns raised again. This time they did not sweep the chest. Only aiming for the head, 3 fire lines crossed and pressed down. Primus's skull was shattered on one side in the first second. In the second second, the neck carapace cracked. In the third second, the entire upper body was pinned to the ground. That gene cult high-level node, which had nearly dismantled the reactor and forced the entire vehicle array offensive, finally lost all movement. Only the sound of flames remained in the hall, and the metallic cracking of cooling mining vehicle wreckage. Ida reported coldly. Target life reaction disappeared. Primus kill confirmed. Lei Jun did not immediately relax. He looked at the still smoking, deep purple corpse on the ground. He also looked at the paralyzed mining vehicles, cooling tanks, shattered cannon mounts, and alien debris covering the entire hall. Just now these things had nearly knocked him back to a scrapyard start. Now they all lay before him. Rufus also looked at that wreckage, silent for a long time. Finally he asked softly, Commander, these all need to be scrapped. Lei Jun bit his cigar and finally smiled. Scrap them. Don't miss a single screw. He opened the production interface looking at the marauder that had just warped in then at Primus's corpse. Start with the most valuable. The SCV's track sounds echoed from behind. The fat man's voice carried a smile. Sir, I've been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Lei Jun raised his hand, pointing at Primus. Drain it. Then scrap these vehicles one by one. In the firelight, the SCV extended its thick extraction tube, stabbing toward Primus's still bleeding corpse. When the SCV's extraction probe sank into Puresimu's corpse, the entire deep purple remnant body still twitched. The fat uncle cursed inside the cockpit. Moving even after death, how unhygienic. The extraction pump began to roar. Green bodily fluid was drawn through the transparent tubing into the processing chamber. Mixed within were fragments of black-purple flesh and glistening biomass crystals. Puresimu's once swollen chest cavity gradually collapsed, and the violet light flickering beneath his carapace dimmed accordingly. Lei Jun stood nearby in no hurry to leave. He had nearly been pounced on by that thing earlier. Now watching it drain dry tube by tube, the tension in his chest finally eased. The resource panel began flashing numbers. Purifying high-value Terran mutation biomass. High-energy gas, 35. High-energy gas, 48. High-energy gas, 72. Lei Jun's eyes lit up. Not metaphorically, but literally. After fighting for so long, repairing fortifications, reinforcing troops, constructing heavy factories, and deploying Hellbats and Goliaths, he had always lived like a pauper, counting every bead on the abacus. Every mouthful of gas had to be squeezed out. Every piece of crystal or had to be salvaged. But now things were different. Puresimu lay dead there, the mining vehicle broken beside him. The entire hall was filled with wreckage, cooling tanks, turret mounts, and alien corpses. Things that had nearly toppled his heavy factory were now nothing but figures on a screen. Lei Jun clenched his cigar and couldn't help but chuckle. Fine goods. Ugly bastard, but worth a pretty penny even dead. Ada's voice remained as calm as ever. Correction, this target is a high-level node organism of the Genestealer cult. However, from a resource recovery standpoint, your assessment is largely accurate. So it's just a valuable bug. Lei Jun had no patience for her pedantry. The Ravager stood to the side, its grenade launcher still puffing smoke. He glanced down at Puresimu's shriveled corpse, then looked toward Lei Jun. Sir, if that thing tries to jump again, can I tag it with 2 more rounds? No. Lei Jun raised his hand immediately. Don't smash it. Shattered ones aren't worth much. The Ravager paused, then grinned. Understood, insured freight. Relax, I'm better at stripping corpses than shooting them, the fat uncle chimed in from the SCV. Don't worry, I'm more professional at dismantling corpses than you are at shooting them. The medic could take it no longer. I recommend reducing the recreational descriptions of corpse processing. Lei Jun glanced at her. You're quite particular. A medic's professional habit. Ada added. But it does not affect extraction efficiency. At the other end of the hall, the remaining hybrid cultists had been largely suppressed. The Marines split into 2 groups, advancing along the burning wreckage of the mining vehicles. Gauss rifles barked in controlled bursts. Some cultists who had been playing dead were pinned back into the undercarriage as soon as they emerged. The Hellbats held the flanking passages, unleashing short bursts of flame to eliminate only the still-moving mutants, no longer setting fire to the vehicle frames recklessly. Lei Jun had given explicit orders. Leave salvageable material intact, do not burn it to ash. Upon hearing this, the Hellbat commander had replied with a single line, Copy that, sir. We'll only sear them today. Rufus led the enforcers huddled at the rear. Though huddled was generous, they were already far braver than before. With Puresimu dead, the oppressive fear weighing on everyone had lifted considerably. That's how undercrawlers are. Trembling with terror, while alive, they quickly summoned their courage from the muck the moment they realized they've survived. Several enforcers were already eyeing the mining vehicle wreckage. So many steel plates, so many cooling tanks, so many coils and turret mounts that could still be salvaged. Even if they didn't understand interstellar resources, they knew this pile was valuable. Rufus understood even better. He licked his lips and asked quietly, My lord, regarding these wrecked vehicles, might we be permitted to carry off some scrap? Lei Jun did not turn around. You may. Rufus's eyes lit up. Lei Jun continued, Haul them next to the SCV. Rufus's smile froze. And then, oi. And then you watch it get dismantled. Rufus let out a nervous laugh. Understood. I'll guard our lord's wealth. Helena gave him a cold look. According to wartime requisition records, these vehicle wrecks fall under Lord Lei Jun's command jurisdiction. Any unauthorized appropriation will be treated as theft of military supplies. Rufus immediately straightened his back. Honored Arbiter, my previous remark was purely to test the loyalty of my subordinates. And the results? Quite loyal, mostly because I'm watching. Helena chose to ignore him. Lei Jun, however, chuckled softly. Rufus was greedy, but not foolish. Such people were useful. Give him a sliver of leniency, draw a boundary, and he would personally keep the riffraff beneath him in check. The SCV began processing the first incapacitated mining vehicle. Its power drill bit drove into the hull's flank, first severing the residual promethium cooling lines, then detaching the entire turret mount assembly. The thick mechanical arm clamped onto the alloy shaft and tossed it into the collection bay. Click. The resource panel flashed once more. Crystal, or 42. Lei Jun's eyebrows rose. This dense. The fat uncle grinned. Sir, this thing is heavy. The Undercrawl Mining Guild may lack in many areas, but when it comes to piling materials onto vehicles, they spare no expense. A second armor plate was cut free. Crystal, or 28. A third set of energy coils was dragged out. Crystal, or 36. A contaminated cooling pipe was deposited separately into the purification trough. Convertible into low-purity high-energy reactants. High-energy gas 9. The increments were modest, but there was an abundance spread across the floor. Watching the numbers tick upward on the panel, Lei Jun's mood improved steadily. This was what real warfare felt like. The enemy came to strip them bare, but failed. The foe died, the vehicles remained. In the end, both machine and corpse flowed straight into his own stores. The more suffocatingly pressured he had felt earlier, the more satisfying this moment became. Rufus could not see the system panel. He could only watch as the SCV swallowed heavy components one by one, and observed Lei Jun's expression growing increasingly favorable. It was more terrifying than witnessing artillery fire. My lord, Rufus ventured cautiously, are you truly capable of turning scrap metal and rusted iron into soldiers? Lei Jun shot him a glance. Why do you ask? Rufus swallowed hard. Then the Undercrawl will surely be in for a rough time ahead. And why is that? Rufus gestured toward the wreckage littering the ground. What this place lacks most is, well, it has an endless surplus of scrap metal. Lei Jun smiled. The man had hit the nail on the head. The Undercrawl was a landfill, but also a mine. Those materials had previously held no value because no one could transform refuse into systematic combat power. Lei Jun could. Thus what others dismissed as worthless iron was in his hands something entirely different. It became soldiers' vehicles, fortifications. It became the capital he would one day use to escape this forsaken planet. Ada's report interrupted his musings. Puresimu, biomass purification complete. High-energy gas acquired this session, 436. Preliminary recovery of vehicle wreckage, 22% complete. Current crystal, ore acquired 580. Estimated additional crystal, ore upon full recovery, 1,400 to 1,800. Lei Jun clenched his cigar, speechless for a long while. Rufus couldn't see the numbers, but he could read Lei Jun's expression. It was beyond ordinary delight. It was the look of someone who had been poor for so long, suddenly discovering their foot resting on the threshold of a vault. Helena noticed as well. She whispered, "My lord, a substantial haul." Lei Jun exhaled a plume of smoke. "Let me put it this way. If a few more of those monsters had shown up, I might have died. But if it dies right in front of me, I can live far longer." Helena fell silent. The statement hardly sounded like an Imperial hero's manifesto, but it sounded exactly like a commander who truly understood how to survive. She looked down at Puresimu's drained husk. If this creature had lived, it would have shattered the defenses, slaughtered the enforcers, and corrupted more Undercrawl residents. Yet it was dead, and its very death had been stripped by Lei Jun to forge new combat strength. Helena pressed her hand against the legal emblem on her chest. She did not pray for long. This was not the time for prayer. I will document this battlefield requisition. Puresimu and its contaminated vehicles shall be processed as Xenowar spoils of war. Lei Jun nodded. The more legally sound your documentation, the better. It is inherently lawful. Very well. Leave professional matters to professionals. Helena glanced at him. She was too tired to correct him. From a distance, an enforcer suddenly cried out, "There's still one alive over here." The Hellbats immediately turned. It was not Puresimu. It was a hybrid cultist, half its body trapped beneath the vehicle chassis. A cooling pipe impaled its chest, its eyes entirely purple, yet it still clutched a data cassette with desperate strength. A Marine stepped forward and stomped on its wrist. The cultist's mandibles parted, emitting a broken whisper. "The father will awaken." Bang! A Gauss round punched through its skull. The data cassette clattered to the ground. Helena walked over and used her rifle muzzle to pry aside the remains. Only after confirming no secondary parasites remained did she allow the enforcer to extract the cassette with pliers. Mining Guild certification cassette. She glanced at the markings on the casing. This may contain mining vehicle dispatch logs, or perhaps Mining Guild warehouse authorization credentials. Lei Jun's eyes shifted. Warehouse authorization. Helena nodded. The Mining Guild maintains a joint military supply depot near the legal department, close to the repair station. By regulation, it may be temporarily requisitioned by the legal department during industrial unrest. Upon hearing this, Rufus perked up immediately. "Honorable Arbiter, are you referring to that reserve armory?" Helena looked at him. "You know of it?" Rufus gave a nervous laugh. "Have heard of it. Undercrawlers have heard of everything." Helena's tone turned colder. "And stolen from it." Rufus immediately shook his head. "No, that place has triple locks and automated turret emplacements. Law-abiding citizens like us only ever dream of stealing from it." Lei Jun gazed at the data cassette, his spirits lifting further. Puresimu was dead, the mining vehicles had become raw materials, and now a lead to an armory had fallen into their laps. This was precisely the drop rate one should expect from a high-level node. Ada interfaced with the data cassette. Reading in progress. Discovered joint backup depot designation between the mining guild and legal department. Location: subterranean wing of the repair station, 420 meters from the current front line. Inventory type: blast shields, heavy axes, ammunition crates, vintage armor plating, standby generator units. Recommendation: designate as next phase recovery target. Lei Jun chuckled. Good. Today's fight was far from in vain. He turned his gaze toward the hall. The SCV continued dismantling vehicles. The Marines were still clearing the area. Hellbats held the choke points while Vindicators patrolled the perimeter. The Ravager stood beside Puresimu's corpse, resembling a newly erected barricade. This scene was more tangible than any rallying cry. Lei Jun raised his hand toward the data cassette. "Helena, lead the way. Rufus, your people will move the supplies. Do not touch interstellar equipment, and do not steal." Rufus immediately slapped his chest. "Rest assured, my lord, my men are clean." Helena coldly added, "I will inspect them." Rufus quickly corrected himself. "What I meant was they will be perfectly clean after inspection by the honorable arbiter." Lei Jun fell silent. He cast one final glance at the thoroughly drained Puresimu. This creature had nearly driven him to a dead end. Now it had yielded gas wreckage and even an entrance to an armory. Lei Jun clamped his cigar back between his teeth. A floor paved with gold. Ada paused for a second. Correction: primarily composed of titanium steel, contaminated biomass, low-purity reactants, and military warehouse authorization credentials. "Shut up. As you command." The SCV's drill roared to life once more. An entire slab of mining vehicle armor was pried loose, revealing the unfinished energy coils nested within. The resource panel continued to flash its tally. Lei Jun turned and headed toward the flank passage Helena had marked. "Let's go. Time to see this armory. From this moment forward it bears the name Lei." The door to the legal affairs backup armory was thicker than had imagined. A black iron shell with an inner layer of a faded double-headed eagle insignia hung on the facade, beneath it a row of warnings long since smeared. "Sealed during wartime. Anyone who opens it without authorization will be treated as a rebel." Lu Fusi stood at the doorway, his eyes drifting toward the insignia, but his steps stayed obediently about 3 meters away. This bottom-dredge old fox had spent a lifetime doing dirty jobs, stealing water medicine guns and upper-level scraps. Yet a place like the Legal Affairs Department's armory was something he'd only dared dream of touching. Not that he respected the law any more than usual. Behind this door lay usually connected automatic gun turrets, gas vents, and a host of old mechanisms that could blast a man to pulp. Helian now walked up to the door, dusting the insignia clean. Her voice was steady. "Legal Affairs Department, 7th Maintenance Station, Standby Armory. The sealing code is still valid. According to wartime regulations, if this region suffers alien contamination, planetary defense fails, communications go down, the highest on-site legal affairs representative may open the standby vault." Lei Jun looked at her. "Are you the on-site senior legal affairs representative?" Helian now paused. "Currently, yes." "Then open it." She pressed the legal badge on her chest and softly spoke a string of authorization, words Lei Jun could not understand. It was not prayer, it sounded more like the opening of a verdict. After she finished, she affixed the badge to a black identification panel on the door's side. The panel initially gave no response. Then a sharp click sounded. The red light flashed. Lu Fusi's face changed, instinctively recoiling. "Sir, beware. Red lights like this usually spell trouble." Helian now coldly spoke. "Lu Fusi, shut up." Lu Fusi fell silent. The red light flashed 3 times. Inside, the sound of old gears turning. But it only turned for 2 seconds before it jammed. Click, click, click. Nothing moved. Helian Na's expression darkened. Mechanical lock assembly failure. Lei Jun looked toward the SCV. The stout old uncle had already climbed into a yellow mecha, the welding gun popping out from beneath its arm. "Sir, understood. Parts that legal authorization can't unlock should be entrusted to engineering authorization." Helian Na shot him a glance. The stout old uncle immediately added, "I mean assist in legally enabling the unlock." Lei Jun smiled. "You're learning fast." SCV welding gun lit up. A blue-white arc pressed along the door seam, cutting through. The tempered steel door reddened as a long crack slowly appeared. The enforcers Rufus brought stood by, eyes wide. They had previously opened doors with crowbars, explosives, or gambled with some unlucky soul to test the mechanism. This yellow mecha was different. It felt as if it had come to dismantle its own warehouse. Steady, precise, utterly unsentimental. After more than 10 minutes, the final lock core was cut. SCV mechanical arm clamped the door. Boom! The heavy iron door was torn open. A smell of decades-old rust gun oil and mold rushed out. Lu Fusi drew a breath, his eyes bright. The Emperor above. This is the scent of money. Behind the door were not gold or noble jewels. Rows of explosive shields, old logging rifles, heavy ammo crates, scrap haulers. Armor plates sealed under oilcloth and crates of riot control spare parts for mining districts. To ordinary people this was an armory. To enforcers it was gear that could buy them life. To Lu Fusi it was the fat meat he dreamed of stealing but never dared. But Lei Jun saw not the gear but the ore. The room was full of ore. Aido is scanning. A blue scanning line swept across the entire warehouse. Explosive shields 172 units convertible into 344 crystal ore. Discarded firearms and spare parts convertible into 510 crystal ore. Scrapped single-person vehicles and transporters convertible into 680 crystal ore. Tungsten steel doors and interior shelves convertible into 390 crystal ore. Aggregate estimate the current armory can recover more than 2,000 crystal ore. Lei Jun's lips twitched upward despite himself. The battle at Puli Musi had left gas and debris behind. Now the armory is replenishing crystal ore again. There is ore and gas and a heavy factory. This feels like crawling out from a scrap heap, finally laying hands on some real assets. Lu Fusi could not read the panel, only Lei Jun's expression. His heart trembled. It's over. This lord does not merely want the gear. He intends to devour the store. Helian Na clearly reacted as well. She looked at the rows of equipment, then at Lei Jun, her expression stiff for a moment. Sir, these are wartime sealed assets of the Legal Affairs Department. Lei Jun nodded. Now is wartime. Yes. You just said you could open the standby vault. Yes. Then may I use them to fight the aliens? Is there a problem? Helian Na was silent for 2 seconds. In principle, no problem. Emotionally, it is a touch complicated. If the Mechanist Church knew, they might cry. But these things have sat here in dust for decades, unable to protect anyone. Turned into Lei Jun's troops, they could continue to purge the aliens. Helian Na whispered, according to wartime conscription, they can be folded into the temporary command system. Good. Lei Jun raised his hand and waved. Uncle, dismantle it all. The SCV charged into the armory. The mechanical arms swept, toppling dozens of explosive shields to the ground. The welding torch swept past, the shield edges melting in an instant. Bundles of old firearms were seized by the mechanical claw, along with shells stuffed into the recycling trough. Blue arcs flashed continuously. The resource panel began to flood with updates. Crystal, or 80. Crystal, or 120. Crystal, or 210. Lei Jun watched the numbers rise, a sense of ease spreading. After the battle with Puli Musi, he had still been crunching resources. Goliath missiles could not be fired recklessly. The heavy workshop must not be blown up. Mining vehicles must not be shattered. It's different now. This armory is like a dry well. From the outside it looks ruined, but digging inside yields life-saving water. Several enforcers behind Rufus watched, their hearts bleeding. Explosive shields, logging rifles, heavy ammo crates. Normally a single gun would let you stride across half a block in the underworld. Now an SCV claw seals the deal, and a dozen guns along with their shelves vanish. One enforcer could not help but murmur, "Captain, those are guns." Rufus slapped the man's nape. "Shut up. If you had a gun, could you kill Puli Musi?" The man fell silent. Rufus lowered his voice again, "Let the Lord dismantle it. When he's done, we'll have the life to see the next warehouse." Lei Jun heard this and flicked him a glance. "It's rare to hear you speak human words." Rufus straightened his chest at once. "My lord, I can shine for the Emperor from time to time too." Helian Na coldly, "Don't insult the word shine." Lei Jun could not be bothered with their bickering. He opened the production interface. As the resources came in, many of the painful options no longer stung so sharply. Reinforce the land troops, reinforce the fire bats. Repair the Goliath, strengthen the bunker. And keep stockpiling for siege tanks. He didn't click everything at once. Looking wealthier now, but that's not true riches. The A-49 still waits in the wings. Higher tier nodes haven't shown themselves. He must reserve some resources for emergencies. Aido aligned the queue. Aido's priorities appeared as 1. Repair Goliath and Hellfire war machines. 2. Replenish the infantry and fire bats to cover losses. 3. Fortify the outer layer of the heavy industry. 4. Keep siege tank production in reserve. Lei Jun nodded. Execute the first 2. Confirm. Crystal or deduction in progress. In the warehouse, the SCV dismantling sped up. Explosive shields collapsed in sheets. Old firearms wrapped in oilcloth were swallowed into the recycling trough. A few scrap haulers were pulled out, scattering rat bones across the floor. Uncle Fat muttered in disdain, "Does this armory come with an ecosystem?" The medic replied calmly, "Better not to inhale unknown biological remains into the living quarters. Relax, I only suck." Or Lu Fusi heard this and twitched the corner of his mouth. He increasingly felt that the terrifying thing about Lei Jun's crew wasn't the guns. It was that they could dismantle anything they looked at. Doors could be dismantled, vehicles could be dismantled, even corpses could be stripped. The armory itself could be eaten away. If you ran with people like this, you might really survive. Perhaps someday you'd also be marked as recyclable by accident. Helian Na stood at the door recording requisition supplies. She wrote with utmost seriousness. With each batch she dismantled, she whispered the item aloud. Explosive shield wartime requisition. Old logging rifles wartime requisition. Scrap transporters wartime requisition. By the end, she paused to catch her breath, for the SCV had even stripped the tungsten shells from the walls. Lei Jun looked at her. What now? Helian Na drew a deep breath. Shelves too. They block the way. And they're valuable. Helian Na lowered her head and kept recording. Tungsten shelves wartime requisition. Rufus almost laughed, then held it back again. The inner depths of the warehouse soon emptied by half. The once crowded racks left a clean corridor. Lei Jun watched the numbers on the resource panel climb and felt steadier. This isn't true wealth. True wealth is still a long way off. But at least he no longer had to count down to the bone before every shot. This is the best part, not merely the rise of numbers, but having real choices in hand. To fight, to repair, to build, to retreat. In the past, he often could only pick the cheapest option. Now at least he can choose the right one. AI just suddenly suggested armory outer layer recovery 61 complete. Inner sealed storage cabinets detected. The suggestion was to keep cutting. Lei Jun looked toward the innermost cabinets. There was a line of old cupboards, dust thicker inside than outside. The cabinet doors bore legal affairs department seals. Helian Na looked as well. Inner layer storage cabinets. Rufus's face changed slightly, then suppressed it quickly. Lei Jun noticed. What are you panicking about again? Rufus immediately forced a smile. Nothing, my lord. I just think the old things in the legal affairs department always get more troublesome the further you go. Then we should open them even more. He turned to the SCV and said, Uncle, keep cutting. SCV's welding torch lit up. The blue-white arc shone on that row of old storage cabinets. The cabinet edges glowed red bit by bit. Lei Jun stood in the center of the armory, watching the resource numbers keep climbing. This trip was not in vain. Puli Mu Si is dead. The armory has opened. Our resources are finally sufficient. Next they would learn what those vermin hide deep inside A49. The welding torch stabbed into the first inner cabinet door. Crack. The seal split open. As the inner cabinet door was cut open by the dust continued to fall innery. The cabinet lay on its side. There were no guns, no ammunition inside. Only a row of moldy filing cabinets, a few old data cables, and half of a black iron machine embedded in the wall. The shell bore the Fa Wubu emblem with a red light at the bottom that flickered only after long intervals. It looked like a dying eye. Helian Na glanced at it, and her face changed. My lord, this is a backup thinker terminal. Lei Jun stepped closer. Is it still usable? The 7th Maintenance Station Backup Archive Terminal. When the main network is cut, it will retain patrol logs, missing person dossiers, and mining allocation copies. Helian Na paused. Provided they have not been contaminated. Rufus heard the phrase, missing dossiers, and his face immediately soured. Lei Jun looked at him. What are you panicking about? Rufus forced a smile. My lord, I dare not panic. I just feel this old machine is unlucky. Helian Na spoke coldly. You know there is something inside. Rufus fell silent. Lei Jun did not rush to interrogate him. A veteran from the bottom nest, he surely bore dirty ledger entries, but what mattered now was the terminal. He raised his left wrist, and a blue data cable sprang from the tactical watch. Helian Na frowned. My lord, connecting to the Thinker terminal without a prayer may trigger the Guardian program. Speak plainly. It might explode. Lei Jun stared at the 70-year unmaintained machine. It's quite dedicated in its own way. The data cable connected. In the next moment, the terminal trembled violently. The red light flashed wildly, an ear-splitting alarm rang out, and a string of blood-red runes rolled across the screen. Rufus ducked back behind the armored vehicle. I told you it was unlucky. Helian Na raised her gun. Dead code contamination. Lei Jun did not move. Ada's voice rang out. Low-level logic deadlock detected. Expired Fa Wubu encryption protocol detected. Insertion of a pseudo-instruction from the gene cult detected. Lei Jun asked, is it a problem? For the local system, yes. What about you? A 70-year-old office terminal with uncleared cache. The fat uncle inside the SCV chuckled. Helian nodded not. She fixed her gaze on the alarms flashing from the terminal, her finger resting on the Fa Wubu emblem, yet she did not utter a prayer. In these days she had understood this well. Lei Jun's side dealt with Guardian soul contamination with little prayer. They usually took matters into their own hands. Clean it. Cleaning in progress. The blood-red runes on the screen began to flicker. Insufficient permissions. Fake permissions delete. Access restricted. Expired protocol archived. Sacrifice enabled. Contamination directive delete. Ing Jiesheng. Nonsense delete. The last 2 characters were erased. The armory quieted. The red screen turned blue. Inside the terminal, a sound of old gears re-engaging echoed, a body that had slept for decades being forcibly roused to work again. Rufus peeked out from behind the armored vehicle. My lord, is it listening now? The uncertainty hung in the air, and Rufus's face stiffened. But the disobedient parts had already been isolated. Lei Jun nodded. That's enough. He looked at the screen. Scan Region 4. Keywords: Gene Cult missing persons, Kwangya Gongwi allocations, Pasu enforcement team missing. The terminal began to scroll through archives. Miners missing, patrols unreturned. Cleanup workers added, low-grade mining slaves relocated. Mining accidents sealed. At first it looked like the bottom nest's usual rotten ledger. But as it moved deeper, He Lien Na's face grew colder. I've seen some of these cases before. Lei Jun did not look at her. Have they been closed? He Lien Na was silent for a few seconds. Some are classified as mining accidents, some as gang purges, some not pursued further. She spoke with hard insistence, but her fingers pressed the Fa Wubu emblem. Those case files weren't paper. They were records of people who never came back. They were empty numbers after patrols went missing. They were rows of names crossed out in the cleanup registry. The Fa Wubu was not clean, and He Lien Na never felt she stood on a sacred ground either. But the dossiers were pushed down. Population transfers were labeled as accidents. A hive that had fed on people for 70 years under their noses. This hurt her more than any defeat. A defeat could at least be written into the records. These people, even the records, were turned into waste paper. Ada pulled all the records into a map. Red dots lit up one by one, missing persons. Abnormal allocations, patrols disappeared. Archived accident reports. They started out scattered, but as they progressed, the red dots seemed to be tugged by a single hand toward the same place. Deep within the 4th District's lower hive lies the Kwangya Gonghue's old transport lines. The A49 Pesu refinery sits at the map's center, the red circle widening. 70-year archive reverse analysis completed. The diffusion paths of the gene cult in the 4th District all converge on the A49 Pesu refinery. This region's missing persons are anomalous. Kwangya Gonghui material allocations abnormal. Fa Wubu patrols missing at abnormal frequencies. Conclusion: A49 is the cult's core nest. The armory remained silent. Only the SCV continued to dismantle outer shelves, the sound of drills echoing. Lei Jun studied the map. This isn't a hideout. It's a hole that has fed for 70 years. He Lien Na turned to Rufus. You said you only know rumors. Rufus's knees buckled. Arbiter, I truly didn't know that was the gene cult. I only know that the Kwangya Gonghui has been sending people to A49 for years. Repairers, cleanup workers, mining slaves, and the unlucky ones who committed crimes without families. Those who go and mostly never come out. He Lien Na raised her gun. Lei Jun pressed on her muzzle. Don't kill yet. He Lien Na looked at him. He's hiding population transfers. Now make him lead the way. Lei Jun fixed Rufus with a stare. You're more useful alive than dead. You know the transport lines, who pays, and which routes bypass the main road. Rufus seized the lifeline immediately. My lord, I'm useful. This rotten life of mine is now your map. Don't disgust me. Lei Jun turned back to the terminal. Ada, keep tracing A49. Reading reserve records. A49 is one of the 4th District's major fuel nodes. Long-term reserves of liquid Pasu. Old archive records, tens of thousands of tons. Lei Jun's eyes widened. Thousands of tons. Data requires on-site confirmation. If we occupy the refinery and repair the internal purification chain, it could be converted into a large-scale high-energy gas reserve. Conservative estimate 30000 to 50000 units. Lei Jun was silent for a moment. The armory had given a lifeline, but A49 is different. That is a mineral ore. Not scraps scraped from a junk pile, nor a temporary turnover from dismantling a few mining vehicles. 30,000 to 50,000 units of high-energy gas, even if only a portion can be seized first. That would be enough to turn one temporary outpost into a commander capable of sustained expansion. Firebats need gas. Medics need gas. Goliaths require gas. The tanks behind the tech upgrades, more heavy units, all require gas. Each time Lei Jun starts a production queue, it feels like squeezing money from between his teeth. If A49 can really be taken, it won't be mere scraping. It would be a vein that could sustain long-term replenishment. Rufus whispered, My lord, the archives may still be undersold. Lei Jun looked at him. Below A49 there are old plant sites, abandoned heat pipes, an old refining layer, and the Kwangya Gonghue's private vaults. Many things don't go into Fa Wubu accounts, nor into the governor's accounts. Such accounts will only grow, never shrink. Lei Jun smiled. A49 is both a hive and a mine whose danger is great, but so is the value. Ada continued reading. Encrypted transfer records found. Keywords: Cassitolin. Keywords: In Xiangwei Hao. Lei Jun's smile faded a little. In Xiangwei Hao. He Lien Na frowned. The Cassitolin family's merchant ship, noble private property. The terminal popped up a damaged file. The name was incomplete. The family crest was incomplete. The location marker was clear on A49's periphery toward the old main control area. Confirmed Casitalan family members were listed on A49's special transfer roster. This subject may be related to Yin Xiangwei Hao's rendezvous permissions. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the red dot. Hive gas ship tickets. This place really knows how to invite trouble. He now had a base troops and resources, but all of it lies beneath Kulus Star's lower hive. If this planet is truly dragged by the gene cult into an insect swarm, coordinate underground wealth alone won't be enough. We'll need ships. Lei Jun's side. Ada Mark A49. Mark. Current priority high. Recommendation: complete armory salvage repair war damaged units expand before reconnaissance. He Lian Na whispered, "My lord, if A49 is really the core nest, there won't be only Primus nodes there." "I know." Lei Jun turned off the projection. "So there's no rush to die." He looked at Rufus. "Draw the route to A49. "Yes, immediately." Rufus nodded quickly. "Draw it now." Lei Jun then looked at He Lian Na again. "You sort out Casitalan and Yin Xiangwei Hao." "Understood." Finally, he looked toward the SCV. The fat old man was dismantling the last row of shelves. "Commander." Lei Jun looked at the resource panel. Crystalline, or was still pulsing. Gas had a bottom level, but he knew this wasn't enough to crack A49. "Continue dismantling. If we don't gnaw this vault clean today, no one will say we're departing." The fat old man laughed. "Roger that. I'll ensure even the wall's plaster is valuable for you." Ada was silent for a moment. "Wall plaster resources are of low value." Lei Jun looked at the A49 coordinates. "So scrape it too, even a mosquito's leg is still meat." The A49 red dot on the terminal screen continued to flash. Like an eye in the depths of the lower hive, Lei Jun fixed his gaze on it. Hive gas ship tickets. Fine, we must go this time. Resources in the armory continued to rise. The SCVs were stripped down to the last piece. Not a single back panel of that row of tungsten steel cabinets was spared. A blue-white weld flashed, and the entire back panel was pried off and fed into the recycling chute. Lu Fuxi's eyelids twitched as he watched. He had once thought himself greedy enough. Now he realized his greed was crude. He had stolen guns and medicines at most, while Lei Jun's side would not spare even the cabinets. He Lian Na stood before the spare thinker terminal, continuing to read the damaged file. On the screen, half of the Castellan family crest remained. A silver rose largely coated by blood-red garbled data with only a few petals still clear. Lei Jun studied the emblem. "Yin Xiangwei, how large is this ship?" He Lian Na did not answer at once. She first verified the file permissions before speaking. The Castellan family armed merchant vessel is nominally a Pesu transport ship. In practice, it possesses long-range sailing capability, orbital docking rights, family trade credentials, and self-defense firepower. Lei Jun understood the key words. "Can it leave Kulus Star?" "Yes." He Lian Na paused. "Provided it remains near the orbit and is willing to take passengers." Lei Jun looked at her. "Whether she goes along or not depends on who can speak most persuasively." He Lian Na nodded. "A Castellan family member." She pointed to the incomplete name on the screen. "Sebastian von Castellan. The file is badly damaged, but the bloodline authentication record remains. He is one of the lawful heirs to the Yin Xiangwei Hao." Lu Fuxi leaned in half a step, then quickly recoiled under Helena's gaze. He whispered a noble sigh on it. No wonder the mining guild didn't kill him outright. Lei Jun shot him a glance. "Speak." Lu Fuxi swallowed hard. "All that rot from the undernest. Snatching ordinary workers is expendable, taking enforcers is troublesome, taking nobles is a transaction. But if you grab him and don't kill him, that's not about extorting a bit of money." He pointed to the terminal. "They want to use him to open the door." He Lian Na's expression cooled. Bloodline authentication. Lei Jun understood as well. Inside A49, there are not only hives and Pesu. There is also a key. If this key lies, the Yin Xiangwei Hao may approach, respond, and give him a chance to leave Kulus Star. That would be troublesome. Lei Jun had viewed A49 as a mine. Dangerous, valuable, but route plannable. Now it was different. There was also a boarding pass sealed within that place. And the pass would breathe fear, negotiate, it would likely be troublesome. Lei Jun bit his cigar and asked, "What if he dies?" He Lian Na was silent for a moment. The Yin Xiangwei Hao might still take in family assets, but it will not easily admit a weapon of unknown identity aboard. Speak plainly. We could be treated as pirates, insurgent forces, or heretical private armies. Rufus whispered, and then blasted into bottom nest fireworks by ship cannons. Lei Jun looked at him. Rufus immediately shut up. He Lian Na did not deny. Merchant ships have autonomy, but they keep their own rules. Without legal status, approaching by force will only provoke hostility. Lei Jun stroked his chin. "So we can't simply seize the ship." "Are you planning to seize the ship?" "I'm merely ruling out inefficient options." Rufus forced a smile. "Sir, seizing a noble ship is hardly efficient. Oh, after it's taken, the entire sector will be after you." Lei Jun glared at him. "You're not completely wrong. You've heard of it, but never done it. Helian Na coldly said, better that way. Lei Jun did not press further, his eyes fixed on the file. Sebastian's location marker lay toward the outer edge of the A49 ring in the direction of the old main control zone. The line was clear: rescue Sebastian. Let him live. Let him use the Castellan family identity to cloak Lei Jun and his unit as a legitimate escort force. Then there would be a chance to board the Xiangwei Hao. It might not be stable, but it's the only path that resembles a road for now. Lei Jun suddenly felt a tinge of frustration. He wasn't afraid of dealing with insects. Insects are at least easy to understand. They lunge, bite, spit acid, and deliver resources. Nobles are different. They negotiate, pose, flash their identity cards, and at the most dangerous moments demand a contract document. Trouble. Lei Jun cursed softly. Ada immediately interjected, target possesses high strategic value. Recommendation, keep him alive. I know. Suggestion, do not use high-pressure threats on first contact. Lei Jun looked toward the terminal. Where did you get negotiation advice? Based on the commander's past language habits inferred. Lu Fuxi couldn't help a wry smile. Lei Jun looked over, and Lu Fuxi lowered his head. My lord, I heard nothing. Helian Na continued to scroll the file. Several old records appeared on the screen. The Castellan family had previously invested in the A49 Pasu transport line. The old main control zone retained a family authentication interface. Xiangwei Hao could verify fuel loading, trade taxes, and family personnel identity through orbital checks. Put together, the meaning was clear: the Gene cult seized Sebastian not merely for a hostage, they wanted his bloodline authentication. Lei Jun studied the line labeled Old Main Control Zone Authentication Interface, and his brows furrowed. They want to use him to open the main control. Helian Na nodded. More precisely, to use his family bloodline privileges to reactivate the A49 Old Main Control Zone's merchant authentication interface. That interface was originally used to verify Xiangwei Hao's fuel loads, trade taxes, and family personnel identity. If connected to the polluted main control zone, it could become part of the spiritual beacon. Rufus's expression darkened. In other words, that pack of bugs isn't trying to call the ship. They want to treat the old main control zone's aerial antenna and authentication chain as a beacon for the swarm. Helian Na shot him a cold look. Rough but close to the truth. Lei Jun gazed at the Xiangwei crest on the screen, his eyes darkening. So this young master must be saved one way or another. Helian Na nodded. Yes. To you he is Xiangwei Hao's boarding pass. To the outsiders he is the blood key that unlocks the old main control zone beacon chain. If he falls into the clan chief's hands, the A49 spiritual beacon will be more stable and easier to be captured by things outside the orbit. That reason Lei Jun could accept. He was not a saint. Saving him was his identity, his boarding pass, and his blood key. If in Lei Jun's hands, he could contact Xiangwei Hao. If in the clan chief's hands, he would be the authentication plug for the spiritual beacon. Dead, and he would become a heap of noble troubles. A broken evacuation route, and a gap in the old main control zone whose closure might still be possible. Lei Jun turned to look toward the armory. Resources stripped from the SCVs had piled up in the system. The infantry began replenishing ammunition. Firebats checked their thrusters outside. Goliath's missile nests were reloaded. The raider leaned by the door, gripping a neutron launcher, looking down at Rufus and his band of enforcers as they hauled crates. The look in his eyes was not one of vigilance. Like watching a group of not-so-bright packers. Lei Jun weighed his available forces: Hellions, Gulia, and Firebats. There were medics, there were raiders, but not enough. A49 was the hive's core. Inside there might be more than one prime. Sebastian lay toward the old main control zone, indicating they couldn't just circle the perimeter and leave. We must go in and breach. We must pull the people out alive. We must also preserve as much as possible of the Pasu resources and the refining structure of A49. This job does not sound human. Lei Jun smiled. Ada, list the objectives. Current phase objectives updated. 1. Complete armory salvage. 2. Repair battle-damaged units, replenish ammunition and fuel cores. 3. Confirm the route to the A49 Old Main Control Zone. 4. Rescue Sebastian von Castellan. 5. Prevent the Gene cult from using Sebastian's bloodline authentication to strengthen the A49 spiritual beacon. Lei Jun nodded. Add 1. Grab whatever gas you can, don't leave any behind. Added 6. Evaluate and seize the Pasu resources at A49. Helian Na glanced at him. Do you plan to save the person, block the beacon, and seize resources all at once? Lei Jun spread his hands. What else? If you focus on saving people, no resources, you'll die later. If you focus on raiding the refinery, the beacon will be lit, the swarm will come, and you'll die. If you focus on running, there is no ship, and you can't get away. These 3 things are bound together. He spoke in a calm tone. Yet no one in the armory felt at ease. This is the current situation. Every path was rotted. Lei Jun simply picked the most profitable rotted path. Rufus whispered, "My lord, are we going to save the noble scion or raid the refinery?" "Both." Lei Jun gave him a look. Rufus forced a smile. "I was afraid you'd say that." Lien Na closed the damaged dossier into a data box and handed it to Lei Jun. "This is all that can be recovered for now. I will draft a legitimate identity plan." Lei Jun took the data box. "What plan? If Sebastian is willing to cooperate, he can act under the Castellan family name. Temporary enlist you and your unit as special battlefield escorts." Lien Na said, "This does not guarantee total safety, but at least it can be justified within the Imperial system." Lei Jun nodded. "If it can be justified, that will do. I don't expect this broken universe to be reasonable. Less trouble, more victory." Ada suddenly prompted armory salvage completed 92. Current resources support small-scale expansion. Recommendation: immediately replenish firebats and medics. The heavy plant can continue producing heavy units, but keep some resources in reserve to address unknown threats at A49. Lei Jun studied the panel, not rushing to click. He had grown used to poverty. Now that he had a little money, he couldn't spend it all at once. First, replenish firebats and medics. Repair all Goliath combat losses. Keep Hellions mobile. He paused, his gaze landing on the heavy plant icon. Siege units first on the plan, then place orders after resource checks. Confirmed. Lien Na couldn't quite understand what siege units meant here, but she could hear Lei Jun's tone. It wasn't for a small reconnaissance, it was to launch a direct assault on a refinery that had been hollowed by the invaders. Rufus could sense it too. His face went pale, but he didn't back down. Backing off wasn't an option. The undernest behind them housed the insects, above them stood nobles, and the governor's palace in front was A49. Following Lei Jun forward there were at least Guns Flame and the white-armored saints. If he ran, no one would recognize the corpse. Lei Jun closed the data box and walked toward the armory door. The outer underground hall still smoked. Prime's bodies had shriveled into mummified forms, and mining carts lay in wreckage, stripped to their bones. What was a dead end just now had become a supply point. Lei Jun stood at the doorway, glancing toward A49. He no longer thought of that place as merely a hive. That place is a mine. It is the enemy's old nest. It is where the clan chief builds the beacon. It is also the only boarding pass that could carry him off Kulus Star. Inform everyone. Lei Jun's voice was steady. Repair the vehicles, replenish ammunition, eat, breathe. When you're done, we go to A49. Mission objective name. Lei Jun gazed into the darkness. Rescue the noble and dismantle the beacon, seize the gas, take the boarding pass. Rufus winced at the words. Any of those options seemed unsafe. Lien Na closed the data board and spoke with a serious tone. "I will phrase it in a legitimate way." Lei Jun smiled. "Fine, you handle the legality, I handle surviving. While we're at it, let's burn their nest to the ground." With that, the armory sprang into motion. SCVs were already dismantling old equipment. Rufus led the enforcers, pushing cart after cart loaded with riot shields, scrapped rifles, and shelving fragments toward the collection point. The stout uncle's welding torch never ceased its work. A flash of blue-white flame. The last tungsten carbide backplate was pried loose and shoved into the recycling hopper alongside 2 crates of spent casings. Mineral crystals 60. Mineral crystals 90. Current reserves 2640 mineral crystals, 1530 high-energy Vespine. Lei Jun studied the display, a fragile sense of relief settling in his chest. But only a fraction. Those who had known poverty too long did not feel joy at the sight of wealth. Their first instinct was to calculate whether it would even buy them another day of survival. A49 was no ordinary enemy nest. It housed the patriarch Sebastian and tens of thousands of tons of promethium. To Lei Jun it represented, or a Xeno hive, and a ticket off-world. To the brood, however, Sebastian was a bloodline cipher. If the patriarch used him to access the legacy command nexus, the psychic beacon would become an even greater nuisance. This planet could not be lingered over. There was no profit in dawdling underground while the Tyranids came knocking. A wealth would amount to nothing. Lei Jun raised his hand and activated the tactical interface. "I to compile our current combat assets. Available combat units, 4 CMC Marines, 2 Firehawks, 2 medics, 2 Inferno tanks, 1 Goliath combat robot, 1 Raider, 1 SCV. Heavy factory operational." Lei Jun listened and shook his head. Enough for Primus. Not enough for A49. Helena stood nearby, offering no objection. She had just finished reviewing A49's archive files. Missing Persons Ministry of Trade requisition orders and comms blackouts from the Penal Corps Patrol all pointed to a single location. This was not merely an outpost. It was a maw that had been devouring people for decades. Lei Jun targeted the Goliath first. 2 Goliath combat robots. Command confirmed. Goliath combat units X2 added to production queue. 6 more Firehawks. Firehawk X6 added to production queue. Add 4 medics. Medic X4 added to production queue. Resource deduction complete. Deep within the heavy factory, the mechanical roar resumed. Blue teleportation light flared from the barracks direction. Lei Jun paused, casting a glance toward the door where the raider stood. The man hauled an oscillating grenade launcher planted like a thick bastion wall. The raider is reassigned to the close guard fire team. You'll flank me from now on. A grin split the raider's face. Sir, I've always preferred my troubles up close. But don't get too close. Lei Jun shot him a look. When you fire that thing, it jars my ears too. The raider laughed even harder. Rufus watched beside him, eyelids twitching. These metal-clad brutes spoke with zero gravitas, yet he had witnessed this bald man suppress a Primus self-detonation with a single oscillating grenade. He did not dare laugh. He bent his head and continued drafting routes. Upon a splintered wooden board, the pipelines near A49 collapse zones and abandoned trade guild outposts were mapped out in messy charcoal scribbles. My lord, we cannot pass here. Rufus tapped a pipeline. Old Prometheum leak zone. Men who enter start coughing up blood, then their lungs burn away. And steer clear of this one. The guild buried automatic turrets here years ago. No one maintains them anymore. God only knows if they still recognize friend from foe. Lei Jun cast a glance at the map. You know the escape routes well. Rufus gave a dry chuckle. Down below, the only way to reach my age isn't bravery. It's knowing which paths to avoid. Then keep staying alive. Lei Jun stated. If you die, I'll be forced to find another coward who knows the way. Rufus immediately bowed his head. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Helena ignored his banter. She copied the Castellane files onto a separate data slate and jotted down a sequence of imperial legal statutes beside it. My lord, if Sebastian is willing to cooperate, we can have him formally hire you as a specialized combat guardian under the Castellane banner. In plain terms, you get a legal conduit to board the Silver Rose. Lei Jun nodded. Prepare it for now. Helena lowered her voice. But I must warn you, merchant houses nitpick the fine print. The contract will open doors, but it cannot guarantee obedience. As long as it opens doors, that suffices. Lei Jun watched the production progress. Once we're inside, we'll discuss the rest. Helena fell silent for a moment. The statement was hardly lawful, yet she had to concede it suited the moment perfectly. Just then, frantic footsteps echoed from the armory's side entrance. A group of enforcers dragged a fallen comrade sprinting toward them. Half his body had been corroded by xeno acid, a breastplate and flesh were fused together, skin-blackened ribs protruding in jagged segments. My lord, the enforcer cradling the wounded man fell to his knees, his voice cracking. He's still breathing. He truly still has a pulse. Helena saw it in a single glance. In the grim expanse of the Imperium's battlefields, such wounds were almost invariably fatal. All they could do was administer a painkiller and let him whisper the final prayer to the Emperor. Lei Jun did not immediately order the medic forward. Ida assess infection risk. No deep parasitic infestation detected. Acid corrosion wounds. Pulmonary cauterization. Treatable. Lei Jun finally nodded. Then treat him. He turned to the surrounding enforcers, his voice hardening. Remember, only save those worth saving. From now on, anyone caught dragging obviously parasitized filth back to camp will be incinerated along with it. The enforcers' faces drained of color. Understood. A medic in white power armor crouched. His scanner swept over the wound. Acid corrosion covers 41%. Muscle necrosis. Fractured ribs. Pulmonary burns. Begin treatment. A pale green healing beam descended. Several nanorepair needles pierced the edges of the rotting wound. The smoking flesh ceased to decay, and the black necrotic tissue was gradually peeled away. Fresh granulation tissue began to sprout from the wound's depths. The shattered ribs slowly realigned beneath the verdant beam. The enforcer gasped sharply. Arg! The scream sent those around him shrinking back in alarm. The medic pressed a hand onto his shoulder. Stay still. Pain means your nerves are regenerating. Within seconds, the most horrifying acid scars were already covered by newly formed flesh. The skin was tender, but the man was undeniably alive. Lying on the ground, he panted heavily, dazed fingers tracing his own chest. I'm not dead. No one answered. Rufus dropped to his knees in the muck. His mechanical ocular implant whirred frantically, as though trying to brand the spectacle directly into his cortex. By the Emperor's grace. Merciful saints of the white armor. The nearby enforcers fell to their knees in turn, one by one, then a dozen. Their gaze upon the medic was no longer that of comrades looking at a soldier. It was the reverent or reserved for a silver-robed saint who had plucked a soul from the jaws of death. The medic glanced back at Lei Jun. Commander, they appear to misunderstand my function. Lei Jun waved a hand dismissively. No matter. Local cultural quirks. They'll adjust. Aida's voice interjected. Data log medic unit has accrued religious-level reverence among the native population. Recommendation archive as a low-cost morale amplification protocol. Lei Jun's lip twitched. You really know how to make a profit. Helena gripped the double-headed eagle insignia, murmuring a brief litany under her breath. Lei Jun noticed, but said nothing. Morale, after all, was sometimes cheaper than ammunition. At that precise moment, the heavy factory gates slowly ground open. The first newly forged Goliath stepped out, followed immediately by the second. The two 5-meter bipedal mechs planted themselves side by side, their twin 30mm autocannons hanging heavy from their right arms as shoulder-mounted missile arrays initiated self-diagnostic sweeps. Together with the original 3 Goliaths stood before the factory like 3 iron sentry towers. Moments later, 6 Firehawks emerged from the barracks teleportation matrix. Their crimson heavy armor clanged against the deck plating, while high-pressure fuel canisters on their backs thrummed with a low menacing vibration. Firehawks secured medics, deployed Goliaths assembled. 4 CMC Marines reloaded and took positions flanking Lei Jun. 2 Inferno tanks growled as their engines spooled plasma ventral projectors, beginning their warm-up cycle. The Raider stood guard at Lei Jun's flank, grenade launcher resting on his shoulder. Surveying the formation before him, Lei Jun felt a measure of relief finally settle in. Now this looked like an army. If they were going down into the Xeno Hive, they would do so with proper martial theater. Yet it was still not enough. A-49 harbored a Patriarch Prometheum fuel depots, a captured trade baron's son, and a legacy command nexus actively succumbing to corruption. Autocannons and flamethrowers alone would not suffice. True gentlemanly romance required tracks and heavy ordnance. Lei Jun strode toward the heavy factory's main control console. The holographic production roster unfurled. The icon for the Arcus siege tank glowed quietly. He reached out and selected it. Ida. Online Commander. Deploy 2 Arcus siege tanks. Command confirmed. Arcus siege tanks X2 added to production queue. Resource deduction complete. Deep within the factory, the mechanical thunder that had barely subsided erupted once more. This time the resonance was far heavier. It was the sound of something truly massive taking shape along the assembly line. Lei Jun clenched a cigar between his teeth, watching the production progress bar inch forward. Once the tanks roll off the line, we move out for A-49. Lei Jun had just finished saying, wait for the tanks to come offline, when the sounds inside the heavy factory changed. Previously, when Gulia was built, the stamping presses hammered the steel plates. The air grew heavier now. Step by step, the iron racks in the armory trembled under the weight. Lu Fu Si and the enforcers had been moving things, and upon hearing the sound they all stopped. No one urged, no one spoke. The heavy workshop door slowly rose. White steam gushed from the gap, carrying a hot metallic scent and flooding the ground. In the next moment, the sound of tracks pressed through the mist. The first Arclight siege tank rolled out of the heavy factory. The hull was low and heavy blue-black armor unadorned. On both sides, 4 wide tracks ground across the titanium floor, producing a dull thud. The most conspicuous sight was the twin 90mm plasma cannons mounted at the center of the hull. The outer layer of the gun barrel was wrapped with plasma acceleration coils, a faint blue glow within. It merely shifted its direction a little, and the nearby enforcers instinctively stepped back. A second siege tank followed closely. The 2 iron giants stood side by side before the heavy factory. The armory fell silent for a few seconds. Lu Fu Si's mechanical eye whirred wildly. My lord. His throat went dry. Is this another tank? Lei Jun stood at Gulia's foot, glancing upward. Call it so, but once it is mounted, its temper will grow even wilder. Lu Fu Si didn't understand completely. Yet he knew whose target the cannon mouth pointed at, and who would not have to worry about writing last words. Lian Na also fixed her gaze on the 2 siege tanks. She had seen Imperial War vehicles, the Ministry of Justice ride armor, the Planetary Defense heavy-tracked vehicles, and even records of Li Man Lu Si tanks. Imperial War vehicles often resembled iron altars adorned with scriptures and holy sigils. These 2 before them were not the same. No icons, no incense, no skull motifs. Every inch of their structure spoke plainly: protection, mobility, fire. They did not proclaim faith. They only prepared to blast the enemies into scrap. Lian Na kept this thought in her heart, not voicing it. The mechanical church would not be pleased to hear it, but she indeed believed so. Aida's voice sounded. 2 Arclight siege tanks production completed. Gulia armed robots 3 units. Indigenous Enforcers Logistics Team 60. Recommendation: Indigenous Logistics should handle route marking, illumination, barricade materials, medical kits, casualty evacuation, and the transport of recyclables. Lei Jun nodded. This time Aida's instructions were very clear: just move the lighting rod signs and barricade materials. He looked at Lu Fu Si. Your people split into 3 squads. 1 squad with the tanks carrying road signs, barricade boards, and maintenance tools. 1 squad with the medics responsible for dragging the wounded. The remaining squad will follow you. Lead the way. Lu Fu Si straightened his back at once. Understood, my lord. If anyone falls behind, I will personally kill him. Don't rush to kill. Lei Jun glanced at him. Living men can still carry things. Lu Fu Si hesitated a moment, then nodded. Understood. Let them carry the gear first. If they can't, we'll reconsider meeting the emperor. Lian Na stepped to Lei Jun's side. My lord, the A-49 main transport ramp is wide enough for the siege tanks to pass. But once inside the refinery, the corridor's narrow. If the enemy destroys the side walls or detonates the piping, we could be trapped. Lei Jun looked at the A-49 coordinates. So we cannot delay. After entering, secure the outer ring passage first, then seize the old main control area. He paused. If Saiba Si Dian is still alive, pull him out. Lian Na heard the words, and a faint smile flickered at the corner of her lips. That is a member of the Ka Si Te Lon family inheritance line. The merchant ships, the Silver Rose's ticket. In Lei Jun's mouth it sounded as trivial as fishing a toolbox out of a gutter. But she knew this was safer. Lei Jun wanted the ticket not to become a servant to a noble's son. One more thing, and Lian Na lowered her voice. If Saiba Si Dian has already been forcibly connected to the old main control area by the clan leader, you must prioritize cutting the authentication chain. I know, Lei Jun said. To me he is a ticket, to the worms he is a key. If you can seize the key, seize it, if not, smash the lock first. Helena was silent for half a second. The wording was crude, but the direction was correct. Lei Jun raised his hand. All units prepare to depart. Gulia moved first. 3 5-meter-tall bipedal mechs stepped forward, pinning the front, middle, and rear of the formation. 2 Hellfire battle cars glided to the flanks, engines growling. 8 firebats split into 2 rows, their red heavy armor shaking the ground. 4 Marines protected Lei Jun nearby. 6 medics were posted in the midsection, their white armor conspicuous among the blue-black heavy armors. Raiders shouldered concussion grenade launchers, standing behind Lei Jun to his side. Finally, the 2 arc-light siege tanks pressed forward slowly. They did not rush to mount their cannons. In such underground passages, cannons are both trump cards and trouble. Lei Jun now understood that beneath A-49 lay Peisu pipelines everywhere. You cannot simply blow up wherever you wish. Tanks can solve many problems, but they can also create greater troubles. The Enforcers' logistics squad trailed on both sides, their faces turning pale. They carried lighting rods, road signs, barricade materials, and medical kits. The battered rifles in their hands looked more like comfort than weapons. Yet no one dared to retreat. Ahead was Lei Jun's iron phalanx. Behind was the Di Chao and the insects. Which side would survive? Even a fool knows. Lei Jun climbed onto the side of one Gulia, bracing against the outer armor and looking down. This unit was odd indeed, an interstellar human unit, remnants of the Ministry of Justice, veterans of the Brood, and a group of enforcers newly emboldened from the armory. Not neat or pretty, but the firepower suffices. Lei Jun pointed toward the direction of A-49. Move out. Target Peisu refinery. SCV cut open the main transport ramp's iron door. Cold wind blew from deeper inside. There was the scent of Peisu rust and putrefying flesh. The Hellfire battle cars surged in first, their headlamps sweeping the walls on both sides. The walls were plastered with purple sect symbols, some were paint, others blood. Here and there hung withered human skins and miners' charms. Lian Na's face grew icier. Lu Fusi kept his head down, pretending not to see. Among those things there might be people he had once known. The team hadn't gone far into the ramp when Ada's warning rang out. Commander, anomaly detected. Lei Jun looked up. Speak. The planet's atmospheric stratification shows interference from unknown bioelectromagnetic signals. Star language communications were deteriorating rapidly. The orbital channel showed widespread noise. Helena halted abruptly. My lord, please repeat what you just said. Lei Jun looked at her. Helena's face had darkened. Star language communications are deteriorating. Her lips moved. The subspace shadowing is thickening. Lei Jun said nothing. There is no sky underground. Yet in the HUD AI that had already pulled up surface monitoring. The sky over Kara's star darkened. The previously yellow industrial smog yielded to a slow pressing veil of dark purple. Irregular vortices appeared at the cloud edge, and orbital communications icons faded to gray one by one. A high-density biosignature appeared in the outer atmosphere. Based on local data, this is a precursor to the Terran swarm's vanguard descent. Recommendation: accelerate the current combat tempo. Lei Jun was silent for a few seconds. He had thought there was more time. To take down A-49. Rescue Saiba Si Dian, obtain the Silver Rose's ticket, then find a way to escape. It seems the swarm won't grant him that time. The genetic sect within the Di Chao was but a rotten lesion beneath the skin. What lay above was the truly deadly thing. Lei Jun gazed toward the darkened transport ramp ahead. A-49 lay below. The clan lord and Saiba Si Dian were there. The first stable gas mine was there too. He exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his voice turning cold. All units accelerate, do not waste time on the road. The apocalypse is at the door soon. He raised a hand and pointed deeper. Before it lands, first wipe out the worm's old den. Lei Jun's command fell, and the team began to enter the A-49 main transport ramp. The SCV had already cut through the iron door. Behind it lay a wide, downward-sloping corridor, just narrow enough for two Arcus siege tanks to pass side by side with difficulty. The floor was paved with thick steel plates, and on both sides ran massive promethium pipelines. Many of the pipes had cracked with green fuel seeping from the fissures and pooling on the ground in glistening puddles. The acrid stench of fuel filled the entire corridor. 3 Goliaths formed the front, middle, and rear positions. 2 Hulk tanks held the flanks. 8 Fire Ravens advanced in the middle front formation. 4 CMC Marines guarded Lei Jun's immediate vicinity. 6 medics were positioned in the center of the column. At the rear came Rufus leading 60 officers of the Enforcement Logistics Corps. Strapped to their backs were illumination rods, route markers, sealant materials, medical kits, cutting tools, and ammunition for their battered rifles, each man's face ashen. They all understood they were not the main force. They had come to carry supplies, drag the wounded, and mark the path. Simply staying out of the way of the Space Marine fire was considered a merit in itself. Rufus walked at the forefront, bracing himself as he pointed deeper into the darkness. My lord, this passage was formerly under the jurisdiction of the mining guild, used exclusively for transporting promethium and heavy equipment. 2 more kilometers ahead lies the A-49 outer relay station. By the Emperor's grace, that place is likely compromised by now. Helana's voice turned ice cold as she examined the walls on either side. The heretical corruption runs deep here. The walls were covered with purple cult symbols. Some were painted, others were blood. As they pressed onward, corpses began to appear on the ground. Miners, law enforcement officers, mining guild foremen, all pinned to the pipes and walls. Several officers of the Enforcement Logistics Corps turned green at the sight and retched on the spot. Rufus spun around and kicked one. Stop your vomiting. The Emperor has not decreed your death, so keep moving. Lei Jun paid no mind to the commotion behind him. His gaze remained fixed on the pipelines flanking the corridor. This was no ordinary hive structure. It was an underground labyrinth saturated with fuel. Ada, scan ahead. Scanning. Main transport ramp structure intact. Multiple promethium leaks detected. Recommendation: do not employ area effect explosive weapons. Lei Jun glanced back at the 2 siege tanks trailing behind. In other words, hold fire with the tanks for now. Recommendation confirmed. In the current zone, a high-temperature penetrating explosion carries a 32% probability of triggering localized fuel detonation. Lei Jun clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the Warhammer universe, 32% sounds about as safe as certain destruction. Helena spoke up immediately. My lord, once the promethium lines detonate, this entire ramp section will become an inferno. The Department of Justice archives contain records of a loyalist company that accidentally struck a fuel pipeline, sparing everyone the trouble of collecting remains. Understood. Lei Jun raised his hand. Tanks hold position. Goliaths watch the elevated positions. Fire Ravens monitor both sides of the pipelines. The column continued its descent. Lights flickered along both sides of the corridor, some swallowed by the chitinous membranes of the nest, casting only a faint crimson glow. Distant metallic clangs echoed occasionally. It sounded as though something was crawling within the pipes. Rufus cursed under his breath. This wretched place may have been filthy before, but never this revolting. Helena regarded him coldly. When you were collecting bribes from the mining guild, didn't you catch even a whiff of heresy? Rufus's lip twitched, and he immediately bowed his head. Lei Jun said nothing. His eyes stayed fixed on the HUD map. Suddenly, Ada's voice broke through. Warning. Thermal signatures rising from the side maintenance wells. Armed personnel movement detected behind the upper promethium pipelines. Lei Jun's eyes hardened. Halt, all advance. No sooner had the order been given than the maintenance covers on both sides exploded outward. More than a dozen half-breed cultists crawled out from within. Clad in tattered miner uniforms with half their faces transformed into purple chitin, they brandished mining blasting rifles and automatic weapons. Behind the upper pipelines, a line of dark figures also emerged. Gunfire erupted instantly. Blast rounds slammed into the logistics team's vicinity, sending 2 enforcement officers flying. A native ammunition crate was torn apart, brass casings scattering across the ground. The logistics team fell into chaos. Get down. Everyone get down. If you don't want to meet the Emperor, stop running around. Rufus bellowed at the top of his lungs. But this was their first time accompanying the Space Marine main force into such a place, and his men simply couldn't hold their composure. Some scrambled wildly while clutching ammunition crates. Others dropped to the ground and fired aimlessly. A few attempted to take cover behind the siege tanks, only to retreat in terror at the sight of the tracks. Lei Jun issued orders directly. Fire Ravens seal the left maintenance well. Hulks clear the right flank. Marines eliminate the enemy firing positions above. Number 4, keep the logistics team in check. The 4 Marines immediately spread out. Number 1 and Number 2 raised their weapons, targeting the pipelines above. Their C-14 Gauss rifles spat controlled bursts. Half-breed cultists barely exposed themselves above before depleted uranium rounds blew their heads apart. Number 3 swung toward the right, picking off cultists wielding blast rifles. Number 4 stepped in front of the logistics team, his voice grave through the amplifier. Everyone get down. Those who move will be treated as hostile units. Those words carried more weight than 10 of Rufus's shouts. The enforcement officers immediately dropped to the ground. The Fire Raven squad took position on the left flank. 4 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, their flamethrowers trained on the maintenance well opening. Dark red, superheated flames surged into the well. Screams erupted from within. Several half-breed cultists barely managed to crawl forward before being pushed back by the inferno. On the right flank, both Hulk tanks roared to life simultaneously. Rather than unleashing wide-area fire, they lowered their projection angles, sweeping the ground with short bursts of blue flame. The flames avoided the areas with the worst promethium leaks, targeting only enemies near the maintenance wells. Several half-breed cultists charged the tanks while clutching explosive charges. The Hulk tank executed a sharp turn, its hull sliding along the wall. Behind it, a Goliath's autocannon rang out once. Bang! The cultist carrying the explosive charge lost half his body. The explosives hit the ground and were shot away by a nearby marine. No detonation occurred. Lei Jun's eye twitched. This place truly required caution. A single misplaced explosive could ignite the entire ramp section. Ada marked the promethium leak zones. Marked. On the HUD, several danger areas instantly turned orange-red. All units avoid marked zones. Fire Ravens suppress fire only. Do not target the pipelines. Roger that, sir. The commotion from the left maintenance wall quickly subsided. The right flank was similarly cleared by the Hulks. The enemy firing positions behind the upper pipelines were systematically eliminated by the Marines. The entire ambush lasted less than a minute. They came with ferocity and died just as quickly. More than 20 half-breed cultist corpses littered the ground. 3 logistics personnel were killed and 5 wounded. Medics rushed forward immediately. Pale green healing beams descended as nano-repair needles pierced into wounds. An enforcement officer with a torn abdomen, his eyes already rolling back, was forcibly pulled back from the brink. Witnessing this, the nearby enforcement officer felt his terror subside slightly. Rufus also regained his composure. He kicked the subordinate, who was still trembling on the ground. Get up. If you're not dead, carry the equipment. Do you expect the blessed ones to drag the wounded for you? Lei Jun leapt down from the Goliath's shoulder and approached a half-breed cultist corpse. The corpse's hand still gripped a mining blast rifle. The weapon was crude, but carried considerable firepower. It seems they know we've arrived. Helena walked over to his side. This is a probe. If they truly wished to fight a decisive battle here, they would not send only these low-tier half-breeds to die. Lei Jun nodded. Testing our firepower, and also testing whether we'll recklessly open fire. He looked at the pipelines on both sides. They know this area cannot be bombed. Helena's expression grew even darker. The Patriarch has dominated this area for years. It is impossible that he is unaware of the pipeline distribution. Later it will surely use these promethium pipes as a trap. Lei Jun exhaled heavily. This complicated matters. He had 2 siege tanks, but he could not bomb wherever he pleased. Ada set pipeline mapping to highest priority. Instruction confirmed. Current map data severely incomplete. Requires continued reading of local nodes or manual marking. Lei Jun turned to look at Rufus. Rufus's entire body tensed. My lord, I am here. Didn't you feed on this lower hive? Pipelines, maintenance wells, old side passages. Whatever you know, mark it all out for me. If another ambush emerges from anywhere you failed to mark, you will scout ahead yourself. Rufus's face turned green. Understood, my lord. I swear by the Emperor. I dare not omit a single thing I can recall. He quickly pulled out his recording slate and began cross-referencing routes against the old numbering on the walls and ground markings. 3 deceased enforcement officers were dragged to the roadside. No one mentioned ceremonies. In the lower hive, death was death. To be dragged to the roadside rather than devoured whole by the creatures was considered a decent end. The SCV drove up from behind. Robotic arms collected the half-breed cultists' weapons and scraps of discarded metal, shoving them into the reclamation bin. Crystal, or 18. High-energy gas, 7. Lei Jun glanced at the display. Even mosquito legs are meat. The column continued its descent. This time the logistics team was notably more disciplined. Instead of huddling together, they spread out and followed as Lei Jun had instructed. Rufus walked along muttering curses under his breath. Don't approach the pipelines. Don't peek into the openings. When you hear gunfire, drop to the ground first. Anyone else who runs around carelessly, I'll send them to meet the Emperor before my lord even needs to open his mouth. Helena walked over to Lei Jun's side. My lord, the ambush just now indicates the cult already knows you have entered the main transport ramp. What comes next will not be these low-tier half-breeds. They will send something far more sinister. Lei Jun gazed toward the pitch-black corridor ahead. Stronger is better. Helena paused in surprise. Lei Jun chewed on his cigar, his expression calm. The more they want to defend, the more it proves we are on the right path. Deep within the distant corridor, a low mechanical sound suddenly resonated. It was as though some massive gate was slowly closing. Ada immediately reported. Large armored barricade door activated at 1,200 meters ahead. Pressure in rear pipelines beginning to rise. Assessment enemy preparing second defensive line. Lei Jun looked up toward the depths of darkness. Very well. The first wave was a probe. Then let us see what the second wave brings to complement our meal. The column continued to press forward. The main transport ramp descended ever deeper. Promethium pipelines on both sides grew thicker, encased in black blast-resistant shells. The shells bore Imperial warning runes, their edges partially obscured by the purple graffiti of the gene cult. Helena's face darkened as she surveyed them. The fuel pipelines here have been desecrated. Lei Jun glanced at her. Plain language. Understood. Lei Jun raised his hand and tapped his HUD. Ada, continue marking hazardous pipelines. Command confirmed. Current zone Promethium pressure is unstable. Recommendation: avoid engaging with siege tank, main cannons, missile arrays, and wide-area explosives. Lei Jun turned and looked at the two arc-light siege tanks behind them. Their cannon barrels rested silently against the hulls. They carried firepower capable of leveling an entire street, yet could only crawl forward slowly. It felt unbearable, like holding a hammer with nothing but glass cabinets ahead. 1,200 meters forward, the heavy armored seal door was already fully closed. It was a titanium steel gate over 10 meters tall, as thick as an entire city wall. Its surface bore the old insignia of the mining guild and the later sealed locking rivets added by the legal department. Now all of it was concealed beneath purple flesh and sludge. Behind the door came dense rhythmic impacts. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as though hundreds of things were throwing themselves against the door from the other side. Sharp shrieks seeped through the cracks. Several enforcers in the logistics team had gone pale. Rufus swallowed hard. Sir, perhaps. Should we let those sacred cannons fire around? He immediately shrank his neck as if bracing for a blow. Of course, sir, if you find that inappropriate, consider me saying nothing. Before Lei Jun could speak, Helena already turned her head. Negative. Her voice was heavy. Based on the legal department archives and on-site pipeline structure analysis, the area behind that door likely connects to a Promethium transfer pipeline. If heavy artillery were used to breach it, a combustion wave would reflect back through the pipelines. Rufus immediately clammed up. Lei Jun did not rush to give the order. Ada scanned behind the door. Scanning. Seconds later, a structural diagram of the area behind the gate unfolded on the HUD. The image was incomplete, but several thick pipelines could be seen traversing horizontally behind the gate. One of them was flashing red. Confirmed high-pressure Promethium transfer pipelines exist behind the gate. Current pressure values exceed safety thresholds by 210%. If struck directly by a siege tank main cannon, there is a 68% probability of triggering a chain reaction explosion. Lei Jun's expression darkened. 68%. That's a certainty of explosion. From a statistical standpoint, a non-explosive outcome remains possible. Silence. I'm not gambling on that. He raised his hand and revoked the siege tank's firing authorization. Tanks hold position. 2 Inferno units cover both flanks. Flammers set up a fire line at the entrance. Marines take elevated positions and watch the door seams and overhead pipes. SCV, cut me that lock. The SCV rumbled forward from the rear of the formation. A burly voice came through the speaker. Copy that, sir. That door's thick, but cutting it should be satisfying. The SCV stopped before the gate. Its left arm plasma torch ignited with a blue glow aimed at the lock mechanism. High-temperature flames swept across the titanium steel surface, the metal quickly turning red molten liquid streaming down the door seam. The Flammers had already taken positions on both sides of the gate. 8 soldiers in red armor formed 2 ranks. The front line crouched low, the rear line stood, all thruster nozzles pointed squarely at the entrance. 4 CMC Marines were dispatched to elevated positions on both flanks, their barrels trained on the overhead pipes and door seams. Medics held position at the rear, healing systems warming up. Rufus led the enforcer logistics team backward. These men had learned to be smarter this time. They carried illumination rods, route markers, sealing materials, medical packs, and ammunition for their own modified rifles. They spread out and took cover behind tanks and walls. No one was huddled in a group anymore. Helena stood beside Lei Jun, her bombard already chambered. She watched the molten iron dripping from beneath the gate, her voice low. Sir, there are many behind that door. I can hear it. The howling behind the gate grew denser. Minutes later, the SCV's right arm power drill drove into the lock mechanism's core. Click. The entire mechanical lock shattered. The gate did not open immediately. Something on the other side was pressing against it with tremendous force. Then in the next instant, several twisted claws burst through the seam. Those claws frantically clawed at the door edges, trying to squeeze through from inside. Prepare. Lei Jun raised his hand. The SCV backed away, its mechanical arm pulling hard. The heavy gate was forced open half a meter. What lay behind exploded outward instantly. Low-tier distortions surged out, pouring from behind the door like sewage water. Some still wore miners' trousers, others had grown extra limbs, and some faces had completely split open, filled with rows of needle teeth. The front line had barely cleared the doorway when the Flammer's fire enveloped them. Dark red high-temperature flames crossed in intersecting patterns. The entire gateway entrance instantly became a wall of fire. Distortions charging into it were reduced to charcoal before they could even finish screaming. The creatures behind kept pushing forward. They climbed over the corpses of those in front to get out. The Flammers did not retreat. First rank finished a salvo, second rank immediately followed. Flames pressed into the entrance layer after layer. Rufus cowered behind and cursed. By the Emperor, what the hell do these things eat? An enforcer trembled and asked, "Sir, should we open fire?" Rufus backhanded him sharply. "Fire your damn rifle, and you'll hit the pipeline, and we'll all go meet the Emperor." Lei Jun stared at the fire line at the entrance. Inferno units prevent flank breaches. The two Inferno vehicles immediately engaged. They did not charge into the chamber, but instead moved laterally along both sides of the gate. Short bursts of blue flame swept the ground, incinerating distortions that tried to crawl around the edges of the fire line. A few monsters attempted to slip along the wall bases toward the Flammer's flanks. Marines on the elevated positions opened fire. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds precisely shattered their legs and necks. Corpses tumbled and fell into the flames. Ada's voice came through. Barracks supply chain synchronized. CMC Marine ammunition consumption tracked. Flamer fuel core consumption tracked. Resupply via deployment at any safe node available. Lei Jun nodded. Interstellar units were sustained by the system. Indigenous logistics teams handled only grunt work. Let Rufus's men carry high-Gauss ammunition. The loss of a single crate would make him ache for weeks. The distortions behind the gate kept pouring out, more numerous than expected. The area behind the door should have been an isolation buffer zone, now packed to the brim with low-tier infected forms by the cult. They weren't fighting to win. They were fighting to delay, to force Lei Jun to deploy heavy firepower or burn through the Flammer's fuel. Ada structural analysis behind the gate. Behind the gate, vacant transit hall. Large area. High-pressure Promethium pipeline detected traversing the ceiling. Siege cannon used, not recommended. Understood. Lei Jun looked toward the Flammers. Flammers advanced 3 meters. Push the fire line inside. Helena immediately frowned. Sir, advancing too close creates vulnerability to pincer attacks. Lei Jun glanced at her. That's why the golems are advancing. 3 golems stepped forward in unison. Heavy mechanical feet slammed against the steel grating with thunderous resonance. They did not fire missiles. Only dual machine guns in short controlled bursts. Wherever distortions broke through the fire line, the machine guns shredded that sector. The Flammers seized the opportunity to advance. The wall of fire pushed from the doorway into the chamber. The creature's forward momentum was immediately suppressed. Helena watched this unfold and slowly set aside her objections. Lei Jun did not ignore advice. He simply incorporated it faster into new tactics. No siege tanks. No missiles. No explosives. Burn with Flammers, pierce with machine guns, cover flanks with Inferno units. Every ounce of firepower was calibrated to stay within the safe range of the pipelines. Over 10 minutes later, the howling from behind the gate finally began to thin. The ground was piled with charred corpses. The Flammers' burners gradually cut off. The gateway glowed cherry red, the air shimmering with residual heat. One flamer operator opened the external channel. Sir, sporadic targets remained behind the gate. Clear them. 4 Marines entered the chamber. Short burst fire rang out repeatedly. A few remaining distortions still crawling were decapitated. Medics followed behind, checking flamer armor temperatures and personnel status. Rufus peeked into the chamber and went pale. The entire transit hall resembled an incinerated slaughterhouse. Hundreds of distorted corpses were stacked into mounds of charcoal, the walls blackened by soot. And not a single one of the interstellar forces had fallen. He swallowed hard and whispered, "This is the director's method of purification." Helena heard it, but offered no objection. This was indeed purification. Faster than the legal department's pyres. Cleaner as well. Lei Jun walked to the base of the gate and looked up at the Promethium pipelines overhead. Those pipes ran along the ceiling. One of them even bore deep claw marks scratched by distortion hands. If a siege tank had fired a round just now, this corridor would already be an inferno. Lei Jun looked at Helena. "You were right to stop me just now." Helena lowered her head slightly. "Director, protecting the Emperor's property and the lives of the loyal are both the duties of the legal department." Lei Jun let out a short laugh. "Very well, keep watching from here. Tell me beforehand what cannot be detonated." "Understood." Ada's voice sounded at that moment. Front transit hall cleared. A local control node detected, potentially containing partial pipeline schematics. Lei Jun's eyes shifted. "Where is the node?" "Right side duty room of the transit hall." Lei Jun pointed. "Marines hold perimeter. SCV move in." Don't start tearing it apart yet. Check if there are schematics inside. The SCV rumbled through the gate. The burly driver whistled at the field of charred corpses. Sir, this place is alive. Lei Jun stared at the right side duty room. The liveliest part hasn't started yet. From deeper within the pipelines ahead came a new sound of impacts. Heavier than before. More rhythmic. As though something enormous was being slowly dragged across the metal floor. Ada issued a prompt almost immediately. Large thermal signature detected moving in the forward deep zone. Recommendation: acquire complete pipeline schematics as soon as possible. Lei Jun bit down on his cigar and gazed into the depth of the transit hall. All right. The gate is open. Let's see what else they've been hiding. SCV had already squeezed into the duty room on the right. The space was cramped with a row of aging control panels hanging on the walls, their buttons caked with flesh-like growths. In the corner sat a half-dead local terminal, its screen flickering as if ready to give out at any moment. SCV extended a data probe and jammed it directly into the port. Ada's voice came through quickly, reading local notes. Acquiring partial pipeline diagrams. Second blockade ahead, 320 meters. Multiple thermal signatures detected. Heavy weaponry presence confirmed. Lei Jun studied the map, completing on his HUD. The passage ahead widened. This area was once the A-49 Outer Ring vehicle maintenance platform, now transformed into a fortress by the Gene cult. Massive steel plates, wrecks of old armored vehicles, and mining supports were piled together, blocking the entrance completely. Any pipeline data. The primary Prometheum lines lie 37 meters behind the blockade. At our current firing angle, controlled impact points should prevent direct detonation. Lei Jun's eyes brightened. So we can fire this time. Theoretically feasible. Theoretically feasible will do. The squad advanced further. Before long, the second blockade came into view. It was a makeshift iron position. Mining shields and armor wreckage formed a semicircular barricade behind which hybrid believers huddled. Their faces bore violet carapaces, their bodies cluttered with miners' gear and tattered body armor. Several heavy mining machine guns sat atop the cover. Nearby, believers with explosive launchers loaded thick ammunition into their weapons. The moment Lei Jun's unit appeared, the enemy opened fire. Rattling fire erupted from the heavy mining machine guns, bullets hammering the ground ahead of the Goliaths and sending sparks flying off the steel plates. Explosive rounds slammed into the walls, blasting out chunks of stone. The support team dropped flat in terror. Rufus crouched behind a steel plate and screamed at the top of his lungs. Get down low. Whoever dares stick their head out gets sent to the Emperor myself. Several enforcers clutching flare rods and sealant materials pressed themselves flat against the ground. Lei Jun scanned the position ahead. It was crude but effective. The front corridor was completely suppressed. Firebats and Marines could take it with a direct assault, but force wasn't necessary. The enemy had given them an opening for artillery. Helena stood nearby, her gaze tracking the pipeline positions behind the blockade. My lord, heavy cannons can be employed here. She spoke cautiously, but the barrage must fall on the front line cover, not beyond the rear of the position. Lei Jun nodded. Ada, calculate impact points. Calculating artillery solution. Target 1 left mining machine gun emplacement. Target 2 central steel barricade support structure. Recommendation 2 shock rounds low angle penetration. Lei Jun raised his hand. Deploy the 2 siege tanks. The tank crews responded over the comms simultaneously. Copy that, sir. 2 arclight siege tanks moved forward slowly. 4 sets of treads rolled over the ground with dull metallic grinds. They halted in the center of the passage. The next moment, the hulls began to sink. The 4 tread groups locked outward, driving steel spikes deep into the ground. Hydraulic systems vented white steam. The massive hull settled like a small fortress, pressing hard against the steel plating. The central turret deployed. The 180mm shock cannon rose slowly. Plasma acceleration coils along the barrel segmented into glowing blue rings. Rufus gaped in astonishment. By the Emperor. His lips quivered. What kind of tank is this? This is a moving execution platform. Helena didn't correct him. Her own chest tightened at the sight. Imperial artillery required range-finding prayer and the careful synchronization between gunner and machine spirit. These 2 tanks simply stopped, anchored themselves, and elevated their guns. The entire sequence was terrifyingly clean. No artillerymen chanting scriptures at the top of their lungs. The hybrid believers opposite seemed to sense the threat. The mining machine guns pivoted their barrels, raking the siege tanks with desperate fire. Rounds impacted the frontal armor with sharp, ringing sounds glancing off. Explosive shells struck the hull, but produced only puffs of black smoke. The siege tanks remained motionless. Lei Jun stared at the impact points on his HUD. Fire. The first siege tank's muzzle recoiled. Boom. A deep, chest-crushing report echoed through the underground passage. The 180mm shock round, trailing blue-white flames, slammed into the left machine gun emplacement instantly. The steel barricade collapsed on the spot. Mining machine guns, believers' ammunition crates. All were hurled into the air by the shockwave. The explosion didn't reach the rear pipelines, but it tore the entire left position to shreds. The second tank fired in immediate succession. Boom. The central barricade's load-bearing supports were hit with precision. The entire makeshift fortress split down the middle. Heavy steel plates crashed inward, crushing the hybrid believers behind them into paste. The remaining explosive gunners hadn't even processed what happened before the shockwave left them bleeding from every orifice. The passage fell silent for half a second. Then came the sound of shattered iron and flesh hitting the ground. Rufus lay sprawled behind, mouth agape, unable to close it. He'd seen the mining guild's heavy cannons before. Those beasts required a whole crew to man them, and even then accuracy was uncertain. But Lord Lei Jun's tanks fired only twice. Twice. The entire fortress was gone. Helena gripped her double-headed eagle insignia, her voice barely above a whisper. If the Imperium could mass-produce such heavy artillery, the Underhive Rebellion would never have lasted this long. Lei Jun had no time for sentiment. Goliaths suppressed the stragglers. 3 Goliath units advance, hold fire on missiles. Hellfire units clear the flanks. Firebats prepare for follow-up burn. The Goliath robots stepped forward. Twin autocannons fired in short bursts, shredding believers still struggling behind cover. 2 Hellfire tanks surged through the breach, blue flame licking the ground and forcing out the hybrid believers feigning death. Firebats followed behind, using short bursts rather than area burns to clear crevices in the cover. 4 Marines handled precision elimination of remaining high ground positions. This time the fighting ended faster. Stripped of their cover, the hybrid believers were no different from ordinary minor rioters. Within minutes, the second blockade was completely cleared. Ada's report came through. Enemy outer positions destroyed. Siege tank, main ammunition consumed too. Supply chain, recorded warp resupply available at secure nodes. Lei Jun nodded. Disengage siege mode. The 2 siege tanks began retracting their stabilizers. The hulls rose slowly as treads recontacted the ground. The whole process was slower than deployment. Helena noticed. My lord, they lose mobility after setting up. MMH. Lei Jun watched the tanks in their recovery sequence. So they can't be placed haphazardly in narrow spaces. Good guns, but positioned wrong, they become sitting ducks. Helena nodded. She understood. This weapon was absurdly powerful, but it wasn't without limitations. It needed space. It needed time. It needed accurate maps. Once engaged at close range or trapped in narrow conduits, the system would falter. This knowledge brought her some relief, not because the tanks had weaknesses, but because Lei Jun knew what those weaknesses were. Too many Imperial officers would treat every problem as an artillery target just because they had heavy guns at their disposal. Lei Jun wasn't one of those officers. He'd fire when needed, but also knew when to hold back. Rufus led his team, climbing up from the rear. He stared at the demolished steel fortress, his throat working. My lord, if we had this in the Underhive, no gang would dare collect protection money anymore. Lei Jun glanced at him. You collected before. Rufus immediately straightened. That was legal public safety collection, my lord. Helena spoke coldly. Upon our return, I'll be auditing your accounts. Rufus's face fell instantly. My lord, I think dealing with heretics should be our priority now. Lei Jun had no patience for his nonsense. Plant the markers. Make it clear. We can set up here, but no firing within 30 meters behind. Rufus immediately turned and barked orders. Did you all hear that? Mark the positions. Get it right, or I'll stuff you down the barrel. Several enforcers hurriedly produced marking devices, setting up red warning stakes along the wall. SCV climbed up as well. Rather than immediately dismantling the wreckage, it began scanning the surrounding structure. Ada provided quick feedback. Minor recoverable metal detected. Descending branch path detected. Abnormal biofilm growth detected within forward conduits. Lei Jun gazed deeper into the passage. Behind the second blockade lay an even darker expanse. The metallic walls had lost all their original coloration. Purple-black tissue spread along the pipes, undulating with something almost alive. The air carried a foul stench. The Firebat captain activated the open channel. Sir Flames would be effective up ahead. Helena also studied the darkness. My lord, that doesn't appear to be standard contamination. It resembles the outer layer of a nest. Lei Jun's gaze hardened. We're finally approaching the Xeno's stronghold. Ada's voice remained steady. Recommendation: gather additional pipeline data before proceeding. Siege tank has completed initial combat calibration. Current tactical assessment effective for fortified positions in open terrain, unsuited for narrow conduit advances. Lei Jun nodded. Record it. We'll shell what needs shelling and burn what needs burning. He looked toward the purple-black conduits still pulsing faintly. The next stretch won't be so clean. The patrol passed through the second breach zone blown open by explosives. Behind them, enforcement officers were planting markers along the wall. The crooked characters scrawled on the red warning pole read, artillery position. No artillery fire within 30 meters to the rear. He who moves without orders shall face the Emperor's judgment. Rufus glanced at the sign and found the final warning well warranted. The corridor ahead narrowed progressively. The siege tanks could no longer advance abreast, forced instead to traverse the passage one after another at reduced speed. The metallic surfaces lining both walls grew increasingly darkened. The conduits, originally titanium, steel, and brass, had been largely swallowed by purple-black membrane. Layer upon layer of that tissue coiled over the piping, resembling ruptured blood vessels. Certain sections still pulsed faintly. When Firebat's searchlight swept across them, the membrane surface recoiled immediately. Helena gripped her bolt gun tighter. This is not ordinary contamination. These conduits have already been assimilated by the hive. Lei Jun gazed at the wall that shifted and trembled, a nauseous unease settling in his stomach. Ada scan. Scanning. Detected numerous faint life signs. Distribution within wall cavities, ventilation shafts, drainage conduits, and fractured fuel lines. Assessment: enemy concealment units are awaiting close-range engagement. Lei Jun raised his hand sharply. All units halt. The formation came to an immediate standstill. The logistics contingent lagged behind. Several enforcement officers continued advancing while carrying sealing materials. One of them had just reached a ruptured pipe when the membrane protruding from its opening suddenly split apart. A slender, elongated claw emerged from the breach. It drove directly into the officer's neck with a wet, tearing sound. Before he could finish crying out, the thing dragged him toward the pipe's maw. "Help me! Save him!" Two men beside him dropped their tools in terror and fled. At that exact moment, shrill scratching erupted simultaneously from the ventilation shafts, drainage outlets, and fractures throughout the walls. Half-bred gene thieves poured forth from every direction. They moved with greater speed than the earlier low-grade aberrations. While their forms bore a closer resemblance to human shape, they possessed extra limbs appended to their torsos, necks contorted at unnatural angles, and mouths filled with needle-thin teeth. The logistics squad shattered into panic. Rufus drew his pistol, backing away while roaring orders: "Do not flee. Whoever runs dies. Drop to the ground." But in such chaos, no one heeded the commands. An enforcement officer stumbled forward, clutching a flare, only to be tackled from above by one of the half-breeds. Another officer raised his shotgun, but his arm was torn from the socket before he could fire, blood spraying against the wall. Lei Jun's expression darkened. Firebat, seal the conduits. Inferno, conduct short-range flanking maneuvers and burn out whatever hides within. Marines, protect the medics. Goliath, hold your missiles and engage with the autogun in point shots only. The commands took effect immediately as the Astra Militarum units moved. 8 Firebat pilots split into 2 groups, aiming their flamethrowers at the conduits on both sides. Dark red flames poured into the ventilation shafts and drainage outlets. Screams erupted from within. Several half-breeds burst into the open bodies, engulfed in flames, but before they could reach their targets, the Marines' point shots shattered their knees. 2 Inferno war engines roared to life in the narrow corridor. They did not charge at full speed. Instead, they maneuvered back and forth at short distances along both flanks of the formation. Blue tongues of flame swept along the base of the walls. Wherever the fire touched the membrane, it would rapidly contract, blacken, and split open. Creatures hidden within were forced out, charging headlong into the second line of fire from the Firebat units. A Goliath positioned itself at the center of the formation, firing its twin-linked autoguns in short bursts. It did not spray. It only engaged targets that had already breached the logistics line. With each volley, a half-bred detonated. Lei Jun stared at his HUD. The red dots were too numerous. They were not attacking from a single direction. The entire corridor seemed alive with claws emerging from every opening. Ada, mark the active conduits. Marking. Warning: active tissue coverage is expanding continuously. Assessment: the enemy has converted the outer ring conduit system into a semi-organic hive nest. This is only the outer ring. Lei Jun cursed under his breath. What kind of nightmare lies deeper inside? No one answered. Another crisis had erupted from the logistics contingent. An enforcement officer lay sprawled on the ground, his abdomen torn open by a half-bred intestines spilling onto the floor. He pressed both hands against the wound, his lips moving in a continuous prayer: "Emperor, save me, Emperor, save me." A medic sprinted over and knelt beside him. A pale green healing beam descended. Nanite repair needles pierced the wound's margins. Breathe steadily. Do not move. Necrotic tissue was rapidly excised, and the internal bleeding was sealed. Color slowly returned to the officer's ashen face. The logistics soldiers nearby watched with wide, transfixed eyes. But before the medic could finish tending to one patient, a scream echoed from elsewhere. This time an enforcement officer had been dragged halfway into a drainage outlet. The Firebat turned and unleashed a torrent of flames, searing through the creature's arm, gripping the officer. The man was hauled free, but his lower body was beyond salvage. The medic scanned the wounds. Vital signs too low. Cannot be saved. The officer's lips moved silently, forming words no one could hear. The faces around him drained of color. Lei Jun observed this, but said nothing. The medic was not divine. If there was a chance to save them, they would try. If they could not be saved, the mission continued forward. Rufus had witnessed the same scene. His jaw tightened, and he seized a subordinate who was attempting to retreat. Hold position. The man's voice cracked with fear. Sir, I do not wish to die. Rufus backhanded him hard across the face. Who the hell wants to die? Run backward now, and whatever dwells within those conduits will consume you first. Follow the Imperator's iron warriors ahead, and at least the sisters may stitch you back together. The words were harsh but effective. Several panicked enforcement officers finally halted their retreat. They retrieved their flares and sealing materials, falling back behind the medics. Lei Jun glanced at Rufus. You are useful after all. Rufus immediately bowed his head. Sir, this worn-out life of mine exists solely to serve you. Less flattery, more control of your people. Understood. The firebat units continued sealing the conduits, flames pouring relentlessly into the twitching pipe openings. But trouble surfaced quickly. Fuel consumption accelerated. Ada's voice interrupted. Firebat fuel core levels are depleting faster than projected. At the current burn rate, resupply will be required in 17 minutes. Lei Jun furrowed his brow. We cannot keep burning indefinitely. He turned to the walls on either side. SCV, can you seal these conduit openings? The SCV operator responded. We can seal them, sir. But someone must mark safe positions. I will not have this welder slice through a fuel line by mistake. Lei Jun turned. Rufus. Rufus immediately understood. You heard the commander. Grab your sealing materials. Follow that yellow machinery. Several enforcement officers steeled themselves and advanced. They positioned the sealing plates, steel pins, and rapid expansion foam within reach of the SCV's mechanical arm. The SCV worked swiftly. Its plasma welder traced along the pipe wall, fusing the sealing plate directly to the conduit opening. A half-bred attempting to emerge from within was trapped inside. Violent impacts resonated from within. The SCV raised its power drill and drove it through the center of the sealed plate. The pounding ceased. Good work, operator. Lei Jun commented. The SCV driver chuckled. Repairing things is my specialty. Sealing pests is not so different. As each conduit opening was sealed, the enemy's assault points gradually diminished. The Inferno walkers seized the opportunity to advance, burning through the wall membranes to create a charred pathway. Marine elements followed behind, systematically eliminating remaining threats. After 15 minutes, the conduit zone finally fell silent. Over a dozen enforcement officer bodies lay scattered across the ground. More had been wounded, though only half managed to survive thanks to the medics' efforts. The logistics contingent's expressions had completely shifted. Upon entering A-49, despite their fear, they had harbored some hope. After all, the Astra Militarum was overwhelmingly powerful. Goliath's siege tanks, firebat units, medics all seemed capable of overcoming any obstacle. Now they understood. Following Lei Jun's command structure did indeed offer better survival prospects than remaining isolated in the lower levels. Yet this assurance did not equate to safety. One wrong step here, and they would be dragged into those conduits, leaving nothing behind. Helena approached a section of scorched wall. She used her weapon to pry back a layer of membrane. Beneath it was not metal, but biological tissue fused into the piping. Sir, the cult does not merely occupy this facility. They are transforming this refinery. Lei Jun studied the still twitching mass, turning a factory into a bug nest. Correct. Helena's voice dropped heavy. By the Emperor's grace, this transcends mere rebellion. Ada's analysis confirmed assessment industrial and xenobiological contamination has merged throughout the A-49 outer ring perimeter. Recommendation: reduce advanced velocity. Prioritize acquisition of complete topographical and conduit network data. Lei Jun gazed forward into the passage where the membrane thickened further ahead. The lights cut into the darkness, revealing only damp violet-black tissue. Understood. His voice turned ice cold. From this point forward, cease viewing this place as a factory. This is a bug nest wearing steel plating. The firebat commander raised his flamethrower. Commander, flame clearing routes are prepared. Lei Jun nodded. Advance slowly. When you spot moving conduits, incinerate them first. If burning does not eliminate them, entirely seal them off completely. The patrol advanced steadily forward. Firebats led the vanguard. 8 soldiers in crimson armor split into 2 groups, their thrusters held low as they kept watch over the fleshy membrane-encased pipes lining either side of the corridor. Behind them, the Inferno chariot crawled along slowly. Goliath mechs maintained their 3-layer defensive formation. 2 siege tanks trailed in the rear middle of the column, their weapons still furled. The passage grew too narrow, too cramped to deploy heavy artillery and shift positions. But beyond the living pipe district, the space suddenly opened up. Ahead lay an outer ring transit hub. The hall's ceiling soared high with massive transport rails crisscrossing overhead. Around them lay abandoned shelving units, wreckage of carts, and fuel drums torn open. Old bloodstains marred the ground everywhere. Yet curiously, the area fell deathly silent. Even the hybrid creatures that had been crawling about everywhere had vanished. Rufus leaned forward to take a look, his voice dropping to a whisper. Sir, this place used to handle transfer of promethium barrels. Logically speaking, a hull this size should never be unguarded. Helena slowly raised her gun muzzle. Too quiet. Lei Jun made no move to enter yet. Ada. Lei Jun's eyes turned cold. Above us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark silhouette dropped from the shadows of the ceiling. Its speed was nearly imperceptible. A survey officer who had just been planting road markers looked up and was immediately slammed to the ground. He didn't even manage to finish his scream before two sharp claws tore open his chest. Blood sprayed across the floor. The dark figure lifted its head. This was a creature entirely different from the hybrids encountered before. It stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its limbs were elongated, its spine curved. A deep purple carapace clung to its body with a narrow skull filled with dense razor-sharp teeth. Two forelimbs hung at its sides like scimitars. It moved with no wasted motion. With a flick of its claws, it tossed the survey officer's corpse aside. Helena's expression shifted instantly. A pure blood. Upon hearing the word Rufus's mechanical eye contracted. By the Emperor. The pure blood Genestealer struck. It didn't lunge for the supply line. Instead, it charged directly at the firebat leading the vanguard. The firebat immediately unleashed its flamethrower. A wall of dark red fire pressed forward. But the pure blood twisted its body, sliding along the ground's edge to slip past the flame line. It kicked off a wall, using the rebound to swing around the firebat's flank. Its side-like forelimbs slashed savagely into the firebat's chest. The sound of tearing metal shrieked through the air. A deep gash marred the firebat's thick armor. The entire mech stumbled backward half a step. Damn, this thing is fast. Lei Jun immediately issued orders. Marines engage. 4 CMC Marine operators raised their weapons simultaneously. Gauss rifles spat streams of depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. But the pure blood didn't stand and trade fire. It zigzagged through the hall, using pillars, shelving, and overhead pipes to bound and dodge. Bullets shattered the iron racks behind it, but failed to strike its body cleanly. Occasional rounds grazed its carapace, drawing only traces of green ichor. Stop spraying. Lei Jun watched his HUD intently. Aim for the joints. Aim for its landing zones. Helena also called out, Sir, it anticipates linear firing patterns. We need to cut off its movement routes. Copy that. Lei Jun raised his hand. Goliaths cover the high ground. Firebats don't pursue, pin it down. Infernos hold position near the supply line. Don't push too far forward. All 3 Goliaths raised their rotary cannons simultaneously. Rather than unleashing wild bursts, they laid down precise, short bursts aimed at the junction between the overhead rails and several support columns. Bang, bang, bang. 30mm shells erupted in showers of sparks across the upper platforms. Just as the pure blood leaped onto a pipe, its forward path was sealed by the Goliath's hail of lead. Forced to the ground, the pure blood had nowhere to go. The firebats stepped forward in unison. A horizontal sweep of flame cut across its escape route. The pure blood dodged again, but this time its maneuvering room was severely narrowed. Marine 1 seized the opportunity, angling his barrel slightly downward. A burst of Gauss rounds tracked toward its right knee. The first shot went wide. The second glanced off the carapace. The third shot bit home. The pure blood's knee exploded in a spray of green flesh and ichor, its body lurching downward. Hit! Rufus shouted, but before his words finished, the pure blood had already snatched up a corpse and hurled it at the Marine. The body was shredded mid-air by Gauss fire. Blood and viscera plastered the ground. Seizing the distraction, the pure blood lunged once more toward the firebat. The wounded firebat didn't retreat. It raised its left arm to block the scythe strike, while its right arm's thruster roared, spitting fire point-blank into the pure blood's chest. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, its forelimbs slashing wildly. The firebat's shoulder armor was torn open, and the entire mech was thrown to the ground. The medic immediately rushed forward. Armor breached, but the pilot's vital signs are stable. Lei Jun's expression darkened. Marine 2 and 3 keep firing at the legs. Marine 4 pin it on the left. Goliaths, don't let it reach the ceiling. No sooner had the orders been given than all 4 Marines adjusted their firing angles simultaneously. The pure blood attempted another leap, but the Goliath's cannon fire had sealed off its ceiling access. Reduced to lateral movement along the ground, the pure blood was herded toward the center by a sweeping wall of flame from the firebats. Marine 2's targeted bursts finally found their mark. A depleted uranium round drilled into its already wounded knee. The carapace shattered. The entire leg buckled backward. Stripped of balance, the pure blood crashed heavily to the ground. Burn it. Lei Jun spoke only one word. 2 fire bats advanced in unison. A blanket of dark red superheated flame engulfed the creature. The pure blood thrashed wildly. Claws dug deep grooves into the floor as it tried to crawl free of the fire line. A Marine put in a follow-up shot, punching through its opposite shoulder joint. At last the creature was pinned beneath the flames. Its carapace turned from deep purple to scorched black. Green ichor sizzled and popped under the intense heat. Seconds later, it went completely still. Only the sound of burning flame filled the hall. Standing in the rear, Rufus's face was pale. From the creature's appearance to its death, it hadn't taken long at all. Yet it had nearly sliced through a firebat's armor and casually torn apart several survey officers. Without Lei Jun and his armored soldiers, the 60 of them wouldn't have lasted a minute inside. The medic was examining the wounded firebat. The SCV repair unit had rolled up as well. The burly mechanic took one look at the gash across the firebat's chest and let out a low whistle. "Who? That clawwork is vicious. Can we fix it, eh?" Lei Jun asked. "Yep, Captain." The SCV raised its welding torch. Outer plating sliced open, but the inner layers intact. 2 patches, and it'll be good as new. The medic chimed in as well. "Pilot sustained mild concussive trauma. Condition is stable." Lei Jun nodded. "Get it repaired." Helena approached the scorched pureblood corpse. She didn't draw too close. Instead, she used the muzzle of her bolt pistol to gently pry open a fragment of blackened carapace. Beneath it, the skeletal structure remained largely intact. "Sir, this is what a pureblood looks like. The Gene Lord's original blade. They're closer to true Tyranids than the hybrids. Speed, strength, killing instinct. All of it far surpasses the Hive City rabble we've faced." Lei Jun studied the corpse. "That one nearly gutted a firebat." Helena nodded. In confined spaces, a standard Astra Militarum squad encountering one like this would rarely even get a second shot off. Rufus, listening from the rear, felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Arbiter, are you saying? There's more than one of these things?" Helena shot him a glance. If this were merely a single pureblood, a 49 wouldn't have deteriorated to its current state. Rufus fell silent. Lei Jun understood as well. What they'd just experienced wasn't a boss fight. It was an appetizer. The real problem lay in the fact that purebloods exploited terrain. They flanked firing lines. They prioritized targets, the firebats, and the logistics train. These weren't the same mindless grunts charging blindly from earlier. Ada, record the tactics. Recording. Purebloods possess high-speed dash capability, terrain mobility, and heavy armor-piercing attacks. Recommendation: Goliaths secure the high ground firebats, restrict movement lanes, Marines focus fire on joints. Add one more. Lei Jun glanced toward the supply column. Natives stay with the group. No stragglers. Rufus immediately bellowed, "Did you all hear that?" Several survey officers quickly nodded. Their gaze toward the scorched corpse had completely shifted. Previously they had feared the Xenos. Now they understood just how vast the gulf was between themselves and such creatures. Helena spoke in a low voice. "Sir, purebloods rarely guard a single hall alone. They prefer pack hunting." Lei Jun looked up toward the upper reaches of the hall. Those transport rails still extended into shadow. No one knew what else lurked within. "Then we won't give them the chance." Lei Jun's voice hardened. "From now on, clear every hall's ceiling first. Goliaths eyes up. Firebats pin against the walls. Marines shoot the joints. Anything drops from above gets burned." Ada's voice followed immediately. Lei Jun raised his head. At the dark end of the transport rails, something seemed to flicker past. Helena tightened her grip on her bolt pistol. "They're watching us." "Then let them watch closely." He looked down at the scorched pureblood corpse on the ground. "The next one dies faster." The scorched corpse of the pureblood was dragged aside by the SCV. Mechanical arms sliced through its carapace, extracting what usable biomass remained. Ada issued a prompt almost immediately. "High-energy gas, 24." Lei Jun glanced at the reading. "This stuff is worth quite a bit." Hearing those words, Helena's expression grew complicated. In Imperial Archives, pureblood gene thieves were classified as alien contaminants requiring immediate incineration. But under Lei Jun's command, they were killed first, then drained for gas. Quite practical, but hardly Imperial doctrine. Beyond the transfer hall lay a deeper corridor in the outer ring. It was even emptier than before. There was little cover on either side, only rows of support columns and overhead transport rails. Over half the lights were dead. The remaining illumination fell on purplish-black flesh membranes, making the entire corridor seem to breathe. Rufus led the logistics team at a slow pace. No one dared to stray from formation. The image of that pure blood diving down still haunted their minds. "Keep your eyes wide open," Rufus growled under his breath. "If you see anything moving on the ceiling, don't scream. Drop down first. Anyone caught running wild gets tied to a signpost." The column advanced less than 200 meters when Ada's warning sounded again. "High-speed heat signatures detected. Quantity 3. Directions: left overhead transport rail, right side drainage pipe, behind pillar ahead." Lei Jun's expression darkened. "Here they come." The words had barely left his lips when 3 shadows moved in unison. One dove from the overhead rail toward the medic. Another erupted from the drainage pipe on the right, heading straight for the logistics team. The last scurved around a column, setting its sights on the firebat at the front. They weren't charging alone like the first one. This time it was coordinated, and they'd picked the weakest points. Goliath, cover the upper left. Incinerator, right flank. Marines, press the center. Lei Jun's orders came fast. The Goliath's cannons swiveled upward, firing 30mm rounds at the overhead rail. The pureblood contorted mid-air, dodging most of the barrage and taking only a shoulder plate to the shrapnel. It landed on a pipe, then launched itself toward the medic. For Marines, opened fire immediately, but the pureblood was too fast. It hit the ground, bounced, changed direction, barely giving them time to aim steadily. Gauss rounds sparked against the walls, leaving only shallow gashes. The one on the right was worse. It crashed into the edge of the logistics team claw, opening a trooper's chest plate. The man screamed and fell. Before the nearby trooper could fire, the incinerator slid sideways into position. Blue flames swept low, forcing the pureblood back half a step. But it didn't linger. Pushing off the wall, it looped around the flames and kept coming for the medic. Lei Jun frowned. Normal rates of fire couldn't suppress it. It wasn't that they couldn't kill it. The targeting window was simply too short. These purebloods knew who mattered most. They avoided direct confrontations with the Goliath and the incinerator. They were going after the medics and the logistics team. Commander, Ada's voice chimed in. Current CMC Marine conventional fire efficiency is insufficient. Recommend authorization for combat stimulants. Lei Jun's eyes flickered. Stimulants. Affirmative. Can temporarily enhance Marine neural response, muscular output, and firing frequency. Side effects: increased cardiopulmonary strain and elevated tissue damage probability. Recommend synchronized deployment with medic treatment chains. Helena's expression shifted instantly upon hearing this. Sir, you're administering combat serums to soldiers. Her voice tightened. Many forbidden augmentations in the Imperium began as temporary enhancements. Lei Jun had no time to explain. A pureblood had already closed to less than 10 meters from the medic. Two Marines fired simultaneously, but only shattered the pillar behind it. We'll discuss it later. Lei Jun gave the order directly. All 4 Marines, stimulant authorization granted. Medic, stay with them. Directive confirmed. Simultaneously, 4 CMC Marines' chest armor panels popped open, releasing small injection ports. Crimson serum flooded their systems in an instant. Vital readings on their external armor spiked dramatically. Heart rate, blood pressure, neural response, all surged upward. Marine 1's voice remained steady. Stimulant injection complete. Marine 2 raised his rifle in unison. Target lock. The next moment, the gunfire changed. The C-14 Gauss rifle's rate of fire increased sharply. What had been short bursts became sustained suppression. Not spray and pray. Faster, denser, more precise. The pureblood, diving toward the medic, barely touched ground before Marines 1 and 2 interdicted its trajectory. It darted left. The bullet line cut it off. It jumped right. Marine 3 covered the angle. Marine 4 targeted its landing zone. Depleted uranium rounds hammered into the pureblood's knees and shoulder joints in rapid succession. Carapace cracked. Green ichor sprayed. The creature still tried to force its way through to the medic, but as it launched itself, half its leg was shattered. Its body lost balance midair. In the next instant, all 4 Gauss rifles converged their fire. It was reduced to shredded meat, crashing down mere meters from the medic. She didn't flinch. Raising her hand, she directed a healing beam toward Marine 1. Pale green light sealed the armor gaps. Marine 1 heart rate overload. Medical intervention in progress. Helena stood behind her, grip on her weapon tightening slightly. She understood now. This wasn't simply pumping soldiers full of combat drugs. It was a complete system. Stimulants pushed them to the edge of danger. Medics pulled them back from the brink. Efficient, dangerous, and chillingly cold. The pureblood on the right sensed something was wrong and immediately abandoned the logistics team, turning to retreat toward the drainage pipe. Lei Jun's voice turned ice cold. Don't let it retreat. Marine 3, still under stimulant effect, pursued with relentless fire. Gauss rounds sparked against the pipe entrance. The pureblood's hind leg was torn through, its body slamming against the pipe wall. The incinerator slid along the wall, blue flames pouring into the opening. The creature was forced out by the fire. Marines 2 and 4 opened fire simultaneously. Both forelimbs were shattered, its chest pierced repeatedly. Before it could rise, a fire bat engulfed it in flames, reducing it to char. The last pureblood, seeing the tide turn, scrambled onto the ceiling. It moved with terrifying speed, fleeing along the transport rails into the darkness. The Goliath's cannons elevated. Lei Jun halted him immediately. Don't hit the pipes, Marines have it. All 4 Marines raised their weapons in unison. The stimulants sharpened their reflexes. The pureblood changed direction repeatedly overhead, but each landing point was already covered. The first round shattered its left arm. The second punctured its abdomen. The third round burst its skull. The corpse fell from the ceiling, landing with a clang on an abandoned minecart. Silence finally claimed the corridor. Rufus peeked out from behind cover. He looked at the 3 pureblood corpses on the ground, then at the 4 blue-armored Marines still radiating heat. By the Emperor. His voice went dry. This is what the Lord's warriors truly sound like when they open fire. Lei Jun didn't respond. He stared at the Marines' vital signs. All 4 were teetering on the red line. The medic had already deployed 4 healing beams, continuously counteracting the stimulant side effects. Ada assessed the side effects. Controllable in the short term. Without synchronized medic intervention, consecutive use will cause myocardial damage, neural fatigue, and muscle fiber tearing. Recommend medical stabilization after each use. Lei Jun nodded. Understood. Helena approached and spoke softly. Sir, this power is extremely effective. She paused. But also extremely dangerous. Lei Jun glanced at her. I know. That's why medics stand beside them. Helena fell silent. In the Imperium, soldiers were often treated as expendable. Take stimulants, charge die if you fall. But Lei Jun's approach was different. He would push them to their limits, but had systems ready to pull them back. This wasn't mercy. It was precise calculation. At the very least, he truly refused to waste his soldiers' lives needlessly. After the medic completed stabilization, the 4 Marines' vital signs gradually returned to normal. Marine 1 checked his magazine. Stable, sir. Marine 2 added, ready to continue. Lei Jun waved his hand. Save the bravado for later. Stimulants are emergency authorization only, not for routine marches. Tactical record updated. Ada announced. When purebloods attack in groups, recommend deploying stimulants with medic treatment chains. Current medical energy consumption rising. Lei Jun glanced at the medic. Medic, hold the center. Don't expose yourself alone. Fire bats expand the perimeter. If the logistics team falls behind again, pray the Emperor salvages your souls. Rufus immediately turned and bellowed. Did you hear that? From now on, if anyone strays too far from the white armor saints, don't cry for your mother when the bugs feast on you. No one in the logistics team dared to argue. They had just witnessed how the purebloods targeted the medics. They'd also seen the irrational firepower surge after the Marines took stimulants. Following Lei Jun meant survival. But obedience was non-negotiable. Disobey and you'd die faster than rabble in the underhive. SCVs rolled up to process the 3 pureblood corpses. High-energy gas, 21. High-energy gas, 26. High-energy gas, 23. Lei Jun watched the numbers, his mood lifting slightly. Purebloods are dangerous, truly dangerous. But they're also valuable, truly valuable. Helena didn't know how to respond. Lei Jun looked toward the deeper reaches of the outer ring. Transport rails vanished into darkness. Those 3 purebloods had been probes. There would be more ahead. Keep advancing. Lei Jun ordered. From now on, if purebloods appear in groups, Marines are authorized for short-term stimulants. Medics provide synchronized coverage. Don't let them reach the logistics team. The column resumed movement. This time the 4 Marines shifted noticeably forward. The medic was protected in the center by fire bats and Goliaths. The logistics team huddled tighter. No one felt they were merely here to haul equipment anymore. Every step forward meant walking deeper into the bug's jaws. Watching Lei Jun's back, Helena's inner conflict deepened. This man's forces bore no resemblance to Imperial armies. They didn't rely on fanaticism, prayers, or courage bought with lives. They depended on data, chemicals, healing firepower, and coordination. Cold, fast, dangerous, but undeniably effective. From the darkness ahead came another faint scraping sound, like claws dragging across metal. Lei Jun chewed his cigar, raising his rifle barrel slightly. Hold steady. We'll engage them when they arrive. In the darkness ahead, the sound of claws scraping against metal echoed once more. Not just one, but many. The transport rails overhead trembled slightly, and the purple-black flesh membranes lining the walls contracted along with them. Aida's alert popped up immediately. High-speed heat signatures approaching. Quantity 5. Movement patterns are dispersed. Assessment: the enemy is attempting to flank around direct firepower, prioritizing the medics and the native logistics team. Lei Jun's expression darkened. They're targeting the healer again. Helena didn't understand the term healer, but she grasped its meaning. They know the white-armored saint can make the wounded rise again. Rufus, huddled at the front of the logistics team, turned and bellowed upon hearing this. Everyone stay close to the white-armored saint. But don't block the path. Whoever dares to run wild, I'll break their legs first. The faces of several law enforcers turned white. They had witnessed the speed of the purebloods firsthand. No one dared to talk tough now. Lei Jun raised his hand. Marines, short-duration stimulant authorization granted. Medics, deploy the healing chain. Firebat units, rotate to the front line. Goliath, cover the high ground. The 4 Marine squad members' chest injector slots clicked open simultaneously. Red serum was pressed into their bodies. The next second, the firing rhythm of the Gauss rifles intensified noticeably. 6 medics split into 2 groups. 3 monitored the Marines. 3 watched over the firebats and the logistics team. Pale green nano-repair beams fell upon the blue CMC armor and the red firebat heavy armor. It wasn't glaring. but it was steady, like a green net suspended across the rear lines. The first pureblood burst out of the left side pipeline. The moment it exposed itself, a firebat blasted it back with a stream of flame. The second pureblood dove from the ceiling toward the medics. Goliath's autocannon fired a short burst upward, shattering the landing zone in front of it. It was forced to land on a support pillar. 4 Marine squads immediately brought their fire lines to bear. Depleted uranium rounds exploded against its carapace, sending sprays of green fluid flying. The pureblood didn't charge head-on, it turned and vanished into the shadows. Getting smarter. They're not coming at us directly anymore. They're attritioning us. Aida's voice remained calm. Assessment correct. Enemy attempting to deplete medical energy reserves and firebat fuel. Recommendation: maintain formation, do not pursue. Copy that. Lei Jun looked ahead. A firebat pilot had been grazed on the shoulder by a pureblood, the outer layer of armor splitting open. The medic's repair beam latched on immediately. The pilot's vitals had dipped thin, were yanked back into a stable range. The firebat pilot cursed under his breath and raised the thrusters once more. I'm still standing, sir. Then keep burning. Copy. Flames poured back into the corridor. The purebloods began probing continuously. Some targeted the medics. Others went for the logistics team. Some feinted toward the firebats before veering toward the Marines mid-charge. The front line was being torn back and forth. Trouble finally broke on the logistics team's end. A pureblood burst from a floor drain and surged straight into the law enforcers. It didn't hesitate. With one swipe of its claws, it sliced an enforcer open from chest to abdomen. The man fell screaming, intestines and blood gushing forth. Save me. Lord Emperor, save me. 2 nearby enforcers nearly bolted in terror. Rufus pressed his pistol to the back of one man's skull. Take one more step, and I'll send you to meet the Lord Emperor right now. The medic was already rushing over. She knelt beside the wounded and ran a scanner sweep. Open abdominal wound. Severe blood loss. Neural response is intact. A pale green healing beam descended. Several nano-repair needles pierced the wound edges. The enforcer convulsed with pain, his mouth filled with blood froth. The medic pressed one hand against his shoulder. Stay still. You're not dead yet. Necrotic tissue was rapidly cleared. Blood vessels were sealed. The exposed flesh slowly began knitting back together. Seconds later, the most terrifying gash across his chest and abdomen was covered by new tissue. He was still breathing, but he was alive. The surrounding enforcers stared in disbelief. One man's lips trembled. The white-armored saint. Another fell to his knees outright. She pulled him back from the Lord Emperor's own doorstep. Rufus reacted fastest. He immediately bellowed at the top of his lungs. See that? The white-armored saint is right here. As long as you don't run wild, the commander won't let you die in vain. Drag the wounded to the rear. Don't block the saint's hands. And those who can still walk, keep working. Those words instantly revived a good deal of the logistics team's spirit. They were still afraid, but not so desperately desperate to flee as before. Several enforcers gritted their teeth and dragged their wounded comrade behind the medic. Others picked up their illumination rods and sealant materials, pulling back into the center of the column. Helena watched the scene, her expression shifting slightly. She had seen medics heal the wounded before, but doing so while on the move, stabilizing injuries and dragging the dying back from the brink, all with such efficiency, made her chest tighten. In the Ministry of Justice, such casualties would simply be logged as faithfully devoted. But under Lei Jun, as long as they could still draw breath, they could still live. They could still be dragged to safety. The Lord Emperor above. Helena murmured softly. This time there was no doubt in her voice, only reverence. The pureblood ambush had not ended. A third one burst from the shadows on the right, its target once again the medics. Marine number 1 turned, his reaction sharpened by the stimulant, firing a split second faster. A Gauss round preemptively pinned its landing spot. Marine number 2 followed up, shattering one of its legs. The firebat sealed it with flame. The pureblood writhed on the ground, burned to a crisp. The fourth attempted to scale the ceiling. Goliath's autocannon fired short bursts, forcing it back to the ground. Marines 3 and 4 opened fire simultaneously, raking its shoulder joints and knees. Just as it lost balance, the Hellfire war chariot slid sideways, blue tongues of fire sweeping low across its abdomen. The creature screamed and crashed into the flesh membrane by the wall. The SCV raised its welding torch and carved through. Half its body was severed. Uncle, you're even stealing kills. Lei Jun couldn't help but remark. The SCV driver chuckled. Sir, it ran right onto my barrel. The last pureblood didn't charge. It paused for a second in the distant shadows as if observing. Then it swiftly retreated deeper into the pipes. Lei Jun did not pursue. Don't chase. Hold formation. The Marines' rifle muzzles stayed raised. The firebats didn't relax either. The medics continued treating the wounded and managing stimulant side effects. Ida reported. This engagement cycle is complete. Interstellar main force 0 fatalities. Firebat armor 2 light damage points. Native Logistics Team 4 dead, 6 critically wounded, 4 successfully treated. Medical energy reserves declining. Lei Jun frowned. How much longer can we hold? At current intensity, medics will need to enter a low-load recovery state within 23 minutes. Meaning we can't keep fighting like this. Assessment correct. Lei Jun nodded. The medics were undeniably strong, but they weren't infinite. If the purebloods kept grinding them down like this, the team would eventually crumble. Rufus approached, his face still stained with blood. Commander, my people can still move. His voice was steadier than before. I'll get the wounded to the Saint, and no one will run off. Lei Jun glanced at him. You did well back there. Rufus immediately lowered his head. It is my honor to steady these broken lives for you, Commander. Save it. Lei Jun pointed forward. Keep marking the route. Don't let your people crowd the medic space. Understood. Rufus turned and roared. Wounded, take the center line. Equipment sticks to the right. Anyone who blocks the white-armored Saint's path, I'll knock his teeth out and use them as markers. The logistics team sprang into motion. Chaotic, yes, but far better than before. They began actively escorting the wounded toward the medics. They also knew to clear firing lanes for the firebats and marines. The native logistics team was finally starting to look usable. Helena approached Lei Jun. Commander, the medics are changing their convictions. Lei Jun watched the law enforcers standing tall once more. Go on. The Undercity folk never believe they can be saved. Helena spoke softly. They only believe in orders, fear, and punishment. But now they believe that as long as they stay close to your unit, there is a chance to live. Lei Jun exhaled a puff of smoke. Those who can live will obey. Very practical. Helena glanced at him. Reality sometimes serves better than prayers. Lei Jun smiled. That doesn't sound like something you'd say. Helena offered no rebuttal. From the darkness ahead, a low scraping sound drifted in. This time it was farther away, as though the purebloods had temporarily withdrawn. Ida updated the map. External ring maintenance node detected 300 meters ahead. Controlling this node will grant partial pipeline closure privileges. Lei Jun's eye sharpened. Finally, some good news. He raised his hand and issued orders. All units advance. Firebats hold the front line. Marines do not release stimulant authorization without my command. Medics stay with the center line. Rufus, keep your people on the wounded. Rufus immediately saluted. At once, Commander. The column moved forward once more. Pale green healing beams drifted slowly through the center of the formation. The law enforcers watched the white-armored medics retreating figure, their eyes shedding some despair, gaining something fierce. Lei Jun understood. This wasn't loyalty. Not yet, at least. It was the desperate grasp of drowning men clinging to a rope that could save them. But it was enough. In this cursed place, as long as they didn't break, they were useful. Deeper in the corridor, the flesh membranes continued to writhe. The purebloods did not reappear. The maintenance node's location was quickly mapped out by Ada. The distance wasn't far, only 300 meters. Yet that 300-meter corridor was so eerily quiet it made one's skin crawl. After those purebloods retreated, the surroundings fell strangely silent. The Hellbat jetpacks rumbled at a low idle. Though the Marines still had their stim authorizations pending, no one reached for them. The medics stood in the middle of the formation, the healing system still running at low power. Several rescued peacekeepers leaned against the wall, gasping, their faces ashen, yet none dared cry out for a retreat. Lei Jun studied the thermal map on his HUD. They haven't gone far. Correct assessment. Ada's voice remained steady. The purebloods have not withdrawn. They are redeploying through the lateral conduits. Helena looked up at the walls on either side. They're flanking us. Lei Jun nodded. Find them. Conducting reverse thermal tracing. Seconds later, 3 red routes appeared on Lei Jun's retinal display. The first path wound through the left side sewage conduit toward the logistics team. The second threaded through the overhead ventilation duct toward the medics. The third was the most troublesome, snaking along an abandoned fuel inspection pipe straight to the rear of the column. Lei Jun's expression darkened as he studied the 3 lines. No wonder they never stopped coming. They're not spawning randomly. There are 3 tunnel networks. Rufus leaned in for a closer look, his mechanical eye whirring as it zoomed and refocused. Sir, those conduits used to connect directly to the outer ring. The mining guild favored these back alleys for smuggling. Helena turned a cold gaze toward him. You know this very well. Rufus immediately lowered his head. Arbitrator, I used to patrol these sectors on duty and merely heard rumors. Lei Jun had no patience for his excuses. Hellbats seal the nests. 8 Hellbat troopers stepped forward at once. Their crimson heavy armor formed 2 ranks before the 3 conduit entrances. The first rank maintained continuous fire. The second rank covered reliefs and prevented close-quarter breaches. The Hellbat captain responded in a gravelly tone, Copy that, sir. Commencing purification. At the word purification, Helena's expression softened noticeably. Within the Imperium, fire spoke in its own uncompromising language. Heretics required little in the way of formal judgment. A thorough burning sufficed. Lei Jun raised a hand to caution, avoid the primary fuel lines. Ada marked the safe firing angles. Safe firing angles marked. Warning: Hellbat fuel consumption will increase significantly. Log it. Barracks supply chain synced and recorded. Hellbat fuel core consumption being tracked. The Hellbat captain said nothing further. 8 jetpacks ignited simultaneously. Dark crimson plasma fire poured into the 3 conduits. Before the first wave of flame had even fully entered, screams echoed from within. Not human voices. These were shrill, distorted shrieks, an alien death cry laced with metallic reverberations. The entire conduit vibrated. The purplish-black biomass membrane contracted rapidly under the searing heat, bulging into bubbles across its surface. Seconds later, the bubbles ruptured. Green acidic ichor and black smoke erupted outward. Members of the logistics team all shuffled back. Rufus immediately barked, "What are you backing away for? The holy flame is purging ahead. What's there to fear?" A peacekeeper stammered, "Sir, something's still screaming in there." Rufus glared at him. The louder it screams, the better the burn hits. The flames continued to press deeper into the conduit. The first pure blood burst from the overhead ventilation shaft. It emerged wreathed in flames, half its carapace scorched and cracked, yet it surged forward through the inferno regardless. Its target was clear. The medics. Marines. The moment Lei Jun's command fell, 4 CMC Marines raised their weapons in unison. No stimulants. The range was close, and the flames had funneled the creature's trajectory. Gauss rounds slammed into the pureblood's knees and shoulder joints. Before it could fully emerge, its joints shattered. The entire beast crashed to the ground, and a Hellbat trooper unleashed a follow-up burst of flame. Its charred body convulsed twice, then went still. The second pureblood erupted from the left side sewage conduit. Smarter than the first, it rolled low along the ground to escape the fire line, aiming to burrow beneath the logistics team. The flame tank had been waiting nearby. It executed a sharp lateral movement, sending a ribbon of blue fire skimming across the ground that forced the creature back toward the conduit entrance. A Hellbat trooper stepped forward and pressed his jetpack directly against the conduit opening. Flames poured inside. A brief muffled scream echoed from within. Then silence. Watching the coordinated takedown, Helena murmured, "Sir, the Hellbats are better suited for this terrain than heavy cannons." Lei Jun nodded. "In enclosed spaces, flame is still the most reliable weapon. It's precise, and you won't accidentally blow yourselves to smithereens." Helena fell silent for a moment. Now that is how one purges heretics. There was rare approval in her tone. Upon hearing this, Rufus immediately chimed in, "Did you hear that? The arbitrator has declared this the purifying holy flame. Stand your ground. Don't disgrace yourselves before sacred fire." The logistics team members hesitated, but his shouts kept them in place. Their eyes shifted as they watched the crimson-armored Hellbats. Previously, they had viewed them as mere flame troopers. That perception had changed. To these underhatched dwellers, those 8 crimson soldiers resembled walking iron sensors. Flames spewed from their weapons, and the Xenos screamed within the conduits. This spectacle spoke louder than any prayer. The activity within the 3 conduits intensified. Purebloods attempted to breach the side walls from deeper within. The Goliaster autogun opened with precise bursts, scattering thermal signatures behind the wall. Hybrids forced from the fire emerged from fissures, only to be cut down by marine fire. Hellbat units began rotating. The front rank pulled back to cool their systems, while the second rank advanced to continue the burn. The medics stood nearby, monitoring the Hellbat pilot's body temperature and respiration. Ada provided continuous status reports. Hellbat 1 fuel core at 31% consumption. Hellbat 3 jetpack temperature elevated. Hellbat 5 life signs stable. Lei Jun frowned. Consumption is higher than expected. Assessment confirmed. Sustained nest sealing operations will significantly increase fuel consumption. Recommendation: after clearing the primary conduits, deploy sealing materials and have SCVs weld the entrances shut. Understood. Lei Jun turned to Rufus. Have your people prepare sealing materials. Rufus immediately bellowed, "Sealing plates. Steel bolts. Expanding foam. Get them up here." Several peacekeepers swallowed their fear and advanced. They kept their distance from the fire line, depositing supplies beside the SCVs. The SCV moved in as soon as the flames paused. Its mechanical arm secured the sealing plate, while the plasma cutter traced a path around the conduit rim. A hissing crackle echoed as the first conduit was sealed. Something inside continued to pound against the barrier. The SCV driver's cigar clenched between his teeth spoke with casual confidence. "Hold steady, I'm adding a secondary cover." The power drill drove straight through the center of the plate. The pounding ceased. Lei Jun glanced at him. "Your repair methods grow increasingly brutal. So you don't need finesse dealing with bugs." Fair point. The second conduit burned clean. The third conduit ran deepest. After 3 consecutive Hellbat rotations, no new thermal signatures emerged. As the final wave of flames surged inward, an agonizingly sharp screech resonated from the passage's darkness. The sound didn't match a standard pureblood. It carried the quality of an imperious command laced with fury. Helena's expression shifted. A higher-order node is directing them. Lei Jun gazed into the darkness. The matriarch? Not necessarily. Helena tightened her grip on her bolter. But certainly not a subordinate hybrid. Ada offered her analysis as well. Brief high-intensity bioelectric pulse detected. Origin deeper within the outer ring. Assessment enemy command node is adjusting tactics. Lei Jun exhaled a plume of smoke. Then we've made them feel it. With all three conduits sealed, the outer ring's network fell silent at last. Patches of biomass membrane on the walls had been charred black. Those conduits that had been writhing were now shrunken and dead. The air hung heavy with the stench of scorched flesh and acid. Green ichor pooled on the ground, baked by the intense heat into a viscous black crust. The logistics team stood in silence. They watched the Hellbat troopers with wary respect. A young peacekeeper murmured under his breath, "Walking iron sensors." Rufus heard him, but didn't rebuke him. Even he had to admit the comparison was apt. Lei Jun glanced at his tactical display. Pureblood flanking routes temporarily sealed. Hellbat fuel core consumption elevated. Recommend locating a secure node for resupply drops. Lei Jun nodded. Push forward to the maintenance node before replenishing. Don't linger here. Helena approached his side. Sir, the outer ring conduits are secure for now. But deeper within there must be older pipe networks. These Xenos wouldn't limit themselves to just 3 passages. Lei Jun surveyed the charred corridor ahead. What they had sealed was merely the outer ring. The deeper they went, the more complex and tangled the network became. More like a true hive. The Hellbats were effective, but fuel was finite. The medics could save lives, but their energy reserves were not unlimited either. This engagement could not remain dictated by the enemy's terms. Lei Jun raised his hand. All units advance. Make the maintenance node our objective. Once we secure the conduit controls, we'll seal off their tunnels one by one. The Hellbat captain raised his jetpack. Hellbats lead the way. Through the blackened outer ring conduits, the crimson-armored soldiers advanced once more. This time no one from the logistics team lagged behind. They moved deliberately to keep pace with those red silhouettes. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. Within this half-living refinery, following in the Hellbat's wake meant survival. That itself was a ticket to live another day. The maintenance node was quieter than expected. The pipes, scorched by fire bats, still smoldered, their charred flesh membranes clinging to the walls like dried leather. As the team advanced to the outer perimeter of the node, Ada connected to the old control box beside the wall ahead of them. Reading outer ring maintenance node. Authorization damaged. Pipeline diagrams incomplete. Restoring available pathways. Lei Jun watched the circuit diagrams gradually fill in on his HUD, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least they weren't completely navigating in the dark. But just as the map was half unrolled, Ada suddenly paused. Anomalous room detected. Location 37 meters to the right of the maintenance node. Room designation VIP guard rest area. Lei Jun raised an eyebrow. A VIP rest area in a place like this? Rufus immediately leaned in. My lord, when those masters from the mining guild come down to inspect, they can't very well squeeze in with the slave miners. He spoke in a lowered voice. Some nobles who come to the Undercity for entertainment also rest here. Clean, concealed, and convenient for settling accounts. Heliana gave him a cold glance. You seem to know quite a lot. Rufus immediately bowed his head. Just rumors, honorable arbiter. The Undercity has as many rumors as there are rats. Lei Jun had no patience for his excuses. Let's go see. 2 Marine soldiers entered first. The door had been torn open, the heavy blast plate curved inward with claw marks along the edges. Firebats stood at the entrance with their jet engines throttled down. Area appears temporarily secure, sir. Lei Jun walked inside. The interior was completely different from the pipe areas outside. Traces of former decorations could still be discerned on the walls. Thick soundproof mats covered the floor, and in the corners lay a shattered liquor cabinet and toppled upholstered chairs. Now everything was ruined. Tables had been overturned. Walls riddled with bullet holes. Large pools of dried blood coated the floor. Several corpses lay sprawled in the center of the room. They wore armor that was neither standard enforcement officer gear nor the crude protection of the mining guild. The armor on these bodies was far more refined. Silver patterns adorned the breastplates, small energy deflector units hung from the shoulders, and high-end thermal pistols with short blades were secured at their waists. Even in death, their equipment appeared far superior to Rufus and his men. Rufus moved to approach, but Heliana raised her weapon to stop him. Don't touch. She walked over to one of the corpses and crouched to examine the insignia on the shoulder armor. It was a silver rose emblem with a ring of tiny stars encircling the edge. Heliana's expression changed. My lord, these are not local noble guards. Lei Jun looked at her. Who's a House Castellan? Heliana's tone darkened. Armed escorts accompanying the merchant wanderers. Rufus sucked in his breath. By the Emperor. They really were that unfortunate young master's men. Lei Jun stepped over to the corpses. These guards had died brutally. Some had their chests torn open. Others had lost their helmets along with half their skulls. One corpse leaned against the wall, still gripping a thermal pistol, its muzzle pointed at the doorway. He must have emptied his magazine before dying. In the corner of the wall lay the charred remains of a half-blood creature. These guards had fought back. They simply couldn't hold out. Lei Jun spoke softly. Not bad equipment, yet they were beaten like this. Heliana nodded. Personal guards of the merchant wanderers usually receive formal training. Some are even retired Starfleet veterans. To eliminate them all, at least one pureblood must have been here. Rufus swallowed hard. Then Sebastian is still alive. Lei Jun looked toward the back of the room. A damaged data pad lay half-buried beneath a corpse. Ada, local recording device detected. Severe damage. Physical connection recommended. The SCV rolled in. The portly operator gently moved the corpse aside with mechanical claws and retrieved the data pad. He glanced at the bloodstains on it. Sir, this thing is falling apart. Lei Jun raised his wrist computer. Read whatever you can. Blue data cables plugged into the datapad's port. The screen flickered, displaying fragmented images. First was chaotic corridor surveillance footage. Noble guards escorted a young man outward. He wore an expensive dark long coat, his hair disheveled, his face contorted with terror. Even through the grainy footage it was clear he was screaming. But the audio was corrupted, reduced to intermittent static. Heliana stared at the footage. Sebastian von Castellan. Lei Jun studied the young noble. So he did survive for a while. The footage abruptly shifted. Something dropped from the corridor ceiling. A guard was dragged away in an instant while the others opened fire. Thermal beams and laser rounds streaked through the narrow corridor. Half-blood cultists surged from both sides, and a faster dark shadow flashed between the guards. Then the feed cut out. The second recording was even shorter. Sebastian was being dragged by two half-blood cultists. His hands were bound behind his back, yet he continued cursing. One cultist reached out to strike him, but was stopped by something higher-ranking behind them. At the end of the footage, Sebastian was dragged toward a door marked Old Main Control Area. The video went completely black from there. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Rufus spoke first. He's alive. With those words, the eyes of many in the logistics team changed. Before, the ticket was just rumor. Now the footage was right before them. The offspring of the merchant wanderers had truly been dragged to the Old Main Control Area. The Silver Rose was no longer just talk. That was their chance to leave this rotting planet. Lei Jun looked at the map Ada had restored. Where's the Old Main Control Area? Location marked. Approximately 1.8 kilometers from current node. Route passes through outer ring deep pipelines and abandoned maintenance bridges. Risk level high. Heliana walked to Lei Jun's side, her voice lower than before. My lord, this is more serious than we thought. If a merchant wanderer's offspring dies on Colostar House, Castellan won't treat it as an ordinary accident. The governor's office, the legal department, and the mining guild will all face accountability. Lei Jun glanced at her. Are you worried about that? It's not just about accountability. Heliana shook her head. If they determine that Colostar has been deeply contaminated by the gene cult, they may report directly to higher authorities. In that case, whether this planet can still be saved won't be decided by locals. Lei Jun understood her meaning. Sebastian alive meant a ticket aboard. Dead, he was a bomb. And when it exploded, it might destroy all of Colostar. Why didn't they kill him? Lei Jun looked at that final black screen. These bugs showed no mercy, killing the guards, yet they dragged him away. Heliana was silent for a moment. Perhaps because of his identity. A merchant wanderer family heir may carry bloodline keys, trade privileges, vessel certifications, or even communication and insurance protocols that only family members can activate. Lei Jun's eyes flickered. So the cult kept him alive not out of kindness. They want to use him. Correct. Heliana tightened her grip on her bolter. They may want to influence the Silver Rose through him. Rufus turned pale hearing this. If the bugs get that ship. He didn't dare finish. Lei Jun didn't want to see that outcome either. A luxury merchant vessel of the merchant wanderers, if the gene cult accessed its core permissions. Even causing chaos would be troublesome enough. Not to mention the sky was already changing color. The Tyranid swarm was approaching. Ada save all records. Records saved. Sebastian's survival probability increased. Recommendation: prioritize heading to the Old Main Control Area. Lei Jun nodded. Make the Old Main Control Area the next objective. Objective updated. Rufus looked at the merchant wanderer guard corpses on the ground and asked cautiously, My lord, this equipment. Heliana's eyes grew cold. Rufus quickly changed his words. I mean, should we collect the belongings and return them to House Castellan, demonstrating your lordship's mercy and legitimacy? The contents of the guard's rest area were gathered by Rufus and his men. Armor bearing the Silver Rose insignia, identification tags, weapon fragments. All placed into a single crate. No one dared to keep anything for themselves. The audio clip had everyone on edge. Blood key. Main control door. Father will hear. Put those words together, and something felt deeply wrong. Lei Jun stood at the entrance, studying the red highlighted route on his HUD. The old control district lay less than a kilometer ahead. But that distance now seemed twisted and hostile, the metal walls coated in purplish-black membrane viscous fluid seeping through drainage channels across the floor. Overhead pipes bulged intermittently, as though something moved within, while the flame bat advanced at the forefront, their presence now welcomed rather than obstructing the way. The logistics team gravitated toward the flame bat's rear, without prompting, recognizing that in this forsaken place the fire wielded by crimson-armored soldiers proved far more reliable than Rufus's weapons or prayers. Rufus cursed under his breath. "Stay close. Anyone who falls behind won't be rescued." A peacekeeper whispered, "Sir, is that noble boy actually still alive?" Rufus shot him a glare over his shoulder. "Pray he lives. If he does, the ship in the sky might just get us out of this hellhole." Helene heard this, but said nothing. She knew Rufus spoke crudely, but he was right. Sebastian was no longer just a kidnapped noble. He was both their passage out and their greatest complication. The group pressed onward. Ada suddenly issued a warning. Faint communication signal detected. Origin direction of the old control district. Signal source noble encrypted communicator. Lei Jun stopped. "Patch it through." Filtering interference. A harsh static crackled through the channel before a young man's voice broke through, fragmented and uncertain. "Can you hear me? Any subject loyal to the Emperor, respond immediately." The voice trembled with panic, though it tried to sound commanding. Like someone terrified out of his wits, still clinging to aristocratic pride. "I am Sebastian von Castellani, lawful heir to the Silver Rose. I command you, come rescue me at once." An alien screech echoed through the calm, shattering Sebastian's voice mid-sentence. "Damn. No, don't come closer. You wretched things, stay away from me." Then came the sound of something heavy being dragged, a metal door. Sebastian's voice dropped lower, laced with desperation. "I'll pay. Lots of money. Save me, and the Castellani family won't forget any faithful servant worth their while." Rufus's eye twitched at the aristocratic posturing. "This young master certainly has that noble accent," he muttered. Helena's cold response cut him off, but Lei Jun found himself laughing instead. "At least the boy's got spirit." A voice crackled through the comm, clearly picking up on Lei Jun's laughter. "Who's there? Identify yourself. If you're from the legal department, state your rank immediately. And if you serve the governor's office, tell that fat pig governor that once I'm back I'll make him." Boom. A dull boom echoed from somewhere nearby. Sebastian's aristocratic composure shattered instantly. Don't breach the door. I'm warning you, if my bloodline certification gets compromised, the Silver Rose will have a record of everything. My father will hang every last one of you at Voidport." Lei Jun's expression shifted slightly. Bloodline certification. It connected directly to the blood key mentioned in the earlier audio recording. Ada, locate the signal source. Locating. Source positioned in the outer containment chamber of the old control district. Distance 860 meters. Multiple biological heat signatures detected in the surrounding area. Helena turned sharply to Lei Jun. "He's alive, sir." "Yes." Lei Jun deactivated the outward microphone, keeping only the receiver active. "And the creatures haven't gotten what they want yet." Rufus swallowed hard. "Sir, should we hurry then?" "We need to, but carefully." Lei Jun stared down the dark corridor ahead. "Haste without precision is dangerous. If they're leaking this signal, it could be deliberate, a lure." Helena nodded. "The gene cultists are experts at setting traps. They wouldn't leave a noble communicator behind without reason." Through the comm, Sebastian's desperate voice continued to crackle through the interference. One moment, he was commanding Imperial subjects to rescue him, the next offering rewards, then shrieking in terror at distant alien sounds. After hearing enough, Lei Jun had formed his assessment of the man. Useful, troublesome, stubborn, and afraid of death. But as long as he feared death, there was leverage. "Keep moving forward," Lei Jun ordered, and the team pressed on. As they approached the old control district, the flesh membrane on the walls grew thicker. In places, dead faces were embedded within it. Features warped in agony, mouths frozen open as if screaming even in death. No one in the logistics team dared look twice. The flame bat periodically scorched the walls with bursts of flame, each strike causing the membrane to writhe violently. Faint screams emanated from within the walls as though creatures were burning alive inside them. Ada's voice cut through the horror. Abnormal energy fluctuation detected. Origin deep within the old control district. Waveform doesn't match conventional electromagnetic equipment. Lei Jun frowned. Psionic. Helena's expression shifted. At that exact moment, the corridor lights flickered and the membrane on the walls began pulsing in unison. A low hum resonated from somewhere distant. Not mechanical, but more like countless insects screaming in chorus. Static crackled through Sebastian's comm, and his voice carried genuine fear. "What was that? Did you hear it? That sound again. Damn it, they're going to open that thing." The transmission cut out for a second, then returned with nothing but his ragged breathing. "Sir," Helena said, her voice heavy with dread. "If this is a psionic beacon, then this goes beyond a standard gene cult ritual." Lei Jun studied her. "Be specific." "The Genestealer cult uses psionic signals to summon something far greater." Helena tightened her grip on the bolt gun. "In the early stages it manifests only as vague worship and dreams. But once the beacon is established, it will shine like a lighthouse, revealing Karu Station's location to the true swarm." Lei Jun remained silent, his mind racing through recent events, the sky turning color, the degradation of star language communications, Ada's earlier warning about atmospheric bioelectric wave interference. These weren't isolated incidents. The pieces were connecting. Ada continued her analysis. "The anomalous fluctuations are intensifying. A structure resembling a beacon exists within the old control district. It appears to be amplifying local bioelectric waves. Analysis indicates the enemy is accelerating the external swarm's localization process." Lei Jun cursed under his breath. "So they're calling for backup." "Your summary is crude but accurate," Ada replied. Rufus went pale at this. "Sir, the external swarm, that means whatever's in the sky." Helena didn't look at him. The word Tyrannid hung in the air, and several members of the logistics team suddenly held their breath. The Underhive dwellers might not understand interstellar warfare, but they knew the name Tyrannid. This wasn't rebellion or gang violence or some commonplace alien threat. It was planetary execution. Lei Jun raised his hand, and the team halted. At the corridor's end stood a massive isolation door, partially open, casting an ominous purple-red glow. The light pulsed erratically, and with each flash the flesh membrane on the walls contracted. Sebastian's voice cut through the comm again. "Is anyone there? I heard gunfire. I know you're nearby. I'm with the Castellani family. Rescue me, and you'll be rewarded. Wealth status passage. We can negotiate anything." Another roar echoed from the distance. His voice cracked with desperation. "Hurry! By the Emperor and my ancestors, hurry!" Lei Jun studied the purple-red illuminated door. "You hear that? Our passage is getting impatient." Rufus forced a thin smile, though no one else laughed. Everyone could feel that whatever lay beyond that door was deeply wrong. Ada displayed new markers. Target 1 Sebastian von Castellani alive. Location Outer Containment Chamber, Old Control District. Target 2 Suspected Psionic Beacon Structure. Location deep within Old Control District. Recommendation: prioritize preventing beacon activation while ensuring hostage survival. Lei Jun studied both target markers. One represented their passage, the other a lighthouse for the swarm. Neither could be lost. The isolation door outside the old main control area creaked open reluctantly. SCV's welding torch traced around the door lock, blue-white sparks spraying onto the ground. The heavy door panel shifted inward by half a meter, and the foul stench from within immediately rushed out. It was not merely the smell of blood. It was mixed with disinfectant, scorched plastic, rotting flesh membranes, and promethium residue. Lei Jun stood outside the door, not rushing to enter. Ada checked the status. Current location: outer quarantine zone of the old main control area. Target 1 Sebastian alive, signal persists. Target 2 psionic beacon fluctuations continue to rise. Our main force can proceed, but firebat fuel and medical energy consumption are elevated. Enough will do. Lei Jun raised his hand. Firebat clears the entrance. Goliath holds the center line. Marines watch the high ground. Logistics stay outside. Don't come in and make things worse. Rufus immediately turned and barked at the crew. "Did you all hear that? Anyone who dares stick their head and gets pinned to the doorframe as a marker for the commander." No one in the logistics team dared to object. They had learned their place. Firebat went in first. The red heavy armor's searchlight swept through the darkness, revealing a modified corridor. What should have been control rooms and equipment bays on both sides had been converted into holding cells. Transparent, explosion-proof chambers were embedded in the walls, one after another. Some stood empty, though others contained bodies. A few held only blood and bone fragments. Fleshy membranes climbed the walls to the ceiling as though the entire area had been sealed inside an enormous stomach. Helena followed behind Lei Jun's side, her face so pale it showed no trace of color. This used to be the outer security room of the main control area. They converted it into a sacrifice and restraint zone. Lei Jun did not respond. He could already hear it. Somewhere deep in the corridor someone was shouting. The voice was shrill and broken, carrying an unmistakable tone of desperate weeping. "You can't do this to me. I am a Castellan. My father will hang your bones on the prowl. I swear it." Lei Jun paused for a moment. That voice certainly has spirit. Around the corner ahead, 3 half-blood cultists were dragging a mobile restraint frame inward. Behind the frame sat a transparent, explosion-proof pod. Inside was a young man. His clothes were expensive, but torn to ribbons. Most of his golden buttons had fallen off, and his white shirt was covered in bloodstains. His face was deathly pale, his hair a mess, yet his mouth kept moving. Let me out. I can pay ransom. A huge ransom. Do you brainless lowborn scum understand? A half-blood cultist turned its head and raised its claws, seeming ready to slash through the explosion-proof pod. Helena's eyes tightened. They're trying to move him. Lei Jun's hand was already raised. 4 Marines eliminate the guards. There was no sustained gunfire. Only 4 sharp electromagnetic cracks. The heads of the first 2 half-blood cultists exploded simultaneously. The third barely turned before its knees shattered, collapsing to the ground. The next Gauss round punched through its chest, pinning it beside the restraint frame. Sebastian in the pod went rigid. He had been cursing only moments before. Now his mouth hung open, unable to form a single word. 2 Marines surged forward, weapons sweeping the surrounding cells. Firebat followed close behind, flamethrower lowered, ready to unleash fire into the ducts at any moment. Temporary perimeter secured. Lei Jun approached the pod. Sebastian stared through the transparent wall, first at Lei Jun, then past him to the Marines. And then he saw the Goliath mech partially visible in the corridor. The 5-meter bipedal war machine was looking down the hallway, twin rotary cannons subtly tracking. Sebastian swallowed hard. Are you here to rescue me? Lei Jun regarded him. For now. What do you mean for now? Sebastian grew anxious, pressing close to the pod wall. I am Sebastian von Castellan, legal heir to the Silver Rose. Rescue me, and the Castellan family will reward you handsomely. As he said this, he glanced at the Goliath, and his tone noticeably softened. Of course, if you're already under contract, we can renegotiate. Lei Jun chuckled. At least you know how to read the room. Helena stepped forward, raising the legal department insignia. Sebastian von Castellan, please verify your identity. Sebastian's eyes lit up at the sight of her. The legal department. Finally someone of consequence. He immediately straightened his posture, attempting to project noble bearing despite being confined. I am the third in line of succession for the Castellan family and a holder of the Silver Rose Voyage certification. Arbitrator, I demand you release me immediately and escort me back to the orbital vessel. Helena's voice remained steady. Identity preliminarily confirmed. Additionally, I suggest you maintain respect toward Commander Lei. Sebastian's expression stiffened. He looked at Lei Jun again. This time he did not dare ask what rank he held, because outside the corridor another Arclight siege tank was slowly rumbling past the doorway. 4 track treads crushed across the metal floor, heavy as a mountain in motion. Sebastian's eye twitched. Commander Lei. Good. Lei Jun patted the pod. Big guy, open the can. The SCV rumbled in. The portly mechanic glanced at the pod and gave a low whistle. Noble-grade materials, solid build. The plasma torch touched the lock. A flash of blue light, and the outer mechanical lock was severed. Sebastian shrank back in terror. Careful. There are life support lines inside. You lot. He opened his mouth to curse, but seeing the SCV's mechanical arm thicker than his waist, he forcefully swallowed the rest. Click. The pod door opened. Sebastian tumbled out, nearly falling to the ground. Helena reached out to steady him. Before he could speak, a faint groan came from another damaged cell nearby. The medic had already moved over. 2 surviving guards lay inside. One was missing half an arm. The other had a hole through his chest, sustaining life through emergency med injectors in his high-grade armor. The medic knelt beside them. 2 critical targets found. Vital signs weak, but treatable. Pale green healing beams descended. The 2 guards' fading breaths were gradually stabilized. Sebastian watched this unfold, his noble composure finally cracking. He opened his mouth, but this time no curse came out. My guards. Some are still alive. Lei Jun glanced at him. 2 now. Sebastian fell silent for a moment, then said quietly, they are Castellan family. Save them, and I will remember this favor. Lei Jun nodded. Remember it well. Helena seized the opportunity to ask, why didn't the sect kill you? Sebastian's expression darkened immediately. They wanted my blood. He lifted his wrist, revealing a broken noble identification ring. The old main control area has an ancient access system once connected to the mining guild, the governor's office, and the merchant certification network. They've been forcing me to undergo bloodline authentication. But the Castellan family certification cannot be activated by merely cutting a drop of blood. As he said this, a hint of his old arrogance returned. That is encrypted voyage contract knowledge passed down from the Great Expedition era, something lower dweller vermin could never comprehend. Lei Jun listened, his heart growing heavier. This was not mere kidnapping. It was a hunt for authority. Ada, deep energy fluctuations in the old main control area continue to rise. The beacon structure appears to be entering phase 2. Recommendation: initiate destruction operations immediately. A sudden purple-red glow flashed deep in the corridor. All the flesh membranes bulged simultaneously. It was as though a colossal heart was beating behind the walls. A piercing shriek echoed from the distance. Not a normal hybrid. More like some high-tier node in a rage. Sebastian's face went completely white. That sound. They're coming. Lei Jun drew his custom Gauss pistol. Then let's stop chatting here. He looked at Helena. Take him to the center line. Medics bring the 2 survivors. Helena nodded immediately. Yes, sir. Sebastian, hearing the order to retreat, immediately protested. I must be prioritized for protection, my status. Lei Jun turned his head. Your status is your ticket. And a ticket doesn't command a team. Sebastian fell silent. Rufus, peeking from outside the door, nearly laughed out loud at that, and quickly choked it back. Lei Jun raised his hand. Team, move out. We've got our man. Now we go smash the lighthouse. The purplish-red glow from the old main control area still flicked the wall. Saiba Si Dian was dragged by He Lien Na to the midline, and as soon as he steadied himself, he immediately straightened his torn collar. That motion was practiced and deft. Even with hair tossed rooster's nest and blood on his face, he to preserve his noble bearing first. Lord Lei Jun, he cleared his throat, his tone once more formal. Since I have broken free from confinement, I shall proceed in accordance with the Imperial Nobility Rescue Regulations and the voyage agreement between the Ka La Silon family and the local governor's office. You should escort me out of this refinery at once. Lei Jun was inspecting the magazine of the customized Gauss pistol. On hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. And then, Saiba Si Dian blinked astonished. Then you should prioritize my life's safety. He spoke as if it were obvious. I can understand you are on some secret military mission, but my status suffices to compel you to adjust your priorities temporarily. He Lien Na's face darkened. She was about to speak, but Lei Jun's hand had already risen to bar her. Aida, play the segment from earlier. Confirm. In the next moment, Saiba Si Dian's voice came from the speaker in Lei Jun's wristwatch, thin and tremulous. Any loyal subjects of the Empire rescue this young master at once. I command you, do you hear me? They are outside the door. The throne sits above, they are prying the door open. Don't come near. Don't touch me. My father will hang you all. The recording ended with a strained scream. The corridor fell silent for half a heartbeat. Lu Fuxi lowered his head to his toes, his shoulders shaking. He fought to hold back laughter with painful effort. A few enforcement officers and logistics team members buried their faces behind their blast shields, afraid to laugh aloud. Saiba Si Dian's face reddened a little. From pallor to iron blue, then to aristocratic stiffness. This is a display born of extreme coercion. Saiba Si Dian gritted his teeth and said any well-educated person would not take the distress call of a noble in a near-death state as entertainment. Lei Jun nodded. Indeed, so I did not take amusement. He reinserted the Gauss pistol into its magnetic holster at his thigh. I merely remind you who pulled you from the canister. Saiba Si Dian's lips moved, but he didn't get a reply this time. A deep vibration came from deeper in the corridor. The vessels within the membranes swelled and pulsed as if something were delivering energy toward the center of the old main control area. 2 firebats stood at the 4 emitters lowered. The Goliath autocannons slowly rotated barrels aimed at the darkness. This is not a negotiation table. There are no silver goblets, wine, or family lawyers here. Only a group of heavily armored soldiers, blood and smoke-streaked armor, and monsters pressing closer from the walls. Saiba Si Dian finally regained a measure of calm. He looked at Lei Jun. The arrogance in his eyes hadn't vanished entirely, but it carried a merchant's calculation. Very well, he said. You saved me, I admit that. The Ka La Silon family won't default on their obligations. Once I return to the Yin Xiangwei, how I can pay you a suitably handsome hire. Lei Jun laughed. I don't lack that money. Saiba Si Dian glanced at the siege tanks and the Goliath behind him. He paused a moment, then changed his tune. Then what do you want, eh? The ship. Lei Jun spoke bluntly. Saiba Si Dian's expression immediately changed. The Yin Xiangwei How is not for sale. He recoiled almost instinctively. That is the Ka La Silon family's legitimate trading vessel, protected by an emperor-signed ancient trade edict, private property. Any infringement of ship sovereignty is a challenge to the rights of traveling merchants. Lei Jun looked at him. Who says I want to buy your ship, eh? What do you mean by that? I mean to board a ship. Lei Jun raised a hand pointing upward. I want to leave Ka La Si Xing. Saiba Si Dian stared at him, a flash of calculation crossing his eyes. You have your own troops, yet no legitimate sailing status. He Lien Na stepped forward halfway. The Lord's actions are of a black box level. Her voice cold with the prosecutorial cadence of the Ministry of Justice. You have no right to inquire. Saiba Si Dian looked at her. Arbiter, I respect the Ministry of Justice, but the sailing rights of a roaming trader are not to be arbitrarily requisitioned by the local court. Helena's gaze grew colder still. Without Lei Jun, you would now be flayed by the aliens. I know, Saiba Si Dian said immediately. He did not press the point. So, I am willing to bargain. But Yin Xiangwei How belongs to the Ka La Silon family, not to me personally. Even if I am one of the heirs, I cannot hand over the ship's control to an armed force of unknown identity. Lei Jun understood. This young master is afraid of death and arrogant, but not stupid. He knows who saved him, and he knows the ship is his last ace. Let me say it again. Lei Jun's voice carried little variation. I do not seize the ship. I want an identity that can withstand the Empire's system, allowing me and my people to board the Yin Xiangwei Hao lawfully. Sai Dian's eyes moved. This time he didn't reject immediately. Temporary employment contract. More or less. Private armed guards. Can. Sai Dian lowered his head, examining his damaged aristocratic identification ring. His thoughts moved quickly. Under the Ka La Silon family, name temporarily hire you and your troops as battlefield guardians in special environments. This is legally sound within imperial law. He Lian nodded. Roving traders possess high autonomy. Once the contract is formed, Lei Jun's troops can be registered as Ka La Silon family private armed guards. She paused, then added, at least before leaving Ka La Si Xing, this identity should cover most troubles. Lu Fu Si's eyes lit up. He, a veteran of the underbelly, knew how valuable a legitimate skin could be, the same as a group of armed men. Without identity, you are rebels. With the roving traders banner, you become private guards. The former would be hanged. The latter can enter ports for provisions and coerce local bureaucrats to stamp papers. The throne sits above. Lu Fusi muttered. This is far tougher than those miserable passes at the governor's office. Sai Jian looked at Lu Fusi with a look of disdain. Then he looked back at Lei Jun. I have conditions as well. Lei Jun raised his chin. Speak. First, the Yin Xiangwei Hao remains owned by Ka La Si Lon, with captaincy sailing rights and trade sovereignty unchanged. Second, you and your forces board as temporary hires and must not forcibly seize the bridge engine room or weapons deck. Lei Jun smiled. As long as your people don't seek trouble, I won't trouble myself with how you sail the ship. Sai Jian clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Third, after the rescue is completed, you must guarantee my safety until I return to the Yin Xiangwei Hao. Lei Jun looked at him. That condition is not right. Where's the problem? Not that I must guarantee your safety. Lei Jun tapped his chest with a finger. It's you who owes me a life. Sai Dian's expression darkened again. Nobles hate debt, especially a debt of life. Money can be repaid, resources can be repaid, but favors can be struck again and again. Yet now he had no choice. The howling behind the wall grew louder. He could even hear the sound of some claws scraping across the metal floor. Sai Jian drew a deep breath. I admit it. His words came heavy and deliberate. Sai Jian phone Ka La Silon, you owe Lei Jun a life. And in the capacity of a Ka La Silon family heir, you will temporarily hire Lei Jun and his forces as private guards dispatched to the Yin Xiangwei Hao. Helena immediately opened her legal terminal. Her emblem lit on the screen, recording this oral contract. By Sacred Terra and the Empire's Codex as witness. Temporary contract established. Sai Dian's face twitched. Arbiter, you recorded that too quickly. Empire law does not wait for remorse. Helena spoke coldly. Lei Jun almost laughed aloud. This woman delivers hits quite ruthlessly. Sai Jian adjusted his sleeve, forcing himself back into noble bearing. Since the contract is in effect, I propose we withdraw immediately, he said gravely. Deep within the old main control area, there is something those aliens have been trying to get me to activate an ancient access interface. I suspect they intend to use the refinery's antenna array. Lei Jun's eyes flicked. What for? Sai Dian's face turned pale. I don't know. He paused. But they've let me hear that sound. Very far away, as if something is answering beyond the starry void. The communication channel fell quiet. AI Da's electronic voice spoke, spiritual beacon fluctuations enhanced. The deep layers of the old main control area are registering multiple high-speed life responses. The enemy is expected to contact the Vanguard unit within 60 seconds. Lei Jun drew his customized Gauss pistol. The negotiations are finished. He looked at Sai Dian. From this moment on, you'd better not run off with that ship ticket. Sai Dian's mouth twitched. I prefer the term employer. Wait until you can return to the ship alive to discuss it. Lei Jun turned, giving the Falcon Firebats the order ahead. Clear the path, smash the beacon first, then talk aboard. The hum from deep within the old main control zone grew heavier. The sound came through several walls as if someone were slowly tapping everyone's skull from behind with an invisible iron bar. Sebastian had been trying to maintain his composure. Now that he heard the sound, his atoms apple rolled visibly. Lei Jun noticed. Do you know what's inside? I don't. Sebastian answered quickly. Too quickly, like a man dodging debts. Lei Jun watched him. Sebastian hesitated for 2 seconds before shifting his stance. I don't know its name, but I know what they're doing. He gestured toward the depths of the old main control zone. Those inferior mutations keep forcing me to cooperate with the old main control console authentication. That place was once connected to the A-49 high-altitude antenna array, but it was abandoned later. They want to use my bloodline credentials to reactivate that system. Helena's expression darkened. A refinery antenna array shouldn't have interstellar communication capabilities. Sebastian immediately looked at her. Ordinary mining signals, certainly not. But the Castellano family invested in the A-49 Prometheum transport line and the old control zone retained a merchant certification interface. That was so the Silver Rose could verify fuel loads and trade taxes directly from orbit, not to serve as a shrine for the bugs. His tone carried a hint of aristocratic impatience. Lei Jun understood. So they're not grabbing you randomly. They're after the key. Sebastian's face darkened. I don't like that phrasing, but you're right. Ahead, firebats continued clearing the flesh membrane. Red armored soldiers kept their flamethrowers low, only burning the base of the walls and pipe openings to avoid the deeper promethium lines. As flames licked across the flesh membrane, a sharp scream erupted from within. Sebastian instinctively stumbled backward, a step that brought him right into the mechanical foot of a Goliath mech. He glanced up at the 5-meter-tall steel mech, then silently returned to his position. Lei Jun didn't call him out. Where is the Silver Rose now? Sebastian adjusted his tattered sleeve. He knew this question well. Once he started talking about his ship, his whole demeanor steadied. In low orbit around Kara's near the 3rd trade anchor. Her full designation, Silver Rose Long-Range, Armed Merchant Vessel. She's no cargo barge from those mining syndicates, nor one of those gilded pleasure yachts from the governor's fleet. She carries dual-layer void shields, 3 large cargo holds, 6 escort shuttles, 2 squadrons of family-mounted armaments, and a registered navigator. Rufus listened with eyes widening. Navigator. His voice dropped low. The kind of 3-eyed patriarch who guides ships through the warped. Sebastian frowned. Choose your words carefully. Rufus immediately bowed. Yes, forgive my vulgar tongue. That would be a noble void guide. Lei Jun looked toward Ada's HUD. Can we make contact, A? Attempting to parse local communication bands. Strong interference detected in orbital direction. Warp shadow causing long-range communication attenuation. Conclusion, unable to establish stable link. Sebastian also heard Ada's broadcast. His expression tightened. The noble communicator on my person can only send short-range distress calls. You received it just now because we were close enough. The Silver Rose in orbit might detect my identity pulse, but likely won't be able to pinpoint my location, let alone make a landing. Lei Jun frowned. Why can't she come down directly to get you? Sebastian looked as though he'd heard an absurd question. But glancing at the firebats beside Lei Jun, he swallowed his sarcasm. Because this is the deep underhive. Above us lies kilometers of hive spire structure, industrial smog jamming clouds, orbital anti-air defenses, and now this damned warp shadow. The Silver Rose is a merchant vessel, not an assault cruiser of the Astartes. She can deter a local fleet from orbit, but won't risk herself for a few dozen hive rats in the underhive. And descend into a hive spire being corrupted by Xenos. Rufus' lip twitched. The underhive rats clearly included him. But he dared not argue. Helena took over. My lord, he speaks truly. Trade barons wield enormous power, yet they are no charitable order. Their trade mandates permit intersector voyages, private fleet establishment, and armed merchant vessels. Even allowing limited trade with non-human species under certain frontier conditions. Lei Jun raised an eyebrow. They can legally trade with Xenos. Beyond the Imperial Codex, there exist ancient charters granted by the Emperor's own hand. The trade barons are among that rare handful. They can do things ordinary Imperial nobility would not dare imagine. Sebastian regained some composure. Therefore, Lord Lei Jun, you should now understand the value of the Castellano family's temporary patronage. Lei Jun understood. This wasn't mere aristocratic influence. It was a gray passport within the imperial framework. With this cover, his starfaring force of unknown origin was no longer underhive insurrectionists, at least beneath the banners of the Silver Rose and House Castellano. They could be interpreted as private guards, contracted mercenaries, or even clandestine armed contractors. Lei Jun regarded Sebastian. Your price is higher than I anticipated. Sebastian's mouth began to curve. Lei Jun added, which is precisely why you cannot die. The smile froze. Helena spoke quietly. My lord, the most viable extraction point for the Silver Rose is the spaceport. Sebastian nodded immediately. Yes, the Kara's prime spaceport. It has freight lift rails, void barge berths, and family identification beacons. Once I reach the spaceport, even through the worst warp interference, I can use identity verification to let the Silver Rose confirm I'm alive. Rufus couldn't help asking, walk from the underhive to the spaceport. That means crossing half the hive spire. His face turned green. And outside it's overrun with bugs and madmen. Sebastian glanced at him. Which is precisely why I need escorts. Rufus gave a nervous laugh. You certainly speak like nobility, young master. Lei Jun raised his hand to cut them off. Let's finalize the route first. Ada recorded mission chain updated. Phase 1, destroy the Psyker beacon in the old control zone. Phase 2, break through A-49, seize Promethium reserves, and establish an escape route. Phase 3, escort Sebastian to Kara's prime spaceport. Phase 4, await extraction by the Silver Rose. Lei Jun nodded. Sounds like quite a trek. Conservative assessment, given the current planetfall rate, survival odds on this route are poor. Additional note, all routes you've selected carry similarly low survival probabilities. Lei Jun's expression darkened. You really know how to comfort people. I have not activated any comfort module. Sebastian watched Lei Jun and Ada exchange words with a strangely pensive expression. He began to realize this unit possessed more than just overwhelming firepower. Their command structure operated differently too. No runners, no staff officers, no drawn-out orders typical of aristocratic military tradition. At Lei Jun's word, every unit moved instantly functioning like precision war machines. A shrill cry echoed from the corridor's depths. A handful of hybrid cultists charged from the corner draped in tattered ritual cloth and dragging mining cutters as though some force drove them forward to certain death. Firebats needed no order. 2 lines of flame swept forward. The hybrids writhed in fire, collapsing before reaching the end of the corridor. 4 Marines raised their weapons, picking off 2 targets attempting to flank from above. The entire engagement lasted less than 10 seconds. Sebastian fell silent. He was intelligent enough to know when to negotiate and when to keep quiet. Lei Jun stepped over the charred remains and gazed toward the intensifying purple-red light at the tunnel's end. We'll address the spaceport matter after we destroy the beacon. Sebastian's voice dropped. What if the beacon is already active? Helena tightened her grip on her bolt gun. Then we destroy it. Sebastian regarded her. Inquisitor, I admire your conviction, but certain mechanisms cannot be shut down by courage alone. Lei Jun drew his customized Gauss pistol. Then we rely on firepower instead. The firebats parted slightly ahead. The heavy door leading to the old control zone's depths finally came into view. A thick purple light seeped through the door crack. Flesh membranes draped over the frame. Deep within, a low pulsing rhythm echoed, like something breathing life into the entire refinery. Ada's tone grew cold. Psyker beacon core within visual range. High-order life form detected. Quantity 1. Lei Jun halted. Sebastian smoothly retreated behind the Goliath. Lei Jun glanced at him. Quite practiced. Sebastian maintained his composure. An accomplished employer understands not to interfere with their guards' duties. Lei Jun chuckled. Very well. Stay steady then. He raised his weapon, aiming toward the purple glow. Now we demolish the lighthouse. The crimson-violet light in the old control sector still pulsed. It was no lamp. It resembled raw flesh, skin torn away, buried deep within steel and conduits throbbing rhythmically. When Sebastian was dragged out by 2 Marines, his mouth still wouldn't stop moving. I swear by the name of House Castellan, this place will never again appear on my flight paths. His noble robes were torn to rags, cuffs stained with blood, the last shreds of his dignity nearly gone. Lei Jun did not respond. He stood before the main console, gazing at the surveillance screens, half of them already broken. Within those screens, the deep conduits were entirely shrouded in fleshy membranes. Humanoid shapes hung from the Prometheum transport pipes, some still twitching. Not alive, but not yet fully drained. Ada's voice echoed in his ear. Psionic fluctuations continue to intensify. The source is located 170 meters beneath the old control sector. Large biological signature detected. Lei Jun frowned. How large? Surpassing all previously cataloged high-tier node entities. Based on gene cult structural analysis, the target is highly suspected to be the Patriarch. The moment the word Patriarch surfaced, Helena's fingers clenched tighter around her bolt pistol. Rufus's expression darkened. Sebastian himself froze rigid. What did you just say? He fixed Lei Jun with a stare, his voice cracking slightly. The Patriarch. The gene cult's Patriarch. Lei Jun turned to look at him. You know? Of course I know. Sebastian nearly cursed aloud. That is no ordinary monster. It is the root of the cult. All genetic corruption, psionic domination, hybrid propagation, it all originates from that thing. As he spoke, his throat bobbed. And those Tyranids you mentioned. Once the Patriarch begins calling the swarm, this planet is lost. He took a step backward. We must leave at once. Leave for where? The spaceport. Sebastian had abandoned all pretense of noble composure. Once I reach the spaceport, I can re-establish contact with the Silver Rose. My vessel carries void shields, escort craft, and navigators. Once I board, we can escape this accursed place. You yourself said orbital communications are unstable. Lei Jun pointed downward. Now we know why. Sebastian's face fell. Helena stepped to the main console, staring at the flesh and bone conduits on screen. This is a beacon. Her voice was low. The refinery's deep conduits were originally designed to transport promethium and waste heat. Now the Patriarch has repurposed them into living channels. Sacrificial flesh provides psionic energy, promethium lines provide heat and power, and the old control sector amplifies it all. It is using the entire A-49 station as a lighthouse. Rufus swallowed hard. A lighthouse for whom? Helena turned to him. The swarm. No one spoke. The only sounds in the old control sector were the low hum of flamethrower fuel valves and the wet rasp of flesh membranes scraping against steel. Ada continued her report. Periodic high-frequency pulses detected. Those pulses are interfering with low-orbit communications. Analysis: the Silver Rose's inability to maintain stable approach to Kalos is linked to this beacon. Supplementary: if merchant vessels enter low orbit after beacon completion, they risk being marked by swarm navigation frequencies. Lei Jun looked at Sebastian. Understand. Your passage is still invalid. Sebastian's lips moved, but no rebuttal came. He finally understood. Lei Jun had not come to rescue him. Not entirely. To Lei Jun, the Castellan heir was little more than a ticket off this world. Saving him was merely collecting his fare. But the ticket could not yet be validated. The ticket inspector was pinned beneath a monster. Sebastian leaned against the wall, his face ashen. So you're going down. Lei Jun checked his custom Gauss pistols magazine. Not because I wish to descend, but because we have no other choice. Helena nodded. If the beacon completes, Kalos becomes a swarm navigation waypoint. At that point it won't be just a 49. The spaceport, the orbit, the Silver Rose, all exposed. She paused, her voice growing colder. This is not an evacuation matter. It is whether this entire planet draws its next breath. Rufus felt his scalp prickle. He spun to the logistics team. Stop gawking. Drive and the glow rods mark the routes. Who else zones out gets tied to the front as point. The Enforcer logistics personnel sprang into action at once. They handled no starship ordnance, touched no flamethrower fuel, only lighting, sealing casualty evacuation, and marking SCV salvage. These were rules Lei Jun had hammered home so often that Rufus dared not forget. Lei Jun approached a half-destroyed structural diagram. Beneath the old control sector lay A-49's original thermal exchange pool. The diagram's edges were ruined, but the main conduits remained legible, all converging on a circular zone. Ada marked 6 red points across his display. 6 psionic nodes, all connected to sacrificial flesh and deep conduits. Recommend target adjustment. Lei Jun asked how. Original objective: rescue Sebastian. Completed. New objective 1: destroy the psionic beacon. New objective 2: severely wound the Patriarch, degrading his ability to reconstruct the beacon. Note: killing the Patriarch is not recommended as the sole objective. Lei Jun studied those red dots, meaning we might not finish him here and now. The Patriarch classifies as a high-tier node entity. Close quarters, threat, psionic suppression, and cult command capability remain unknown. Current squad retains combat effectiveness, but terrain is disadvantageous. Translation: stop pretending, Commander. Lei Jun nearly laughed in irritation. Fine. Objectives clear. He turned to the group. Smash the beacon first. Maim the Patriarch if you can, or if you cannot kill him, at least keep him dark for a while. Helena responded immediately. We should sever the 6 nodes first. She tapped the diagram with her weapon. Maintenance valves sit near each node. Close them, then incinerate the flesh conduits. The beacon loses partial power supply. Rufus leaned in, his face wrinkling further. Arbiter: those valves are all in lower narrow corridors. Goliaths cannot enter, let alone tanks. And those emergency pressure relief shafts are perfect ambush points for monsters. Helena replied coldly. So your people secure the side doors, plant route markers, carry lighting. No heroics required. Rufus nodded immediately. Understood. Thoroughly understood. The heroics are for you, we handle the chores and come back alive. Sebastian suddenly spoke. Lei Jun. This time no title. Lei Jun turned. Sebastian braced against the wall, breathing ragged, but his gaze far clearer. If you truly destroy that beacon and allow the Silver Rose to approach Kalos again, I can offer you more. Lei Jun regarded him. Such as a cargo bay access, escort craft, star charts, house trade corridors. Sebastian's voice dropped. And the Castellan family's debts. That is worth more than a simple passage. Lei Jun nodded. Remember your word. I remember. Sebastian managed a bitter smile. I have no standing to renege anyway. At that moment the ground shuddered once more. This time it was not a physical vibration. It was as though something had lightly clawed at every mind present. 2 logistics personnel glazed over their lips, moving in low, unintelligible murmurs. The medic raised his hand immediately. Mild neural interference. Administering stabilizers. Helena was faster. She fired her weapon at their feet. The bolt round detonated, showering them with gravel. In the Emperor's name, awake. They snapped back to consciousness, collapsing in fright. Rufus stormed over and slapped each one. Hear the swarm sing again, and I'll stuff you down the sewage ducts myself. Lei Jun did not intervene. This place tolerated no gentleness. He opened the squad channel. All units listen up. Siege tanks hold the upper level, cover the main corridor. Do not let our rear flank. Goliaths hold the center line, watch the ceilings and overhead conduits. Flamethrowers lead the advance. Clear the flesh membranes, do not push too deep. Marines push both flanks, medics hold the midsection. SCVs with me. Cut nodes where possible, dismantle what you can. From the SCV cockpit came the burly driver's voice. Copy that, sir. Though there is far too much meat and far too little iron to tear apart here. Ada responded coldly. Recommend olfactory circuits disabled. And reduce ineffective complaining. The burly driver fell silent for half a second. Madam Adjutant, how considerate of you. Lei Jun did not smile. The lower entrance lay directly behind the control sector. It was a spiral maintenance ladder, its edges enveloped in flesh membrane violet-red light, seeping through the fissures, the hot air thick with the stench of blood. The flamethrower operator stepped forward. The nozzle blazed orange. The first layer of flesh membrane curled and blackened, emitting a high-pitched shriek, as though something cowering behind the wall endured the scorching. Helena took position at Lei Jun's left. Sebastian remained at the midpoint, watched by two Marines. His face was grim, but this time he made no plea to retreat. He understood. If the beacon stood, his vessel would never dare approach. Lei Jun descended the first step. Ada's voice rang out once more. Beacon pulse accelerating. Full activation time unknown. But what is certain, the remaining window is closing. Lei Jun gritted his teeth, then stopped dawdling. He raised his Gauss pistol, aiming into the violet-red darkness below. Let us go down and smash that light. The lower-level entrance had just, and the old control zone began. Not the kind of tremor from a major collapse. It was as if something beneath the entire refinery was slowly turning over. Rows of old lines along the wall lit up, then flickered out again. Purple-red light seeped through the gaps in the pipes, casting in patches of bright and shadow. The fire bat stood at the front, its nozzle still warm. A burned flesh membrane clung to the maintenance ladder, blackened and still dripping viscous slime. Lei Jun did not descend immediately. He raised a hand to stop the squad. Ida, report status. Beacon has entered phase 2. The high-frequency bioelectric waves intensified. A-49 overhead communications jamming continues to strengthen. An unstable biological navigation band exists in the orbital layer. Lei Jun listened, his expression darkening. Get to the point. Key point: the longer we drag, the ship will not dare descend. This line was more persuasive than any long explanation. Sebastian stood at the back, about to speak, when the family comm ring on his wrist suddenly flashed. Sizzle! A crackle of interference erupted from within. He looked down, his expression changing. Silver rose. He pressed the badge. This is Sebastian von Castellan. Repeat, this is Sebastian. The comm first crackled with a long, shrill current. Then a broken male voice squeezed through. Master. Signal. Very poor. Captain. Sebastian's voice rose. Where are you? Stand by to respond. I am still alive. Unable to confirm low orbit safety. The other end's voice was cut into fragments by interference. Over Kala star sky. Abnormal biosignature waves appeared. Navigation arrays offset. Outer layer of the void shield subjected to unknown interference. We cannot descend any further. Sebastian's face grew paler. He had already heard Lei Jun and Helena say it once, but at that time, he still held a glimmer of luck in his heart. The Silver Rose is a Castellan family ship with a void shield escort craft and an experienced captain. But now the captain's own words have cut off that glimmer of luck. The captain's voice carried strained urgency. If you come any closer, the Silver Rose may be marked. The navigator refuses to enter low orbit. Master, you must leave the interference range. The rest of the words were swallowed by the noise. The comm ring flashed a few times, then went dark. The old control zone fell silent. Even Rufus didn't dare interrupt. Sebastian stared at his ring, lips turning pale. Just now he could still argue, and we're the heirs of a noble heir. Now that was gone. The Silver Rose won't descend. His ticket remained, but the way was blocked. Helena looked at him, her tone without mockery. Lord Castellan, your captain's judgment was correct. If the beacon continues to strengthen, any ship entering low orbit will become the target in the eyes of the swarm. Sebastian looked up, his face pale. So I was rescued, and I still can't leave. Lei Jun switched the comm channel back to the squad. Yes. He looked toward the lower entrance. That's why I said if this beacon is not smashed, no one will get out. Sebastian didn't argue this time. He stepped closer to the wall, as if finally accepting reality. Lei Jun gave him a sidelong glance. From now on, you are on the protection list. Sebastian blinked. Lei Jun continued, not a teammate, an important trading asset. You living keeps the Silver Rose meaningful, you die, we've come all this way for nothing. Sebastian's face twitched. The words were harsh, but blunt. He drew a deep breath, regaining a hint of the noble bearing. Fine, as long as you can get me alive to the Silver Rose, I will fulfill the previous terms. Cargo hold, escort craft, star charts, all negotiable. Lei Jun nodded. Helena. In position, Helena stepped to Lei Jun's side, the grenade pistol hanging at her hip, the muzzle away from friendlies. Keep your eyes on him. If he tries to run, shoot his leg. Sebastian's face darkened. You can't. Helena shot him a look. Under Imperial legal statutes, interfering with command in a combat zone, deserting the formation, or exposing evacuation plans can be considered a threat to the overall mission. She paused. Kicking a leg is already a lenient measure. Sebastian fell silent. Rufus, stifling a laugh, finally lowered his head to tidy the illumination batten. Lei Jun began reorganizing the team. The siege tanks won't come. Leave 2 guns in the upper level of the old control zone to block the main passage. If the enemy presses from behind, blast them directly. 2 Goliath units to back the midsection. Watch the high pipes. Don't let the purebloods drop down from above. Are 3 Goliaths enough? Rufus whispered. There's 1 left to guard the upper tank. Lei Jun gave him a look. Just make sure your people don't block the cannon line. Front line of fire bats clear the flesh membranes and the narrow passages. Marines split left and right 2 per group, but don't chase targets alone. Medics in the middle section prioritize the Marines and the fire bats. SCVs with me, I'll rely on them to cut the nodes and valves. The SCV cockpit crackled with the voice of Uncle Fatty. Copy that, sir. But in advance, if this place below is all flesh, tearing it apart won't give me much sense of accomplishment. Ada joined the channel. Pilot's continual complaints about organic contaminated structures noted. Uncle Fatty sighed. Ma'am Deputy, I call that work feedback. Feedback received. No optimization value. Lei Jun waved a hand, not letting them continue bickering. The wall trembled again. This time a low hum came from the deep pipelines. It wasn't the cry of a single monster. It was a chorus layered together rising from far underground. In the logistics team, a few colored faces turned pale. Someone's route marker tag crooked. Rufus kicked him in the backside. Straighten it. The Emperor is watching. The man hurriedly pressed the marker straight. Helena walked to the control console, pulling up the incomplete map. Going down here will first enter the old maintenance layer. There further down is the heat exchange shaft. The core region should be below the heat exchange shaft. She pointed to 3 spots with her finger. Here, and here are places where node valves may exist. If a valve fails, we would have to blow it up or sever the pipes. Lei Jun looked at Ada's 6 red dots. Can we bypass the clan leader and hit the nodes first? Theoretically feasible, but the clan leader is likely already sensing us. After Phase 2 starts, all nodes will relay biological signals back to the core region. In simple terms, we are beating a drum at its doorstep. Lei Jun muttered softly. Then stop pretending to infiltrate, go straight to breach. He looked at Sebastian. You with the midsection, don't stray too far from the medics. Sebastian looked at Helena. If I am injured, the medics will prioritize saving me, right? The medic spoke calmly. Priority is calculated by tactical value, the severity of injuries, and command orders. Sebastian's face darkened further. So that means not necessarily. Lei Jun patted his shoulder. So don't get hurt. Sebastian looked at him, forcing out a line after a long moment. Your way of comforting people has a very nest-like flavor. Lei Jun ignored him. He walked to the edge of the old control zone. Below lay a deep shaft. There should have been an industrial lift here, but the platform was broken in half. The remaining steel beams were wrapped in flesh membranes. Purple-red light shone from the bottom, and layer upon layer of pipes extended downward. Some pipes still carried something. Not phosphor, but blood-like. A few bodies hung from the pipelines, their limbs twitching faintly. The fire bats' mouths pointed downward, waiting for orders. Lei Jun studied the deep shaft, repeating the route in his mind. It would come in through the A49 outer ring. Pipe ambushes, pureblood assaults guard the node's old control zone. Sebastian has already been rescued. The pass has been confirmed. The chiefs and beacons' positions are also exposed. The third leg of the journey ends here. But the true route off Kula Star is only now becoming clear. A49 core zone. The airfield Silver Rose. One wrong step in the middle, and we cannot move. Ada's voice whispered in his ear. Phase objectives recheck. Outer ring breakthrough complete. Pure blood suppression complete. Sebastian rescue complete. The Silver Rose's intercept conditions not satisfied. Core obstruction spiritual beacon. Lei Jun nodded. Understood. Helena stood beside him. My lord, if we can destroy the beacon, the Silver Rose might have a chance to approach. But that would be only a chance. Lei Jun said. Yes. Helena did not deny. But this is the only legal executable evacuation route that does not rely on the governor's office. Rufus mutters in the rear, legal or not I don't know, as long as we can live. Sebastian hears, but does not curse him this time. He also watched the deep shaft. The purple-red glow lit his face, thinning that bit of noble arrogance. He said, Lei Jun, I hope you truly have this under control. Lei Jun chambered his customized Gauss pistol. No. Sebastian's face stiffened. Lei Jun looked back at him. But not firing would be no chance either. He finished speaking, then waved a hand downward. The fire bats descend first. Orange tongues of flame spew into the edge of the deep shaft, burning away the flesh membranes wrapped around the steel beams. Marines followed closely, guns sweeping the pipes to either side. Goliath's heavy steps climbed onto the maintenance bridge, the machine guns turning deeper. SCVs dragged cutting tools, tracks crushing the charred gore. Medics protected the middle of the line. Helena pushed Sebastian into the protective circle herself on the outside. Lei Jun cast one last look at the old control zone. Behind this place would still need guards. The tank turrets had already turned toward the main passage, The logistics team sealed doors, lit lamps, and laid warning lines. The squad pressed forward toward the lower area step by step. The deep shaft's low hum drew nearer, as if hundreds of throats breathed in unison at one location. Lei Jun stood at the edge of the old control zone, gazing down at the shaft lit by the purple-red glow. He did not raise his voice, yet everyone on the squad channel heard him. If we don't take it down, no one will be able to leave. Above the old control zone, 2 siege tanks had already sealed off the approach. Their muzzles pressed down on the main passage, while the rubble beneath their treads was ground flat. Rufus led the logistics team outside the door, setting up lights, sealing side exits, and pasting route markers while cursing nonstop. Stick the markers higher. Are you pasting them on the ground for the bugs to read? An enforcer's hand trembled, and he jammed the light stick in crookedly. Rufus kicked him. Keep your hands steady. We're not going down there to play heroes, but we won't be useless up here either. Lei Jun stood at the edge of the shaft without looking back. Deep below, the maintenance ladder was already half covered by a membrane of flesh. Old pipes jutted out from the walls, some still steaming, others wrapped in dark red blood vessels. A purplish-red glow rose from deeper down, and the air was hot and rank. Firebat stepped to the front. Sir, the path is sealed shut with flesh. Lei Jun glanced at the pipes on the shaft wall. Firebat, push up first, and clear that membrane over the ladder opening. Don't touch the main line with your short burst. Received. Firebat's nozzle lit up, and a tongue of flame pressed down a short stretch. The membrane curled and burned away, revealing the corroded steel ladder beneath. Charred black mucus dripped into the deep shaft, and soon a few faint clinks echoed up from below. Ada's voice sounded over the channel. 6 psionic nodes have been remapped. Beacon Phase 2 is now operational. Node connection targets the old Thinker Array, the Promethium Waste Heat Main, and the Sacrificial Flesh Conduit. Lei Jun studied the 6 red dots in his tactical view. They were not isolated targets. Behind each one ran a line, and all lines converged deep in the core zone. That area's data was gray and unreadable. So you mean blowing up one thing won't work? Correct. The swarm has converted the entire A49 core zone into a beacon system. Removal methods: sever the nodes, cut the power supply, purge the contamination, seize the main control. In plain terms, dismantle the factory. A corner of Lei Jun's mouth twitched. This job doesn't sound cheap. Current resources are insufficient to support your disdain for the work. Yes, you're right on all counts. Sebastian stood inside the protective circle, his face pale. I must remind you that A49 theoretically still belongs to the assets of House Castellan. Lei Jun turned and looked at him. Right now you're also an asset on the protection list. So keep your comments to a minimum. Don't cheapen yourself. Sebastian opened his mouth, then swallowed the words. The captain of the Silver Rose had already said in person that the ship would not dare enter low orbit until the beacon was resolved. The family name carried no weight in front of this shaft. Helena stood at Lei Jun's left, checking her bolt pistol. This was originally an industrial maintenance layer. If the waste heat main bursts, the entire core zone will flood with high-temperature promethium vapor. Firebat paused. Then should I be more gentle? Lei Jun said. As long as you don't send all of us off, that's gentle enough. Firebat chuckled. Understood, sir. I'll only burn what needs burning. The Marines descended into the shaft first. In pairs, they kept their muzzles trained on the pipelines on both sides. Just as they reached the first platform, a half-human hybrid creature the size of a short man crawled out of the right side pipe. The gunfire was brief. 2 Gauss rounds drove it back into the pipe crevice, and green blood splattered the wall, simmering into a strange stench under the heat. Right side clear. Left side no active targets. Lei Jun raised his hand. Front line continues downward. Marines watch the pipes on both sides. If anything shows itself, open fire. Don't chase it into the cracks. The team began entering the deep shaft. Firebat took the lead, clearing the membranes, while Marines covered the flanks along the pipelines. The medic stayed in the middle with Helena and Sebastian tucked within the protective ring. Goliath remained between the shaft opening and the upper platform, its autocannon watching the high pipes. The SCV was too bulky; it could only inch downward, its mechanical claws gripping the steel beams on either side. Fat old man cursed from the cockpit. Sir, this isn't like descending a well. It's like crawling into a bug's stomach. Ada cut in. Drivers are advised to stop making physiological associations with the environment. Fat old man paused. Adjutant, you really leave no room for small talk. I am responsible for efficiency, not emotional massage. Lei Jun looked at the nearly snapped waste pipe under the SCV. Old man, watch that pipe under your feet. Crack 2 more, and we'll collapse half the level before we even reach the node. Fat old man was about to say, don't worry, but the waste pipe had already been knocked loose by the treads and tumbled into the depths, trailing a cascade of echoes. The channel fell silent for a second. Fat old man coughed. It just couldn't handle life anymore. Lei Jun couldn't be bothered to scold him. Keep going. Slow it down. The deeper they went, the stuffier the air became. Old warning signs still hung on the walls, their lettering smeared with grease and blood plasma. Only the words high voltage, heat exchange, and no entry were legible. Many pipelines were wrapped in flesh membranes with vein-like tendrils branching off and burrowing into the walls. Helena watched for a moment, then lowered her voice. The matriarch isn't just nesting here. Lei Jun asked, "What do you mean?" "It's using the refinery's original systems." Helena pointed to a thick pipe. "This is the waste heat main. Per protocol, it should have a mechanical lock and thermal shell on the outside. Now the lock is gone and the heat is being diverted." Ada added, "Promethium waste heat is entering the psionic nodes. Sacrificial flesh amplifies bioelectric waves. The old thinker array is responsible for coordination. Assessment exceptionally filthy but structurally effective." Lei Jun understood. This was not a nest. It was an industrial system hijacked by bugs. When the team reached the first maintenance platform, the passage widened. It looked like an abandoned mezzanine. Old tracks lined the floor, gutted control cabinets stood against the walls, and layers of pipes pressed down from above. Now most of it was covered in flesh and blood. Cables and meaty tendons were so tangled together that it was impossible to tell which strands were wires and which ones moved. Rufus's voice came from above. "Sir, the entrance is sealed and the markers are up. I guarantee even a blind man could find his way back by feeling the walls." Lei Jun said, "Hold the upper level. Don't let your people go too deep. If anything, charges fall back behind the tank's firing lines." "Don't worry, sir. If there's one thing I'm best at, it's not getting myself killed," Helena said coldly. "That's an order, not a compliment." Rufus quickly changed his tune. "Yes, Lady Arbiter. I am cautious, loyal, and especially obedient." Sebastian muttered under his breath. "This is supposed to be an Imperial law enforcer?" Rufus shot back over the channel. "Your Grace, any law enforcer from the Underhive who's survived this long has a bit of local character." Lei Jun didn't let them keep bickering. "Front line, keep advancing. Firebat, clear that membrane at the end of the platform. Medic, watch the vitals. Don't miss anyone." Just as Firebat reached the end of the platform, the medic suddenly stopped. Vitals detected. The lights swung over. Everyone saw the workers on the wall, many of them. They were pinned between the pipes, catheters stabbed into their chests, and cables jacked into the backs of their necks. Some were already unresponsive, others were still breathing. Purplish-red light pulsed along the catheters, and with each surge their bodies twitched. A man slowly raised his head. His face was slick with sweat and blood, his eyes not yet unfocused. "Help! Me!" His voice was faint. Sebastian stepped half a pace forward, then stopped. "They're still alive." The medic stepped forward to scan. Some targets still show independent vital signs. Other targets have already deeply fused with the contamination catheters. Forced separation may cause death or trigger a parasitic reaction. Helena walked up to the nearest worker. The man saw the legal insignia on her chest, and his lips moved. "Arbiter, I didn't betray." Helena held his gaze. "I know." A murky fluid seeped from the corner of the worker's eye. "They hooked us into the pipes." Before he could finish, the catheter in his chest bulged. His body went rigid with pain, and the node behind the wall flickered brightly. Ada's voice lowered. "Confirmed, sacrificial flesh conduit. Function provides bioelectric wave amplification to the psionic node. In plain terms, they are beacon batteries." No one spoke on the channel. Lei Jun looked at the row of people on the wall, feeling uneasy, but the order still had to be given. Saving them took time, cutting the tubes was risky. If left untouched, they would keep powering the beacon. Helena turned to him. "I'll make the call." Lei Jun nodded. "Those who can be saved go to the medic. Those who can't, mark them. Don't let them keep powering the beacon." Helena understood. She began checking each one along the wall. The medic followed behind, reporting results. Early stage connection, can attempt separation. Deep fusion, movement not recommended. No independent consciousness. Clear parasitic reaction. Helena used white and black markers. White went to the medic. Black went to Firebat and the Marines. Sebastian, standing inside the protective circle, grew paler. 49 in the ledgers was an asset and output a profit. But the ledgers didn't mention workers pinned to pipes, still crying for help. He finally stopped mentioning family ownership. Lei Jun walked to the edge of the platform. Ahead stood a half-open blast door with an old sign beside it, Lower Contamination Maintenance Substation. From behind the door came the sound of machinery running, punctuated by scraping noises. Ada marked the route in the tactical view. Contamination maintenance layer reached. First psionic node located 140 meters ahead. Contamination control room, signal strengthened. Assessment: the 6 nodes are not operating independently. There is a unified coordination core behind them. Lei Jun raised his pistol. Severing the nodes is only the first step, right? Correct. Final objective: enter the contamination control room and seize or destroy the coordination core. Behind the door, the scraping sound paused. Then came low hisses from inside. Firebat pressed to the doorway, Marines fanning out left and right. The SCV's cutting torch flared blue. Lei Jun looked at the purplish-red glow beyond the blast door and gave the order. Fireback, clear the doorway first. Don't torch the whole pipeline. Marines watch the door seam and the overhead pipes. If anything comes out, push it back. Medic, assist Helena with the rescue. SCV, hold off cutting pipes until I give the order. He paused. Prepare. After the flame bat incinerated the blast door, no monsters surged out immediately. First came a rush of hot air. Lei Jun stood outside the door and raised his hand to halt the team. The flame bat clears the door frame first. Don't spray randomly inside. Marines watch both sides of the pipelines. SCVs fall back and wait until Ada locates the interface before moving. Copy that, sir. The flame bat fired several short bursts, burning dry the flesh membrane still wriggling by the door. Several thin muscle strands retreated into the wall crevices and stopped moving. Marines fanned out on both sides, barrels pressed against the shadows behind the door. Lei Jun raised his gun and moved inside. This was formerly an automated control area on the lower level of A49. Faded markings on the wall read secondary pipeline dispatch control. Half the rows of control cabinets lay toppled over terminals still glowing with screens full of purple static. Data cables dragged across the floor were entangled in flesh membranes. Several blood vessels and tissue conduits pierced into the main console's casing with dark red fluid seeping from the edges of the ports. Sebastian stared at the wreckage, his expression grim. This used to be an automated dispatch zone that the Castellano family invested heavily in upgrading. Lei Jun glanced at him. Upgraded to this. It's contaminated, Sebastian gritted out. I know, Lei Jun said, just feeling sorry for your money. Sebastian fell silent. Helena approached a contemplator array half a person's height. The array's casing was brass and black iron with a damaged gear sigil on its surface. Beneath the sigil, everything was covered in flesh membranes. Several conduits were stabbed into the array's interior, as if forcing it to stay alive. Lines of text scrolled continuously on the screen. Maintenance, sacrifice, open, welcome, ascension. Helena's expression turned cold. The machine's spirit has been corrupted. Lei Jun didn't respond to the topic. Ada, can you connect? Yes, internal presence of Mechanicus, ancient prayers, erroneous maintenance protocols, repeated garbage codes, and genetic cult contamination logic. Suggest cleaning. Then clean it. SCV stepped forward, mechanical arm gripping a deformed panel on the array's side. Uncle Fatty asked, can this be pried open? Left third panel, cut the corroded lock first. Uncle Fatty clicked his tongue. Madam Adjutant, I'm not just good at brute force dismantling. Historical records do not support that claim. All right, I'll cut where you say. The welding torch ignited with blue light. The lock was severed, the panel opened, revealing a chaotic tangle of data cables and fleshy fibers inside. The medic took a half step back, detecting mild biological contamination spores. Lei Jun immediately issued orders. Everyone seal your masks. Medic, monitor infection indicators. Helena, pull Sebastian back a bit. Sebastian frowned. I can walk on my own. Helena reached out and pushed him back half a step. Then stand steady yourself, don't give the medic extra work. Sebastian, shut up. The moment Ada connected to the contemplator array, the lights in the entire control area flickered. Terminal screens on the walls lit up simultaneously. A raspy mechanical voice emitted from the speakers. Praise the machine spirit. Execute maintenance. Sacrifice initiated. Welcome ascension. Several voices merged together, sending chills down the spine. Helena whispered, it has mixed Mechanicus prayers with cult directives. Confirmed. Ada's voice was steady. Classifying ancient prayers occupy 23% of space. Erroneous maintenance protocols occupy 31% of space. Contamination directives occupy 19% of space. Repeated garbage codes occupy 27% of space. Lei Jun couldn't help but ask, what about normal content? Searching, a pause. Found 3. Sebastian's expression worsened further. The Castellano family pays maintenance fees every year. Probability of being deceived high. Rufus couldn't hold it in on the channel and chuckled. Helena pressed the communication key, her voice as cold as a legal judgment. Rufus maintained channel discipline. The faint laughter in the comm immediately ceased. Affirmative, arbiter. This mouth of mine has already faced judgment. Lei Jun cleared his throat. Let's focus on the task at hand. Initiating purge. The contemplator array screen began scrolling rapidly. Rows of mechanical prayers were folded into isolation zones. Erroneous valve commands were flagged in red. The contamination directives bearing sacrifice, ascension, open, attempted self-replication, but Ada severed their indices as soon as they surfaced. The voice from the speakers began distorting. The machine spirit resists. Invalid request deleted. Ascension imminent. Contamination directive deleted. Insufficient permissions. Fake permissions deleted. Praise. Noise deleted. Lei Jun watched as chunks of garbled text on the terminal were cleared away, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This wasn't a hacker confrontation. It was more like tossing a room full of corrupt ledgers into a shredder. Yet Helena watched intently. Staring at the deleted contamination directives, her fingers slowly pressed against the legal emblem on her chest. By protocol, this area should have been sealed, incense burned, and tech priests summoned. But Ada didn't wait. She simply deleted those blasphemous directives one by one. Helena murmured, in the Emperor's name. May this record not fall into wrong hands. Staring at the contemplator array, her lips moved. Helena gripped her weapon tightly and whispered, "By the Emperor's grace." She recited a brief prayer to the Emperor under her breath. Lei Jun heard it, but offered no comment. It was easier to let her draw her own conclusions than to fabricate excuses. Ada continued her report. Contamination logic attempting to reverse lock the access point. Intercepting. Lei Jun asked, "Can you hold it off? System maintenance standards are below those of children's toys in a scrapyard. Failing to block would constitute my dereliction of duty." Seconds later, the main console displayed a damaged pipeline schematic. Most of the area remained in red and gray, but the first waste heat valve group. Ada projected the map into Lei Jun's field of vision. Distance to the first node 110 meters, Ada reported. Discovered a maintenance corridor leading to the contaminated main control room. Lei Jun nodded. Finally got half a map open. Sebastian stared at the map, his voice dropping. The Silver Rose's vessel contemplator also holds Mechanicus maintenance protocols. Lei Jun glanced at him. You worried your ship can't withstand this contamination? Sebastian fell silent for a few seconds. The Silver Rose is a fine vessel, but it wasn't built for burrowing into bug nests. This time Lei Jun didn't fire back. So the beacon has to be dismantled on the surface. Sebastian nodded, saying nothing more. The lights in the control zone flickered, then stabilized briefly. Several erratically moving mechanical arms ground to a halt. The fleshy membrane on the wall contracted in patches as if starved for power. A Marine reported, front corridor clear. Contact with moving targets, numbers unknown. Ada's voice sounded simultaneously. Warning. The cleansing has triggered a hidden countermeasure. Lei Jun raised his rifle. Did the Patriarch plant this? Confirmed. The system announced releasing isolation pods and worker restraints. Before the words finished, echoing, a cascade of metallic clanks rang out from deep within the main control room. Several isolation doors rose. Inside came human breathing first, then weeping, finally twisting into guttural shrieks. A wave of infected workers in ratty uniforms emerged from the dark. Clutching wrenches, iron hooks, and cutting tools, purple veins crawling across their chests and necks like living things. Some eyes still held traces of humanity, others had jaws split wide open. Behind them, several hybrid guardians crawled from the maintenance ducts, dragging mining saws, pressing forward along the walls. Helena spoke immediately. Some in the front ranks still retain awareness. Don't spray blindly. Lei Jun didn't hesitate. Firebat, seal the left conduit. Do not burn the crowd. Marines, press the right flank. Take out the guardians first. Do not pursue into the isolation chamber. Medic, prepare to scan. Helena, you determine who can be saved. SCV, guard the interface. Ada, keep cleaning. Don't let it reclaim the permissions. The squad moved at once. Firebat's short bursts pressed against the left conduit opening, forcing two hybrids back. Marines laid down suppressive fire on the right side guardians. Gauss rounds shattered a mining saw and tore off a guardian's shoulder. The infected workers kept shuffling forward. Some wept. Some laughed. Others repeated ascension over and over from between cracked lips. Helena stepped to Lei Jun's front left, raising her bolt pistol, but held her fire. Those who can hear my voice kneel. No one knelt. Only one young worker paused half a step, lips trembling. The next instant, the flesh tendons at the back of his neck cinched tight, and his body was wrenched forward. The medic called out, target still conscious. Control nexus is at the cervical conduit. Lei Jun shifted his aim. Bang. The conduit severed. The young worker collapsed, convulsing, but no longer charging. Helena glanced at him. If there's a chance, drag him back. Lei Jun gestured. Inside the main control room, gunfire, roaring flame, and a residual broadcast overlapped. Ada's voice remained unervingly calm. Pipeline permissions holding. Contamination logic restructuring. Recommend clearing the site immediately. Lei Jun watched the continuous stream of infected workers and hybrid guardians pouring out, his expression darkening. They had indeed secured the first fragment of authority. But the Patriarch now knew. From this moment forward, this was no longer a simple advance. It was a fight for control, fought while moving. The gunfire in the command center lasted half a minute. The first few hybrid guards that charged out were already down, yet the infected workers kept pouring through. The trouble was they were enemies you couldn't distinguish at a glance. Some cried for help while swinging iron hooks at the medics, some knelt weeping on the ground with chest catheters, still feeding power to nodes behind the walls. Others had lost the ability to speak, but still wore 49 work uniforms, ID tags dangling from their necks. Lei Jun watched for several seconds, knowing he could no longer make snap judgments one by one. If they dragged this on any longer, his team would be pinned and killed in the command center by these half-living things. Helena. Yes. You set the rules. Helena stood at the center line, her pulse pistol raised, the muzzle steady. She swept her gaze across the infected workers, then turned to the medic. Scan protocol. The medic responded immediately. Those who retain independent consciousness, whose contamination has not reached the brainstem, and whose cervical catheters can be detached, salvageable. Those with deep thoracic integration, obvious parasitic reactions, or who cannot respond to external commands, extreme risk. Helena nodded. She did not hesitate long. In the records of the Justice Department, hesitation itself was part of the disaster. Purge order enacted. Her voice rose above the gunfire and carried through the channel. White marks, save them. Black marks, purge them. Undetermined targets, no one touches them without authorization. Logistics team seals the side passages. Only drag white marks, do not touch the catheters. Firebat handles black marks and contaminated piping. Medics rescue only those with independent vital signs. Rufus, listening at the entrance, paused for a moment. Arbitrator, let me translate this into terms the brothers understand. He turned and roared, you hear me. If they can speak plainly, and the doctors say they can be saved, drag them back. If their chest is split open, worm tendrils growing from the back of the neck lashing out at anyone they see, don't play the hero, wait for Firebat to burn them clean. Helena did not correct him. Lei Jun did not either. As long as it could be executed, that was what mattered. An enforcement logistics soldier saw a female worker collapsed on the ground and moved to pull her up, but Helena grabbed him by the back of his collar. Stop. The woman lifted her head, half her face still resembling a human. The next instant, her ribcage split open and a small parasitic organism burst free, lunging for the enforcement officer's leg. Helena fired. The pulse round shattered the parasite and half her thoracic cavity together. The officer's legs buckled, and he nearly fell to his knees. Thank you, arbitrator. Helena didn't even look at him. Return to your position. You haven't been granted permission to die here. Yes, sir. Rufus, watching from behind, went even paler. He feared Lei Jun's firepower and Ada's cold, data-driven voice. But Helena was different. She did not shout blindly, nor did she kill indiscriminately. One glance from her was enough to decide who could be dragged back and who deserved to be burned. In the Undercity, madmen were common. But a madman who acted by the codex, that was rare. Firebat's short flame jets held the left conduit, forcing two hybrid specimens back. Marine elements pressed their fire lines along the right wall, picking off guards as they crawled forth. The medic and Helena moved one after the other, marking those who could still be saved. White marks, drag them back. Black marks, purge them. Lei Jun stood beside the main console, his muzzle trained on the rear isolation bay. He was not here to do good deeds. Those who could be saved were witnesses, laborers, and local intelligence. Those beyond saving would simply remain hanging from conduits and flesh membranes, only powering the beacons and dragging the team down. Firebat, do not expand the fire. Confirm black-marked targets before burning. Marine elements, hold the right flank. Do not pursue into the isolation chamber. Medics, prioritize white marks. Do not waste resources on cases that cannot be saved. The medic did not waste words. Copy that. A middle-aged worker was dragged back, his hand still clutching a severed catheter tightly. He kept muttering, I didn't listen to it. I didn't listen. The medic pressed down on his shoulder and administered a sedative. Target contamination is in the early stage, can be sustained. Next to him, another worker suddenly lifted his head, his eyes completely black, his mouth split open to the ears. A Marine fired, punching through his head. Helena drew a black line on her slate. No independent consciousness. Purge complete. Sebastian stood within the protective perimeter, his complexion worse than before. In the ledger, A49 was an asset, a source of yield, profit, and beautiful quarterly figures handed to the family board of directors. But the ledger never recorded these workers being grafted into conduits, nor that they still cried out for help. He spoke quietly. A49 brings the family substantial profits each year. Lei Jun did not turn around. And now it brings the swarm considerable trouble as well. Sebastian's cheek twitched. This time he offered no rebuttal. He looked at the black and white marks on the wall, and for the first time felt that this refinery resembled less an asset and more a debt rotting through the ledger. Deep within the command center, a hybrid guard crawled along the ceiling, slipping past Firebat's flame line and heading straight for the medic. The Goliath autocannon traversed too slowly. Lei Jun raised his weapon. 2 Gauss rounds severed one of its forelimbs. A Marine added a controlled burst, nailing it to the wall. Watch the overhead conduits. Do not focus only on the ground. Copy that, sir. Helena continued executing the purge order. Each of her judgments was swift. White marks, hand over to the medic. Black marks, hand over to Firebat. Undetermined targets were pressed down with the butt of a rifle, first awaiting the medic's scan before further action. With these rules established, the chaos in the command center diminished considerably. The logistics team no longer charged blindly, and the Marines no longer hesitated before every shot. Firebat did not touch undetermined crowds, burning only marked black targets and lateral flesh membranes. An elderly worker was dragged to Lei Jun's feet. He was emaciated to the bone, his right eye clouded, his left barely mobile. After the medic severed the chest catheter, black blood continued seeping from the wound's edges. The medic pressed against his carotid. Target consciousness is unstable, but questioning is possible. Briefly, Lei Jun squatted. What is your name? The old worker's lips moved for a long moment. CA. Carlo. Helena stepped beside them and knelt on one knee. Carlo registered A49 worker. Seeing the Justice Department insignia on her chest, a faint glimmer of awareness surfaced in the old man's eyes. Yes. Arbitrator. I have not rebelled. Helena lowered her voice. By the authority of the Emperor's justice, give testimony. If you remain loyal to mankind, show us the way. Carlo's breathing grew erratic. Below. Lei Jun leaned closer. What lies below? The heat exchange pool. Carlo's trembling finger pointed deeper into the command center. It is. Beneath the pool. Helena's expression darkened. Who? The fear on Carlo's face overwhelmed the pain. Father. No. As if choked by that title, his tongue faltered. Monster. The Patriarch. A moment of silence fell over the channel. Sebastian's face drained of color once more. Carlo continued, it connected us. Into the tubes. Made us hear it. There are old rails below, leading to the byproduct processing area. Lei Jun frowned. Byproduct processing area. Carlo panted heavily. The old refining line. Sealed for many years. Previously handled promethium exhaust and heat exchange residue. The foreman said it wasn't clean, but still passable. After speaking, his chest suddenly bulged. The medic immediately pressed down on him. Parasitic reaction rising. Helena looked to the medic. Can he still be saved? The medic scanned for a second. Can be suppressed, but supply consumption will increase. Lei Jun did not hesitate. Save him. He is still useful. Helena nodded. Treat as wartime witness. Carlo was dragged toward the rear. The number of infected workers ahead began to diminish, and the hybrid guards were pushed back deep into the isolation chamber. Firebat's nozzles reignited, clearing away the remaining black-marked targets and contaminated flesh membranes along the walls. Helena stood at the center line and reaffirmed her orders. The purge order continues. Evacuate white marks. Purge black marks. Undetermined targets are not to be contacted. Violators will be dealt with according to wartime zone discipline regulations. Rufus swallowed hard and whispered to those nearby. Everyone heard that clearly. Kindness is one thing, but meddling gets you killed and legally executed by the arbitrator. Lei Jun glanced at Helena. This woman was ruthless. But her ruthlessness had method. This place needed someone like her. Helena. Yes. Continue using these rules going forward. Do not abandon those who can be saved. Do not let the unsalvageable drag the team down. Understood. She paused, gazing at the blackened conduits. May the Emperor record their names and record the sins of those blasphemers. Lei Jun turned his gaze back toward the depths of the command center, beneath the heat exchange pool. The old rails. The byproduct processing area. The Patriarch's location and A49's deep industrial zone were connected for the first time. Ada's voice followed. New route has been marked. Target beneath the heat exchange pool. Secondary target, old byproduct processing area. Old purification chain, records detected. Reactive materials capable of being converted into high-energy gas may be present in this area. Recommend designation as resource target. Lei Jun tightened his grip on his weapon. The Patriarch's nest comes with a resource point. Reasonable inference, it is harnessing the area for power. Warning, this route may be a lure. Lei Jun looked ahead. Which path in this place does not resemble a trap? Logical. Ahead, Firebat burned through the final layer of flesh membrane. The passage behind the blast door was revealed. Within it lay an old rail sloping downward at its far end, leading into hotter, deeper territory. Lei Jun rose to his feet. Evacuate those who can be saved to the upper levels. Logistics team seal this command center. Main force continues toward the heat exchange pool. He glanced at the black marks on the wall. Clean up the rest. Firebat's nozzles ignited. Helena did not turn around. She simply traced the Aquila cross over her chest. The flames surged into the contaminated command center, reducing the remaining conduits attached to the walls to ashen black. When Carlo was dragged back by the medic, he was still muttering about that old rail line. Below the heat exchanger pool, the byproduct processing area. The old refining line. Lei Jun did not go down immediately. He stood outside the contaminated main control room, staring at the row of terminals wrapped in fleshy membranes. The data cables in the wall were still twitching like nerves stuffed into steel casings by bugs. This was not an ordinary bug nest, it was a factory. The most troublesome thing about a factory has never been the number of monsters. It is that you never know which pipe might burst, which valve might spew fire, or which waste tank the enemy has turned into a trap. The moment Lei Jun thought this, Ada's alarm blared. Contaminated main control room, authority struggle continues. The Thinker array is counterattacking. Error valve detected as open. The next instant, a plume of white vapor erupted from deep within the passage ahead. Not mist, but high-temperature steam. Several enforcers at the front had barely poked their heads out before the heat wave forced them to roll backward. The slowest among them clutched half his face, howling in agony, as his eyebrows and the skin beside his ears turned red from the burn. The steam swept across the fleshy membranes on the wall, causing the bug eggs inside to burst with popping sounds. Yellow-green slime splattered onto the ground, releasing a foul, scorched smell. Rufus cursed under his breath. This broken factory even bites on its own. Helena raised her weapon, her expression grim. A-49 was already a death warrant written jointly by the Mining Guild and the Xenos. Captain Firebat had already raised his flamethrower. Lei Jun spotted the red gas markers flashing on his HUD and immediately barked a warning. Firebat, hold the main fire. Captain Firebat hesitated. Sir, the flesh membrane ahead is still moving. I know. Lei Jun stared at the flammable gas concentration reading climbing on his display. If we unleash fire now, the bugs might burn, but we will go up with them. Captain Firebat lowered his flamethrower. Then how do we fight? Short bursts to seal openings don't sweep the floor. Lei Jun reached out and tapped several markers. Marines take out exposed targets. Goliaths watch the overhead pipes, and if a pure blood dares to peek, bring it down. SCV follow Ada's markers and manually cut the valves. The chubby man sighed from inside the SCV. Sir, I knew this damned place would end with me touching the valves. Ada chimed in coldly. Engineering problems require engineering units to handle. Adjutant, your words are so reassuring. Thank you for your feedback. I was not complimenting you. Lei Jun had no patience for their banter. Something was already charging out from behind the steam. A group of infected workers was driven to the front, their skin scorched red, dragging half-attached flesh conduits. They were slurring desperate pleas for help, yet their hands gripped mining picks and bone blades as they lunged toward the squad. Helena only glanced once. Clean up the black label targets. The Marines opened fire. The C-14 Gauss rifles did not sweep. One shot shattered a knee, another pierced a chest conduit, and a third finished the head. Firebat stepped forward 2 paces, and the flamethrower spat only a short burst. Flames rolled along the ground, incinerating the foremost layer of flesh membrane before cutting off instantly. Several mutants emerged from behind the flesh membrane, but before they could steady themselves, the Marines picked them off. Lei Jun watched closely. Do not get greedy. Today is not about who can burn the furthest. Captain Firebat replied grimly. Understood, sir. Rufus, listening from behind, felt his face twitch. In the Underhive, gangs playing with fire was about courage alone. Lei Jun's crew, however, consulted piping diagrams, even while wielding fire. At that moment, a heat exchange pipe overhead suddenly bulged. Sheet metal was pushed outward from within. A pureblood protruded half its body. It had been hiding behind the high-temperature steam claws gripping the pipe walls, clearly waiting for Firebat to approach. The Goliath did not give it the chance. Its dual autocannons elevated. Rat-a-tat-tat. A stream of rounds swept along the pipe's edge, tearing open half the pureblood's shoulder armor. It tried to retreat, but the second Goliath had already locked onto the breach. A Hellfire missile drove into the pipe's edge. The explosion was kept contained and minimal. Only that section of flesh membrane was torn away. The main promethium lines remained intact. The pureblood plummeted from above, and the moment it hit the ground, the Marines turned it into Swiss cheese. Lei Jun stared at the blood-dripping pipe. Fight like this, the bugs can die, but do not blow the pipes carelessly. Helena glanced at him. She had witnessed Imperial purges before. The Department of Justice, or PDF, when facing such contaminated zones, typically resorted to quarantine, prayer, arson, and then praying to the Emperor that the promethium tanks would not detonate together. Lei Jun was different. When he killed Xenos, he was still watching the valves. When he burned the flesh membranes, he kept an eye on gas concentrations. He was not trying to reduce A-49 to ashes. He wanted to seize it intact. That was most un-Imperial. But Helena had to admit this approach bore more resemblance to actual warfare than many Imperium officers could manage. My lord, securing the pipelines before advancing was the right call. She spoke quietly. If we followed standard purge protocols, casualties here would double. Lei Jun glanced at her. How do you conduct standard purges? Helena hesitated for half a second. Deploy heavy weapons, seal the area, and apply flame purification. And then, pray the storage tanks do not explode. Lei Jun could not help himself. You really gamble with your lives. Helena offered no rebuttal, because she now also believed that method would likely send the entire squad sky-high in A-49. The SCV pushed forward through the steam. The chubby man maneuvered the mechanical arm, first using a drill to peel away the outer flesh membrane, then driving the welding torch into the valve base. The old valve bore Mechanicus prayers carved into it, but its crevices were clogged with tiny fleshy tendrils. Those tendrils gripped the valve stem like fingers holding fast. Ada highlighted a red box. Target pressure relief, valve number 7. Status contamination control. Recommendation physical severance. Sounds like fixing a broken faucet. The chubby man cursed. The welding torch flared to life, blue-white arcs slicing into the valve base. Several tendrils burned through the valve stem, lost its resistance, and steam, venting into the passage, noticeably weakened. Pressure relief, valve number 7 offline. Flammable gas concentration decreased by 8%. Lei Jun's eye shifted. Effective. That was enough. A-49 was not unsolvable. No matter how grotesque it was, no matter how thoroughly the bugs had corrupted it, at its core it remained a factory. Factories had pipelines, valves, and main control authority. If it could be opened, it could be closed. If it could break, it could be dismantled. The contaminated main control room had clearly sensed this as well. The Thinker array emitted a harsh cacophony. Terminal screens along the wall flashed red in succession. A torrent of Imperial prayers, maintenance warnings, and genitor directives merged into a glare that made the eyes ache. Sacrifice the conduits, initiate purification. The machine's spirit suffers, the flesh ascends. Self-destruct protocol prepared. Helena's expression darkened. It is requesting self-destruct authorization. Lei Jun looked to Ada. Can you hold it? Processing. Detected massive repetition of prayer text. Detected self-destruct commands disguised as maintenance protocols. Detected contamination logic attempting to seize main control valve authority. Give me the result. Can be cleared. Classification as follows: religious noise, industrial residue, malicious self-destruct protocols. Helena's lips moved slightly. She wanted to argue that sacred prayers should not all be dismissed as noise. But gazing at that self-destruct protocol prepared line, she swallowed her words. Whoever could preserve the facility now was in the right. Ada began her cleanup. She offered no solace to the machine's spirit, nor displayed the slightest reverence for those prayers. Red error codes flickered out one by one. Initiate sacrifice. Delete. Machine spirit weeps. Mute. Self-destruct prepared. Isolate. Hail the star god. Target invalid deleted. Lei Jun found it quite pleasing to his ears. Prioritize seizing the first group of main control valves. Retrieving. Estimated 12 seconds. The contamination logic grew desperate. More infected workers were driven out from the depths with mixed blood guards interspersed behind them. They advanced under heavy fire shields raised, pushing forward against the marine suppression. Lei Jun raised his hand. Raider, do not let those shields get close. The Raider advanced 2 steps, his grenade launcher dipping. Roger that, sir. Boom. The shock grenade struck the ground ahead of the shields. The resulting blast wave staggered the lead mixed blood guard, as though an invisible hand had pinned him down. The Marines immediately returned fire. Firebat used short bursts to seal the side flesh membrane openings. The Goliath continued covering the overhead pipes. The SCV seized an opening in the fire line to sever the second compromised valve. The entire corridor descended into chaos, resembling the guts of a dismantled machine. Yet the formation held. Lei Jun stood mid-segment, his eyes fixed on 3 readings. Valve status, gas concentration, and the fire line's reach. He despised this kind of battlefield. He could not simply burn it all clean, could not detonate recklessly, could not focus solely on where the enemy was. He also had to watch whether the ground beneath his feet was a ticking bomb. But he knew that if he wanted to turn A-49 into his own gas mine, he had to fight this way. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. First group of main control valve authority recovered. Inside the main control room, rows of red lights extinguished simultaneously. The gushing steam diminished rapidly. The low-frequency pulse deep within the pipes seemed to stutter, as though strangled momentarily. On Lei Jun's HUD, the psychic beacon intensity curve dropped noticeably. Helena watched the readings, her voice barely above a whisper. It is weakening. Ada reported beacon pulse intensity decreased by 11%. Duration unknown. Conclusion: recovering main control valves and pipeline authority weakens the current psychic beacon. Then keep going. It is a lighthouse, is it not? We will pull it out wire by wire. Before the words had finished echoing, the entire contaminated main control room dimmed suddenly. All screens flickered purple in unison. A deep muffled tremor rose from beneath the ground, as though something colossal had shifted in the darkness below. Several enforcers dropped to their knees, right, their blood streaming from their noses and dripping onto their chins. A medic's visor flickered twice before automatically switching to backup filtration. Helena's face went pale, her fingers clutching the judicial badge at her chest. As that psychic resonance pressed up from below, even Lei Jun felt a needle-like sting in his temples. In the control room, several rows of red lights had barely dimmed when a purplish-red glow surged back from the deeper reaches. Not as if it were igniting. More like something was opening its eyes in the darkness. The infected workers, still crawling forward, halted simultaneously. Some had half their bodies dangling from conduits, others chest tubes, still dripping blood. Some gripped pickaxes, their knuckles twisted into grotesque shapes. Yet they all froze, eyes turning in unison toward the same direction. Rufus's hushed voice came through the comms. "My lord, those in the rear have knelt. This is not ordinary contamination." Lei Jun did not turn around. "Hold them down, don't let the logistics team scatter." "Understood." Rufus immediately began cursing over the channel. "Everyone goddamn stay down. The Emperor may claim you, but you'll have to wait your turn." Helena gripped her bolt gun tighter, her expression colder than before. "My lord, it is consolidating the hive mind." Lei Jun watched the psionic curve on his HUD. The beacon pulse previously suppressed did not continue to fall. It contracted into a tight cluster like a clenched fist. Ada's voice echoed. "Second main control valve authority contest in progress. Progress 87. Abnormal psionic consolidation detected. Pollution logic no longer disperses resistance." Lei Jun frowned. "It's not fighting for control. More precisely, it is reallocating control." The next instant, the thinker array at the deepest part of the control room illuminated. Not the normal blue light, nor the arrow red. It was purplish red. That light crawled up along terminals, flesh conduits, and in-wall data lines, illuminating the entire contaminated control room like a half-living meat web. Snow appeared on the screen. Within the static, something rose. Sebastian was held in the midsection protection, circled by medics still trembling. Seeing the image, his face turned pale. "The Patriarch." His voice cracked. "That is the Patriarch." Lei Jun did not look at him. He saw it too. At the other end of the deep pipeline, a massive creature revealed its upper body from the shadows. It was larger than Primus. Dark purple carapace flared open from its shoulders and back, like an entire plate of armor raised by flesh and blood. For main arms clamped onto the pipeline walls on both sides, while more slender conduits embedded in its back pumped crimson-black fluid into its body in rhythmic pulses. Its head hung low with a bony crown-like protrusion on its forehead. Those flesh conduits extended from its spine, connecting to pipelines and the thinker array deep within the control room. It did not charge out. It didn't even assume an attack posture. It simply met Lei Jun's gaze across a stretch of pipeline through the residual systems of the contaminated control room. For the first time, Lei Jun felt that across from him was not a monster that merely lunged. That thing was watching him, assessing him. Sebastian's teeth chattered. Castellan's old records had footage. "It shouldn't be this large, it shouldn't." Lei Jun cut him off. "Shut up. Your most important task now is to survive." Sebastian immediately fell silent. Behind the Patriarch, several purebloods crawled out along the pipeline walls. More hybrid guards stood in the shadows, adorned with old mining guild armor and flesh sigils. They did not charge immediately, which made it all the more troubling. Lei Jun stared at the conduits behind the Patriarch. "It's not in a hurry," Helena murmured. "49 is its nest." Lei Jun nodded. "Every pipe beneath our feet could be its hand." Ada suddenly alerted. "Warning. Second main control valve authority encountering external psionic interference. Progress dropped to 79. Abnormal temperature rise detected in high-pressure Promethium pipelines." Lei Jun's gaze darkened. "Which one?" "Below the main corridor. Side area heat exchange branch. 12 meters behind SCV's current position." Uncle Fatty cursed over the channel. "Sir, it's feeling the pipe behind my ass." Lei Jun did not smile. "SCV retreat. Helena, push into the side area. Don't let pure bloods cut off the medics. Goliaths watch the high ground. Tanks at the rear positions stand by. Do not fire without my command." Before the orders finished, the ground bulged. Not the tremor before a massive explosion. It was pressure building in the pipes below. Thin jets of flames spouted from seams in the titanium steel floor. Lei Jun only had time to shout, "Down!" Boom. The center of the main corridor erupted, not in a single fireball. Several streams of Promethium flame trapped within the pipelines tore through the floor side walls and ceiling simultaneously. The firelight split the entire corridor into segments. The front segment held 2 Goliaths and 2 Firebats. The middle segment contained Lei Jun, Sebastian, a Marauder, 2 medics, a Marine, and a Firebat. The remaining medics stayed at a temporary aid station behind the firewall, with another separated into the side area. Now the squad was split, and not only was firepower dispersed, but the medical chain was torn into pieces. The side area was blocked by the exploded heat exchange branch. Helena and several others were cut off on the other side the firewall, severing them from the middle segment. SCV fared the worst. It had only retreated halfway when the floor behind it blew open, flames and steam sealing off the retreat, forcing it to crouch beside a ruptured pipeline against the heat wave. Uncle Fatty's voice came through the channel. "I'm fine, but this place is starting to cook me." Lei Jun pulled himself up from the ground, ears ringing. His first glance went to Sebastian. The noble young man was pinned to the ground by a medic, face pressed against filthy water, shaking violently. Still alive. Lei Jun relaxed slightly. His second look found Helena. Behind the side area's firewall, Helena had already risen. A gash marred her shoulder armor, but her bolt gun remained in hand. Only 2 enforcers, a marine and a medic, stayed beside her. That was not her original squad. It was a battered remnant temporarily assigned to her after the explosion. Purebloods were already climbing along the side walls. Lei Jun keyed the comm. "Helena, can you hold?" Helena did not cry out in pain. She raised her gun and blasted the head off a hybrid guard, her voice coming from across the firewall. "Yes. By the name of the Imperial Justice Department, the side area will not fall." Rufus's hushed curses came through the rear channel. "Stay down. Whoever dares to run will be sent to meet the Emperor right now." Lei Jun ignored him. Rufus, keeping the logistics team in check behind them, was useful enough. Lei Jun looked again at Helena behind the side firewall. This woman usually spoke in legalistic terms, but in moments like these, she was tougher than anyone. He looked forward. The Patriarch remained at the end of the deep pipeline. Explosion flames rose before it, but did not touch it. It retreated one step slowly, as if it had no rush to kill Lei Jun. What it wanted was not to charge into the fire net and fight recklessly. It wanted to slice this team apart, to devour them piece by piece. Ada's voice sounded. Second main control valve authority contest interrupted. Beacon strength rising. Main corridor divided by Prometheum explosion into 4 independent battlefields. Assessment: the Patriarch is using A-49 pipelines and psionic nodes to reconstruct the battlefield. Lei Jun wiped dust from his face. "Speak plainly." "It is dismantling our fire system." "Understood." Lei Jun watched the 2 Goliaths separated by the firewall in the front, the SCV stranded at the fire's edge, and the side area temporarily taken over by Helena, his heart sinking. This move was dirty and clever. The front 2 Goliaths had strong firepower, but were cut off on the other side of the firewall, unable to return temporarily. The 3rd Goliath and 2 siege tanks still held the approach above the old control area. Their firepower was heavy but could not reach this mess in the control room. The SCV could cut valves, but was trapped at the fire's edge. A one step could mean being swallowed by steam. Helena's side had few people and a poor position. But if that side area was lost, purebloods could slip into the middle segment from behind and cut off the medics and Sebastian. Sebastian was in the middle segment. He could not be lost. This was not a monster lunging at faces. This was a command node dismantling formation. The Patriarch lowered its head. Through firelight and purplish system projections, its mouthparts opened slightly. No human language. Yet all infected workers raised their heads simultaneously, uttering the same garbled syllable. "Return. Blood key." At the words "blood key," Sebastian's face turned even paler, shrinking behind the medic. Lei Jun glanced at him. "If you dare to run, I'll have the Marauder pin you to the wall." The Marauder, shouldering a grenade launcher, grinned. "Sir, I can pin you very steadily." Sebastian nodded immediately. "I won't move. I absolutely won't move." Lei Jun looked at the Patriarch again. "Ada, is the beacon core still active?" "Still operational." First group, main control valve authority valid, but unable to further reduce beacon strength. Second group, authority contest interrupted. Assessment: must reconnect SCV engineering path or enter next control node. The purebloods behind the Patriarch finally moved. They did not swarm Lei Jun. Some lunged toward the front Goliaths, attempting to pin down heavy firepower. Some climbed along the side walls toward Helena's side area. A few more drilled through pipes behind the firewall, clearly aiming to flank the middle segment. Lei Jun raised his Gauss pistol. "Medics watch Sebastian. Marauder, guard my left." Firebats use short bursts to seal pipe openings. Do not ignite gas. Goliaths, do not return. Hold the front segment. Shoot down anything climbing over. Helena, take over the side area first. Do not let things flank into the middle segment. Oh, I'll find a way to extract you. The sound of bolt gun fire echoed from Helena's side. "My lord, no need to worry. The Justice Department never yields to Xenos." Lei Jun smiled slightly. "Good, then don't die." The Patriarch slowly retreated behind the deep pipelines. In the firelight, its massive figure gradually sank into darkness. It did not look at Lei Jun again, nor did it need to. It left behind burning pipelines, a shattered battlefield, and small groups of purebloods beginning to encircle and kill. This was more troublesome than charging in to take cannon fire. Ada's voice sounded coldly. "The Patriarch is withdrawing to the deep layers. Beacon core not destroyed. Current battlefield structure artificially segmented. Recommendation: prioritize restoring squad connectivity." Lei Jun stared at the direction where the Patriarch disappeared, his expression grim. "It didn't come to fight, it came to dismantle our formation." On both sides of the corridor, the sound of pure blood claws drew near. Firelight stretched Lei Jun's shadow long. He raised his Gauss pistol barrel, aimed at the nearest pipe opening. "Hold steady, everyone. If it wants to eat us piece by piece, let every bite break its teeth." After the firewall erupted, the entire command center transformed. Lei Jun knelt on one knee on the ground, his ears ringing with a high-pitched hum. 2 Goliaths ahead were separated by Prometheum flames, while on the other side of the firewall gunfire continued. Sounds were muffled by the fire and steam, indistinct and unclear. 2 bursts of bolter fire came from the flank sector, then were swallowed by the hissing steam. The rear channel was nothing but static. Rufus's voice broke apart through the interference, only fragments of profanity getting through. "I'll get down. Don't touch that door. Even the Emperor wouldn't want a bunch of fools." The next moment the channel dissolved into white noise. Sebastian lay face down in the sewage, too terrified to form complete words. "We've been cut off." Lei Jun rose from the ground and wiped the grime from his face. Obviously, he checked his surroundings first. Sebastian was still there, both medics intact. The Ravager was present too, his shoulder bruised against a broken pipe, cursing as he hoisted the grenade launcher back onto his shoulder. A Marine held position at the perimeter's outer edge, Gauss rifle already raised. The second flame trooper had been thrown against the wall by the blast, his flamethrowers still glowing, but dared not fire indiscriminately. The promethium stench was overwhelming. Any careless trigger pull right now could ignite the entire corridor. Ada's voice finally cut through. "Primary channel experiencing interference. Interference source, promethium line rupture, metallic structure obstruction, high-intensity biopsycher fluctuations. Attempting to restore residual command authority to establish a temporary tactical channel." Lei Jun watched as 3 fragmented displays flickered to life on his HUD. One showed the central section where he was positioned. Another captured Helena's flank sector. The final feed displayed the rear corridor where Rufus held position. All 3 screens stuttered and distorted across the display. The feeds fluctuated between moments of clarity and periods reduced to crimson static. Temporary channel established. Stability low. "As long as it works," Lei Jun pressed his comm unit. "Helena, report your status." Bolter fire echoed from beyond the flame wall. After a brief delay, Helena's voice crackled through the compromised link. "The flank is defensible. I have 2 Inquisitorial Enforcers, 1 Marine, 1 medic at my side. Ammo is limited. Movement detected in the left maintenance shaft." She caught her breath and her voice steadied. "I will hold this position per your orders." Lei Jun nodded approvingly. She was composed, far more steady than he had expected. "Defend the flank, but do not engage in pursuit. Keep the medic covered and prevent the purebloods from flanking through the central corridor." "Understood." Helena's transmission flickered and her image flashed, raising her weapon. A half-breed warrior lunged from the steam, its skull shattered by a bolter round before the transmission dissolved into static again. Lei Jun switched to the rear channel. "Rufus, are you alive?" Through the interference, Rufus's voice crackled back. "Sir, I'm alive. Nearly gave myself a heart attack, though. The rear side door is shaking. Something's hammering against it out there. Our logistics team is on their knees, sir." Lei Jun glanced at his tactical display. Rufus was positioned closest to the tank emplacement and the 3rd Goliath. But he was not a combat unit. Sending him forward to reinforce would be throwing them away. "Listen to me. You're not advancing. Take your logistics team and seal the side entrance stockpile. All the luminescent rods, keep the route markers intact. If those things try to flank from behind, hold the door and call in the tank artillery." Rufus swallowed hard. "Sir, my people are armed with nothing but rusted rifles and boarding barriers." "Then use the barriers." Lei Jun's tone turned icy. "If you let that rear route fall, none of us make it out alive." A half-second of silence echoed through the channel. Rufus's curses erupted immediately. "Did you all hear that? The boss says if we lose that rear route, we're all going to end up as bug food. Plant those flares in the ground. Brace those shields. Anyone who tries to run gets their legs broken first. Stay here as a doorstop." The rear channel buzzed back to life with urgency. Lei Jun moved on without another word. The cowardly often proved more reliable than the brave. The fearless charged ahead recklessly, but Rufus understood exactly which positions couldn't be abandoned. That old veteran knew where not to lose ground. Ada's warning chimed in again. Multiple high-velocity heat signatures detected. Approach vectors, forward pipeline, flank maintenance shaft, rear ventilation duct. Assessment: the matriarch is applying coordinated pressure across all 3 battle zones simultaneously. Lei Jun studied the tactical display. The matriarch had not pursued them outward. After retreating deeper, it had begun using purebloods and hybrid guards to slice at them. The forward segment held the heaviest firepower, with 2 Goliaths drawing the densest enemy concentrations. The flank sector was critically undermanned with degraded terrain and dwindling ammunition reserves. Behind them, Rufus commanded the logistics tail, a fragile element that, if severed, would compromise both the tank emplacement and their escape route. As for his own position, Sebastian was in the central sector. The SCV was immobilized at the fire zone's perimeter, medics scattered across multiple positions. The entire tactical picture was as grim as it could be. The Ravager spat over his shoulder while shouldering his grenade launcher. "Sir, should I breach the firewall?" "Negative." Lei Jun studied the pulsing red pipeline indicators. "This is an open terrain. One shot through that, and everything behind it becomes a fireworks display." Sebastian lifted his head, voice trembling. Can't you rescue the Arbite's officer first?" Lei Jun fixed him with a cold stare. You don't get to choose your route anymore. You're not a noble scion right now, you're cargo. Sebastian froze. Lei Jun gestured toward the medics. Still breathing cargo. So shut up and stay with the unit. Sebastian's lips parted, but he forced the words back down. The harsh truth registered clearly. Here the Castellane surname would save no one. What could save him was Lei Jun's fractured unit severed by the firewall. Ada highlighted the nearest junction corridor on the tactical display. Suggested route right side maintenance corridor from the central sector. Distance to SCV current position 42 meters. Establishing this node would restore engineering access between the central sector and the SCV. Risk assessment dense maintenance shaft network with elevated pure blood movement probability. Lei Jun studied that brief corridor stretch. 42 meters should have been nothing, a matter of a few steps. Now it lay sealed behind fire steam biofilm and creatures. He couldn't rush to extract Helena yet. He couldn't order Rufus to push the logistics team forward. Most critically, he couldn't abandon the SCV. Without the SCV, every valve pipeline and primary control node behind them would be impossible to access. Take out the nearest node first, Lei Jun issued the order. Central section advances right to link with the SCV. Helena holds the flank. Rufus maintains the rear route. Nobody moves without authorization. Orders syncing to temporary channel. Warning sync, latency, unstable. As long as they can hear, it's enough. Lei Jun raised his Gauss pistol. Flame troopers short bursts to clear the path. Marines press the maintenance shafts. Ravager shatter any shields you spot. The flame troopers advance toward the right maintenance corridor. Their flamethrowers exhaled controlled bursts, shrinking the biofilm along the shaft's rim. Marines followed closely, their Gauss rifles crackling in measured bursts to repel half-breeds probing from the gaps. The Ravager launched an oscillation grenade into the corridor entrance. Boom. Several half-breed warriors carrying mining shields were thrown to their knees. Before they could recover, Lei Jun finished them with 2 precise shots. On the other flank, Helena's sector erupted into fierce combat. The transmission was intermittent, but her voice came through. Enforcers hold the wall. Medics step back half a pace. Marines watch the overhead vents. By the Codex Imperialis, anyone who abandons their position faces execution by my hand. Both enforcers paled with terror, but held their ground. They braced their boarding shields against the half-breed cultists surging from the maintenance shaft. Helena's bolter roared, sending the lead creature flying backward. The Marine's Gauss rifle barked from her flank, its controlled burst shattering the pureblood's extended claws. Helena did not repeat her old tactic of charging ahead for judgment. She remembered Lei Jun's orders. Hold the flank, don't pursue, prevent enemies from flanking through the central corridor. This discipline proved harder for her than reciting prayers. Yet she held firm. Behind them, Rufus was shouting orders. Brace those shields. You stop crying. Think your tears will seal that door. Plant those flares lower, you idiots. You trying to signal the Emperor himself. A side door buckled under repeated impacts from something outside. Several logistics personnel shook with terror, their legs weak. Rufus kicked one of them hard in the rear. Hold the line. Behind that door are the Lord's tanks and our lives. The logisticians weeping pressed their boarding shields against the closing doorway. Outside claws scraped across the metal, making the logistics personnel flinch and hunch their shoulders. They did not flee. Lei Jun had no capacity to monitor the rear guard. The first node in the right side maintenance corridor came into view. The SCV's voice cut through the firefight. Sir, I see your lights. Just 10 meters forward, and I can connect to that valve line. Ada immediately flagged the position. Engineering pathway restoration imminent. Warning, high-velocity thermal signature detected in overhead maintenance shaft. Lei Jun looked up, but it was already too late. The maintenance shaft, scorched by the flame trooper's burst, split open along its inner wall. A pureblood did not charge head-on. It circled around the shaft's interior, sliding down the pipe wall to slip past the flame trooper's field of fire. Its target was not Lei Jun, not Sebastian. It was the medic. The white power armor made them impossible to miss. It had chosen precisely. Before the medic could raise their scanner, those claws descended from the upper flank. Medic! A Marine lunged forward. He shoved the medic aside with his shoulder. The next instant, the pureblood's jaws clamped onto his left pauldron. The CMC heavy armor screeched as it tore. Armor plating shattered. A massive chunk of flesh and shattered plating was ripped away. The Marine grunted but stayed on his feet. His right hand still gripped the C-14 Gauss rifle, pressing the barrel against the pureblood's abdomen as he pulled the trigger. Rattle, rattle, rattle. Green ichor sprayed across his armor. The pureblood staggered back half a step, still clamped onto the bloody lump of flesh. Its throat convulsed. It swallowed. Ada's alarm pierced through the channel instantly. Warning detected: Astartes biological tissue consumed by enemy. Lei Jun's expression darkened. The pureblood crouched at the maintenance shaft's rim, all 6 eyes locked onto the wounded Marine. Its jaw parted slightly, emitting a ragged guttural cry from deep within its throat. When the pureblood swallowed the blood-soaked shoulder flesh, the corridor fell silent for a moment. Not because no one opened fire. It was because everyone on Lei Jun's side witnessed it. The Space Marine's left shoulder armor had been bitten open, flesh and shattered plating mingled together, steam still rising from the wound's edge. He hadn't fallen, nor had he released his rifle. The Gauss rifle emptied half a magazine into the pureblood's abdomen, green plasma splattering across the walls. The pureblood was driven back, its 6 limbs gripping the rim of the maintenance shaft, a peculiar swallowing sound rumbling from its throat. Lei Jun's expression hardened. Medic. A medic lunged forward, bracing an alloy shield with his left arm against the Marine's side, while his right hand pressed a medical module directly onto the wound. Pale blue healing beams descended. Left shoulder composite armor compromised. Muscle tissue absent, localized fracture detected. Initiating hemostasis, sealing blood vessels. The Marine gritted his teeth, heavy breathing echoing through his helmet. Sir, I can still fight. Silence. Lei Jun raised his rifle, staring down the maintenance shaft. Whether you can fight is for the medic to decide. The medic's voice remained steady. Vital signs stable, combat effectiveness diminished. Recommend temporary retreat of half a step. The Marine did not argue. He stepped back half a pace, rifle still raised. The pureblood crouched at the well's rim, suddenly convulsed. The monster that had refused to yield from the well edge moments before now had its carapace layers tightening one by one along its back. Several slender fleshy filaments emerged from behind its neck, only to retract just as quickly. It had swallowed but not digested properly. Aida's alarm sounded in Lei Jun's ear. Enemy consumption and parsing behavior detected. Target system produced biological tissue. Nox inhibitor activated. Lei Jun's eyes shifted. He had heard that name before. When he first bound with the system, Aida had mentioned it among his passive skills. At the time, he had only known it sounded impressive. Now a creature had actually bitten a chunk off his man, and he was finally receiving combat feedback. Explain. The enemy is attempting to read genetic structure through ingestion. Conventional Tyranid organisms can acquire target biological information through this method, providing direction for subsequent evolution. This reading failed. Failure reason target genetic information is locked by Nox inhibitor. Parsing success rate 0. Content received by enemy useless chain, noise, misfolded fragments, self-destructive pseudogene sequences. Hearing this, Lei Jun finally felt the knot in his chest loosen. Not because the Marine was unharmed. The wound was real, and the flesh had truly been torn away. But the swarm's most insidious trait was never just eating people. It was what happened afterward, the ability to counter and adapt. Now it had eaten, yet could not evolve. That made all the difference. The pureblood's convulsions intensified. The bone spurs on its back trembled one by one. The flesh it had just consumed provided no useful feedback whatsoever. But it was not dead. It was merely thrown into disarray. The consumed flesh had not been parsed by the hive into usable information. What was transmitted back to the overmind was nothing but chaos. Fractured, broken, self-destructing genetic noise. The hive sought weaknesses within. It found nothing. Aida continued her report. Anomalous fluctuations detected in enemy psychic link. Assessment: the overmind is sharing consumption results through this unit. Result: feedback parsing failed. Additional feedback: enemy high-order node experienced brief disruption. Deep in the corridor, the psychic pressure that had weighed upon them all faltered for a moment. The fleshy membrane on the walls contracted. Several hybrids, squeezing through the pipes, froze mid-motion. Helena's channel flickered. Her voice came through breathless from the Volkite blast. My lord, the flank creatures paused. I see it. Lei Jun raised his hand. Seize this window. Fire raptors seal the entrance. Marines cover fire. The fire raptors' short flame jets scorched only the maintenance shaft's rim. The Marines surged forward, several Gauss rounds tearing into the pureblood's chest and knocking it back into the shaft. It crashed deeper, shattering a section of membrane. It was not dead, but this was enough for the main force to reclaim half the corridor. Sebastian, huddled behind the medic, saw his fear morph into something else. He watched the wounded Marine. The man's left shoulder still bled, the medic pressing regenerated tissue back into place, white mist spray coating the wound. But he had not changed. No extra limbs had grown. He was not screaming in insect venom, transforming into a monster. It swallowed your soldier. Sebastian's voice trembled. Why didn't it? Lei Jun glanced at him. Didn't what? Sebastian swallowed hard. Didn't work. It swallowed your soldier, and nothing changed. Lei Jun turned his gaze forward once more. Because my soldiers are not something just anyone can digest. The words were not spoken loudly, but Helena heard them over the comms. She stood behind the firewall on the flank, shoulder armor still smeared with flesh fragments and dust. A hybrid guard lay before her, knees shattered, crawling on the ground. Helena fired another round, then looked up toward the far end of the firewall. She did not understand what Nox inhibitor meant. Nor did she need to. In her understanding, the Xenos devouring flesh was profanity. The Xenos had consumed one of Lei Jun's warriors and gained nothing. This was a rejection from a higher authority. She gripped the emblem at her chest and whispered, "Blood that cannot be defiled. For the Emperor above." Ida immediately chimed in Lei Jun's ear. "Correction, this effect is unrelated to the Emperor." Lei Jun's face remained expressionless. "Don't correct her. Her understanding contains significant deviations. As long as it fights, that's what matters." "Accepted." Rufus's channel regained some clarity. "My lord, the things behind us froze just now. Stood motionless for ages. We've sealed the side door." Lei Jun asked, "Has the logistics core fled?" Rufus's voice rose sharply. "They haven't. I'd call anyone who ran a heretic. They're more afraid of the Inquisition than I am right now." A cacophony of prayers echoed from behind, accompanied by the sound of barricade panels slamming into place. Rufus, gasping for breath, added, "My lord, those blue-armored soldiers of yours. They don't turn into monsters right away when bitten, correct?" Lei Jun glanced at the Marine receiving treatment. "They won't, but they will feel pain, bleed, and can die." A pause on Rufus's end. Then his curses grew louder. "Did you hear that? Even the blue-armored commander bleeds. You gutless wonders dare to slack off. Seal the doors. Keep sealing." Lei Jun did not smile. He stared at the string of data that had just appeared on his HUD. Nox inhibitor status stable. Protected subjects system-produced units. Effect genetic parsing lock engaged. Healing function none. Recommendation, do not mistake this for defensive or medical capability. Understood. Lei Jun looked at the wounded Marine. It will still hurt, and it will still need treatment. The medic was applying stabilization pins to the wound. Muscle repair at 62. Wound sealed. Missing tissue entering regeneration cycle. Full recovery requires post-battle deep processing. The Marine spoke quietly. "I can still pull the trigger." The medic replied, "You can, but do not bear weight on the left shoulder." Lei Jun nodded. "Fall back to the inner edge of the protective circle. Keep an eye on Sebastian." The Marine, clearly reluctant, yet he obeyed. "Copy that, sir." Deep in the corridor, the psychic pressure returned. This time it was no longer the confusion from before. It was colder, darker. The Overmind had understood. Or at least it had grasped one thing. Interstellar units were not something it could simply devour and parse. From several maintenance shafts ahead, the purebloods retreated. The hybrid guards began withdrawing deeper into the piping. Sebastian had barely exhaled in relief when Aida's warning struck again. Enemy attack targets are shifting. High-risk target native logistics core. High-risk target Prometheum branch lines. Assessment: the Overmind has abandoned current consumption and parsing attempts, transitioning to environmental destruction and hunting weak points. Lei Jun's face darkened. "Rufus." From the rear channel, Rufus's voice tightened. "My lord, I hear it too. The things outside have stopped ramming the door. They're scraping the pipes." Lei Jun looked up at his HUD. On the rear corridor map, several Prometheum branches were turning red. Those pipelines were dangerously close to Rufus and the logistics core. The creatures did not need to charge in. A single ruptured line would engulf both the supply team and their retreat route in flames. Helena's voice came through urgently. "My lord, strange sounds inside the flank walls. They're not charging us anymore. They're digging at the pipelines." Lei Jun felt a surge of frustration. The Overmind had changed tactics. Unable to consume interstellar units, it targeted the natives. Unable to evolve against fortified units, it destroyed his routes. This move was far more troublesome, and far more commander-like. Aida's voice cut and cold and precise. Recommendation: immediately prevent enemy from damaging Prometheum branch lines. Otherwise, cascading pressure failure will affect the rear position and flank within 3 minutes. Lei Jun raised his Gauss pistol and moved toward the right maintenance corridor. Main force continues engaging nodes. SCVs prioritize securing the nearest valves. Helena, stop chasing creatures. Hold your flank sector. Rufus, get your people low and keep those barricades sealed. He paused, his voice dropping low. "It can't chew through my soldiers, so it's chewing through my routes now." Far ahead, the sharp sound of metal being torn continued, echoing backward. On the corridor map, multiple branch lines turned red simultaneously. Lei Jun knew the Overmind had stopped targeting his troops. It had begun dismantling his path. When the sound of metal tearing came from behind, Lei Jun's first instinct wasn't to check the monsters. He looked at the pipeline map. On his HUD, 3 Prometheum branches behind were turning red. The red spread backward, and the pressure in all 3 branches was climbing. If they delayed any longer, the rear corridor would erupt with toxic fog. The channel on Rufus's side erupted into chaos. "Magnificence. They've stopped banging on the door. They're tearing apart the pipes. There's toxic fog on the logistics team's end, and the lighting line's been severed." Before the words had even finished, a coil of gray-green mist unfurled from the rear camera feed. It was poison fog steaming up from Prometheum waste heat. Several logistics team members doubled over mid-cough right where they stood. Someone's flare stick dropped into the sludge, and the moment the light died, that stretch of corridor vanished into blackness. In the dark, sharp claws scraped against the iron door. Again and again. White scores marked the door panel, and not a single logistics man dared breathe. Rufus's voice trembled, but he kept cursing. Pick them up. Grab the flare sticks. You want these bugs to crawl up your faces in the dark. Brace the barricade. Anyone who flinches gets nailed to the door. Lei Jun heard those curses and felt a sliver of relief. Rufus feared death, but those who feared death knew best never to abandon their escape route. Ada's voice cut and cold and mechanical. Rear corridor illumination integrity dropping. Barricade material depletion accelerating. Indigenous logistics unit mobility efficiency declining. Warning advance pace compromised. The chieftain had assessed the situation precisely. Attacking the Marines would gain nothing. They couldn't assimilate them. Engaging the firebats risked being overwhelmed themselves. Taking on Goliaths would be like biting iron. So it abandoned direct assault and targeted the weak points instead. The lighting system's barricades, medical evacuation route signage, and SCV engineering paths. These might seem trivial, but sever them, and the entire column would be devoured inch by the A-49. Sebastian remained pinned within the protective circle by medics, his complexion worsening as he watched the flashing channels behind him. Your logistics. Lei Jun shot him a glance. What? Sebastian's lips parted. I thought you relied solely on those blue-armored soldiers. Lei Jun didn't smile. Blue armor still needs to see where they're going. Someone has to drag the wounded, someone has to seal the doors. You aristocratic young masters don't actually think war is won with guns alone, do you? Sebastian choked on his words. Of course he'd known logistics mattered before. It was just theory to him, confined to cargo capacity, supply taxes, and fleet maintenance costs. Only now did he witness how the front line ground to a halt when the lower logistics chain was breached by these creatures. Lei Jun switched to the rear frequency. Rufus listened carefully. You focus on 4 things only. Seal the doors, restore lighting, evacuate the wounded, mark damaged pipes for the SCVs. There was static on Rufus's end before he caught his breath and responded. Understood. Seal doors, restore lights, drag the wounded, mark the pipes. And don't die too quickly. Lei Jun studied the map. Can you manage that? A brief silence followed, then Rufus's curses grew even more vicious. Did you all hear that? The commander said we don't engage those things. We stick to what we know how to do. Seal the doors. Restore lights. Evacuate the wounded. Mark damaged pipes for that yellow-armored bastard. Anyone who plays the damn hero gets sent to meet the Emperor first. The logistics team moved again. Someone sobbed as they jammed a flare stick back into the wall crevice. Others dragged comrades, burned by steam, retreat toward the rear. 2 men carried the barricade panel, their hands trembling violently, yet they managed to brace it against the side door. A slight worker sketched a crooked X beside a steaming pipe. The next moment, a hybrid guardian burst from the wall and lunged straight for the worker marking pipes. Lei Jun's eyes turned cold. Assign 1 Marine to the logistics line. Ada responded immediately. A Marine can be redirected from the rear emergency aid point. Risk firepower at the rear aid point will decrease, increasing pressure on the middle retreat route. Pull 1. Lei Jun didn't hesitate. If the logistics line falls, the middle section dies too. In the temporary frequency, a Marine received orders and advanced from behind the firewall toward Rufus's position. The Gauss rifle barked, and several bursts pinned the hybrid guardian against the wall. The worker collapsed onto the ground, his pants soaked, still clutching his marker pen with white-knuckled desperation. Rufus kicked him hard. If you're not dead, keep drawing. That cross you just marked looks like your ancestors' crooked legs. Redo it properly. The worker sobbed as he scrambled back up and added another white stripe to the pipe. Lei Jun wasn't faring any better on his front. In the main maintenance shaft, another hybrid guardian was shouldering its way outward behind a mine shield. The firebat couldn't unleash a full stream. Promethium fumes grew thicker, and several minor pipes had begun leaking. The firebat captain held the flamethrower steady, firing short bursts to seal the shaft entrance. Sir, burning like this isn't satisfying. Hold it. Lei Jun monitored the gas concentration. 1 comfortable blast, and we're all ascending to heaven together. The raider hefted his grenade launcher and fired in shock round into the face of the shield. The hybrid guardian was blown to its knees. The firebat followed with a short burst of flame. Marines picked off what heads they could expose. The tactic was slow but steady, so methodical it was maddening. Meanwhile, the SCVs were already pushing forward through the steam. The stout uncle cursed under his breath as he manipulated the mechanical arm to clamp down on a leaking valve. Sir, this valve's been chewed by the bugs. It's jammed shut. Lei Jun, can it still be closed? Yes, but it'll burn your hands. Then close it. Copy that. The welding torch flared to life. Blue-white arcs sliced into the valve base, searing away the fleshy tendrils that retracted in agony. Steam blasted against the SCV armor, leaving scorch marks in its wake. Branch pipeline 11 depressurization is offline. Toxic fog dispersion rate declining. Lei Jun barely had time to exhale before Helena's voice crackled through the side sector channel. Magnificence, the side sector barricade is about to collapse. The screen flickered. Helena stood behind the firewall flanked by 2 enforcement officers whose expressions were grim. Before them sat a makeshift barricade being battered from the other side. Each impact drove the panels inward slightly. Helena didn't retreat. One hand gripped her Volkite pistol while the other pressed against the insignia on her chest. "Listen to my orders," she commanded, and both enforcement officers turned to her. "By the authority of the Department of Justice Wartime Purification Statutes, I hereby designate this barricade as a temporary tribunal position." Her voice was low but unyielding. "Those who retreat will be court-martialed as deserters. Those who sabotage the barricade will be charged as Xeno sympathizers. Those who survive will be commended. And those who perish here, I certify their loyalty in my capacity as arbiter." Both enforcement officers' eyes glistened. They were terrified beyond measure. Yet at the phrase, "certify their loyalty," their grip tightened all the same. For Undercity enforcement officers, death held no terror. What truly crushed them was the prospect of being branded heretics after death. Helena raised her weapon. "Hold the line." Through a gap in the barricade, a hybrid guardian smashed through. Helena fired, blasting half the creature's face away. The nearby Marine added covering fire. Gauss rounds punched through the breach, felling the 2 that followed. The barricade held, at least for now. Lei Jun watched the feed and filed Helena's performance away in his mind. This woman wasn't just a reciter of legal codes. She could genuinely marshal broken men back into formation. Ada's alarm cut through the channel unexpectedly. High energy signature rising. Location beacon core direction, main bridge support point. Lei Jun's stomach dropped. Where is it blowing up now? Can this day just end? Main bridge from command center to beacon core. Promethium pressure anomaly detected. Recommend immediate withdrawal. Lei Jun checked his HUD. That main bridge had been their shortest route. Once the SCVs reconnected and they cleared the node corridors, they could push straight through along that bridge toward the beacon core. The chieftain clearly understood this as well. It didn't wait for Lei Jun to cross. It struck first. "Everyone get low." The moment Lei Jun's words left his mouth, a muffled explosion echoed from afar. This wasn't the firewall cutting they'd faced before. The entire bridge section had been buckled upward from beneath. Titan steel main beams shattered. Several primary pipelines ruptured, sending tongues of flame erupting from the breaches. The center of the main bridge collapsed into a violet-red waste heat pool below. Fire washed upward, swallowing the direct route to the beacon core. Sebastian stared at the broken bridge, his lips draining of color. That was the main route. "It's gone." Lei Jun didn't curse. He fixed his gaze on the map. Ada had already plotted an alternate path. Main bridge impassable. Alternative route, old byproduct processing zone. Area adjacent to former gas refining line. Risk assessment, aging pipelines, elevated toxin concentrations, increased probability of enemy ambush. Lei Jun studied the detour. Beneath the heat exchange pools. The old byproduct processing zone. The aging refining line. The place Carlo had mentioned before. This was hardly coincidental. The raider murmured, "Sir, are we moving?" Lei Jun exhaled slowly. "They blew up the main road, and you're asking if we're advancing." He gazed at the violet glow beyond the broken bridge. The chieftain wasn't there, but Lei Jun could feel it waiting for them to descend along the ruin it had chosen. Lei Jun bit down on his cigar, his voice hardening. "Inform everyone. Secure the logistics line, link up with the SCVs. Route changed. We're taking the old refining line." After the main bridge collapsed, Lei Jun and his team lost their direct route. Ahead lay the broken bridge, waves of fire, and exposed old pipelines. Pushing forward toward the beacon core was no longer feasible. The alternative route marked by AIDA was reduced to only the old refining line. The road through the industrial complex, barely discernible before, was now torn apart by flames, toxic fog, and broken pipelines. Lei Jun led the main force along the old refining route. The SCV finally emerged from the edge of the inferno. Its armored hull was scorched with large white marks from high-temperature steam and treads clogged with charred flesh membranes. The burly driver caught his breath over the comms. "Sir, if this rig had skin, it'd be well done by now. Still operational. It runs." "Then stop talking and move." Lei Jun stared down the descending tunnel ahead. An old sign hung at the entrance. Half the lettering had corroded away, leaving only fragments of faded Gothic script. Helena's voice came through intermittently on the channel. "The old byproduct processing zone. This area was sealed by the mining guild. Their reasoning: excessive contamination, deteriorating pipelines, maintenance costs outweighing returns." Lei Jun understood the implication. It wasn't useless, merely uneconomical to repair. What proved unprofitable for the mining guild might very well serve his purposes. The deeper they descended, the thicker the air became. It wasn't merely foul. It was a suffocating heat that clung to the throat, thick with promethium residue, acidic fumes, and rotting flesh. The walls were plastered with fleshy conduits. These weren't growing haphazardly. The fleshy conduits traced along the old pipelines, gripping valve supports and pressure lines dragging them into the biomass. The base of the ancient purification tower loomed ahead. 3 massive metal columns rose from the ground into the dome, their surfaces cracking and scarred from heat damage. Thick fleshy conduits coiled between the columns, pulsing rhythmically in places. Sebastian remained held down by medics within the protective circle, unable to stand moments before. But when he looked up and saw the old purification towers, a flicker of life returned to his eyes. This place isn't completely lost. His voice came out strained. The Castellan family investigated A49's accounts in the past. Though the old byproduct processing zone was sealed, early refining networks still exist below. If we could restore even a portion. Lei Jun glanced at him. Get to the point. Sebastian swallowed hard. The output would be substantial. Enough to make merchant agencies tear each other apart. Lei Jun stayed silent, waiting for AI data. Seconds later, a dense array of scanned data filled the HUD. High-energy byproduct residue detected. Convertible high-energy gas reactants detected. The old purification chain remains. Chain status severely damaged. Recommendation: have SCV connect to the primary interface to assess repair feasibility. Lei Jun studied those lines. His heartbeat faltered. Gas extracted from corpses was finite. Once depleted, it was gone. The scrap he'd salvaged from the reactor was merely a temporary patch. But this was different. It was a complete old energy line. If he could restore it, he'd never again be reduced to scavenging corpses and waste. A49 would become his first sustainable gas source. Of course, that was conditional. He kept his expectations grounded. This hellish place still vented toxic fog, its walls covered in insect flesh, the patriarch watching from the depths. To claim this for himself, he'd first need to survive this battle. Lei Jun activated the comm. SCV connect to the interface. The burly driver stared at the fleshy conduits ahead, pausing for a moment. Sir, if I say this stuff looks disgusting, does that make me unprofessional? Not at all. Then I genuinely find it repulsive. Just work. The SCV rumbled forward. As they approached the base of the old purification tower, a chorus of scraping sounds erupted from beneath the ground. AIDA's alarm immediately sounded. Multiple high-speed thermal signatures detected. Source maintenance shaft beneath old purification tower. Assessment hostiles attempting to prevent SCV from connecting to the chain. Lei Jun sneered. It knows this place is valuable too. In the next instant, several iron plates at the tower's base were tossed aside from below. The first pureblood emerged coated in brown slime. A second followed closely behind. Then came a pack of hybrid guards with deformed limbs, brandishing mining shields and bone spears. They bypassed Lei Jun entirely, heading straight for the SCV. Lei Jun raised his hand. Goliath, advance. The Goliath that had been retrieved from the front lines stepped over broken pipelines, its dual autocannons bearing down directly on the SCV's left flank. The autocannons roared to life. Bursts of fire struck before the purification tower base, shredding the lead hybrid guards into pieces. Another Goliath remained blocked by the firewall in the forward sector, while a third in the tank positions held the upper approach. Neither could reach this engagement. This Goliath couldn't afford to withdraw. If it retreated, the SCV would be exposed. Firebat moved to cover the right flank. Sir, there's a fleshy opening on the side. Short burst to seal it. Don't burn into the tower base. The Firebat acknowledged silently. Its red armor lunged forward as the jetpack unleashed a short burst of flame, forcing the fleshy tendrils emerging from the right side crack back into the darkness. No area denial or sustained fire. Beneath the old purification towers of A49 lay entangled legacy pipelines. Nobody knew which lines still carried promethium residue. Marines advanced behind the Goliath's flank. Gauss fire targeted exposed joints and heads. A Reaver launched an orbital strike that hammered into the hybrid guard's defensive line. The blast wave rippled outward. Those mining shields simultaneously sank, driving the monsters behind them to their knees. Lei Jun drew his Gauss pistol and fired rapidly, shredding the face of the nearest hybrid guard. Don't let them get close to the SCV. This vehicle is worth more than all of you combined. The burly driver chuckled from inside the cockpit. Sir, I like the sound of that. Despite his humor, his hands never slowed. The SCV's mechanical arm ripped away the fleshy membrane covering the purification tower interface. Beneath it emerged a ring of vintage mechanical locks. The locks bore Mechanicus prayers, their edges blackened and corroded by acid. Several tendrils had penetrated the keyholes, gripping the interface with lethal force. Adjutant mark which sections can be cut. Designated. Caution, residual reactions persist in the left pressure line. Incorrect severing could trigger localized detonation. The burly driver whistled. How thoughtful. The welding torch ignited. Blue-white arcs carefully traced along the mechanical lock's edge. The tendrils burned away, and the old interface finally revealed half its structure. Just then, a larger mutation surged from beneath the purification tower. It lacked the agility of a pureblood, but wore thick miner's armor with a fragment of an old shield housing embedded in its chest. The Goliath's autocannon fire sparked harmlessly against the reinforced plating, unable to tear through immediately. It lowered its head and charged toward the SCV. Lei Jun assessed the positioning. Missiles were off the table. Too close. The purification tower interface lay directly behind. Firebat burn the legs. Marines target the eyes. Reaver suppress its left flank. The orders executed in rapid succession, and the unit moved as one. Firebat unleashed a sweeping ground-level flame that charred the mutation's lower limbs. Marines sent precise bursts into the facial fissures. The Reaver's shock grenade detonated against the ground on the left. The mutation staggered, veering half a meter off course. The Goliath exploited the opening, raking fire into the unprotected armpit area. Green ichor sprayed violently, and the creature finally collapsed. It fell within 2 meters of the SCV. The burly driver glanced down. Nearly kissed me. Lei Jun had no patience for jokes. How much longer on the interface? First segment exposed. Requires physical connection. The SCV's underbelly extended a cluster of thick pipeline connectors. The mechanical arm pushed the connector into the old purification tower base. Click. The first locking mechanism engaged. Then came a cascade of heavy mechanical sounds. The ancient pipelines dormant for years began to tremble. Indicator lights that had been dark for decades flickered back to life one by one. New scanning layers appeared on the HUD. Old gas chain first segment interface connection successful. Reading chain status. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the HUD. AIDA's data stream flashed across the channel, but Sebastian couldn't comprehend a single word. His attention remained locked on the purification tower base. The old indicator lights extinguished for many years illuminated sequentially, and a deep vibration resonated through the pipelines. He didn't understand Lei Jun's framework, but he knew what reactivating the old refining line meant. That was production capacity fuel, something that could be used for negotiation, buying survival, purchasing vessels, and raising armies. His gaze toward Lei Jun had finally shifted from mere fear. This man held more than just guns. He could truly resurrect a refinery torn apart by the gene cult and restore it to profitability. That was more terrifying than weapons. Guns ran dry. But if this line truly came alive, it could produce more guns indefinitely. AIDA's voice interrupted Sebastian's reverie. Preliminary read complete. A49 old gas chain retains repair value. Theoretical reserves extremely high. Rough estimate convertible high-energy gas, totaling approximately 300,050,000 units. Lei Jun's eyes brightened momentarily. But the next second AIDA delivered the harsh reality. Warning: current chain damage rate 74. 8. Main pipeline severely contaminated. Purification towers 3 through 9 offline. Short-term extraction capacity limited. Forced extraction risks: promethium detonation, contamination, backflow, and enemy counterinfiltration. Lei Jun's brief excitement was crushed. Fuck, this wasn't money arriving. It was finally seeing a major revenue path, only to find 3/4 of the road collapsed with creatures lurking in every pit. He chewed on his cigar, gazing at the fleshy conduits still writhing in the distance. The Patriarch had driven them onto this path, but it never imagined that beneath this forsaken road lay buried wealth. Lei Jun activated the comm. AI to mark the chain. Marked. SCV record all damage points. The burly driver replied, "Copy that, sir." Lei Jun watched the ancient gas chain flicker to life, only to immediately flag errors, his voice dropping. The beacon comes down. This chain must be preserved if at all possible. He looked upward toward the depths of the purification tower. There a violet-red light pulsed intermittently. The darkness offered no response. But Lei Jun knew. The Patriarch hadn't gone far. "You old bastard, you're driving me straight into a fortune." The interface at the base of the old purification tower lit up, and the entire ground shuddered. Not a link activation. Something beneath had awakened. Lei Jun stared at the red thermal signature on his HUD, his expression darkening. "It's panicking." Ada's voice came through coldly. "Multiple high-speed thermal signatures detected. Source base of the old purification tower, left waste conduit, upper maintenance shaft. Assessment: enemy attempting to disrupt SCV engineering access." Before the words finished hanging in the air, another pure blood surged out from behind the tower's base. It streaked along the ground with terrifying speed. Before the Goliath's Gatling guns could even elevate, a line of hybrid guards spilled from the left waste conduit. It erupted from the ground so fast it barely registered visually. The Goliath's cannons raised just in time as a swarm of hybrid guards burst from the left conduit, advancing with mining shields locked and loaded. On the other side, several mutants dragged their mangled miner armor through narrow gaps in the piping. This time, they didn't even glance toward Lei Jun, all heading straight for the SCV. The fat uncle cursed under his breath. "Sir, they really respect me. Cut the sentiment." Lei Jun raised his rifle and put a round through the lead hybrid guard's eye. You're worth more than anyone right now. The Goliath held position to the left front of the SCV twin rotary cannons, opening up with continuous fire. Firebirds sealed the right fleshy aperture. Marines held the center section. Raiders hurled concussion grenades into the vanguard of the shield formation, crushing the initial assault. The line held, for now, but precariously. A Firebird reported over comms. Sir, fuel consumption is climbing. Short burners can't hold back this many breaches. Another Marine followed up. Ammo resupply pressure rising. Hybrid guards are using shields to bleed our firepower. Medics weren't idle either. The Marine who'd been bitten moments ago continued firing. Medics had cauterized the bleeding and sealed the wound, though the left pauldron was shattered, limiting mobility. The medic's voice was flat. Vitals stable. Armor integrity compromised. Can still pull the trigger. That's all that matters. Another Firebird took a steam blast to the flank while medics used cold lasers to carefully separate charred armor, plating from burned flesh. Lei Jun clenched his cigar, but said nothing. Cursing was pointless. This wasn't a probing strike. The Patriarch had committed everything it could muster. Deep within the purification tower, purple-red light pulsed rhythmically. That psychic resonance was building again. Lei Jun looked up. It wants to feed again. Ada didn't respond immediately. Ahead, the wounded pure blood climbed from the corpse pile, bloodied flesh clamped in its jaws. Shreds torn from the Marine's shoulder pauldron, alloy fragments, and scorched coating mixed into the gore. It swallowed. This time Lei Jun stayed still. He waited. Ada's alert flashed. Second consumption event detected. Target system production unit biological tissue. Norn suppressant active. Enemy analysis success rate 0. Output chain noise misfolded fragments self-destruct pseudogene sequences. The pure blood froze. Bone spurs on its back extended, then collapsed inward. Sharp clicking erupted from its throat, accompanied by wet rattling. Several bone spurs pushed out and retracted. The deeper psychic fluctuations spiked erratically, more pronounced than before. Fleshy conduits on the wall convulsed simultaneously. Hybrid guards mid-crawl faltered, and Marines exploited the opening to knock them down. Ada added Patriarch sharing analysis results. Feedback: no usable genetic data. Enemy high-order nodes exhibiting agitation. Lei Jun's lips twitched. Can't chew this one either. Quiet words, but clear enough for the channel. Helena's bolt gun roared over comms. Her voice followed. The Xenos cannot defile your warriors. Their desecration is denied. Ada corrected immediately. Precise assessment target gene analysis suppressed. Lei Jun watched the chaos ahead. Close enough. Not even close. Fight first. Acknowledged. Lei Jun exhaled slightly. Injuries would still come, medics would still work. But the most troublesome path was blocked. The swarm could chew all it wanted. It couldn't parse the Marines or Firebirds. As for Goliaths, they had no flesh to begin with. At least the consumption route was shut down. The Patriarch stopped sending pure bloods into the Marine line. Thermal signatures ahead began withdrawing. Hybrid guard shield lines split apart. Lei Jun was about to order the Firebirds forward when Ada's warning flashed crimson. Enemy attack vector changed. Critical target indigenous logistics line. Critical target old gas link interface. Critical target load-bearing conduits. Lei Jun's eyes hardened. It's stopping the frontal assault. It's flipping the table. River's curses erupted over the rear channel. Sir, something outside the right door. They're not coming in. They're dragging the bulkheads. 2 more pipes are venting steam. Helena's report came through urgent. Side sector load-bearing conduit breached. I need 2 minutes to secure the seal. Sebastian couldn't parse Ada's warnings, but he saw the warning lights on the purification tower turning red one after another and the SCV pinned at the interface. He didn't understand the Xenos tactics, but he knew negotiation pressure. You don't need to kill everyone. Just push everything they can afford to lose onto the table, one piece at a time. The SCV, the logistics line, either compromised and Lei Jun couldn't pursue. This was worse than the frontal assault. Lei Jun didn't hesitate long. Goliath holds the SCV. Firebirds press the front, do not pursue. Marine on the logistics line holds the side door. Don't let the bugs reach Rivers. Helena, secure the seal first. Rivers, get your people away from the hot pipes. Keep the lights on. Rivers' voice cracked. Copy that. Hear that? Sir says we don't die next to pipes. Get low. Stick your flares back in the ground. Helena's voice was steadier. Side sector lockdown in effect. No one leaves position without orders. The Xenos want us in disarray. Then we die by the codex standing, not scrambling to survive. Lei Jun cursed inwardly at her words. She inspired even with the taste of Inquisition. The logistics line held. The old gas interface still glowed. The SCV fought through the steam to secure the first link while the fat uncle welded and swore. I used to think mining was dangerous. Now I think mining's gentle. Lei Jun stayed silent. He watched the purple-red glow deep within. The Patriarch was there not far. But between them lay fire-toxic fog conduits and a collapsing gas link. It hadn't sent purebloods charging again. It understood the frontal assault wouldn't work. So it extended 4 primary arms and seized the old conduit entrance behind it. Metal and flesh tore together with a shriek that made teeth ache. A deep conduit sealed for years emerged. No light inside. Only damp darkness and waves of foul hot wind. Helena spoke immediately. Sir, pursuit unprepared is inadvisable. That's not a standard conduit. It's the deep, old network. The Xenos have cultivated there far too long. Lei Jun didn't reply. He had no intention of pursuing now. The Patriarch had chosen for him. The next moment the fleshy nodes behind it swelled one by one. The outermost ring of beacon nodes. Ada had marked them continuously. Now they began to glow. Ada's alert level escalated instantly. Warning. Beacon outer ring fleshy nodes entering overload. Critical cascade detonation. Projected impact main control deep conduits old gas link entry side sector seal. Lei Jun finally swore. It wants to take this whole place down with it. The Patriarch's massive body withdrew into the old network. Before entering it paused. Purple-red eyes swept over the SCV and logistics line through fire and toxic fog. Not the panic of a fleeing beast. It had calculated that Lei Jun couldn't follow. Any one of these could pin him here. Lei Jun raised his Gauss pistol and fired twice into the darkness. Rounds struck the conduit wall sparking. The Patriarch was gone. Only a deep resonance echoed from beyond. The fleshy nodes began detonating. The first burst painted the walls in purple-red gore. The second followed immediately. Beacon pulses spasmed. The interface at the tower base flickered violently as the SCV's mechanical arm held the connection point. The fat uncle roared. Sir, the link can hold, but I need time. Lei Jun stared at the collapsed old conduit entrance, then at the still flickering gas link. He wanted to pursue. Truly. But charging in now, with the rear collapsing, would leave him devoured by 49 before the Patriarch even needed to kill him. Lei Jun crushed the cigar in his mouth. All units pursuit cancelled. Secure the link. Reinforce logistics. Contain the detonation points. He stared into the old conduit depths, his voice chillingly low. It can't escape. This facility falls to me first. After the first ring of flesh nodes detonated, everything beneath the old purification tower descended into chaos. Purple-red blood plasma streamed down the walls, landing on the hot pipes, and instantly vaporizing into a foul-smelling white smoke. Several aging pipes cracked under the shockwave. High-temperature promethium mist erupted from the fissures, sweeping across the ground and scorching the iron sheets black. The SCV held firm against the first junction segment. The fat man's voice came through from the cockpit, breathless. Sir, it's jumping. Like a pig routine around inside the pipes. Ada's warning flashed crimson. Abnormal pressure detected in the old gas network. First junction stability declining. Risk of contamination backflow from the purification tower base increasing. Recommendation: stabilize pressure, immediately seal leaks, and clear flesh contamination around the junction. Lei Jun glanced toward the entrance of the old pipe network where the clan leader had disappeared. Dragging and scraping sounds still echoed within. The creature had not fled far, only retreated deeper. The marauder shouldered his grenade launcher muzzle, trained upon the darkness. Sir, it's still on the edge of our range. I know. Lei Jun turned his gaze back to the network diagram, flashing red. But we're not chasing now. If this place blows, chasing after it is pointless. The clan leader can be fought again later, but if the gas line burns out, we'll have nothing left. A half-second of silence fell over the channel. Helena's voice came from the flank. My lord, the clan leader is an advanced alien node. If we let it withdraw into the old pipe network, it will continue organizing counterattacks. I'm aware. Lei Jun's voice was calm, but carried absolute weight. But if we chase and now our supply line snaps, the SCV is destroyed, and the gas network becomes scrap. He looked at the old purification tower, its warning lights still flickering. All we'd be left with is a dead clan leader and a factory too ruined to use. Helena did not reply at once. She understood how heavily the Imperial legal code weighed the killing of an alien. But she had also seen. Lei Jun was not afraid to pursue. He was calculating the entire engagement. After a few seconds, Helena spoke softly. Under the Imperial Wartime Requisition Act, A-49 can be temporarily classified as a contaminated strategic asset. Until complete purification is achieved, priority must be given to preserving its core production capacity. Lei Jun glanced at the channel. Speak plainly. I can give you a legal justification. Helena hesitated. This is not about letting the alien escape. It is about preserving the strategic fuel node for a subsequent total purge. Lei Jun let out a short laugh. Fine. I like the sound of that. He activated the full channel. All units abort pursuit. Secure the gas line first. Fire Mantis teams. Clear the flesh membrane from the junctions. Short bursts only. Do not burn into the pipes. Space Marines hold the maintenance corridors. Godolias, cover the upper positions. Put anything from the pure bloodline down if it shows itself. Medics stabilize the wounded. Keep the medical pipeline continuous. Rufus, take your people and move sealing materials. Mark every valve and support column that can still be used. Rufus's section exploded into motion at once. You heard the Lord. No heroics. No chasing. Anyone who can carry a plate to that position is doing the Emperor's work with their own hands. Lighting rods forward. Pull out your pens. If you can write, draw a cross. If you can't, draw a circle. The logistics crew stirred back to life under Rufus's barked orders. They were still afraid. Some workers' legs shook so badly they could barely stand and comrades had to haul them upright. The toxic fog made them cough endlessly, but the sealing plates were raised all the same. At least this time no one ran backward. Several workers dragged metal plates to the fractured branch pipe and pressed them into place. Another thin man took a pen and drew a crooked white circle on a column that could still bear weight. The SCV's spotlight swept over it and locked onto the mark. The fat man cursed. That circle looks like a damn potato, but I see it. Support point recorded. Recommendation reinforce. Copy. The SCV's mechanical arm extended, welding torch pressed against the base of the column. Blue-white arcs flared. The fire mantises had already advanced to the right side of the junction. Flesh conduits coiled around the old purification equipment, several still burrowing into the opening. The fire mantis captain did not unleash a full blast. The thruster emitted only a short flame, searing the flesh membrane close to the junction before cutting off immediately. Another fire mantis followed with a sideways burst, sealing off the egg clusters wriggling from the crack. Lei Jun watched the gas concentration readout. Easy. This isn't a barbecue pit. The fire mantis grunt replied, Copy, sir. Sear the edges, don't blow the pot. The Space Marines held the maintenance corridor entrance. As soon as a couple of hybrid guards poked their heads out, Gauss rounds punched through their faces. The wounded Marine was pinned mid-corridor by a medic, his left shoulder braced, yet still firing one-handed. The medic warned coldly, Load any weight on that left shoulder, and the wound will tear open. I'm using my right hand. You better actually be using your right hand. Lei Jun heard the exchange and said nothing. The fact that they could still banter meant things were not yet at their worst. A sharp shriek rang out from the overhead pipes. A pure blood emerged halfway from a ruptured maintenance shaft, attempting to flank past the fire mantis and strike at the SCV from behind. The Godolia's shoulder lock frame lit up. No missiles, too many pipes in the vicinity. The dual autocannons elevated and fired in short bursts. The stream of ammunition tore half the pure blood's shoulder away. It tried to retreat, but the Space Marines ridded it with follow-up shots, dragging it from the pipe wall. The corpse hit the ground, still breathing, before a short mantle of flame from the fire mantis finished it. Lei Jun turned toward the SCV. How's the junction? The fat man didn't look up. Bad, but not broken. I need to stabilize the pressure first, then clear the contamination backflow. Say it in words I understand. Keep it from blowing first. Then stop the backflow. Then we'll see if we can draw anything out. Then get to it. Ada picked up the report. Repair procedure confirmed. Step 1, stabilize pressure. Step 2, seal leaks. Step 3, clear contamination backflow. Step 4, establish low power test run. Currently, in stage 1. Sebastian leaned against the medic, his face pale, yet unable to tear his eyes away from the old pipes lighting up. The merchant's instinct overpowered his fear. If we can stabilize it. Lei Jun did not turn around. Don't start dividing the spoils yet. Sebastian choked on his words. Lei Jun continued, this thing is about as alive as a dying man right now. Save it first, then we'll talk about what it's worth. Sebastian closed his mouth. This time he did not press further. He watched Lei Jun turn his gaze away from the old pipe network entrance and saw the SCV holding that junction with everything it had. Killing the clan leader would certainly buy time. But if this line survived what lay beyond, it would be worth far more. Lives, ships, weapons, and the chips that the people at the top truly valued. In the flank sector, Helena was already repositioning according to Lei Jun's orders. She assigned 2 enforcers to either side of the sealing point and ordered the Space Marine guarding the side door to watch the overhead pipe openings. From this moment, this area is designated the temporary control perimeter of A49. Her voice was cold and sharp. Any alien crossing the boundary is to be purged. Any logistics personnel abandoning their post will be treated as aiding the alien. The enforcer's face drained of color, yet they answered in unison. Lei Jun found the rhetoric headachesome, but in the ears of the Imperial natives it carried more weight than any encouragement. The logistics crew began heaping sealing materials toward the positions marked by the SCV. Several burned workers were dragged back to the emergency aid station, where the medic could only attend to the most critical case first. Lighting was replenished. Severed route markers were nailed back into place. The entire old purification tower zone still smoked, with purple-red filth seeping steadily from every crack. But it did not continue to collapse. At least it was not spiraling toward total loss. The SCV finally clamped the first set of pressure-stabilizing grips onto the junction. Click. A heavy mechanical lock echoed through the chamber. On the HUD, the wildly fluctuating pressure curve slowly began to flatten. The fat man exhaled deeply. Sir, the first segment is temporarily stable. Ada interjected immediately. Old gas network segment 1 has entered temporary pressure stabilization. Contamination backflow has not been fully cleared. Overall damage rate remains above 70%. Conclusion A. 49 still retains the possibility of restoring low-power gas output. Prerequisite: maintain control of the main operational zone, repair the purification lines, and eliminate residual enemy interference. Lei Jun studied the words "still retains the possibility," and his mouth twitched. For him that was enough. A poor man did not fear trouble. He feared trying his hardest and being left with nothing reparable. Lei Jun looked toward the old pipe network entrance. The clan leader was still alive, sounds still echoed within. The old purification tower was far from saved, either smoke pouring from every seam. But as long as the line could be held within safe parameters, A49 was not a ruin. It could still produce. And as long as it could produce, it was worth throwing men and minerals into. Lei Jun lowered his Gauss pistol, his voice carrying across the full channel. Hold the line. This place does not yet bear our name. But it has started printing money. SCV's welding torch remained pressed against the old pipeline joint. Blue-white weld light flashed intermittently, and the aging conduit glowed red-hot, while the pressure curve finally stopped spiking erratically. Lei Jun stood before the control console, raising a hand to mute the static on the channel. Don't rush the extraction yet. Follow the sequence: stabilize pressure, purge contaminants, separate, then test run. Ada quickly followed. Primary control assuming 37. Old purification line entering manual calibration mode. Lei Jun swept his gaze across the junction area. A slimy membrane of flesh and tissue clung to the pipe wall's edges, curled with blackened scorch marks. Several thin conduits had been torn apart, their severed ends still weeping gray-white vapor. If they attempted a full extraction in one go, most of the contaminants would surge into the new pipeline. Before long, the gas yield would be negligible, while the mine site itself was ruined. He wasn't lacking in courage. What he needed was a source that could sustain funding. A49 couldn't be consumed all at once. This place had to be dismantled and repaired piece by piece. Fixed properly, and it becomes a mine; botched, and it's a massive explosion. SCV seal off the left section first. Lei Jun tilted his chin upward. Weld it shut. Don't let the contamination backflow. The fat man cursed from the cockpit, his hands never ceasing. Sir, this thing's hot enough to sear meat. The SCV's mechanical arm pressed forward, sending sparks flying as the ruptured side pipe was force sealed. The fat man swapped tools. The arm's tip deployed a thick scraper, peeling away layers of organic residue from the outer wall. The heat from the flames charred the substance into blackened chunks, revealing the old metal grain beneath. Lei Jun studied those patterns for a moment. The metal still held the piping intact. As long as the foundation wasn't completely compromised, it could still be salvaged. Medic, move up. The medic pushed forward from the rear, her left arm medical module, glowing, a syringe already loaded in her hand. She glanced at the three workers dragged from the floor. Mild contamination on all three, surface level exposure, nothing penetrated to the bone. She hesitated. They can be treated, but delay it and the contamination will spread deeper. Panic erupted among the workers on the ground. The youngest fell to his knees, the impact echoing against the metal floor. Don't kill me, sir. I can still work. I know how to turn valves, carry panels, I'll learn anything. The older worker beside him looked up, lips cracked, his voice barely audible. 7 years in the mines. I know these old pipes inside out. Just don't throw me out, a sip of water will do. The medic ignored them completely. She crouched and pressed the injector against a man's neck, the readings flickering rapidly. Low-level contamination, aerosolized residue in the lung, skin barrier intact. Keep him. Rising, she turned to Lei Jun. I need a clean sector and 2 guards to keep them contained. Lei Jun didn't hesitate, immediately assigning them. Helena. Across the temporary blockade line in the side sector, Helena stood before several enforcers, her black uniform still dusted with grime. She acknowledged the call over the channel and signaled an enforcer over. You take people to the right side, empty bay. Her gaze swept across the workers on the ground. Under the emergency purification protocol, they fall into 2 categories. Treatable workers go to the isolation bay for medical assessment. Those requiring full purification are to be held separately pending confirmation. Hearing the word purification, one worker's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor. Arbiter, I swear I didn't come into contact with xenobiological blood. I didn't. Helena raised her hand to cut him off. Silence. She stepped forward, her boot, heel striking the deck. Here survival depends on discipline, not tears. The worker fell silent. Across the side sector, order was restored. Lei Jun turned his attention elsewhere. Helena's methods were straightforward. No coddling, no persuasion, just commands. Her rigid approach actually kept the Undercity folk in line. Lei Jun switched to the rear channel. Rufus. Have your people move ceiling plates, valve components, and lighting conduits. Deliver them to block point 2. Don't cluster around the junction. Static crackled through the rear channel before Rufus's voice cut through sharp with frustration. Get moving. Your commander didn't bring you here to play dead. Those who can carry. Those who can't grab lights. Then start logging inventory numbers. Anyone caught tampering near the junction gets hung on the pressure relief valve to cool off. The rear area descended into controlled chaos. Shouts, heavy breathing, the clatter of metal plates, all flooding through the comms. Fear still gripped them, but despite it their hands moved. Some hauled ceiling panels, while others positioned lighting rods, and a few marked valves and support beams with pins beside the material stacks. Once they'd identified usable positions, they began shuttle runs forward. Lei Jun watched the organized chaos and felt a measure of relief. Workers at their tasks, logistics, moving materials. The medic screened personnel, while Helena maintained order. This was what a survivable team looked like. One missing link, and everything would collapse. Ada then flashed a data set. Potential yield from residual purification residue, 300 units of high-energy gas. Current safe release capacity via existing links below 1. Free. Short-term risks, chain overload, contaminant, backflow, pipeline rupture. Assessment not viable as a complete mining operation. Viable as a low-output sustained recovery point. Lei Jun studied the figures for a moment. 30 to 50,000. It was tempting. But what they could extract now was barely what seeped through the cracks. It was like spotting a vault with its door ajar, only unable to reach inside. He wanted to kick it open, but doing so would destroy both the vault and everyone inside. Sebastian stood nearby, unable to parse Ada's technical jargon or see the calculations on Lei Jun's HUD. Yet he understood the significance of the old refining tower powering back on, and the steady stream of yellowish gas moving through the transparent measurement tube. More crucially, he grasped why Lei Jun had chosen to secure the SCV to this broken pipeline rather than pursue the clan leader. The old refining district was no longer just rubble. As long as the pipeline could still deliver, the Silver Rose had profit potential. And the mining guild, regardless of how many survivors remained, would use old ledgers and contracts to claim their share. Fuel taken in a single raid disappears once consumed. But if this old line could be restored, buyers, shippers, and profit seekers would emerge. Ship holds, armed escorts, transit papers, even an entire transport corridor, all within reach. Sebastian stepped half a pace closer to Lei Jun. My lord. Lei Jun didn't look up, still marking pipeline zones on the wall with a pen. Speak. Who controls this old refining district going forward? Sebastian lowered his voice. The Castellans have invested in transport routes through here, and the Silver Rose holds legacy certification interfaces. If anyone from the mining guild survives, they'll cite their old contracts as well. Lei Jun paused his pen and looked up at him. The moment the merchant spoke, the true nature revealed itself. He'd pretended fear before, but now he was already calculating what this old factory complex could fetch. But that was natural. A noble determined to survive wouldn't let fear dominate his thoughts. Once he secured his survival, his first instinct would be to assess his options. It belongs to me now. Lei Jun's response was direct. If you want to sell, trade, or negotiate later, it depends on what you bring to the table. Sebastian hesitated for a moment before pressing on. The Silver Rose can provide transport cover and external channels. Conditions? Priority shipping rights. Sebastian quickly added, and the Silver Rose must remain involved in future negotiations. Lei Jun capped his pen and turned to face him. First, prove you're worth something. Sebastian fell silent. After years navigating aristocratic circles, he was no stranger to evasion. But Lei Jun's words left no room for maneuvering. What he gained depended on whether he could demonstrate his value. Meanwhile, the medic had begun isolating the first group of workers. She pushed two aside, sprayed their collars and wrists twice, then drew blood for rapid screening. Stay seated, keep your hands still, and don't flinch from the next injection. One worker murmured, Sir, do I really not need to die? The medic didn't pause her work. You're still alive. She glanced toward Helena beside her. Ask another foolish question, and I can't guarantee you won't be dragged out. The man fell silent immediately, even breathing more carefully. Lei Jun stood nearby, watching as the workers were ushered into the isolation area, though his shoulders remained tense. Rescue them, screen them, keep the useful ones. If these 3 steps went smoothly, it would prevent many complications downstream. In a place like A49, the greatest threat wasn't monsters. Monsters could be fought. The real danger was when people panicked, pipelines failed, and contamination spread unchecked. No amount of weapons in Lei Jun's hands could rescue a destroyed purification line. A dull thud echoed from the SCV as the first separation gate closed. Ada's interface displayed alerts. Temporary separation chamber established. Low-power test extraction available. Recommend purifying small sample batches first. Objective: verify pipeline stability. Lei Jun raised his hand. Initiate test extraction. He stared at the freshly cleared pipe. Take only a small amount. Don't be greedy. The fat man snorted from the cockpit. Sir, you speak as though I'd drain the pipe dry. You'd best not. I don't have the capability anyway. He pressed the valve. A soft sound echoed from deep within the pipe wall as the first wisps of yellowish gas were forced into the transparent measuring tube. The flow was minimal, barely enough to register, but it was moving. The indicator light at the edge of the measurement tank flashed red, then shifted to yellow. After the first batch of stable gas was extracted, A-49 stabilized somewhat. The firebreak wall was suppressed by half and the side zone blockade line reconnected with the main control area. Helena left 2 enforcers at the second blockade point and ordered the Marine guarding the maintenance shaft in the side zone to hold position. After escorting the first batch of lightly contaminated workers to safety, the medic also returned to the exterior of the temporary control room. Soot still clung to her shoulder armor as she approached Lei Jun and offered a brief nod. The old refining line continued operating at low power. The SCV crouched beside the interface, its mechanical arm pressing against a section of reddened piping. Welding torch sounds echoed intermittently from deep within the conduits. Occasionally, a wisp of yellowish gas surfaced in the transparent measurement tube. The numbers climbed sluggishly. Yet each increment brought a subtle relief to Lei Jun's brow. The burly man grumbled inside the cockpit. Sir, this place can't rightfully be called a mine. It's just a pile of deteriorating pipes with a few valuable remnants sandwiched between them. Lei Jun stared at the pressure curve. As long as it produces slow is better than nothing. Ada's voice chimed in. Old link operating at low power. First separation chamber stable. Pollution backflow risk decreased to 31. Warning, high-frequency spiritual energy echoes detected deep within the old pipe network. Lei Jun looked up. Clan leader. Spiritual energy waveform matches the clan leader's residual sample at 91. 6. Assessment target is alive. Target is moving through the deep sections of the old pipe network. On the main control console, a simplified diagram of the A-49 core area reappeared. The main control room, old refining line, heat exchange pool, and blockade points were all outlined in cold white lines. Beyond that lay a vast expanse of gray obsolete piping. No complete map existed for that region. Several fragmentary maintenance records, all terminated in blacked-out zones. Lei Jun studied the display for a few seconds. Which way did it go? Direction is erratic. Appears to be searching for backup nodes or new parasitic control structures. Come on, speak plainly. It hasn't gone far. It's looking for a new den. Helena's fingers rested on the grenade launcher grip as she stepped forward half a pace. My lord, we must pursue. Unless the high-level nodes are purged, the contamination will not cease. Releasing it into the old pipe network now would be allowing the anomaly to resettle within Imperial assets. Lei Jun didn't respond to her immediately. He turned to Ada instead. What's the worst-case scenario if we pursue inside? Communication will be unstable. The conduits are too narrow for Goliath to navigate throughout. Firebat's wide-area flame projection risks igniting residual proteum gas. Missing historical blueprints make SCV engineering routes unpredictable. The target knows the terrain, we do not. Conclusion, pursuit casualties would be uncontrollable. Helena's grip on her weapon tightened. The anomaly cannot be treated as a conventional enemy. I'm aware. Lei Jun tapped the still flashing red link on the control console. But A-49 is far from secured. The old refining line just succeeded in its trial extraction and the first separation chamber still requires SCV monitoring. Casualties in the rear haven't been fully cleared and the workers haven't been completely screened. He pointed toward the gray pipeline network. Pursuing now means even victory might not be worth the cost. If we lose, this entire facility gets consumed. Helena didn't press further. The legal department's standard procedure for anomaly contamination was always the same: quarantine, eradicate, incinerate, purify. But she had also seen the measurement tube, the SCV, still crouched by the interface. She pressed her right fist against the legal emblem on her left chest. I maintain my purification recommendation, but I will follow orders. Lei Jun nodded. We'll clear it later. For now, seal the entrance. He switched to the tactical channel. Goliath blocked the first old pipe network entrance. Marines defend the maintenance shaft and lateral conduits. Firebat, don't advance deeper. Just seal the openings with short bursts. SCV, keep monitoring the refining line. No one lets it leave the interface. Outside the main control room, heavy footsteps echoed over the piping noise. Goliath halted before the main entrance to the old pipe network, its twin machine cannons raising to cover the debris above. Several Marines established firing positions along the broken walls. Firebat positioned slightly behind nozzles lowered and aimed only at the pipe openings where things might emerge. From the rear channel, Rufus's curses came through intermittently. Deliver the sealing plates to point 2. Don't crowd around the Lord. Anyone who throws another flare into the sewage gets to retrieve it themselves. The rear area stopped its frantic shoving. Rufus split the team into 2 groups. One moving ceiling plates toward the old pipe network entrance, the other nailing lighting cables to the walls. Several people knelt on the ground, tightening fasteners, their hands shaking, but none daring to stop. Sebastian stood within the protective circle, the cup of clean water in his hand, already cold. He couldn't decipher Lei Jun's system data or understand what that yellowish gas in the transparent tube would ultimately translate to. But he understood one thing clearly: Lei Jun wasn't pursuing. That monster was still alive, and something was still moving within the old pipe network. If it had been the Undercity gangs, they'd have swarmed in to claim the credit. If it had been noble private troops, they'd likely have rushed back with the corpse to report success. Yet Lei Jun kept the SCV stationed at the interface position. Goliath at the entrance pinned Firebat at the pipe openings, ordering only that the doors be sealed, not pursued. Sebastian's grip on his cup tightened. This outsider wasn't afraid to pursue. He was calculating. The monster could be dealt with later. This old refining line could not be lost again. Just then a sharp impact echoed from deep within the old pipe network. Ada's warning flashed simultaneously. Biological heat signatures at the first entrance. Quantity 4. Classification purebloods. Lei Jun's hand rested on his Gauss pistol. Again, is there never an end to this? From the darkness, 4 purebloods darted along the pipe walls. They didn't charge directly at Goliath, instead splitting into 2 groups, one hugging the ceiling and the other slipping into lateral conduits, all converging on the old refining interface beside the SCV. These weren't here to die. They were after the pipes. Goliath, take the high targets. Marines, pick off the ones in the side conduits. Firebat, wait for them to expose themselves before engaging. Don't touch the main lines. Goliath's cannons fired first. High explosive rounds detonated against the upper pipes, sending the first pure blood crashing down as it barely emerged. It propped itself up on a broken limb, attempting to crawl forward, but 2 Marines opened fire, their Gauss rounds pinning it to the ground. The other 2 in the side conduit moved faster. They skated along the ground toward the SCV. The burly man cursed from the cockpit, but kept his mechanical arm pressed firmly against the interface. Sir, I can't move from here. Don't you dare. Lei Jun drew his Gauss pistol. Firebat, secure the right flank. The crimson-armored Firebat stepped forward half a pace, angling its nozzle. A burst of flame sealed the lateral pipe opening. The second pureblood was forced from its conduit and immediately caught in the Marine's crossfire. The third pressed forward through incoming Gauss rounds, using its fallen comrade's body as cover to reach the SCV's flank. It raised its bone claw, but not toward the cockpit. It aimed for the thick pipe connecting to the old network at the SCV. Lei Jun's finger tightened on the trigger. Don't let it touch the pipe. Helena lunged from the blockade point's flank, raising her weapon with both hands. Her grenade launcher roared. Microfragmentation rounds struck the pureblood's shoulder and back, knocking it off balance. Goliath's secondary weapons swiveled, unleashing a volley from the side that pinned the pureblood against the broken pipe rack. Firebat added a short burst. The creature twitched several times before going still. The last pureblood halted at the old pipe network entrance. It didn't press forward. It crouched against the pipe wall, its 6 eyes scanning across the SCV, Goliath, and Firebat before settling on Lei Jun. Lei Jun couldn't understand the hiss emanating from its throat, but he could tell it was watching and memorizing everything. Take it down. The Marines opened fire. Gauss rounds tore through the darkness. The pureblood turned to flee, but as its hind legs touched shadow, Goliath's cannons gave pursuit. A hail of projectiles shredded the entrance, sending debris flying. Half the creature's body was torn apart, while the rest was sealed inside the pipe opening by Firebat's brief flame burst. In the A-49 temporary control room, the second stage valve closed. Thud. The pressure curve trembled twice at the edge of the red zone before slowly settling back to the yellow line. Inside the transparent measuring tube, the faint yellow gas no longer broke apart, sliding along the inner wall forward. The fat uncle stood guard by the joint, his hand never leaving the control lever. Sir, both the first and second stages are stable. I dare not open the third stage too wide. The nest organization is still inside. Pulling too hard could cause backflow. Lei Jun stood before the control console, his fingers tapping the edge. We won't push it to maximum. Let's run along the safe line first. Ada connected to the residual systems in the main control room. The flickering red lights on the screen went out one by one. First phase repair complete. Temporary purification protocol established. Pollution link safety valve, stabilization reactor, and supply chain now managed in separate zones. The old refining line has entered low power stable output mode. Warning: exceeding the safety threshold will trigger contamination backflow. Lei Jun stared at that warning. What is the safety threshold? Current short-term extractable amount 3000500 units of high-energy gas. Long-term theoretical total 3000500 units of high-energy gas. Current link damage rate 71. 4. Recommendation: full load extraction is prohibited. No one in the control room responded. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on those figures for a few seconds. 3 to 5,000. Enough to expand a batch of medium-sized units. Enough to sustain the Goliath siege tanks and more medics. Enough that he wouldn't have to scavenge insect corpses and scrap metal day after day for resources. But this was nowhere near enough to be squandered recklessly. A49 was not a complete mining district. The old line's casing was charred black pipes exposed halfway insect nest tissue still hanging near the joints. In plain terms, it had just been wrested from the bug nest. It could produce, but greet it, and it would blow up in Lei Jun's face. Ada posted to the resource panel. Confirmed. A49 temporary gas point established. Status low power stable operation. Short-term safe extraction limit 3005000. Current available stable high-energy gas 120. Inside the transparent measuring tube, that pale yellow gas slowly pushed forward. The red light beside the meter tank went out, and the yellow one lit up. Steady this time, no flickering. Rufus's voice came through the rear channel, crackling with static. "Sir, we see the yellow light back here. Does that mean this dump is actually usable?" Before Lei Jun could answer, the fat uncle laughed first. "It works, but don't touch it recklessly. Anyone who dares twist a valve without permission gets welded to the wall first." Rufus immediately cursed over the channel. "Did you all hear that? That pipe is worth more than your lives right now. Anyone with itchy fingers gets them chopped off first, then the Mecha Lord welds them back on." Chaos erupted on the rear end. A few lower district people who had tried to crowd near the yellow light were driven back to the blockade line by the enforcers. Rufus drove his own logistics team back to the material piles. One group hauling ceiling plates, another dragging lighting cables. The remaining few were assigned to mark recyclable parts for the SCVs. Old workers who understood valves were pulled aside and placed under enforcer supervision, numbering each valve component and support beam. Helena stood at the entrance of the temporary control room. Her hand rested at her waist as she watched the steadily glowing measuring tube. "Sir, according to Imperial legal codes." Her tone remained cold and rigid, that of an arbitrator. "Industrial facilities contaminated by xenomorphs, but already under our control, may be classified as wartime sealed assets. If this site continues producing strategic fuel, you have grounds to declare temporary requisition." Lei Jun turned to look at her. "Helping me find a legal justification." Helena's expression did not change. "I am establishing legal grounds for your purification operation. Should the governor's office, the mining guild, or any former contract holder attempt to intervene later, they will first need to explain one thing: why they failed in their duties during the period when A49 was occupied by xenomorphs." Lei Jun studied her for 2 seconds, the corner of his mouth pressing down slightly. This woman was indeed useful. Not only could she fire a weapon, but she could also dress up plundered assets as legitimate. Fine, note this down. Sebastian stood beside the medic protection circle. At the words "former contracts," his fingers tightened around his cup rim, yet he still stepped forward half a pace. "Sir." Lei Jun did not turn around. "Speak. To truly get this old refining district operational, relying on this alone is not enough." Sebastian's voice was lowered. "Old equipment can be repaired, workers can be filtered out, but large parts, external transport, sealing materials, and the evacuation routes afterward, all of these cannot avoid the spaceport." Only then did Lei Jun turn around. "What can the Silver Rose do?" Sebastian licked his dry lips. "If the beacon interference continues to drop, the Silver Rose can approach low orbit. It cannot land directly in the lower district, but it can provide support at the outer ring of the spaceport. As long as you can clear the spaceport route, I can have the Silver Rose assist in transporting a portion of the equipment and personnel." He immediately added after speaking, "Provided the communication link is restored enough to verify family authentication. Right now the beacon is still in an interfered orbit. What I've described is only a feasible plan." Lei Jun looked at him. Sebastian did not look away this time. He was still afraid. But fear aside, his mind was already calculating. A49 could produce, Lei Jun had soldiers, and the Silver Rose had transport channels. Linking these together meant this was no longer merely about survival. Where there was profit, people would actively find a way. Lei Jun asked, "Where's the spaceport?" Sebastian answered quickly. "The old freight elevator shaft in the upper section of A49 connects to the outer ring of the 4th spaceport. But that route hasn't been used in years. There are governor's office blockades and old mining guild warehouses along the way. Now that the surface is beginning to unravel, someone will definitely be guarding it." Helena interjected. "There are also the Planetary Enforcement Brigade and remnants of the PDF. They may not know what's happening below A49, but they will certainly fight for control." Lei Jun nodded. This was what needed to be tackled next. Not circling around with the clan leader inside these pipes. First stabilize A49, suppress the old pipeline network, then open up the spaceport route upward. Finally connect to the Silver Rose. Ada, record the route. Route recorded. Subsequent objectives updated. Lei Jun looked at these objectives. Having fought this far, it was no longer just about survival. He had his first stable gas point. He had local legal backing. And he had a possible external transport route leading to orbit. The next step, as long as resources kept up, was to truly build up his forces. Not 2 or 3 units scrambling to put out fires, but a team capable of pushing forward proactively. Just then a heavy impact echoed from the old pipeline direction. The Goliath's cannon fired 2 rounds. Ada reported promptly. Low-grade hybrid targets detected at entry point 3. Neutralized. Clan leader entity not found. Lei Jun glanced at that gray network of pipes. The clan leader was still there. It had not given up on A49. But now A49 no longer belonged entirely to it. Continue sealing all entry points. Goliath rotates guard duty. Fire ants hold the pipe mouths. Do not pursue deep. SCVs prioritize maintaining the purification line. Debris recovery comes second. After the orders were given, the temporary control room grew busy once more. Medics escorted 2 lightly contaminated workers who had been filtered out toward the isolation bay. Enforcers dragged crying workers back to the work area. Rufus's voice cracked over the rear channel from all his shouting devolving into barely intelligible fragments. The fat uncle meanwhile carefully adjusted the pressure of the old refining line. Inside the transparent measuring tube, the yellow gas finally formed a steady thin stream. Not thick, but unbroken. Above the control room, the yellow lamp, representing the main line, lit up. Ada's voice sounded. A49 temporary control room, first stable gas reading generated. Current stable output low power. Current safety reserve high energy gas 150. Estimated short-term total release range 30005000. Lei Jun stared at the resource panel. The numbers had not exploded upward, nor had he suddenly grown rich. But they were climbing bit by bit. This steadier progress felt far more reassuring than a windfall. Lei Jun placed his hand on the console and murmured softly, "At least we're not scavenging trash every day anymore." Sebastian could not understand those system data strings. But he could read that yellow lamp, and he could read the reactions of everyone around him. The old refining line had started producing. Legal cover had been established by the arbitration office. Lei Jun's troops held the entrances secure. This old factory district gnawed by bugs for who knew how long had finally been wrested back. Helena pressed her hand against the legal emblem on her chest and whispered a prayer. "May the Emperor bear witness that this place returns to human hands." Lei Jun did not correct her. He gazed at the route to the 4th spaceport displayed on the console. A 49's lifeline had finally been restored. Next they would push upward. In the temporary command room, there were far fewer red lights. It was not exactly clean, but at least the screens had stopped jumping wildly. On the left side of the old console sat the suppressed beacon pulse. In the middle was the polluted command chamber, its authority being taken over by Ada. On the right were the low-power gas line readings that Ada had just linked in. Lei Jun stood before the console, watching the 3 displays stabilize one line at a time. After everything they had fought through to get here, it was not in vain. The beacon had not been destroyed, and the Patriarch was still alive. But core area A49 was no longer under the gene cult's control. Ada's report echoed inside Lei Jun's earpiece. Phase statistics complete. Partial data retrieved. P. Polluted command chamber authority recovered 68. Psionic beacon intensity down 43. 7 from peak. A49 temporary gas point low power stable operation. P. Old refining line short-term safety release range 30005000 units of high-energy gas. Deep within the old pipeline network, residual psionic echoes of the Patriarch persist. Lei Jun read the last line. It's still there. Frequency has decreased, but it has not vanished. Assessment: the target is regrouping residual nodes deep within the old pipeline network. Fine. Lei Jun rubbed his brow. If it won't come out, I won't go in. Helena stood to the right of the console, her fingers resting on the grip of her grenade launcher. She still did not like this assessment. Under the rules of the Legal Affairs Department, as long as a high-tier Xenos node remained alive, the purge was not considered complete. But she could see the current state of A49. The SCVs were still holding position beside the old refining line interface. The medics continued screening lightly contaminated workers. Rufus had not even finished moving the blast plates yet. To abandon the core area now and dig into the old pipeline network would be a losing proposition even if they won. Helena pressed her right fist against the Legal Affairs crest on her chest. Sir, core area A49 now meets the conditions for a temporary lockdown. I will process this as a wartime contaminated asset. All personnel leaving this area must undergo medic screening and legal affairs registration. Lei Jun nodded. Set the rules. Just make sure no one runs around loose and no one touches the pipelines. Understood. Helena turned to dispatch the enforcement officers. Several workers newly rescued huddled against the wall, blue medmark sprays visible on their wrists. One had started edging toward the old corridor when an enforcement officer cracked him across the shoulder with a rifle, and shoved him back past the isolation line. Isolation zone, Helena said coldly. You're alive because you are still useful. Move again, and you will be processed as a contamination vector. The workers kept their heads down, nobody moved. Lei Jun heard the commotion settle and did not intervene. It was not pleasant, but it worked. On the other side of the control room, the burly technician was still adjusting pipeline pressure. Sir, the first segment is fine, the second will run. Best not touch the third. There's still Xeno's flesh in there. Crack it open, and it'll spray all over us. Lei Jun glanced at the pressure chart. Then don't touch it. Let it bleed slowly. In the transparent gauge tube, yellowed gas crawled along the wall, inching forward. Slow but steady. That was enough for Lei Jun. At that moment, static crackled through the rear channel. Rufus's voice pushed through the background, thick with the buzz of an aging comm unit. Sir, we just intercepted a transmission from the captured local channel. Something big is going on up top. Lei Jun looked up. Make it clear. Rufus's end was chaos. Someone shouting in the background, the sound of metal plates hitting the deck. The governor's office has declared a lockdown on the underhive. All lift tracks, cargo shafts, and auxiliary airport routes are under military administration. PDF has set up checkpoints upstream, checking IDs on site. The mining guild and the enforcement system are clashing. Looks like they're fighting over the old cargo shaft. He panted a few breaths and added, the perimeter of Airport 4 has been sealed as well. No one in the control room spoke immediately. Sebastian had been sitting beside the medic triage area. At the words, Airport 4, his cup tilted against his knee and water spilled across his boot. Sealed? He rose halfway, but a medic's arm blocked him. Sebastian paid no mind to the white armored limb raised before him. He stared straight at Lei Jun. Sir, if the Airport 4 auxiliary route is under military control, the Silver Rose cannot approach safely even if she tries. There are anti-air emplacements around the airport perimeter plus the governor's orbital recognition towers. Without ground authentication, she cannot force her way in. Lei Jun looked at him. How long can the Silver Rose wait? Sebastian wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and lowered his voice. She can wait, but not indefinitely. If the governor's office completely seals the underhive, they will surely resume commercial vessel inspections in orbit. The Silver Rose holds Castellane certification, but that only buys time. Stretch it too far, and the upper levels will become a battlefield themselves. Helena returned to the console after wrapping up the isolation line. The governor's office is cutting off the underhive, she said. They are not here to save anyone. They are afraid the contamination and riots will spread upward. Rufus cursed over the channel. Sir, the arbitrator is right. Those lords upstairs collect taxes faster than anyone. But when things go bad, they are the first to lock the doors. Once that door closes, the underhive population will be squeezed downward. Gangs will fight for passage, the mining guild will fight for shafts, enforcement teams will fight for credit. And if it gets any messier, the PDF soldiers will start looking out for themselves first. Lei Jun listened to the static on the channel and tapped his fingers twice against the console edge. His next move had been clear enough. He planned to hold this ground, suppress the beacon, and clear the route to Airport 4 so the Silver Rose could extract key personnel and equipment. But now the governor's office had slammed the locks and the airport route had become a new battlefield overnight. This was not a matter of taking a detour. The entire order on planet Culus was beginning to fracture. Ada quickly organized the intercepted channel Rufus had captured. The A-49 map on the main console shrank and a wider structural diagram of planet Culus unfolded. Underhive. Mid-level transport ring. Cargo lift shafts. Perimeter of Airport 4. Governor's office control line. PDF temporary checkpoints. Several sectors were highlighted in red. Situation update. Underhive lockdown confirmed. Lift tracks under military administration. Cargo shafts contested by multiple factions. P. Airport 4 auxiliary route controlled status. Silver Rose still within waiting window, cannot provide direct extraction. P. A-49 are low power control held. Old pipeline network Patriarch residual nodes active. Lei Jun studied the map. They had the mine. The exit was blocked. The Patriarch was still lurking below, and now the upper levels had sealed the doors. This wretched planet really knew how to pile trouble on top of trouble. Sebastian spoke again, his voice quieter than before. We must clear the airport route as soon as possible. The Silver Rose can evacuate some equipment and send word back out. As long as I can complete the authentication, she will have grounds to approach. Lei Jun glanced at him. TCH, you are worth more now than you were earlier. Sebastian managed a grim twist of his mouth, but no smile came. I would rather I were not so valuable. Then do your best not to die. Lei Jun turned to Helena. The governor's office has imposed a lockdown. Can the legal affairs department override it? Helena did not answer immediately. She studied the control lines on the map for a long moment before speaking. In normal times I could demand they open certain passages. Not now. The governor's office will use contamination quarantine as justification to refuse, unless we obtain higher authorization or seize key nodes. Lei Jun nodded. Then we seize the key nodes. Helena looked at him, but did not object. Lei Jun pointed to the tactical display. Hold A49 and keep the old pipeline network contained. Clear a path to Airport 4. Anyone who blocks the way gets moved, by force if necessary. Rufus's voice came through the channel again. Sir, if we take the old cargo route, I know a gray path. It was used by the mining guild for smuggled contraband. But someone else is probably watching it by now. Lei Jun looked at the map. Are you sure? Anyone scraping a living in the Underhive has a few dirty routes in their pocket. Rufus gave a dry laugh. It's just not an easy run. We'd have to pass 2 abandoned warehouses, an old tax checkpoint, and a stretch of the airport drainage channel. Lei Jun said Ada Market, requesting route waypoints from Rufus. Rufus immediately barked orders over the channel to pull up the old schematics. The rear area descended into chaos again. Lei Jun did not rush him. Rufus was the type who feared death talk too much and had a dozen flaws. But at a moment like this, he knew which doors could be bypassed, which people could be intimidated, and which places could be bribed. That was his value. Do not put him on the front line. Put him as guide and fewer would die. In the temporary control room, the yellow lights stayed lit. The old refining line continued bleeding gas at low power. Goliath rotated guard duty outside the old pipeline entrance. Fire Beetle held the pipe mouth. Marine squads were scattered across several barricade points. Medics continued screening lightly contaminated workers. This patch of ground snatched straight from the Xenos hive finally began to look like a foothold. Lei Jun redistributed the tasks. Helena, you are responsible for the A49 lockdown regulations. No screen personnel are to leave the control zone. Sebastian, write out everything. The Silver Rose's maximum waiting time extraction conditions and the full airport authentication procedure. Rufus mapped that gray route clearly. Ada, continue suppressing the beacon and monitor the old pipeline network. Instructions confirmed. Theater objectives rearranged. 4 new task lines appeared on the tactical display. Lei Jun stared at those lines. When he had first crossed over, he could barely hold a single scrap yard without breaking into a sweat. Now he had a mine and he had troops. The enemies had grown from Underhive bugs into the Patriarch, the governor's office, the mining guild, the PDF, and the airport blockade. This damn situation showed no mercy whatsoever. Ada added coldly, local skirmish level downgraded. Regional conflict level upgraded. Lei Jun looked at the red line on the map leading toward Airport 4. At the end of that red line was the Silver Rose's waiting window. Below it, the old pipeline network still pulsed with psionic echoes. Above it, the governor's office had just strung up their blockade line. He unclipped his Gauss pistol from his waist, checked the magazine, and reholstered it. Fine. Then we deal with them one by one. In the temporary control room, the yellow lights burned steadily. A49 continued its low hum. On the tactical display, the upper regions of planet Culus were turning red one sector at a time. A49 had not yet settled into silence. Another sound echoed from the old refining line. The SCV's welding torch paused for a fraction of a second before pressing back against the pipeline joint. The deep reaches of the old pipe network were restless too, with intermittent scraping sounds reverberating through the darkness. Firebat held position at the entrance, the Goliath's autocannon leveled, but not raised, trained steadily toward that black pipe. Lei Jun had barely lifted his gaze from the spaceport route map when a notification flashed on the freight door display. Outer freight door external personnel detected. Count 27. They are escorting wounded individuals and registering weapon signatures. Lei Jun studied the surveillance feed, his brow drawing together. The governor's office had just sealed the upper access when the people below began surging toward any source of light. Only about 20 made it through. Miners wounded 2 PDF stragglers in disheveled uniforms and several who looked like remnants of local gangs. They had all pushed through the outer ring freight corridors and abandoned maintenance tunnels coated in dust and blood. Crowded at the doorway now, none of them cared about posturing or hierarchy. 2 men supported the wounded as they stumbled forward. The PDF stragglers' weapon straps dragged nearly to the ground. Several miners kept glancing back toward the outer freight corridor as if something pursued them from behind. Among the crowd was a small man clutching a waterproof ledger case, a mining guild crest pinned to his chest. He hung at the rear of the group, yet his eyes remained fixed on the freight door ahead. Rufus's voice crackled through the comms. Sir, we have stragglers at the door. Not infestation, people. Miners wounded and 2 PDF survivors. Oh, and a mining guild overseer with a ledger case claiming this facility falls under their jurisdiction. Keep the door sealed. Lei Jun turned toward Helena. Helena had not yet wiped the grime from her face, but her hand rested already on her bolt pistol. Once the governor's office locks down, every lit location becomes a target. A 49's command center just regained power. They will see us as either an escape route or easy prey. Sebastian's fingers stilled against his cup when he heard mining guild. The Castellan family has vested interests in A49's old supply routes. The Mining Guild controls local refining operations, worker registries, and portions of storage facilities. They may lack combat capability, but they know how to wield contracts as weapons. Lei Jun holstered his Gauss pistol. Let them try. Rufus repositioned a Goliath from the outer perimeter to the entrance. Deploy 2 Marines to establish a firing line. Hold fire for now. Let them see the display of force. Send a medic with a scanner to the checkpoint. Helena, you are coming with me to set the terms. He turned his attention back to Sebastian. You are coming too. Stand behind me. Sebastian glanced down at his bloodstained and torn clothes, his expression darkening further. I go out like this. Just stay alive. Lei Jun headed for the exit. Dignity can wait until you are aboard the vessel. At the freight door, Rufus had been shouting himself hoarse. He had positioned several enforcement officers inside the entrance with blast shields and flare sticks stacked nearby. 2 Marines stood ready behind them, weapons pointed downward. But the sight of their dark blue power armor alone was enough to make the ragtag firearms outside lose their nerve. By the time Lei Jun arrived, the people outside were already pounding on the door. Let us in. The lift shafts are sealed. We have wounded. A49 is registered Mining Guild property. We demand confirmation of equipment status. We are PDF. We have the right of passage. Lei Jun remained silent for a moment. A Goliath advanced to position itself behind the door, its mechanical feet vibrating the floor. Its missile bay stayed closed, and the autocannon remained lowered, yet the clamor outside dropped significantly. Lei Jun finally spoke. If you want to come in, surrender your weapons first. A PDF soldier immediately protested. We are the Planetary Defense Force. Helena stepped forward. This is an alien contamination quarantine zone. The commotion at the door diminished, and the scattered PDF soldiers fell silent first. The former administration has been found negligent. A49 is now under wartime purification protocol. All entrants will be disarmed, scanned, and registered. Her gaze swept across the 2 PDF stragglers. Anyone who refuses compliance will be treated as violating the lockdown. The PDF soldiers' expression hardened. They could disregard Rufus and flaunt their authority before the miners. But they could not ignore what the legal department arbiter had just said. The first man set his laser rifle on the ground. The others followed suit. The miners handed over their short blades while gang remnants produced daggers from their pant legs. Someone attempted to conceal a weapon, but Rufus kicked him in the knee, forcing him to his knees before the steel plate. Concealing a blade. Rufus cursed. You really know how to dig your own grave. The medics began their screening. A figure in white-powered armor stood at the freight entrance, scanning each person's chest. Those with standard injuries were directed right, while lightly contaminated individuals received yellow markings. Anyone with abnormal readings was restrained by enforcement officers and taken behind the isolation line. A woman in the crowd clutched a miner with a severed arm and wept while a nearby PDF soldier's scanner flagged an anomaly, draining the color from his face. I am fine. I am really fine. The medic did not look up. Quarantine. Enforcement officers dragged the soldier away. The entrance fell quiet. A miner dropped to his knees, clutching his tool bag tightly. Sir, I can repair valves. I worked the outer ring before. Please do not send me back. Lei Jun regarded him. Those who can repair valves register here. He gestured toward the other side. Anyone capable of work formed the second queue. The crowd stilled. A practical offer meant far more than empty reassurance. In the Undercity, the ability to work was itself a reason to survive. The Mining Guild overseer was brought forward. He was short, clutching his ledger case tightly, trying to maintain his composure, though his eyes kept drifting toward the doorway. He spotted the SCV. The yellow engineering mech was welding pipelines in the distance indicator lights along the old refining line, powering on one by one. The overseer's Adam's apple bobbed. As long as this line could resume operations, the Mining Guild could not pretend they had not noticed. I am Malin, Deputy Supervisor of External Refining Operations. He strained to keep his voice steady. Under the original contract, certain A49 equipment and records should fall under Mining Guild registration and management. Now that this site is under armed control, we need to verify. Lei Jun cut him off. Verification is possible, but first follow the checkpoint procedures. Malin's expression darkened. Sir, this involves the original contract. Helena spoke coldly. During the fall of A49, the Mining Guild failed to maintain the quarantine and stop the alien contamination from spreading. If you want to discuss old contracts, bring your record of dereliction first. Malin fell silent. Lei Jun eyed the ledger case in his arms. Register the ledgers first. Old blueprints, worker rosters, storage records. Declare everything you have. If you want to negotiate, stop hiding things. Lei Jun looked at Malin. If you are useful, we will talk. If not, get lost. Malin did not dare to push back. Just then a relay channel came through from command. Ada transferred the feed to a temporary tactical display beside the freight door. Source Governor's Office Legacy Tax Relay. Forwarded by House Heinz External Affairs Channel. Requesting identity confirmation of A49 control. Lei Jun glanced at Helena. Helena nodded. Accepted. A man in a dark formal suit appeared on the temporary tactical screen. The background was pristine, clearly not the Undercity. The man saluted Helena first, then turned his attention to Lei Jun. My lord, I am commissioned by House Hines to confirm the current controlling party of A49. The governor's office has issued a lockdown order. Should any functional industrial facilities remain here, they must be registered with the upper authorities and await centralized allocation. Centralized allocation. Lei Jun regarded him. If the upper level wants to allocate resources, they should open the sealed lift shafts first. The man's lips twitched, his prepared response caught in his throat. Helena picked up the conversation. The governor's lockdown order does not supersede emergency purification authority at contamination sites. This facility falls under the temporary command of Commander Lei Jun, as witnessed by myself. The man on screen opened his mouth to respond, but his gaze drifted past Lei Jun to something behind him. His communication tablet froze mid-gesture as his eyes locked onto the figure behind Lei Jun. Young Master Sebastian. Sebastian lifted his chin. His clothes were filthy and his face pale, but he managed to restore some measure of aristocratic dignity. Which house do you represent? I am lone external messenger for House Hines. We were unaware of your presence at A49. That changes now. Sebastian glanced at Lei Jun and, seeing no objection, continued, I am under the protection of Mr. Lei Jun, and the Silver Rose remains in orbit. Until I am safely evacuated, anyone attempting to seize control of A49 will be considered interfering with the Castellan family's evacuation operations. Lone's communication tablet dipped slightly. Malin at the doorway also looked up. They had assumed this site was merely occupied by an unidentified armed faction. The situation had changed drastically. The legal department's arbitration officer was present. A Castellan family member was alive. The old refining line was operational once more. And a heavy combat mech of unfamiliar design blocked the doorway. Lei Jun turned toward the exterior. Let me restate the terms. First, disarm. Second, medical screening by our field medics. Third, register your identities and state your skills. He turned to Rufus. You are in charge of the entrance. Rufus immediately straightened his posture. Understood, sir. Helena added her instruction. All provisional regulations take effect immediately. Rufus grinned. Did you hear that? This time it is not me ranting. It is official legal procedure. The crowd finally began to move in organized lines. Weapons were piled to the side, the wounded were sent for screening, and miners and able-bodied workers were registered separately. The SCV's welding torch continued to glow in the distance, blue-white arcs flashing rhythmically. Ada's voice reached Lei Jun's ear. Entry protocol established. External personnel 27. Secondary screening required 4. Recommendation: establish secondary checkpoint. Lei Jun watched the temporary corridor outside that had not yet fully closed, a cigar clenched between his teeth without being lit. Build it. Lock down the entrance procedures. He paused and looked at the tool packs, damaged firearms, and worn armor plates on their backs. Prepare the next order as well. Rufus leaned in close. Sir, what order? Lei Jun said they want to survive inside. They will trade usable assets for entry. Outside A49, the lockdown orders continued broadcasting. Inside A49, the first group kept their heads down, handing over weapons and identification badges at the checkpoint. Lei Jun glanced over the pile of damaged firearms, tool packs, and worn metal plates. He now had a clear picture of the situation. All right, begin with the scrap tax. Before Cargo Bay A49, the first batch hadn't even been sorted when the second wave was already pressing against the outside. This time they hadn't appeared out of nowhere. The governor's lockdown order cascaded downward, sealing the lift shafts. Freight rails were shut down, and the outer ring maintenance corridors were half-blocked by PDF forces. Those in the underhive who hadn't yet died could only crawl toward wherever the lights still burned. And here at A49, there were lights, guns, and a door willing to crack open. That was enough. Lei Jun stood on the inside of the door, watching as Rufus handed over the registration board. 27 miners, 14 wounded, 7 PDF stragglers, 9 remnants of gang factions. There was also a batch with unclear identities, and Rufus had only written 2 characters at the back. Trouble. The things they brought were equally mixed. Broken pipes, old valves, rusted guns, pickaxes, half a piece of armor plating, a few broken lights, and a pile of unidentifiable iron scrap. Most of them had brought nothing, their faces sallow from starvation, leaning against walls to keep from collapsing. Rufus lowered his voice. Sir, if we take them all in, the food and water won't hold. Driving them away won't help either. Lei Jun looked out the door. They'll just pile up outside, wait to die, cause trouble, or let cult members slip in among them. Rufus licked his cracked lips. Then what do we do? Lei Jun raised his hand, pointing at the pile of scrap at the entrance. Tax them. Rufus paused. Tax what? Imperial credits. That stuff is too hard to wipe with nowadays. Not money. Lei Jun said. Scrap metal tax. Rufus's eyes gradually lit up. He understood. This was work he knew well. Outside the door, people were still arguing. Some shouted that their children had fever, others claimed they had worked in the mines. Some yelled that A-49 should have taken in workers all along. A few gang remnants huddled at the back of the crowd, their eyes darting inside, clearly memorizing the defensive positions. Lei Jun walked to the entrance. Goliath stood behind him, its massive frame blocking the light. Marines lined both sides in a firing position, barrels pointed down, yet nobody truly believed that was just for show. As Lei Jun spoke, the noise outside gradually subsided. You want into the A-49 safe zone, fine. But we do not feed people for nothing here. Weapons, scrap metal, tools, metal parts, old valves, damaged armor, route intelligence, anything can be exchanged for temporary protection. He scanned the crowd. Those who cannot produce anything will pay with labor. Move bulkheads, haul lighting cables, clear sludge, sort recyclable waste, carry the wounded. Those who can fix pipes register, those who know the routes register, anyone who can carry things registers too. There was a moment of silence outside, then cursing quickly resumed. We are already in this state, and you are still demanding things. Is this not just robbery? My child is dying, where would I get scrap metal? Rufus charged forward, his voice louder than theirs. Shut up. He raised his shotgun and slammed the butt against the doorframe. Can you not understand human speech? Waiting outside means waiting to die? Come, and we have guns to shield you from the monsters, white armor medics to treat you. We save who we can. There is light walls and someone in charge. This is not a charity tent. If you want to live, you need to bring what you have. He pointed at the pile of scrap iron at the entrance. Nothing to give. Then work. Can't work. Stand in the back. Anyone wanting free meals and shelter can turn around and leave. The Underhive is vast, die wherever you please. The words were harsh, but those from the Underhive understood them. Helena stood to the side, waiting for Rufus to finish his tirade before adding coldly. A-49 is a Xenos contamination lockdown zone. During wartime purification, all incoming personnel must undergo material registration, labor assignment, and contamination screening. She glanced over the PDF stragglers. Those who refuse will not enter the lockdown zone. Those who force their way in will be treated as undermining purification operations. With the legal department cover now in place, the loudest complainers fell silent immediately. The temporary tactical screen beside the cargo door stayed online, with Luan still connected. On the screen, he watched the rusted valves and scrap metal, his stylus pausing midair. Mr. Lei Jun, if the upper families were to levy taxes, they would typically settle in contracts, bonds, and passage permits. Collecting this garbage, it is hard to maintain any sense of dignity. Sebastian, standing behind Lei Jun, heard this and glanced sideways at the screen. Look at that yellow mech. Scrap goes and the gate wall gets thicker. What is needed here is capital that can hold the defense line. On screen, Luan's mouth moved, but no words came. Just then the first handcart was pushed in. The cart was loaded with old valves, broken steel beams, mine cart bearings, and several armor plates removed from PDF wreckage. The one pushing it was an old miner. His knuckles were cracked and bleeding, and his legs trembled as he stood in Goliath's shadow. Sir, how many people can these be exchanged for? Lei Jun did not answer directly. He pointed toward the SCV. Uncle, try a cart. The SCV rumbled forward, its heavy treads crushing the ground before stopping beside the handcart. Mechanical claws seized the broken steel beam, the welding torch pressing down as rust and old paint scorched away. The metal was cut, sorted, and swallowed into the recycling hopper. Seconds later, Ada's voice echoed near Lei Jun's ear. Low-grade industrial waste recycling complete. Crystal or +18. The second armor plate was stripped away. Crystal or +11. The old valve was sliced open, revealing an intact ring of sealing alloy inside. Crystal or +9. Those outside could not hear Ada's report. They only saw the yellow engineering mech swallowing a cart full of scrap metal into its recycling hopper. The blue lights on its back illuminated one segment at a time. The SCV did not stop. It turned and drove to the right side of the cargo door, pressing down on a section of wall eaten away by acid. The welding torch pressed against it, heating the old metal at the crack edge until it glowed red. Several laborers nearby hurried to pass the bulkhead panels. This time nobody dared complain about the pace. They saw it. Scrap metal went into that yellow mech, and the wall at the entrance grew one layer stronger. The miner who had shouted robbery earlier hung his head. The crowd fell silent. They understood now. The scrap iron had not vanished into some private vault. It went straight to reinforcing the walls. Every layer added to the door meant another chance at survival tonight. Rufus seized the moment, shouting at the top of his lungs. See that? Scrap is not for propping up tables. It is for plugging doors and saving your damn lives. Those with scrap metal line up on the left, tools in the middle, wounded to the white armor medics. Those with nothing come register with me for labor detail. He pointed to a freshly erected iron sign. And blue labeled crates, red labeled canisters, the white armor medics. Cases, nobody touches those. Lei Jun shot him a look. Rufus caught it immediately and added, those are not things you are allowed to touch. You move bulkheads, lighting cables, sludge buckets, and waste. Do not you dare go touching what you should not. Only then did Lei Jun look away. This line had to be drawn in stone. Logistics could assist, could work, could become cogs in A-49 outer defenses. But those who did not understand and started grabbing at things were more trouble than the enemy. Soon the entrance divided into several lines. Those handing in weapons, scrap tools, route information, and labor registration. Medics conducted quick screenings on the side. Yellow-tagged individuals escorted to isolation tents. Red readings held separately. Several young miners were assigned to move bulkheads. 2 PDF stragglers had their weapons confiscated and were redirected to haul lighting cables. A woman clutching a child could not produce anything, and Rufus opened his mouth to curse, but Lei Jun raised a hand. The child goes to the medics. She registers for labor. The woman froze, then dropped to her knees with the child in her arms, bowing her head to kowtow. Rufus grabbed her and pulled her up. Stop it, kowtowing does not pay taxes. Can you wash bandages? If so, head right. The woman nodded frantically and sprinted toward the medic's child in arms. Helena watched the queues forming at the entrance, her fingers relaxing slightly on her bolt gun grip. Safer than chaotic intake. A crowd without serial numbers, without labor assignments, without quarantine lines would only devolve into a riot. Forcing everyone through registration and labor assignment actually aligns better with lockdown protocols. Lei Jun smiled. Your empire calls this labor sequence. The empire version is longer, Helena said expressionlessly. You would not want to hear it. Then I will skip it. Sebastian stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the SCV, as he watched his fingers stilled against his cuff. In the Castellano family ledgers, the most valuable assets were shipping routes, cargo holds, bonds, mining rights, and fuel allocations. But Lei Jun operated differently. A discarded armor plate, an old valve, a miner who knew the routes, even a refugee capable of carrying the wounded could all be absorbed into his defensive perimeter and converted into something useful. The math was not pretty, but it worked. And right now survival cost more than dignity. The first wave of scrap metal taxes continued for 2 hours. To the right of the entrance, a row of temporary bulkheads appeared. On the left, a casualty tent went up. 3 layers of barricades were dragged to the intersection leading to the main control area. The SCV continued welding the second steel frame, sparks hissing as they landed in the sludge. Ada compiled the summary. First batch of scrap metal taxes calculated. Crystal, or plus 86. Available labor force 42. Route intelligence, 7 pieces. Recommendation: establish a second temporary checkpoint. Lei Jun stared at the modest numbers, but felt a sense of stability settle in his chest. It was not much, but this was a cycle. As long as people kept coming to A-49, a scrap intelligence and labor would follow. He did not need to support a bunch of refugees for nothing. He intended to turn these fleeing people into part of the outer defense line. Lei Jun turned to Rufus. Move the second checkpoint 30 meters inward. Outer gate collects taxes, inner gate screens people. Leave open space in between for the SCV to stockpile scrap. Rufus nodded immediately. Understood, sir. He turned and barked at the logistics team. Move it. Hear that second gate. Anyone with scrap metal in their hands, hand it over voluntarily. If I find it on you, it is not a tax, it is a fine. Outside the door, the lockdown broadcast continued playing. Inside, the SCV was welding together the steel frame of the second checkpoint piece by piece. The lights at A-49 were not particularly bright, but to these people from the underhive they were more than enough reason to make the journey. The second checkpoint had just been welded shut, and Ma Luin, the mining guild's junior clerk, could hardly sit still. He waited in the entrance shed for half an hour, never releasing the waterproof in his arms. Outside, the queue grew more crowded by the moment. Scraps of junk iron, old tools, battered armor, ruined mining lamps. Carloads of them were shoved inside. The SCV was working not far away, the welding torch pressed along the pipeline as it descended, rust flakes and old paint blistering away, a scent drifting toward the entrance shed. Maluin sat there, his eyes continually flicking toward the old refining line. A string of yellow lamps along that way had already lit up. The valves were still undergoing pressure tests, trembling now and then. This place used to be a derelict factory, a ledger of bad debts, a pollution zone no one wanted to touch. Now it shines. And once it shines, someone will come to settle the accounts. Lu Fu Si passed before him for the 3rd time, and Ma Luin finally stood. I want to see Lei Jun. Lu Fu Si glared at him sidelong. You want to see him? Then see him. Do you think this is the upper echelon's reception hall? Ma Luin placed the ledger on the table, his fingers still pressing the latch. Inside this is a copy of the old A-49 refining line contract. According to the rules, I must hand it over in person to the current controller. Lu Fu Si glanced at the ledger, then at his almost suffocating expression, and laughed. Spare me the suspense. You accountants really know how to hold your breath. The outside crowd is about to push the doors down, and you're still playing dumb here. 10 minutes later, Ma Luin was led to the exterior of the temporary control room. It was quieter than the freight gate, yet more oppressive. Wall-side ceiling plates and old valve components had just been moved in, and on the floor lay temporary passage lines. Two Marines stood guard at the door, gun muzzles down, their expressions hidden behind helmets and visors. In the distance, the old refining line still ran at low power. When the yellow light flashed, Ma Luan's eyelids twitched. Lei Jun stood at the table. On the table lay several A-49 region maps, and beside them a few freshly cut samples of old pipelines. Sebastian sat at the side, his complexion still not fully recovered, a half-drunk cup of purified water at hand. He Lian Na stood behind Lei Jun, a hand near the grenade pistol at her hip. Ma Luan, upon entering, first looked not at Lei Jun, but at the legal affairs insignia on her chest. He bowed as he entered, first to He Lian Na, then to Lei Jun. "Sir, I mean no offense." He opened the ledger and drew from it a sheet wrapped in oilcloth, yellowed paper with scorch marks along the edges. Stamped on top were the marks of the Mining Guild, the Governor's Office, Tax Bureau, and several worn noble seals. "This is a copy of the old contract for the A-49 portion of refining equipment, the external transport line, the workers' roster, and warehouse registrations." Ma Luan pushed the document onto the table. According to the contract, A-49 is not a single military asset. Parts of its equipment and transport segments still fall under Mining Guild registration. During the governor's lockdown, no private armed force has the right to seize the old refining line or dispose of its outputs on their own. Lu Fusi stood at the door, a crooked smile tugging at his mouth. The little runt really dares speak. Just now outside he was scared stiff by Goliath. Now he pulls out the paper, his nerve coming back. Lei Jun did not flare up. He glanced at the contract again, then toward Sebastian. "You speak." Sebastian's finger paused on the rim of his cup. He had expected Lei Jun to press He Lian Na, or have the Marines drag Ma Luan out. But Lei Jun did not. He handed the matter to him. Sebastian straightened a little. His coat was dirty beyond propriety, but when he spoke the aristocratic cadence still carried him. What Ma Luan produced is probably real. He didn't look at Ma Luan, only at the seals on the table. A-49 was not previously assigned to a single party. The old refining line, fuel byproducts, external transport pipelines, and warehouse verification. Each segment could have been signed to different people. The Mining Guild manages local workers' maintenance teams and outer ring equipment. The governor's office collects taxes and holds sealing rights and transit rights. The Castron family has invested in part of the transport lines and holds old authentication interfaces as well. If the Silver Rose wants to load A-49 cargo, its origin and contractual chain must be verified. He looked up at Lei Jun. So as long as this old line can still ship things, someone above will reach out. They may not be able to force their way in, but they will press with papers, seals, tax rights, and transport licenses layer by layer down. Lei Jun understood. A-49 is not a stake to seize in a single stroke. It has pipelines, old debts, workers' transport access points, and a swarm of people who pretend to be inert who crawl outward the moment shipments appear. Beating clan chiefs is a hard fight. The sheep before him could be deadly too. Ma Luan saw Lei Jun stay silent, and his own posture stiffen a notch. Sci-Ba CD and speaks very fairly. Mining Guild does not deny your current armed control. We only ask to restore the old contract order, at least with Guild participation in equipment verification and production registration. Production registration. Lei Jun finally spoke. Ma Luan's forehead broke into a sweat, yet he nodded. This is the rule. He Lian Na stepped forward a step. Ma Luan's latter words stuck in his throat. She extended a gloved finger and pointed at the contract. The contract is valid only if the administering party fulfills its duties. Where was the Mining Guild during the A-49 incident with the xenomorphs? Ma Luan's face twitched. Communications were cut, the main control area went dark, outer ring personnel were attacked. So you were derelict. She didn't let him dodge. A-49 was occupied by the Xenoforms. Workers contaminated the main control area, illegally altered a spiritual beacon established within the plant. Her finger pressed at the edge of the contract. Under the Ministry of Legal Affairs Contamination Handling Regulations, the original administering party has lost independent takeover qualifications. Commander Lei Jun is currently executing wartime purification and contamination lockdown. Until the lockdown is complete, the old contract must not supersede the temporary purification rights. Ma Luan's lips moved, but he did not push back. He Lian Na isn't a basal nest gang, nor is she a wheeler dealer like Lu Fusi who can be bought with money. As she spoke, Ma Luan realized that today this paper would not decide the outcome in Lei Jun's favor. Not even close. Lei Jun picked up the contract and flipped through several pages. The densely packed clauses gave him a headache, but he didn't need to understand them all. Sci-Ba CD and had already highlighted the key points. Old refining line transport rights, tax rights, loading verifications. These things may prove useful later, but the main control cannot be given up. Not an inch. Lei Jun placed the contract back on the table. Old contracts can be negotiated. Ma Luan's eyes brightened a touch. Lei Jun pressed on. The main control cannot be touched. The main control cannot be touched. The control room fell silent for a moment. Outside the door, Goliath shifted his feet, a heavy metallic sound rolling through the floor. Ma Luan's grip on the ledger tightened. Lei Jun watched him. The mining guild can continue negotiating. Bring something to exchange for the qualification. What do you need? Old maps. Lei Jun listed them one by one. Complete pipeline diagrams, sealing materials, a usable workers list, warehouse coordinates, routes of the transport shafts. And also bring back as many as possible of the people who previously maintained the A-49 outer ring. Ma Luan did not answer at once. These things are not ordinary documents. Once those old diagrams and transport shaft routes are handed over, the mining guild's foothold on the A-49 line would be laid bare by half. If they refuse to hand them over, they won't even set foot at the negotiating table. Lei Jun did not urge. He simply watched Ma Luan. Ma Luan lowered his head to the contract on the table, then glanced at the two blue-armored soldiers at the door. Paper can press as well as guns. In this control room, now the guns weigh heavier. He slowly lowered his head. I need to seek instruction from my superiors. Very well. Lei Jun pushed the contract back. Don't keep me waiting too long. He Lian Na added. The inquiry's content must be recorded in the blockade zone records. Of course. Ma Luan said immediately. He tucked the contract copy away again, slower than before. On his way out, he couldn't help glancing at the old refining line once more. That yellow lamp on the other side still shone. When it isn't lit, it's a ruin. Once it lights up, it becomes the stake of many people's interests. Ma Luan left, and Lu Fusi spat. These accounting types are damned annoying. There are people outside starving, and they'll first ask about the contract. Sebastian softly said, this is normal. He looked at Lei Jun. The basal nest people seize water gangs, seize territory, nobles seize routes, and the mining guild seizes the accounts. If you make A-49 shine again, it is like laying a chunk of meat back on the table. Lei Jun pushed the map forward. Then let them bring knives and forks. Eating with bare hands won't do. He Lian Na nodded. I will fill in the temporary requisition records. But you should understand, in name of the Ministry of Legal Affairs, we can suppress the lower-level personnel and junior clerks. She looked toward the door. When truly influential people press down, they will switch to a different narrative. Lei Jun gave a grunt. That's why I want their maps and routes. If they try to press me with old accounts, I will use old accounts to find a way. Hearing this, Sai-Ba CD and tapped a finger on the rim of his cup. He looked at Lei Jun, then at the old contract on the table. What makes this outsider most troublesome isn't the number of guns. It's that he isn't afraid of trouble. Nobles, the mining guild, the governor's office. These people excel at pulling out old papers to frighten others. Yet Lei Jun's gaze on that pile of old papers was like surveying another batch of scrap to dismantle. At the same time, the A-49 outer ring registration shed. Ma Luan settled back at his own seat, the deference fading from his face a notch. He opened the ledger's bottom layer and drew from a hidden compartment a fingernail-sized old short-range communicator. This device had low power, a weak signal, and could only pick up the mining guild's internal old lines. And precisely because it was old, it hadn't been completely blocked by the governor's office's lockdown network. He shielded his hand with his sleeve and rapidly tapped out a few lines of abbreviations. 49 main control zone has fallen under external armed control. Old refining line partially resumed operation. The Castron family Sai-Ba CD and confirmed alive. A Ministry of Legal Affairs arbitrator backs him. The other side refuses to relinquish main control. He paused, then added another line. The other side is demanding old diagrams, the routes of the transport shafts, and the maintenance personnel list. The short-range communicator trembled gently. The signal rode along a long-forgotten mining guild maintenance line, plunging into the dark upper layers of the lower nest. Ma Luan closed the ledger. When he looked up, he returned to the frightened little clerk he had been. In the distance, the SCVs' welding torches still rang out. The yellow lamps of A-49 lit up one after another. Ma Luan knew that once the news spread, the mining guild would not send troops first. They would press down on ledger's contracts and old rules. Only when the paper trail is laid will the real players arrive. The lights around the perimeter of A-49 flickered on one by one. It should have been a good thing. But as the lights came on, so did the people. Beyond the second checkpoint, the temporary queuing area was already packed. Miners clutching their tool bags, PDF stragglers hanging their heads. The gang remnants were pinned against the wall by the old denizen folk Rufus had brought along. Over by the wounded tent, it was even more chaotic. Several women crouched on the ground with children in their arms, their eyes repeatedly drifting toward the white-armored medics. As soon as water buckets were set out, someone reached for one. Rufus kicked over an empty iron bucket nearby. Line up. Anyone who dares to fight for water won't drink today. His shout settled things for the moment. Soon enough, people were pushing toward the medical isolation tent again. I got here first. My leg's rotting. I need to get in. That white-armored medic can save lives. Why does he get priority? The medic didn't look up, just holding down a patient's shoulder and continuing debridement. Two Marines nearby stepped forward, rifles half raised, and the crowd instinctively backed off. Lei Jun stood behind the second checkpoint watching the chaos unfold. More people meant more trouble. Hunger, fear, wounds, greed. All herded to A-49's entrance by the governor's blockade. The Goliath and weapon barrels could only suppress them for so long. The real problem was they had started eyeing anything that could provide light or power inside A-49. Yellow pipes. That's what the denizen folk called the old refinement lines. They didn't understand what was running through those lines, nor could they make sense of the old contracts the mining guild spoke of. But they could see it. When the yellow lights flickered on the mining guild's clerks hugged their ledgers tight. SCV techs stood guard nearby, and Marines made sure no one approached. In the denizen folks' eyes, this place was worth something. Lei Jun had barely turned when a shout came from the side. Got him. Two enforcement officers dragged out a boy of 17 or 18 from behind the skeletal pipe framework outside the refinement line. He was gaunt, his face smeared with grime, clutching a length of stripped copper wire. He struggled against the ground. I didn't touch the machines. I just cut a piece of wire. My sister needs water. I'll trade this for it. Rufus arrived and saw the wire, cursing immediately. You looking to die, kid? I just put up warning signs over there. The boy looked up, eyes red, still gripping the wire tight. I saw others trade scrap metal for water. This is scrap too. My sister's burning up. She's nearly delirious. You said to bring contributions, so I brought this. No one spoke around them. Many refugees were watching. They wanted to know how Lei Jun would handle it. Helena walked over to the dismantled framework and studied the break. It wasn't critical equipment or a main control line, just an old external monitoring cable. But it was positioned far too close to the refinement line. If someone stole a copper wire today, tomorrow they'd dare to tear out valves. Within days, they'd be sticking their heads into SCV operations searching for valuable things. Helena turned, her voice cold. Approaching the old refinement line and dismantling wartime assets without authorization. Under the contamination quarantine regulations, summary execution is authorized. The boy stopped struggling. The copper wire dangled from his hand, tapping the ground with a faint sound. Someone outside gasped. Rufus held his shotgun silently. He knew killing one person right now would be the easiest solution. The denizen folk responded to that kind of brutality. One death would silence the rest immediately. Lei Jun watched the boy. His fingers still gripped the wire, blood caked beneath his nails. It wasn't defiance, it was fear. If he let go, he'd have nothing to trade for his sister's water. Lei Jun walked over and crouched down. What's your name? The boy hesitated. Callow. Where's your sister? Callow glanced toward the wounded tent. Yellow tag area. She's burning up bad, hasn't been triaged yet. Lei Jun stood and addressed the medic. Check on that girl. The medic quickly scanned the yellow zone, reporting through the comms. Mild dehydration, high fever, residual lung contamination. Treatable, but not a priority critical case. Lei Jun nodded. Give her water, reduce the fever, log it. Callow looked up. Lei Jun met his gaze. 3 days of labor to offset your debt. Move barricade panels, drag lighting cables, clear sludge. One more step toward the yellow pipes, and it won't be 3 days. Callow opened his mouth, but couldn't form words. Rufus moved fastest, grabbing Callow by the collar and hauling him up. Did you hear that? The officer's giving you a chance to live, not another excuse to break the law. He turned to the nearby refugees and roared, watch this clearly. If you want to survive, contribute something or work. Steal wires, fight for water, push into the medical tent. Punishment follows the rules. Touch the yellow pipes again, and don't blame me for hanging you at the gate. No one in the crowd argued back. The resentment still lingered, but it was suppressed. Callow lived, and his sister received water. But Callow was also dragged into the labor corps, forced to work for A-49 for 3 days. That was enough. Those at the entrance understood this place offered survival, but it came at a cost. Helena approached Lei Jun and lowered her voice. By legal code, he could have been executed. I know. Lei Jun watched the re-welded framework in the distance. But he's not a cult spy, nor here to sabotage the lines. Killing him would bring peace today. Tomorrow, desperate people will strip it anyway. He looked away. They need to understand the rules. Helena paused for a moment. At least now they know the price for next time. Lei Jun glanced at her. That sounds like something your legal department would say. Helena remained expressionless. It literally is. Lei Jun turned to Rufus. Gather everyone. Rufus immediately signaled to the logistics team. Soon everyone capable of standing near the entrance was herded to the second checkpoint. The wounded remained in the tent. 2 Marines guarded the medical isolation area. The temporary tactical screen beside the cargo door was still active, with Lone still connected to the channel. Lei Jun stepped onto a fragment of armored plating. Effective immediately, A-49 is partitioned. He pointed toward the command center. First, the command zone. Unauthorized entry means death. He gestured toward the old refinement line. Second, the area around the old refinement line. Call it the yellow pipes if you want. Remember, no one touches it. Some in the crowd shrank back. Lei Jun continued. Third, the medical quarantine zone. Those inside follow the medic's instructions, fighting for positions causing disturbances, hiding injuries, all treated as contamination risks. Finally, he pointed toward the SCV worksite. The yellow engineering mecha was dragging a pile of barricade panels through the crowd behind them. Fourth, the engineering mecha operational zone. When it's working, don't approach, don't reach out, don't kneel in front of the tracks. Several half-modified individuals who had been about to perform the mechanicus gesture lowered their hands. The remaining areas are for refugee labor, water, medical care, shelter, all distributed according to registration. Those with skills trade them. Those without skills trade their strength. Those wanting free supplies can leave. Rufus took over, speaking more bluntly. Let me repeat this for those who didn't understand. Stay away from the black door, don't touch the yellow pipes, leave the white armored medics alone, and don't block the yellow mecha when it's working. First offense, labor to pay your debt. Second offense, dragged out and posted publicly. Third offense, I'm too tired to count. This time no one argued. Lone in the screen remained silent for a long while. Only after Rufus finished his tirade did the tactical screen's speaker crackle. Mr. Lei Jun House Hines understands the blockade pressures, but most of these people are victims. By upper region humanitarian placement conventions, basic water and medical care should be provided first before discussing labor assignments. Before Lei Jun could respond, Helena turned to him. If the governor's office is willing to accept these victims, why blockade the lift shafts? Lone fell silent on the screen. Helena gave him no time to deflect. If the upper regions are willing to provide humanitarian placement, why are they crowded at A49's entrance? If House Hines has sufficient water and medical allocations, you can take them now. Lone had no reply. The surrounding refugees were all listening. Lei Jun waved his hand. If you want to discuss humanitarian aid, bring supplies. If you can't provide, don't tell me how to care for people. On the temporary tactical screen beside the cargo door, Lone remained silent for several seconds. I will relay this to my house. Ada suppressed the communication to a corner, leaving only a blinking channel indicator. The area outside also grew quiet. Several logistics personnel began nailing signs to the restricted zones with bold characters painted in red. Rufus found their writing too refined, grabbed the brush himself, and added a line below. Touch it and dye the crooked letters red. The effect was surprisingly effective. Callow was assigned to the labor detail, gritting his teeth as he hauled barricade panels. His sister sat beside the medical tent, cradling a water cup and sipping carefully. Lei Jun watched for a moment before looking away. This place wouldn't improve because of a single rule. But the worst of the chaos had finally been contained. Just then Ada's voice echoed in his ear, warning multiple anomalous life readings detected within the refugee labor zone. Lei Jun turned to the crowd. Contamination. Possibility 1, early stage genetic infection. Possibility 2, biological signals deliberately obscured. Possibility 3, remnants of the gene cult have infiltrated. In the refugee area that had just grown quiet, everyone appeared to be fleeing for their lives. But on this world, the most dangerous threats often hid among the masses. Lei Jun activated his comms. Medic, seal off the yellow zone. Rufus, keep this quiet. Helena, take 2 and follow me. Helena already had her bolt pistol drawn. Understood. The rules just established at A49 hadn't even settled yet. The first hidden threat had already revealed itself. Not long after the refugee labor zone was brought under control, Ada flagged several individuals. On the temporary tactical screen, 7 red dots blended with the edge of the yellow-marked zone. They caused no trouble and seized no water. They appeared more well-behaved than anyone else, yet their positions were wrong. 1 lingered near the passage to the main control zone, while 2 circled repeatedly along the outer flank of the old refining line. 2 more claimed they were hauling blast doors, yet their eyes kept drifting toward the Prometheum warehouse. The remaining 2 crouched outside the medical tent, heads bowed, never once looking up. 2 well-behaved, unnaturally so. The medic dispatched the secondary screening results to Lei Jun's tactical display. Early signs of contamination. No deep parasitism. She paused, then continued. Neural response is suppressed as though subjected to prolonged conditioning. Helena's fingers found the grip of her incendiary pistol without hesitation. Purification. Her voice was sharp. Keeping these individuals within the quarantine zone would only spread further corruption and destruction. Lei Jun studied the red dots on his display, saying nothing. Killing them would be simple enough. But if these were merely scouts, eliminating them would leave the outer network intact. Snapping off a few fingers accomplishes nothing. One must trace the arm back to the body. Hold position, Lei Jun ordered. Helena turned to face him as he pointed toward the screen. They're watching the warehouse and the old lines, which means someone outside wants to know whether 49 has truly awakened. Let them relay what they see. Helena fixed her gaze on those red dots, deliberately letting them report back. A fabricated intelligence feed. Lei Jun confirmed, switching to Rufus's channel. Rufus. The response came immediately in Rufus's gravelly voice. At my post, sir. Just finished dealing with 2 water grabbers. Each one screamed louder than the last. Spread some information, Lei Jun instructed. Tell them the Prometheum warehouse is understaffed. Several Marines were pulled from the inner gate, leaving only 2 enforcers on night watch. A pause followed on Rufus's end, then a grim chuckle. Understood. I'll make it sound as though I overheard it by accident. Within half an hour the rumor had spread through the labor zone. Rufus never stated it outright. He simply let it slip while cursing at the workers. The Prometheum warehouse is short-staffed. Keep slacking, and I'll have you on night watch. Don't think it's easy duty. Only 2 enforcers guarding the door, and if things go south you won't have time to flee. The words sank into the crowd and dissolved into silence. But those 7 red dots shifted. One miner carrying a blast door slowed his pace and crouched near a water bucket. Another marked yellow for injury used a coughing fit to conceal, sliding a thin black metal fragment into his soul. Ada's voice cut through. Low-frequency pulse detected. Source concealed within the shoe insole. Signal trajectory A49 outer ring waste conduit. Lei Jun glanced at Helena. We can move in now. Helena didn't waste words. She signaled 2 enforcers. Seal the right passage. She turned to the Marines. Provide covering fire to seal the outer ring waste conduit. The Marines held position awaiting Lei Jun's command. He nodded. Proceed. 2 Marines advanced from the shadows, Gauss rifles leveled at the passage entrance. Several enforcers feigned patrol flanking around the labor group from behind. The medic positioned herself at the yellow zone's exit scanner in hand. Their movements were swift and silent, betraying no hostility. By the time the injured man in yellow noticed the encirclement and attempted to retreat into the crowd, Helena was already behind him. Her incendiary pistol pressed against his lower back. Don't move. The man's forward foot froze mid-step, his fingers uncurling slowly. The next moment, the others reacted simultaneously, panic breaking across their faces. The miner abandoned his load and bolted. The tall man, near the main control area, drew a bone dagger hidden in his sleeve. A woman hurled her cloth bundle to the ground, scattering several inactive low-frequency beacon transmitters. But none got far. The Marines raised their weapons, firing warning shots that kicked up sprays of sparks from the metallic floor beside the fleeing figures. Rufus surged from the flank, his baton connecting with the tall man's knee. You think you're getting away? I've been watching you this whole time. The enforcers swarmed forward, pinning him to the ground. One suspect attempted to bite through his tongue, but the medic swiftly administered a sedative injection. Within minutes, all 7 were dragged to the temporary interrogation tent. The gunfire rang out only a few times before falling silent. No new threats emerged from the outer ring. Only their ashen faces, the concealed transmitters hidden in shoe soles and clothing seams, and the contained contamination traces remained. The medic ran another full scan. Early-stage genetic contamination with residual neural conditioning. No deep parasitic presence detected. Some may be salvaged, but isolation is mandatory. Helena observed the captured individuals. They're still aiding the Xenos cult. Per regulations, execution is authorized. Lei Jun stood outside the tent deliberately, withholding his verdict. Interrogation first. Rufus immediately dragged over a chair and sat, flashing a grin at one of the men pinned to the ground. Did you hear that? The commander shows mercy by allowing you to speak first. The man clamped his jaw shut in defiance. Rufus reached out and slapped his cheek. Keep silent, and I'll hand you over to the arbiter to apply the codex properly. Let me tell you, her methods are far more severe than mine. Helena shot him a look. Rufus corrected himself immediately. Not harsh, sacred. The man finally broke. We were only delivering messages. Our handler above ground was killed, and our line cut. We only needed to confirm whether A49 had reactivated. Rufus pressed his thumb against the man's nape. Who sent you? The man gasped for breath, his eyes darting toward the ground. There are still people in the outer ring. They said if the old line could move product, we had to send word. Lei Jun asked to whom. The man's lips trembled. I don't know. We only received low-frequency beacon signals. Watch for the yellow light, monitor the warehouse, check if personnel changed in the main control room. If the Prometheum warehouse was empty, that's when we'd signal for them to enter at night. Lei Jun now understood. The clan patriarch hadn't surfaced, and nothing significant had emerged from the old pipe network. These were merely scouts sent by the outer ring remnants to determine whether A49 could still ship product. But this was the most insidious threat. Individual operatives weren't lethal, yet embedded within the population, they would inevitably gnaw holes through the perimeter defenses. Ada's voice interrupted his thoughts. Low-frequency beacon transmitters have been decoded. Transmission source A49 outer ring waste conduit. Receiving endpoint is disconnected. Recommendation: establish a 3-stage protocol combining medic screening, data cross-referencing, and legal interrogation. Lei Jun nodded. Implement that protocol. He turned to Helena. Isolate those who can be saved, interrogate them after treatment. For those beyond saving, follow regulations. Helena glanced toward the isolation tent. You're expending medical quotas on suspected contaminated individuals. Not entirely, Lei Jun replied, looking at the subdued captives. Dead men cannot tell me how many breaches remain outside. Helena ceased her protest and holstered her incendiary pistol. I will document the interrogations. Rufus grinned from nearby. Sir, I can assist with that work as well. You may help, Lei Jun shot him a glance. Just don't kill them. Rufus immediately patted his chest. Rest assured I've learned restraint. The medic added dryly, I'd suggest defining restraint first. Rufus's grin faltered. The surrounding enforcers dared not laugh aloud. Outside the interrogation tent, the refugee zone had already been brought under control once more. The commotion of the arrest hadn't been loud, but it was sufficient to make one thing clear to everyone present. A-49 did not merely inspect weapons and wounds. It probed intentions as well. Anyone hoping to treat this place as a drafty shanty would first need to answer to Lei Jun. As Lei Jun prepared to return to the main control room, an unfamiliar signal intruded upon the tactical channel. Ada's voice turned cold. Governor's Mansion encrypted channel detected. Requesting access to A-49's temporary main control frequency. Signal origin upper administrative ring. Sebastian's cup paused midair. The Governor's Mansion already. Helena turned to the screen, her fingers finding their way back to rest beside the grip of her incendiary pistol. Lei Jun stepped up to the temporary console. Put it through. The screen flickered, and a male voice crackled through with static. This is the Kara's Governor's Office Temporary Military Coordination Desk. A-49 Controlling Authority, immediately report your armed strength equipment inventory and personnel origins. Under the Undercove lockdown order, Sebastian Castellane must be placed under Governor's Mansion protection. Your armed forces will fall under Unified PDF command pending further disposition. Silence fell over the control room. Rufus muttered a curse at the doorway. Sebastian set his cup down and pressed his fingers against its rim. Helena looked to Lei Jun, waiting for his response. He neither cursed back nor cut the channel. He simply watched the communication line blink steadily before him. The Governor's Mansion demanded troop rosters, equipment inventories, and Sebastian. That wasn't coordination. That was an outright takeover attempt. Lei Jun raised a hand. Ada put it on hold. Channel suspended. The man's voice continued, repeating orders on the other end, muffled into a pulsing waveform. Lei Jun stared at the screen, the unlit cigar clenched between his teeth. It seems someone upstairs is growing impatient. Helena asked softly, Sir, should we decline through the Office of Legal Affairs? Not yet, Lei Jun replied. They're not here to request permission, and I have no intention of asking. He turned to Sebastian. This is a negotiation. Sebastian fell silent, then slowly nodded. Lei Jun's gaze returned to the suspended Governor's Mansion channel in the corner of his screen. A-49's position had barely stabilized. Insiders had apprehended cult remnants, yet the Governor's Mansion had already extended its reach inward. This revelation would not go unnoticed by the refugees alone. The Bug faction remnants, the mining syndicate, the upper families, and now the Governor's Mansion itself, all caught the scent. The Governor's office channel still hung in the corner of the main control screen. Every few minutes it repeated the same orders. Report armed strength. Report equipment inventory. Explain personnel origins. Hand Sebastian over to the PDF for protection. Lei Jun didn't respond with a single word. He had Ada mute the channel, leaving only the signal waveform pulsing in the screen's corner. Rufus watched from the side, unease settling in his chest. Sir, ignoring the Governor's office like this, won't it cause trouble? They already have trouble. Lei Jun stared at the tactical screen. If they truly had the power to take over A-49, they wouldn't be shouting through a channel. Rufus thought about it and found the words reasonable. But the shadow of the Governor's office pressed overhead for too long. He couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. Sebastian sat nearby, his expression still grim, but offered no objection. He understood well enough. The Governor's office didn't want him protected. They wanted to reassert control over the Silver Rose line. Helena glanced at the channel in the screen's corner. Delay too long, and they'll change their tune. Then let them change it. Lei Jun said, before they figure out how to press us down, we finish our own business first. On Lei Jun's tactical interface, Ada pushed the resource settlement to one side. A-49 low-power gas output stable. Scrap tax collection continuing into storage. Available crystal ore and high-energy gas have met the engineering bay construction threshold. Recommendation: prioritize supplementing the tech chain rather than expanding basic infantry. Lei Jun stared at the last line for a few seconds. Building more troops was satisfying, certainly. More Marines, more Firebirds. Having them stationed at the gate made everything look tougher at a glance. But the refugees at the gate, the cult remnants in the yellow zone, those were merely minor troubles of the moment. The Governor's office, the PDF, the mining guild, the upper families, and further out, the bug infestation pressing down. None of these would be subdued by building a few more infantry. Having many guns was one thing. Whether those guns could keep firing was another. Weather armor could absorb more hits, weather Firebird fuel nozzles would stay steady, weather medics could survive a few more seconds in chaos. These were what truly determined life and death. Lei Jun raised his hand and tapped the old maintenance platform. Build the engineering bay first. Clear this area. Rufus followed his gaze. It was an old platform near the outer security zone, once piled high with scrap pipes, broken beams, and burned minecart frames. Not large, but far enough from the main control area. Close enough to the second checkpoint for convenient guarding. Understood. Rufus turned and began barking orders. Labor detail. All of you. Those moving barricade panels, drop them first and go drag those rotten pipes away. Don't touch the blue crates. Don't touch the red canisters. Anyone who touches them will drag the sewage pipes with their teeth. The labor detail moved quickly. Miners hauled scrap pipes, PDF scattered soldiers dragged broken beams, and several refugees cleaned sludge with broken shovels. Someone tried to approach the SCV and was shouted back by Rufus in one blast. The locals could clear the area, move debris, and lay lighting cables. But those who actually built things, there was only the SCV. The sole SCV rolled onto the old platform. It first deployed engineering supports, cleared the base, then cut through waste and unfolded the construction modules. Heavy mechanical arms pressed down, drilling into old steel plates, sparks flying all the way to the platform's edge. Cut beams were fed into the recycling slot, and resource readings jumped briefly before being swallowed by the engineering bay construction queue. The SCV did not stop. The base locked down first. Supports, outer armor, internal rails, sealed calibration zones. Layer upon layer of structure pressed into the old platform. More and more people gathered outside. No one dared approach, yet everyone watched. Malin, a junior manager from the mining guild, stood beside the registration shed account case, clutched to his chest, eyes never leaving the yellow construction mech. On the temporary tactical screen beside the cargo door, Loren was also watching. He had wanted to maintain the dignity of an upper echelon liaison. But the moment the first new alloy support pillar rose from the ground, he fell silent for a long time. Uncomfortably fast. No one could intervene. The yellow mech drove the construction sequence forward on its own, and the old platform was soon covered by new structure. Several miners watched and forgot where to put the scrap pipes in their hands. Someone began muttering a prayer to the machine god, but stopped halfway when Rufus shot him a glare. Helena watched for a moment, then began having the enforcers prepare to record. She fixed her gaze on the forming structure and asked, "What is the nature of this facility?" Lei Jun glanced at her. "Military equipment maintenance and upgrade facility." "Does it participate in the A-49 purification operation?" "Yes." "Does it serve the blockade zone's defenses?" "Naturally." Helena nodded. "Then it can be listed in the Wartime Purification Asset Register." She added, "But it cannot be called Engineering Bay." Lei Jun smiled. "And what do you propose to call it?" Helena's expression remained unchanged. "Pollution Blockade Zone Temporary Armament Maintenance Sacred Mechanism Station." Lei Jun was silent for a moment. "You really don't fear being worn out by your own naming?" Ada chimed in coldly. "Recommendation: retain the original name to conserve ink." Lei Jun nearly laughed. Helena had already begun having the enforcer's record. Sebastian stood nearby holding the airport certification process, but unable to turn the page for a long time. He had known Lei Jun's forces were abnormal, but knowing and seeing were two different things. To watch a military facility rise from an old platform with your own eyes, this was entirely another matter. The Castellans bought weapons through contracts, transport, warehousing, and mechanic maintenance, while also dealing with taxes and checkpoints. Lei Jun was different. With scrap fuel and that yellow mech, he could raise a new facility beside enemy corpses. Sebastian stared at the engineering bay, unable to turn the page for a long time. What stood before him was already daunting. But worse was that it was only the beginning. Malin clutched his account case, fingers slowly digging into the leather edge. Old contracts could suppress a refining line, but contracts could not suppress what stood before them. If Lei Jun merely occupied A-49, the mining guild could wait for superiors to send negotiators. Ledger's tax rights and transport routes could be worn down slowly. But Lei Jun was building new military facilities. Now that A-49 was in his hands, the old order would never return. It was becoming something else entirely. The SCV lowered its mechanical arm one final time. A heavy locking sound echoed from beneath the platform. Outer armor plates closed and several groups of blue indicator lights lit up in sequence. The engineering bay's appearance was unglamorous, even rough. But it stood firm on the old platform like a fresh piece of iron welded into a 49 skeleton. A notification popped up on Lei Jun's tactical interface. Engineering bay construction complete. Current status: basic functions online. First phase infantry weapon and armor maintenance permissions unlocked. Note: maintenance and upgrades require resources and time and cannot cover all units simultaneously. Lei Jun stared at the depleted resource values, feeling a pang of loss. Only for a moment. Resources spent became combat power. That was what resources were for. Numbers that stayed idle on a panel were merely pretty figures. He glanced at the SCV, which had just rolled off the old platform. It had repaired the refining line, then manned the cargo door, and now built the engineering bay. One machine, no matter how capable, could not serve as three. Ada Q, a second SCV at the command center. A confirmation popped up on Lei Jun's tactical interface. Production Q confirmed. Estimated crystal or cost 50. Note current engineering tasks exceed the optimal load of a single SCV. I don't need the reminder, I can see it myself. If we don't add engineering units, soon the old man will go on strike. Rufus's eyelid twitched at this. Sir, you mean? Another yellow mech. Lei Jun looked at him. Or do you want to repair it? Rufus immediately fell silent. Lei Jun turned his gaze back to the engineering bay. Seal the platform first. Nobody outside looks inside. Rufus nodded immediately. Understood. I'll have someone set up yellow tape. Anyone who pokes their head in, I'll push their face back. Helena stood at the outer side of the engineering bay, her gaze shifting from the new structure to Lei Jun. A-49 could not survive on prayers alone. Only this steel structure offered a chance. Sebastian understood something as well. Lei Jun was not waiting for superiors to certify him. He was turning A-49 into his own bit by bit. Water doors, weapons, medical facilities, factories. Each piece added men, outsiders would pay a higher price to drive him away. The tactical screen by the cargo door remained quiet for a long while. After a while, Lauren's voice came from the outer room. The governor's office won't like this. Sebastian glanced toward the tactical screen. The question now is whether the governor's office likes it, and whether that even matters anymore. Loren didn't respond. In the distance, the governor's office channel still flashed. That muted waveform continued to pulse. The governor's office had not disconnected, nor had they stopped talking. Lei Jun didn't look at it. He was watching the newly online engineering bay. A-49 could not survive on scavenged old lines alone. He had to transform this place into his own step by step. The first barrier was the entrance rules. The second was the scrap tax. And now the third piece had fallen into place. Blue lights from the engineering bay illuminated the old platform. The second SCV remained in the production queue. Upgrade permissions were open, but Lei Jun did not rush. The gate needed guarding, the old pipeline needed watching, and outside the medical tent there was still a mess to clean up. For this new factory to truly serve its purpose, he needed to arrange personnel, firepower, and engineering units in proper order. In the corner of the screen, the governor's office channel still pulsed. Lei Jun exhaled. They don't need to like it. His voice was low as he looked at the blue lights of the engineering bay. As long as it forces them to recalculate. After Gongxing 1 lit up the old maintenance, the A-49 perimeter never rested. A line stretched outside the platform, and Lu Fu Si led his men to guard it. Miners, PDF detachments, and refugees were all. Only the clanks of latches and the software of a calibration rig sliding could be heard from inside. They couldn't understand. They only knew that not long ago the yellow engineering mech was chewing scrap metal, blocking the wall. Now on the old platform there stood a new facility whose name they couldn't utter. AI DOS prompt pressed into Lei Jun's ears. Second SCV production completed. Number of engineering units 2. Lei Jun turned his head. A work pod on the command center side opened, and the newly produced SCV slid out. Its shell-bore factory heat scars, the mechanical arm folded across its chest, and the standby light flickered on. Lu Fu Si's eyelid twitched. Sir, can this thing be reproduced? Lei Jun watched the new SCV slide from the work pod. His finger touched the edge of the tactical interface. Then what would I have it queue for? He allocated tasks. Keep the old SCV and Gongxing 1 to monitor the upgrade kits. The new SCV goes to the second inspection port, patch the blocking plate, and straighten the lighting line outside the treatment shelter. Command acknowledged. The two SCVs split left and right. The old SCV returned beside Gongxing 1, its arm connected to the calibration rig interface. The new SCV roared as its engine surged toward the second inspection port. The labor squad hurried to clear the way. Oh, no one dared block. Lei Jun watched the resource panel dip again, cursing inwardly, but hands never stopped. There's no choice but to invest. One SCV isn't enough, U2 only barely keep up. The Gongxing 1 is the same. This thing isn't an iron shelter that merely stands at the doorway. Beyond A-49, what awaits isn't merely the refugees at the gate nor the remnants of sects hidden in the yellow tag district. The governor's office, the PDF, the mining guild, the upper families, and the old patriarch lingering deep in the ancient pipeline network. Everyone's waiting for him to slip. Merely stacking bodies won't help. Can the gun keep firing? Can the armor hold a little longer? Will the firebat burn through lines that shouldn't be burned? Can the medic stand a few seconds longer in the chaos? These are the deadly questions. Lei Jun spoke. Don't train new conscripts yet. Run the current equipment through first. In Gongxing 1 push upgrade kits, I'll replenish old equipment by batches. From now on, new units will follow the new standard. AI to push the first maintenance queue into the backstage, and Gongxing 1 entered closed operations. This time Lei Jun did not allow outsiders to crowd around. The yellow line widened. Lu Fu Si kept quiet. PDF detachments and miners were all driven away to haul away broken beams, clear debris, and pull the lighting lines. Inside Gongxing 1, how to dismantle, replace, and calibrate wasn't for them to watch. Lei Jun watched the maintenance progress on the tactical interface. By batches. No firepower at the doorway can be left unmanned, and the old pipeline side cannot retreat. Command acknowledged. The first maintenance batch took more than 10 minutes. In the enclosed firing lanes, impact points tightened noticeably. There wasn't a flash of power that made everyone stronger. Only the muzzle's steadied armor seams filled in old wounds, and were pressed back within the safety line. Yet for A-49, this small uplift was already deadly. The first Marine stepped out of the calibration zone. The rifle was still the same, the armor still the same. But when he fired 3 rounds, the hits landed much cleaner than before. Lu Fusi stood beyond the yellow line, neck stretched long. Sir, has it become stronger like this? Don't get too carried away. Lei Jun watched the second Marine enter the calibration zone. The person is still the same, the weapons smoother, the armor patches are done, the adjustments are aligned. Tisk, that's scary enough. A few PDF detachments dragging broken beams slowed their steps. They'd seen arms maintenance before, a pile of parts, a swearing quartermaster, a handful of half-witted machine servitors, and a whole night of waiting. Lei Jun's side was different. No one crowded around the blueprints, and no one dared to touch things. They couldn't understand the process, only that those who emerged stood steadier and fired more cleanly. Helian, Na stood not far away. She ordered 2 enforcers to document those entering and leaving Gongxing 1 and added the temporary arms maintenance entry to the lockdown roster. Sebastian stood by the tactical screen, clutching a half-written airport clearance procedure. He was meant to calculate the 4th airport's passage node, yet his eyes kept drifting toward Gongxing 1. When the second Marine finished calibration, he finally spoke. This level of maintenance speed the Ka Si Talon family's armorer cannot achieve. Lei Jun glared at him. Sebastian was perceptive and didn't touch those words he couldn't understand. What I mean is, you're not just guarding A-49. You're turning this unit into another kind of army. Lei Jun watched those lines of prompts, his finger pausing on the edge of the tactical interface for 2 seconds. First, stay alive. Staying alive is the prerequisite to talking about the future. The Gongxing 1 was busy for 2 hours. The first maintenance round ended. 2 Marines, 1 firebat, and 1 medic completed rearm and calibration. The Raider didn't undergo deep modifications, only checked ammo supply and exoskeleton linkage. He carried the Punisher grenade launcher, brushing past the edge of the platform, narrowly brushing a few refugees. The refugees quickly stepped aside. They couldn't name this suit of heavy armor. They only knew that when it stood at the doorway, even Lu Fu Si would lower his voice to curse. The new SCV side wasn't idle either. Outside the second port, several temporary ceiling plates were pressed tight again. The lighting lines outside the treatment shelter were pulled high. The broken line ends that could trip someone with a single step were all tucked into the wall. Lu Fu Si watched the new yellow mech work, grinning. Now it's good. 1 guards the iron house, 1 patches the door hole. No one can slack off. Lei Jun glared at him. You too. Lu Fu Si snapped his mouth shut. At this moment, AI marked a red dot on the tactical screen. A-49 outer old warehouse. Evidence of residual gene sect activity found. Quantity not more than 15. A heavy distortion variant present. Suggestion squad cleanup to verify upgrade stability. Lei Jun watched for a few seconds. Helian Na looked up. Do you want me to bring enforcers to seal the perimeter? Bring 2 people to guard the retreat. Lei Jun tapped the tactical screen. 2 Marines, 1 firebat, 1 medic. He watched the Raider again. You come along, don't steal the work. The Raider laughed inside his heavy armor. Sir, I only make sure the big ones don't run loose. That's exactly what I want. The old warehouse isn't far from the freight gate. It used to be where the mining guild stored valve pieces and old pipe materials. With the lockdown in place, no one bothered. A remnants of the sect had slipped inside. At the doorway hung a half-torn purplish-red cloth. Lei Jun didn't personally rush in. He stood behind the external temporary cover, watching the squad advance. The battle ended quickly. The first Marine fired short bursts, the muzzle held steady. A 3-round burst, 2 hybrid cultists peeking from behind the shells were knocked down. The second Marine pinned the higher rack. The firebat hadn't come up yet, but unleashed a heavy spray. He pressed along the warehouse doorway, a short spray sealing the left side narrow passage. The flames died quickly, not scorching the spare valve pieces stacked nearby. Lei Jun said over the channel, that spray was beautiful. The firebat grinned. We smoothed the nozzle in the Gongxing 1 spray port. It's much nicer now. Behind the warehouse came the sound of heavy objects colliding. A heavy distortion variant charged out a piece of old steel plate bolted to its shoulder, dragging a half-section of minecart axle. It had just lunged forward 2 steps when the raider's grenade struck at its feet. The explosion wasn't large, but it knocked it off balance. The second blast landed on its knee. The distortion variant knelt, and the Marine's Gauss fire immediately followed. The firebat's short spray sealed its flank, denying it any chance to rise again. After cleanup, the sect remnants were dragged out of the warehouse. 7 lay within the firing line, 3 were restrained on the spot. The remaining few who tried to slip behind the rack were dragged out by enforcers one by one. The medic attended to scrapes and minor burns in the rear. She didn't waste repair needles, stabilizing people with basic meds and bandage modules. Non-fatal injuries. She scanned the readouts. They can still stand guard. The Marine looked down at the bullet scars on his arm plating. Then it's not an injury worth counting. Lei Jun studied the bullet holes and scorch marks inside and outside the warehouse, making a calculation. This upgrade didn't turn people into monsters. Reduce muzzle tremor, a little, have the firebat waste less ammo. The medic can take 1 more fragment, and the raider can pin the big one more easily. When it comes to real fighting, it's these tiny differences that matter. On the freight gate side's temporary tactical screen, Luo, and hadn't said a word, he saw it all in that cleanup. On the screen, the electronic pen in his hand hovered over the page, not dropping for a long time. Sebastian glanced over. Still think he's waiting for you to give the certification. Luo remained silent for a few seconds. I will re-report to the Haynes family. Lei Jun heard it, but did not look back. Don't just report. If you want to ride the A49 line, bring something useful: routes, supplies, airport information. Spare talk won't do. Luowen's comms feed quieted. Soon the governor's office channel lit up again in the corner of the main control screen. AI deconnected, and a garbled male voice crackled through. A49 controller, report armed strength, equipment, origin, and personnel. Those who refuse to report will be treated as illegal armed forces. Your side must accept unified allocation by the PDF. Lu Fuxi muttered under his breath. They really know how to pick the moment to beg for a handout. Helian Na stepped to Lei Jun's side, her black uniform still smeared with warehouse dust. Don't let them nail to death the label of illegal armed forces just yet. Lei Jun looked at her. Helian Na said, it should be called Temporary Purification Armed Forces for the Contaminated Zone. With a Justice Department arbitrator as witness, execute purification, isolation, and defense in the A49 lockdown zone. Lei Jun smiled. That's a long name. Make it longer so they can't bite it off in one go. Aida added. Record recommendation: Temporary Purification Armed Forces for the Contaminated Zone. Name length acceptable. Lei Jun turned his gaze back to the governor's office channel. The blue lights of Gongsheng once still glowed behind him as the first maintenance queue cooled. The second SCV welded a ceiling plate beside the second inspection port in the distance. Sparks flashed and then died. He did not rush to answer. The governor's office wanted to cast him as an illegal armed force. Then let them see what this illegal armed force could hold at A49. The alarm outside the cargo gate rang twice first. Rufus had just scolded away a group of refugees snatching water when he saw several people rushing a stretcher to the entrance. These were not miners from the lower hive this time. For guards in gray-blue long robes followed alongside the stretcher, their boots clean and their guns polished. An old military surgeon carried a leather medical case, his cuffs stained with blood, chanting hemostatic prayers under his breath. A young man lay on the stretcher. A noble family crest hung from his chest. His left leg had been torn open from the knee downward by metal shards. The tourniquet was dug deep into his flesh, and the skin had already turned gray. Rufus blocked the doorway. Hold it. Hands off your weapons first. Screening registration. Same goes for you lot from the upper levels. One guard stepped forward, his voice urgent. This is a direct heir of the Wild family. He needs treatment immediately. The guard caught his breath, then added, a section of the outer ring maintenance tunnel collapsed. The convoy can't get through, so we've had to retreat down here. Rufus tapped his shotgun against the doorframe. There are plenty of people close to dying here. Loud voice doesn't mean you jump the queue. By the time Lei Jun arrived, the old surgeon was already kneeling beside the stretcher, bone saw in hand, 2 guards pressing down on the patient's shoulders. We can't save the leg. The old surgeon's throat was parched. Any longer, and the gangrenous blood will rise. His life is at stake. We must amputate. The patient was still conscious. Cold sweat streamed down from his temples as he forced out a few words. Don't stop. The guards froze, none daring to make the call for him. A medic emerged from the isolation tent, white armor still speckled with unwiped blood. She crouched beside the stretcher and pressed the scanner against the wounded man's leg. Arterial tear, fractured bone, 3 metal fragments. The old surgeon looked up at her. What kind of medic are you? The medic didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the readings. Contamination levels are low, no deep-seated infection detected. Amputation isn't the first option. The bone saw in the old surgeon's hand stilled. Not the first option. The medic glanced at him. Step aside. Her left arm shield deployed 3 thin beams of cold blue light pressed into the wound's edge. As the first shard was extracted, the patient's shoulder tensed, and 2 standby Marines held him down. The second fragment was lodged deep against the fracture. The cold light cut in without enlarging the wound, separating necrotic flesh from the metal edge. The old surgeon watched as the bleeding subsided, his bone saw lowering. The medic switched to a repair needle, threading it close to the torn vessel. Pale blue medicinal fluid spread through the wound, and the gray pallor of the skin began to regain color. Seconds later, the gash on the leg's side sealed with hemostatic gel, and beneath it tiny blue luminescent points could be seen drifting slowly. Artery sealed. 2 fragments extracted, the third lies near the nerve bundle, leaving it for now. Fracture stabilized. She looked up at Lei Jun. The leg can be saved. The old surgeon stared at the limb he'd been about to amputate, speechless for a long moment. The medic holstered her scanner, her tone still cold. But no movement. Isolation and observation for 3 hours, followed by secondary debridement. Keep moving him recklessly, and he'll cripple that leg himself. None of the guards pushed further. One unfastened his holster and voluntarily placed it in the weapons surrender box. Lei Jun glanced at him. Learn the rules now. The guard lowered his head. Yes, sir. Lei Jun said nothing more. Kneeling and swearing fealty now meant nothing. Willingness to follow the cue, that mattered. A crowd had already gathered around the refugee sector. Some spotted the white-armored medic saving the noble's leg and began muttering blessings to the Emperor's mercy. A few cyborg miners attempted to kneel, but Rufus bawled them back. What are you kneeling for? Even white-armored medics need space to work. Clear the obstacles first. Lei Jun surveyed the increasingly chaotic triage tent and spoke. We can't save them like this. The medic nodded. On-site treatment efficiency is far too low. Contamination screening and wound care are mixed together. Risks are escalating. Lei Jun pointed to an empty warehouse to the left of the cargo gate. Convert that into a treatment zone. Medics will handle core treatment and contamination screening. Rufus, pull some men to move beds, boil water, restrain patients, and clear contaminants. Nobody touches the white-armored medic's case. He looked at Rufus. Your people keep watch. Anyone who dares shove into the medical zone loses a hand. Rufus nodded immediately. Understood. They won't even get within touching distance of that case. Helena approached with 2 enforcers. Her black uniform bore the dust of the warehouse, her long hair pulled back, smudges of grime still on her face. She stepped to the front of the crowd, and several relatives, pushing forward, halted. The 2 enforcers drove their rifle butts into the ground, and the wailing and shouting subsided somewhat. She surveyed the noble patient on the stretcher, then the packed refugees. The treatment zone must be partitioned. Lei Jun nodded. You decide. Helena instructed the enforcers to nail iron signs to the wall. General casualties, left wing. Low contamination cases, right wing. High-risk isolates, sealed pavilion. Purification targets, separate custody. Several relatives who had been pressing toward the medical tent froze on the spot. Helena continued, family members of the wounded are not permitted entry into the white-armored treatment zone. Wailing, scrambling for position, concealing injuries. All will be assessed by contamination risk. A woman clutching a child lunged forward but was stopped by an enforcer. My child can't breathe. The medic scanned the child's chest reading. Low-grade fever, dehydration, not immediately life-threatening. For fluids in the left wing. The woman dropped to her knees in desperation. Lei Jun cut her off. Don't kneel. It changes nothing. He stepped to the entrance of the treatment zone, surveying the wounded refugees, PDF stragglers, and upper-level guards. Listen carefully. Medics are not wishgranteers. Who gets treated, who goes first, who gets in. All determined by 3 factors. Probability of survival. Contamination risk. Value they can provide. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Lei Jun didn't wait for silence. Think it's unjust, leave. Out there in the lower hive, life is fair. Who dies first depends entirely on luck. Rufus chimed in from the side. Hear that? Crying louder won't jump you ahead. Helena added the final procedural note. These regulations are hereby enacted as the A49 Quarantine Zone Emergency Treatment Directive. Those who refuse compliance will be expelled from the treatment zone. The treatment zone quickly began to organize. Rufus's men hauled old bed frames into the empty warehouse. Miners brought iron plates for bedding, and others set up hot water barrels along the walls. PDF deserters surrendered their weapons and were reassigned to seal the isolation pavilion while 2 enforcers guarded the entrance. The medics handled only scanning, hemostasis, debridement, and contamination assessment. All other menial tasks fell to Rufus's crew. Once the queue formed, the wailing diminished considerably. Finally, there was order. Who waited, who was carried in, who was told to move along. Lei Jun watched the white-armored medic move through the treatment zone, his calculations precise. Medics were not omnipotent. Repair needles required consumables, and nano reserves couldn't materialize from nothing. If they treated her as some charitable idol, 49 wouldn't survive 2 days. But with rules established, the white armor treatment zone would become another weapon. Patients wanted to live, they had to follow the rules. Those from the upper levels wanting to save lives would have to trade intelligence and resources. Lower hive refugees seeking entry to the safe zone had to surrender scrap iron, provide labor, and report routes. In A49A, those who survived had to be useful. Otherwise, this place couldn't sustain them. Sebastian stood nearby watching the young wild heir being wheeled into the right side observation ward. The medical capability in your hands is worth more than weapons. Lei Jun glanced at him. Your upper levels don't lack doctors, do they? We have doctors. Sebastian lowered his voice. But medics who can save someone on the verge of amputation in conditions like these, and screen for contamination, they don't have those. He paused half a beat. Those families will bow for this. Lei Jun replied, bowing is acceptable. Just don't kneel in the wrong direction. The wild family's guard captain approached at that moment. No longer posturing, he first placed his sidearm on a nearby table, then bowed to Lei Jun. Mr. Lei Jun, the wild family will remember this treatment. Lei Jun glanced toward the observation ward. Don't celebrate too soon. The patient hasn't fully recovered yet. The guard captain swallowed hard. What do you need? Lei Jun pointed to the 4th spaceport on the tactical display. Spaceport quotas, upper-level transit nodes. Who exactly does the governor's mansion intend to evacuate? The guard captain hesitated to answer immediately. He turned back to look at the young man in the treatment zone. A suppressed cough echoed from the observation ward. The young wild heir opened his eyes, fingers gripping the bedrail, forcing out his first words in broken fragments. They won't save the lower hive. Lei Jun turned sharply. The treatment zone fell silent. He glanced at the guard captain, then back to Lei Jun. I overheard. My family's steward speaking with the governor's exterior official in the transport. Spaceport quotas have already been distributed among several families. The governor's mansion claims the lockdown is to prevent contamination spread. He coughed twice. The medic pressed a hand to his shoulder. Don't move around. The young wild heir caught his breath and pressed on. They're scrambling for shuttle boarding priority. Noble family members, tax archives, private guards, critical cargo containers. The lower hive isn't on the list. Rufus stood at the doorway, his curse dying on his lips. Helena's hand returned to her plasma rifle grip. Sebastian lowered his head, silent. This wasn't news. But hearing it from an upper noble's lips still stung. Lei Jun looked at the tactical display. The line to the 4th spaceport remained crimson. The governor's mansion channel continued to flicker in the corner. Ada's electronic voice pressed into his earpiece. Intelligence value regarding the 4th spaceport has increased. Suggestion: establish spaceport node records. Suggestion: classify the white armor treatment zone as a tradable resource. Lei Jun stared at the red line, marking the 4th spaceport, silent for a moment. Fine. Then we certainly can't wait for them to show mercy. The medic pressed the young wild heir back onto the bed and rechecked the fixation plates and leg side readings. Outside, more and more people continued to press toward A49's faint light. And from the governor's channel, that distorted male voice rang out again. A49 controller. You are required to respond immediately. Otherwise, the governor's mansion will deploy PDF to take over the site. After the white armor treatment zone was established, the atmosphere at the entrance of A49 had changed. Most who came before were seeking survival. Now it was something entirely different. Some fixated on the medical tent, others on the engineering bay. Still others stared at the few yellow lights beside the old refining line. Malin, the junior administrator of the mining guild, had already been sitting in the registration tent for nearly half a day. His waterproof ledger box remained clasped against his chest. Any pretense of authority he had carried earlier was gradually worn away by everything he witnessed here. Once the second batch of scrap iron taxes was processed, he finally sent word through. Mr. Lei Jun, the mining guild, is willing to discuss. Rufus nearly laughed out loud upon hearing this. Willing to talk. Just moments ago they were insisting on their claims to this place, yet they have reversed course so quickly. Lei Jun stood at the edge of the treatment zone, glancing at the labor team, hauling partition boards. Bring him in for a search, and inspect the ledger box as well. Rufus grinned. Understood. Within minutes, Malin was escorted to the exterior of the temporary control room. This time he did not lead with his contract demands. Instead, he placed the ledger box on the table and moved his hands away. Helena stood beside the desk while an enforcement officer examined the seals and hidden compartments right then and there. Malin's eyelids flickered with anxiety, but he dared not object. Lei Jun sat behind the desk without offering him a seat. Speak. Malin lowered his head. The mining guild is prepared to provide the old outer ring blueprints of A49, partial worker registries, sealant material inventory records, and coordinates for the outer storage facilities. Oh, so generous all of a sudden. Malin's lips pressed into a thin line. We hope to exchange this for negotiation rights to participate in the restoration of the old refining line in the future. Not controlling authority. Lei Jun asked. Malin's fingers paused at the edge of the table. Controlling authority currently lies with you. The words came out stiffly, but he managed to say them. Lei Jun observed him. This junior administrator had not undergone some moral awakening. When forceful seizure proved futile, he simply shifted strategy, trading expertise for a share instead. Blueprints, materials, workers, warehouses. Individually, none of these posed a particular threat. But A49 was desperately short of precisely these resources. Lei Jun could rely on SCVs for forced repairs, but the old facility was too vast. Guesswork would waste valuable time. The outdated materials the mining guild possessed could save considerable effort. Sebastian stood on the opposite side, flipping through the catalog Malin had brought. He did not inquire about the technical details he could not understand. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on several old seals and freight markings. These items hold value, he told Lei Jun. The mining guild cannot be completely excluded. Old A49 equipment, outer ring warehouses, worker deployments. The maintenance routes leading to the cargo well. They understand these better than the governor's office does. Malin immediately raised his head, his words coming rapidly. Young Master Sebastian speaks fairly. Sebastian did not meet his gaze. But they cannot touch controlling authority. Malin's head, just raised, dropped back down. Sebastian continued, let them inspect the outer ring. It is acceptable. Let them locate materials. It is fine. Let them hand over workers familiar with the old lines. It is also acceptable. But the control room, the core of the refining chain, warehouse, entry and exit verification. These must remain under your control. As he spoke, his finger tapped the catalog. What they are presenting now is only a portion. What would truly prove useful should be the cargo well route and the storage locations around the airport periphery. Malin's shoulders tensed. Lei Jun noticed. It appears there truly is. Malin did not respond immediately. Helena then placed a temporary record on the table. Before negotiations, the mining guild must acknowledge 3 matters. Malin looked at her. Helena's voice was cold. First, A49 was once contaminated by xenomorphs. Second, the former management failed to maintain the quarantine and failed to protect workers and equipment. Third, Commander Lei Jun's current temporary blockade and wartime requisition are valid. Malin's lips moved. Honorable arbiter, such an admission would affect the guild's subsequent liability allocation. Helena stared at him. You may decline to acknowledge it. Then the mining guild holds no negotiating status at A49. Rufus whistled from the doorway. Hear that? If you want to sit at the table, you first have to own up to it. Malin held the ledger box tight, his throat bobbing twice. I can only represent the remnants of the outer ring dispatch team. Enough, Lei Jun said. If you can produce results, you are qualified to speak for them first. Malin looked up. What are your terms? Lei Jun did not mince words. First, complete old blueprints, including the outer ring of the control zone, cargo well storage areas and maintenance rails. Second, sealant materials. Those capable of blocking pipelines, sealing cracks, and suppressing leaks. Send them first. Third, worker rosters. Anyone who can repair valves, knows the old lines, understands the warehouses. Register every living one. Fourth, the cargo route leading to the periphery of the 4th spaceport. At the final demand, Malin's fingers dug into the edge of the ledger box. Lei Jun washed his hands. Don't tell me you don't have it. Malin fell silent for several seconds. That route does not appear on any public cargo map. Rufus raised an eyebrow. Oh, a smuggling lane. Malin did not respond to him. In the past, the mining guild needed to bypass certain governor's office tax checkpoints to transport high-value byproducts to the outer storage areas of the 4th spaceport. The route has been abandoned for years. Some passages have collapsed, others are sealed by PDF forces, and a section runs through the old drainage canal. Lei Jun glanced at Rufus. Rufus nodded. It connects with the gray routes I know about, though mine only covers half the distance. Sebastian stepped closer, as well, studying the storage designations at the bottom of the catalog. If this old line can reach the periphery of the 4th spaceport, the Silver Rose's ground clearance would not necessarily need to use the main auxiliary routes. Malin quickly interjected, theoretically speaking. Theory is better than nothing. Lei Jun took the catalog and turned to the final page. Several storage coordinates were marked there. Though he could not read the local designations, Ada quickly plotted the points onto the tactical display. Old cargo well nodes recorded. 4th spaceport peripheral storage coordinates logged. Overlapping sections detected with Rufus's provided gray routes. Recommendation route splicing advised. Lei Jun watched as thin lines gradually illuminated across the tactical display. The old A49 cargo well, abandoned warehouses and legacy tax checkpoints, the drainage canal, leading to the periphery of the 4th spaceport. This was not a clean path. Malin watched as Ada traced the connection, and for the first time panic flickered in his eyes, something he could not quite conceal. He had thought he was surrendering bargaining chips. But on Lei Jun's, and after only a cursory glance, the old route seamlessly merged with Rufus's half of the gray passage. Lei Jun returned the catalog to the table. This route falls under my verification first. None of your mining guild personnel may approach the control room. You cannot touch the refining chain core. You cannot privately contact any workers. If you want to discuss shares, wait until both the route and materials are confirmed. Malin asked in a low voice, if we provide all the documentation, what can the guild expect to gain in the future? Lei Jun glanced at him. The future? Malin froze. What do you mean? I said you can obtain a future. Lei Jun rested his hand on the table. A-49 is not under your jurisdiction now. Whether it can continue producing, whether it can hold out until the spaceport route is established, that depends on whether what you provide proves useful. If useful, there will be another round of negotiations. If not, you will not even get past that registration board at the entrance. Malin lowered his head. The terms were harsh, but he had no alternative. If the mining guild was ousted from A-49 now, there would be nothing left but to become pawns for the governor's office and noble families. At least under Lei Jun, they could still trade their expertise for a place at the table. Helena pushed the acknowledgement document forward. Sign it. Malin stared at the lines of text, his hand hovering for a long moment. Finally, he picked up the pen and signed his name along with his dispatch group designation. As the pen tip scratched across the paper, Rufus muttered beside him, "Would have been simpler if you had done this sooner." Malin pretended not to hear. After signing, he opened the bottom compartment of the ledger box and withdrew a roll of old blueprints wrapped in moisture-proof cloth. This time the blueprints were no copies. The edges were frayed from where marked with old oil stains and several hidden symbols of the mining guild. Malin spread out the blueprints. This is the maintenance diagram from the old outer ring cargo well to the 4th spaceport peripheral storage areas. I can only guarantee it was passable at one time. Lei Jun studied the map. Rufus leaned in and pointed to one of the branches. I know this section. Behind the old tax checkpoint, there is a broken door. Smugglers used to route through here. Sebastian pointed to another designation. The Silver Rose can identify this storage area. If I can access the authentication terminal, it may be able to project the rendezvous coordinates to the periphery. Helena examined the old seals in the corner of the blueprint. The mining guild, the Castellan family, the governor's office, tax department. This route involves quite a few influential parties. Lei Jun watched the new route illuminate on the tactical display. The 4th spaceport periphery, previously a solid mass of red, had finally been punctured with a narrow breach. Narrow and unsafe, yet sufficient to push them forward one step. Ada's voice chimed in. New route, temporary model established. Reliability low. Value high. Lei Jun studied the prompt and responded, low is better than nothing. He turned to Malin. Go back and tell your people. A crack has opened in A-49's door. If you want to come in and negotiate, bring something real. Do not try to frighten me with outdated contracts again. Malin clutched the partially emptied ledger box, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the illuminated route. He understood. The mining guild had not reclaimed A-49 this time. They had merely avoided complete exclusion. And Lei Jun had never cared whether they submitted. He wanted blueprints, materials, and routes. In the temporary control room, the thin line, marking the 4th spaceport periphery, continued to pulse. Lei Jun studied it for a moment. Ma Luan has returned to shed. He left behind that old roll of drawings of perimeter storage directory items lay spread across the main console. A-49, old freight shaft mid-level transport ring, the 4th airport perimeter storage zone. A few gray lines were relabeled by AIDA. Old tax card drain, abandoned warehouse. The storage certification points were all squeezed into the same tactical screen. Lei Jun watched those lines, tapping the desk twice with his finger. Lu Fusi immediately leaned in, his finger tapping at the old freight shaft segment. Here, the old freight shaft. In the past, the guild's private cargo shipments passed through here to bypass the tax cards. This gate has long been abandoned. Whoever fixes it will be cursed. Lei Jun glanced at the storage directory beside him. Ma Luan was gone, and the ledgers had been taken. But what he left behind was enough to prove the matter. That line was indeed the guild's decades-old private cargo route. Sebastian pressed another diagram of the airport's peripheral area side. The 4th airport perimeter has more than just the main and auxiliary routes. There is a set of old storage certification points. He circled a number with the tip of his pen. The In Xiangwei How needs to respond. Ground authentication signals must be valid. Both the primary and secondary routes are sealed by the governor's office, but these forgotten peripheral storage points might be the only lifeline. Lu Fusi looked up at him. You mean we'll crawl through a dirty drainage ditch and have your ship register there? Sebastian's pen paused at the edge of the map, not taking Lu Fusi's jab. You can take it that way. You nobles sure make conversation hard to follow. Lei Jun ignored their bickering. He watched AI stack 3 sets of intelligence together, the mining guild's old drawings. Lu Fusi's memory of the gray paths. Sebastian's provided certification points and relay requirements. 3 layers of information pressed down, and on the once chaotic map, a crooked line finally emerged. Route model is being built. Start point A, 49 temporary control zone. Target 4th airport perimeter storage certification point. Target In Xiangwei Hao reception window. Lei Jun watched the line glow slowly. Can we go? Theoretically feasible. Warning: based on newly added risk points, the actual probability of death is rising. Rufus noticed Lei Jun's look. So let me be clear, knowing the route doesn't mean it's clean. He drew a few circles on the map. Old freight shaft is likely collapsed in 8 of 10 spots. The mid-level transport ring is a mess now. And the old tax card, once used to collect money, now probably collects lives. Lei Jun looked at the directory on the desk. Do the old tax cards fall under the mining guild? Rufus shook his head. Not theirs. Sebastian flipped through the adjacent old marks. Here lies the governor's office tax department seal. He Lian-na wrote on the wrist chart, then circled it in deep red. This cannot be treated as an ordinary passage. With the governor's office holding the tax card, they could block us under the pretense of a contamination lockdown. The route exists, and the troubles are all on the map. He pointed to the second note. Where is the mid-level transport ring? Too many people, too many factions, too many PDFs. It used to be unmanaged. Now the governor's office lockdown will only make it messier. But there is a benefit. What? In a chaotic place, money, guns, and counterfeit passes can all come in handy. Sebastian looked at him. What you call useful sounds more like crime. Rufus grinned. Master, in the bottom nest, whatever lets you walk through alive is considered useful. Lei Jun cut in. Continue. AI zoomed in. The route section of the freight lift line singled out. Freight lift line status unknown. Maintenance records interrupted 11 years. There is a risk of failure in the load-bearing structure. The fat uncle chimed in from the SCV channel. Sir, an elevator that's been neglected for 11 years doesn't sound safe for living people. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that section. Can it be fixed, eh? We'll see on site. The fat uncle huffed. If only the winch and locking pins are broken, you can repair them, while cursing. If the main beam is broken, we'll have to reroute. Helena noted it. The freight lift line must first be verified for structural safety by your engineering matches. Cannot let refugees and the injured pass through directly. Lei Jun grunted. If it's just me leading a small squad, the risk could be kept down. But there is Sebastian ahead with medics to boot. There would be core equipment and perhaps technicians. It's not enough to rush through and win. We must bring people, cargo, and lives across. At that moment, a yellow marker sprang up on the edge of the tactical screen on the outer edge of the mid-level transport ring not far from the freight line. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the yellow dot. What is that? Anomalous biological reaction. Possible spore residue. Small in scale, slow to spread. Threat level yellow. He Lian-na's hand rested on the grip of her explosive launcher. Locusts. No large-scale swarm formed. More like early drop spores or remnants of reconnaissance biological units. The control room fell silent. Rufus's grin faded. So, it's growing up there too. No one answered. Lei Jun kept his eye on the yellow dot. The bugs had already crawled onto the mid-level transport ring. Kula's star was decaying faster than they thought. If they delayed further, the 4th airport perimeter would be gnawed by spores. Sebastian's voice went dry. If the transport ring becomes contaminated, the governor's office will seal the airport at once. They would first protect the upper-tier noble houses and orbital assets. The lower nest will be cut off again. Helena replied coldly. The lower nest will be cut off again. Rufus cursed. That bunch of old lords run fast, don't they? Lei Jun didn't swear, as swearing won't help. The routes and trouble lay before him. He tapped the tactical screen 3 times. A49 to old freight shaft segment 1. Segment 2 old freight shaft to mid-level transport ring. Segment 3 transport ring to 4th airport perimeter. Old tax card PDF lockdown points freight lift line, all marked in red. The spore point is individually yellow marked, continuing to monitor. Route split complete. Segment 1 recon unit may verify. Segment 2 must confirm the lockdown point's firepower and travel status. Segment 3 Sebastian to provide full authentication procedure. Lei Jun turned to Sebastian. What else is missing for the authentication process? Sebastian flipped pages. 3 things: family key, ground identity, beacon, airport perimeter storage number. The key is with me. The storage number, only part of Ma Luan's directory, remains. But the ground identity beacon must be activated near the airport perimeter. Lei Jun looked at Lu Fusi. Have your people go to the registration shed and ask Ma Luan for the complete storage area number. Can he fill it in if it's complete? Lu Fusi immediately called toward the door. A law enforcement officer hurried out. Moments later, the registration shed's internal communications came through. Ma Luan's low voice came through the channel. We need to fetch the exterior ring's old ledgers. Lei Jun asked how long. Ma Luan paused half a beat. If the old communications lines can still connect, half a day. Rufus sneered. More ledgers. Lei Jun nodded and moved ahead. Give him half a day. He looked at He Lian-na again. Mining guild personnel are not allowed near the main control zone. Ledger transfers to registration shed. Rufus's people escort them. You're responsible for sealing the records. He Lian nodded. I will inscribe the transfer into the lockdown log. Lei Jun looked at Sebastian. The high-NC family holds an upper-tier passphrase. Sebastian paused. There is one, but they won't give it freely. Then have them quote a price. Lei Jun raised his hand. AI to connect Luo in. Communication request sent. A few seconds later, Luo's image appeared on the screen. He clearly had no idea what had just been discussed in the control room. His gaze swept first between Lei Jun and Sebastian. Mr. Lei Jun, what do you require from the high-NC family? Lei Jun did not send the complete route map. He only had AI to display a fragment of a coordinate for the 4th airport perimeter storage zone. For this perimeter storage area, do you have an upper-tier passphrase you can use? Luo's face changed after seeing the coordinate. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. If you can really deliver people to the 4th airport perimeter, the high-NC family is willing to provide a portion of the upper-tier passphrase. Rufus muttered softly. The scent is drawing them in. Lei Jun did not answer. Conditions? Luo was direct this time. Medical slots. Additionally, if In Xiangwei Hao opens reception, the high-NC family will require a priority alert. Sebastian glared at Lei Jun. This condition isn't outrageous. He Lian added. Any upper-tier family passphrase must have its source registered. No unverified personnel may enter the A49 control zone. Luo nodded. Agreed. Lei Jun looked at him on the screen. Turn over half the passphrase as a deposit. Luo stared. Lei Jun continued. If the passphrase works, we'll discuss the medical quotas. If you bring counterfeit things to fool me, there will be no more talk of quotas. Luo bowed his head. I will report truthfully to the family. The communications window went dark. Rufus clicked his tongue. Sir, you're now collecting taxes from the upper lords. Not taxes. Lei Jun studied the perilous line. It's a toll to pass. No one spoke in the control room again. The first airport route map finally took shape. Yet it read more like a death list. The governor's office tax cards, the PDF lockdown points. An elevator abandoned for 11 years, and that yellow spore point. Lei Jun did not issue a departure order. Now is not the time. A49 has just steadied. The engineering bay's first maintenance cycle has just concluded. The follow-up rotations and lockdown checks remain unsorted. The triage area has just been set up, and In Xiangwei Hao's reception prerequisites are still incomplete. Rushing out would only shatter what they've just recovered. He kept his eyes on the route map for a moment. Let's not take this line for now. Rufus sighed with relief. Wise sir. Don't flatter me. Lei Jun's finger pointed at segment 1. First, send people to recon the old freight shaft. Only recon, no firefights. I need to know the doors, the routes, and collapses there. Also, is anyone secretly watching us? AI Da's voice sounded in the ear. Recon mission established. The spore point has raised monitoring priority. Inference Kula Star's systemic collapse is accelerating. Lei Jun watched the tiny yellow dot. It is small. Yet on the map filled with red lockdown lines, it stands out in a way that gnaws at you. This rotten planet truly doesn't seem to leave anyone a breathing space. The recon task had just been queued, and the route map hadn't been. On the main console, A49, the old freight shaft, the mid-level transport ring, and several lines around the 4th airport still glowed. Old tax cards and the PDF lockdown points were marked in red. Anomalous spore points were singled out in yellow, blinking at the edge of the mid-level transport ring. The old freight shaft hadn't been mapped out, yet the governor's office had moved first. Sebastian sat beside them, pinching the Casidilan authentication procedure. The paper edge had grown creased beneath his fingers. This path can be taken. His voice was soft. But as long as the governor's office locks down the outer permissions of the 4th airport, Inwei, how can't force its way in? They cannot lock every route. Lei Jun looked at those PDF checkpoints. They just want everyone to think the road is in their hands. As the words fell, the governor's office channel at the corner of the main control screen flashed red. The red indicator lamp flickered twice, and a governor's office document popped up. A cold recital crackled from the loudspeakers. Governor's office lower nest lockdown. Temporary command post order. A49's current controller must report all armed capabilities within 30 minutes. Equipment list, personnel sources, and firepower dispositions. Sebastian, a member of the Casidilan family, must be handed over for PDF protection. All of A49's armed forces must accept PDF unified command and deployment. Those who refuse to comply will be listed as illegally armed occupying forces. PDF reserves the right to take overseas and purge. Rufus glanced at Lei Jun, then at Helena. The sheet in Sebastian's hands was crumpled even more in his grip. Rufus's mouth quirked. Truly well written. Take land, they call it takeover. Take people, they call it protection. Seize guns, they call it unified deployment. Those bureaucrat dogs at the governor's office, they really know how to write. Helena listened to the order again, then muted the loudspeakers. Seizure order, she said. They've already prepared the charges. They're not after me. He looked at the 4th airport on the tactical screen. They want the Inway House authentication credential, the Cassidlan family's evacuation rights, and A-49. Lei Jun nodded. Finally we come to the matter. Ada's warning pressed into his ear. The number's 12. Vehicle 1 light armored personnel carrier. Assessment negotiation team. Lei Jun looked toward the doorway. Let them advance to the outer line. Helena looked up. Sir, no fighting, Lei Jun said. If they come to die, we won't take them. They want Goliath to stand by in the distance. Raiders move into the second bunker, don't point your guns at their faces. Just let them see it. Outside the second checkpoint, cold white industrial lights flickered on one by one. The PDF armored personnel carrier stopped before the barricade, not driving in. The doors opened and 12 PDF personnel stepped down in sequence. They wore gray-green combat uniforms, armor plates worn pale, faces etched with fatigue. Leading them was a middle-aged officer, shoulders bearing a temporary lockdown point blue stripe. In his hand, he held a comms panel, his right hand resting near the holster, but he did not draw. He saw the Marines beyond the roadblock. He also saw Goliath half hidden in the shadows in the distance. Goliath did not move. Its 2 feet stood on the wrecked rails, the missile nest not yet deployed. That nearly 4-meter-tall steel silhouette stood there, a statement in itself. The PDF soldiers behind the officer watched Goliath, their rifle muzzles instinctively lowering. Helena stepped out of the checkpoint. The Ministry of Justice emblem on her black uniform shone under the lights. Name, service number, source of order. The middle-aged officer stopped about 3 meters away. PDF 7th temporary lockdown point hold. He raised the comms panel. In accordance with the governor's office lower nest lockdown temporary command post order. Here to confirm A-49 illegal arms situation. Helena gave him a glance. Are you sure you want to write those 4 words into the on-site record? Holt's hand paused. The PDF soldiers behind him fell silent. They had just come down from the upper levels, having seen people crushed to meet outside the freight shaft. They had also seen governor's office convoys bypass the wounded shelter, delivering sealed cargo containers first. Holt couldn't pretend he hadn't seen. Yet the orders remained on the comms panel. Holt whispered, Arbitrator, I don't want to start a war. Helena said, then don't use words that invite war. Holt breathed and deleted illegal armed and replaced it with unregistered armed forces. Helena took the comms panel, read the order, and asked, where were the original management during A-49's fall? Holt didn't answer. The mining guild failed to maintain the blockade. PDF failed to retake the perimeter. The governor's office failed to stop the spread of contamination. Helena pressed the lines one by one. Now A-49 is lit again. The old refining line is returning to low-power operation. The treatment zone is receiving the wounded. Contamination screening has been established. She handed the comms panel back. You can take over now. Holt looked up at her. Helena continued, please have the governor's office sign the takeover liability document. Admit that A-49 had previously fallen and that the original management chain and the lockdown post bear joint responsibility. Admit the takeover, then all contamination, spread, casualties, and loss of control of the old refinery line. Residual alien threats will be borne by the PDF and the governor's office. She looked at Holt. Can you sign on their behalf? Holt traced a finger along the comms panel's casing. He obviously couldn't sign. He was only the officer at a temporary lockdown point. If he truly signed, his position and life would be at risk. Lei Jun stepped out from behind the checkpoint. He hadn't brought Marines along, only a simple tactical screen projected by Ada. The screen showed A-49's real-time subdivisions, treatment zone, old refinery line, engineering bay, frontline, and isolation shelter. Each block had lights, people, a registration board, and armed guards. Lei Jun pointed to the treatment zone. If your people take over first, move the registered wounded from the treatment zone. Then he pointed to the isolation shelter. And those several high-risk isolation targets, you will guard them. He then pointed to the old refinery line. The old refinery is now running at low power, one failure, and A-49 goes dark again. And you brought doctors, engineers, purification equipment. Or did you bring only 12 guns? A young PDF behind Holt tried to speak, but Holt's raised hand stopped him. They had only one battered APC, 12 men, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a command that even they doubted. Sebastian stepped inside the doorway as well. He didn't step out of the checkpoint, only letting himself be seen by the others. I refuse to hand over. Holt looked at him, the hand gripping the comms panel tightening. Sebastian straightened a dirt-streaked collar. I am a Cassidlan family member currently under Lei Jun's protection. The Inway House authentication must still be confirmed by me. Any forcible seizure could be deemed interference with the Cassidlan family's evacuation. I won't back down, but this won't hold for long. Yet a little while will be enough. Lei Jun added. A-49 won't accept PDF unified command. Nor will they hand over Sebastian. Holt looked up. Lei Jun's tone didn't change. but I won't interfere with your records. You could write A-49 is now under temporary purification forces in the contaminated zone. Helena added witnessed on-site by the Ministry of Justice arbitrator. You could also write this armed group refuses to take over responsibly and demands the governor's office sign the liability document first. Holt looked at Lei Jun, then at the distant Goliath. Goliath still hadn't moved, but he knew that once that thing moved their light APC couldn't stop it for more than 3 seconds. Holt bowed his head, recording the contents one by one. I will report truthfully. After finishing, his voice dropped further. But the governor's office won't like this. Lei Jun said the governor's office wants too much. Now it's not their turn to choose. Holt tucked away the comms panel and turned to leave. Helena called after him. Lieutenant. Holt paused. Helena stepped closer, lowering her voice. You just came down from the upper levels. What exactly happened over there? Holt looked at his soldiers. They pretended not to hear. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a very low voice. Arbitrator, don't count on the governor's office saving the lower nest. The third freight shaft was emptied last night, not to deliver rescue provisions, but to make way for the core family cargo. Several families' private assets have already shifted toward the fourth airport. The orders received at the blockade point were not for evacuation either. He looked at the lights inside A-49. They are meant to hold people down below. Hold the people above until they've moved on. Helena's finger pressed hard on the Ministry of Justice emblem. Holt finally looked at Lei Jun. You have doctors, water, and guns here. The upper levels will be watching you, because you still have use. These lines were spoken softly, but Ada's monitoring captured them. Afterward, he led the PDF squad back to the APC. The vehicle rolled out of the checkpoint. Rufus popped his head out from the side. Sir, is this considered dismissed? For now. Lei Jun watched the vehicle disappear down the freight corridor. Ada's prompt pressed in his ear, seizure order not lifted. Governor's office hostility rose. PDF 7th temporary lockdown points attitude wavered. New intelligence core family assets are moving toward the fourth airport. Sebastian looked at the fourth airport line, his face souring further. They've already started grabbing ship berths. Lei Jun returned to the main console. The route map remained. Now a new marker appeared around the fourth airport's periphery, suspected core family cargo route. Lei Jun looked on for a few seconds. They want to buy time. He pointed to the new marker. Then don't let them have it too easy. Outside the command room, lights on A-49 glowed one by one. The governor's office reach stretched, but failed at the first strike. The upper echelons should also know there remains a corner of the lower nest that has not bowed yet. Before the command console, Lei Jun's fingers hovered above the tactical screen. The newly marked spaceport corridor hadn't yet been confirmed when the governor's palace channel went dark. The threat hadn't vanished, it had merely relocated and was waiting elsewhere. Just then a PDF channel bearing a temporary identification flag flickered to life. Ada projected the source identification nearby. PDF 7th temporary blockade point. Lieutenant Holt. The moment the channel connected, what came through was not Holt's expected status report. It was a young soldier's scream. Mayday. We're under attack at the C4 Old Customs checkpoint on the mid-level transport ring. They're not human. They're not rioters. Laser fire erupted in the background, accompanied by an unsettling medley of sounds. Chitin scraping against metal bone sides, cleaving through cover, and the wet squelch of flesh being dragged across the ground. The lieutenant. The scream cut off mid-breath. The comm link died. In the command room, nobody spoke immediately. Rufus still gripped half a faded route map in his hand, a curse forming on his lips before he swallowed it back down. Sebastian stared at the yellow marker on the map. C4 Old Customs checkpoint. Anomalous spore concentration. It sat directly atop their route to the fourth spaceport. Sir, Helena turned to Lei Jun. He didn't answer. He zoomed in on the C4 Old Customs checkpoint and layered the spaceport route over it. Both markers overlapped precisely. The positioning was too convenient to be coincidence. If they rescued them, they'd have to reveal their full strength. If they didn't, the spaceport route would be cut off entirely. If Holt's position was wiped out, the repressed PDF forces would retreat back into the governor's palace's direct command. Lei Jun tapped the console twice. Ada, isolate the background audio from that transmission. Processing. Run it against the archived xenobiological sample acoustic profiles. Acoustic comparison complete. Primary match, scythe-legged lower-tier Tyrannid organism. Secondary audio traces suggest possible companion entities, but sample quality is insufficient for confirmation. Conclusion: lower-tier Tyrannid organisms have been confirmed in the mid-level transport ring. Sebastian braced himself against the table edge, his fingertips pressing into the map's border. How did they get here? They've always been here. Lei Jun closed the dead channel. You just didn't know what to call them before. You called them mutant miners or vermin from the Undercity. He didn't look back at the map. This can't be ignored. Lei Jun glanced at the surveillance feed. The governor's channel was still partially live. He hadn't ordered Ada to cut it. Route the squad's perspective to the Holt frequency. Leave a window open on the governor's side as well. If they wanted to reach in, they'd see exactly what gets their hand chopped off. 8. A mission assignment. Awaiting your command. Rapid response team. 2 Marines, 1 Flamehawk, 1 Medic, 1 Marauder. Deploy a Goliath combat unit to the outer perimeter of cargo well C. 3. A holding position at the widest accessible point. It stays out of C4. Its role is to intercept the second wave. Objective: clear C4 Old Customs checkpoint of non-human hostiles. Extract PDF casualties. Lei Jun paused. Move fast. Keep it clean. Command confirmed. Rapid response team deployed. Mid-level transport ring C4 Old Customs checkpoint. This had once been a tax collection post for the governor's treasury department. Now there were only shattered barricades, overturned sandbags, and a tax authority emblem knocked askew. The main corridor wasn't wide, with collapsed piping along both sides. The breach point where the creatures had surged through was partially blocked by an old blast door. The air reeked of acid. Lieutenant Holt pressed his back against a scorched barricade. His left arm's combat suit was torn open, flesh hanging from exposed bone. His laser rifle lay at his feet, barrel still smoking from overheating. Useless. Those things weren't rioters. They stood about 2 meters tall, bodies crouched low with massive bone sides extending from their forelimbs. When they charged, they moved on all fours like living projectiles, clearing cover in seconds. Holt's 12 men were mostly down. Only 2 could still fire, 1 dragging blood from a leg wound. Hold position. A young PDF soldier leaned against the old checkpoint gate. His laser beam struck the creature's carapace and left only a blackened scar. The next moment, a bone scythe tore through his chest plate and sent him crashing behind the gate. Holt gritted his teeth, trying to raise his rifle. His right hand closed twice around the grip and missed both times. This wasn't a lower nest uprising, and it wasn't mutant miners. Holt had only seen silhouettes like these in sealed military intelligence briefings. Those reports were never sent to junior officers. Because once you'd read them, you could never again believe a single blockade line could hold the upper levels. Holt thought of A-49. He thought of Lei Jun's silent machine, and those blue-armored soldiers standing at the checkpoint. His relief squad, likely already gone. Behind the corridor, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed. Not the skittering sound of insects. The solid, measured tread of combat boots on the transport ring floor. Step after step, steady and unnerving. Holt forced his eyes open. 2 soldiers in deep blue heavy power armor stepped out of the shadows. He knew that armor. A-49 checkpoint guards. Behind them came a red-armored heavy trooper, a white-armored medic. The last figure had the thickest shoulder plates and carried a dual-barreled weapon with a muzzle noticeably wider than a standard rifle. 5 figures moved forward without pause, walking straight into the old checkpoint. No battle cry, no shouted orders. Flamehawk, seal the left pipeline corridor. Don't burn the PDF casualties. The Marine's voice crackled through the helmet speaker, distorted behind the faceplate. Copy that. The red-armored soldier, designated Flamehawk, stepped forward, angling his twin-barreled flamethrower downward. 2 thick orange streams of fire blasted into the left pipeline opening. The flames raced along the pipe walls, crushing the second wave of creatures just as they prepared to swarm out. Screams rang out from within the flames. Chitin cracked and split. Green ichor exploded against the walls, quickly baked into blackened scars by the intense heat. The creatures that had been pinning down the PDF were severed at the corridor entrance by the wall of fire. Holt and the 2 surviving PDF soldiers were forced back by the heat wave. They watched that line of fire, their breathing catching for a moment. Target ahead clearing. The 2 Marines raised their C-14 Gauss rifles. The gunfire was crisp and staccato. Thwip. One creature trying to climb over the fire wall had its head detonate. Thwip. The second had barely leapt onto the checkpoint roof when half its neck was severed, its body crashing into the bloodwater below. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The Gauss spikes traced along the charging line of creatures. Each slight adjustment of the barrel sent another creature tumbling down. Holt could tell. The 2 blue-armored soldiers hadn't retreated an inch. Their barrels moved within a narrow arc. Each shot meant another creature fell. Holt watched that rhythm and felt a chill creeping down his spine. They hadn't wasted a single round. That's when a larger scythe-legged creature dropped from the broken piping above. Its carapace was thicker, with a ridge of bone spines running along its back, and it moved faster than the others. It was this creature that had torn through the PDF's defensive line moments ago. It didn't charge Flamehawk. It locked onto the heavily armored soldier in the middle of the formation, the one with the thickest shoulder plates. The soldier didn't dodge. He simply raised his dual-barreled weapon. Boom, boom. 2 blue grenades slammed into the creature's chest. No massive explosion. A blue energy field detonated across the carapace, and the creature's momentum was instantly crushed. It was still charging forward, but each step seemed to be dragged back by something invisible. The Marine's rifle barrel swung toward it. A string of Gauss spikes punched through the creature's eye socket and exited from the back of its skull. Its forelimbs were still raised in the air, but its body was already collapsing forward. Flamehawk narrowed the fire line. The heavy trooper followed up with another blue grenade. The final two creatures were riddled by crossing fire at the blast door. From the moment the rapid response team entered C4 until the last creature fell, no more than 3 minutes had passed. Back at the A-49 Command Center, Lei Jun watched the live feed. He hadn't cut the feed. The governor's surveillance line was still active. Holt's channel remained open as well. The insect corpses on the ground, the scorched pipelines. The PDF soldiers' ragged breathing. All of it was being transmitted outward. The governor's palace wanted proof. This was the proof. Inside the old checkpoint, the flames gradually subsided. The two surviving PDF soldiers, one leaning against the wall gasping for air, the other staring at the pile of insect corpses. Neither remembered to swap their laser rifle magazines. The white-armored medic approached Holt and knelt beside him. A microscanner swept over his wounded left arm. Tissue necrosis at 37. Fractured bone, severed nerve bundles. Recommend immediate debridement and battlefield regeneration stabilization. Before Holt could fully process the words, the wound was already covered with medical gel. A cold laser precisely excised the necrotic tissue. Anesthetic was injected through the port. The searing pain was quickly suppressed by the anesthetic. Holt's right hand finally relaxed from its death grip on the barricade. He looked down and watched the torn flesh being pulled back into place. The bleeding stopped. The white bone was no longer exposed. The white-armored medic fastened the stabilization brace. The arm can be saved. Regeneration will take time. Don't move it. The PDF soldier beside him, whose chest had been slashed open by a bone scythe, received the same treatment and was pulled back from the brink. Holt's lips moved. He almost spoke a prayer. Painless debridement, limb preservation. He'd never even heard of such things. And yet here it was unfolding in the blood-soaked waters of the old checkpoint. Flamehawk retracted his flamethrower. The corridor was left with nothing but charred insect shells and the scorched tax office emblem, its edges curled from the heat. A Marine walked up to Holt. The helmet visor was pitch black, hiding any expression. C4 sector is clear. Your defensive zone is secure. For now. Holt opened his mouth. The word, thank you, felt inadequate stuck in his throat. Instead, he managed one question: those things. What exactly were they? The Marine hesitated. New instructions flashed across his HUD. After a few seconds, he spoke. His voice came through the speaker, slightly muffled. They're Tyranids. At least they're the first your upper defenses have encountered with their own eyes. Before Holt could press further, Lei Jun's voice came through the Marine's open channel. Casualty report. Holt pushed himself upright against the barricade, his voice raw and hoarse. 7th temporary blockade point. 8 killed in action, 3 critically wounded, 1 combat effective. He paused. Thank you for the reinforcements. This wasn't reinforcements. Lei Jun's voice came through the helmet's external speaker. This was for the governor's palace to see. Holt looked up. Tell them the C4 old customs checkpoint is holding. And tell them the first bug from the upper levels has already been crushed. On their behalf. Within the old taxa sector, Holt was still reeling from that single word. Tyranids. Or at least the first wave the upper front lines had witnessed with their own eyes. He leaned against the scorch-blackened cover, his left arm already secured by the medic in white armor. The searing pain had been dulled, and the wound no longer bled. Yet a fine creeping numbness deep within the injury continued to gnaw at his bones in waves. He dared not move. Beside him, a PDF soldier finally broke first. Staring at the carpet of insectoid carrion, the man's laser rifle trembled violently in his grip. They have to be burned. Burn them now. Plasma will do, incinerators will do. We can't leave these things here. Another conscious PDF soldier snapped out of his daze and reached for a dropped laser rifle. Xenos carcasses contaminate the ground. Spores will crawl into the conduits. This whole mid-level will rot. It was doctrine they had been drilled in. Upon detecting Xenos contamination, incinerate. If the extent cannot be confirmed, expand the burn zone. If that fails to contain it, seal off the entire sector. Then wait for high command to decide whether to erase the location entirely. They had no other recourse. But this time, before the rifles could even be raised, a soldier in heavy, deep blue power armor stepped squarely between them. The cerulean chassis blocked the view of the insectoid carrion and their line of sight. A low, muffled male voice crackled through the helmet comms. Hold your positions. The PDF soldier grit his teeth. You don't understand? These things cannot be left intact. The deep blue armored soldier did not yield an inch. Repeat, remain where you are. Do not attempt any unauthorized processing of battlefield targets. Holt looked up the retort about Imperial Department of Militia regulations dying on his tongue. Instead, he glanced down at his bandaged left arm. Had it not been for these men, he would already be dead back in the old taxa sector. Just then, the sound of treads crushing gravel echoed from the rear of the corridor. It was not the clanking of the bipedal walker stationed at A-49's entrance, nor the heavy boot falls of those blue-armored soldiers. It sounded more like heavy engineering machinery forcibly shoved onto a frontline battlefield. A yellow engineering mech rumbled through the transport tunnel. Its hull still bore the grime of A-49. Its manipulator arms were folded against its chassis while sealed canisters on its back were already connected to negative pressure conduits. Holt stared at the yellow mech, his mind completely stalled. What? What is it doing? Sending an engineering vehicle to clear Tyranid corpses. Inside A-49's command center, Lei Jun watched the tactical display. Ida projected 2 engineering status lines beside it. SCV-01 continuing maintenance of A-49 core gas network. SCV-02 arrived at sea. 4 old taxa preparing for battlefield salvage. Lei Jun glanced over them. Commence. Command acknowledged. SCV-02 initiating battlefield resource recovery protocol. Priority targets high concentration biomass, acidic hemolymph, intact carapace specimens. Sebastian stood slightly to the rear, his fingers hovering over the edge of his data slate. My Lord Zeno's biomass carries contamination risks. The Imperium typically mandates immediate incineration or at minimum disposal by a dedicated purgation squad. If the governor's office seizes upon this, they will accuse you of spreading contamination. Let them say what they wish. Lei Jun's gaze never left the screen. But what they choose to burn could have saved the next engagement. Sebastian remained silent. Helena was watching the display as well. She offered no objection. She had long witnessed Lei Jun's methods. This was a far more efficient form of purification than mere incineration. Standard bureaucratic codices govern mortal affairs and held no jurisdiction over classified technologies of this caliber. At the old taxa site, the yellow engineering mech halted beside the first insectoid carcass. The manipulator arm deployed a cutter. A blue-white arc traced along the creature's underbelly, carefully sidestepping the thickest plates of its carapace. It revealed the steaming, verdant tissue within. The PDF soldier beside Holt instinctively stepped back. He watched as a secondary manipulator on the yellow mech extended a thick intake tube, driving it straight into the incision. Glug, glug. The caustic hemolymph was drawn into the sealed canister. The intake tube's sealing ring pressed flush against the wound. The moment a few corrosive droplets threatened to escape, the negative pressure sucked them back in. The PDF soldier had already begun shrinking away. Yet that pungent green fluid only sloshed briefly within the transparent conduit, never touching the ground. He gripped his rifle, frozen for a long moment. Severing, extracting, sealing, carbonizing the residue. The yellow mech moved with deliberate slowness, yet every motion was steady and precise. Useless flesh fragments were incinerated into black ash by a high-temperature nozzle. Intact carapace plates were segmented and dropped into the rear collection hopper. The green hemolymph swirled briefly in the clear tubing before being hermetically sealed inside the metal cylinder. Both PDF soldiers stood rooted to the spot. One lowered his rifle, the other retracted his outstretched hand. Holt watched as the yellow mech finished processing the first carcass and pivoted toward the second. He suddenly understood what it was he feared. To Lei Jun, these creatures were not merely a contamination hazard. They were salvage. They were raw materials. Inside the command center, Sebastian understood far more clearly than Holt ever could. He did not comprehend system resource management, nor did he know what that green fluid would eventually be converted into. But he understood economics. Warfare against the Tyranids had never been expensive only in ammunition. Munitions, wounded, fortification rebuilding, containment protocols, sector lockdowns, compensation claims. Everything demanded credits. Yet Lei Jun's approach did not rush to incineration. He sealed enemy corpses in canisters, harvested their carapaces, and incinerated the refuse. Sebastian quickly translated this into ledger figures. A battle destined to be a net loss had been siphoned by Lei Jun's hand into a sliver of recouped value. How ruthless could one be? Sebastian stared at the tactical screen, his fingers slowly tightening around his cuff. If this procedure could be scaled, if every battlefield were processed thus, then Lei Jun's forces would not merely be bleeding resources. He would be fighting while simultaneously converting the enemy into fuel for the next war. The Castellan family would never compute such a ledger, nor would the governor's office. They would only know how to burn it all. Helena's perspective differed entirely. She watched the yellow mech. In her eyes, this was purification. Using sacred machinery to compress Zeno's filth into steel vessels, then offering it back to the war itself. The STC templates Lord Lei Jun commanded did not merely forge weapons. They also knew how to process Zeno's corpses, how to transmute defilement into fuel for continued crusade. This was far more terrifying than mere firepower, and infinitely more devout. Lei Jun paid no mind to their expressions. He only watched the interface Ida projected. First batch of samples processed. Stabilized high-energy gas 46. Sample analysis, biomass purity below standard threshold. Conversion yields offset approximately 31 of rapid response operational consumption. Conclusion: skirmish scale engagements cannot achieve profitability. Supplementary conclusion: authentic Tyranid biomass can be converted into high-energy gas. Logic valid. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the final line and exhaled slowly. That was enough. He had never come here seeking fortune, but the pathway was now open. As long as he could hold the battlefield, as long as SCVs had time to enter and process, the bugs would cease to be mere drain on resources. They would at least yield something back. For a 49 in its current state, this outweighed everything else. Suddenly, a transmission from the governor's office cut into the frontline channel. The voice was icily restrained. 7th temporary quarantine point: immediately detain all A-49 armed personnel. No Xeno specimens are to be relocated. Repeat, detain all responsible parties immediately and seal the site. Holt heard it clearly. So did the 2 PDF soldiers. Their instincts drove them to glance toward the deep blue armored soldier, then down at the carcasses now half processed on the ground. No one moved. Holt glanced at his immobilized left arm and pressed his right hand to the comm button. He paused for several seconds before speaking into the channel. The 7th temporary quarantine point has suffered over 50% casualties. The site remains in a high-threat state. We are currently incapable of executing detentions. A burst of static answered from the governor's office channel. Holt offered no further explanation. He knew perfectly well he had just spoken nonsense. It was not that they lacked the capacity. It was that he refused to comply. Inside the command center, Lei Jun listened to the exchange and allowed the faintest trace of a smile to press his lips. Worth saving after all. Finishing the remark, he turned his head toward the corner where Rufus stood. Rufus was perching on his toes, eyes fixed on the screen. He was not staring at the insectoid corpses, nor at the medic in white armor. His gaze was locked onto the PDF laser rifles and damaged armor plating scattered across the floor, and the gear near several corpses that had escaped being trampled. A rat from the underhive rarely mistook a prize when he saw one. Lei Jun called out to him. Rufus. Rufus startled to attention and immediately scurried over. Yes, my lord. Lei Jun pointed at the yellow engineering mech working on the display. Did you see that clearly? I did. Your lordship's mech can even process Xeno's carcasses. Astonishing, truly remarkable. Lei Jun ignored the flattery. From now on, when my troops finish engaging during battlefield clearance, the highest priority is those yellow engineering mechs. The grin on Rufus's face faltered for a fraction of a second. Lei Jun continued. Your men are forbidden from touching corpses first, forbidden from looting rifles first, forbidden from prying off armor plates first. Their sole duty is to secure perimeters, clear civilians, and establish quarantine cordon. Clear a path for them. Rufus's Adam's apple bobbed. Such regulations were utterly alien to an underhive rat. Engaging in combat without looting the fallen. Was that even fighting anymore? Yet on the screen, the yellow mech was methodically devouring every Xeno's corpse until nothing remained. For all his clumsiness, Rufus could see it clearly enough. These repulsive insectoid carrion were worth more to his new commander than those battered rifles and dented armor. Lei Jun regarded him silently. Should anyone dare interfere while my yellow engineering mechs are operating, touching so much as a scrap on this battlefield, be it corpse or equipment? He paused. I'll personally see that they join them. Understood, my lord. No one will lay a hand on your yellow hauler. Rufus was not grinning this time. He glanced at the yellow construction mech working on the screen. He looked at Lei Jun again, suppressing his own thoughts of looting corpses, picking up guns, and stripping armor plates. He had finally understood his new boss's rules. Guns could be picked up and armor stripped, but not until that yellow hauler had taken its first bite. Lei Jun nodded slightly, without saying more. People like Rufus and Old Hand at this understood one thing best. Whoever held food and weapons set the real rules. The control room fell silent for a moment. On the screen, the bug corpse recycling at C4 Old Toll Station continued. Sebastian wiped his brow with a handkerchief, his gaze never leaving the yellow engineering mech. The bug corpses were sliced open, sealed in containers, and incinerated to ash. The scene made his stomach churn, yet he forced himself to watch. He saw not corpses, but ledgers. Helena stood on the other side, her fingers pressing against the legal emblem on her chest. She too was watching. But what she saw was not ledgers, but some kind of purification ritual she had not yet fully comprehended. At that moment, the console chimed. Intercepted new encrypted channel communication. Ada's voice echoed through the control room. Keyword match core asset inventory 4th spaceport cargo berth G-zone priority passage certification. Lei Jun's hand paused before the tactical screen. Continue. Communication source analysis governor's administrative ring multiple noble crest encrypted channels mining guild internal shortwave. Transmission frequency 1. 7 times per minute still rising. Sebastian's handkerchief stopped in his grip. G-zone. He took 2 steps forward, staring at the newly illuminated markers on the map. The 4th spaceport G-zone berths are private cargo channels for the core families. The color drained from his face slightly. They're transferring assets, not organizing defenses. They're arranging for the core families to evacuate. Helena turned to look at the screen. The governor's office has just issued a citywide lockdown order. All armed forces must hold their positions and await reinforcements. Sebastian let out a harsh laugh. Await reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Blockade the lower reaches cut off the middle layer pushed the PDF checkpoints forward. It's not to defend Karis. It's so the caravans of those upper families encounter less trouble. Lei Jun did not interject. He raised his hand and pressed downward in the air. Ada continued broadcasting. Intercepted non-standard communications from PDF 7th, 09th, 0 and 12th temporary blockade points. Dispatch chaos. Conflicting orders. Multiple checkpoints refusing to execute unified directives from the governor's coordination office. Intercepted middle layer transport ring black market channels. Keywords cargo wells armed conflict ship seizure. Information synthesis upper class society on Kara Star is conducting covert evacuation operations. The governor's office has not organized comprehensive resistance, but is instead covering the core family's transfer of assets and personnel. Fourth spaceport vessel berths have become the primary contested objective. Secondary families without quotas mining guild branches and private armed forces are fighting over alternative transport routes. Messages continued to fall across the screen. The route map from A49 to the fourth spaceport began showing new red markers. Container corridors, temporary blockade points, private berth certification gates. Mining guild shortwave gathering zones. Lei Jun watched the markers without speaking. Helena spoke first. The planetary governor has abandoned his post and forsaken his governed population. Under the Ministry of Justice's treason provisions, he can be detained immediately. Her hand rested on the trigger guard of her bolt pistol, but she did not draw it. Any loyal Imperial law enforcement officer has the right to. Her words stopped. She looked at the tangled web of communications on the screen, then at the footage from C4 Old Toll Station. Who would carry out the detention? Her. An arbiter left behind at A49. Or the PDF checkpoints outside that had already started finding their own paths. Lei Jun finished her sentence for her. Who enforces it now? Helena remained silent. The code remains. Lei Jun looked at her. But those who hold the code have already begun seizing ships. Helena stopped thinking about legal provisions. Her hand loosened slightly from the trigger guard. She had always believed in order. But this time it was precisely those at the top of the order who had torn it apart first. Sebastian suddenly turned. Lord Lei Jun, we must depart ahead of schedule. His voice was lowered, yet each word came quickly. The Silver Rose's reception certification has a window period. It will not abandon its preset orbital coordinates on its own accord. But once the fourth spaceport closes, the family certification links that ship, even if it remains, cannot dock. At that point it will not be a lifeline. It will be an iron coffin in orbit. Lei Jun looked at him. Are you anxious now because the ship will leave, or because the route will be blocked by others? Sebastian opened his mouth. This time he did not answer immediately. The Silver Rose would not race to launch like the smuggling vessels of lesser families. It was a private vessel of the Castellan family, and would wait according to its preset window. What was truly deteriorating was the ground. Certification gates would seal cargo berths would be claimed. PDF checkpoints would change hands. Those noble guards who had previously been somewhat negotiable would soon transform into private armies blocking the path to the spaceport. What panicked him was not the ship, but himself. Lei Jun turned his gaze back to the map. The more urgent, the less we should squeeze along with them, he said. They are now scrambling for main routes, certification gates, and visible berths. In places like these, whoever arrives first takes the first bullet. Lei Jun bit down on the unlit cigar between his teeth, his finger tapping at A49. Helena. Yes, sir. From now on, do not expect to resolve the governor's office through Ministry of Justice channels. He paused. Treat the governor's office as an independent, hostile armed faction. Helena straightened. Understood, my lord. These words effectively severed any remaining path to reason with the governor's office. Yet she steadied herself. To her, a clear enemy was easier to deal with than a group of upper-class bureaucrats fleeing under the guise of legality. Sebastian, my lord, hand over all the Silver Rose's certification procedures, waiting windows, family passwords, and fourth spaceport private berth regulations to Ada. Not just the formal procedures. Lei Jun looked at him. I want the system that your upper-class people actually use. Sebastian bowed his head. Understood. Rufus, my lord, I'm here. Rufus immediately ran over. Spread your people out, Lei Jun said. I don't want rough estimates. I need to know which family's caravan passes through which route, which PDF checkpoint has changed commanders, which cargo wellhead gunfire, which mining guild team is fighting for the lift lines. Rufus grinned. I understand this. Rats read the roads more accurately than lords ever could. Lei Jun nodded. Don't just watch the roads. Watch who is fleeing, who is not, whose containers hold people, whose containers hold money. Rufus hesitated for a moment, then quickly understood. Understood. The more desperately they flee, the better the prizes they carry. The panic in the control room was gradually suppressed. Sebastian began inputting strings of family certification codes into Ada's temporary database. Helena pulled up old Ministry of Justice archives, filtering through the credentials of key figures within the governor's administrative ring. Rufus, meanwhile, cursed under his breath while studying the map. He marked out several information routes commonly used by the underworld black market. Lei Jun gazed at the screen. A49. The old cargo well. The middle layer transport ring. The outer perimeter of the 4th spaceport. This route still held, but several key nodes along it were already turning red. The objective remains unchanged. Lei Jun said, his fingers still pressed against A49's position. First, continue reinforcing A49. This is our trump card, it cannot be lost. Second, keep preparing the spaceport route. But do not charge and head first now. Third, he tapped the moving cargo container routes on the upper levels with his knuckles. Let them flee first. Let them scramble first. We will watch. Sebastian looked up. Lei Jun's cigar clenched between his teeth, spoke with steady voice. The governor's office wants us to follow their pace. And those outside waiting for a meal also want to drag A49 to its death. Neither will happen. We fight on our own terms. With these words, the control room finally found its backbone. Not safety nor optimism, but simply that everyone now knew what to do next. Just then Rufus stared at the map for a moment, then suddenly scratched his head. My lord. Lei Jun turned his head. Rufus pointed to the location of the C4 old toll station. We definitely cannot force our way along this main route. So many have died and the bugs have appeared. It would be strange if the PDF didn't block that place into an iron fortress. But he extended a filthy finger and drew a faint line beside the C4 old toll station. That line was not marked on any official map. There's an old gray passage here. Formerly, the mining guild constructed maintenance channels for those big shots who didn't wish to pay taxes. Vehicles cannot pass, but people and small equipment can squeeze through. Beneath the weird family's private elevated road. As spoke, several people in the control room fixed their eyes on the map. The gray way was a lifeline. The exit, however, amid trouble. Sebastian clenched the handkerchief in his fist. He knew the weird family's rules. Those guards might not recognize him, the Castellan's son, yet they would surely notice a trespasser. Now they had to worm their way beneath the family's elevated road. It would be no different from sticking one's neck under a gun barrel. He declared it was impossible. The weird family's private elevated road is not a bottom nest alley. We could pass there, but if we're discovered, explanations won't help, nor would a family crest. Lei Jun spoke, not following his companion's panic. He fixed his gaze on Rufus, tapping the dashed line on the map with a finger. He asked how close they were to the elevated road. Rufus rubbed his hands. The Castellan's man master claimed he knew that place well. The elevated road was suspended, below were old pipes and supporting beams. There were maintenance levels secretly added by the old miners' guild. It was a mess. Not only the guards from outside, but even the weird family's drivers knew only the road above. They didn't know there were passages hidden below. The Greyway exit sat within the base of an old support pillar, usually covered with rubbish boards and camouflage nets. Nearby were discarded pipes piled up. You wouldn't see the exit unless you peeled them away. Then looking up, you'd see the underside of the elevated deck. Their trucks would thunder overhead as they passed. As long as the underside wasn't blown apart, they wouldn't notice. Sebastian tightened the handkerchief further. It was uncertain whether that would suffice. Rufus shrank his neck, keeping quiet. Lei Jun studied the map. The weird convoy moved along the elevated road toward the airport. Guards watched the road, the convoy, and the checkpoint. They crawled from beneath the pile of old pipes, hugging close to the noble wheels. This path was shadowy and perilous. If discovered, the weird guards would be above. Behind them lay the C4 old tax cards with governor's office and the PDF's chaotic checkpoints nearby. If they tried to run, then it wouldn't be easy. Helena studied the gray line in a whisper. This is not a normal marching route. Old pipes supporting structures, enemy elevated road. Any fault would strand the unit. Lei Jun nodded. So they cannot proceed now. Sebastian was taken aback. Lei Jun raised his hand and enlarged the A49 position on the map. The blue dots still glowed small, but not extinguished. He watched the people in the control room. Helena stood to the right of the tactical screen, her hand resting on the legal emblem. Most of the legitimacy for deploying A49 now rested on her. Sebastian feared death, but he knew the way too. He held the silver rose, the airport clearance, and the secret passages truly used by the upper families. Rufus, the bottom nest rat, carried in his head gray path, not on official maps, the black market old pipes and smuggling routes. Over at the registration shed, Millennium was patching old blueprints and warehouse catalogs via communications. That junior clerk of the Miners Guild was not truly loyal. He simply knew his craft well enough to secure a place to survive. Then Holt, the PDF lieutenant, dragged back from the insect maw. The few remaining at the 7th temporary lockdown point were stuck at the C4 old tax card. It had become a temporary buffer toward the airport for A49. Lei Jun looked at the lines, and his restlessness slowly subsided. A 49's pile of scraps had gradually taken shape. Some manage the law, some know the way, some understand the ledger, and some stand guard outside. 2 SCVs were not idle either. One guarded a 49's core link, the other remained at the C4 old tax card, dismantling insect corpses into jars. This place was still far from the real base, yet it could already function on its own. Ada's data panel unfurled at the edge of Lei Jun's field of vision. A49 phase asset summary. Low power old refining line stable operation. Scrap tax agreement. Peripheral scavenger teams have begun execution. Crystal or small, but steady income. Engineering bay online infantry weapons level 1 upgrade in progress. White armor treatment zone operational, now serving as an intelligence and manpower gateway. Airport route. Main route risk rising. Gray way node added to the temporary route map. True Terran insect carcasses retrieval. Small scale verification passed. To the governor's office, these things might count as nothing. An old refining line, a group of bottom nest scavengers. 2 yellow engineering vehicles, a few newly rescued PDF wounded, plus an old gray way that might still be passable. But Lei Jun knew these were what gave him the courage to stand here now. He hadn't seized a ship nor captured the airport. What he truly held was a 49, this old well, and a batch of broken pieces that could slowly yield shipments. The lights were on the weapon racks ready. The wounded had been dragged back. Scrap metal and insect corpses began to enter his ledger. Outside, people were grabbing the last reserves. He at least made a 49 begin to bleed money back. Slow but better than waiting to die. Lei Jun raised his gaze and looked at the tactical map. A few days ago the map showed only red and black. Now it looked different. A 49's wreckage had finally taken on a shape. Some manage the law, some know the route, some understand the ledger, and some guard the outside. 2 SCVs remained busy, one guarding a 49's core link, the other at the C4 old tax card, dismantling insect corpses into jars. Lei Jun raised his head again. The weird convoy moved toward the airport along the elevated road. Guards watched the road, the convoy, and the checkpoint. A 49 glowed with a blue light at its center. From this blue dot stretched several thin lines, one toward the C4 old tax card. One line extended to Rufus's scavenger network, another to the miners' old blueprints near the registration shed, and one more freshly drawn by Rufus. The lines wound crookedly toward the 4th airport's outer ring. They were thin, and a touch might sever them, yet they connected. Beyond the blue glow, the map began to turn red. Lei Jun looked up. Ada Project, the upper-level dynamics. Command received. The control room lights dimmed to half. On the tactical map, a new data layer covered the display. The governor's office administrative command chain communications anomalies increased. Multiple departments refused to respond to unified dispatch. PDF command system 7th temporary lockdown point shifted to non-standard response. 9th, 11th, and 15th lockdown points lost communications deemed missing. 4th and 6th lockdown points experienced command power conflicts, refusing to execute unified orders from the governor's office. 4th airport zone G private berths closed. Zone F's semi-public berth authentication rules continued to change. Airspace around the airport was chaotic, with rising incidents of clashes between small shuttles and armed aircraft. Sebastian fixed his eyes on the information, his handkerchief balled in his fist. He noted that they were blocking their own way. Fewer berths meant pricier certifications. The pricier the certification, the more guns. He lowered his voice. If this kept up, the Silver Rose's certification window would be dragged into it as well. Ada's report continued. Miners Guild, their armed subordinates, detected assaulting B3 and B7 freight wells. They aimed to seize control of the mid-layer transport loop. Noble Alliance Corps family evacuation priorities were being redrafted. Intercepted information showed Weird Castellan and other families trying to shed some secondary allies and evacuate independently. Refugee tied bottom nest and mid-level lower districts refugees were gathering toward the upper boundary scale, greatly expanding. On the screen, red dots climbed upward from the bottom nest. First a few scattered points, then they formed patches. Helena watched those dots, her finger pressing on the legal emblem. She knew those were not mere numbers. Those were people blocked at the blockade lines. I also evidence that the governor's office was gradually losing control. Then Ada magnified a yellow marker. Environmental monitoring around the mid-layer transport ring, 11 new abnormal biospore reaction points. Threat level yellow. Spread, trend upward. The C4 old tax card is not the end, it is only the first hole they have seen. More reaction points already gleaming in the depths of the mid-layer pipelines. Lei Jun studied the map. He had thought he was racing the governor's office and the nobles for the road. Now it was not that simple. The rule makers were racing for the last few seats that could board ships. How many people remained below, they no longer cared. Holding on to A49 gave him a foothold. The real trouble was that the entire vessel was sinking. No one spoke in the control room. The equipment hummed softly. The red dots on the screens continued to multiply. Data integration complete. Ada's electronic voice filled the room. Conclusion: the upper strata of Kara's star were undergoing structural collapse. Based on current trends. She paused. Then that cold judgment fell on everyone: if the governor's blockade strategy persists in 4-7 standard days, A49 will very likely become the corridor between the bottom nest and the mid-tiers. Only a few can still light their own lamps, provide water, and fire their guns, the isolated defense zones. The predicted conclusion on the public screen was withdrawn. Command center people only saw the map restored to its original state. In Lei Jun's right-eye tactical vision, another set of figures surfaced. A49 temporary base asset inventory. Current available resources: crystal or 1874, high-energy gas, 2632. Low-power old refining line operating steadily. It is expected that within the next 12 standard hours, 650 to 910 more high-energy gas can be added. Scrap tax agreement peripheral inventory is being logged in batches estimated to convert to 420 to 750 crystal ore. Real Terran insect carcass recovery protocol small-scale verification completed. Warning: this protocol requires battlefield lockdown, secure handling, and SCV on-site retrieval procedures. It cannot be used as a source of unlimited resources. Lei Jun remained silent, tapping his fingers on the console armrest. Ada fed several camera feeds into his view. No. One SCV still stands in the core area of A49. In the cockpit, a stout old man manipulated a mechanical arm, pressing a new reinforced bracket beneath the old gas pipe. Nearby in the engineering bay, robotic arms were calibrating weapon interfaces one by one. Sparks spat against the shield plate, quickly drawn away by the exhaust duct. No. 2 SCV has completed the first round of C4 old tax tag recovery and has withdrawn to the second checkpoint. Its welding torch glowed white-hot, sealing a rupture on the outer side of the isolation shelter. A few battered trolleys stood in the rear as scavengers dumped scrap metal into the designated pits. Nearby, someone registered with a numbered plaque. These scenes lacked grandeur: loud, dirty, slow. Yet Lei Jun watched and felt a bit more at ease. A49 is no longer merely a freshly seized, broken-down freight station. Some are fixing pipelines, some hauling scrap iron, some guarding the gate, and some changing bandages for the wounded. There isn't much, but at least everything is moving. A new panel pops up. Current deployable combat units: Infantry Combat Group, 4 Marines, 8 Firebats. Medical Support Group, 6 Medics. Guard Heavy Unit Ravager 1. Heavy Support Units, 3 Goliath Armored Robots, 2 Hellfire Tanks, 2 Siege Tanks. Current deployment status: the C4 Old Tax Card Quick Response Squad has completed the rescue and is retreating or standing by. That amount of troops would be sufficient on a real interstellar battlefield. Not even a decent frontline position can be held. But placed in the lower levels of Kala's star, it is enough to make many reconsider their calculations. Especially those 2 siege tanks. They sit in the hangar's shadow, barrels lowered, not yet fired. Yet they already occupy a large space. Lei Jun stared for a few seconds, a thought forming: add 2 more, push the A49 perimeter outward. Warning, Commander. Ada's voice crackled in on the private channel. Current base systems are all in basic maintenance mode. Old refining line, engineering bay upgrades, medical area resupply. Peripheral defense works, scrap tax handling queues are occupying engineering throughput. If we continue to expand heavy firepower units at this stage, base maintenance efficiency would drop by 17. Some non-core areas may experience power interruptions, and engineering throughput could be delayed. Lei Jun pressed the thought back. Understood. The foundation is still thin. Now is not the time to indiscriminately deploy troops. Tank production is satisfying, but who will guard the flanks afterward is all accounted for. At that moment, the alarm light in the command center flashed. Not an enemy attack. It is external communications forcing entry. Governor's office, high-level encrypted communication. Transferring. An official document bearing the golden double eagle insignia struck onto the central tactical map. This time the document lists neither A49 nor Lei Jun's name. The title is Long Emergency Administrative Order on Upgrading and Temporary Lockdown of Contaminated Zones, C, to Eon Kala Star. Helena stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the clauses. She read quickly. The deeper she went, the closer her hand moved toward the edge of her holster. He couldn't finish as Rufus leaned in. He couldn't understand the tangled officialese, but he could read the map. Ada turned the document into a control layer, overlaying it onto the tactical map. Lower Nest. Mid-tier Lower District. Old Freight Shaft. Several access roads to the airport's outer perimeter. Lines that could flash amber quickly turn red in seconds. The red did not swallow the whole map at once, yet it blocked every upward path one by one. A49 is still lit. Only a faint blue remains. Rufus stared at the map and muttered a dirty word. What the hell is this pollution isolation? This is locking in the people below who are still breathing. When the door closes, any deaths will be blamed on the bite of the bugs. Helena closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, her voice was much lower. This document is legally airtight almost. The governor's office defines the lockdown zone as a biologically extermination-level contamination, thereby suspending rescue obligations. Deaths below the blockade will be recorded as caused by alien infestation. She looked at the map. They won't even need to bear charges. How many people die beneath the blockade will eventually be counted in the alien contamination report. Sebastian steadied the console, his fingertip scratching the edge. If all these routes are sealed, the certification windows for the fourth port outer perimeter will shrink even faster. The Silver Rose is still in orbit, but once the ground authentication link is cut, it will only watch us rot below. No one in the command room spoke. That bit of confidence born from A-49's independent operation was pressed down by this order. A-49 can still power on. It can still provide water and fire, but it is boxed in by the red line as well. Lei Jun looked at the blue dot on the map. Fine, it's time to lay our cards on the table. The governor's office used to pretend to follow rules. Now they have even upturned the table. Nice. Lei Jun spoke. Rufus turned his head. Sebastian also looked at him. Helena didn't move, but her hand loosened slightly on the holster. Lei Jun pointed at A-49 on the map. The governor's office has saved us a step. From now on, we won't rely on it to open doors, nor wait for any high-level rescue. He scanned the command room. Inside this door, we will live by our rules. After these words, the room didn't feel as chaotic. Helena looked at the lockdown order. By imperial law, the governor's office still sat at the nominal apex, but from the moment it signed this edict, those beneath the blockade are no longer citizens on its ledger. They are losses. If the Codex cannot save them, at least she must guard the door before them. Just then, the local channel at the second checkpoint crowded in. The voices were chaotic, some shouting, some coughing. There were sounds of safeties flicking and energy cells clattering to the ground. Command center. A group has appeared at the perimeter of the second checkpoint. They wear PDF uniforms, and there are technicians. They've pulled the energy cells and are brandishing their guns. They say they were withdrawn from mid-level transport ring B5 outpost. Ada had already switched the surveillance feed to the main screen. In the outer ruins of A-49, dozens of people help each other toward the checkpoint. The PDFs on them were smoke-blackened. Several laser rifles had their energy magazines removed and were raised over their heads. Behind them were 7 or 8 technicians in scorched maintenance suits, cradling a toolbox and a data pad, their faces smeared with ash. The second checkpoint's defenses did not yield. Marines stood behind, cover gun muzzles trained on the ground, and the space between them and the crowd. The white armored medics stood at the side and rear the medical scanner already active. Rufus's people pushed the barriers apart a little. Another layer of refused barriers quickly rose. At the front of the crowd, a PDF officer with half his face burned lifts his head to shout at the camera. We are the remnants of Outpost B5. The evacuation isn't upstairs. His voice cracked, but he kept shouting. The governor's armored convoy didn't block the Terran breach. Tanks and artillery are all escorting cargo for the core family's vaults. They left us below to hold off the bugs. The officer stumbles forward a step, helped by soldiers behind him. He tossed the laser rifle with its energy magazine removed onto the ground. We won't fight A-49. We want to go inside. We brought the B5 outpost's blockade diagram casualty list and the governor's armored convoy's movement records. He looked up at the camera, eyes bloodshot. Sir, please give us a way out. The last words of the B5 officer cut off comms. In the control room, no one answered. On the monitor, the PDF remnants still stood outside gate A-49, their weapons drawn, energy magazines loaded. A handful of technicians huddled in the rearing toolboxes and data boards, their bodies smeared with soot. The governor's office armored convoy did not seal the insect plague breach. Tanks and artillery all escorting the core family's cargo vaults. Rufus cursed under his breath, his hand brushing the worn holster at his belt before letting go. God damn it. Sebastian steadied the console, his handkerchief crushed into a wad. They've blocked every road. All roads lead somewhere. Helena no longer looked at the edict. The governor's office still held armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery. Yet those machines did not head for the insect plague breach. They turned toward the core family's cargo containers. Each clause of the blockade could be stamped. How many would die below would never appear as abandonment in the records. They would speak of contamination spread, failed disposal, and personnel losses. Lei Jun watched the blue dot on the tactical map. A-49 still glowed. The intel wasn't all bad. Not all bad either. At least the governor's office had shattered everyone's fantasies. Those who still hesitated were shoved to the doors of A-49. Enough. Lei Jun spoke. The voice in the control room fell silent. Let them run their own routes. He returned the map view to the airport route. We go ours. He looked at Rufus. Show me that old gray path you mentioned. Rufus drew a breath, stepping to the tactical map. His rough fingers traced across the translucent chart. A dot near the old C4 tax card, a barely visible lower layer seam running up to it. Right here. This elevated road is one of the Wild family's main arteries for hauling cargo. That maintenance tunnel below is the Old Gray Road. The Miners Guild built it years ago to dodge tax cards and later abandoned. Not on proper maps, only we old rats remember it. Rufus shrugged. If we slip through here, we can bypass the old C4 tax card and reach beneath the airport's outer cargo district. Not possible. Sebastian cut in abruptly. He stepped to the map, his eyes fixed on Rufus's mark, his face taut. This elevated road carries the Wild family cargo license. But the authentication beneath does not belong to Wild. Rufus frowned. What does that mean? Sebastian raised a hand, pointing to the dark zones near the end of the Gray Road. These aren't ordinary maintenance zones. It's the Castellan family's private storage layer exterior wall from years past. Rufus blinked. Your family. The main house's old freight passage. Sebastian's voice tightened. The Wild family's convoys are now moving from above, because they've secured temporary passage on the elevated road. But that beneath credential governs the defense and blockade systems. It's still the Castellan old private roads gear. He looked at Rufus. What you see is a path through that can be traversed. What I see is an entire aristocratic security system that will shutter doors, trigger alarms, and kill intruders. Not so, Rufus protested. A road is a road, as long as you can pass it. Your noble road's a step, and they bite you away. Yes. Sebastian answered quickly. Anyone entering without proper credentials would trigger alarms first to the old storage layer control node, then to the family security chain. The alloy gates at either end of the passage would seal. The automated turrets would clear the area. If the turrets aren't dealt with, nearby private troops would rush over. Rufus opened his mouth, but no curse came out at first. The lower nest route would be dirtier, narrower, and more collapsed. The upper path would truly trap a person and crush them. Lei Jun stayed silent. Rufus knew where the wall seam lay. Sebastian knew how many guns lay behind the wall. The two of them. Neither could be dispensed with. Ada. Analyze Castellan's old private freight corridor. Lei Jun said. Not the main route. I want what lies beside it. Define. Ventilation maintenance layer, abandoned service, hatch, parallel heat dissipation ducts. Changes in heat sources over the past 72 hours, residual vibrations, abnormal exhaust. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the gray line. Anything else not part of the main channel permissions, but physically adjacent to it. The main gate cannot be touched. There are always seams along the walls. Sebastian and Rufus quieted down. What we were thinking about was how to get in. Lei Jun asked how to approach it without touching it. Data analysis began. Based on the existing map and the Miners Guild old warehouse data, Rufus supplemented the route description. Preliminarily, 17 potential observation points were identified. Common trait: they approach the outer wall of the main channel in physical terms, but cannot directly enter the main channel. Risk warning: until we understand the security system's operational patterns, any breach, forced entry, or hot cutting could trigger alarms. Suggestion: form a 2-person reconnaissance team. 1 local guide familiar with the gray path to lead the way. 1 infantryman safeguarding from a distance, not entering the sensitive outer wall area. Large vehicles are not advised. Rufus heard the word local guide, and the corner of his mouth twitched. So you want me to send someone to listen at the wall? Lei Jun looked at him. Aren't you the one saying you mice are the best at finding the way? Rufus forced a smile. Find the way. Just don't let us open the door. That door, the gate of the upper echelons, is more treacherous than bugs. Lei Jun tapped the map, not entering the gate, yet first recon. Just then the side screen flashed a new communications request bearing the Hines family insignia. It was Lorne. Lei Jun did not answer at once. Ada, the security layer. Connection isolation established. The other party cannot read the control room map or live scheduling content. The side screen lit up. Lorne's face appeared on the display. He wore his usual cultured demeanor, but fatigue showed in his eyes. Mr. Lei Jun, my father asked me to relay this. The Hines family is willing to provide a set of mid-level auxiliary gate passcodes. As part of the exchange, we require a fixed triage slot in the white-clad treatment ward. And a risk outline for the 4th airport data, not the raw link. We only need to know whether family members will keep waiting or divert to retreat. These old men have keen noses indeed. Lei Jun eyed Lorne. A triage slot can be negotiated. Priority isn't for sale. Lorne nodded. Very well. Airport intelligence will be provided as a summary only. Lei Jun pressed on. Not providing a 49's raw listening feed, not providing our route map, not providing movements of combat units. Very well. Your reply came too quickly. Lei Jun looked at him, not replying at once. Lorne was silent for a beat. Because we know we're not in a position to haggle over much. The governor's office has already begun sealing off the lower levels. The Hines family isn't among the core families, and there isn't much time left to buy. I want to vet first. Lei Jun tapped the controls. Lorne did not hesitate. The password has been sent. You can verify the minimum privileges such as querying the gate status. The encrypted passcode has been received. Offline validation is in progress. A few seconds later, validation passed. The passcode structure matches the Heinz Auxiliary Gate H3 one-time permission format. Warning: offline validation cannot confirm whether the passcode has been revoked. Lei Jun looked at Lorne. The format is valid, but that does not guarantee the door will open. You may query the gate's current status. Only check status, do not open the door, and the passcode will not be consumed. Isolating the gate's status query now. Gate H3 returns standby. Privilege echo one-time opening. Activation not performed. Passcode remains unspent. Lei Jun smiled. The Heinz family brought real credentials. But this only proves the gate recognizes it. Whether anyone behind the door is waiting to shoot remains to be seen. I'll take this deal. 1 slot. Fixed triage, no queue jumping. Intelligence briefs will be delivered in batches. If the value isn't enough, we'll stop. The slot isn't negotiable. Airport intelligence will only provide summaries. Not providing A49's original listening chain, not providing our route map, not providing combat unit movements. Lorne answered swiftly. Lei Jun watched him, not replying at once. You answered too quickly. Lorne was silent for a moment. Because we know we're not in a position to haggle over much. The governor's office has already begun sealing off the lower levels. The Heinz family isn't among the core families, and there isn't much time left to buy. I want to sample first. Lei Jun tapped the controls. Lorne did not hesitate. The password has been sent. You can verify the minimum privileges such as querying the gate status. The encrypted passcode has been received. Offline validation is in progress. A few seconds later, validation passed. The passcode structure matches the Heinz Auxiliary Gate H3 one-time permission format. Warning: offline validation cannot confirm whether the passcode has been revoked. Lei Jun looked at Lorne. The format is valid, but that does not guarantee the door will open. You may query the gate's current status. Only check status, do not open the door, and the passcode will not be consumed. Isolating the gate's status query now. Gate H3 returns standby. Privilege echo one-time opening. Activation not performed. Passcode remains unspent. Lei Jun smiled. The Heinz family brought real credentials. But this only proves the gate recognizes it. Whether anyone behind the door is waiting to shoot remains to be seen. I'll take this deal. 1 slot. Fixed triage, no queue jumping. Intelligence briefs will be delivered in batches. If the value isn't enough, we'll stop. Not providing A49's raw listening feed, not providing our route map, not providing movements of combat units. Very well. Your reply came too quickly. Lei Jun looked at him, not replying at once. Lorne was silent for a beat. Because we know we're not in a position to haggle over much. The governor's office has already begun sealing off the lower levels. The Heinz family isn't among the core families, and there isn't much time left to buy. I want to sample first. Lei Jun tapped the controls. Lorne did not hesitate. The password has been sent. You can verify the minimum privileges such as querying the gate status. Lei Jun's finger never pressed the button. A blue dot flickered faintly on the encircled by a ring of red warning frames. Lei Jun stared at it for a few seconds, then withdrew his finger from the console. At that moment, AIDA's prompt rang in his ear. Warning: Commander, 7 engineering pressure points have appeared simultaneously in the A49 defense zone. Real-time maintenance on the old refining line, Q calibration in the engineering bay, and exterior wall reinforcement of the white armor treatment area. Sealing the second inspection port, expanding the isolation shelters, and the scrap metal tax queue. Bypass reconnaissance supplies are prepared, all now delayed. AIDA did not broadcast the complete engineering report to the public screen. In the command center, only a few live feeds could be seen cropped from the rest. At the old refining line SCV, one stood beside the pipeline. The robotic arm slid into the open maintenance, hatched the yellow warning lights, ticking down one by one. In the engineering bay, the maintenance queues for the 3 heavy units glowed red. The exterior wall of the white armor treatment zone had temporary supports welded only halfway. Beside the isolation shelter lay sheets of steel, not yet installed. Outside, the second inspection port blocking plates lay on the ground, their edges not yet sealed. Damn it. Lu Fusi swore under his breath, the curses dying on his lips as he watched AIDA's numbers. He couldn't read AIDA's figures, but he understood that the yellow meshs were overwhelmed. Ponzi Dashu's SCV, one had just hauled a section of scorched piping from the old refining line, then turned away to be called by the engineering bay. SCV, 2 fared no better. It alternated between welding reinforcing beams to the exterior wall of the treatment area, and then being urged by the second inspection port to seal the blocking plates. The debris at the scrap metal tax area lay unaddressed. A few workers from the lower echelons could only stand outside the safety line and stare. The current load of the 2 SCVs has reached 183. If the PDF infantry technicians and severely injured personnel keep arriving, the defense zone's overall maintenance efficiency will continue to decline. It is estimated that after 17 standard hours, A-49 will face structural risks. Lei Jun remained silent. He slid the route map aside and pulled up his resource panel. Current directly usable resources: crystal ore 1150, high energy gas 283. The remaining resources are tied up in stabilizing the old refining line, maintaining the engineering bay, resupplying the treatment zone, and the peripheral fortification queues. This amount of resources is enough to field another Goliath. Grudgingly, he could still slot in another siege tank. The heavy firepower is the most direct. A single Goliath stood at the doorway, and it would silence those who still hesitated. Even one more siege tank would harden the route to the 4th spaceport. Yet Lei Jun did not click on those icons. He looked at the red delay indicators on the engineering queues. His finger finally rested on the yellow engineering vehicle icon. AIDA. Online. Command Center Operations Pod Q1 SCV. Production sequence confirmed. Crystal ore -50. Current directly usable resources: crystal ore 1100, high energy gas 283. The command room fell quiet for a moment. Lu Fusi reacted first, nearly choking on his own words. He wanted to ask, shouldn't we be building cannons now? But he looked at the two yellow mechs busy putting out fires on the screens and swallowed the words. Saiba Sijian stood by the control console, a handkerchief pressed to his palm. He had once thought Lei Jun's soldiers and tanks were terrifying. Now he realized that what the defense zone truly depended on were those two engineering mechs that looked nothing like weapons. Elian did not object. She looked at the weldless seam along the exterior wall of the treatment zone, and then at the ever-lengthening line of those waiting outside the door. Laws can marshal, the Q guns can silence voices, yet if the wall falls, order is worthless. Command confirmed. The 3rd engineering unit is in production. Recalculations based on the current task queue suggest that once the new unit comes online, the defense zone's overall maintenance efficiency will increase by 37. Peripheral defense expansion tasks, isolation zone reinforcement tasks, and scrap metal recycling tasks can be executed in parallel. A few minutes later, the service bay door on the command center side opened. A brand new SCV rolled down from the lift platform. It was much cleaner than the other two. The yellow armor bore no old scratches, the arms folded at its sides, hydraulic hoses lighting up segment by segment. Nearby refugees craned their necks to look. They didn't know which station the newcomer yellow mecha would be assigned to, but they knew A-49 had gained another iron hand to do the work. AI to reallocate the tasks. Lei Jun's voice rang through the command center. Please instruct. SCV 1, the Pongzi Dashu's unit stationed at the engineering bay and the old refining line. Core equipment maintenance, essential resource recovery, frontline emergency repairs, highest priority. SCV 2, responsible for the 2nd inspection, port, the exterior wall of the treatment area, sealing the isolation sheds, and routine processing of scrap metal. New arrival SCV 3. Lei Jun opened the peripheral map. Responsible for peripheral temporary area expansion, maintenance, shaft reconnaissance preparation. Temporary bunker prefab components, and pre-processing for our evacuation route. Task reallocation complete. SCV 1, I Core Maintenance Unit. SCV 2, Defense Zone Reinforcement Team. SCV 3, Peripheral Expansion and Reconnaissance Support Team. 3 yellow engineering lines are separated on the map. The red delay markers on the command room's public screen did not vanish immediately. Yet several task queues were rearranged. The most dangerous items faded from deep red to orange. Outside movement quickly followed. In the west, the isolation shelter began welding sparks anew, and the unfinished partition panels were pushed up piece by piece. Beside the east scrap heap, SCV-2's mechanical arm began sorting the debris. Recyclable items were dragged into the processing line, while contaminated ones were tossed into a sealed chute. Outside the northern supply depot, SCV-3 dragged out empty transport frames. First, the blocking plates, cables, and illumination units were set aside. Where once a yellow mech roamed from fire to fire, now 3 sites were in operation simultaneously. Lu Fusi's eyes widened, his hands fidgeting at his pant leg. My emperor. He fixed his gaze on the new SCV, his voice thick with envy. Lei Jun, if this thing were given to a faction of the lower nest. I tell you, in less than 3 days, half the street will bear his name. Lei Jun shot him a glance and pulled the unlit cigar from his lips. Give them one. They can't even scrape together the funds to maintain this thing. Lu Fusi's smile faded. He wanted to argue, but he ended up only scratching his chin. The words sounded harsh yet true. At that moment, Lei Jun spoke again. AI to first task for SCV-3. Awaiting instructions. Prepare supplies for the bypass observation point Alpha reconnaissance team. 20 blocking plates, 300 meters of high-strength cables, 10 portable lighting units. Lei Jun paused, then added. Prepare another 3 heavy anchor points. If anything goes wrong, we will have to drag the people back. Task added to SCV 3Q. Bypass reconnaissance supplies began to be prepared. SCV-3's tracks turned, and it charged toward the newly designated supply depot. A massive robotic arm extended, pulling the first blocking plate from the rack. The metal plate slammed onto the transport frame with a dull thud. In the command room, the blue nodes still glowed. Lei Jun watched the blue glow, his finger not pausing this time. Prepare everything along the roadside first. Before people go in, the retreat path must be secured first. When the No. 3 SCV dragged the first barricade plate onto the transport skid, the main control room side screen flashed a red alert. It was not an ADA internal notification. It came from an outer surveillance post in emergency transmission. Static crackled through the channel, mixed with someone's ragged breathing. Boss! Boss! Rufus snatched the comm unit. Stop yelping and speak clearly. It is a fight at the old cargo shaft. The young scavenger on the other end sounded half paralyzed with panic, and behind him, the sharp staccato of continuous laser fire rang out. It is a full-blown brawl. Governor's office people, mining guild people, and several unidentified factions. The main shaft entrance is in complete chaos. Rufus cursed. Who fired first? Can't see. Everyone is shooting right now. The comm channel exploded with static again. ADA muted that frequency to a corner tab. Simultaneously, she pulled up the map for the old cargo shaft area. It was not a clear feed. Only a handful of old surveillance cameras, peripheral heat signatures, scavenger watch reports, and intermittent comm intercepts. The main entrance to the old cargo shaft, once a gray landmark, was now enclosed by a red bounding box. 3 colors of light dots tangled together inside it, flashing bright, blinking out, and immediately replaced by others elsewhere. Data update: armed conflict detected at the old cargo shaft main entrance. Conflict scale moderate. Identification sources: peripheral visual reports, surviving surveillance cameras, heat signatures, open frequency intercepts. Blue dots: suspected governor's office tax inspection detail, supported by PDF fire team. Equipment: standard issue laser rifles, limited heavy explosive weaponry. Current action: attempting to seize the main entrance. Yellow dots: suspected remnants of the mining guild. Equipment: mining explosive ordnance, modified pistols, limited industrial cutters. Current action: holding the loading platform. Sebastian stared at the cluster of green dots on the periphery, his handkerchief pausing mid-twirl. He reached out and tapped them. Those are not mining guild people. Lei Jun looked at him. You recognize them? Private soldiers of the violent family. Sebastian's handkerchief spun once more in his palm. They have been feuding with the Castellan family for years. That black thorn emblem, I would not mistake it. Green dots: suspected noble private army. Well-equipped, high mobility. Current action: clearing peripheral side passages, not directly contesting the main shaft. Rufus spat. Told you so. Once the spaceport got blocked, these lords had to learn to scurry like rats. Now look, dogs eating dogs, and it has come right to our doorstep. Helena did not reply. She only watched the dots on the map extinguish one by one. The governor's blockade order still hung active. The mining guild's old contracts had not even been fully torn up. Yet noble private soldiers were already slipping around to the outer paths. All of them still invoked the Emperor's name. Their weapons, however, were already trained on each other. Lei Jun watched for half a minute without issuing orders. The old cargo shaft main entrance was at this moment a boiling pot. Whoever reached in first would burn their hand. ADA: ignore the main shaft. Confirmed. I want to see the alternatives. Scanning for non-primary entrance routes. At that moment, a comm request pinged from the registration shed. Malon's frequency. Lei Jun tapped it open. On the side screen, Malon stood behind a temporary isolation line at the registration shed. Behind him, several mining guild members were crowded together. Some carried data cases, the others had blood staining their clothes. Lord Lei Jun. Malon's voice had dropped considerably. Someone delivered something to the registration shed. Lei Jun said nothing. Malon lifted an old data case toward the camera. Half of the old ledger for the guild cargo shaft over the past 5 years. Rufus raised an eyebrow. Half. Malon's mouth twitched. The other half has likely already been spent to buy someone's life. Hearing this, Sebastian's handkerchief froze. This is no ordinary ledger. The old cargo shaft accounts tie into tax rights, smuggling routes, and temporary storage. Family container registrations, who borrowed, whose passages. He looked at Lei Jun. Once you take this, you are telling the governor's office and every great house that you hold something they do not wish to be seen. Malon offered no objection. He leaned forward across the screen. The guild has already scattered. Some want to sell their routes to the governor's office in exchange for a pardon. Others have thrown in with the violent family, ready to be noble hounds. My remaining people wish to continue trading with you. He looked up, his voice cracking with dryness. I will not speak of loyalty. But we know the passages. We can read old ledgers. We can repair cargo shafts. And we know which old blueprints have not yet rotted away. Whoever can protect this ledger, whoever can keep us alive until the next distribution, we will work for them. The main control room fell silent for a moment. The words were crude perhaps, but honest. More useful than any oath. Lei Jun reached out and pressed a point on the console. ADA opened the isolated data slot. Isolated data slot opened. Automatic write to main database disabled. Awaiting manual authorization. Malin sighed immediately had someone connect the data case to an old reader at the registration shed. Seconds later a string of yellowed entries flickered onto the side screen. External data receiving. Running virus skin format parsing old contract index cross-reference. Sebastian could no longer contain himself. Mr. Lei Jun. This thing is far more troublesome than a single passage. I know. Lei Jun did not look away from the half-ledger. That is precisely why we must take it. Let them fight amongst themselves. We will find the seam alongside them first. ADA's prompt appeared quickly. Cross-reference complete. Structure parallel to old cargo shaft main axis detected maintenance auxiliary shaft. Status abandoned. Last maintenance record 11 years ago. Hazards collapse, oxygen deficiency, residual security, devices unknown, biological contamination. Malin immediately added, that is the one. An auxiliary shaft used back then for maintaining wall sensors. Only single file passage. Regular cargo cannot pass, but people can squeeze through. However, no one has walked that route in over a decade. I cannot guarantee it has not collapsed. ADA dragged a red dashed line onto the tactical map. It traced along the outer flank of the main cargo shaft, bypassing the contested entrance entirely. It was thin as a thread, as though it might snap at any moment. But it passed directly beside side route observation point Alpha. Rufus leaned in for a closer look. I have heard of this place. Old generation smuggler workers called it the Needle Eye Shaft. You can squeeze through, but it is treacherous. Once inside, do not turn back. Turn around and you risk getting pinned. Lei Jun glanced at him. Can you guide us? Rufus immediately shook his head. Not with this old back of mine. He quickly added, but one of my men is thin as a wire himself. His father used to work shaft wall maintenance. He knows these narrow passages. Lei Jun did not waste words. Bring him. Yes, sir. Rufus turned to summon the man. Lei Jun then turned to Sebastian. Violent family private soldiers, their equipment insignia, and standard escape routes. Give all of it to ADA. Sebastian gripped his handkerchief, then finally nodded. They favor light, fast strikes. Their private soldiers wear black armbands, and their firearms have likely been modified at family workshops. If they are also seeking an alternate route, their objective is not merely escape. The violent family loves seizing ledgers, and especially ledgers that can prove others guilty. Lei Jun looked toward Malin on the side screen. You heard that? Malin's throat bobbed. I heard. Then that half-ledger of yours is no longer a pledge of allegiance. It is bait. Malin's face paled further. Lei Jun continued. Transmit everything you know about the maintenance auxiliary shaft. Maintenance hatch locations, vent identifiers. Send it all. Do not withhold anything. Hide even a detail, and a man dies inside. Malin answered swiftly this time. I will transmit. I will send everything. Minutes later, the new structural diagram layered onto the tactical map. Side route observation point Alpha shifted slightly to the right under ADA's adjustment. A blue node settled beside the auxiliary shaft entrance. The red conflict zone at the main entrance continued to flash. The governor's office, the mining guild, and the violent private soldiers were still fighting inside that boiling pot. A-49 did not engage. Instead, it carved a thinner, dirtier, far less conspicuous line along the edge. Helena approached Lei Jun and asked quietly, Are we truly abandoning the main shaft? It is the most chaotic moment. We could possibly take the entrance. And after, Lei Jun countered, turn the governor's cannon toward us. Make both the violent family and the mining guild turn their eyes to A-49. Whoever sits at the head of the table first must pay the first price. He pointed to the red dashed line. We are not sitting at the table now. We are slipping underneath it. Helena did not press further. She turned her gaze back to the red glow at the main entrance. A-49 did not yet have the standing to draw every weapon toward itself. Trade chaos for time, and time for a passage. That was steadier than storming a main entrance already torn apart like a meat grinder. Ada, online. Notify the reconnaissance team to prepare. Recon team standing by. Mission target maintenance auxiliary shaft. Phase 1 confirm entrance condition survey collapse zones oxygen levels heat signatures and residual security devices. Do not enter the main cargo shaft. Do not interface with noble private route primary authority. Lei Jun opened the material queue for the No. 3 SCV. Barricade plates, cable spools, lighting units, and heavy anchor points had already been staged at the warehouse entrance. Issue the gear. No. 3 SCV remains in the rear. Do not enter the auxiliary shaft. Men go in, but the rope goes in first. Rufus soon arrived with a gaunt young man, thin as wire. The man bore old burn scars across his face, carried a bundle of homemade tools, and kept his eyes fixed on the ground. This is Ashnale. Rufus nudged him forward. He reads shaft walls, recognizes old maintenance marks, is cautious, and runs fast. Lei Jun looked at the young man. Once inside, there is no need for heroics. See something wrong, you withdraw. The lean youth swallowed hard. What if I cannot get back out? Lei Jun pointed to the 3 heavy anchor points on the map. That is why we tie the rope first. Even if you freeze, we drag you back. Beside him, a Marine had finished his equipment check. He pulled down his visor, AC-14 Gauss rifle braced across his chest, his voice emerging through the helmet speaker. Recon outer perimeter positioned. I will not cross 20 meters into the shaft. If anything comes chasing, I will put it down. Lei Jun nodded. That is the plan. Ash Nail leads. Marine provides outer security. Rufus's people only deliver supplies to the entrance, then withdraw. Anyone who dares touch the main shaft door will lose the hand that does it. Rufus immediately barked at his men behind him. Did you all hear that? Watch the path, watch the rope, watch your teammate. Do not stand around gawking. In the main control room, the blue node stabilized. Cyberroute observation point alpha. A second line of text appeared beneath it. Maintenance auxiliary shaft entrance. Lei Jun studied the thin line on the map. Move out. On the tactical display, 2 small dots representing the recon team ignited at the edge of A-49 and advanced one after the other toward the narrow passage beside the old cargo shaft. One no one was fighting over. One no one was willing to enter first. Silence filled the command room. The red dash, the maintenance shaft, still hung on map. That had just been dispatched had the edge of A-49. On the map, only 2 tiny dots remained, one in front of the other, edging along the perimeter of the old freight shaft. In front was the lean one. Behind it was the Marine. SCV no. 3 remained in the rear with ceiling plates and cables. The illumination units and heavy anchor points were staged by the warehouse doorway, ready to be carried to the entrance at any moment. The main entrance to the old freight shaft was still under fire. Blue, yellow, and green lights flickered together, and every few seconds one went out. AI did not mark it as a battlefield. She only pressed a red frame at the edge of the map. The main entrance of the old freight shaft, the gunfight persisted. Lu Fusi fixed his gaze on the red frame, the corner of his mouth twitching. These people aren't afraid of death. It isn't that they aren't afraid. He Lian Na looked at the extinguished lights. It's that they think they won't die first. After those words, the command room grew quieter. Sebastian's private comm badge flashed once. The light soon faded. His handkerchief tightened in his grasp. The Yin Xiangwei How sent this. Lei Jun looked at him. Can it be received, eh? It's not a normal transmission. Sebastian placed the comm badge at the edge of the console. Preset distress codes, only short messages can be sent. AI connected to the isolation slot. External short message reception. Source Yin Xiangwei How preset authentication chain. Content analysis in progress. A few seconds later, 3 lines of distress codes were projected onto Lei Jun's private tactical interface. Orbital communications noise rose. The 4th spaceport's outer perimeter authentication passphrase changed at high frequency. The core family asset priority protocol appears to be activated. Sebastian read the 3 lines, pressing his fingertip to the edge of the communications badge. They won't last long. Lu Fusi frowned. Who? The ship, eh? The ship can wait. Sebastian's voice lowered. But the 4th spaceport may not leave them a backdoor. He looked up at Lei Jun. If the 4th spaceport only recognizes core family keys, even if the Yin Xiangwei How remains in orbit, there will be no safe rendezvous point. If we force a close approach, the anti-aircraft guns will treat it as an illegal target and shoot it down. Lian Na looked at those lines of distress codes, her hand resting on her hip holster. The governor's office keeps vigil over the spaceport, yet leaves a door for the core family first. The rest can only wait outside for death. Aida Lei Jun said. Recalculate the rendezvous window based on this intelligence. Data were being integrated: orbital communications, noise, 4th spaceport, authentication change frequency, and the core family priority protocol. Projection: if the current trend persists, the Yin Xiangwei How's rendezvous window will close within 74 standard hours. If the old freight shaft's main entrance collapses, A-49 to the spaceport transfer route would add about 11 standard hours of detour. If the reconnaissance team triggers a high-grade alert on the Castellan Old Private Road, the surrounding aristocrats' private guards would heighten their vigilance, and the risk of infiltration would rise thereafter. Comprehensive assessment: the theoretical safe evacuation window remains about 1 standard days. Sebastian fixed his gaze on the number. More than 3 days remained. It seemed there was still time from A-49 to the 4th spaceport. Between them lay the old freight shaft, the aristocrats' private byways, and the governor's blockade. And a mob shooting at one another. Lu Fusi licked his lips. Is 3 days enough? No one answered. Lei Jun did not watch the countdown. His gaze rested on the 3 routes. The main entrance to the old freight shaft was a battlefield. The maintenance shaft remained unexplored. The H-3 gate of the Haynes family can be opened only once. All 3 routes could be taken, and all could end in death. Forcing everyone onto one path would spell doom. Not retreating now, Lei Jun spoke. Sebastian's handkerchief paused in his hand. Lei Jun gave him no chance to interrupt. We won't seize the main shaft either. He opened the tactical map. First, the reconnaissance team's mission remains unchanged. The maintenance shaft continues to probe. First, verify the entrance that collapses the oxygen deficiency heat sources and residual security. Second, the H3 gate will not be opened. He looked toward the green node of the hand's auxiliary gate. Only peripheral observation. After the new Marines log off, select one Marine and one of Rufus's men. Go inspect the gate's outer side passage, heat sources, cameras, and patrol points. Do not touch the codes. The gate won't open. Third, A49 continues to recruit. Lei Jun looked at Heliana. PDF remnants technicians and capable miners can enter. Weapons will be collected centrally. People will be housed in the peripheral living areas. Whoever dares crowd into the core area will be treated as breaking the blockade. Heliana nodded. I will draft temporary regulations. Rufus scratched his chin. What if the people in the peripheral living areas start trouble? Your people hold the first line. Lei Jun looked at him. Heliana handles the rules. My people handle the last shot. Rufus grinned. Understood. Alive, but don't act like a fool. Heliana glanced at him. Rufus quickly reined in his smile. What I mean is that the rules should be clear so everyone can be safe. Lei Jun did not respond. He opened his production queue. Recommended defense expansion 2 Marines 1 medic. Heavy firepower expansion Goliath armed robot siege tanks. Currently not recommended to implement. Special ops unit expansion raiders. Resources should be conserved for the breakout phase. These appeared only on Lei Jun's private tactical interface. He pressed the first item. Production sequence added 2 Marines 1 medic. On the public screen, 3 countdown icons appeared. Rufus stared at the 3 icons for a long moment, then nodded. Is that all? That's enough for now. Lei Jun said. Heavy artillery isn't for blocking every hole. When it's time to tear open the port, let them speak. Sebastian looked at the 3 icons and said nothing more. He understood. Lei Jun did not treat A49 as a fleeing party. He was still plotting defenses. The routes that can be taken must be explored. Those who can be gathered must be gathered. The remaining firepower must not be burned off too soon. As the production queue was confirmed, a ripple of static leaked through the external channel. Guns panting and calls to retreat. This is A49. This is the PDF remnants. We are retreating behind the old tax checkpoint under attack. Requesting entry to the defense zone. They've closed in. They're not human. The line cut, then another voice broke in. I am Holt. Lieutenant Holt. The 7th temporary lockdown remnants are retreating toward A49. We are not here to take over. We just want to survive. In the command room, the red alert that had just been suppressed flared up again. External aid coordinates confirmed. Source remnants of the 7th temporary lockdown. Threat signal suspected Tai Luan low-grade unit in pursuit. Lei Jun watched the newly emerged route, his finger resting on the edge of the console. Just as he finished saying to keep recruiting, someone outside appeared running toward here, bearing swarms of bugs. This job isn't easy to handle. If we don't take it, Holt's group will die on the road. If we take it wrongly, the entrance of A49 will become a new nest for the vermin. Lei Jun raised his hand and pressed the edge of the console. Aida. Online. Bring Holt's line online. He watched the red speck drawing closer. Let's see what else is behind them. When the external channel came through, Holt could barely form complete sentences. Gunshots, electrical static, engines gasping, all jammed into a single frequency. 7th temporary blockade point. Fall back to A49. There's something gaining on us. Open the door. The last 2 words were nearly screamed. In the next instant, static swallowed the transmission. A49's outer sensors lit up with a string of red dots. The red dots surged from the C4 old tax checkpoint direction, hugging the old tax withdrawal line and heading straight for A49's outer gate. Ada's voice echoed inside Lei Jun's ear. External targets confirmed. Approximately 30 remnants of PDF forces. 1 light armored personnel carrier, approximately 70% structural damage. Accompanying personnel include technicians, communicators, wounded, and unregistered civilians. On the tactical map, green dots clustered tightly together. They weren't retreating, they were being driven. A small cluster of red markers pressed tightly behind them. Not numerous but fast. Pursuers identified, primarily gene cult insurgents. Detected low-tier Tyranid entities interspersed among them. Sebastian stared at the map. They're about to slam into the gate. Rufus crossed his arms, the words grinding through his teeth. If we don't open the door, the dead will block the passage anyway. If we open it wide, the bugs come in with them. Lei Jun didn't look at them. His finger hovered over the A49 outer gate icon. Whether to rescue Holt was no longer the question. The problem was not letting the pursuers follow them in. Ada. Online. Initiate Gecko protocol. Command confirmed. Gecko protocol activated. A-49 did not sound the major alarm. Above the main gate, only a row of red warning lights illuminated. Behind the second checkpoint, Rufus's people began to pull to the sides. The temporary isolation barrier dropped. Firebirds took positions in the side gun emplacements. 2 Marines entered the bunker firing ports. The Reavers took position behind shelter, 2 grenade launchers raising half an inch. SCV-3 was already waiting on the inner side of the outer gate. It pushed 2 explosion-proof steel plates to the isolation corridor entrance, then welded a row of triangular barriers to the ground. SCV-2 dragged the sealed recovery container, positioning itself behind the isolation gate. SCV-1 had not left the engineering bay. The old refinement line and core equipment could not be left unattended. Seconds later, A-49's main gate emitted a dull hydraulic groan. The heavy alloy door did not fully open. It rose only a few inches. The gap was not tall enough for an adult to walk through. Bending was required. Outside, a smoke-belching PDF light APC surged toward the gate, its front end smashing into the freshly welded barriers, the metal hull denting instantly. The vehicle door was kicked open from the inside. 2 PDF soldiers tumbled out, followed by technicians wounded and civilians hauling each other toward the gap. "Open the door," a blackened officer bellowed inward. "Open it wide." The speaker behind the gate crackled to life. No explanation, only orders. "This is A-49 temporary purification zone. All entering personnel, discard your weapons. Hands behind your heads, wounded go first. Others prone and crawl through the gap." The officer opened his mouth to curse. Around the corridor bend behind him, several figures already emerged. Those figures were hunched, gripping mining picks and homemade firearms. Bone spurs jutted from their shoulders and necks. The lead creature moved on all fours, its forelimbs a pair of thin bone scythes. It launched from the ground, pouncing directly at the last PDF soldier. The officer's curse caught in his throat. He tossed his laser pistol aside, clasped his hands behind his head, and crawled toward the gap. Others followed suit. Weapons, knives, grenades, spare power cells, scattered haphazardly across the ground. First wave move in. Rufus stood above the isolation corridor, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Don't fucking shove. If you die at the door, I'm not dragging your ass." Over a dozen people scrambled through the gap on hands and knees. That low-tier Tyranid entity skittered along the ground, trying to follow. The Firebird's nozzle flared in the side emplacement. A horizontal swath of flames swept across the exterior of the gap. The creature had barely inserted half its body before its carapace was engulfed. It convulsed twice on the ground, then burned into a blackened shell. The Firebird pilot reported over the channel. Second wave. Rufus slapped the railing. "Hurry up, don't look back." Just as the second group entered, 3 cultists armed with automatic pistols mingled among them. Their clothes were stained with PDF blood, trying to roll inside during the chaos. Several short bursts echoed from the bunker firing port. The C-14 Gauss rifle's muzzle flashed only a few times. 3 cultists staggered backward in succession, falling lifeless outside the gate. Suspected contaminated targets eliminated. The Marines' report was brief. The pursuers outside did not stop. A heavy mutant creature broke through the crowd, wielding a broken steel beam, charging straight for the gap. Flames scorched its legs, burning only a layer of rotting flesh. Gauss rounds struck its shoulder, nearly staggering it. The Reaver spoke up. "I'll handle this." His shoulder-mounted grenade launcher lowered. Boom. A shockwave grenade slammed into the mutant's knee. A blue-white detonation burst outward. The mutant's right leg buckled instantly, its entire body dropping to its knees. The steel beam veered off course, skimming past the gap and crashing to the ground. The Firebird added another pass. The creature was still roaring, but unable to advance. Lei Jun watched the outer gate feed. SCV-2, clear the entrance. Command relayed. SCV-2 moved. It did not breach the defense line, only extending its mechanical arm beyond the isolation gate. The massive alloy claw grasped the charred Tyranid corpse. Then it swept the cultist bodies and shattered weapons into the sealed recovery container. The lid sealed shut. The latch clicked into place with a metallic snap. The newly admitted PDF soldiers watched in silence. By their doctrine, Xenos and heretic remains should be burned, prayed over, and purified. But at A-49's gate, these things were cleared first. Don't let them block the door. Don't let them contaminate the passage. What can be recovered will be dealt with later. The last stragglers crawled through the gap. The alloy door began to descend. Outside, a few more cultists charged their crude firearms, firing wildly into the opening. Bullets sparked off the alloy door, sending up only a few molten droplets. The great door slammed shut. The shouts from outside were severed. Inside the isolation corridor, only heavy breathing and the wounded's groans could be heard. "Get down," Rufus called from above. "Keep your hands away from your waists. Don't reach for anything. Anyone who touches a weapon on the ground dies." A medic entered with a scanner. She did not enter the crowd, only remained behind the isolation line. Pale blueskin beams swept across and rose. The critically wounded were dragged to the temporary triage point. Unregistered individuals were forced to one side by Rufus's men. All PDF soldiers' weapons were confiscated, power cells bagged separately. Holt was supported by two of his men leaning against the corridor wall. His left arm was broken, a deep gash marred his face, and his uniform hung in tatters. He was the one who had been shouting to open the door moments before. Now he could barely speak. He watched the things at the gate that had driven them to flee for their lives, eliminated by A-49's flames, gunfire, blast doors, and SCVs. It was not a glorious battle. No charging horns that Imperial officers would approve of. These people simply followed procedure. Open a gap, let people through. Burn the bugs that snuck in. Shoot the disguised ones, clear the corpses. Close the door. Holt's throat bobbed. He had wanted to preserve some dignity as a regular army officer, but now he could barely stand upright. The master control room's holographic screen lit up. Lei Jun's image appeared at the far end of the isolation corridor. Before Holt could speak, Lei Jun asked, "First, 4th spaceport perimeter. To what extent has everything fallen apart?" In the isolation corridor, Holt leaned against the wall. The medic applied a fixation clamp to his fractured left arm and pressed a layer of pale blue gel into the torn wound. The place that had throbbed with bone-deep pain just moments ago quickly dulled. He glanced down. The white-armored medic had already turned to attend to the next casualty. Holt tried to say something, but only a hoarse breath escaped his throat. Lei Jun's holographic image still lingered at the far end of the corridor. Holt managed a dry laugh. "Chaos." He looked up, his mouth still smudged with black ash and blood. "That isn't chaos, sir. That is pure rot. The G9 cargo corridor at 4th Spaceport has been sealed off by the core family's private militias. They aren't stopping people. They are clearing the path. Refugees approach, they shoot them dead. PDF approaches, they shoot too. I saw a transport convoy with nothing but children and wounded in the back. They got raked by heavy machine guns right in front of the blast door." The isolation corridor fell silent for a moment. A few PDF soldiers who had just been taken in kept their heads down, no one argued. Holt gripped the wall railing with his remaining hand. "Our own people are fighting too." The 7th and 9th regiments opened fire at the cargo station just to seize a boarding clearance port. The ammo depot refuses to supply the transport crews, ignore military orders, and the base police only recognize the core family's golden seals. The governor's office is still shouting lockdown orders over the comms. Yet their armored personnel carriers are all assigned to escort those family cargo containers. Holt gritted his teeth. Those vehicles should have been reinforcing the bug breach. And now they are moving crates for the nobility. In the main control room, Sebastian's hand rested on the communications panel. He did not speak. Holt's words were clear enough. He didn't even need to hear the rest. Once the core family's asset priority protocol was activated, every door at 4th Spaceport would change hands. The Silver Rose remained in orbit, but to board the ship needed a landing zone. If the spaceport recognized only core family's codes, the Silver Rose approaching would be considered an unlawful target. After voicing these concerns, a slight weight lifted from Holt's chest. He looked up at Lei Jun's hologram. "Sir." He had shifted his address. His voice was still hoarse, but steadier than before. "I am Lieutenant Holt Gray of the 11th Mobile Infantry Regiment Planetary Defense Force. Among my people are technicians, communicators, and soldiers who can still fire their weapons. We are willing to assist in defending the outer perimeters of A-49. He paused there. The remnant of an officer's bearing was forcibly reclaimed. "But we are regular Imperial forces. I request to retain our arms under my continued command." The remnants of the PDF in the isolation corridor looked at him. A few still had a flicker of hope in their eyes. Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He merely glanced sideways at Rufus. Rufus spat his toothpick onto the floor and descended from his perch. "Lieutenant." He stood before Holt, looking down at the officer who had just crawled out of a pile of corpses. "Listen carefully. This is A-49, not your lockdown point, nor is it some lord's cargo depot from the governor's office." Rufus raised one finger. "First, some weapons may be retained. Every one must be registered, tagged with a metal plate, and marked with identification color strips. Whoever owns a gun claims it. Lost, missing, or hidden, and you will be treated as contamination suspects." He extended his second finger. "Second, all energy cells for your laser rifles must be surrendered, issued daily based on missions. The more patrol duty, the more you get. Hide behind walls playing dead, and tomorrow you stand guard with empty rifles." Several PDF soldiers instinctively glanced at their weapons. Rufus paid them no mind. "Third, surrender your communicators. You will be issued A-49 internal terminals. You may only receive orders, no calling out to others, no broadcasting positions externally. Anyone caught secretly contacting the governor's office will be confined to the isolation shed first." Rufus pointed his finger toward Holt's chest. "Fourth, the main control area is off limits. No approaching the engineering bay. No viewing the old refining line. If you see yellow mechs at work, keep your distance. Whoever touches them blocks their path or points a gun at them. Rufus grinned. I won't need to ask Sir Lei Jun. I'll break his hand first. Holt's hand gripping the wall tightened. This is not joint defense. He pushed himself up against the wall. This is co-option. Rufus spread his hands. You understand well enough. Holt finally lost his temper. Insolence. His voice exploded through the isolation corridor. We are the Planetary Defense Force. According to the Governor's Office Emergency Lockdown Order, I have the authority to take over the defense of any non-military facility. This place was originally a mining complex. Before Rufus could respond, the sound of boots echoed from the other side of the corridor. Helena entered. She brought no one and drew no weapon. She held only a data slate. Lieutenant Holt. She stopped outside the isolation line. You just cited the Governor's Office Emergency Lockdown Order. Then let me remind you of a few things. Holt noticed the Arbiter insignia on her uniform, and his words hitched. Helena turned the data slate toward him. First, within the past 12 standard hours, the Governor's Office has issued 37 conflicting commands. 11 of them demand holding the lower passages to the last man. 9 require prioritizing the escort of core assets. And 4 designate your current sector as an extinction-level contamination zone. She looked up at Holt. You cannot prove which valid order you are currently executing. Holt's lips moved, but no sound came out. Helena continued. Second A, 49 currently possesses independent purification, isolation, defense, medical, and water supply capabilities. According to the Disaster Response Protocol, once designated as a contamination zone by higher authority, such facilities may establish a temporary purification defense sector. The safety director of this sector holds interim authority. I, Helena, Arbiter of the Legal Department, have confirmed the validity of A49's provisional purification regulations. She closed the data slate. Therefore, Lieutenant, at A49, it is not you who takes over. It is you and your people who must obey the purification regulations here. Silence fell in the isolation corridor. Several veterans behind Holt lowered their heads. They did not understand all the legal provisions. But they understood one thing: the Arbiter stood with A49. Holt stared at Helena, his hands clenched. He had once silenced many with rank orders and the Governor's seal. Now each of those had been dismantled one by one. Lei Jun finally spoke. Lieutenant. Holt turned to the holographic screen. Lei Jun wasted no words. 2 options. If you wish to leave, I will provide fresh water rations and a route map. The map will indicate which path has fewer fatalities. Once outside A49, your people are yours to command. Live or die depends on your skill. He paused. If you stay, you follow A49 rules. Your soldiers will eat, your wounded will be treated. You retain the rank of lieutenant and lead an outer perimeter squad. But routes, ammunition, communications, and garrison points are my decisions. Holt did not answer immediately. He looked back at the triage area. A PDF soldier with a torn abdomen lay on a metal stretcher. The white-armored medic guided cold lasers along the wound edges. Blackened necrotic tissue was painstakingly removed. Nanogel sealed the vessels. The soldier who had been unable to speak now showed signs of breathing again. On the other side, a comms technician with a shattered leg was secured to a stretcher. The stump was cauterized, the bleeding stopped. Yet he lived. In the outer 4th spaceport, that was already a miracle. Holt looked toward the entrance once more. The light-armored personnel carrier sat there, its front half caved-in engine still smoking. It had brought them all the way to A49. And that was as far as it would go. Finally, he looked at his people. About 30 individuals. Less than half unscathed. Technicians, communicators, and 2 civilian children huddled in a corner. Their gazes held little of the military hardness left, only the will to survive remained. Holt clenched his jaw. He wanted to assert once more that Imperial soldiers answered only to military authority. But the words stuck in his throat, refusing to come out. After a few seconds, he bowed his head. We stay. Lei Jun gave a slight nod. Rufus, register them. Helena, at a regulation. Holt's people are to be integrated into Outer Auxiliary Patrol Team 3. Ammunition issued per mission. Technicians filtered separately, those capable of repairs sent to the Outer Engineering Corps. Communications personnel not to touch the main frequency until Ada has cleared them. Rufus grinned. Understood. With orders issued, A49 sprang into motion. The PDF remnants Holt had brought were separated for registration. Those mobile formed a line. The severely wounded were sent to the triage point. Undesignated civilians were led to the exterior of the isolation sheds. The approach to the core zone forbidden. Laser rifles were placed in crates one by one. Some weapons could be retained. All energy cells were collected. Each soldier received a gray metal tag, engraved with numbers and temporary patrol squad insignia. A few veterans muttered curses. Rufus's men raised their rifle muzzles without warning. The cursing immediately subsided. Outside the isolation corridor, SCV 3 dragged a prefabricated steel frame to an open area. Welding sparks flared. Within half an hour, a temporary guard post with ballistic plating and firing ports stood erected. Not aesthetically pleasing, but extremely sturdy. Compared to the fortifications Holt's men had previously cobbled together from scrap metal and planks, this looked like a pile of unsorted junk. On the other side, SCV, 2 sorted through the damaged weapons surrendered by the remnants. Usable items were registered and stored. Totally ruined ones were tossed into sealed recycling bins. Red lights illuminated on the bins, automatically locking them. Those items would be sent to the processing line. What they would become was unknown to the PDF soldiers. All they knew was that in A-49, even broken guns and empty ammunition cases would not be wasted. Further away, the searchlight of SCV, 1 swept from the direction of the engineering bay. It did not glance toward the isolation corridor. The old refining line continued operating. Maintenance queues in the engineering bay kept forming. A-49 had absorbed a batch of ragtag soldiers, but its core machinery did not halt for such matters. Holt was assigned a temporary partition compartment. Called a single quarters, it was merely a steel plate door, a folding cot, and a wall-mounted water purifier. Outside his door, his veterans continued muttering complaints. Some cursed Rufus, some cursed A-49, others cursed the governor's office. Holt did not open the door. He sat on the edge of the cot, examining the gray metal tag in his hand. Inscribed on it was a line of text. Outer Auxiliary Patrol Team, 3 temporary commander below that, a smaller line of text. Authority low. Holt stared at those 2 words for a long time. He was still a lieutenant. But in A-49, a lieutenant was no longer the highest authority. The regulations were. And the regulations were no longer in his hands. In the temporary triage area, bloodstains on the ground remained uncleaned. Several laborers had just finished splashing disinfectant, the pungent odor making people wrinkle their noses. Of the 30-odd individuals brought by Holt, more than half bore injuries. The lightly wounded sat against the wall, pressing bandages to their own wounds. The critically injured lay on metal stretchers, some clutching their bellies. Others had only half of their leg armor remaining. Others were carried in nearly lifeless. An elderly veteran with graying hair knelt beside one stretcher. His name was Arvin, the sole medic among Holt's ragged remnants. His PDF military uniform was shredded beyond recognition, the cuffs stained crimson with blood. His medicine pouch was already half empty, containing nothing but a few analgesic injections. Several rolls of soiled bandages and a bone saw worn shiny from use lay nearby. The soldier on the stretcher had his abdomen torn open, and a large portion of his right leg had been corroded away by acid. Intestines protruded halfway from the wound. The edges had already turned black. Arvin studied it for a moment, then set the saw aside. Instead, he reached into his pouch and withdrew a gray syringe. A young PDF soldier nearby froze mid-motion at the sight. Medic, what is that? Arvin didn't look up. Painkiller. The young soldier's lips parted, but he dared not press further. He knew it wasn't a standard painkiller. Beyond the 4th spaceport's outer perimeter, supplies were exhausted, medicine stretchers, all the ambulatory casualties needed to keep evacuating. For those beyond saving, he'd administer one final injection to ease their suffering before death took them. Then they'd simply wait to draw their last breath. Arvin bit off the needle cap, his voice rough and unyielding. He won't survive until the next dressing change. Abdominal contamination, excessive blood loss, and his leg is gangrenous. Stop staring. Hold him down. The young soldier didn't move. From the stretcher came a rasping sound like air escaping a wound. Arvin pressed the needle against the soldier's neck. Before he could inject, a white armored hand gripped his wrist. Arvin turned to see a medic standing beside him. She wore pristine white CMC 405 light power armor, the rectangular medical compartment on her back glowing with a soft blue light. No weapon was visible. Only a foldable light shield embedded in her forearm. Her other hand had already deployed a medical module. Arvin gritted his teeth. He's beyond saving. The medic released his wrist and moved the gray syringe away from the patient's neck. The light shield on her forearm extended, pushing back those pressing closer. She knelt and swept scanning beams across the wound, from abdomen to leg, as diagnostic readouts scrolled across her visor. Open abdominal trauma with hemorrhagic shock. Heterogeneous bacterial infection causing necrosis of the right leg's soft tissue. Vital signs were faint, but not absent. The medic drew a second syringe from her arm armor and injected it into the soldier's neck. His convulsing body gradually stilled. A cold laser activated at the tip of her medical module. She traced the wound margins, methodically debriding the necrotic, blackened tissue. Nanogel sealed the severed vessels. Using sterile forceps, she returned the eviscerated bowel to the abdominal cavity. A translucent gel coating sealed the abdominal wound. The right leg received no immediate attention. She only applied a sealant to halt further acid erosion and mounted a stabilization brace along the thigh. Seconds later, the soldier's chest rose and fell once more. He hadn't awakened, but his breathing steadied. Arvin glanced from the gray syringe in his hand to the soldier on the stretcher. Doesn't have to wait to die, the young PDF soldier whispered. The medic didn't look back. Not for now. She pushed the stretcher aside and gestured toward the next. Next, Arvin remained where he stood, the syringe gradually lowering in his hand. He didn't kneel or call it a miracle. He simply returned the gray syringe to his pouch and dragged the obstructing medicine chest aside. It was a small gesture. Yet every PDF present had witnessed it. The old medic who once specialized in deciding who would live and who would wait to die had stepped aside. Beyond the observation window, Holt stood watching. His left arm, newly set, still hung in a sling, and blood on his face hadn't been wiped away. He watched as another casualty was wheeled past. A chunk was missing from the man's shoulder bone, exposed. Beyond the fourth spaceport's outer perimeter, such wounds bypassed the medic entirely. A painkiller followed by a mercy kill was considered decent treatment. But the medic had merely scanned, injected, debrided, sealed the vessels, and applied gel. The wound wouldn't heal instantly, yet the bleeding stopped, and the man lived. The PDF soldiers behind Holt remained silent. They had witnessed a 49's firepower firsthand, burning chitin, eliminating mimics with precision strikes. SCVs dragged away corpses and discarded weapons. Those horrors had terrified them. Now this woman in white armor made them even more reluctant to act rashly. One by one she pulled back those already condemned from the edge of death. In the command center, Lei Jun watched the triage area's monitors in silence. Helena stood behind him. Unlike the PDF soldiers, she wasn't transfixed by the medic. Her gaze was fixed on the queue forming outside the triage area. The wounded were triaged. Weapons were confiscated. Those mobile were registered. Tech specialists were flagged separately. The governor's office rescue orders amounted to nothing but channel static. A-49 delivered waterbeds, medicine access control, and firepower. These proved more effective than slogans. Lei Jun spoke. Ada casualty report. Reporting, Commander. We've received 31 PDF personnel, including 9 critically injured and 3 near-death cases. The on-duty medic has stabilized all 3 near-death patients. Remaining critical casualties await treatment and sequence. Lei Jun glanced at another screen. 3 SCVs were operational. SCV, 1 was stationed between the engineering bay and the old refining line. It was securing freshly processed armor plating along the exterior of the old refining line, reinforcing sections vulnerable to acid corrosion. The core systems couldn't afford to halt. SCV, 1 held that position. Meanwhile, SCV, 2 worked along the exterior wall of the triage area, expanding the isolation canopy supports while sorting broken rifles, damaged chest plates, and empty ammunition crates handed in by the PDF survivors into separate collection bins. Reparable items were retained, those beyond salvage went straight to recycling. SCV, 3 hauled prefabricated steel frames across the outer clearing, stripping down Holt's light armored personnel carrier piece by piece. Usable engine components were set aside for later use while the chassis was reinforced with steel plates to form a temporary barricade. It then moved to the outer gate, welding large metal scraps into additional abatis barriers. Lei Jun's fingers tapped twice on the console. The infantry weapon level 1 upgrades were already showing results. A patrolling Marine passed near an acid pipe and had a few drops of corrosive fluid splash onto his shoulder armor. White smoke rose from the armor surface, leaving dark stains, but the plate held without being breached. Meanwhile, the fire salamanders were testing their newly calibrated flamethrowers. The flame jetted out straighter than before with reduced recoil. The improvements seemed minor, but on the battlefield, even a fraction less armor penetration could mean the difference between life and death. Ada opened production queue. Production queue initialized. Awaiting commands. Unit icons materialized before Lei Jun. Marines were economical and effective for line holding. Reavers offered steadier performance, but helium-free supplies were critically low. Lei Jun's gaze settled on 2 units. Fire Salamander 100 crystal or 25 high-energy gas, medic 50 crystal or 50 high-energy gas. Production queue. 2 Fire Salamanders, 1 medic. Command confirmed. Resource expenditure calculated 250 crystal or 100 high-energy gas. Warning: high-energy gas reserves have dropped below the safety threshold. Consumption rate has increased by 23.7%. Lei Jun studied the warning for a long moment. Helium-3 burned through fast. The old refining line and chitin recycling would buy them some time, but expanding the defensive perimeter meant medic salamanders and heavy units would all consume it at an alarming rate. If this supply line wasn't reinforced, A-49 would be strangled eventually. He didn't revoke the order. Execute. Order executed. Relevant units have entered production queue. The triage area continued to absorb incoming casualties. The on-duty medic could handle the initial wave, but rotation would be necessary. Once the PDF remnants were integrated, the perimeter patrol lines would need to advance outward. Too many abandoned rooms, old pipes, and narrow corridors. Those were exactly where the chitins would hide, and where fire salamanders would prove most effective for clearing operations. These units weren't for show. They were filling gaps. Just then a stir arose in the triage area. The PDF casualty whose abdomen had been torn open was awake. He opened his eyes, saw the white lights overhead, and managed to rasp out, "Medic." And water. Arvin was tending to a lighter case patient nearby when he heard the call. His bandages paused mid-motion. The casualty tried to speak again. From the adjacent cot, an old veteran struggled to raise his hand and pat the patient's shoulder. "Shut up. Save your strength." The awakened casualty froze for a moment. The veteran glanced toward the distance. The white-armored medic stood before the next stretcher adjusting dosage for a new patient. Within the medical sector, the title Saint of White Armor spread rapidly. A PDF casualty who had just regained consciousness called out for a military medic. A nearby veteran quickly corrected him. Before long, everyone by the stretchers knew it. In A49, those clad in white armor were not called medics. They were called the Saint of White Armor. Those freshly dragged-in PDF stragglers had only known one emotion: fear. They feared that fire-spewing iron canister. They feared the massive rifles in the blue-armored soldiers' hands which mowed men down with every activation. They also feared the yellow engineering mech at the entrance which dragged away corpses and discarded weapons alike. Later, when the medics passed by their stretchers, several PDF soldiers would proactively step aside to let them through. No one called out for medics indiscriminately anymore. No one dared to reach out and stop her. After being rescued, some tried to raise their hands in the Sky Eagle salute, only to be pressed back down by those beside them. The medical sector had its own rules. Moving recklessly would earn a scolding. After regaining some strength, a communications officer proactively called out to Rufus's people. "Sir." His face was half blackened by smoke, his hand clutching a cracked data slate. His voice remained hoarse. "This is the final 12 hours of our squad's channel recordings. It's quite messy inside." Rufus took it and glanced over. The outer casing was cracked. Dried blood stained the interface port. He didn't know whether it could still be read, so he handed it off and had it sent to the main control room. When Lei Jun received the data slate, he only glanced at the exterior. "Ada, online. See what can still be recovered from it." A mechanical arm extended from beneath the console, clamped onto the data slate, and plugged it into the analysis port. Data structure 74 corrupted. Encrypted override detected. Attempting repair. The main control screen flushed with a string of broken records. Large blocks of garbled code interspersed with gunfire sounds, distress calls, and fragments of command designations. Seconds later, the static was suppressed. Repair complete. Now playing command chain orders in chronological sequence. On the screen, orders bearing the governor's seal were gradually restored. Each was annotated with its timestamp and target unit. First order. All mid-level units hold the transport ring road to the last man. No retreat. Second order. 11th Mobile Infantry Regiment immediately abandon customs checkpoint C4 and rally at airport 4 cargo zone B7. Third order. Armored Transport Company prioritize escorting the Castellan family's sealed cargo containers to the airport. This is a supreme directive. Fourth order. Emergency administrative decree: seal all upward passages from the Undercity. Anyone attempting to breach the blockade regardless of status is to be executed on sight. Fifth order. The 7th temporary blockade point is not to withdraw. Violators will be treated as deserters. Sixth order. The 7th temporary blockade point is to immediately contract toward the outer perimeter of C4 and await the noble convoy's passage. Orders rolled down one after another. Hold. Retreat. Escort. Seal the gates. Clear the way. Execute. The same PDF units receiving completely contradictory commands within the same time window. Holt was summoned to the observation area outside the main control room. His left arm hung in a sling as he stared at the records on the screen, saying nothing. He recognized those orders. He and his men had been yanked back and forth by exactly those commands. First told to defend the checkpoint, then ordered to fall back toward the airport, then told to make way for noble cargo convoys. By the time the real monsters reached their defense line, they couldn't even tell whom they were supposed to report to. Holt spoke in a low voice. By then we no longer knew who to obey. The governor's manor was still issuing official documents. Regimental channels were flooding with them too. Noble private networks were forcefully injecting priority directives into company-level frequencies. He looked up at those command designations. Some of these orders, even the seals, are genuine. Sebastian stood beside him, his finger constantly pressing against his communication badge. The governor's manor has lost control of the situation. His voice was lower than usual. But the families who didn't secure boarding slots won't simply wait to die. They will seize. Seize routes, seize certifications, seize warehouse codes. Anything that brings them closer to the airport. He looked toward Lei Jun. A49 can rescue people, provide clean water, repair equipment, and has an airport route currently under verification. All of those things they will want. Lei Jun studied the command records on the screen. These were worth more than Holt's testimony. Ada, online. Compile all PDF command chain records from the past 12 hours that originate from different sources and conflict with one another. Create a separate file. Directive confirmed. Evidence package being assembled. Lei Jun turned his head. Helena had already picked up the data slate. She scanned the order designations, then glanced at Holt. This is usable, she said. The governor's manor issued conflicting orders within the contamination zone, causing the frontline defenses to collapse. Noble private networks interfering with PDF channels can be incorporated into the record as well. Should anyone later accuse A49 of separatism or disobedience to the blockade order, this evidence can counter it. Lei Jun nodded. If anyone ever found themselves across the negotiation table and tried to bully him with governor's manor orders, he would simply slam these records down. One order says hold. Another says retreat. Another says make way for noble cargo. This kind of evidence cannot suppress A49. At that moment, Ada's alert tone sounded. Warning-based logistics consumption is rising. A new data panel popped up in the corner of the screen. After the third SCV went online, overall base maintenance efficiency increased by 45. Daily engineering material consumption rose by 60 in parallel. 2 firebat units and 1 medic have entered the production queue. The temporary medical sector continues processing casualties. Medical supplies have fallen below the safety threshold. Rufus stared at the string of numbers and cursed. Keeping people alive costs more than fighting wars. Lei Jun didn't respond. He scrolled down the logistics panel. Clean water, pharmaceuticals, ammunition, steel plates, fuel, all trending downward. The newly absorbed PDF stragglers had barely been organized into units before the medical sector flagged 2 more supply warnings. The faster the SCVs worked, the faster the materials were consumed. Lei Jun opened the scrap tax registration point. Notify the registration shed. Accelerate scrap tax processing. Priority delivery of standard ingots. Damaged firearms, empty ammunition crates, broken breastplates. If they can be repaired, register them. If not, seal them in crates. He paused. Also, newly arrived personnel are forbidden from approaching ammunition crates, medical supply caches, and SCV operational zones. Unauthorized personnel are not to enter the core area. Rufus nodded. Understood. I'll oversee it myself. On the screen, the operational feeds of 3 SCVs were displayed separately. SCV Unit 1 remained between the engineering bay and the old refining line. Core gas pipeline maintenance, armor plate repairs, and critical equipment overhauls were all concentrated there. SCV Unit 2 welded new isolation tent frames beside the outer wall of the medical sector. Several reassigned PDF technical soldiers stood beyond the yellow line, able to carry materials, but forbidden from touching main control interfaces. SCV Unit 3 cleared blockages at abandoned perimeter outposts. It sliced through ruined piping with a cutting torch and dragged collapsed steel frames aside. That route led to the outer observation point of the maintenance secondary shaft. Lei Jun's instructions were simple: clear the path. First, do not enter the shaft. Do not disturb whatever lay within. A silence fell over the main control room. Sebastian continued paging through his own certification records. Helena filed the newly assembled evidence package appending the reference number for the Contamination Zone Emergency Purification Regulation. Holt stood in the observation area, his hand resting on his sling. The orders continued scrolling on the screen. He did not mention the regular army this time. Just then Ada pulled another encrypted record from the fragmented channels. Recovering key statements. Source: Outer Perimeter Warehouse Certification Network of Airport 4. Timestamp: 15 minutes ago. The garbled code on the main screen reassembled piece by piece. Finally, only a single red notification remained. Airport 4 Outer Perimeter 6th Warehouse Certification Point. Has unilaterally rejected standard governor's manor access codes. System reply only recognizes the core family unified key. Sebastian's communication badge nearly slipped from his grip. He caught at his knuckles whitening against the surface. The 6th Warehouse Certification Point. Lei Jun turned to look at him. Sebastian clenched the badge tightly. The ground reception log for the Silver Rose is registered on the auxiliary berths behind the 6th warehouse. Without that certification point granting clearance, my key proves nothing more than my own identity. We cannot let the extraction team in. He looked up at the screen. The noble airs had collapsed entirely. Airport 4 was still ahead, but the locks were already being changed. Sebastian fixed his gaze on the line of crimson characters that calmed from his grip. He quickly it with a finger. Those words still glowed on the main screen. The 6th storage authentication point would not recognize the ordinary governor's office pass and the ground liaison records of the Silver Rose. It was moored at the auxiliary berth behind the 6th storage. The checkpoint would not grant passage, so the escort team could not enter. If the escort team can't enter that ship, even if still there, has nothing to do with him. Sebastian opened his mouth, but only managed a few words after a long pause. Impossible. They can't do this. No one answered him. Lei Jun's attention lingered on the data board. What Holt brought was not the only bad news. Ada continued analyzing the remaining PDF unit communications records. The airport records on the main control screen tucked into a corner. A new map unfolded. On Kula Star, the mid to upper transport lines, tax passes, guard posts, and blockade points lit up layer by layer. Ada listed the marker legends beside the map. Red marks indicated accepted adaptations or self-imposed checkpoints. In the beginning, the map still showed many greens. As the remaining records were repaired, the greens faded one by one. Yellow marks spread outward. Red marks began to appear as well. Points that could still reply were cut off one by one. What remained were either out of contact or already bearing someone else's mark. Ada began playing the key records. The mid-level transport hub C-12 Sentinel Station 3 standard hours earlier announced temporary adaptation to the Wayloan family. The elevated route G-9 tax cards last public channel message read ammunition exhausted, each must find a way out. The G-9 tax card was now running private extortion. Refugees crossing must surrender water, fuel, batteries, or metal parts. Rufus leaned toward the screen, saw a blinking red dot, and cursed. These bastards, he said, pointing at the marker. That PDF squad outside the mining guild's nest used to grab our scrap metal. Now the road is blocked, guarding the mining guild's gate directly. Holt stood nearby, his left arm hanging, unmoving. He gripped the strap with the still-moving hand. The fabric creased beneath his grip. Traitor. He whispered the word through his teeth. They are traitors to the Empire. Rufus looked at him. Lieutenant, stop shouting. Even if the higher-ups have given up on you, doesn't mean those below can't feed themselves, eh? Holt turned his head toward him. Rufus did not flinch. You may not want to hear it, but it won't help. You led people to A-49, it didn't you, because the original orders couldn't save you. That statement left Holt silent for a long moment. Rufus turned to Lei Jun, his finger tapping the map. Sir, this time it's not that the higher-ups closed the door. It's the people inside the gates who are starting to grab the keys. The road will get harder to traverse. Lei Jun looked at the map that grew more chaotic with every update. The map, being so chaotic, proved useful. It used to show only which routes led to the airport. Now they could see who was robbing, who was blocking, and who had begun to collect road tolls. This is more valuable than a clean map. Rufus, here. Mark the checkpoints you think are most likely to become roadblocks. No matter what flag they once bore. Lei Jun studied the map. If they are taking tolls now, they are bandits. Rufus's eyes brightened at once. Understood. He dragged a control panel over and began marking on the map. In some places he did not even bother with official numbers. Only watched the flows of nearby scrap gang territories and black market routes. From that you can determine which road is most likely to become a toll point. The noble merchants still stand where they are. Lei Jun called out a second time, then looked up. Don't fixate on that ship any longer. Just because the ship isn't in your hands doesn't mean you and your people are finished yet. Sebastian, Lei Jun pointed at the map. You understand the nobles better than they do. What path will those who have the ship take? Those who didn't get the ship tickets will seize which road. Which families have private ways, which families will hire people to block the doors. Draw them all. Sebastian looked at the map, his fingers still on the comm badge. After a few seconds, he slowly moved to the other side's console. I can only mark what I know. That's enough. Lei Jun said. Mark first. Sebastian bowed his head and continued operating. The first route loops around the noble cargo corridor to bypass the governor's office public checkpoint. The second route passes beneath the private lift shaft under the old banquet area. The third line leads to an inconspicuous storage mezzanine. For each line drawn, he would write a family name beside it. Some were marked, will bribe. Some were marked, might silence. Some only had 2 words, mad dog. Lei Jun did not interrupt him. Helena. There. The female legal officer stepped forward. Lei Jun pointed at those checkpoints that had not yet read in fully. The governor's office orders are rotten. But the arbitrator's face still has use. Which outposts will hesitate when they see your identity? Which officers are timid and can be pressured? Where there are places you must not touch. You come to mark. Helena took over the controls. She did not say much, directly pulling up the old files from the Ministry of Justice. One by one the outposts bore different marks. Low-ranking officers with corruption records. They had been investigated by the Ministry of Justice, their families in the mid-level ranks. Fanatical devotion, not to be spoken of. Suspected to be under noble control. She marked quickly. Each click added a new line of old archival notes beside it. These people were once only names in the Justice Department's files. Now they stand as gates along the road. The pried open are opened, the unpried are bypassed. Those who bite back will be killed in advance. In the command room, only the soft hum of the consoles remained. Rufus marked gray. Sebastian marked gold. Helena marked black and white. Ada collapsed all the marks onto the same map. Half a minute later, the main screen refreshed. Between A-49 and the 4th airport, a dense layer of markings now shows where one can trade, where tolls will be set, and where control has already collapsed. Where arbitration status might be exploited to bluff. where merely approaching would invite attacks from several powers. Ada added a new label to the map's upper left corner. A49 to the 4th Airport Temporary Route Analysis Diagram. No collapse of order diagram. Some gates still open. Some people still bargain. Some muzzles still intimidate. These fragments, when assembled, form a path. Ada, online. Report the base's overall status. The route map on the main screen shrank. An internal diagram of A49 popped up. The engineering unit's 3 SCVs operating normally. SCV, 1 I-Core Engineering Module Maintenance Q current load 92, peak 98, controllable. SCV, 2 White Armor Treatment Zone Expansion and Scrap Tax Collection Q current load 117 material transport delays. SCV, 3 Exterior Guard Fortification and Maintenance Shaft Route Pre-Processing Current Efficiency 100, as expected. Production Q2 Firebats 1 Medic not completed. The existing Firebat unit's rotation pressure is controllable, fuel replenishment cycle shortened to 4 standard hours. On-duty medic treatment pressure continues to rise. Nanogel stock is below the safety threshold. The Marines have completed zone handover. Firepower coverage has increased by 28. Senior unit assessment raiders remain the frontline heavy fire units. Their grenades are effective in confined terrain, but gas consumption is too high and not advised to expand in an early breakout. Heavy units remain as they are. Conclusion: do not invest heavy firepower units during the A49 fixed defense phase. Lei Jun tapped the edge of the console. Ada's judgment aligned with his own. You cannot pour all your money into this underground shell. Tank shells and heavy unit fuel are meant for breaking out. Now pile resources into defense. When the time comes to head for the 4th airport, it will be a matter of lives more than machines. No expansion of heavy units. Lei Jun said. Resources should be prioritized for supply, medical fuel, and route reconnaissance. Command acknowledged. Resource distribution priorities updated. He reopened the crumbling order map and traced his finger upward from A49. Maintenance shaft, old freight shaft C, 4 outer ring. Noble private passages. 6th storage authentication point. Several lines intersect in the map's middle. Their rufous marked gray. Beside it read, old freight shaft extremely dangerous. Sebastian marked gold at the same spot. Castellan private channel entrance possibly with family arms. Helena also placed a small black mark there. Old justice inspection post records missing high risk. 3 kinds of marks overlapped there. The area glowed red to black. Lei Jun stared at it for a few seconds, then tapped the screen. Here. Rufus frowned. Sir, this place's markings are too messy. Sebastian also spoke. That is a junction of multiple powers, or anyone could lie in wait there. Helena looked at the old justice post number. This post has not sent a transmission for more than 48 hours. Thus a messy place yields a gap. He finished, then turned to the work at the 3rd SCV's yellow armored mech, cutting through the final section of the block steel pipe outside the abandoned post. Behind the channel, the dark well wall finally appeared. Ada's prompt popped up. Maintenance, shaft outer observation point cleared. Should reconnaissance units be dispatched? Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He studied the black and red area on the map. Should reconnaissance units be dispatched? Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He studied the black and red area on the map. The 4th airport has not arrived yet. The Silver Rose has not yet fallen. But to turn that ship back into a retreat route, they must first find a gap that no one is willing to walk through. Notify Gray Spike. Lei Jun said. Have him prepare to descend. This time bring 1 infantryman. Only observe the route, not engage the enemy. Do not scavenge. Return once you are done. Command acknowledged. Reconnaissance mission established. On the main control screen between A49 and the 4th airport. That originally severed route was drawn again by Ada with a thin line. The line is short pale, but it has not disappeared. Lei Jun looked at that line and muttered, first map out the gap. Lei Jun looked at that line and murmured, first map out the gap. The gray nail had not yet descended into the shaft. The observation point outside the No. 3 maintenance side shaft, cleared by the SCV. It was already illuminated by temporary light stands. A Marine stood outside the wellhead, AC-14 Gauss rifle pressed against his chest. Gray Nail had a toolkit slung over his back, crouching beside an old pipe. He was running his fingers over maintenance markings that had been worn away by half. Ada was still waiting for the venting data. Lei Jun did not rush anyone to descend. The roads outside had already descended into chaos. But A49 itself could not scatter first. He minimized the collapse order map to a corner of the screen and pulled up the base's internal surveillance. Entrance treatment area, scrap metal tax registration point, old refining line, second checkpoint. In the outer temporary zone, a dozen video feeds lit up simultaneously. A49 was no longer the old factory they had just seized. People wounded, scrap metal sentries, layer upon layer spreading outward. Beyond the heavy alloy blast doors, a queue stretched into the darkness. Some had run from the outer ring freight corridors. Others had circled around from the blockade perimeter. A few more had crawled out of abandoned maintenance tunnels. Their clothes were so filthy that their original color was unrecognizable. They clutched old tools, broken batteries, coils of copper wire, and rusted casings. Several metal plates, torn from walls, followed. Rufus stood before the scrap tax registration point, his voice overpowering the coughing in the crowd. Form a line. If you want to get in, lay out everything you can trade for survival. Knives, guns, explosives, hand them over first. Copper wire batteries, old tools, iron casings. Register them before we count. A man carried a rusted ventilation housing and set it trembling on the registration desk. Rufus's men searched him first. Holt's remaining PDF soldiers stood nearby, maintaining order in the queue. Someone had tried to hide a short blade in his boot. A PDF soldier kicked him to his knees. Rufus didn't even glance at him. Throw him out. Next. Outer gate, collect supplies. Inner gate, check wounds. Further inside was the white armor treatment zone. The on-duty medic stood among a row of makeshift stretchers. She hardly spoke. When wounded were brought in, they were scanned first, then triaged. Those who could walk were sent to the isolation tent. Those bleeding uncontrollably were carried to the inner beds. Anyone with abnormal temperature or irregular neural responses was separated. A handful of screened lower nest residents and lightly wounded PDF soldiers were temporarily organized into a labor detail. They could only carry water buckets and replace soiled cloths. They hauled away blood water, but were not allowed to touch the medic's supply crates. The No. 2 SCV was working right beside the outer wall of the treatment zone. It dragged up anti-blast steel plates one by one, positioning them against the new isolation door. The moment the welding torch flared, everyone nearby stepped back. The arc traced along the edge, burning it into a bright white line. A few conscripted PDF technicians stood outside the yellow line. They were responsible for pushing the next batch of steel plates into position. They could carry, they could watch, but they were not allowed to touch the main control interface. Further out, the No. 3 SCV was still driving ground anchors in the temporary zone. The heavy drill bit pressed into the bedrock and gravel burst from the cracks. Holt's remaining soldiers set up auxiliary sentry posts in this newly opened area. The bulletproof wall went from nothing to completion in just half a standard hour. A few PDF soldiers stood behind the wall, feeling it over for a long time, saying nothing. One young soldier finally could not hold back and whispered, "Lieutenant, is that really an engineering mecha? How is it more nimble than the Sentinel walking mecha in our regiment?" Holt did not answer. He watched the No. 3 SCV turn to haul the second batch of steel frames. This thing did not require incantations. It did not require holy oil. Nor did it need tech priests circling around it for hours. One order from Lei Jun, and it got to work. Digging pits, driving piles, welding walls, hauling debris, clearing passages. The filthiest work, the heaviest work, the most dangerous work. It took it all. Holt had once believed he had seen the Empire's war machines. Now he dared not speak so boldly. At the deepest part of the base beside the old refining line, the No. 1 SCV emerged from the direction of the engineering bay. Its mechanical arm dragged a blackened piece of heavy external armor. That was a scrap part replaced from the Goliath frame during the last maintenance cycle. The armor plate bore claw marks and pits eaten by acid. The No. 1 SCV did not send it to the recycling bin. It hauled the scrap armor to the outside of the old refining line. It wedged it into a deformed support point and sealed the edges with a welding torch. Old parts patching the old line. If it could hold, it would serve for now. In the main control room, Lei Jun watched a dozen surveillance feeds. These 3 yellow engineering mechas were what held up the current A-49. Ada's electronic voice rang out. Current base status briefing. Energy module A-49's old refining line maintains low power operation with stable output. Resource module scrap metal tax protocol and battlefield recovery protocol are both actively enforced. Estimated daily conversion 380 to 510 crystal ore. Currently at the break-even threshold. Logistics module white armor treatment zone has processed 117 personnel in total, of whom 31 can be reassigned to basic labor and 4 have technical backgrounds. Medical supply consumption exceeds projections by 34. Engineering module, all 3 SCVs are under sustained high load. The No. 2 SCV's material transport delay has not yet been resolved. Lei Jun studied those numbers. Revenue was rising, and so were expenses. The more people there were, the thicker the doors, the longer the walls, the faster medicine and water were consumed. Then external intelligence was shifted to the side. 13 communication nodes on the mid-level transport ring have gone dark. The 4th spaceport outer verification window is projected to shrink to 2.8 standard days and continues compressing. In the old freight shaft area, the frequency of engagements between Remnant Mining Guild forces and House Varant's private militia is rising. On the screen, an increasing number of external entry requests were flagged. These points were converging on A-49 from various corridors. Some were genuine refugees, some were scattered PDF troops. Some bore the old insignia of the mining guild. For several other signals, Ada directly marked them with red crosses. Suspected bait. Sebastian stood nearby, still gripping that communication badge in his hand. This place is too bright, he said. There's water, there's medicine, there's walls, and there's an old refining line that can be restarted. People will target this place, and so will the bugs. Ada relay the new rules. Command confirmed. The main control screen refreshed. The channels for Rufus, Holt, Malwin, and several outer perimeter supervisors were connected. First, all non-essential expansion in the A49 core zone is suspended. All resources are prioritized to maintain the existing system. The old refining line, engineering bay, treatment zone, and second checkpoint must not be cut off. Second, the outer temporary zone may be expanded, but every new person must have a purpose. Those who can shoot are assigned to auxiliary sentries. Those with technical skills are registered with Malwin and then verified by the No. 2 SCV operations line. Those who can do nothing are to haul stones, clear debris, and dig drainage ditches. This place does not sustain idlers. Helena stood nearby, entering these orders into the provisional regulations. She did not dress up, Lei Jun's words. In a disaster state, a camp that survives does so precisely because it does not rely on pretty talk. Lei Jun continued. Third, tell those outside. A49 is not a sanctuary. We will open the doors, we will screen people, we will save lives. We will also shoot. If you want to get in, follow the rules first. Everyone hear me clearly. This is not a place to come for free meals. Those who can work come in. Those who can hand over supplies come in. Anyone caught hiding knives or guns, get out right now. Anyone who causes trouble sleeps outside. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, but nobody dared to charge. They could see the gun muzzles on the gate. They could also see the yellow engineering mecha behind the door. After finishing his shout, Rufus glanced back. Lei Jun had somehow appeared at the observation platform behind the entrance. The two stood separated by the railing, watching the queue outside grow ever longer. Rufus lowered his voice. Sir, this place doesn't look like a hiding hole anymore. He rubbed his chin stubble. More like a miniature lower nest. Lei Jun's gaze fell on the front of the queue. A little girl clutched half a sheet of rusted iron, her face covered in grime. She was too short, and the iron plate dragged on the ground, scraping an ear-piercing sound all the way. The person at the registration desk wanted to shoo her to the back. Rufus frowned and was about to curse, but Lei Jun spoke first. Register it. Lei Jun looked at that rusted iron plate dragging on the ground and added, even the small nests must pay scrap metal tax first. Rufus grinned and turned to scold at the registration desk. Hear that? Register. That rusted iron plate was registered under the little girl's name. She and her mother were led into the screening, the outer gate. Those at the rear of the queue saw it. Not long after the news spread, A49 opened its doors. They handed in scrap iron, surrendered weapons, and underwent screening. Those who passed would be allowed to drink water. The gravely wounded might catch a glimpse from the white-armored saint. These few words were more effective than any bulletin from the governor's palace. The line outside the gates grew longer and longer. What had started as a few dozen people later became a sea of shadowy figures jammed in the passage. Some dragged broken iron pipes. Some clutched old batteries. Someone even unloaded an entire wall panel from their back, collapsing to their knees, gasping for breath. The entrance was the first to buckle. In the temporary channel, Lu Fuxi's voice cut straight into the main control room. We can't keep taking them in like this. The outer temporary zones are nearly full. The water point has already been ringed twice. If not for that fire-breathing behemoth stopping by for a moment, the water drums would have been overturned. Lu Fuxi stood at the opposite side of the console, gripping a comms pad in his hand. He stared at the supply curves on the screen, his lips pressed into a tight line. The treatment zone can't hold out either. Medical stocks have fallen below the safety line. If this continues, not only the outsiders, but even A49's own people won't be saved. Helena nodded, not join the quarrel. She pulled up the density map of the isolation zone. The outer temporary zones can continue to be layered. New arrivals and existing personnel should be physically separated. Those with contamination risk should be sent to isolation huts. Those able to work should be allocated according to the temporary requisition regulations. In the channel, Lu Fuxi's curses rang out. Layering. With what will you separate it? The walls need steel plates, the doors must be locked, the water points require watchers, and the huts still need someone to guard them. Helena, now you draw a mark quickly with that pen. But outside, those people are starving, they could gnaw the water buckets to get by. Say Ba Si Jian added, there is also evacuation. We are ultimately headed for the 4th airport. With so many people, any passage will be blocked. The Kasi Talon family's private passage cannot allow an entire refugee train to pass. In the channel, the control room was alive with voices. Lu Fuxi guarded the gate. Helena Na enforced the regulations. Say Ba Si Jian watched the airport. They were all right. Lei Jun kept his eyes on the main screen. The purified water reserves were dropping. Medical supplies were dropping. All consumables were dropping. 49 can save people. But this is not an arc. If people push upward, the first to sink won't be the outside crowd, it will be this newly raised little nest itself. AI to draft 3 sets of lists. Please issue the categorization standards. First set, keep for use list. Lei Jun pointed at the console. Those who can repair old generators, no piping diagrams, and can operate the communications array stay. Those with PDF combat experience who can immediately stand guard at the periphery stay. They know the shift times for the airport cargo yard and the aristocratic private soldiers' commands. Or those who can recognize private road marks of families like Ka Si Te Lan and Wei Luan Te stay. Second, set the buffer list. Healthy bodies, no obvious infection, but no special skills do not enter the core zone. Lei Jun pulled up the exterior schematics of A49. Outside the main gate, the temporary zone was already packed. To the right, a half-collapsed lateral passage stretched on. Marked B3. That passage did not reach the core area, only toward the old gray road direction. It used to be for detouring waste carts. Now it can still hold lamps, water buckets, and wire. This batch of people after registration will be moved to the B3 outer buffer line. Provide water routes and temporary lights. But do not occupy core zone beds, do not enter the treatment zone, do not approach the engineering bay. Third, set isolation list. Those with unusual wounds, fever, or unsettled minds whose scans do not pass, all isolated. Who causes trouble, drag them out. He turned to a few people. Helena, Nana, you are responsible for writing the specialists of the kept-for-use personnel into the temporary regulations. Lu Fu, see you go enforce the triage and isolation. Say Ba Si Jian, you question those who claim to know the nobles. Names, routes, emblems, passphrase, old warehouse numbers. Bring them all out. Say Ba Si Jian nodded. This time he did not mention the Yin Shangwei Hao. In the entrance channel, Lu Fu Si's side carried the sound of a wrench striking the guardrail. I'll go. The new rules quickly spread to the outer zone. Lu Fu Si climbed onto the platform beside the registration point, shouting at the top of his lungs, everyone hear me clearly. Pay the scrap tax. That does not mean you can sleep in the core zone. Those who can repair things stand to the left. Those who have served in the army and can still bear arms stand to the right. Those with fever, convulsions, wounds, oozing black liquid, go to the isolation line by yourself. If you dare hide, we will drag you straight to the isolation line. If you make trouble again, we will drag you out and purify you. The crowd exploded. What gives you the right? We paid in already. My child is feverish. Save him first. Save him first. A woman knelt on the ground, clutching the child in her arms as she pushed forward. The PDF soldiers were about to intervene when the nearby screening rack lit up red. High fever. Infection risk, pending confirmation. The on-duty medic's voice crackled through the treatment zone channel. Send to the isolation line. Not the core ward. The woman tried to kowtow again. Lu Fu Si seized the PDF soldier beside him. Hear that? Send her over. Don't let her kneel in the middle of the road to block the door. On the other side, a man in reasonably neat attire pushed forward. His coat was smeared with dust, but the gold thread at the cuffs hinted at his former status. He raised a family crest, his voice higher than those around him. Move aside. I am the Wei Luan Te family's external affairs agent. I have priority to enter. Lu Fu Si had not spoken yet when another group pushed forward from behind. Leading was a tall, slender man with neatly combed hair. A cracked monocle hung on his face. Behind him followed 2 bodyguards. The bodyguards carried no weapons, but the short clubs at their waists were no prop. The tall, slender man placed a heavy metal briefcase on the registration desk. With a snap, the case opened. What lay inside was not scrap iron. It was rows of precious metal coins stamped with family crests plus stacks of wax-sealed promissory notes. 2 numbered bars of rare metals plus several gemstone set private signet rings. The surrounding crowd fell quiet. My name is Luo Lian. The man tilted his chin. Property advisor to Lord Hai Nc Run. I need a clean bed in the core area. Private bathroom facilities. Priority treatment by the white-armored saint once a day. He pushed the case forward. Are these enough? Lu Fu Si looked at the box, not replying immediately. The surrounding refugees stared at the box as well. In their minds, that was money. Money that could buy lives. Lei Jun watched the scene through the surveillance. AI to scan it. Command acknowledged. The material scanner beside the registry lit with blue light. That was the no. 2 SCV attached to the scrap metal tax queue, a makeshift detection port used to quickly determine the composition of the scrap. A blue light swept across the box. Seconds later, AI Da's voice crackled in Lei Jun's headset. Components: gold, silver, platinum group metals, small amounts of rare earth elements. Accompanied by paper credit vouchers and wax-sealed family receipts, not directly convertible to system resources. System evaluation: recyclable parts convert to 15 crystal or high-energy gas 0. Combined wartime value low. Lei Jun tapped the edge of the console. Lu Fu Si. Listen up. Tell him that this thing can be registered. But it cannot buy a core zone bed. nor can it buy priority rights for medics. Lu Fusi slapped the wrench onto the registration desk with a bang. Luo Lian took a half-step back. Counselor, sir. Lu Fusi snapped the box shut and pushed it back. These can be registered, but not qualified. Luo Lian grabbed the box handle. Do you know how much these are worth? They are not worth here. Lu Fusi tapped the registration desk with the wrench. Copper wires, batteries, iron pipes, old tools. These are more useful than the things in your box. If you want to enter, you can, but only with what I say, otherwise you go to the back of the line. If you want to cut in line, ask me first. This wrench of mine. Lu Lian's bodyguards stepped forward. Behind the door, a blue-armored marine raised a gun barrel. The two bodyguards immediately stopped. Luo Lian scooped up the box, his heels nearly trampling someone behind him. No one yielded him passage. He could only be pressed back by the crowd bit by bit. The registration desk fell silent. That box was more useful than Lu Fusi's shouting of rules 10 times over. It made one thing clear to everyone. At A49, old money might not be money. 3 SCVs did not halt for this disruption. SCV-1 continued guarding the engineering bay and the old refining line. It had just pried off a charred section of piping from the old refining line, then was called back to attend a hotspot at the engineering bay. SCV-2 continued handling the scrap metal queue. Scansort smelt seal. Usable parts left behind. The completely scrapped items went to the processing line. SCV-3 did not leave the maintenance shaft. It still guarded the shaft entrance, continuing to check the winch and the external safety tether. The scrap frames and old water tanks used at the B3 side were all cut from earlier materials. Subsequent shifts would be handled by the remaining PDF remnants and the screened core nest workers. The outer B3 passage quickly stretched into a second buffer line. 2 temporary lamps were erected. Under them sat water buckets, compressed nutrient paste. A row of road signs hammered from scrap steel plates. The first batch of buffer lists formed 2 columns. Each person had a bag of water, a block of compressed nutrient paste, and a simple route sheet. The route sheets bore only 3 marks. Walk if you can, keep away from danger. Helena Nana personally marked several danger points. Lu Fusi's people stood by, urging them on. Take it and go inside. Don't look back and block the main door. If you want to re-enter A49, bring things, bring information, bring skills back. Some cried, some cursed. More people simply clutched water bags, lowering their heads as they stepped into the temporary line outside B3. Lei Jun watched from the observation window as the inner gate of B3 slowly dropped. After the gate closed, the main gate finally yielded a gap, but the 2 lamps outside B3 still shone. The remaining PDF soldiers still guarded behind the barbed wire. Lei Jun turned to the main screen. The exhaust data from the Hui Ding side finally popped up. Exhaust from Hui Ding stable. Pollution index controllable. Recommend the recon team to enter. Lei Jun watched the figure carrying a toolkit in the shaft mouth. Notify Hui Ding. It is time to descend into the shaft. Hui Ding was lowered into 2 safety lines tied to his waist. One line connected to the 3 SCV external winch, and the other was clenched in the blue-armored marine's hand. The repair auxiliary shaft is not a straight shaft. A few meters below the opening, you drop down onto a maintenance platform so narrow that only half a foot can stand on it. Further ahead lies a horizontal maintenance line that hugs the exterior wall of the old freight shaft. What Hui Ding must do is first descend to the platform, then crawl forward along that maintenance line. The blue-armored marine did not follow. He remained outside the shaft mouth, his C-14 Gauss rifle lowered with a spare safety line gripped in his other hand. Content removed. The reconnaissance team had entered the repair auxiliary shaft. The ventilation was stable. The pollution index was controllable. Just as Hui Ding was about to probe further, a string of communication requests suddenly popped up on the main screen's other side. 13717. 17 encrypted priority channels from the upper zones were detected. The initiators included channels bearing registered noble crests, family wealth proxies, and private guard channels. Should we connect in? Rufus's voice squeezed into the entrance channel. My lord, it's just cleared outside. These upper-level people are back again. Sebastian sat beside the control console. He saw those crests. His hand paused at the edge of the console. He recognized these marks from the past. Some families, even his father, would bow to them. Now they hung in rows on the main screen of A49, waiting for A49 to name a price. Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He looked at Sebastian. You screened them. Sebastian paused. Me, Lei Jun pointed at the channels. The routes, passphrase, warehouse numbers, family guarantees. What's genuine and what's rubbish? You're more familiar with them than us. Sebastian lowered his hand from the edge of the console. Lei Jun added, the Silver Rose is still in the airport. But that ship is no longer in your hands. If you want to prove your worth, sift through what those people say. Sebastian did not speak again. He put on the communicator. First channel connected. A middle-aged man in a steward's uniform appeared on the screen, his voice sharp and hard. I am the Gellenwayer family steward. We can provide the C-12 overpass special access code. Sebastian did not answer at once. On the nearby screen, he pulled up a schematic of a breakdown order diagram. Near the C-12 overpass, Rufus had already marked a gray tag. Out of control 3 standard hours earlier. Current suspected toll point. Toll costs fuel water batteries. Sebastian hung up. The second channel connected. The Wylant family guarantees as long as you escort our people to the outer perimeter of the 4th airport you can share afterward. Sebastian didn't wait for him to finish. The Wylant family themselves are still grabbing paths in the old freight shaft and the mining guild. Your guarantee, take it and secure yourselves first. Communication cut. The third channel opened. The airport storage zone 3 holds our pre-stored food and water. Sebastian watched the other side. Storage zone 3. That place was pried open and emptied by the mining guild last week. You trade an empty warehouse for your lives? Silence from the other side. He hung up. The command room quieted a bit. Rufus laughed in the channel. Nice, master. You upper folks tricking other upper folks as expected. Sebastian ignored him. The following communications were filtered one after another. Discarded passcodes. Expired authentication codes. Warehouse numbers that had already spiraled out of control. Private shafts that could not reach the main route. And a few items that hadn't been discarded yet. This is questionable. Sebastian pointed at a numbered item for Ada. Old Tower's temporary listening frequency. It may only work for a short time, but it can hear dispatches from the 4th airport's periphery. Helena stood nearby, recording every suspicious bit of intelligence into a temporary file. She did not comment on Sebastian, but the pace of logging clearly accelerated. At that moment, a familiar crest flashed. The Haynes family. Sebastian looked up at Lei Jun. Lei Jun uttered a single word. Accept. Luowen's face appeared on the small screen. This time he didn't beat around the bush. Lei Jun. We want to purchase 3 treatment slots for 2 women and a child. Lei Jun looked at him. Chips. Luowen immediately sent a data packet. 4th Airport Peripheral Defense Force Internal Guard Channel. Not a temporary frequency, but one of the command links. Ada began to analyze. Frequency format valid. Data stream being intercepted. Medium encryption strength due decryption expected in about 1.7 minutes. Lei Jun tapped the console. It's somewhat useful, but not enough. Then there's a whole crate of military-grade medical supplies. 2 canisters of standard spare energy cans. They're already in the vehicle. Less than 2 kilometers from the outer delivery line of A49. Sebastian whispered, the Wylant family's spare energy cans are real. They used to supply private troop convoys. The connectors may not fit our equipment, but the external lighting and ordinary heaters can be used. Lei Jun glanced at the logistics curve. These items can't directly become crystal ore and high-energy gas, but they can save manpower and ordinary consumables for A49. Saved system resources are money. They can be traded. Lei Jun said. Luowen was about to speak, but Lei Jun cut him off. Let's set the rules clearly. First, core area quotas will not be sold. Second, treatment slots can be exchanged, but only once. Delivery first, treatment later. Deliver the goods to the outer delivery line of A49. Only after scanning, isolating, and confirming no contamination may your people enter. Finish the treatment and leave. Third, we won't promise escort quotas to the airport yet. Don't use your family honor to pressure me. Here, honor is not worth anything. Luowen paused for 2 seconds. This time he didn't haggle. Deal. The line went dead. Rufus's voice came again from the entrance channel. My lord, this isn't a transaction. It's making the upper echelons pay their junk tax too. Lei Jun studied the cargo list from the Haynes family. Yes. The upper echelons must pay too. A few minutes later, the outer delivery line of A49 opened. A temporary scanning rig was extended outside the mouth. No. 2 SCV connected the detection module to the outer door rail. The blue scanning beams swept over the arriving crates layer by layer. Rufus's men stood behind the yellow line, watching the delivery line. A remnant PDF fighter under Holt's command held a gun muzzle aimed at the opposition. The Haynes family guards pushed the crates to the yellow line. They cannot enter the door. They cannot cross the scanning rig. They must not touch A49's internal equipment. Crate scan complete. Explosives none detected. Biocontamination low. It is recommended to quarantine and store for 6 standard hours before activation. Lei Jun did not release them as low risk. Deliver to the outer isolation warehouse. Command acknowledged. The No. 2 SCVs manipulator gripped the crates and sent them directly to the outer side of the isolation warehouse for sealing. SCV No. 3 still stood at the shaft mouth, the winch slowly paying out. Huating's view wavered. He had already reached the maintenance platform. He crawled along the horizontal maintenance line for more than 10 meters. The chest lamp swept over an old maintenance plaque, its carved number worn to black. Subshaft bypassed maintenance line along the exterior wall of the old freight shaft. 30 meters ahead, a narrow section. Kuwaiting's voice crackled through the comms. My lord, someone has been here. These are not marks from 10 years ago. Lei Jun turned his gaze. On screen, several fresh scratches ran along the pipe wall. Also a half of a broken black buckle. Sebastian leaned closer. A black armband. The Wylant family's private guards commonly use this clasp. This is questionable. Ada's voice followed. The 4th airport peripheral guard channel has been cracked. Intercepted anomalous communications. In the control room, a man's shout rose through the loudspeakers mixed with static. Open the door. We have the governor's office passkey. Key invalid. The 4th airport zone G has activated the core family joint protocol. Non-protocol personnel are not allowed in. We do not accept you here. Get out. The first man swore. You dare stop people from the governor's office. You dogs of the Wylant family. Gunfire rang out dense and short. The call cut off. The control room fell silent. Lei Jun studied the airport monitoring logs on one side and the shaft-down image Huiding sent back on the other. Those above were forcing the gate. Below, people were probing the path. He tapped the console. Kuwaiting, stay put. Don't go deeper. Marines prepare to descend to assist. Outside the shaft mouth, the blue-armored soldier pressed the gun to his chest. Copy. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the black buckle. Ada marked the Wylant private soldiers. Marking complete. The reconnaissance risk level for the repair auxiliary shaft has risen. Lei Jun looked up at the new red line lighting on the main screen. The upper echelons have just paid their taxes. Now it's time for the blockers to pay with their lives. The gunshot from the loudspeaker cut off, leaving the control room. The line hum. Huiding remained unmoving. The scene of the maintenance subwell paused on that half-locked black buckle. Huiding lowered his chest lamp. New scratches appeared along the pipe wall. Outside the shaft mouth, the blue-armored Marine had buckled the second safety tether. The No. 3 SCV external winch stalled, leaving only half a turn of slack. Lei Jun did not immediately order the blue-armored Marine to descend the shaft. A batch of people had just died in the spaceport monitors. In the secondary shaft, traces of Vylant private soldiers were found. The two events were now linked. Sebastian sat beside the console, his hand resting on the communicator. Having just cut off those noble channels, he could still feign a measure of calm. Now the gunfire at the spaceport crushed that fragment of calm. It seemed they really started shooting. He fixed his gaze on the muted monitoring window. At the 4th spaceport. Shoot the one who holds the governor's key. The entrance channel carried Rufus's voice through. There was talk of daring from the other side. He could still hear voices at the checkpoint. Whoever has the gun pointed at the door currently has the floor. The upper echelons usually cling to rules, and now that their own gates are blocked, they remember to call for the governor's office. Helian did not respond. She pinned 4th Spaceport Area G onto the map, tapping several entrances in quick succession. 4th Spaceport Area G Combat Zone. Core Family Union Protocol activated. Ordinary Governor's Pass, key invalid. She moved these 3 markers to the side of the main control screen. My judgment, Area G cannot serve as a safe route anymore. Lei Jun scanned. Ada, remove Area G from the temporary routes. All spaceport routes through Area G are to be marked in red. Command acknowledged. On the main screen, the thin lines toward the 4th spaceport were severed. Before Sebastian could speak, Ada's voice sounded again. Data update. Threat level of internal human conflict downgraded to minor. A primary biothreat signal was detected. The Noble's communications window on the main screen was shoved to the corner. A region map from the mid-level transport ring to the old freight shaft popped up. In the map's center, a red dot lit up. It wasn't fixed noise. The signal strength flickered, rising and falling. Yet each fluctuation shone far brighter than the surrounding polluted points. The signal source lies between the mid-level transport ring and the old freight shaft. Current strength anomalous spore point no. 70 at 417. No. 72 tax card low-level infiltration event 280. Judgment a high-order node biological moving with a small swarm. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the red dot. Spore point no. 70 only distressed the medical team. The no. 72 tax card event is also a low-level infiltration individual blending into the crowd. This red dot now is different. It moves and moves without hurry. Each pause lands in crowded, heat-rich, gunfire-dense zones. Ada continued reporting. Path deduction. The target moves along chaotic areas of the defense line. Threat detection method suspected to be a composite recognition of heat sources, life density, and industrial energy fluctuations. A49 current features stable power, water cycle, heat source, high density, human life signals, engineering bay, and old refining line in continuous operation. Conclusion: this base is too conspicuous in the current region. Rufus muttered in the entrance channel. Helian did not respond. Lei Jun swept the main screen. Ada switched to a briefing. Concise conclusion: A49 too bright. Sebastian looked up. Is it looking for us? Correction, it is seeking food, heat sources, and nest sites. A49 meets several priority conditions. The main control room fell silent. Lei Jun overlapped several markers. The spaceport side is closing. The old freight shaft side is fighting. The swarm's high-order node has drawn closer. People, noble private soldiers, the mining guild remnants, and the insects, all squeezed into the area around the old freight shaft. Helian spoke first. Perimeter posts must enter wartime readiness. All gray routes approaching Area A-49 drainage pipes and old maintenance holes must be renumbered. Holt's people can participate in tallying. In the entrance channel, Rufus immediately connected. Don't just count. Those broken pipes may not let people through, but bugs can still get through. Close to water points, vents, and the treatment zone's outer areas, seal them first. If you cannot seal them, set traps. Sebastian watched the old freight shaft area. What about spaceport routes? The old freight shaft is the key point for our bypass to the 4th spaceport. If that thing sits there, our original route becomes unusable. 3 proposals crowded the main screen at once. Lei Jun did not respond yet. He looked at the feed from Huiding. Huiding paused at the transverse maintenance line. A half-buckle wedged in the wall seemed within half a foot of his hand. Outside the shaft mouth, the blue-armored Marine had buckled the safety line but had not descended. He stood by the shaft mouth waiting for Lei Jun's command. Huiding, keep waiting. Lei Jun spoke, do not touch the buckle, do not crawl forward. Huiding's voice came from the ducts very low. Understood, my lord. Lei Jun turned toward the main screen. Ada, keep monitoring the high-order node. Refresh their position strength and direction every 30 seconds. Mark all intersections with the 3 backup spaceport routes. Command acknowledged. Helian, here. You and Holt are responsible for the peripheral entrances. The outer 300 meters do not need full clearance. That can wait. Now clear the 5 nearest entrances first. Water points, vents, the outside of the treatment zone, the 2nd checkpoint, and the gate outside B3. Weld what can be welded shut. For those that cannot be welded shut, install alarm lines. If manpower is insufficient, let the PDF remnants bring in screened labor. But no one may touch the core interface. Helian nodded. Understood. Rufus. The entrance channel carried Rufus's reply. Listen up. From the gray route you described, pick 5 that are easiest to reach near our core area. Do not block them all. Block half, keep the other half as traps. I want to know which route it uses to get in so I can pin it there. Rufus laughed softly. I can handle that. Sebastian. Sebastian looked up. Add a variable to the spaceport route model. Swarm disruption. Don't count only the nobles, count the tax cards and private troops. Include the high-order node's presence at the old freight shaft as well. Tell me at worst how many routes can still bypass. Sebastian lowered his head toward the console. I'll do it now. The commands were broken into line-by-line tasks by Ada. On the main screen, the interior structure diagram of A-49 was dismantled. Each entrance gained an extra line of task. Every gray route was labeled with a number. Every outer gate had an assigned person beside it. Ada began allocating engineering queues. No. 1 SCV, continue maintaining armor connections between the engineering bay and the old refining line. No. 2 SCV, prioritize sealing drainage pipes outside the white armor treatment zone, while also handling the scrap tax queue and inspection modules. No. 3 SCV, maintain maintenance, subwell winch support, and preset structural cutoff devices at the subwell entrance. Warning, 3 SCV's loads are approaching the high-pressure range. Suggestion, reduce non-essential engineering requests. Lei Jun looked at the 3 yellow engineering markers. The 3 SCVs can still sustain it, but they cannot be treated as unlimited labor any longer. All non-essential expansions must stop. The B3 outer buffer line will be kept at minimum standards. The treatment zone will only preserve the critically wounded and those who can regain combat power. The scrap tax queue will slow down. First, defend the line and the evacuation routes. Command acknowledged. At the entrance, Rufus's people began dragging laborers from the ranks. Holt's PDF remnants received Helena's numbering table and hurried toward the nearest sewage pipe outlet. No. 2 SCV dragged a blocking plate to the outside of the treatment zone. A blue-white arc flashed quickly. No. 3 SCV still stood guard at the maintenance subwell mouth. Its winch did not loosen. Another robotic arm had already pressed a structural cutter up against the shaft support beam. Once Lei Jun orders, this segment of the subwell entrance could be blasted away. Helian now watched the task list turn green line by line. She changed the temporary rule from peripheral entry control into 5 numbered zones. She pushed the corresponding numbers to Holt. With the command issued, the PDF remnants had already begun moving. At that moment, Ada's voice sounded again. High-order node signal update. Target stopped moving. The red dot on the main screen stopped. It rested near the old freight shaft's entrance. Beside that area, 3 markers appeared simultaneously: violent private soldier activity, traces, mining guild remnants, firefight zone. A-49 to 4th spaceport backup route intersection. The green planned route was pressed by a red polluted zone at one corner. Not completely severed, but it could no longer be used as a safe route. Sebastian looked at the map, his voice dropping. It's blocking our path. Lei Jun did not look at him. He fixed his gaze on the red dot. Not a road, but a gate. He raised a hand and magnified the old freight shaft entrance. Now 3 groups stood at the gate, noble private soldiers mining guild remnants and insects. Lei Jun paused. Then let them bite each other first. Should we adjust route priorities? Adjust the front approach of the old freight shaft becomes a backup route. Move the maintenance subwell reconnaissance line to first priority. Weeding stays on standby. The assault team ready to respond. Wait for node signals before moving again. Command acknowledged. On the main screen, the thread extending from A49 brightened a little. It curved around the front of the old freight shaft. Tracing along the exterior maintenance line, it slowly extended toward the spaceport. Lei Jun watched the line. If the main gate is seized, we'll move along the wall seam. After the gunfire from the speaker cut off, only the baseline hum of circuits remained in the command room. The red signal at the entrance to the old freight shaft was still holding there. The gray spike had not continued crawling forward. The Marine squad member was still holding position at the maintenance side shaft entrance. Safety lock secured to his body, awaiting Lei Jun's next command. SCV 03's external winch had not loosened either. On the screen, the 3 routes, old freight shaft, maintenance side shaft, and spaceport 4, were crammed together. Every route was passable. Every route could also kill people. Sebastian sat beside the console, his finger still resting on the edge of the communications unit. He had just heard the gunfire inside the spaceport. He had also seen that red dot at the old freight shaft entrance. Before, he used to think that as long as they could make it back to the spaceport, there would still be a way. Now the spaceport might not recognize the governor's cipher. And the old freight shaft was no longer a passage. Rufus cursed something on the entrance channel. These things really know how to pick their spots. Blocking the door with soldiers, clogging the shaft with bugs. There's not a single path left in peace. Helena did not respond. She pulled up the execution status of the 5 outer entry points again. 2 had already begun sealing off. The remaining 3 were still deploying personnel. At that moment, Ada's voice came through. External communication link update. In the past 30 seconds, 17 new refuge requests have been added. Sources include PDF residual signal tower, noble property proxy, channel mining guild suspected liaison channel. Shall we connect? In a corner of the main screen, rows of communication windows lit up one after another. Behind every window might be a group of people. Soldiers, noble proxies, and also people trying to trade mine shaft routes for their lives. But at the center of the main screen, that red dot still pressed against the old freight shaft entrance. The spaceport window was shrinking, the distress channels were multiplying. The old freight shaft was blocked. More and more people were gathering outside A49. Lei Jun did not answer any of those communications. He watched the logistics curve. Every line was dropping. Ada, run a full simulation. Please specify the simulation objective. A49's ultimate survival capacity. Roger. Integrating existing variables. The tactical map on the main screen shrank to one side. The A49 structural diagram was broken into individual zones. Next to each zone, a load curve popped up. A few seconds later, Ada delivered the result. Conclusion 1. If we seal all doors and hold defensive positions, A49 can still endure for 7 standard days. Conclusion 2. If all refuge request personnel are accepted, an estimated 450 to 600 people, the base will overload within 1 standard days. Conclusion 3. Actively clearing high-tier nodes yields a success rate below 17. Conclusion 4. Falling back to the core engineering zone extends the timeline somewhat, but outer routes will be largely lost. No one in the command room spoke. This was not about which route was better. It was about which route let them die more slowly. Sebastian read the second conclusion, and his lips moved. 450 to 600 people. If all of them come in, A49 will be crushed from the inside first. Rufus chimed in on the channel. I told you so. For every 100 extra souls crammed at the door right now, a water point blows. Helena said quietly, if we don't take them in, they'll form a riot out there. If we take them all in, the core zone won't hold. Lei Jun looked at the screen. A49 is not an arc, he said. It's just a stepping stone. The command room fell silent. Lei Jun pulled up the personnel and production panels. Current unfinished production: Q Marines, Fire Beetles, Medics. Priority adjustments available. Goliath combat robots can be added. High resource cost recommended to postpone. Ravager squads can be added, suited for breakthrough suppression. Current resource reserves are insufficient to sustain continuous combat. Recommend retaining until the breakout phase. Lei Jun's finger hovered over Ravager squad. That was a unit designed for hard targets. If they had a Ravager squad right now, they could indeed try to hold down the area outside the old freight shaft entrance. But holding them down did not mean breaking through, nor did it mean escorting people across. Sebastian looked at that option. He did not know what it was, but he could read the resource cost beside it. That string of numbers made his spine tighten. Lei Jun finally moved his finger away. Postpone. Order confirmed. No expansion of the current queue. Prioritize completing 1 fire beetle and 1 medic. Marines continue along the original queue. Goliaths and Ravagers. Hold all decisions until the breakout phase. Production priority updated. Lei Jun continued issuing orders. After deducting the current production queue and minimum defense line costs, transfer all remaining primary resources into the evacuation reserve pool. Without my highest authorization, these resources are not to be touched. Evacuation reserve pool established. Resources locked. Sebastian watched this order and could no longer contain himself. Saving resources at a time like this, eh? Lei Jun glanced at him. Spend it all now, and what do we use to clear the path when it truly matters? Sebastian had nothing to say. Lei Jun pulled up the operation panels for the 3 SCVs. All SCVs from now on every project is to be executed to evacuation preparation standards. Anything that can be dismantled, do not weld it shut. Anything that can be recovered, do not waste it. Anything that can be taken, mark it first. Ada immediately assigned tasks. SCV 01, maintain engineering bay and old refining line operations. Synchronously mark removable components of core facilities and generate rapid recovery plans. SCV 02, maintain the treatment area isolation shelter and scrap tax inspection line. All new structures must use removable modules. SCV 03, maintain maintenance side shaft winch support. After the receiving team confirms safety, mark the horizontal maintenance line as an evacuation route. The positions of all 3 SCVs had not changed, but the nature of their tasks had. Before they reinforced A-49 to be stronger. Now they were reinforcing A-49 to be dismantleable, recoverable, and movable. Helena stared at the new markings on the screen. Diversion list, treatment list, buffer list. Now one more item had been added. Evacuation list TBD. She paused a few seconds, then dragged Holt and that batch of PDF remnant soldiers' names into the outer post list. These people could not lie down in the core zone. They had to guard the doors, clear the paths, and if necessary stay behind to cover the retreat. The remarks contained only one line. Eligible for route clearance and evacuation cover. At this moment the code could not decide who lived. Routes, guns, personnel, and resources, that was what decided. Sebastian spoke in a low voice. The Silver Rose's life support system has limited capacity. For short-range intrasystem transit, even at full load it cannot carry too many people. And for the ship to lift off it needs a safe route approaching Spaceport 4. He did not complain this time. He simply stated the facts. Lei Jun tapped the main screen. The Spaceport 4 layer expanded once more. Zone G marked red. Old freight shaft entrance marked red. The maintenance side shaft route was temporarily elevated to first priority. So A-49 continues to operate, Lei Jun said. But from now on all construction, all accepting of people, all transactions, they must all serve the evacuation route. Those who can build roads stay. Those who know the spaceport passwords stay. Those who can fight on the perimeter stay. Those who only consume core resources do not enter the core zone. Rufus was silent for a moment on the entrance channel. Can I take these words and shout them at the door? Go ahead, Lei Jun said. But don't mention system resources. They won't understand. Rufus chuckled. Understood. I'll just say the boss doesn't keep dead weight here. Lei Jun did not correct him. On the main screen, aside from that high-tier node at the old freight shaft, other areas of the city began lighting up with small red dots. Low-tier bug swarms were patrolling. Noble private militias were still exchanging fire. Several PDF remnant units had already lost control, and several signals were moving toward the periphery of A-49. The entire lower level of the nest was gradually turning into a battlefield. Lei Jun stared at that map. A-49 was not an ark. It could not hold everyone, nor could it save the whole nest. It could only protect itself first, then take useful people and carve out a path. At that moment Ada's voice sounded again. Urgent communication. Source Lieutenant Holt. High-speed approaching biological signals detected at Outer Post 03. Quantity being confirmed. Direction outside buffer line B03. Ada's voice had just fallen and the outer layers on the main screen automatically zoomed in. Beside the green dot marking Sentry Post 3, a red arrow was speeding in at high speed. It wasn't coming straight through Jihui Yunjing. It curved around, skirting the outer debris passage, brushing along the A-49 detection edge and charging toward the B-3 outer buffer line. Rufusi cursed in the entry channel. He said they were heading for B-3. There were not many sturdy walls over there. Lieutenant. Holt's voice followed, cutting in. There were footsteps on his side, and the click of a bolt being cocked. The officer reported that 2 of his wounded lay outside B-3 and another batch of those recently transferred to the buffer roster. The red arrow neared the edge of Post 3, then suddenly veered. It did not aim at the guard post, nor at the main A-49 gate. It skimmed the edge of the detection circle and dashed toward the outer buffer line of B3. On the other side of the main screen, several low-power observation points glowed red in unison. Bypass observation point gamma signal lost. Bypass observation point delta signal lost. Bypass observation point sigma signal lost. These points are not in the A49 core area. They are the outer observation posts recently activated in the evacuation plan. All of them lie along the lateral maintenance line leading to Jihua Yunjing. The observation points were marked according to the old maintenance marks previously identified by Huiding. They were attached temporarily with low-power transceivers. Now none of it works. AIDA continues the briefing. The last image frame is being restored. The picture noise grew too high. From Huiding's terminal, the data was being sent for assisted identification. From the auxiliary shaft, Huiding's breathing could be heard through the comms. He was still stuck on the horizontal maintenance line, a half-buckle wedged in the wall seam. Lei Jun spoke up AI to review the returned image. Huiding fell quiet for a few seconds, then a ragged breath could be heard. After a long pause, he spoke. Sir, the markers are gone. Lei Jun stared at the screen. What markers? The paint dots on the pipe wall. Huiding's voice trembled. We who crawl these old lines rely on them. 1 dot lets you pass. 2 dots mean the front is collapsed. 3 short dashes mark a ventilation opening. These are not for outsiders to see. Only those who have repaired the lines would know. The main screen enlarged the last frame. The place on the pipe where paint marks should be is just a smear. The paint had been scraped away. Even the adjacent old rust skin was scraped off. Huiding drew a breath. It was not rubbed off accidentally, it was scraped deliberately. They scraped all the way along, wiping clean any place that could show the path. In the command room, no one interrupted. Lei Jun looked at the erased maintenance marks. The swarms were not simply lying at the Jihua Yunjing entrance. They were clearing the lines, scraping off anything people used to read the path, destroying the marks left by old maintenance workers. They eroded the side route toward the airport bit by bit. Ru Fu Si muttered a curse in the channel. This creature can read the route. Huiding connected immediately. It is not about reading a map. They may not understand words, but they know where people have walked and where there are lights. Where there are fresh marks on the walls, they wipe along those traces. Sebastian looked toward the Jihua Yunjing layer. They are turning the road into their own. Lei Jun tapped the main screen. AI to the Jihua Yunjing main entrance and all connected sidetracks, threat level raised to deep red. Command confirmed. On the main screen, the area connecting the 4th airport was recolored. The red spread across. Jihua Yunjing main entrance. The lateral maintenance lines. Several old maintenance points marked by Huiding turned deep red. The direction that once looked most like a road was removed from the evacuation map by A49. Holt's voice rang out again. Sir. He paused. There is still a call for help from the B3 outer buffer line. The communications window outside B3 flashed twice. Inside, chaotic voices cried out. Open the door. Let us back in. Something is coming. Lights out. Lights out. Then gunfire. It was the old guns of the PDF remnants fired in a disorderly fashion. Soon a metallic clang echoed through the comms. Then a long burst of static. AIDA reported. B3 outer buffer line, main communications interrupted. Backup signal is weak. The number of life signs dropped rapidly. Holt's side fell quiet for a moment. Then in a lowered voice, he said, I request to bring personnel over. At least bring back those who can still walk. Lei Jun kept his eyes on the red arrow. The creature did not continue toward the A49 main gate. After clearing the B3 outer side, it circled the peripheral gray path. It seemed to be waiting for the gate to open and for people to go out. Waiting for A49 to push its forces into the darkness. Lei Jun said. Holt's breath grew heavier. Sir, my people are over there. I know. There are civilians over there too. I know. Holt did not speak again. Lei Jun pointed at the main screen. It did not strike sentry post 3. It did not charge the main gate. It went for B3 first. That place is poorly lit, the walls are thin, and it is crowded and close to us. If we send someone to rescue, it will latch onto the reinforcement team in the outer gray path. Holt's voice lowered. So this is not merely passing by. Not, Lei Jun said. It is baiting us. In the command room, only the radio hiss remained. Holt finally understood. The B3 outer buffer line is not the main defense. Those there have taken water route papers and even had one chance, but there is no thick door like the A49 main gate. There is no complete fire net, and there is no right to retreat into the core. If A49 sends out its core troops for them, the old freight shaft side will bite along the outer gray path. What lies beyond Jihua Yunjing will creep along the outer gray path. This is not rescue, but a sending of lives. Holt was silent for a few seconds. Understood. Lei Jun turned to AIDA. AIDA confirmed the B3 inner gate is locked. Add a second mechanical lock. Seal the backflow passage between the B3 outer buffer line and the main gate. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th standby material channels are all physically blocked. Without my command, do not open. Command acknowledged. On the main screen, the thin lines connecting to the outer buffer lines turned red one by one. Then they turned black. The solid line indicating the gate lock pressed down. A49 cut off the extending segment. Lei Jun looked at Helianna. Helianna recording the B3 outer buffer line is judged a failed defense zone. All attempts to return from the B3 direction must be rescreened. Those who fail the scan may not enter. Helianna's finger paused, then she nodded. Understood. The door is locked. The spare signal near B3 flashed twice more. Then it faded completely. Holt's side sank into silence. The comms carried only his subdued breathing. He did not request reinforcements again. The Jiahua Yunjing on the main screen remained red to black. The high-level nodes hovered near the entrance. The peripheral low-level life signals spread slowly along the lateral gray path. They were not rushing A49's main gate. They were clearing the surroundings, turning A49 into a shrinking island. Lei Jun stood before the holographic map, watching the deep red area. The Jiahua Yunjing main line was gone. The B3 outer buffer line was gone. The remaining usable space on the periphery had been gnawed away by the swarm. If we wait, the remaining routes will become fewer and fewer. He dragged the map to the right. Of the old lines Hui Ding had marked earlier, only one remained not covered by deep red. That was an abandoned mine passage. Narrow, winding, prone to collapses. Hui Ding's note was brief: can go, but not safe to live. Lei Jun looked at that line. AI demarked Jiahua Yunjing as black from all evacuation layers. In all plans, delete this route. Command acknowledged. The Jiahua Yunjing name faded into black. Above that area, only a single black marker remained. Unusable. Lei Jun's finger hovered over that abandoned mine route. Bring this path out. Rerun the simulations. We are not taking Jiahua Yunjing anymore. After the backup signal of the B3 outer buffer line went dead, the main control room fell silent for less than 30 seconds. Ada's voice rang out again. Perimeter Sentinel Post 3 has detected a high-speed approaching biological signal. Direction correction exterior of the A49 main gate. The outer layer on the main screen automatically zoomed in. Beside the green dot representing Sentinel Post 3, that red arrow appeared once more. This time a scattered cluster of small red dots trailed behind it. Among the red dots, a dozen or so green signals with erratic movement speeds were interspersed. Rufus cursed in the entrance channel. They're driving the people toward the main gate, not flowing back from the B3 interior. Ada immediately added. Target path B3 outer waste corridor. Assessment survivors forced to divert toward the main gate via the outer gray corridor, pursuing biological signals detected behind them. Lieutenant Holt's voice came through the channel. Sir, I have people in there. And the buffer roster personnel who just transferred to B3's outer sector. The main screen switched to the surveillance footage above the main entrance. Industrial white light illuminated the open ground roughly 100 meters in front of the main gate. A group of people burst out from the outer waste corridor. The man at the forefront had only one shoe left, his bare foot, leaving a trail of bloodstains on the iron debris. A woman clutching a child was pressed against the wall. Her shoulder slammed into a pipeline, while the infant in her arms cried until her voice broke. Behind her, an injured PDF soldier covered his amputated arms, stumbling to his knees every few steps. Dark shadows pressed close behind him. Behind the group were swarms of low-tier, mutated creatures, most hunched over, sprinting on two legs with scythe-like forelimbs swinging wildly. Among them were several shorter, faster assault variants. Those things didn't immediately kill everyone. They targeted the slowest runners first. Those who fell behind were dragged down. The rest were driven toward the A49 main gate like cattle being herded. Holt's voice shifted. Open the gate. Sir, at least let them into the fire zone. Rufus grew agitated. Master, the area outside the main gate is packed with people. Lei Jun watched the screen without touching the main gate controls. The main gate won't open. The moment he spoke, the channel erupted into chaos. Holt's voice shot up sharply. Sir, they're only dozens of meters from the gate. I'm aware. Lei Jun remained focused on the main screen. The swarm is also merely dozens of meters from the gate. He raised his hand and drew a red line in front of the main gate on the display. That line was 30 meters from the gate. It sat precisely where A49's external firepower could achieve complete coverage. Ada, initiate Gecko Protocol Section B. Command acknowledged. Keep the main gate sealed. Main gate locked. Open the outer door of Isolation Gate 2. Isolation Gate 2, outer door preparing to open. Maintain the inner door of Isolation Gate 2 in closed status. Inner door locked. Deploy 1 firebat and 2 Marine personnel to the outer firing position of Isolation Gate 2. Combat unit deployment in progress. Medical personnel hold position behind the inner door of the Isolation Gate. Medical standby location marked. Rufus's voice came through the entrance channel. Sir, what are my orders? Your people move to the rear section of Isolation Gate 2, Lei Jun said. Hold position in front of the inner door. The inner door does not open. Grab the iron hooks, chains, and stretchers. Only pull those who cross the threshold. As long as they remain beyond the outer line, no one reaches out. Rufus hesitated for half a second. Understood. In the next moment, he roared across the channel. Did you all hear that? Isolation Gate 2. Grab the hooks. Grab the stretchers. Don't crowd the main gate. To the right of the main gate, the outer door of Isolation Gate 2 began rising slowly. That wasn't a door leading to the core area. Behind it lay a 20-meter metal isolation corridor. At the far end of the corridor was another inner door. The inner door remained shut. Red emergency lights activated. The loudspeaker on the outer wall blared. Main gate secured. Proceed to Isolation Gate 2. Repeat, proceed to Isolation Gate 2. Rufus's booming voice followed. Run right if you want to live. Gate 2. Don't push toward the main gate. The crowd outside faltered. The foremost individuals still pushed toward the main gate, but those behind spotted Isolation Gate 2 opening and began to redirect. The swarm followed the shift. That was precisely their objective, forcing a detour, compelling A-49 to open, drawing those inside to meet them. The first survivor threw himself into Isolation Gate 2. His entire body slammed onto the metal floor. The second, the third, the rest of the crowd shoving and tumbling behind them. Lei Jun watched the countdown. Isolation Gate acceptance window, 30 seconds. Firebat, seal the outer line. Command acknowledged. On the exterior of Isolation Gate 2, heavy armor protruded from the side firing position. The thick nozzle lowered. In the next instant, orange-red flames swept across the ground outside the gate. Napalm spread outward. The low-tier mutants at the forefront were consumed by the fire. Their bodies curled into charred masses on the spot. The swarm behind was momentarily held back by the wall of flame. But the assault variants didn't stop. They pressed down with all four limbs and launched themselves sideways over the fire line, diving toward the Isolation Gate entrance. Assault variant crossing the line. Marines engage. 2 Marines had already taken up positions in the crossfire zone. Their C-14 Gauss rifles barked in rapid succession. Metal spikes struck where the assault variants landed. One was knocked airborne mid-flight, crashing against the outer wall of the Isolation Gate. The other hit the ground and tried to force its way inside its forelimbs, just crossing the threshold. The second volley tore through its body, severing it in half. Green blood sprayed across the exterior of the Isolation Gate. Inside, the crowd screamed and pressed forward. 20 seconds. Entries 11. Suspected contaminated individuals 3. Isolation Gate inner door remains closed. Holt stared fixedly at the screen. One of his soldiers appeared at the edge of the frame. The man wore a tattered PDF uniform. One arm was gone, and he ran in an uneven, staggering gait. He was only meters from Isolation Gate 2. Behind him, a wounded assault variant dragged half its body forward, crawling in his direction. Pull him, Holt roared. He's at the door. Give him a hand. Rufus's people were already positioned at the rear of the isolation corridor, iron hooks extended. But he was just short. The PDF soldier fell. He scrambled forward with his remaining hand clawing at the ground. The iron hook grazed his collar, but failed to catch. 10 seconds. Holt's voice cracked. 5 more seconds. Lei Jun didn't adjust the countdown. His eyes stayed locked on the isolation gate entrance. The PDF soldier had crawled to the threshold, but the creature was closing in. Fire position 2, take out the one behind him. The Marine pivoted his rifle. A burst of metal spikes flew forward. The assault variant was struck, rolling over as its abdomen erupted in a spray of green blood. It wasn't dead. It kept crawling forward. Rufus bellowed over the channel. Hook him. A burly man from the lower levels leaned half his body out of the isolation gate. The iron hook finally caught the PDF soldier's strap. Both men pulled backward together. 5 seconds. For seconds, the PDF soldier was dragged into the isolation gate. As his boot cleared the threshold, the outer flame swept down again. The pursuing assault variant was consumed by the fire. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Close the outer door of isolation gate 2. The heavy outer door slammed shut. The metallic crash shook the display. The fire outside continued to rage. Inside the isolation gate, the air filled with gasping, crying, and coughing. Isolation gate sealed. Entries 17. PDF wounded among entries 2. High-risk contaminated individuals 5. Recommend immediate sedation, restraint, and zone scanning. A medic's voice came from behind the inner door of the isolation gate. Everyone get down. Do not touch your wounds. Do not support each other. Isolation team restrained the 3 on the right. Holt's side fell quiet for a few seconds. He watched the armless soldier on the screen still moving. Some had been saved. Not everyone, but at least a portion had made it through. Outside the gate, there were still those who hadn't made it in time. A few had fallen just beyond the fire line. Others had been dragged back into darkness by the swarm. The main control room stayed silent for a long while. Lei Jun stared at the main gate icon. The main gate had never opened. Isolation gate 2 had brought in 17 people. 49 had not been forced to open its main gate to the swarm. That was the outcome. Rufus's voice came back through the isolation gate 2 channel. He was breathing heavily. People were pulled in. The outer door is closed. A few inside aren't right. Baijia Shengren has people holding them down. Lei Jun said. Lock the inner door. No one gets in who hasn't passed the scan. Firebat continues holding the outer line. Marines stay at fire position 2. Main gate holds. Holt finally spoke. Thank you. The words were barely above a whisper. Lei Jun didn't respond. Don't celebrate too soon. They've only made it into the isolation gate. Whether they live depends on the scan. Holt's voice dropped. Understood. Helena stood at the control console, entering the entire sequence into the temporary protocol. Isolation Gate 2 Emergency Acceptance Procedure. The main gate must not be opened for driven crowds. All personnel must pass through the isolation gate, undergo scanning, sedation, and zone processing before proceeding to the next level. As she wrote the final entry, her hand paused. Lei Jun looked at her. At it. Helena nodded and recorded the last line. Personnel who have not entered the isolation gate acceptance area shall not be considered for gate opening. No one spoke in the main control room. The words sounded harsh. But without them, the A-49 main gate would already be open. Lei Jun raised his hand and tapped the 30-meter red line in front of the main gate. Ada, write this line into the main gate operating procedure. From now on, all crowds driven to the main gate by external organisms shall be redirected to isolation gate 2. The main gate must not open after crossing the fire line handle according to the fire coverage procedure. After the outer door of isolator gate No. 2 crashed down, the flames on the outer wall still hadn't been extinguished. In the isolation corridor, the 17 people who had just been dragged in lay sprawled across the floor. The woman clutching her child huddled in the corner, the child's cries hoarse from wailing. 2 men held down an amputated PDF wounded soldier as blood dripped from the edge of the stretcher. Several others appeared abnormal, their limbs bound in chains awaiting medical scans. The main door icon remained locked. The 30-meter fire line had just been incorporated into A-49's operational protocols. Before Lei Jun could fully close out the external feeds, Ada's voice sounded again. Multiple biological signals detected approaching. Sources 3 directions. Waste belt outside the old freight well. Main drainage pipeline in Zone 7. Lower structure of the abandoned pump house. The peripheral layers on the main screen automatically expanded. The cluster of red dots that had just chased people toward the main door hadn't dissipated when 3 additional red patches pressed forward. One group advanced from the old freight well toward the outer wall's main face. Another emerged from the underground drainage pipeline, heading straight for the treatment area's exterior. The final group was more troublesome. It wasn't heading toward the entrance. It moved beneath the abandoned pump house, tracking along A-49's power modules and load-bearing structures. Rufus cursed over the comms channel. Damn it, that last wave was just to force the door open. This wave is here to tear the place apart. Lieutenant Holt's voice cut in. Sir, Post 3 reports a large number of lower-tier entities. They're not coming as one group. They've split up. One group is drilling toward the treatment area's outer wall. Lei Jun didn't respond. He stared at the 3 red zones. The outer wall's main face could still be held by firepower. But the drainage pipeline entrance was low, narrow, and foul-smelling, too cramped for heavy units. The abandoned pump house area was even worse. Beneath it lay old pipelines and broken pump mechanisms, the layer data incomplete. Ada could only mark approximate boundaries. Sebastian studied the fire icons on screen, his voice tight. Where are your big guns? What about that thing that can level half a street with a single shot? If we don't use them now, when Lei Jun pulled up the heavy weapons protocols. Several red restriction notifications flashed across the main screen. Heavy artillery position 1 firing arc blocked by isolator gate No. 2 acceptance zone and temporary triage tents. Heavy artillery position 2 cannot cover the near-end exit of drainage pipeline zone 7. Goliath combat robot production, high resource cost not recommended at this time. Raider squad production recommend reserving for breakthrough phase. Sebastian understood the first 2 entries. He also grasped the string of consumption figures behind them. He stopped pressing. His fingers still gripped the console's edge, dirt packed beneath his nails. So it's not that we can't fight. It's that firing them would hit our own people first. Lei Jun dismissed those grayed out icons. Big guns are useless. If you can't reach them, they're just scrap metal. He opened the internal dispatch panel. Isolator gate No. 2 fire position stays put. 1 firebat and 2 Marines continue pressing the main door outer line. Command confirmed. Medics continue guarding the inner door. Anyone who fails the scan doesn't enter the core area, not one. Medical standby position maintained. Lei Jun tapped the treatment area outer wall. Helena, here. Take the reserve fire team to the treatment area outer wall. Don't pursue. Anyone who shows their head from a pipe opening gets shot. Helena had already drawn her explosive pistol to her hip. She glanced at the red-marked outer wall on screen, asked no questions. Understood. Rufus, I'm here. Your people stay off the main door. Hold back whoever's in isolator gate now. 2. Hand out grappling hooks to whoever can use them. Pass out boards to whoever can carry them. If anyone goes crazy, pin them to the ground. Rufus panted over the channel. Don't worry. Anyone dares crawl toward the inner door, I'll break their legs first. Lei Jun continued issuing orders. SCV-1 stays put. Engineering Bay and the old refining line can't stop. SCV-1 maintain engineering bay and old refining line operations. SCV-2 to the treatment area outer wall. Seal the cracks beside the drainage pipe. Don't weld them shut. Make them removable. SCV-2 rapid sealant deployment on treatment area outer wall. SCV-3 continues guarding the maintenance shaft. Don't let the gray nail line go dark. Winch tension must not release. SCV-3 maintenance shaft support maintained. All 3 SCV status bars stabilized simultaneously. SCV-1 remained at the engineering bay. SCV-2 turned toward the treatment area outer wall. SCV-3's winch readings held steady. Lei Jun directed his final command to the Zone 7 drainage pipeline. Send a fire bat to the drainage outlet. Don't go too deep. Burn the opening narrower. Command confirmed. The drainage pipeline feed appeared on the main screen. It was originally an old conduit. The walls were caked with black sludge and dried grease, the floor covered in a layer of green-tinted filthy water. The first wave of lower-tier mutants crawled out, bodies pressed nearly flat against the ground. They didn't stand upright. They scurried on all fours. That made it difficult for the Marines to keep their firing lines low. The firebat arrived. Its heavy power armor sank into the filth, the flamethrower barrel angled downward. Orange-red flame poured directly into the drainage pipeline. The filthy water bubbled and hissed. A scream erupted from deep within the pipe. Not human. More like creatures being roasted alive, trapped inside iron tubing. Several mutants charged through the flames. Half their bodies emerged before Marine fire shredded them. The treatment area's outer wall was hit too. A hybrid species poked its head from a ventilation slot. Before it could squeeze its shoulders through, Helena fired. The explosive round detonated inside the vent. Flesh and chitin sprayed everywhere. 2 nearby Marines pressed their fire. AC-14 Gauss rifle blasted the second creature back into the pipe. Helena didn't advance. She held her position inside the outer wall, boots splashing through blood, and water gun trained on every opening where something might emerge. Seal it. SCV-2's mechanical arm pushed a temporary armor plate into place. Hydraulic nails drove into the wall and rose. The crack was held shut, but Ada immediately flashed a warning. Treatment area outer wall, load-bearing stress increasing. Temporary seal duration 9 minutes. Continued intake of new wounded not recommended. A medic's voice crackled over the isolator gate medical channel. We're already at capacity. Packing in more people means the wounded will contaminate each other. Helena glanced toward the treatment area. There was already no room. Follow the commander's orders. Anyone who hasn't passed screening stays out. On the main door's exterior, red markers from the old freight well direction began advancing. They weren't driving people this time. They charged straight at the fire line. The firebat at fire position 2 pushed the line outward. 2 Marines held the left and right flanking angles. Lower-tier entities fell in waves beyond the 30-meter line, but there were too many. The flames scorched a black trench, only to be filled again by the corpses behind. Holt's voice rang over Post 3's channel. We've got breaches on the right gray corridor. 2, no 3. Lei Jun glanced over. Post 3, don't pursue. Hold the observation point. Let them enter crossfire. Holt hesitated for half a second. Understood. Seconds later, the 3 breached entities surged into the preset kill zone. The bunker on the main door's right opened fire. Gauss rounds pinned them against the scrap steel, painting everything green. Sebastian watched the footage, fingers white-knuckled against the console edge. He'd once thought heavy firepower was all that mattered. Noble House mercenaries, ship guards. It didn't matter who held the weapons as long as the firepower was sufficient. You could carve a path through anything. But A-49 wasn't open ground. People stood at the entrance. Wounded lay behind the walls. Drainage pipes ran beneath their feet. Nearby sat freshly collected debris, temporary shelters, isolation corridors, and a tangle of piping. The heavy cannons could fire, but there was no clean field for them to hit. He muttered a curse under his breath. This place isn't a fortress at all. Rufus heard him over the channel and replied. Obviously. Where in the Undercity would you find a proper fortress? This is just a pot hammered together from scavenged pipes and rusted sheet metal. And the damn bottom's leaking. The words were harsh, but Lei Jun didn't argue. A-49 could withstand direct assaults. But it had swallowed too many people, too much debris, too many hastily improvised passages. In normal times, these were resources. In combat, they were nothing but complications. Ada's reports scrolled across the screen. Napalm fuel consumption increasing. Treatment area outer wall temporary seal deforming. Non-combat zone 3 power supply severed. Suspected contaminated individuals in isolator gate no. 2 sedated. SCV-1 reports engineering bay production queue uninterrupted. Lei Jun scanned each report. Keep burning the drainage outlet. Don't let the outer wall cracks spread. Hold the main door fire line. No one exits without orders. Commands poured through the channel. A-49 hadn't won. It simply hadn't been torn apart. Minutes passed. The red markers from the old freight well began to withdraw. The drainage pipeline fell quiet. The lower-tier signals from the abandoned pump house suddenly dropped sharply. Rufus panted, a flicker of hope in his voice. Fuck, we held. First wave should be over. Ada cut him off immediately. Correction. First wave was a probing attack. Purpose testing A-49 outer wall isolation zones drainage pipeline and main door fire line responses. New high-intensity signal detected. On the main screen, the abandoned pump house layer zoomed in separately. The deep red marker at the old freight well entrance remained. But beneath the pump house, a second deep red signal ignited. It wasn't charging the entrance. It wasn't crashing into the fire line. It pressed against A-49's load-bearing structure, moving in rhythmic pulses. A faint tremor rippled through the main control room floor. The water in a cup trembled. Sebastian snapped his gaze downward. What was that? Ada's voice was flat. Structural sensor array alert. Sustained high-frequency vibrations detected beneath load-bearing column B7. Ultrasonic drilling signal detected. Assessment second high-tier biological unit approaching A-49 foundation from below. Rufus fell silent. Then he cursed under his breath. It's not trying to get in. It's digging out the bottom of the pot. Lei Jun stared at the deep red dot beneath load-bearing column B7. It wasn't far from the core area, closer than any door. He raised his hand and disabled all heavy weapons protocols. Ada, isolate the B7 sector. Notify SCV-1. Prepare structural reinforcement protocols. Tell SCV-2 once the treatment area is sealed, prepare to sever lower-level pipelines. SCV-3 holds position. Continue guarding the maintenance shaft. Dispatch a firebat to the drainage outlet. Don't go too deep. Burn the opening narrower. Command confirmed. The drainage pipeline feed appeared on the main screen. The space was originally an old conduit. The walls were caked with black sludge and dried grease, the floor covered in green-tinted filth. The deep red signal crept closer to the base of load-bearing column B7. Lei Jun watched it. This time the swarm wasn't bluffing. The deep crimson signal beneath B7 continued to climb upward. The ground trembled at intervals. It was not a collapse. It was more as though something wielding a drill bit was slowly gnawing away beneath A-49's feet. Rufus cursed over the channel. That thing isn't coming through the door anymore. It's digging under the foundation. No matter how wide the cannon bore, you couldn't fire it beneath your own feet. Lei Jun stared at the main display. The old freight shaft was marked in black. The outer section of B3 was severed. The main gate could not open. The inspection auxiliary shaft had not yet been fully scouted. The abandoned mine tunnels marked by gray nail carried only a single annotation: passable, but survivability is low. Just then Ada interrupted with a new alert. Perimeter sentry post 3 triggered. Human life signals detected approaching. Estimated quantity 27. Direction 30 meters beyond the main gate within the firing line. A monitoring feed popped up on the side screen. A group of people burst out from the outer gray tunnel. The leader at the front had his face caked in blood, but he pushed himself up and kept running. Behind him, another person clutched a bag. Several sheets of oil paper map tumbled out, and he turned back to retrieve them. Further behind, several low-tier mutated creatures closed in along the gray tunnel. Those things weren't rushing to kill everyone at once. They were driving the people toward the main gate at A-49. Lieutenant Holt stepped closer to the screen. Sir, there are PDF personnel inside. Rufus saw it too. That limping Joey from Rat Alley is among them too. The bastard's still alive. The main gate icon remained locked. Lei Jun didn't touch it. He watched the crowd. The swarm was still testing, and when the main gate wouldn't yield, they drove another group toward it. Holt kept his voice low. Sir, can we open the no? 2 isolation gate one more time. Lei Jun said, Ada, run identification. Running identification. Mining Guild route archives, old freight shaft maintenance records. PDF communications logs, undercity, gray tunnel transaction records. Matching against available databases. Acknowledged. Several faces were pulled up. Records were incomplete. Some bore only old serial numbers, others displayed photographs from over a decade ago. But it was sufficient. Suspected target 1, Old Miner Barker. Suspected target 2, Garrus K. Suspected target 3, Private Miller. Suspected target 4, Victor. Old well maintenance worker. Lei Jun highlighted the 4 faces. I want those 4. Alive. Holt didn't immediately respond. After a 2-second pause, he asked, what about the others? Rufus also went quiet. What about limping Joey? Lei Jun kept his eyes on the screen. Anyone who can make it into the no. 2 isolation gate is taken in per protocol. Those who can't, the main gate stays shut. Holt's words caught in his throat. Rufus cursed under his breath, but said nothing further. Lei Jun tapped the four faces. Something is digging beneath B7. What we lack right now isn't more people with guns. It's people who can point out the next route. People who can open the way forward, take priority for survival. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Holt stared at the PDF figures on screen, his palm pressed flat against the console. He understood the words, but they still cut deep. Lei Jun pulled up the layer for the No. 2 isolation gate. Main gate remains sealed. No. 2 isolation gate opens for a short window. Fire B covers the left conduit. 2 Marines hold the red line. The Reaver fires a single round of shock grenades to hold back heavy individuals. Rufus, you hold the threshold with grappling hooks and cables. Do not cross the red line. Rufus acknowledged. Copy. Then he barked across the channel. Grab the hooks. Grab the cables. Anyone who bolts out to play hero gets their legs broken first. Ada outlined the 4 targets in green on the exterior walls, and the loudspeakers blared simultaneously. Barker Garrus K. Miller Victor. Move toward the right side now. 2 isolation gate. Repeat, move toward the right side now. 2 isolation gate. The crowd outside the main gate erupted into chaos. Those whose names were called scrambled desperately to the right. Those not called kept charging toward the main gate. Some dropped to their knees shouting for the door to open. Lei Jun did not look at them. Open the outer door of the No. 2 isolation gate. No. 2 isolation gate outer door opening. The heavy outer door rose. Beyond it lay the isolation corridor. The inner lock remained sealed. Fire B moved to the side firing position, nozzle lowered. 2 Marines held the crossfire point. 1 Reaver held the rear grenade launcher, trained down the gray tunnel. Acceptance window 15 seconds. Mark targets 4. Fire B seal the conduit. A line of flames swept outward. A mutated creature that had just emerged from the left conduit was forced back into the darkness by the fire. Marines hold the red line exterior. 2C, 14 Gauss rifles fired in unison. The fastest advancing low-tier mutated creatures were knocked down. The crowd, driven by the gunfire, compressed toward the right, clearing a crooked path before the No. Isolation gate. Barker. Rufus called out. Old Miner Barker. An old miner with a tattered cloth pack slung over his shoulder looked up, half a copper tag clenched in his teeth. He hadn't run 2 steps before someone knocked him down. Rufus threw a cable hook, catching the strap of his pack. Pull. 2 undercity bruisers hauled backward together. Barker cursed his way through the profanities and was dragged across the isolation gate threshold. Target 1 entered. Garrus. A middle-aged man wearing cracked fragment glasses raised his hand. Clutched tightly to his chest were several sheets of oil paper map. Someone nearby reached for his bag. A Marine's barrel pressed against him, and the man immediately let go. Garrus stumbled forward and was pulled through the threshold by Rufus's team. Target 2 entered. Miller. Holt finally called out. Private Miller, head for the No. 2 gate. A young PDF signalsman emerged from the crowd. Blood soaked one side of his face, and a battered communication pack was pressed to his chest. At the sound of Holt's voice, he instinctively tried to snap to attention. Holt roared, "Stop saluting, just run." Miller sprinted toward the right, clutching his pack. A heavy mutated creature emerged from the gray tunnel behind him, blocking the path between him and the gate. Reaver. Lei Jun said. 1 shot. A muffled explosion of a grenade. The shock round detonated at the heavy creature's feet. Its body lurched sideways, movement sluggish by half a beat. Fire B immediately laid down a supplementary stream of flame. Miller seized the opening and surged across the threshold, where 2 operators tackled him to the ground. Target 3 entered. The last one was Victor. Huating's voice crackled through the comm, still at the inspection auxiliary shaft, breathing heavily. Old man Victor. It's Huating. Run right when you hear this. At the edge of the crowd, a thin, small, old man looked up. He carried an old tool bag, his face caked with black soot. Huating. You're still alive? A pause over the channel, then Huating cursed. Cut the chatter. Run. Victor clutched his tool bag and charged toward the No. 2 gate. He couldn't run fast. A low-tier mutated creature closed in from behind. A Marine pivoted and unleashed a burst of metal spikes, driving the creature into a rubble pile. Rufus's operator extended a hooked pole, caught Victor by the collar, and yanked him hard across the threshold. Target 4 entered. Close outer door. The heavy outer door slammed shut. Outside, someone pounded on it. Voices cried out in despair. Several PDF soldiers were overtaken by the swarm. One of them turned toward sentry post 3 and shouted something. The monitor failed to capture the audio. Holt saw it. That was his corporal. The corporal fired 1 shot before being dragged down. The image was soon swallowed by fire and ash. Holt stood motionless, saying nothing. Lei Jun was equally silent. Inside the No. 2 isolation gate, Rufus's team dragged the 4 targets to the left. The medic's voice came over the channel. Everyone dropped to the ground. Keep your hands away from wounds. Isolate the marked targets individually. Sort the rest by contamination risk. Helena approached the temporary control station. She did not plead for those left outside. She entered only the 4 freshly rescued names into the temporary registry. Full isolation protocol. No entry into the core zone without authorization. Minutes later, the 4 were brought to the outer side of the main control room, separated by a transparent anti-explosion barrier. Barker sat on the floor, still biting on that copper tag. Garrus clutched his oil paper maps, his hands shaking violently. Miller held his communication pack as if his life depended on it. The moment Victor spotted Huating's comm window, he cursed. "You little bastard, you're actually still alive." A pause on Huating's end. "You didn't die either. Figures your legs are too short to get far." Victor snorted. "Short legs mean you live longer." Lei Jun didn't let them linger. "Business. The old freight shaft is unusable. Something is digging beneath B7. All 4 of you. Who can give me another route?" Barker spat the copper tag into his palm. "I know the emergency maintenance plates. Beneath the old freight shaft, there's a service tunnel. It doesn't connect to the main entrance." Victor picked up the thread. "That tunnel was never meant for people. It's for maintenance workers to crawl in and replace valves. It's collapsed twice." Garrus spread the oil paper maps. "The service tunnel descends and connects to the exploration well now. 11. From there, a connection passage half collapsed leads outward. It may reach the old water pump station at the 4th spaceport." Miller checked his communication pack. "Short-range transmission still works. If we can get close to the old water pump station, I can try to hail the 4th spaceport." Sebastian lifted his gaze from the map. "Are you certain?" Miller looked at him. "Not certain. But it's better than waiting here to be dug out." Lei Jun pulled all 4 profiles onto the main screen. A gray route was sketched by Ada. Old service tunnel. Exploration well no. 11. Old water pump station. 4th spaceport exterior. Multiple collapses, pollution status unknown. Biological signals unknown. But it wasn't black. The ground shook again, harder this time. Lei Jun turned to Victor. "You're up first. Draw that death trap tunnel on the map." When Victor was brought behind the explosion-proof isolation panel, his hands were still shaking. He hadn't even settled in when his tool bag hit the floor. Several old wrenches rolled loose, clattering across the ground. On the main screen, the deep crimson dot beneath B7 kept shifting. The ground shuddered at intervals. Victor stared at the foundation layer, and the color drained further from his face. "We can't linger down here." His voice was dry. "The old maintenance tunnel is somewhere nearby." Lei Jun pulled up the newly plotted gray route. "Old maintenance tunnel, survey well no. 11, old water pump station, outer side of the 4th spaceport. Where's the entrance?" Victor leaned and studied it for a few seconds, then pointed to a cluster of old pipes beside B7's load-bearing column. "Here. Not a door. It's a decommissioned valve replacement shaft. Maintenance workers used to crawl in there to swap seal rings. Good pay. High fatality rate." Buck set the half-copper plate down in front of the isolation panel. Old numbers were carved into its surface. The plate number matches. There's a string of backup maintenance plates below B7. As long as the plate is still there, I can read it. Garrus also spread out the oil paper map. "Survey well no. 11 should be connectable, but it collapsed in the middle. The map doesn't indicate whether it was repaired afterward." Miller hugged his damaged communication pack and added, "I can try raising the 4th spaceport from the old water pump station. But we need to get close." Lei Jun stared at the gray line. This was not a route meant for human passage. Just then, Ada cut into the frequency. "Fire team at drainage pipe no. 7 is under attack. 1 Marine has drifted from their defensive position. Identification M137. A side screen flickered to life. "Outside drainage pipe no. 7, the fire still raged. Steam and black smoke twisted together the surveillance feed, stuttering in and out. Of the 4 green dots, 1 was being dragged into the shadows of the pipe. The nearby Marine continued firing. The C-14 Gauss rifle sent sparks ricocheting off the pipe wall. A terse shout crackled through the comm. "Sir M137 is pinned down. They're coming through the floor seams. Too many of them." Lei Jun watched that green dot. "Can Firebat burn through?" "Narrow passage. Corpse blockage. Firebat angle insufficient." "What about the raiders?" "Shock grenades launched. Target area obstructed by Xeno corpses. Limited effectiveness. Can medics reach them?" "Target dragged into low clearance pipe. No treatment angle. Vital signs deteriorating rapidly." Lei Jun zoomed in on the tactical display. The pipes were too narrow for Goliath. Firebat couldn't burn through the massive bodies. The raiders' shock rounds couldn't reach inside. Continuing the rescue would only sacrifice more personnel. Ada's private channel flashed with 3 results. Forced extraction, low success probability, expected to lose 1 to 3 additional combat units. Side tunnel incendiary sweep insufficient, time M137's vital signs will flatline before clearance completes. Abort target sealed drainage pipe no. 7 M137 Kia maximum survival rate for remaining personnel. Those nearby had no idea what flashed across his private channel. They only saw Lei Jun hesitate for barely 2 seconds before he activated the comm. Drainage pipe no. 7 fire team abandon M137. The frequency went silent. Lei Jun pressed on all personnel fall back to the C3 secure door. Physically sealed drainage pipe no. 7. On the other end of the comm, the Marine's voice came in tight and low. Sir M137 is still alive. Carry out the order. Aye. On the side screen, the 3 remaining green dots began falling back, one retreating while the other 2 laid down suppressing fire. Firebat's short-range torch sealed the gap. The Raider fired another shock round to hold back the pursuing heavy entity. M137's green dot kept flickering. It blinked a few more times before being dragged deeper into the black. Then it went dark. M137 life signal lost. Unit status Kia. No one spoke in the command center. Holt stared at the screen, his hands slowly lifting from the console. That green dot on the map was gone. Ruffs cursed over the channel, quietly this time. Helena didn't speak. She simply changed the drainage pipe no. 7 designation to a red lockout. Minutes later, the fallback team returned to the inner defense line. A Marine set a half piece of blue shoulder armor on the transfer tray. Beside it lay an acid-corroded identification tag. Faint but readable M137. Sir. The Marine's voice came through the channel. All we could salvage. Lei Jun looked at the tray. He pulled up M137's record. The one-screen status indicator had gone dark. He tapped once. M137 Kia. The unit roster was missing 1 slot. Lei Jun placed the ID tag and shoulder armor fragment on a corner of the console. Then he asked, Ada, where did they drag the body? Tracking residual signal. On the main screen, a thin red line extended downward from drainage pipe no. 7. It cut through 2 levels of abandoned conduit before converging beneath B7. Exactly where that crimson signal pulsed. Target remains dragged into the lower level of B7. Higher tier biological unit receiving samples. Victor's cheek twitched. They're not hungry. They're being selective. Buck muttered a curse under his breath. In the old mine, some creatures would drag corpses back to their nest, but they don't specifically pick armored targets. Ada continued her report in Lei Jun's earpiece. Higher tier biological unit detected attempting to decode M137 biological sample. Norn suppressant activated. Gene chain locked. Decoding failed. Lei Jun understood. This thing couldn't process interstellar unit genetics. When it couldn't figure it out, it started tearing apart the armor and memorizing fire response patterns. But Ada's next report flashed through almost immediately. Enemy continues repeated attempts, simultaneously detecting armor fragmentation and disassembly activity. Higher tier unit appears to be cataloging our armor composition, retrieval tactics, and fire response timing. This time Ada projected the full report onto the main display. Ruffs cursed out right after reading it. So they can't process it, but they're tearing it apart to figure it out. Lei Jun stared at the crimson mark beneath B7. They adapt quickly. Holt's voice turned flat. Then going forward, we can't let them take any of our dead. Correct, Lei Jun said. From now on, any fallen combat unit takes priority for remains destruction. If we can't recover them, we burn them. Ada logged it immediately. New battlefield directive: interstellar unit remains and equipment fragments shall not fall into enemy-controlled territory. When recovery is impossible, execute high-temperature incineration. Helena glanced at the directive and offered no objection. In the Empire, even the dead retained dignity. But this place had no such luxury. Corpses dragged by those things would become part of the next assault. Lei Jun turned back to Victor. Continue. How far is that maintenance tunnel from B7? Victor swallowed hard. Close. Close enough that you won't like it. He pointed to that stretch of old line on the map. The entrance is right on the side of B7's lower level. Where it's digging now, it's less than 30 meters from the maintenance tunnel. Garrus looked down at the oil paper map, his face draining of color. If we go that route, we'd have to pass right beside it. Miller hugged his compact tighter. No other routes. Buck shook his head. There are, but they're all farther. By the time you detour, the Foundation will already be hollowed out. The command center shook again. This tremor was harder. A layer of dust fell from behind the isolation panel. Lei Jun looked at the crimson dot beneath B7A, then back at the gray route. To move forward, they'd have to walk right beside it. To hold position, they'd need to deal with it first. He reached out and tapped the maintenance tunnel entrance. Ada marked the B7 lower maintenance tunnel. Overlay M137's last signal point the enemy's higher tier unit position and the old maintenance tunnel entrance onto a single display. Command acknowledged. 3 markers appeared on the main display. 1 black kill zone. 1 deep crimson higher tier signal. 1 gray maintenance tunnel entrance. They sat uncomfortably close together. There was no room to pretend they weren't there. Lei Jun turned M137's ID tag over and laid it flat. Whether this route is passable. Depends on whether we can move that thing away from the tunnel entrance. The M137 ID tag still lay in the corner of the console, a half-blue shoulder nearby. Lei Jun did not look at it again. The wreckage rules had been written into AI-DA's battlefield regulations. Identification tags, core records, and identifiable armor plates would be salvaged first. If they couldn't be recovered, burn them clean. What troubled the main screen now wasn't the identification tag. It was 3 marks clustered together, a black casualty point and a deep red high-tier signal. The gray maintenance hatch entrance. Wei Ke stood behind the explosion-proof isolation panel, sweat tracing down his old burn scars. He fixed his gaze on that gray line, clutching the old toolkit to his chest. If it's still sticking there. He pointed at the maintenance hatch entrance. This tunnel can't be entered. How far and how many will die? Baku laid the half-copper badge before the isolation panel. That thing grew warm in his grip, the edges slick with sweat. The hatch is narrow, one can only worm their way through. Jie Li unfolded the oiled paper map, his fingers tapping the old routes twice. The map kept being unfolded, the creases nearly tearing. From the maintenance hatch to No. 11 survey, well, there are 2 bends in between. There is an air shaft beside the first bend. The area beneath the second bend may have collapsed. If that thing guards the entrance, you can't get past the first segment. Milu hugged the comms pack, his voice lowering. That means we're aiming for the old water pumping station. We must first get it away from the entrance. The 4 behind the isolation panel were silent. They had just been pulled back from beyond the red line. Now they were pushed toward a narrower dead end again. On the main screen, that deep red signal paused at the lower level of B7. The surrounding little red dots also froze. Not random. It looked more like waiting for its next command. Ada's prompt popped up: high-tier biological unit stops wreckage processing. Enemy behavior patterns switching in progress. Suggestion: use the brief lull to repair the defenses. Lei Jun tapped the tactical interface with his finger. Don't stare at that tag anymore. It hasn't moved, or it's not giving up. It's changing tactics. He pulled up 3 screens, the engineering bay, the No. 2 isolation gate, and the maintenance subwell, simultaneously. No. 1 SCV. Engineering bay, do not stop. 2 sets of load-bearing reinforcement components first. Use the bottom of B7. Command acknowledged. On the side screen, No. 1 SCV was dragging a semi-finished metal beam on the outer side of the engineering bay. The welding torch flashed to life, and several newly cut armor plates were pressed into the reinforcement frame. Those pieces weren't pretty. They bore no paint, no numbers. But they could withstand the impact. What A49 wants now isn't aesthetics, but that it won't buckle. No. 2 SCV. Recheck the door inside the No. 2 isolation gate. Connect the standby power. Prepare 2 quick disconnect sealing plates for the outer wall of the treatment zone. Don't weld the passage shut. There may still be people moving through from behind. No. 2 isolation gate and treatment zone sealing materials are being prepared. Over at No. 2 isolation gate, a dozen or so newly arrived survivors crowded behind the quarantine yellow line. Someone tried to peek in, but was shoved back by Lu Fuxi's men with the butts of their guns. The medic hadn't left the treatment zone. A white armored figure stood under the cold white lights, tending the wounded while watching the contamination skin strips. Lei Jun swept a glance, not adjusting her. At this moment, medics could not go to the front lines. SCV No. 3, a hold position. Lei Jun looked toward the maintenance subwell. Winch readings kept flickering. The Huiding channel lit up. Continue guarding the maintenance subwell. The line through Huiding must not be broken. SCV No. 3 is responsible for the winch and safety anchors. No. 3 SCV maintenance subwell support maintained. Huiding's voice crackled from the channel. Yes, sir. He paused, then added, Vic, don't misdirect the way. If you point me wrong, I'll die down there and come back to settle with you. Vic cursed beneath the explosion-proof panel. You stay alive and crawl back first. Lu Fuxi heard this and smiled. The laugh was short. No one felt truly at ease. Lei Jun continued issuing orders. Keep the mouth of sewage pipe 7 under pressure. Don't go deeper into the pipe, just burn the opening. Firebat positions held. Marines lay down crossfire just outside the B7 maintenance hatch. Whoever dares to follow the red line deeper, withdraw immediately. Command acknowledged. Holt's hand paused by the communications key. Finally, he pulled his hand back. After M137 was dragged away, a few soldiers on the B7 side held their fire. They knew there were bodies below that hadn't been salvaged. They also knew something guarded that place now. If Lei Jun didn't push ahead early, someone would inevitably try to go down and test it. But that wasn't courage. At most, it would be one more life. The floor of the main control room trembled. Not heavy, but unmistakable. A cup on the edge of the console sent out a circle of water ripples. Sebastian looked down at his feet. Are they drilling again? Ada didn't answer at once. The B7 layer on the main screen was magnified. The deep red signal left its original position. It slid a short distance to the side and wedged itself right outside the old maintenance hatch entrance wall. Beside it stood the base of the B-7 load-bearing pillar. In the next moment, thud, the entire main control room trembled again. This time it shook more violently. A layer of dust fell from the explosion-proof panel. Wei Ku grabbed the toolkit. Baka's curses were cut off by a soft clink as his teeth tapped the copper badge. Ada's report popped up. Drilling behavior stopped. Detection of periodic physical impacts. Impact point side wall of the old maintenance hole. Adjacent structure B-7 load-bearing pillar base. Risk if the sidewall ruptures it could involve the B-7 load-bearing structure. Sebastian's face turned pale. What is it doing? Thud. The third strike. The cup toppled onto the edge of the console. Helena reached out to steady the tactical screen mount beside her. It isn't digging. It's hitting. Rufus's side also heard the tremor. A burst of static along with a few curses came through the channel. Sir, no? 2 isolation gate is shaking too. The wall plaster has fallen down. If it pounds the lower area into emptiness, the upper part will all collapse as well. Lei Jun watched the main screen. The red dots flicked one after another, pressing against the outside wall of the old maintenance hatch entrance. It no longer guarded the wreckage. It did not continue to drill tiny holes. It changed tactics. It struck the thin wall beside the maintenance hole again and again. That spot wasn't a 49's main wall. It wasn't a proper defensive line either. It was a segment of the old valve well sidewall patched later with mixed materials. If that side were breached, the lower level of B-7 would gain another opening. An opening from the interior edge of the base. The main control room's lights flickered. A child's cry floated from the treatment zone, quickly muffled by an adult. The survivors inside know. 2 isolation gate finally understood that A-49 wasn't a safe house. This place could also cave in. It would cave in a little slower than outside. Vic's voice came from behind the explosion-proof panel. It isn't striking the main wall. Lei Jun looked at him. Vic pointed at the gray line, his finger trembling. It's hitting the maintenance hatch sidewall. That area used to be a valve well. The wall of the well is thin. If it hits a few more times, the hole will be knocked through. What then? Holt asked. Vic looked up at him. When it's opened, it won't need to look for a door. It's already inside the door. This sentence was more effective than alarms. The scattered red prompts on the main control room's displays stopped being pressed. Lei Jun mapped the B-7 maintenance hatch entrance, the valve well side wall, the deep red signal, and the nearby load-bearing pillar base onto the same diagram. Several marks crowded together. The valve well side wall was squeezed in the middle. Now he understood that thing didn't intend to collapse the entire A-49. It didn't need to collapse it. It only needed to smash open that old side wall, turning the maintenance hatch entrance into its own entry. Then it wouldn't be them drilling out. It was the thing drilling in. Thud. The fourth tremor came. Crack appears in the side wall of the old maintenance hatch entrance. B-7 load-bearing pillar base vibrates abnormally. Recommend immediate handling of the source of impact. Lei Jun turned off the warning tone. Ada, mark a new target. B-7 lower tier high tier unit. Current threat level upgrade. Command acknowledged. The deep red mark grew brighter. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that point. It is creating a door for itself by ramming it through. Thud. The fifth impact resonated up from beneath sector B-7. The metal grating on the command center ceiling shuddered once. Dust sifted down through the cracks, dusting the console's edge. Sebastian gripped the console's edge with both hands. A moment ago he'd been staring at that deep crimson marker over sector B-7. Now he didn't dare even look down. Is it really ramming its own door open? It's pounding through that thick barrier down there. Ada's report channeled in. Data correction. Impact point old maintenance tunnel entrance sidewall. Adjacent structure sector B-7 load-bearing pillar base. Based on impact waveform analysis, the target is employing regularized physical impacts using keratinized cranial structures or forelimbs. Current impact, count 5. After approximately 20 additional sustained impacts, the old maintenance tunnel entrance sidewall will reach its structural damage threshold. Risk sidewall rupture may compromise the load-bearing structure of sector B-7. Sebastian shut his mouth. Lei Jun, separated by the blast shield, stared at that gray line marking the old maintenance tunnel. 27 sounds like a lot. But that isn't a primary bulkhead. Reinforced with mismatched materials after the valve well was built. If it keeps hammering, it won't hold out as long as you think. Lei Jun watched the main screen. The red dot still pressed against the lower level of sector B-7, flush against the old maintenance tunnel entrance's sidewall. The sixth impact hadn't arrived yet. It had stopped. The command center fell silent except for the low hum of ventilation and alarms. Ada expanded the outer layer overlay. The deep crimson signal hadn't retreated. It still clung beneath sector B-7, but the cluster of small red dots surrounding it began to move. Some scaled upward along the No. 7 sewage main. Others pressed inward through fissures in sector B-7's outer wall. Still others snaked into the lower pipelines of the abandoned pump room. 3 red lines flared simultaneously. Biological intrusion detected on the No. 7 sewage main. Multiple targets detected penetrating the Sector B-7 exterior fissure. Acid corrosion reaction detected in the abandoned pump room's lower pipelines. Lei Jun studied the 3 crimson zones. It stopped ramming. It's sending the small ones to drain us. The moment the words left his mouth, alarms erupted from the No. 7 sewage main. On the monitor at the pipe's outer mouth, green acid dripped along the edge of an old gate. Thick circular plating hissed white smoke where the acid ate through it. A sickle-shaped appendage probed through the gap. Firebat. Lei Jun spoke. Engage the No. 7 sewage main exterior. Hold position at the entrance. Do not pursue deep into the pipes. Only burn the doorway. Firebat. Fire position confirmed. Orange flame flooded the screen moments later. Firebat did not press inward. The nozzle held low, searing only the gate's edge into a ring of incandescence. The probing appendage curled once, then charred black and dropped into the filth-stained water below. Sharp screams echoed from beyond the pipe. The flames smothered them. The fuel gauge dropped another notch. Rufus saw the number and winced. Damn thing costs more than liquor. Sector B-7's exterior fissure came under attack as well. Several lesser aliens squeezed through the crack. Their bodies tore open against the metal edges, yet they kept forcing inward. 2 Marines already positioned near Sector B-7 shifted into crossfire stances. C-14 Gauss rifles fired in unison. 8mm steel pins slammed into the alien carapaces, spraying sparks and green blood alike. The first one shattered. The second jammed mid-fissure, blocking whatever followed behind. Lei Jun held them back. Reavers deliver 1 concussion round. Reaver fire confirmed. A muffled boom rolled from Sector B-7's interior. The concussion round landed at the fissure's outer edge. The red cluster beyond the wall faltered for half a beat. The Marines capitalized, shredding the lodged corpse and re-establishing their firepower over the breach. SCV-2. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the repair queue. Push the quick-release seal plate into position. Do not weld it sealed. Leave the removal lugs. SCV-2. Temporary seal and progress on Sector B-7 exterior fissure. The feed from SCV-2 cut to the side monitor. A yellow engineering mech dragged a temporary armor plate to the fissure's threshold. The plate's edges remained partially unwelded. 4 heavy removal lugs protruded from the exterior. Victor saw those lugs and loosened his grip on his tool bag slightly. Right? Don't seal it completely. There may be personnel needing passage from below. Trouble also brewed in the abandoned pump room's lower pipelines. No one could hold a direct position there. The monitor captured only a section of an old pump and half a pipeline corroded black. Acid seeped from the pipe joints as though someone poured it upward from below. Ada issued a prompt. Corrosion accelerating in the abandoned pump room lower pipelines. Continued spread may obstruct the transport route for Sector B-7 structural reinforcement components. Lei Jun turned toward the engineering bay. Uncle, SCV online. Awaiting your instructions, Commander. Do not halt the reinforcement components. Send the first batch directly to Sector B-7's base. Skip full repairs on the abandoned pump room pipelines. Cut them off instead. Order confirmed. Position of SCV-3. SCV-3, maintaining support of inspection access shaft. Winch status stable. Ashnail vital signs normal. Lei Jun nodded once. SCV-3 holds position. No one touches the line to the inspection shaft. Ashnail's voice filtered through the channel. I heard that. This damn shaft is still shedding debris down here. Rufus chimed in. Just don't die down there first. Come up and curse afterwards. Ashnail did not reply. On the main screen, the 3 crimson zones were temporarily contained. The red markers along the No. 7 sewage main had receded by half. Sector B-7's exterior fissure was sealed beneath the plate. The abandoned pump room pipelines were marked yellow pending severance. Sebastian watched the red dots slowly retract and exhaled heavily. Holding. At least this round held. Ada's next report scrolled in immediately. Fuel consumption increasing. Materials depleted on Sector B-7 exterior seal. SCV-1 engineering queue delayed. SCV-2 repair queue delayed. A more detailed ledger popped into Lei Jun's private channel. No. 7 sewage main exterior fuel consumption continues to climb. Sector B-7 temporary seal plate estimated pressure tolerance remains at 11 minutes. Abandoned pump room lower pipelines acid corrosion still spreading. Recommendation avoid extended passive defense. Lei Jun read the final line. He did not need Ada to tell him. The enemy had changed tactics. It was no longer fixated on the old maintenance tunnel entrance's side wall. It was beginning to trade lesser units against the A-49 defensive line. Those small creatures' deaths meant nothing. It merely lost biomass. But each repair of A-49 consumed resources. After a few more rounds, the walls would still stand, the people would survive, but their supplies would be ground to nothing. Rufus's voice cut back over the forward channel. He remained stationed at the No. 7 sewage main. His breath was ragged. I get it now. This fight is like battling for a street junction in the lower nest. You drive them off, and the street becomes yours. Then you look around. Doors rotted, floors cracked, pipes leaking. Everything needs you to pay for repairs. He paused and cursed again. Leave it unrepaired, and next time they kick the door in. No one laughed in the command center. Holter monitored Sector B7's resource levels, his hand resting on the comms toggle. Helena added a line to the temporary seal protocol and glanced up at Lei Jun. Sebastian no longer offered reassurance. Lei Jun held an unlit cigar between his lips. 2 seconds passed before he spoke. We can't defend ourselves into bankruptcy. The words drew every head up from behind the blast shields. Barker spoke first. If we don't hold, where do we go? Victor answered immediately. The old maintenance tunnel is still there, but it's pinned at the entrance. Garrus pushed the oil paper schematic forward. If we can crawl through the first segment, we can reach exploration shaft 11. The connecting alley downstream collapsed, but it's better than waiting here. Miller clutched his communication pack. I need to be closer to the old water pump station to attempt hailing the 4th aerospace port. Lei Jun traced the route All-4 had suggested. Old maintenance tunnel, exploration shaft 11, old water pump station, exterior of 4th aerospace port. The gray line was thin and fractured in places, yet it still glowed. Lei Jun reached out and dragged Sector B7's crimson marker beside the route for comparison. The problem hasn't changed. To use this route, we needed to leave the entrance. On the screen, the crimson dot rested at Sector B7's lower level. It no longer hammered the old maintenance tunnel entrance sidewall, nor did it advance toward the A49 core zone. Instead, it tracked along Sector B7's outer base and shifted toward the first bend of the maintenance tunnel. Ada's alarm flashed immediately. High-order biological unit in motion. Direction first bend of old maintenance tunnel. Estimated objective seal off A49 evacuation routes. Sebastian watched the screen, his lips parting. Does it know we intend to flee? Victor did not look at him. His gaze remained locked on that stretch of gray line at the first bend. The first bend is impassable. With it blocking there, anyone who enters is walking into a death trap. From Ashnail's channel came only the whir of the winch. Lei Jun watched that crimson dot edge closer to the first segment of the old maintenance tunnel. It was not 2 units nor a newcomer. It was the same one beneath Sector B7. It had been ramming the sidewall. Now it moved to choke the first bend. Lei Jun flipped M137's identification tag and pressed it against the console. Fine. It left the sidewall on its own. Then we keep drawing it outward. He raised his hand and pointed at the maintenance tunnel entrance. Ada, prepare the lure protocol. The target is not to kill it. First drag it away from the first bend and hold it another 10 minutes. Order confirmed. On the main screen, the old maintenance tunnel route reflashed crimson. Lei Jun stared at the line. It wants to block our path. Then give it a false trail. Lei Jun finished speaking, and maintenance tunnel, the main screen still glowed. It was a truly passable path, but it must not linger on the public longer. AI pushed the true route down to the second layer. Directive confirmed. The gray line of the old maintenance tunnel faded from the public main screen, leaving only in Lei Jun's private frequency. On the public main screen, another abandoned spur was magnified. K7 old exploration spur. Status abandoned. Note suspected to connect to the old freight rails. Wake's face fell at the sight of that line. Not possible. That path has long been abandoned. It collapsed more than 20 years ago, and no one repaired it since. If someone crawls, an 8 or 9 out of 10 won't come out. Lei Jun looked at him. That's why we brought it here, to lure it. Wake remained silent. Gaelisi bowed over the greasy map, fingertip resting beside K7. There is indeed a maintenance mark on the old map. Following the map, it looks like a backup route. But the map doesn't mark a collapse. Bach clenched the half-broken copper badge. If it truly understands maintenance marks, would it be able to see through it? Lei Jun shook his head. It doesn't understand. It only watches where we move, where there are heat sources, where there is vibration, where someone wants to live. After he finished, the view switched to the maintenance subs half channel. K7 spur, do you recognize the maintenance marks? Huiding paused for 2 seconds. A little. My father said that line used to serve a small maintenance cart under the or screening machine. Later it collapsed, and no one dared to crawl through. Is the entrance still there? Yes, behind the abandoned screening machine, a half-ajar old maintenance door. There should be 3 diagonal slashes on the door. Huiding breathed in. Do you want it to think we're going to take K7? Yes. Lei Jun said. You don't have to go over. The No. 3 SCV won't move either. You only report the location, the maintenance marks, and any connected vibration lines. Huiding breathed a sigh of relief. Only report the location, not go down to die. This I can handle. AI to access the channel, and pulled up the old maintenance subs half schematic. Huiding reported a point, and the map lit up there. Soon 3 more usable nodes appeared near K7, the abandoned screening machine base. Old ventilation duct. A half-broken maintenance track. Lei Jun finished inspecting and issued orders. AI to generate a false evacuation signal. Plan being generated. On the public screen label K7 as a standby evacuation route. Place heat sources on the old ventilation duct. Maintenance track vibration signals. Don't dispatch any real people. Directive confirmed. Heat source simulation started. Maintenance track vibration signals activated. Warning risk of being mistaken for bait. Lei Jun watched the deep red dot beneath B7. It will now fixate on the heat sources, the vibrations, and where we intend to go. Then let it look a little longer. On the main screen, the K7 spur shifts from gray to yellow. Several heat source points hop along the abandoned spur. In the public display, it looks as if a small squad is testing that route. Sebastian's personal terminal kept flashing in his hand. Lei Jun did not turn around. Speak. Sebastian connected the terminal to the control console side port. Yin Xiangwei Hao received an external encrypted channel. Not complete communication, just intermittent authentication noise. Several lines of fragmented text flashed on the screen. Yin Xiangwei Hao received an external encrypted channel. Not complete communication, just intermittent authentication noise. Several lines of fragmented text flashed on the screen. Fourth airport's external connection window. Temporarily contracted. Non-core family ships. Authentication to be completed within 12 hours. 12 hours later, the external track was cleared. Unverified targets. To be treated as rebellion pollution risk. Sebastian's voice sounded dry. At most 12 hours. After 12 hours, even if Yin Xiangwei Hao is still outside, it cannot dock with us. Rufus cursed over the channel. Damn. Those up there in their scented outfits. The bugs are almost gnawing through their backs, and they're still jockeying for berths. Helena fixed on those lines. This is no ordinary blockade. The fourth airport has begun screening people. Without family certification, vessel certification, or emergency legal purification authorization approaching will trigger a hit. Sebastian looked at Lei Jun. Yin Xiangwei Hao can provide vessel certification. I can offer part of lineage authentication. Helena can provide legal authorization. The prerequisite is that we must live to reach there. Miller, holding a comms pack, spoke up. If we can reach the old water pumping station, I can try to call the fourth airport's outer listening post. But if we get blocked once on the way, 12 hours will be gone. AIDA's alarm sounded next. High-tier biological unit moving. On the main screen, the deep red dot below B7 moved away from the outer side of the first bend. Moving along the outer side of the old maintenance tunnel toward K7. Waka gritted his teeth. It really went. Gaylisi immediately shook his head. Not yet completely gone. It hasn't moved far beyond the first bend, it's just watching K7. AIDA followed the prompt. Enemy low-level unit entered K7 old ventilation duct. Enemy high-level unit releasing probing biosignals. Bait signals were detected. Target not completely transferred yet. Lei Jun looked at the last line. It isn't dumb. So don't get too happy yet. As the words fell, the first heat source on K7 went out. Then the second one disappeared as well. AIDO immediately flagged it. K7 old ventilation duct has been acidified. Simulated heat source loss. The enemy is verifying the route's authenticity. Rufus cursed aloud. Is this bug still carrying a cargo check? Lei Jun fixed on the third heat source. Then show it something real. Helena looked up. Are you going to send people? No. Lei Jun switched to the rear engineering bay's small storage room. There lay old power batteries, faulty maintenance servos, and several bloody ceiling plates. AI to fetch a discarded maintenance servo. Attach heat sources, connect the maintenance track, and let it crawl into K7. Executable. This unit has no combat capability. Estimated survival time 42 seconds. That's enough. Lei Jun said. No. One SCV do not move from the main task. Have logistics push the discarded servo to the launch point. No. One SCV do not move from the main task. Rufus's people will not enter K7. Rufus immediately took the order. Hear that? Push the machine, not the people. A few lower nest logistics folks moved on the side screen. They pushed the half-human height discarded servo to the launch track. AIDA took over the remaining control module. The machine flashed, two yellow lights crookedly crawled into the K7 spur. The third heat source lit again. This time it was moving. On the main screen, the deep red dot finally left the first bend of the old maintenance tunnel, pressing toward K7. The distance slowly widened. 3 meters. 7 meters. 11 meters. Waka fixed on the numbers. More distance. If it goes farther, it will allow us to pass the first bend. The discarded servo continued crawling forward. Next moment, the signal vanished. A patch of acid reaction lit up along the midsection of the K7 spur. Bait unit lost. Enemy high-level unit stopped moving. Current offset from the first bend of the old maintenance tunnel 14 meters. 14 meters. Not safe enough, but better than hugging the first bend. AI sent the data into Lei Jun's private frequency. Light infantry can pass the first bend estimated window, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Carrying wounded or heavy equipment the window is not sufficient. If the enemy recognizes the bait, the window could shrink to under a minute. Lei Jun looked at these 3 lines. This is not an evacuation window. It's a probing window. He turned to Wei Ku. Behind the first bend, could we place a second fake signal? There is an old air exchange shaft. Wei Ku looked down at the map. There's a hollow conduit above, sound can carry through. Huiding's channel lit up as well. I know that shaft. There's an empty conduit above, you can strike it. Don't make me go down there, I can strike from the shaft side. Lei Jun nodded. No. 3 SCV assist. Huiding fixed the empty conduit and established the second vibration point. No. 3 SCV maintenance, subs half support maintained. Mark the vibration point on the air conduit. No. 2 SCV continues sealing B7. No. 1 SCV continues bearing reinforcement. Nobody should rush to take jobs. Directive confirmed. Sebastian looked at the 12-hour countdown on the map, then at the gray line of the old maintenance tunnel. Are we really going to go from there? Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He pulled up a table listing all current personnel at A49, wounded interstellar units, movable equipment, and immovable facilities. Red warnings line after line. The command center cannot take off at random. The engineering bay cannot be fully moved. The treatment zone's wounded cannot all be stuffed into the maintenance tunnel. The old refining line can't be moved either. The things that can be carried away are limited. The people who can make it alive are few. Helena looked at the personnel classification list. Before evacuation, we must first finalize the roster. Wounded, contamination risk individuals, combat personnel, route consultants, ship certification personnel. Without a roster, the No. 2 isolation gate will go chaotic first. Rufus added over the channel. There are still scrap parts that can swap for a life. Don't have a crowd of people clinging to broken pots and pans. Lei Jun nodded. Agreed. He merged the route personnel units and the 12-hour countdown for the airport into the same tactical map. A49, old maintenance tunnel. No. 11 exploration, well, old water pumping station. Outside the 4th airport, there's also the K7 decoy path. The red line, gray line, and countdown squeeze together. None of them are wide. Aida's voice sounded in his ear. Suggested evacuation drill initiation. Lei Jun pressed the ID badge for M137 to the edge of the tactical map. Initiate. Please choose evacuation priority. Lei Jun gazed at the main screen. First, interstellar units and movable core equipment. Second, route consultants and ship certification personnel. Third, the wounded who can move. Fourth, those who can obey orders. Sebastian's flush faded a bit. Helena did not object. Rufus didn't curse either. Once the roster begins, it won't be pretty. Lei Jun closed the public channel, leaving only the core personnel channel. Aida, prepare the evacuation drill. I want a path that can be walked. Not the prettiest, but the one that can get us alive to the 4th airport. Lei Jun finished speaking and channel in the command center's control room was cut off. Only the core personnel channel remained lit. On the main screen, the A49 tactical map was unfolded again. The old maintenance shaft, No. 11 exploration well. The old water pump station outside the 4th airport. And the nearby decoy route of K7 that had just fooled the insects. Several cables were tangled together, gray, red, and red. There was also a 12-hour countdown displayed nearby. Aida's electronic voice chimed in. Evacuation drills had begun. Current objective: preserve the core combat units and reach the transfer area outside the 4th airport. Limitations: A49 cannot hold for long. The old maintenance shaft is too narrow, and the wounded non-combatants and heavy equipment cannot pass simultaneously. Sebastian looked at the screen, his lips dry. That means not everyone can go at once. No one answered him. The route on the main screen had already laid out the answer. Aida continued to refresh. If everyone evacuates, the queue will be too long. If we carry all the wounded, the first bend would exceed the safety window. If we retain all structures and outer facilities, resources cannot support a sustained breakout. Conclusion: some facilities must be dismantled, escort numbers pruned, preserving only the core units. Rufus grumbled over the channel. It's the people in this rotten place who can't all go. Lei Jun looked at the main screen, not replying. He reached out and merged 4 lists, personnel units, equipment, and buildings, into a single table. Aida categorized by whether they can go on the route. First column, in the squad. Second, stay behind. Third, dismantle material. Command acknowledged. The main screen now shows only 3 columns. In the squad, Lei Jun, He Lian Na Sebastian Rufus. In the squad, a white armored medic, 3 SCVs, currently mobile interstellar combat units. In the squad, Vic, Buck, Gallus Miller. Vic looked at his name through the blast-proof panel, and no joy showed on his face. Must I drill through with these aging bones of mine? Lei Jun looked at him. If you won't drill, who will know the way? Vic fell silent. Buck lowered his head and muttered at his half-broken badge. I should have known not to trust that damned emblem. Gallus said nothing, tucking the oil paper map back into his chest. Miller hugged the comms pack fingers on the buckle. He knew why he had been assigned to the squad. Not because he was important. It was because the 4th Airport side might only recognize his channel. Then another line lit up: in squad reserve Hui Ding. Current status: auxiliary well under maintenance. Condition: if SCV no. 3 confirms the auxiliary shaft's vibration point can be evacuated, Hui Ding joins the squad. If the auxiliary shaft line still needs to be maintained, Hui Ding remains at the remote guiding position. Hui Ding's channel lit up. Commander, I'm still under the auxiliary shaft. If they still want me to strike the pipes over there, I'll keep striking. If I can retreat, I'll obey orders. Rufus cursed in the channel. Cut the chatter, don't get yourselves killed yet. Lei Jun studied the shaft readings. Hui Ding, hold your position for now. SCV no. 3 keeps guard on you. Can you move? Check the final confirmation of the shaft. SCV no. 3 maintenance shaft support continues. Hui Ding's safety tether status is stable. The second column begins to refresh. Stay behind Holt and the PDF remnants. Stay behind wounded too severely to pass through the old maintenance shaft. Stay behind personnel whose contamination risk remains unresolved. Stay behind those unable to join the first evacuation queue. Holt stood at the side screen, hand still on the comms device. He did not speak immediately. The command room people also looked to that column. Sebastian's face changed. He understood at once. Stay behind did not mean waiting for a second vehicle. She stepped forward toward the column, He Lien Na's voice low. Lei Jun, my lord. These people won't accompany the squad. Lei Jun did not avert his gaze. Not with the first team. The first team is going through the narrow passage. It can't carry that many people. Holt and the PDF remnants are Imperial armed personnel. Those wounded and civilians are Imperial citizens. Lei Jun nodded. I know. Are you going to leave them at A49? Yes. That word made the command room even quieter. He Lien Na did not erupt. She simply turned her gaze to the main screen. According to Imperial Codex, the armed forces have a duty to protect unarmed civilians. Lei Jun lifted the data for the first bend in the old maintenance shaft. The narrowest point of this tunnel is less than 1 meter. Wounded with stretchers cannot pass. Heavy units move slowly. The more people, the longer the line. The longer the line, the greater the chance the insects catch up. He reopened the countdown for the 4th airport. The Silver Rose's side has only 12 hours. If I let everyone out in the end, everyone will be blocked inside the tunnel. Bugs will come from behind, the airport gates will close from the front. Not a single one will survive. He Lien Na did not speak, she understood. She found it hard to accept. Lei Jun slid the stay behind column aside. I won't lie to them that we can save everyone. Nor will I let them wait to die empty-handed. Then he looked at Ida. Equip the stay behind with defensive supplies. Command acknowledged. Ida marked the stay behind supplies and the defense lines. Clean water, food, low permission terminals, sealing boards, fuel cans, and weapons and ammunition for the PDF. All were marked behind No. 2 isolation gate and the outer walls of the treatment area. The No. 7 sewage main outlet was circled as the final seal point. Lei Jun added, leave evacuation directions for them as well. If we can clear the old water pump station and rejoin from there, we will reconnect. If you can't come back, have them retreat along the backup route shown on the low permission terminals. He Lien Na looked up at him. Aren't you going to promise to save them? No promises, Lei Jun said. A promise you can't keep is a lie to them. He Lien Na swallowed the rest of her words. Holt's voice came from the side screen. Commander. His voice was hoarse. If the PDF remnants stay behind, the mission must be clear. Guard the No. 2 isolation gate. If you can't hold, retreat to the treatment zone outer wall. If the outer wall can't hold, burn the No. 7 sewage pipe outlet, seal all pipes you can. Don't pursue, don't loot bodies. Don't die for us. Holt frowned. He had expected Lei Jun to say something like, strive for 15 more minutes. But Lei Jun didn't. What he gave wasn't a retreat order. It was a stay-behind protocol. Holt stood straighter. Understood, we will guard A49. Then a batch of yellow markers rapidly appeared in the third column, peripheral non-load-bearing walls, the lower pipelines of the abandoned pump room, and the external connections to the old refining line. There were a few more broken devices that couldn't be moved, all marked for dismantling. The engineering bay core, the command center control area, and the medical area's minimum operating units were locked red by Ida. Lei Jun studied the red zones, his brow darkening. A49 cannot be left dismantled. After we leave this place, must stay lit for a while. No. 1 SCV will only dismantle the outer recoverable parts. No. 2 SCV will preserve No. 2 isolation gate and the minimum operation of the treatment zone. No. 3 SCV will continue maintenance of the auxiliary shaft line, not to remove it. Command acknowledged. Rufus gritted his teeth and forced a smile over the channel. Did you hear that? It's not looting. It's taking apart what can be sold before moving. Sebastian looked at his own name in the squad column. Glancing again at the stay behind names, his expression remained grim. The silver rows can take only so many people. I can push for more docking slots. But the core family won't wait for us long. He Lian Na continued. I can provide emergency purification authorization. But the authorization can only explain why we approach the airport. It cannot make the airport stand down for us. Miller hugged the communications pack tighter. If we reach the old water pump station, I can try to send your authentication signals there. But I can't guarantee anyone will listen there. So all three of you must survive, Lei Jun declared, then tapped the route advisory group again. Vic Buck Gallus must also survive. Huiding, take them if you can. If not, ensure he completes the last segment of the vibration point. Huiding hesitated briefly. Understood. I'll hold the auxiliary shaft here first. Lei Jun didn't say more. His gaze rested on M137's ID tag pressed against the edge of the tactical diagram. The silver border had been wiped clean. Aida's voice sounded in his ear. The current plan is not the optimal survival plan. If we further compress the stay-behind supplies, we can increase the squad's resource reserves. Lei Jun studied the stay-behind column. Inside were Holt, the PDF remnants, the severely wounded who cannot pass through the shaft, and those newly isolated still not sure what was happening. He paused for 2 seconds. Do not move the stay-behind supplies. Confirmed. The squad's resource reserves will decline. I know we're not in the charity business. But it's not about throwing people to the bugs either. He Lian Na looked at him. This time she did not invoke the code. Lei Jun reopened the core personnel channel. Ida, generate the first evacuation roster. Lock all 3 columns. Squad stay behind, dismantle material. First roster generated. Awaiting commander's confirmation. On the main screen, the 3-column rosters stopped scrolling. Each name was fixed in its place. Some were assigned to the squad. Some remained at A49. Several peripheral facilities were marked for dismantling. The main screen did not indicate who would bear the burden. Yet everyone understood. Lei Jun looked at the gray route. Confirmed. Evacuation prep pool established. Next, reorder the evacuation queue, assemble the squad, and complete the first real test of the old maintenance shaft. The countdown of 12 hours still flickered in the bottom right corner of the main screen. Lei Jun no longer watched the countdown. His gaze rested on the entrance to the old maintenance shaft. Don't rush to bore the hole yet. Remove what you can dismantle and line up the people who can go. And when the next bin window opens, we can't count people on the fly again. Ada's alert had just fallen, and the control room lay still. The 3 names still hung on the main display with the team on standby. Dismantle materials. Not many entries. Who could go, who must stay, what items needed to be dismantled, all laid out there. He Lian Na stood beside the console, gloved hands pressed against the edge. She hadn't spoken up just now, but that didn't mean she had accepted it. Sebastian kept his gaze on the standby column, throat moving twice. Are these lists going to be made public? Lei Jun did not answer immediately. He did not open the base-wide public channel, only a temporary conference line. Ada, connect Holt, connect Rufus. Connect Marlin at the cargo gate. Waiting, don't join the public channel. Keep guarding the secondary shaft line. Side screens lit up one after another. Holt stood near the No. 2 isolation gate, behind him a handful of PDF remnants. Ceiling boards newly moved were stacked by the wall. Rufus's side looked messy. The No. 7 sewage main still smoking. Marlin stood in front of the temporary screen at the cargo gate. He clutched the waterproof ledger to his chest, his face grim. The line is connected. Lei Jun glanced at the main screen. Make it shorter. The first evacuation queue has already formed. With the team on standby, dismantle materials. 3 columns. This is not a suggestion, it's an order. Holt spoke first. His voice was very quiet. Commander, my people have just entered A49. They have the wounded and those who can still shoot. If only part of the people enter the first team, the rest will ask me why them. Rufus cursed. My people are the same. You pulled them in from beyond the red line, and now you're telling them the first team doesn't include them. They will blow up. Sebastian did not curse. He slid an empty port transfer form onto the console. The Yin Xiangwei Hao is not an infinitely large ship. The external docking window is only 12 hours. I can fight for a berth, but I can't fit the entire A49 into it. Marlin had said nothing all along. Lei Jun looked toward the side screen by the cargo gate. What about you? In the side screen, Marlin's fingers gripped the edge of the ledger. Commander, the mining guild people know the old line by heart. The outer ring of the old refining line, maintaining the tracks, the abandoned warehouses, the materials depot. Many marks are known only to our people. You want to dismantle the materials, take the old route. You can't leave the guild people behind entirely. Rufus sneered. Listen to that, dragging out old ledgers again. Marlin didn't dare to argue. He met Lei Jun's gaze. I'm not trying to seize control. I only say some workers are useful. He Lian Na spoke up then. Lord Lei Jun. Her voice was soft, but the channel quieted. Staying behind isn't a death sentence. But they will understand it that way. Lei Jun tapped the main screen. The cross-section of the old maintenance shaft was enlarged. The first bin, the ventilation shaft, the front section of No. 11 exploration well, all were marked. Ada marked the narrowest point with yellow tape. Lei Jun surveyed the side screens. You all want to bring more people. I wanted to, but the shaft is only so wide. People aren't something you can stuff into a box and move. He dragged Holt's side's PDF remnants markers behind the route map. The queue lengthened at once, and Ada issued a red alert. Holt stared at the lengthened queue in silence. Lei Jun dragged the bottom dweller survivors from Rufus's side onto the map. The red alert blotted across half the route map. Rufus spat. Fine, no more speculation. I understand. Lei Jun finally dragged the mining guild personnel marks from Mullen's side onto the map. Ada did not pronounce death this time. Instead, she highlighted a few names. Suggestion: select a small number of workers familiar with the old maintenance tracks, the materials depot, and the closed door markers. In the side screen, Mullen looked up. Lei Jun looked at him. You are useful and your people are useful too. But not everyone is useful. Mullen's lips moved. I understand. Lei Jun removed all simulations, leaving only the 3 columns of names. Now we set the rules. Holt stood straight. Here. You stay behind it, no? 2 isolation gate. From the PDF remnants, pick the steadier ones and hand them to Helian Na to take into the first team. Not choosing the strongest. It's choosing those who can take orders, can manage the team, and won't fire at will. Holt's jaw tensed. What about the others? That's for you to manage. Guard no. 2 isolation gate. Lei Jun said. I'll provide ceiling boards, clean water, food, local weapons and ammunition, and low-privilege terminals. You're not cutting us off. It's to have them guard A49. If we can open the old water pump station, we can reconnect later. If you can't come back, retreat along the alternate route on the low-privilege terminals. Holt looked at him. After a few seconds, he nodded. I'll pick the people, but I want to tell them myself. Very well. Lei Jun turned to Rufus. You enter the first team. But before the team assembles, the bottom dweller survivors are under your care. Rufus pulled a rueful smile. I knew this damn job would land on me. You know best what they are like. Lei Jun said. You know who will listen, who will lead, who will push forward as soon as they hear the command to move. The first team won't take troublemakers. The stay-behind area won't admit those who lead raids. Rufus cursed. Then I'll have to break a few legs first. Helian Na looked at him. Rufus immediately changed his tune. That was a bluff, it worked right. Lei Jun ignored this. He looked at Sebastian. You're responsible for the tickets. Sebastian looked up. I need the identity dossiers for the accompanying personnel, who are combat personnel, who are technicians, who are contamination lock mission personnel, who are ship certification personnel. When the airport side asks, you cannot cobble it together on the fly. Helian now followed. I'll provide the legal criteria. The first team is not a fleeing squad. It's the core purification personnel for emergency transfer in the contamination lock zone and the chain of evidence. Sebastian glanced at her. That phrasing is more useful than my merchant ship excuse. Helian Na listened to Lei Jun, finally looked at Mullen. Mullen immediately lowered his head. Yes, my lord. You will pick 3 categories of people. Those who recognize the old maintenance markers. Those who can dismantle closed doors and old valve components. Those who know the location of the materials depot. At most 1 per category. The rest stay on standby. A muscle twitched on Mullen's face in the side screen. Only 3. At most 3. Lei Jun looked at him. You have 1 squad slot. You can go yourself. Or you can give the slot to someone more useful. On the side screen, Mullen hugged the ledger to his chest and did not answer immediately. This was harder than making him sign a contract. Rufus snorted in the channel. Bookkeeper, this time it's your turn to choose for yourself. Mullen bowed his head. I will finalize the list. Within 10 minutes. Not 10 minutes. Lei Jun said. 7 minutes. Mullen froze. Lei Jun did not explain, he simply looked at Ada. Dismantling countdown started. A countdown timer appeared on the right side of the main screen, numbers ticking down from 000700 to 000659. 000658. Rufus watched the countdown with a sour look. Sir, as soon as this timer lights up, things will go wrong below. So you go and clamp it down now. Lei Jun said. Tell them the first team isn't whoever runs the fastest to board. The list is set. The raiders at the line should be watched separately, kept for last. Rufus shouted to those behind him. Holt also turned, starting to pick his own. On the side screen, he called a few PDF soldiers to the wall, calling out names one by one. Some looked up at him, some grew anxious, lips moving quickly. Holt did not let them argue. He raised a finger toward the no. 2 isolation gate. That would be where they guarded next. Mullen bowed his head, pages turning rapidly. He was looking for names that could still survive. Sebastian pulled out the certification list. Helian Na began assigning legal designations to each accompanying member. The control room sparked back to life. This time it was not a battle. But no one dared to delay. Ada's private channel pinged Lei Jun. Lei Jun scanned the standby column on the screen. The whole faction, the basement dwellers, the mining guild workers, and the wounded who could not pass the shaft, and those who had just entered A49 and not yet drinking water steadily. He shut off that private channel alert. Stay the staying supplies. Understood. Lei Jun tucked the unlit cigar back into his mouth. We are not saviors. But don't let yourselves live like those in the governor's mansion. Helian Na heard this, and her hands paused. She added another legal note to hold standby troops. Lei Jun glanced at it, but did not erase. The countdown continued to tick. From SCV No. 1 came the voice of the big fat uncle. Sir, the outer non-load-bearing wall section has been marked. One word from you, and I'll start dismantling. Lei Jun watched the main screen. A 49's outer structure glowed yellow piece by piece. Yellow marked the outer ring, red the core. Each piece removed left a 49 thinner. Yet the engineering bay treatment area No. 2 isolation gate and the old maintenance shaft entrance remained in the red zone. He did not wait any longer. Dismantle. A distant cutting roar sounded as a 49 began to dismantle its own walls. The red countdown ticked downward on the right side of the main screen. Lei Jun dragged the 3D structural diagram of a 49 to the center. Sections of the outer ring walls were marked yellow. Those that were yellow could be dismantled, those red were off limits, and those gray were to remain for now. Uncle, dismantle according to the markings we just established. The core of engineering bay, the load-bearing reinforcement components, isolation gate No. 2, and the minimum operational units in the medical zone. None of these are to be touched. The voice of the portly uncle echoed through the engineering channel. Understood, sir. SCV-2. SCV-2 is online. Stand guard at isolation gate No. 2 and the outer walls of the medical zone. Push the remaining supplies behind the yellow line first. Position the blocking panels, purified water, food rations, and local ammunition in separate stacks. Prevent anyone from storming the inner passage. Order confirmed. SCV-3. SCV-3 reports auxiliary maintenance, shaft support maintained. SCV-3 remains in position. Continue securing the gray spike positions. Prioritize the air duct vibration points and safety lines. Order confirmed. All 3 engineering channels activated simultaneously. SCV-1, SCV-2, and SCV-3 each held their designated sectors. SCV-1 rolled out from the exterior of engineering bay, its treads crushing through standing water and scattered iron debris. It halted before a section of non-load-bearing outer wall. The mechanical arm extended and gripped the old support brackets along the wall. Blue cutting beams flashed, severing rows of rusted bolts one by one. The wall panel didn't come down in one piece. Instead, it was stripped away panel by panel and compressed into the rear collection bin. The sound of metal groaning under pressure echoed back through the monitors. Each impact reverberated with a dull, muffled quality. The floor of the main control room trembled faintly in sympathy. Helena watched the side monitor. She had witnessed SCVs constructing barriers, repairing doors, and sealing pipeline ruptures. But seeing A-49 dismantled by their own people was something else entirely. The tech priest would chant for hours over a single decommissioned machine. Lei Jun operated without ritual chants or sacred liturgy. Mark the target yellow, cut it free, haul it away, recover what is left. Only the mechanical hum of industry filled the space. Once the first outer wall segment was removed, cold wind surged through the gap. The air carried a suffocating blend of chemical acridity and the coppery tang of fresh blood. Chaos erupted first in the lower nest survivor encampment. They had huddled together behind ragged barricades of scrap iron and tattered tent canvas. Now that the outer perimeter had been dismantled, an entire row of roof shelters had been stripped away. Someone looked up and saw the black pipes and warning lights exposed overhead, their expression darkening instantly. They're tearing down the walls. There's no cover out there. They're going to abandon us. The cry triggered a surge as the crowd pressed inward toward the yellow demarcation line. Those in front were driven forward by the mass behind them. Several women clutching bundles collapsed to the ground. Infants' wails rose above the clanging of metal sheets. Rufus hadn't reached the primary assembly point yet. Lei Jun had already positioned him to handle the lower nest survivor sector. His voice crackled through the forward frequency. Hold your positions. Don't push forward. No one heeded the warning. A burly man grabbed an iron bar and charged ahead toward isolation gate No. 2. On the side monitor, Rufus maneuvered through the crowd and delivered a sharp kick to the man's knee. The man dropped to one knee with a grunt of pain. Rufus drew his sawed-off shotgun and fired a warning shot into the ceiling. The gunshot silenced the crowd for a brief moment. Listen to me, all of you. Rufus seized the man by the collar and dragged him to the yellow line. Do you really think those tattered shelters can stop the swarm? If they could hold them off, would you have been forced here? Sweat streamed down the man's face, yet he refused to back down. They're abandoning us. They're tearing down our homes. Rufus pressed the barrel against the man's chest, but not in his mouth. Close enough to kill. Try to lead another charge, and I'll tie you to the sewage outlet. He turned to address the crowd with a roar. Hear me clearly. The first wave isn't about who runs fastest. The roster is finalized. Anyone who breaches the line loses their weapons and goes to the back of the queue. If you want to survive, drop to your knees by sector. If you'd rather die, go throw yourselves against the inner door. The crowd didn't fall silent immediately, but the desperate rush at the front was checked. SCV 2 pushed 2 blast doors behind the yellow line. The hydraulic arm dipped, and the blast doors slammed onto the ground. Several crates of purification packs and ration cans landed nearby. Rufus pointed at the supplies. See that? It's not like we're withholding everything from you. Any more looting, and there won't be a damn thing left. That hit harder than any warning shot. The crowd shifted back slightly. At Isolation Gate No. 2, Holt was fuming as well. The remaining PDF troopers had heard the garrison roster. Several young soldiers with bloodshot eyes kept staring toward the inner corridor. One of them couldn't hold back. Sir, are we really staying here? Holt didn't curse him out. He glanced at the soldier, then looked out toward the corridor beyond Isolation Gate No. 2. Where exactly do you think you're going? The recruit had no answer. Holt shoved the boy's laser rifle back against his chest. You're wearing PDF fatigues. Fear is allowed, but you don't get to be the first one to disobey orders. He gestured toward the garrison supplies behind the yellow line. The commander has established protocol. We hold Isolation Gate No. 2. If we can't hold it, we fall back to the medical zone's outer wall. If that fails, 2, we burn out the exterior of sewer pipe No. 7 and seal the conduits. He met the eyes of the soldiers before him. No one is sending you to certain death. And no one gives you permission to point your weapons at your own comrades. Several PDF soldiers lowered their heads. Their hands were still trembling, but they took their positions behind the sandbags. Chaos broke out at the registration tent as well. Several refugees crossed the red line, reaching for supply crates. Helena strode out through the side door of the main control room. She didn't draw her weapon. Her bolt pistol rested low and her grip muzzle pointed at the ground. She positioned herself at the red line. Though the repairs on her black armor were incomplete, her stance was unwavering. Inside the red line is the primary evacuation registration zone. Beyond the red line is the garrison sector. Anyone who crosses this line to seize supplies will be treated as insurgents in a contamination lockdown zone. A woman clutching a child fell to her knees before Helena. My lord, take us with you. This child won't survive if left here. Helena's fingers rested on the grip of her pistol. She glanced down at the child. The child's face was caked with grime, but those wide eyes kept fixating on the weapon at Helena's hip. Helena holstered her pistol. Then she crouched and gently pushed the woman and child back past the red line. The garrison area has purified water and food rations. The PDF will hold Isolation Gate No. 2. Low clearance terminals will provide you with alternate routes. The woman could barely speak through her tears. Helena rose to her feet and raised her voice. I'll ensure the garrison personnel are properly registered. You are not abandoned casualties. You are temporary garrison personnel in the contamination lockdown zone. Anyone who breaks the line is condemning everyone behind them to death. The words were harsh, but they worked. Several hands reached for supply crates pulled back. In the main control room, Lei Jun watched the 3 monitoring screens. Rufus had the lower nest crowd under control. Holt had the remaining PDF troopers contained. Helena had the registration tent secured. The unrest hadn't been quelled. It was merely being held in check. Ada's private channel crackled to life. Security risks in the garrison zone continue to escalate. Recommend deploying 2 Space Marines to seal the inner passage and establish a non-lethal deterrent presence. Lei Jun gave a brief nod. Acknowledged. Keep your weapons lowered. Under no circumstances fire on our own people. Order confirmed. 2 Space Marines soon materialized at the inner corridor entrance. Stationed in their deep blue power armor, they need only stand there. No one dared press forward. The recovery report from SCV 1 came in as well. First phase material removal complete. Isolation Gate No. 2. Garrison supplies in position. Medical zone outer wall blast doors deployed. Auxiliary maintenance, shaft SCV 3 providing support. Old repair tunnel field test prep standing by. The countdown continued its relentless march. T-minus 35 seconds. The portly uncle's voice came through the SCV 1 channel. Sir, we've finished demolishing everything accessible in the first phase. Anything deeper requires taking down structural supports. Lei Jun studied the structural diagram. The outer ring had been reduced by 1 layer. But Isolation Gate No. 2, the medical zone engineering bay and the old repair tunnel entrance remained intact. Nothing had collapsed. That was all that mattered. Halt the first phase. Redirect all recovered materials to engineering bay. Prepare the blocking components and lightweight traversal packs. Copy that. Lei Jun shifted his attention to the old repair tunnel designation. Gray spike. A winch grinding echoed through the channel. Standing by. First bend field test prepared. You don't need to descend. Report vibration points and air duct locations. A pause from Gray Spike's position. Understood. Better that way. SCV 3. Provide support for Gray Spike. Maintain vigilance on air duct vibration markers. Activate the spotlight at the forward section of the old repair tunnel entrance. Order confirmed. The main display switched to the old repair tunnel entrance. Vic and Buck had been escorted to the exterior of the tunnel by 2 other Space Marines. They hadn't entered the tunnel. They simply stood behind the yellow line outside the entrance. Vic held an aged map in his hands. Buck gripped a broken bronze token. 2 flame imps stood guard behind them, flamethrower nozzles trained downward. The 2 Space Marines who escorted them had fallen back, further weapons trained on either side of the tunnel mouth. The white-armored Medicae hadn't arrived. She remained at the medical zone. Marin wasn't present at the tunnel entrance either. He was still at the cargo bay selecting personnel. Ada's alert flashed on screen. First bin field test preparation at the old repair tunnel complete. Current distance of high-tier biological entities from the first bend unstable. Recommendation: conduct only spotlight and seismic probing. You do not deploy personnel inside. Lei Jun studied the advisory. Execute. The spotlight activated. A beam of cold white light cut into the old repair tunnel. The passage was narrow, the walls damp, ancient conduits running along the ceiling. The light swept across the initial stretch of floor. No signs of life. Moving forward, they reached the edge of the first bend. The spotlight suddenly caught a glistening wet trail. On the side monitor, Vic leaned forward, his expression darkening. Stop. Don't shine it any further inside. Lei Jun looked toward the side screen. What is it? Vic pointed at the reflective surface. This is fresh, not standing water. Something just crawled past the first bend. Ada immediately marked a cluster of small thermal signatures. Low-temperature biological residue detected on the inner side of the first bend in the old repair tunnel. Classification: small crawling entity. Trajectory: forward section of exploration shaft 11. The suppressed tension in the main control room began to rise again. Lei Jun stared at the gray trajectory line. The high-tier entities had been drawn away from K7, but the lesser ones had already found the true path. Very well. Phase 1 is complete. Now it's time to clear out the smaller threats. Before the entrance to the old maintenance shaft, the still glowed. The cold white light spilled into the first bend, revealing the damp, glistening mark at the base of the wall. Weka stood behind the yellow line, the old map in his hand, creased and worn. Baku held a half-broken copper badge, his eyes fixed on the old number to the right of the entrance. 2 firebats hovered behind them, nozzles tipped downward. 2 Marines stood farther back, guns pressed along the sides of the entrance. No one entered the shaft. Lei Jun watched that gray line from the main control room. The old maintenance shaft, the first bend. Further ahead lay the front section of exploration well 11. This path had just been cobbled together by them. Before they had taken a proper step, something had already crawled inside. Ida. Online. Outside the first bend, can you burn it? Suggestion: brief high-temperature cleaning. Not advisable to spray continuously. The old pipelines were aging. Prolonged high heat could trigger partial collapse. Lei Jun looked at the footage of the entrance. Firebats heed the order. Only burn the exterior of the first bend. 3 seconds per round. Don't chase deeper. The firebat channel replied. Copy that, sir. The lead firebat stepped forward. The nozzle lifted. Orange-red tongues of flame pressed into the old maintenance shaft entrance. The flames did not roam. They crawled along the ground and the walls, licking the first section of the passage. The damp air in the shaft was scorched, and a white mist billowed out. A sour odor rolled back through the door gap to the entrance. Baku covered his nose and stepped back half a pace. Weka did not retreat. He narrowed his eyes, watching the wall lit by the firelight. The first round of flames ceased. In the shaft, a few piercing scratches echoed from within. Not like a large organism, more like claws scratching on metal. Ada magnified the image. Along the edge of the first bend, several silhouettes clung to the gaps between the piping and retreated. Their bodies stayed low, limbs pressed to the ground, their carapaces reflecting the damp sheen. They were not high-tier units. Nor were they the big one outside that would crash into walls. Just a few small crawling units. But their appearance was off. Second round. The firebats sprayed again. This time the tongues of flame pressed lower. 2 tiny creatures hidden in the seam of the piping were forced out. They dashed to the edge of the entrance, only to be mowed down by return fire from Marines behind. AC-14 Gauss round struck the damp wall, spraying a shower of black shell fragments. Baku's face went pale. This thing didn't enter through the entrance. Lei Jun looked at him. Speak clearly. Baku raised the copper badge and pointed to the base of the wall on the right side of the old maintenance shaft. There used to be a drainage hidden channel beneath this wall. When miners change valves, they stuff tools through the hidden channel. People can't pass, but these small ones can drill through. They came in through the side seams, not through the main entrance. Lei Jun pulled the layout of the first bend down one more level. In the old map, that drainage hidden channel was just a faint gray line. If no one reminded you, it wouldn't be considered a path. But the little bugs don't read maps. Where there is heat, vibration, and gaps, they will burrow in. Ada's private channel crackled to life. Acidic organic residue detected. Residual location the inner side of the first bend near the old drainage hidden channel. Distribution direction front section of exploration well 11. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on those green marks. Are they leaving traces? Intent unclear. From the distribution pattern the residue may be tracked by subsequent lesser units. These small creatures weren't here to fight head-on. On the surface of the record they appeared to be making a path for what followed. As long as this trace reaches exploration well 11. The bulk of what comes after won't need a map. They can be tracked by scent. Don't put this hint on the public screen. Confirmed. Lei Jun switched back to the public channel. Wei Kubako. You two continue watching the old markings. Only say where you can seal off, and where you must not touch. Don't assume what the insects want to do. Wei Kun nodded immediately. Understood. Baku echoed. The right side hidden channel can be sealed. But the old ventilation pipe above the first bend can't be burned for too long. If it cracks the front part will collapse. Lei Jun switched to the engineering channel. Uncle. SCV no. One online. Are there light sealing blocks in engineering bays? The portly uncle quickly replied. 2 blocks cut out just now still warm. They can block a man if they'll do for the bugs too. Deliver to the entrance. Don't come out yourself. Have the railcar push them over. Understood. The side door of the engineering bay opened. The 2 arc-shaped blocks were placed on a small rail cart, carried along the inner transport track toward the entrance of the old maintenance shaft. The sound of wheeding came through the secondary shaft channel. Commander. The echo on this side of the air conduit has changed. Lei Jun switched over immediately. Speak. The wheeding side had the sound of a winch and the clatter of small iron fragments. Just now when the fire burned something in the air conduit drew back that way. Not on my side. It's behind the part after the first bend. SCV no. 3 has locked the safety line. Ew, I didn't crawl forward. Lei Jun checked the secondary shaft image. Wheeding was still suspended and placed the safety line around his waist taut. The robotic arm of SCV no. 3 pressed on the winch, not moving more than half a step away. What you did was right. Keep listening for echoes. Don't be greedy with your hands. Wheeding whispered, understood. Right now I wouldn't dare to slack off with my hands at all. Lei Jun didn't bite back. The railcar arrived outside the old maintenance shaft. 2 Marines dragged the plugs inside the yellow line. The firebats retreated half a step, the nozzles still aimed at the entrance. Third round. The flames pressed into the first bend again. As the fire stopped the Marines immediately opened fire. Bullets struck the edge of the right side hidden channel, shattering 2 tiny crawling units just peeking out. Shattered shells and acidic liquid splashed the wall, producing white smoke. The firebats did not pursue. The Marines did not enter the shaft. When the smoke cleared a little, the plugs were pushed in. The first block wedged into the right hidden channel. The second block pressed down on the lower old drainage seam. Baku stared at the number on the old copper badge for a few seconds. Position is right, it don't shift left again. To the left is the load-bearing edge of the old valve well. If it's damaged, the first bend will peel away. Lei Jun looked to the engineering channel. Secured. The simple clamp at the front of the railcar extended. It pressed the plug into place, and with a hydraulic pushed the arc plate bit into the wall seam. Not welded completely, only pinned for now. Ada provided a note. The outer side seam of the first bend has been temporarily sealed. Probability of small crawling units continuing to enter has decreased. Recommendation: continue observing the front section of exploration well 11. Lei Jun didn't nod immediately. He looked at the acidic residues inside the inner side of the bend. Can they be washed off? High-temperature alkaline powder and mechanical scraping can be used. Currently not recommended for human entry. Lei Jun turned toward Helian-na. First team hold position for now. The old maintenance shaft isn't clean yet. Helian-na stood by the red line in the registration area. Sebastian clutched a password case, his face pale. Rufus still pressed down in the temporary zone of the bottom nest survivors. Holt remained at the No. 2 isolation gate. Helian-na glanced at the entrance image on the main screen. Understood. I will keep the first team on standby where they are. Lei Jun looked again at the main screen. The outer side of the first bend was temporarily blocked. The side seams were sealed, and the fire had burned through. A few of the small creatures had been cleared, but in front of exploration well 11, several faint cold spots were still moving. They didn't rush forward or backward. They clung to the edge of the passage like a pile of gray stains. Ada magnified the image. Residual unit count, not precisely determinable. Operational range: the outer side of the front section of exploration well 11. No advanced units entered the old maintenance shaft. The advanced units did not go in, or at least for now, they seem blocked outside. The little creatures have already burrowed in. The real path has been touched at the edge. Neither side is good news. Firebats. Marines. Maintain the choke at the entrance. Do not cross the first bend without my orders. Copy. Copy, sir. A new prompt suddenly popped up at the bottom of the main screen. Vibration anomaly. Origin below the front section of Exploration Well 11. Strength greater than small crawling units. Lei Jun's finger paused. In the old maintenance shaft image, those cold spots retracted to both sides. Hui Ding's voice came over from the auxiliary shaft channel. Commander, I hear something here. Not a small thing. The next moment, the old ground in front of Exploration Well 11 bulged. The amplitude wasn't large, but it was obvious. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that gray line. Hold there for now. All gun ports suppress the front section of Exploration Well 11. There is more stuff underneath. The old ground in front of Well No. 11 bulged again. The gray line on the main screen trembled. Lei Jun did not permit anyone to move forward. In the old maintenance shaft, the first bin that had just been sealed still emitted white smoke. The curved ceiling piece on the right-hand shaft was jammed. There were traces of acid on the floor that had not dried yet. Wei Ku and Ba Ku stood behind the yellow line, neither daring to go inward. Hui Ding dangled in the maintenance subwell, its voice coming through the channel. Commander. It rang again, closer than before. Lei Jun looked at the subwell feed. The safety rope at Hui Ding's waist was taut. The No. 3 SCV pressed the winch, the robotic arm remaining within a half-inch. Keep listening, report only the direction, don't crawl forward. Even if I wanted to crawl, I can't move right now. Hui Ding swallowed. The thing below is blocking the path. On the main screen, a narrow crack appeared in the old steel plate at the front section of Well No. 11. Dark green slime oozed from the crack, dripping onto the metal floor and producing thin white smoke. AIDA's alert flashed up. Detected acidic, corrosive liquid. Source below the front section of Well No. 11. Ground bearing has dropped. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the crack. It didn't come in through the mouth of the hole. Hypothesis: subterranean biological units are destroying the old ground structure below. Result: the passage risk at the front section of Well No. 11 has increased. Lei Jun only marked the crack's location in red. Other cues were not shown on the public screen. Wei Ku, what's beneath? Wei Ku pasted the old map to the blast-proof isolation panel and traced it with his finger. Old drainage branch pipe. Used to drain wastewater from Well No. 11. It collapsed once and was sealed later. Ba Ku fixed his gaze on the old designation. Not sealed completely. If there's a passage below, they could bore up from the branch to the bottom of Well No. 11. Lei Jun watched AIDA's added hidden line. Not entering from the doorway. Not drilling through the first bend. The thing below is seeking a thin spot. In the old maintenance shaft footage, the crack suddenly bulged outward. A thick hard-bone spur thrust up from beneath the old steel plate. The spur did not pierce through it, merely raised the ground into a swell. Hiding at the edge, a few small crawling units slid apart to the left and right. They're avoiding the thing below. AIDA whispered on a private frequency. Small units are skirting around the lower, large units breaking ground. It cannot be ruled out that they are using residual acidity to mark weak spots. Lei Jun tapped the console. Another trick learned. This behavior can still be explained by heat vibration and acidic pathways. No higher-level tactical command signals detected. What a nuisance. Huafu short spray. Only burn the outer edge of the crack. Don't collapse the entire stretch of ground. The nozzle of the Huafu rose. A torrent of orange-red flame pressed over the first bend, burning along the crack's outer edge. The acidic slime dried, releasing yellow-green fumes. A shrill screech echoed from the chamber. The bone spur retracted downward. The old steel plate gave a jolt. Lu Zhondue aimed fire at the crack's edge. 2 Lu Zhondue opened fire simultaneously. Gauss rounds pierced through the smoke, striking the edge of the swollen old steel plate. Metal fragments and black-green carapace shards flew outward. The thing did not rush forward, yet it did not retreat either. Another impact resounded from below. This one heavier than the previous 2. A small chunk of the old ground in front of No. 11 collapsed. The side screen flickered, the beacon image wobbled for a few seconds before stabilizing. Wei Ku cursed. We can't keep hitting like this. Lei Jun looked at him. Wei Ku pointed at the old map. If you hit again, the front will collapse. If it collapses, people can bypass it. But heavy armor units won't pass easily. The men you bring can't all jump into pits. Ba Ku nodded as well. This segment of ground below is hollow. Either drive whatever is below away, or fix the path above before it topples. Lei Jun switched to the engineering channel. Uncle, No. 1 SCV online. Make a press plate 2 inclined braces. Deliver from the inner rail to the mouth of the hole. From the fat uncle's side came the sound of cutting. If it can be made, it's ugly. If it works, it works. On the main screens, right, the statuses of 3 SCVs were locked. SCV 1 in the engineering bay was cutting the press plate. SCV 2 guarded No. 2 isolation gate and the exterior wall of the treatment zone. SCV 3 guarded Hui Ding and the subwell winch. All 3 lines remained in their original positions. Lei Jun switched back to the old maintenance shaft. Wei Ku, Ba Ku, where should the press plate fit? Wei Ku studied the diagram. Don't place it in the middle is already hollow. Baco pointed to the right side of the image. Lock onto the old load-bearing edge on the right. Then top the pipe rack on the left. If you push from below again, it will strike the press plate first. Lei Jun tossed the marker to AI. Structural marks established. Temporary reinforcement executable. Expected to bear only for a short time of passage. That's enough. What we need is a way through. Not to fix this hole into a highway. The railcars swiftly carried the press plate to the tunnel mouth. An improvised jig from the engineering bay shoved the press plate behind the first bend. Halfway forward, the ground below gave another shove. The press plate buckled crooked. The front end clamp on the railcar screeched in protest. Hold it. The Marines opened fire at once. Huafu added another short burst. The bone spur that had just protruded through the crack was cut in half by Gauss rounds. Dark green slime sprayed beneath the plate, rising in white fumes. The jig seized the moment and pushed the plate back into alignment. Two inclined braces climbed into place. The first lodged into the right side bearing edge. The second pressed against the old left pipe rack. The old ground stopped bulging, yet the impacts beneath persisted. One strike after another transmitted through the plate. Lei Jun kept his eyes on the display. Can we pass? Aida hesitated for a few seconds. Temporary reinforcement of the front section, no. 11 completed. Recommendation: only a single person should pass quickly. Not advisable for heavy armored units to linger. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the newly pressed old ground. The path isn't ruined yet. That can be understood this way. Lei Jun switched to Helian Na's side. Team 1, stand down for now. Wait for the debris clearing result. Helian Na stood by the red line in the registration area. Sebastian clutched the password case, his face pale. Rufus remained pinned in the bottom nest survivor's temporary zone. Holt still stood by the No. 2 isolation gate. Understood. Lei Jun reconnected with Ma Luan. Ma Luan was still by the freight gate, cradling a waterproof ledger case. There is an old drainage branch beneath the front segment of No. 11. Among your people, has anyone ever recognized that branch? Ma Luan's flesh trembled. There is. An old worker who once cleared wastewater backflows. But his leg isn't good. Let him watch behind the screen. Don't let anyone cross. Soon a grease-streaked old worker was pushed to the temporary screen. Lei Jun gave him no chance to talk. Look at this segment. Where does it lead beneath? The old worker studied the display for a long moment, his voice dry. It leads to a wastewater trench beneath No. 11. Beyond that is the backwash line of the old water supply pumping station. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that line. Can the backwash pipe reach the pumping station? The old worker shook his head quickly. People can't pass. Monsters. The small ones can crawl. The large ones can only crash through. Ma Luan added that segment of pipe should have been sealed long ago. The mining guild has no money for repairs, it's been dragging on. Rufus's voice crackled from another line. Your mining guild really leaves every hole open. Ma Luan did not dare to retort. Lei Jun marked the backwash pipe's location. Beside the old maintenance shaft's gray line, a new thin black line appeared. The black line wound around the No. 11 front section, pointing toward the old water supply pumping station direction. People cannot pass, insects can. Aida whispered on a private frequency. New risk: the old pumping station direction may be contaminated by lower-level units prematurely. Recommendation: treat the backwash pipe as a sealing target. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that black line. Do not broadcast this on the public screen. Confirmed. On the public screen, only the No. 11 front section reinforcement note remains. He studied the slender black line toward the old pumping station. The path, just secured, gained another ruined segment. Lei Jun plucked the cigar from his mouth. Team 1, keep waiting. If you don't seal this pipe, no one will be able to pass. The slender black line of the recoil tube still hung on the main screen. It wound around the front section of well 11, skirting the old piping and drilled toward the old water pump station. Humans can't pass, but the small ones can. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on that line. Huating, keep listening. Find the point with the strongest vibration. In the subshaft channel, Huating's breathing was heavy. I'm listening, but it's crawling backward. It's not moving straight, it's hugging the pipe and turning. Lei Jun looked at the subshaft screen. Huating still hung from the safety line. The No. 3 SCV's robotic arm pressed down on the winch, but did not move. You don't need to go down, just report the position. Understood. Lei Jun switched to the cargo gate's temporary display. Ma Luan still clutched a waterproof ledger. The oil-smudged old worker stood beside him, eyes always avoiding the main screen. Watch the recoil tube, Lei Jun said. Where can we seal it? The old worker stared at the old map for a long while. There's an old pressure relief cap behind the front section of well 11. The number might be obscured by rust. Ma Luan hurriedly opened the ledger, pulled out an oil paper map. There are 3 short marks near the pump station end. The mining guild used them back then to mark directions. Lu Fuxi's voice cut in from another line. You people, you even keep records when you break pipes. Ma Luan didn't dare to retort. Lei Jun ignored them. Buck, find the 3 short marks. At the old maintenance hole entrance, Buck looked toward the right-hand wall base. The inspection lamp swept along the rusted pipe. Buck suddenly raised a hand. Stop behind the lower right pipe clamp. The image zoomed in. Behind the clamp, there are 3 shallow marks half covered by rust. Wei leaned toward the side screen. Found it. It's the recoil tube outer cap. AI just circled the position in red. Suggest using a wedge-shaped plug. Need short-term fire support. Lei Jun switched to the engineering channel. Uncle. A wedge-shaped plug with outer teeth. Add 2 inverted lugs. The cutting sound came from the fat old man's side. We can do it. But if that thing is pressed from inside, it might loosen. That's why we added inverted lugs. Understood. The inner track in the engineering bay activated. A front narrow to back wide seal piece was pushed along the rail car toward the old maintenance hole. On both sides, rough inverted teeth, the front end welded with a temporary towing ring. Lei Jun looked at the whole image. Firebat short bursts. Marines seal the fracture edge. Wei Ku, Buck, Galis, Miller, just watch the positions. Everyone stay within your lines. The seal piece was driven into the first bend by a simple jig halfway, and there came another impact from beneath the front section of well 11. The pressure plate shuddered. Wheating shouted, "It's moving, turning toward the pump station. Slow down a bit more, it will pass the outer cap. Engage fire." Firebat short bursts. The orange-red flames licked the recoil tube outer cap. Yellow-green smoke rose from behind the pipe clamp. Marines immediately opened fire. Gauss rounds struck the edge of the outer cap, peeling away a patch of rust. The seal was driven in by the jig. Click. The front end bit into the outer cap opening. In the next moment, something inside slammed into it. The seal popped outward by about half an inch. Buck's face turned pale. It's pressing from the inside. Lei Jun did not raise his voice. Push it back. Firebat delivered another short burst. The Marines lowered their muzzles and fired a few shots at the underside of the outer cap. The rear of the seal was driven hard by the jig. The inverted teeth bit in fully. The entire old pipe trembled. Ada signaled to disengage. The recoil tube outer cap sealing was complete. Internal vibrations persisted. Lei Jun watched the black line, the red that did not disappear. It paused a few seconds behind the seal, then began to slide to the side. Wheating shouted, "It's circling. There's a cavity beside the pipe." Wei cursed. Old relief groove. The pump station side used to fear back pressure, so a relief groove was left beside the pipe. Ma Lun crouched by the cargo gate, head down, flipping the ledger. His hands trembled. "There is one, but that groove is very narrow." Lei Jun directly asked, "Can the little thing get through?" Ma Lun didn't dare to look up. "It can." AI quickly added a second thin line, new path relief groove. Personnel not allowed to pass. Small units may pass. Lei Jun looked at the 2 lines, 1 recoil tube, 1 relief groove. These gaps, long forgotten by humans, allowed the insects to drill their way through. "Uncle, any more material?" The fat old man paused. "There is. But if we make another piece, the first team's lightweight gear packs will be 1 set short." Lei Jun paused for a moment. After the passage gear packs passed, press the groove first. Command acknowledged. Ada whispered over a private channel. The first team's passage readiness margin was decreasing. Lei Jun cut the alert. "I know." The second smaller seal piece was quickly pushed out from the engineering bay. Thinner than the first, more like a steel wedge with teeth. Wheating reported the position. "Off to the right, a bit more to the right." "Stop." Buck followed. "It's there. That black seam under the pipe clamp." Firebat fired short bursts. Marines opened fire. The jig drove the steel wedge in. Click. The relief groove's entrance was blocked. The second line on the main screen flashed twice, turning gray. The relief groove sealing completed. The old maintenance hole's front section now had short-term passage. The red dot remained, but no longer advanced. It was stuck between the recoil tube and the relief groove, banging back and forth a few times. The thing beneath wasn't dead, just temporarily blocked. "That's enough." "Wheating, can you hear it moving toward the pump station?" Wheating was quiet for a few seconds. "No, it's banging in place. It's very angry." Lei Jun exhaled. "Then let it rage." He raised his hand and remarked the route on the main screen. From the entrance to the first bend, yellow. From the first bend to the front section of well 11, yellow. The press plate area at the front section of well 11, orange. The recoil tube and relief groove sealed in red. The old water supply pump station direction, gray for now. Ada signaled to disengage. The recoil tube sealing completed. Relief groove sealing completed. The front section of the old maintenance hole now has short-term passage conditions. Recommendation: lock the first evacuation queue. Lei Jun looked at the final line. Lock the roster. On the other side of the main screen, the first evacuation queue lit up again. Lei Jun. Helena. Sebastian. Lu Fusi. The movable combat units currently available. Wei Kubaku, Guy Lee C. Miller. Huiding. Old Mining Guild line personnel, and a few PDF backbone members. Holt selected. Ma Luan's name did not light up. He stood in front of the cargo gate's temporary screen, lips trembling. Lei Jun looked at him. You stay? Old map identification tag mining guild password, hand them to the people you pick. Ma Luan clenched the ledger's edge. After a few seconds, he slid a brass badge from around his neck, rolled up the oil paper map again, and handed it to the old worker beside him. This badge can pass through 2 old gates. Don't lose it. The old worker took it and did not dare to speak. Lei Jun offered no comfort to Ma Luan. You stay at the cargo gate. Contain the remaining mining guild personnel. If they cause trouble, Holt won't bargain with you. Ma Luan lowered his head. Understood. Lei Jun switched to Lu Fusi again. You join the first team. Before assembling, hand the nest's base crew to someone you trust. Lu Fusi spat. This rotten job really doesn't go away. If you can't shed it, then finish it. Lei Jun said. You still have to manage the tail squad afterward. Lu Fusi didn't curse again. Understood. On Holt's side, a few PDF veterans had already stepped to the side screen. Holt himself did not move. He simply tapped a worn military badge onto the chest of one of the soldiers. Follow the arbiter. Don't lose any PDF personnel. The old soldier nodded. No more words. Helena looked at the list, and it was locked. She didn't ask whether they could take more. Lei Jun didn't explain. He only pushed the first evacuation squad's assembly order into standby. First evacuation queue lock. Old maintenance whole front section awaiting passage order. A-49 low power shutdown plan executable. The lights in the main control room dimmed by a notch. Not completely off, just the outer ring's power reduced. The distant corridor dimmed section by section. Lei Jun looked at the main screen. Notify the first squad. They must assemble within 10 minutes. The outer ring lights on A-49 dimmed section by section. They did not go out completely. They faded from the outer wall, the scrap metal sheds, and the surrounding living quarters. Power in the temporary warehouse began to fall to minimum layer by layer. On the main screen, the peripheral structures all turned gray. Only a few blocks remained red. Engineering, Bay Treatment Zone. No. 2 Isolation Gate. The old maintenance shaft entrance. And the deepest sections of the old refining lines where the low-power refining pipes lay. AIDA's voice rang in Lei Jun's ear. A-49 low-power shutdown protocol has been initiated. Peripheral illumination is decreasing. Non-core communication ports were closed. Lei Jun watched the main screen. Holt. From the No. 2 Isolation Gate came Holt's voice in reply. I am here, sir. In his background, a chorus of voices rose: PDF remnants, local enforcers, workers, refugees, and those who had to stay behind. They were stationed behind different isolation lines, watching the first evacuation queue on the main screen. No one smiled. No one asked if they could bring a few more. Lei Jun spoke. No. 2 Isolation Gate is yours. Open the exterior gate briefly. Lock the inner doors. There is no He Lien Na's temporary designation, no medical screening, no entry into the core area. Holt paused for a moment. Understood. Lei Jun continued. I'll leave you a batch of supplies. Blocking plates, sedatives, PDF ammunition, firearms, and 3 evacuation markers. Can you hold out? It depends on you. He replied quietly. Enough. On the main screen, the control privileges for No. 2 Isolation Gate were switched to a low privilege, standby mode. Holt could open the outer door, distribute local ammunition, and adjust temporary lighting, but he could not touch A-49's core system. Lei Jun did not entrust his life to him. He merely left a sinking deck for him to watch. The freight gate on the Ma Luan side's temporary screen was still lit. That mining guild junior clerk wore a taut, strained expression. His old map brass badge and mining tokens had already been handed to the oil-streaked old worker. Lei Jun looked at him. Keep watch over the freight gate side. If anyone tries to seize the line, let Holt handle it. Ma Luan bowed his head. Understood. Lei Jun did not waste words further. The first evacuation queue had already gathered in front of the old maintenance shaft entrance. Marines held the entrance on both sides. A firebat stood outside the first bin, nozzle pointing down. The Raiders' grenade launcher hung at their chests. Goliath and other movable heavy fire units lined up at the rear, waiting to inch through the narrow path. Medics stood in the middle of the column. The medical pod behind glowed pale blue, and the scanners on their arms swept over those about to enter the breach. Sebastian clutched a password box. His lips were pale, standing close to Helena. But he did not ask whether he could be at the very center any longer, for he had understood. He could stand there not because of his surname Castellan, but because the Silver Rose still needed him alive. Helena stood at the edge of the queue, holding a temporary roster. She simply marked down everyone's numbers. First squad forward. Low privilege tail squad await orders. Approach to the white armored medics without authorization will be treated as contamination and diverted. A few PDF cadres stood beside her. They were Holt's picks. Not many, but enough to maintain a segment of the formation. Vic, Buck, Garrus, and Miller leaned against the isolation panels. They carried no weapons. Huiding was being hauled by the No. 3 SCV on a safety tether positioned toward the rear of the line. On his back hung a bundle of improvised tools. His face looked paler than anyone. 3 SCVs had already joined the queue. No, 1 SCV was the last to emerge from the engineering bay direction. The mechanical arm still bore the prefabricated blocking pieces freshly removed. No, 2 SCV dragged several crates of medicines salvaged from the treatment zone. Light gear packs and local stretcher fittings secured. This is something many understood. The 2 siege tanks did not enter the queue. They could not fit into the old maintenance shaft. The chassis were too wide, the turrets too heavy, and they could not clear even the first bend. Lei Jun had no 1 SCV strip away portable maintenance parts and spare armor plates. The remaining hulls stayed behind on the inner defense line of A-49. 1 turret pointed toward the exterior of Gate No. 2 another toward the old freight gate. Aida had only opened a preset firing arc for Holt. He could direct the tanks to fire at fixed angles, but he could not move the vehicles nor reach A-49's core permissions. He could fire a few shots, and that would be enough. Some people in the crowd began to cry first, then curse. You can't do this. Take the children with you. Sir, take my child. Are you treating us as nothing more than pests? Rufus stood by the tail and gun in hand. He looked back. Everyone shut up. The cries grew louder. Rufus slammed the gun stock into the ground. Bang! Shards of rock splashed. A hush fell over the area. Those who can move have already been read from the list. Those not read returned to No. 2 Isolation Gate. If you try to push in, don't blame me for being ruthless. The insects are coming, and you can still curse from the sidelines. His words were harsh, but more effective than any comfort. Lei Jun did not look back. He knew those people were watching him, and they sought to read even a hint of doubt on his face. But he did not show any. He simply kept his eyes on the blue dot of A-49 on the tactical screen. This refinery had been snatched from the nest of insects. It had been repaired, burned, blocked, saved people, and eaten people. Now it was just a lamp pressed down to its darkest glow. Aida. Mark A-49 as a low-power enclosed defense zone. Confirmed. A-49 main control privileges downgraded. External channels cut. Controllable building list updated. On the main screen, the blue mark for A-49 tightened a notch. It still glowed, but no longer followed Lei Jun's main squad. Helena's fingers paused on the grip of the explosive pistol, then eased away. She whispered, I will record. Lei Jun did not look at her. Record what? The Kara's A-49 temporary defense zone. After the main force withdraws, it should remain closed in accordance with wartime isolation regulations. Left behind personnel willingly accept Lieutenant Holt's temporary command. Lei Jun heard it and twisted the corner of his mouth. That phrasing sounds nicer. Helena did not return the joke. You must let those who stay know they are not being discarded. Suit yourself. The team began to move. The first batch of Marines crossed the old maintenance shaft entrance. The Firebats followed. Raiders pressed at the midfront. Vic and Buck pressed along the wall, pointing to the marks left at the first bend. The right side alcove closure is still in place, and the lower drainage seemed no longer vent smoke. Do not touch the left side old pressure edge. Huiding listened to the tether vibrations and added softly. Nothing ahead is making noise, but behind there is. Lei Jun paused. How far? Outside the old maintenance shaft entrance. Huiding swallowed. It's not, and yet it's still ramming. In the next moment, a dull crash came from behind A-49. The sound carried through several gates. Bang! The crowd trembled again. Holt's roar roared over the local channel at No. 2 Isolation Gate. Fall back to the line. Turn the muzzles outward. Whoever breaks toward the old maintenance shaft, I will break his leg with my own hands. Lei Jun did not turn around. Holt, here. Guard your gate. Holt paused for half a second. Yes, sir. Lei Jun cut the channel. Another impact sounded from behind. This time it was closer. Yet the line in front of the old maintenance shaft entrance did not stop. Sebastian's foot slipped and nearly collided with the PDFs ahead. A medic steadied him. Keep moving. Sebastian's lips were pale. Will they catch up? Lei Jun walked in front of him. They will. Sebastian looked up at him. Lei Jun offered no comfort. So don't lag. Sebastian clutched the password box and pressed on. Inside the old maintenance shaft, it was much colder than A-49. The walls bore water stains and rust. Behind the first bin, the front section of exploratory shaft No. 11's pressure plate still lay in place. Under the pressure plate, faint scrapes could be heard, as if something was still feeling its way from afar. Ada's private channel activated. Recoil pipe blockage points stable. Relief channel blockage points stable. No. 11 front section pressure plate area may pass briefly. Suggestion: split the team, do not linger. Lei Jun raised his hand. First team pass in segments. Heavy units are not to stop in the pressure plate area. Medics midsection. Rufus tail end. If anyone gets stuck, push from behind. Rufus cursed from the rear. Did you hear that? This is not a temple procession. Don't look back at every step. The squad pressed forward in sections. The light of A-49 behind them grew dimmer. In the end, only a ring of cold white light remained outside the old maintenance shaft entrance. Another impact sounded. Ada displayed a line of prompt on the corner of the main screen. A49 outer ring, closed gate under pressure rising. The outer ring seal of A49 was under rising pressure. It is expected to be maintainable for a short time. Lei Jun did not post this to the public channel. He only spared one glance and then moved on. The tracks of 3 SCVs rolled over the floor of the old maintenance shaft. The metal shriek stretched long in the narrow passage. Huiding spoke in a low voice, "Commander." Lei Jun paused. "Speak." Huiding pressed his ear to the wall, listening for a moment. "The door behind is still all right. But ahead." His face grew paler. "Ahead is very open." Lei Jun looked toward the depths of the old maintenance shaft. There were no lights there. Only a narrow black path that even heavy units must bow their heads to pass. In the distance came the sound of water and a faint scraping. "Keep moving." The squad did not turn back. Behind them, that lone blue-lit island faded, swallowed by darkness. The squad had just passed the entrance, cold white lights behind them dimmed by half. Not broken. The A49 outer ring lighting had been reduced power by AIDA. Lei Jun didn't look back. He kept his gaze on the shrinking blue dot in the tactical view. A49 was still there, but it no longer followed them. A49 was operating at low power in closed mode. External channel cut. The No. 2 isolation gates guarding rights have been handed over to Lieutenant Holt. Do not switch off the public screen. Affirmative. In the public channel only, He Lien Na's voice remained. The first squad continue forward. The tail squad close up. All personnel with low clearance must not advance beyond the medic's position without orders. She stood at the midsection's flank, the legal affairs insignia on her chest flashing in the dim light. 2 PDF cadres trailed at her side. Their local rifles pressed to the ground, they dared not raise them. The old maintenance tunnel was narrow, suffocating. On both sides were rusted pipes and old conduits. The Marines' shoulder armor scraped the walls, leaving a thin layer of dust. Firebats could only advance in a single file, their nozzles pointed downward, unable to stand side by side. Goliaths and other movable heavy fire units were more troublesome. They couldn't unleash fire here. They could only slow their pace, inching forward segment by segment. As for the siege tanks, they had long been left at A49. That thing wouldn't even get past the first bend. Forcing it into the old maintenance tunnel would only trap the squad. "Regroup," Lei Jun said over the channel. "Front section, 1 Firebat, 2 Marines. Raiders press into the front section. Medical personnel stay in the middle section, they do not crowd forward. Sebastian, follow He Lien Na. Vic Buck, keep to the right wall and watch the markers. Garrus Miller, watch the maintenance numbers behind you. Huiding and No. 3 SCV, listen to the pipes. Rufus, you watch the rear." Rufus muttered a curse from the rear. "Did you hear that? Don't block the way with your butt. Whoever looks back, I'll haul him forward." The line began to tighten again. No. 1 SCV carried several prefab bulkheads. The tracks creaked slowly over the slick ground. No. 2 SCV dragged the medicine crates and light packs taken from the triage area. Mechanical arms shielded the medic behind them. No. 3 SCV hauled Huiding's safety line, the winch behind it turning slightly. All 3 machines were in operation, but none had a moment to spare. Lei Jun swept the statuses of the 3 SCVs. None were fully loaded, or none could be spared. Losing even one would turn the rear into a fresh tomb if there were a collapsed wounded or an old gate ahead. Vic hugged the right wall, his fingers tracing the black groove left by the first bend of the old maintenance shaft. "This way is correct. Do not touch the old pressurized edge on the left." Buck held up half a copper badge, eyes fixed on the numbers beneath the pipe clamp. "The first bend's block is still in place. The right-hand conduit isn't smoking. Ahead to the front section before No. 11, and the path is narrow but passable." Huiding didn't interrupt. He pressed his ear to the thin tube extending from No. 3 SCV, his face paler than before. Lei Jun gave him a glance. "Did you hear anything?" Huiding swallowed. "There are people knocking at the door behind." The channel went quiet for a moment, and soon the sound really came from behind. Not the thump of insects, it's a human. A jumble of fist gunstocks tools hammered against the exterior of the isolation gate, muffled through several doors. Thump, thump, thump. A woman cried out, and men cursed. "Open the door. Let the children pass. Please, adults, we beg you. You can't leave us to the insects." The rear of the squad slowed. A miner from the old lines looked back. Rufus strode forward and slapped the back of his head. "What are you looking at? If you turn back now, the people inside won't come out either." That man bowed his head and continued forward. Sebastian clutched the password case, his teeth chattering. Helena glanced at him. "Move on." Sebastian's lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Helena saw the 2 PDF cadres' footsteps slow. They slapped the list onto their chests. "You accompany me not because you are more valuable, but because Holt has entrusted you with order. If you turn back now, the line behind will fall into chaos as well." The 2 veterans didn't look back anymore. One resecured his rifle. The other muttered a curse under his breath, something like Emperor above, and moved with the group. The medic's scanner flashed. She didn't look at the crowd behind as she tucked a tranquilizer back into the wrist slot. Keep the midsection spaced. Her voice was steady, but the banging behind them grew louder. Holt's local channel came through. The background crackled with static. Lead team, keep moving. His voice was hoarse. No. 2 isolation gate is still holding. I can hold it. What about the outer door? Lei Jun paused mid-step. Too many people. Holt's words were clipped. And there's the sound of insects again. Lei Jun looked at the yellow dot representing the no. 2 isolation gate in the tactical view. How long can we hold? A gunshot crackled from Holt's side. You all move faster. Lei Jun didn't say thank you. Guard your gate. Yes. Lei Jun tossed a simplified route onto the public channel. This was not a system map. It was a gray line diagram readable to locals. Behind the no. 2 isolation gate, 3 supply points were marked. One was a PDF ammo crate. One was a bulkhead and a lighting batten. One was an ordinary medkit left behind by the medics. Hold what we can on Holt's line. Those who can lift move the boards. Those who can't shoot don't touch the guns. Children and the wounded should move inward. Whether the door opens or not is no longer my problem. The moment that was said, the curses behind them dropped a notch. Not that no one hated him. It was that those left behind weren't all waiting to die. Holt's side fell silent for 2 seconds. Copy. The channel cut. Lei Jun raised his hand. First team, accelerate. Stay on the man in front. Whoever stops, push from behind. The command transmitted, and the team moved again. The old maintenance tunnel had little light. Most of the time they relied on the Marines' shoulder lamps and the SCVs' low-power beams. Rust water dripped from the seams in the overhead conduits, pattering on power armor and casings with a soft sound. Beyond the first bend ahead, the No. 11 exploration shaft, the front section's pressure plate area began to show. That pressure plate was still jammed there. 2 braces pressed against the old pipe rack, their surfaces blackened by acid. Under the plate, scrapes whispered from time to time. Not nearby. It was as if something distant was seeking a path. Ada's private frequency crackled through. No. 11 front section pressure plate area can be opened for a short time. Lei Jun silenced the hint. On the public channel, he said only, when you reach the pressure plate zone, single file through quickly. Heavy units don't stop. The firebats went first. Marines followed closely. As raiders passed, the plate sank a little. Buck's voice cracked. Don't step on the middle. Stick to the right. The right side. The raiders cursed and stepped over the right pressure edge. The plate snapped back by half an inch. Vic's forehead was slick with sweat. Next group. Move fast. The squads passed one by one. As Lei Jun stepped onto the plate, a faint sound rose from below. He didn't pause. Behind him, Sebastian had just stepped on, his legs buckled. Helena reached out and grabbed his collar. Move. I'm moving. Sebastian clutched the password case, nearly dragged across the plate by her. The medic followed through. No. 2 SCV dragged the unit to the right edge, the tracks brushing along the pressure line as slow as walking on a knife edge. Huiding had the hardest time. He saw the acid-etched marks on the plate, his footing nearly giving way. The safety line of No. 3 SCV reeled and pulling him back to the right. Huiding slammed into the wall, pain making him wince. Thanks. Sebastian didn't respond. The mechanical arm simply shortened the safety line again. When Rufus' tailing squad finally passed, a heavier impact sounded from behind. This time it wasn't a person knocking on the door. At the isolation gate, the metallic sound was heavier. Bang. The dust on the plate rattled down a little. Rufus' smile vanished. This sound isn't right. Huiding pressed his ear to the thin tube and recoiled a half step. Something has entered beyond the old shaft entrance. Not a human. Lei Jun looked toward the darkness behind them. The old maintenance shaft entrance had disappeared from view. Only from far away came dull thuds, as if something was ramming the door with a shell. Ada's private frequency crackled through quickly. The pursuing units were approaching the old maintenance shaft entrance area. A 49 sealed gate was under rising pressure. Recommendation: the first team proceed. Lei Jun did not broadcast this tip. He simply pressed the gun muzzle forward. Everyone over the pressure plate. Heavy units do not stop. Rufus cursed from behind the tail. Hurry up. They're on our tails. This phrase proved more useful than any command. The tail, and nearly got pushed through the pressure plate area by him. No. 1 SCV finally passed the manipulator, dragging a spare bulkhead, pressing the edge of the plate once more. Shall we patch another piece? An older voice asked. Lei Jun glanced at the rear, then toward the dark path deeper toward No. 11 exploration shaft. Patch with a short wedge. Don't seal it completely. We still need the rear to detour a few more seconds. No. 1 SCV didn't waste words. The manipulator lifted, and the prefab short wedge was driven into the edge of the plate. With a click, it caught. Time bought. Ada sent a private frequency, temporary delay at the pressure plate area completed. Estimated to increase the passage cost for heavy units passing behind. Lei Jun tapped the channel. Continue. The squad moved forward. Deeper in the old maintenance tunnel came the sound of water. It came from the direction of the old water pumping station. Vic and Buck exchanged a glance, neither spoke. Hui Ding wrapped the safety line around his wrist softly saying, "Ahead is open. Very open." Lei Jun walked at the lead of the middle. The middle gray line was too narrow. If one more person paused, the rear would be blocked. He bit the cigar back between his teeth. Then don't waste space. Move forward. The squad pressed deeper into the darkness. Behind them, a disturbance in the direction of A-49 sounded again. This time no one turned back. The short wedge driven in by SCV, one only held for a few seconds. The team had just cleared the front section of exploration well now. 11 when a second impact resounded from the pressure plate zone behind them. Thud. The sound carried through aged steel plates and rusted pipes. Hui Ding pressed close to the thin conduit trailing from SCV. 3, his shoulders tightening instinctively. It hasn't left. It's still below. Lei Jun didn't turn around. The old maintenance tunnel narrowed here. On the left stood an old pipe rack. On the right, the load-bearing edge had turned black with age. Water sounds could be heard ahead coming from the direction of the old water supply pump station. Yet the team hadn't fully dispersed. The vanguard had already moved past the pressure plate zone at Sector 11, but the rear section remained clustered near the exit. Goliath and several mobile heavy weapons platforms were moving slowly. SCV-2 was dragging medical crates and light movement gear stuck in the middle rear of the formation. They couldn't afford to stop here, but the entire team was compressed into a thin line by the old tunnel. Ada's private channel chimed in. Abnormal stress detected along the rear edge of the Sector 11 front pressure plate zone. Biological vibrations spreading below. Assessment enemy units are attempting to widen the breach. Lei Jun suppressed the alert. On the public channel, he simply said, "Keep moving forward. Don't look back." The moment he finished speaking, a plume of acidic fog erupted from beneath the old load-bearing structure on the right. The acidic fog swept through the rear section of the team. A PDF core fighter lagged half a step, white smoke curling from where the mist scathed his neck and shoulder armor. He clenched his teeth without crying out, but his legs buckled, and he nearly fell. A medic pushed through from the middle ranks and gripped the back of his neck. "Don't move." The cold light from her arm swept over the wound. Minor corrosion. Airway intact. The medic injected the treatment directly. The veteran let out a muffled grunt, his voice catching in his throat, and was hoisted up by those beside him. Lei Jun scanned the situation briefly. The medic was positioned in the center, correct placement. The enemy was targeting the same sector. This wasn't about eliminating a single PDF operative. The strategy was to halt the entire formation. Thud. Another impact drove against the rear of the pressure plate zone. This time the old load-bearing edge on the right split open, revealing a dark fissure. A massive armored limb forced its way through the crack. The carapace was blackened, edged with hooked spines, and coated in acidic residue at the joints. It hadn't fully emerged yet. It was pushing outward in steady, methodical movements, targeting precisely where the short wedge from SCV-1 had been driven in. A curse echoed through the comms. "It's working to dislodge the wedge." Victor's voice rang out with frustration. "This thing's trying to tear open our retreat." Hui Ding's tone grew urgent. "There's movement on the left." An acrid scraping sound erupted from beneath the old pipe rack on the left. Another heavy armored limb was pushing through, forcing a rusted pipe to bend under the pressure. Several small crawling units slipped through the fissure, riding the acidic fog along the wall base toward the midsection. Huofu raised its flamethrower barrel, but Lei Jun immediately cut the channel. "Short bursts only burn along the wall base. Don't touch the pressure plate." The flames swept low along the left wall, forcing several small crawling units out from their hiding spots. The moment they broke free from the wall, crevice marine gunfire from behind shredded them. Black-green shell fragments sprayed across the old pipe rack, releasing a foul-smelling white smoke. The heavy armored limb on the right continued to push. The short wedge groaned under the strain. Lei Jun watched the red marker in his tactical display. It was following vibrations to find the strongest point. Wherever it encountered resistance, it pressed forward. "Ravager," Lei Jun ordered. "Target the base of the right armored limb." Marines hit the joint seams. "Don't fire at the hardshell front." The Ravager advanced a step, lowering its grenade launcher. Bam! And concussion grenade struck the base of the armored limb. The entire old tunnel shuddered. The armored limb caught in the crack, its movement halting for half a beat. Marines opened fire immediately. C-14 Gauss rounds pierced through the joint seams in rapid succession. Black-green fluid erupted from the wound. The armored limb recoiled, only to be pinned down by a second concussion grenade. The Ravager cursed. "This thing is damn tough." "Then don't try to match its strength," Lei Jun replied. "Keep hitting the joints." Sebastian clutched the cipher case, standing beside Helena. His lips had gone pale, and his feet kept scraping against the wall. Helena pressed a hand on his shoulder. "Keep your eyes forward, stop staring at the ground cracks." Sebastian's throat tightened. There's something in the crack. I know. Helena raised her blast pistol. That's why you need to watch your step. Rufus was blocked at the rear of the formation, his face caked with dust. Sir, we can't get through from behind. The medicine case is stuck. Lei Jun glanced toward SCV-2. The 2 crates of medical supplies it was hauling were wedged against a raised section of old rail. Personnel behind were half-blocked. If this continued, the armored limb on the right would eventually force the crack open. SCV-2. Abandon 1 crate. The medic looked up. Those are follow-up treatments for low-contamination casualties. Prioritize the core medications. Jettison the standard supply packs. Lei Jun didn't catch his breath. Standard packs go. SCV-2's mechanical arm swung, pushing the outermost crate of standard medical packs against the wall. The crate cracked open, spilling contents across the ground. A veteran mining worker instinctively glanced over. Rufus kicked him hard in the back of the knee. Still looking? Want to go back and retrieve it? The man scrambled forward, rolling and crawling. The rear finally cleared. PDF Corps fighters supported the wounded veteran as they retreated. Sweat streamed down the veteran's face, but he bit down on his teeth without making a sound. He glanced at the Ravager, then at Lei Jun, and murmured to those nearby, "Follow orders, don't run around." Those words spread through the ranks, steadying the PDF line. They stopped fixating solely on Helena's insignia and began watching for Lei Jun's hand signals. The short wedge on the right took another jolt. SCV-1 had already reversed. Its mechanical arm extended, gripping the second set of support wedges. The chubby engineer's voice crackled from SCV-1's cockpit. "Whoever tries to fix this place will be cursing like mad." Lei Jun replied, "Curse first, then fix it." Understood. The Ravager squad pressed forward again. 2 concussion grenades struck the base of the right armored limb in succession, the impact causing it to seize. Marines took advantage of the half-second window to focus fire on the joints. Huofu kept the flame low along the left wall base, firing in short bursts with pauses between. The temperature couldn't get too high. If the old pipe rack collapsed first, the entire tunnel would be lost. Lei Jun checked the rear of the formation. Over a dozen people still hadn't fully cleared the pressure plate's influence zone. 15 seconds. All rear personnel move forward. After 15 seconds, the pressure plate rear edge won't matter. Rufus roared from behind, "Did you hear that? Even if your legs are broken, crawl your way out." The team began pushing forward. Miller hugged his temporary communication pack, scraping along the right wall. Garrus pulled him from behind, steering him away from ground fissures. SCV-3 dragged Huiding over. The area below is hollow, entirely empty on the right side. Lei Jun didn't turn around. Then walk on top of the right side. Huiding was pulled forward by SCV-3. His foot slipped, and the safety line went taut, yanking him back from the fissure's edge. The next moment, an armored limb extending from behind the left pipe rack swept past. It scraped a row of old tools from his backpack, iron pliers and wrenches tumbling into the ground crack. Huiding opened his mouth, but dared not retrieve them. Helena shouted, "Move." He was finally dragged clear of the danger zone by SCV-3. SCV-2 towed the core medicine crate across first. The ground sank slightly beneath it. Ada's private channel activated. Stress at the rear edge of the pressure plate zone approaching critical. Lei Jun didn't respond. SCV-1 braced against the right support wedge. The chubby engineer cursed viciously over the channel. "Get it locked in. Come the fuck on, get it locked in." Click. The second set of support wedges bit into the load-bearing edge. The right armored limb pushed upward but was pinned below by the wedges and residual shockwaves. "It's done," Lei Jun replied with a single word. "Move." SCV-1 advanced along the load-bearing edge. The moment its treads cleared the rear edge of the pressure plate zone, the old steel plating behind it collapsed significantly. The right support wedges held firm, but the central seam split open. Black-green viscous fluid erupted from the fracture. Huofu fired one final burst of short sprays, forcing the emerging crawling units back into the wall crevice. The Ravager added one more concussion grenade. The entire front section of Sector 11 trembled. A section of the old ground behind them collapsed. Not completely, but enough that it was no longer a path anyone could walk back along steadily. Ada pushed the alert into Lei Jun's private channel. Structural deformation detected in Sector 11 pressure plate zone. Probability of rear passage decreasing rapidly. Recommendation: abandon return plan. Lei Jun glanced behind. Behind the pressure plate zone, dust and acidic fog swirled together. Those 2 heavy armored limbs were still thrashing wildly within the ground fissure. But the entire team had already emerged. No return plan. He shut off his private channel. On the public frequency, he said only, "Team, continue moving. Don't look back." Rufus leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Not even dogs would use this route anymore. Victor stared down at the old map, his fingers still trembling. Ahead is the outer section of the old water pump station. Buck listened for a moment. "I hear water." Huiding pressed his ear against the thin conduit, his shoulders tensing again after just relaxing. It's not just water. Lei Jun looked ahead. From the darkness came intermittent flowing water. Beneath it, there was a faint scraping sound, as if something was slowly crawling through wet pipes. Lei Jun advanced his rifle muzzle. Huofu moved to the front. Marines take up positions. Medics prepare for deployment. Ravager grenades ready. He gazed into the darkness ahead. Advance on the pump station. The first step into the pumping station was to step into the water itself. The water was shallow, barely covering the soles of the boots. The odor hit first. It wasn't the usual rotten stench of sewage. It carried a faintly sweet, sickly scent that clung to the back of the throat and refused to dissipate. The old water supply pumping station was far wider than the maintenance tunnel and far more chaotic. Broken pipe racks jutting at angles pierced the water's surface while the rusted remnants of old pump housings slumped against the walls in skeletal fragments. Several skylights overhead had long since shattered. Gray-white light seeped through the gaps insufficient to illuminate the depths below. Along the pool's edge, dark amorphous shapes drifted slowly, circling with the current. Lei Jun glanced over and recognized them immediately. Corpses, multiple ones. Some still wore remnants of leather armor. A veteran from the mining sector leaned in for a closer look, said nothing, simply turned his head away. Lei Jun didn't ask whether he recognized them. Garrus crouched at the water's edge, staring at a weather-beaten iron sign, softened by moisture, his fingers wiping away rust and grime. Division B Settling Basin. Marked on the old maps. The number checks out. Lei Jun nodded. We haven't strayed from the route. Bark wrinkled his nose and took a half step back, putting more distance between himself and the water's edge. This smells wrong. Old pumping stations leaked oil before, but not like this. Gray nail clung to the thin tube trailing from SCV. 3 silent, just listening. The safety line from SCV. 3 pulled taut against Lei Jun's waist. He raised his hand, halting the team's advance. SCV 1, I test the firmness along the basin's edge. Don't send the whole unit down. Just extend the arm tip to probe. SCV 1's mechanical arm stretched out, its metal sensor tapping against the concrete ledge bordering the pool. The surface answered with a dull thud, but held firm. The heavy-set engineer called over the channel. The edges are solid, but it's uncertain further in, maybe 10 or so paces. Understood, Lei Jun said. Stay away from the center. Ada's warning reached him first, flashing into his auditory implant. Structure integrity of the pool floor unknown. Heavy units face heightened risk when contacting submerged zones. Recommendation, keep heavy units active along the shoreline. I'll avoid wading directly into the water. Lei Jun nodded. Stick to the chains and stepping plates. No one tests the depth. Fire beauties, same rule. There's no telling what's lurking underwater, and panicking sprays would only scatter the spores further. A medic pushed forward from the middle of the formation, raising their scanner toward the water's surface. Blue light swept across the mist, pausing for several seconds. Floating spore particles detected. Concentration 3. 2, slowly rising. Assessment, non-standard contaminated water source. She turned to face them, her voice steady. Keep them from touching the water. And minimize inhalation of the mist. Long-term effects are unpredictable. Rufus took an involuntary half-step backward upon hearing this. Should have mentioned that sooner. You Tinkins don't fear it, but we do. Lei Jun ignored the complaint. Marines, take out those floating corpses first. Use controlled bursts. Don't waste ammunition. 2 Marines raised their weapons, targeting the dark shapes drifting on the water's surface. The first shot struck the nearest mass, turning the blackened corpse over before it sank. Lei Jun watched the remaining 2, signaling them to hold their fire. One of them wasn't drifting with the current. It was moving against it, slowly edging toward shore. That one's wrong. As he spoke, the Marines had already swung their weapons to track it. A Gauss round pierced through the dark mass. No blood or flesh erupted from the impact. Instead, a brief shriek came first, followed by an explosion of green fluid and shattered casing. A small crawling organism that had been hiding beneath the corpse was flipped onto its back and sank into the water. The old worker stared at the scattered remains, his lips moving as if to speak, but he said nothing. He recognized the color of one of the garments. It was the faded work uniform from the mining guild's outer ring patrol unit. 6 months earlier, a group had gone missing and their records had been marked as whereabouts unknown. Now he knew where they'd ended up. Those names should be in Malouin's waterproof ledger box. But Malouin wasn't here, and neither was that ledger. The old worker lowered his head and looked away. Sebastian stepped back and bumped into Helena's shoulder. They were hiding beneath the dead. Now we know, Lei Jun said. From now on, if you see something floating motionless, shoot it first. Don't wait for it to move. Along the bank attached to a section of old wall was a dark red membranous growth, its edges still subtly pulsing. Victor stared at it, brows furrowing. That didn't grow here naturally. It was left by the insects. Lei Jun raised his hand. Fire beauties, short bursts, target only that membrane. Don't aim toward the water. The fire beauties lowered their nozzles and streaks of orange flames swept along the old wall. The membrane curled and hissed under the heat, quickly reducing to a layer of black ash. In the center of the pumping station stood a half-collapsed reaction tower with rusted chains hanging from its top, wrapped around broken pipes. A raider stood beside the tower base launcher, lowered and aimed at the middle of the pool. This thing looks like it's about to collapse. Pretty unnerving. Don't touch the tower base, Lei Jun said. Just go around it. Before he finished speaking, from one of the cracked exhaust vents at the tower's peak, a swarm of grayish-white creatures burst out. Small with translucent thin wings, they flew low along the water's surface like a flock of startled bats. Hold fire. Lei Jun raised his hand to stop them. Let's see what they're doing first. The creatures didn't charge toward the team. They circled the reaction tower once, then darted back into another exhaust vent. Quick movements, no intention to engage. Ada's analysis followed. These units are small and show no visible offensive appendages. Assessment: low threat level, possibly used for environmental erosion support. Inference: their movement paths overlap with areas of rising spore concentration. Victor frowned. Never seen anything like this before. They're scouting, Lei Jun said. Ignore them. Keep moving. The raider lowered his weapon slightly, but made no move to pursue. Copy that. SCV 2 dragged a coil of anti-slip chain and extended folded stepping plates from its mechanical arm. Its tread stopped at the pool's edge and hydraulic arms descended. Several metal plates with interlocking teeth were positioned above the shallow zone. The chain hooked onto old pipe racks along the bank pulled taut and laid beneath the stepping plates for extra grip. Uncle, Lei Jun called to SCV-1. Can you lay down a few more plates? Heavy units take the center, people stay on the right. The engineer's voice came through the construction channel. I can do it, but materials are limited. Make them last. Don't build a highway. Just enough to get across this section. The team began crossing the pool. Helena followed in the middle section, logging the conditions into her temporary protocol. Old water supply, pumping station, division B, settling basin. Confirmed suspended spore contamination present. Non-contact transit measures implemented. After writing the entry, she glanced up at the water's surface, but said nothing more. Marines led the way, boots planted firmly on the stepping plates, avoiding the water entirely. Fire beauties followed behind, nozzles kept low, never pointing toward the water's surface. Victor and Bark stayed close to the shallow zone on the right, their steps more cautious than anyone else's. Don't step on the chain knots, Victor muttered to the mining veteran behind them. If you slip and fall and soaking in that water, you don't want to find out what happens. Miller clutched his communications pack, supported by Garrus, carefully making his way across the middle section step by step. The Goliath at the rear walked on the firm ground along the bank, its feet never touching the water. But each step was deliberate and slow, waiting for SCV-1 to confirm the surface could bear the weight before committing. His steps were measured and cautious, each one preceded by SCV-1's confirmation of stable ground. Gray Nail was tethered to SCV-3, and as he crossed the final stretch, his foot slipped. The safety line went taut, pulling him back from the pool's edge. Thanks. SCV-3 didn't respond, but retracted the line a bit shorter. Gray Nail pressed close to the thin pipe and listened for a moment longer, his voice barely above a whisper. Commander. The scraping sound from deeper in. It's changed. It was sporadic before, but now it's continuous. Sounds like more than one thing moving. Lei Jun didn't order an immediate investigation. Remember, get across the bridge first. We'll deal with it after we clear this section. Gray Nail swallowed hard and said nothing more. The team reached the other side of the pumping station, where the walls grew narrower and the ground drier. Stable footing was more reliable here than before. Miller finally stopped, leaning against a section of old pipe rack, and opened his communications pack. The antenna unfolded, and static flooded out sharp enough to make everyone wince. Helena stood beside him, waiting patiently. The first frequency attempt yielded nothing but white noise. Miller's palms were slick with sweat as he adjusted the antenna angle slightly. On the second attempt, a few fragmented words broke through the static, but they were indecipherable. Sebastian, clutching the encryption box, took a step closer. If we make contact, should I run the family authentication code first? Not yet. The channel's too unstable. If we transmit the wrong code, it'll be for nothing. The cement walls and aged metal structures tore the signal into fragments. Miller gritted his teeth and adjusted the frequency for a third time. Can you hear me? This is... The static swallowed the transmission hole. Lei Jun said nothing, simply watching him. This was the first real touch of the fourth spaceport they'd encountered on this journey. Through the static, a single sentence emerged with surprising clarity. Don't come any closer. Everyone turned to Miller. He gripped his communications pack tightly, his voice trembling. It's coming through on the fourth spaceport outer channel. Repeat, do not approach. We're already exchanging fire over here. The transmission cut off. Only the sound of water remained, along with that persistent scraping from deep within the pumping station. Rufus broke the silence first, letting out a curse. Great, nothing peaceful up ahead. The color drained further from Sebastian's face. Exchanging fire. Who's fighting who? Don't know, Lei Jun said. Miller, try again. Miller retuned the frequency, but this time there was nothing. Only dead air. He glanced up at Lei Jun, but didn't dare suggest giving up. The signal's gone. That last transmission was just luck. Wait until we clear this section, then find a better spot to try again. Ada's private channel overlaid Lei Jun's auditory implant. Team 1 status personnel count unchanged, heavy units operational. SCV, 2 core chemical compartment undamaged. Confirmed armed conflict outside 4th spaceport perimeter. Nature of conflict unknown. Possibly involving private forces, PDF remnants, or noble clan disputes. Recommendation: do not count on spaceport authorities for assistance upon arrival. Lei Jun dismissed the alert without posting it to the public display. He looked at the dead antenna, then back toward the darkness deeper within the pumping station. Keep moving. What's ahead isn't the end. It's just another mess. The phrase, open fire on each other, surfaced only once. No matter how much they adjusted afterwards, the comms bag produced nothing but white noise. Miller clutched the temporary communication pack, his fingers still pressing against the tuning knob. We've lost the signal. That burst just now likely leaked from the checkpoint at the outer ring of Port 4. Lei Jun gave him no time to linger on it. Pack it up. Move toward the rear section of the pump station. Miller stowed the antenna and followed the team forward. SCV number 3 dragged the gray nail toward the pump station's rear. The gray nail listened along the thin pipes all the way, its pace slowing with each passing moment. The rear section of the old pump station was even slicker than the front. The platform laid by SCV number 2 still swayed, its anti-slip chains hooked onto the old pipe rack. Each time a group passed, the chain link ground out a sharp scrape. The team had no time for careful repairs. They could only push through. A few dozen meters ahead, a maintenance hatch was jammed in the pump station's rear section. The gate was not fully sealed. The upper half hung askew, the lower half wedged in its track. A gap less than half a person wide had opened. Behind it, people were pressed tight. First a hand emerged. The back of it was covered in blisters and old oil stains. Then a face. A man in a port maintenance uniform lay pressed against the crack in the door. His lips were cracked, his eyes webbed with blood vessels. Don't open fire. We're not one of them. Rufus muttered a curse under his breath. Save it. Hands up first. More faces squeezed out from behind the door. Port maintenance workers. PDF stragglers dragging wounded legs. 2 figures in servant coats, their clothes stained with black-green watermarks. Behind them, chaos reigned. Someone was coughing, someone else held a gun pointed at another. Others kept shoving toward the crack. The Marines' barrels swept over them. Lei Jun raised his hand. Don't open the door. The people behind the maintenance hatch grew agitated. We can't stay out there. Something's crawling in from the pump station rear. We're the port maintenance crew. Let us through. We know the way to the lower outer ring. Hearing the words, port maintenance, Sebastian's grip on the cipher box tightened. Lei Jun did not look at him. Helena stepped forward half a pace, her explosive pistol still lowered, her voice cutting through the clamor behind the door. Everyone fall back 3 paces inside the gate. PDF stragglers, drop your weapons first. Maintenance workers, raise your hands. The wounded, stay prone. Do not crowd the crack. No one behind the door moved. Several PDF stragglers actually gripped their rifles tighter. The light from Helena's shoulder lamp caught the insignia on her chest. I am Helena, arbiter of the Judicial Department. This area is now under emergency wartime screening. Those who refuse to surrender weapons will be treated as contamination breaches. A brief silence fell behind the door. One PDF straggler muttered a curse, but lowered his rifle nonetheless. Rufus immediately picked up the thread. Did you hear that? If you want to live, drop your guns. Point those weapons at us, and you die first. Several PDF veterans selected by Holt stepped forward. They did not cross the gate, but called out old unit designations through the crack. PDF remnants, stand down. Holt's men are here. Do not point weapons at an arbiter. There are still people behind you. Don't turn this doorway into a mass grave. The PDF stragglers behind the door looked at them, then at Helena. One man slid his rifle toward the edge of the water. Then came a second. A third rifle followed. It was not blind faith. They knew they couldn't win. Only then did Lei Jun nod. SCV-1 braced the door. Open only a screening slit. SCV-2 pull the platform back half a meter. Gray Nail listened behind the gate. Uncle Fatty maneuvered SCV-1 forward. The mechanical arm slid into the maintenance hatch's side, seam bracing against the warped door panel. With a piercing screech, the panel lifted half a foot. It did not open fully, just enough for one person to duck through. The medic team advanced from the middle. They did not enter, they simply erected a pale blue skin line outside the crack. The first maintenance worker crawled out, his legs buckling. He lunged toward the team, but was kicked back by Rufus. Behind the line. I didn't say you could cling to our legs. The worker knelt on the ground, hands raised, repeating. I wasn't bitten. I wasn't bitten. A medic scanned his neck, the whites of his eyes, his wrists, and his breathing. Low contamination risk. Keep to the rear. Helena immediately recorded it on her temporary list. Low access tail group. Prohibited from approaching the core formation. Others followed one by one. Maintenance workers raised their hands. PDF stragglers surrendered their weapons first. The wounded lay prone outside the skin line. Those who could walk joined the tail group. Those who could not leaned against the wall waiting for SCV-2 to tow the stretcher rig. Anyone trying to shove forward was kicked back behind the line by Rufus. Lei Jun stood at the side of the maintenance hatch. He urged no one, nor did he relax his guard. Behind Helena, Sebastian asked quietly, "Do they really know the way?" "Screen them first," Lei Jun said. "If the screening isn't thorough, what lies ahead isn't a path. It's a minefield." Sebastian fell silent. When a wounded man came up, that medic's scanner beeped once. Not a shriek, just a short, low tone. The man wore a maintenance jacket, a filthy cloth wrapped around his leg, one arm hanging limp. He looked close to death, but his body temperature was abnormally high. The medic did not touch him. "Stop." Rufus was about to curse, but at that word he immediately leveled his rifle. "What is it?" The medic scanned his pupils, then his nape. Abnormal temperature. Muscle response inconsistent with blood loss. Before she finished, a second wounded man was shoved out from behind the door. This one was thinner, head bowed, clothes soaked with water. The scanner beeped again. Second one. Helena raised her pistol. "Everyone back." Someone shouted from behind the door. "They just have a fever." "Who in this pump station doesn't have a fever?" Lei Jun ignored them. He glanced at the Marines. Several Marines shifted positions simultaneously. They did not retreat. They surrounded Sebastian's position. Barrels lowered, forming a small protective ring. Sebastian was about to shrink back. Lei Jun spoke. "Don't move back." Sebastian hesitated. "What? If you retreat, the formation breaks." "Hold the box, crouch." Sebastian's throat bobbed, but he complied. The very next second, both wounded men moved. The first wounded man jerked his neck, a slender gray tongue lashing from his mouth. The filthy cloth on his leg split open, revealing not rotting flesh, but a hardened, reverse-jointed calf. The second was faster. He sprang to his feet, a bone spur clenched in his hand, and lunged straight for Sebastian. Helena's explosive pistol was already raised. But the raider was quicker. Bang! A concussion grenade slammed into the ground between them. The entire floor of the old pump station's rear section shuddered. The first contaminant was flung sideways, crashing against the maintenance hatch. The second mid-lunge, his legs gave out, and he knelt. The Marines did not fire wildly. 2 bursts of Gauss rounds drilled into his knee joints and shoulder sockets, pinning him to the ground. Firebat stepped forward, half a pace, nozzle aimed at the other side of the maintenance hatch. "Short burst to seal the door," Lei Jun said. A ribbon of flames swept along the crack in the door. Those behind it, who tried to squeeze out in the confusion, were forced back by the firelight. Fleshy membranes on the bank and several small crawler units that had just poked their heads out were burned back behind the hatch together. No people were hit, but no one dared to crowd the door again. The first contaminant tried to crawl. Helena fired once, shattering his shoulder bone. A second shot pierced the back of his neck. Lei Jun looked down at the 2 corpses on the ground. "This is why we screen." Sebastian crouched within the protective ring, clutching the cipher box, his fingers digging into the edges until they creaked. He did not curse, nor did he cry out about noble dignity. He looked up at the 2 creatures. "They were coming for me," Lei Jun said. "You only noticed now." Sebastian did not respond. He slowly rose, pulling the cipher box back to his chest. Tighter than before. The people behind the door fell completely silent. The maintenance worker, who had been shouting about fevers not matching, now knelt by the water's edge, too afraid to even lift his head. The medic team continued their scans. This time no one rushed them. 2 wounded men were judged high risk. Helena ordered them to stay inside the gate, not to join the queue. Those who passed screening were assigned to the low-access rear segment. Helena read out disposal orders on the spot. All who passed screening joined the rear segment. Stay away from Sebastian. Keep your distance from the medic team. Leave your post without permission, and you're treated as a contamination breach. Rufus made the words even sharper. Follow the rear, don't wander. Don't huddle near the nobles or the white armors. Anyone who dares to feign illness and charge, I'll burn them first. An older maintenance worker raised his head. His face was smeared with oil, his left ear missing a chunk, a cracked inspection tag hanging from his chest. "I know a way." Rufus's muzzle dipped slightly. "Better you really do." The old worker unhooked the inspection tag and held it out with both hands beyond the door crack. "The old service ladder. It goes up from the pump station rear without entering the main port entrance. It leads to the lower outer ring of port 4. Garrus took the inspection tag, examined it for a few moments. "The number is genuine." Miller also leaned in. "This tag can grant maintenance ladder access." Lei Jun looked at the old worker. "What's the situation up top?" The old worker swallowed. "It was a maintenance passage." "Not anymore necessarily. When we came down, there were people setting up roadblocks above. Governor's office personnel. And PDF troops. They're not letting anyone from below go up." Only the sound of water remained in the old pump station. At the words, Governor's Office, Sebastian's fingers tightened again around the cipher box. Helena took the inspection tag and glanced at the old emblem upon it. The Governor's Office setting up roadblocks does not mean they have the right to seal the evacuation route. Lei Jun looked toward that old service ladder. Whether legal or not, we'll deal with it once we're up there. He turned to the team. Low access rear group reform. Maintenance workers in the rear keep an eye on the PDF veterans. Medics continue screening. Miller, take the comms bag. Garrus, lead the way. The old worker pointed to a narrow ladder descending into darkness behind the pump station. Over there. The stairs are very old. There may be people waiting up there. Lei Jun lowered his barrel and glanced at that old service ladder. There was no going back. They could not linger on this ground. Ahead, the governor's men still blocked the way. Move out, he said. Let's see what they're using to block us. The old service staircase was even narrower than the maintenance worker had described. It was not designed solely for foot traffic. Embedded alongside it was a weathered inspection ramp rail. Personnel traversed the iron steps while heavy equipment rode the ramp rail. However, half the steps had been submerged in water and the rail was gnawed through with rust in places. Garrick led the way ahead, wielding his maintenance pass. With each ascending level, they had to test the load-bearing capacity with the tip of a toe first. Miller clutched his communications pack and stayed close to the wall. The signal remained intermittent. Only the white noise carried the occasional distant sound of gunfire. SCV Unit 1 and SCV Unit 2 advanced along the inspection ramp rail, their tracks shedding flakes of rust with every meter of movement. Lei Jun did not urge them forward. The team was compressed into a single file line on the service staircase. Ahead were Garrick, Victor, and 2 Marine soldiers. In the middle were Lei Jun, Helena, Sebastian, and the medical team. Rufus escorted the newly acquired maintenance workers and PDF stragglers at the rear. They were organized into the low permission tail group, unarmed, with temporary identification badges hanging from their waists. No one dared to push forward. The 2 corpses at the pump station maintenance gate still haunted their minds. At the end of the service staircase was a horizontal sliding door. A sliver of cold yellow light seeped through the crack beneath the door. It wasn't bright, but it was far better than the contaminated water below the pump station. Garrick raised his hand, pausing before forcing the door open. There is someone outside. Miller pressed his communications pack against the doorframe. Faint fragments of the local channel bled through from within. All lower-level personnel. Stand by. 4th Spaceport Authority. Governor's Office provisional takeover. Core family windows prioritized. Sebastian's fingers tightened around the lockbox. This is the Governor's Office broadcast. Helena listened for a few seconds, her fingers resting on her bolt pistol's grip. Provisional takeover does not mean unlimited authority. Rufus muttered from behind. Then they need to still acknowledge the law. Lei Jun glanced at Garrick. Open it just a crack. Garrick pressed his maintenance pass against the worn sensor groove beside the door. The red light blinked twice, but it did not open. He gritted his teeth, shifted the angle, and pressed again. This time the door slab slid sideways half a foot. Light from outside flooded in. Immediately after, the muzzle of a weapon pressed through the gap. Halt. Everyone put down your weapons. Outside lay a maintenance platform in the lower outer section of the 4th spaceport. It was not large, but it was completely blocked by an improvised barricade. Sandbags, scrap metal sheets, toppled cargo containers, 2 fixed heavy machine guns, and several glaring floodlights. Over a dozen PDF remnants held position behind the barricade. Their unit markings were a chaotic mix. Some wore provisional governor's office armbands, the others had no shoulder insignia at all. In the back row stood 2 governor's office clerks in gray overcoats. They hid behind metal crates while wielding a megaphone. The 4th spaceport is under provisional governor's office control. All unauthorized armed personnel, lay down your weapons in place. Surrender the noble personnel and heavy weapons. At the mention of noble personnel, Sebastian's fingers gripping the lockbox tightened. Lei Jun held the team back. Helena stepped to the edge of the doorway, the legal counsel insignia clearly visible under the floodlights. I am Helena, arbitrator of the legal department. This team is executing a contaminated zone evacuation and noble protection mission. Clear the maintenance passage. A PDF officer behind the barricade lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot, dust coating his beard. Arbitrator. The sight of the insignia lowered his weapon slightly, but he raised it again quickly. The governor's office maintains unified command now. Legal personnel must register as well. Hand over the nobles. Leave the weapons. Sebastian could no longer contain himself. I am Sebastian Castland. The Silver Rose authentication chain is in my possession. I demand you clear the passage. The 2 governor's office clerks in the back row both turned toward him simultaneously. One immediately lowered the megaphone and shifted his tone. Lord Castland, you should accept protection from the governor's office. Please leave the unlawful armed contingent. Your authentication chain will be temporarily held by the governor's office for use in the core family evacuation window. Sebastian's expression darkened instantly. He understood. This was not protection. They were coming for his passage ticket. Helena raised her bolt pistol, the muzzle not aimed at any person, but kept pressed low near the door gap. The Castellan family authentication chain does not fall under Provisional Governor's Office requisition. You have no authority to seize it. The PDF officer's hand trembled slightly, but the governor's office clerks behind him shouted more urgently. Arbitrator, now is not the time for complete legal procedures. The spaceport windows are limited. Core families first. Lower-level contaminated personnel are prohibited from entering. From within the low-permission tail group behind the door, a maintenance worker muttered a curse. Rufus turned around directly. Shut up. Let them put down their weapons before cursing. Lei Jun gazed at the barricade without continuing the conversation. He made a gesture in his tactical display. Ida swiftly marked the barricade structure. 2 floodlights on the left. 1 fixed heavy machine gun mount on the right. Ammo crates in the rear row avoidable at non-explosive angles. Recommendation: dismantle fire points without attacking densely populated areas. Lei Jun spoke in a lowered voice. Non-lethal. First, disable the lights and gun mounts. Ravager, shake out the rear. Marines, suppress the weapon barrels. PDF core fighters, order them to surrender their arms. Helena shot him a glance. Lei Jun offered no explanation. The very next moment, the floodlights shattered. 2 Marines fired precise shots from either side of the doorway. The Gauss rounds pierced through the lamp housings, and the cold yellow light popped out in sections. Those behind the barricade were blinded by the sudden darkness, their weapons raising in confusion. Just as the right side fixed heavy machine gun swung around, another burst of Gauss rounds struck its mounting joint. The bracket snapped. The entire heavy machine gun toppled over, crashing onto the sandbags. Fire! The PDF officer began to shout, but the Ravager's concussion grenade had already detonated in the open ground behind the barricade. Bang! Sandbags, dust, and shattered metal erupted into the air. Several PDF troops in the back row were knocked to the ground by the concussion, their weapons slipping from their grasp. No one was killed, but their formation disintegrated. The Marines pressed forward half a step from behind the door, their barrels sweeping just below chest level. They targeted the ground, near feet weapon slings, and the edges of sandbags. Gauss rounds knocked several raised weapons flying. The PDF core fighters selected by Holt charged forward behind them. Drop your weapons. Don't let the governor's office use you as human shields. These words proved more effective than Helena's legal citations. Several PDF stragglers behind the barricade loosened their grips on their weapons first. They were too exhausted and too disorganized to resist. The governor's office clerk attempted to shout again. Rufus leaned half his body through the doorway and fired a shot at his feet. Say another word and you'll be lying down with that megaphone. The man fell silent. When the other clerk tried to retreat backward, Helena called out to stop him. Halt! Placed the governor's office provisional authorization badge on the ground and the outer spaceport access pass. The clerk's lips quivered. Helena stepped forward. I can document your refusal to cooperate with the legal evacuation right now. Or I can have them drag you out this instant. The clerk glanced at the Marines behind Lei Jun, then at the toppled machine gun. He slowly placed both badges on the ground. One was the governor's office provisional control plate. The other was the outer spaceport low permission access pass. Sebastian watched the 2 badges, his breathing growing heavier. They've truly blocked all access routes. Lei Jun said, not anymore. SCV Unit 1 extended a mechanical arm from behind and retrieved the 2 badges. AIDA's private channel activated. The outer spaceport low permission access pass has incomplete authorization. It can unlock certain maintenance doors and record temporary checkpoint entries. The governor's office provisional control plate can be used to identify their subsequent barricade communication channels. Lei Jun handed the badges to Garrick and Miller. Keep them secure. Use them to open doors when possible. Even if they don't work, we'll know who's blocking our path. A gap was opened in the barricade. The PDF stragglers were disarmed and lined up against the right wall. No one was executed. No one was permitted to blend into the core formation. Helena ordered the PDF core fighters to screen them by low permission rear section. The medical team assessed the wounded. High-risk casualties were retained. Those able to walk were assigned to the tail group. The 2 governor's office clerks were kept under Rufus's watch, too afraid to even lift their heads. Lei Jun did not linger at the barricade. Move the team through. Don't touch their broadcast equipment. Miller monitored the governor's office channel. The moment Miller connected to the temporary relay near the barricade, a harsh broadcast echoed through the frequency. The 4th spaceport outer verification point has entered emergency window mode. Core family windows take priority. Core family windows take priority. Unverified personnel are prohibited from approaching the verification point. The broadcast repeated continuously. Interspersed within were the sounds of gunfire, weeping, and distorted speaker feedback. The moment the team passed through the barricade, an explosion suddenly erupted ahead in the direction of the outer spaceport. The ground shook. Dust fell from above the service platform. From the distance, a wave of human voices surged forward. Not an organized formation. It was a large crowd of people blocked outside the verification point, charging in one direction. Sebastian looked toward the explosion, his grip on the lockbox tightening once more. Helena listened to the broadcast in silence. Lei Jun tucked the newly captured access pass into his chest harness. Move out. We have only just reached the outer ring. The explosions beyond the roadblock continued to echo. Lei Jun did not charge forward. He pressed his team into the corner of the maintenance wall first, having Goliath turn its cannon barrel toward the exit of the old service stairwell. The Marines held their firing line while Firebat took position on the outer flank of the middle section, and 3 SCVs huddled within the protective circle. The low-clearance rear party was driven by Rufus against the wall. Stay huddled down. Anyone who pokes their head out faces the bullets themselves. The Governor's Manor channel continued its loop. Core family windows take priority. Unverified personnel are prohibited from breaching the checkpoint. Miller clutched the communications pack, listening several times before lowering his voice. The path ahead is completely blocked. The gunfire isn't coming from just one direction. Sebastian stood beside Helena, clutching the cipher box. He did not retreat backward, only tightening his grip. Ada's prompts pressed into Lei Jun's ears. Evacuation reserve pool approved. Currently available resources approximately 1100 crystal or 280 high-energy gas. Option 1, replenish marine ammunition and armor supplies. Option 2, deploy 2 additional raiders to form a 3-person shockwave fire team. Estimated consumption 200 crystal or 50 high-energy gas. Lei Jun stared at the passage ahead. Ammunition needed replenishment. Armor also required resupply. But the formation was too lengthy now. If the front broke, the middle and rear would be scattered. Marines alone could not provide sufficient covering fire. Goliath's firepower was substantial, yet with so many people in such narrow passages, artillery fire needed careful angle selection. Raider units were ideal for this terrain. Shockwave grenades could pin heavily armored targets in place. Reinforce with raiders, Lei Jun said. Conserve ammunition. I replaced damaged armor along the route. Confirmed. Crystal or -200 high-energy gas -50. Remaining available resources approximately 900 crystal or 230 high-energy gas. Note reserves are insufficient to sustain continuous heavy reinforcement expansion. Lei Jun suppressed the latter remark and said nothing aloud. Helena glanced at him. My lord, are we attempting a forced breach at the checkpoint? Not a breach. Lei Jun said. We are getting these people through. Marines provide covering fire, raiders neutralize hardened targets, medics handle the wounded. When all 3 work in concert, the formation holds together. Buck asked. What do you call this setup, eh? Lei Jun pondered for a moment. MMG. Just remember it. Vic muttered under his breath. Sounds like some military affairs department jargon. Buck shot back. As long as it's more useful than the military affairs department. At the rear of the column, a mechanic could not resist glancing toward the blue light. Here come those metal cans again. How many people does this lord actually command? A PDF cadre was about to curse when Helena spoke first. Wartime purification force reinforcements. Deployed under evacuation protocol. Ask again, and you'll be charged with disrupting evacuation order. The rear party fell silent. They did not understand, but knew better than to press further. 2 blue warp signatures descended within the formation. 2 fresh raiders landed, their heavy power armor weighing down the ground. Punisher grenade launchers beneath their arms completed self-diagnostic sequences, ammunition chains clicking into place. The original guard raider tilted his chin upward. Right on time. One of the new raiders shifted his shoulder armor. Things are quite lively out there. Lively as it is, Lei Jun said. Don't blow the crowd apart. Pin them down, don't spray and pray. Understood, sir. The 3 raiders repositioned. 1 held the main choke point. 2 flanked on either side. Sebastian watched them, then glanced at the Marines and medics. He had previously only recognized Lei Jun's people as capable fighters. Now he was beginning to grasp the tactical discipline. Someone maintained the firing line ahead. Others pinned down heavy armor on the flanks. Medics in the middle section dragged the wounded back to safety. Individual bravery alone could not protect such an extended evacuation formation. He glanced down at the cipher box, then pulled it closer against his chest. The raider squad had barely settled into position when a dull thud echoed from deep within the abandoned transport corridor. Grey Nail pressed himself against the old piping beside SCV, 3 fingers resting on the metal surface. They're coming. Not human. There are quite a few. 8 armored Terran units squeezed through the corridor entrance. Their shells were a sickly blue-gray bellies dragging close to the ground, claws scraping against the surface. They did not charge directly at Lei Jun. The front rank held the corridor mouth while the rear units funneled toward the low walls on both sides. Ada marked the targets simultaneously. Confirmed heavily armored beetles, 8 in number. Conventional point fire effectiveness reduced. Recommendation: use shockwave grenades to restrict movement then have Marines target joint seams. Lei Jun raised his hand. Marines hold the front. Raiders pin the corridor entrance and both side walls. Medics administer stimulants and advance. Firebat hold the middle section. Don't let any stragglers reach the civilians. The three raiders surged forward in unison. The main firing position secured the transport corridor. Firing positions flanked the low walls at angles. The first wave of shockwave grenades detonated. Boom. The front two armored beetles were knocked over, their bodies colliding with those behind and creating a chaotic tangle. Marines kept their weapon muzzles low. Gauss rounds were not wasted on the thick frontal armor. They targeted the limb joints and soft underbellies instead. After exhausting one magazine, a Marine's shoulder armor interface ejected a stimulant injector. The medic's treatment chain engaged immediately. Don't push yourself too far. If your legs give out, fall back half a step. The second wave of armored beetles slammed into the corridor mouth. The raider at the main choke point did not yield. Shockwave grenades detonated repeatedly at the beetles' feet, pinning them against the narrow passage. Two of them squeezed past the low wall on the right flank. The flanking raider pivoted to engage, firing grenades at the wall base. Debris and carapace fragments erupted into the air. Firebat stepped forward half a pace, unleashing a short burst of flame to seal the gap. One armored beetle was driven back into the corridor by the fire, only to collide with the next shockwave grenade. Its shell cracked open, spraying black fluid against the wall. All 8 beetles were contained outside the corridor entrance. Not a single one breached the protective perimeter. The low-clearance rear party pressed against the wall, watching the entire engagement unfold. The mechanic who had been mocking the metal cans moments before now kept his mouth shut tighter than anyone else. A PDF survivor muttered under his breath, "Following these folks is more reliable than the governor's manor." A PDF cadre turned and shot him a glare. "Then shut up and keep following." Lei Jun paid no mind to the rear. "Status report." Ada responded. "One Marine shows residual effects from the stimulant. Treatment chain stabilized. Continuing operations approved. Raider ammunition expenditure running high. 3-person shockwave fire team proven effective. Further expansion not recommended." Lei Jun nodded. "Sufficient." Helena recorded this engagement into her datapad. Wartime purification reinforcement assigned to evacuation escort duty. 8 armored beetles eliminated with 0 casualties. She paused, then added one more line. Shockwave weapons excel in confined corridors. Rufus peered from the rear formation at the beetle husks at the corridor mouth. "If those things had charged into our ranks, everyone behind us would have been scattered. That is precisely why we prevented their advance." Lei Jun said. Just as he was about to order continued movement, Ada's new alert pressed over him. Toxic biological signature detected approximately 200 meters ahead. Venomous fog spreading along ground level. Standard column formation entering this zone risks separation between rear and middle elements. Lei Jun traced his gaze down the corridor. The distant light took on a sickly green tint. A thin layer of mist crept along the ground, winding through pipes and low-lying areas. At the mist's edge, rodent-sized creatures lay on their backs motionless. Vic cursed. "Just finished handling the armors, and now poison. This airport route really knows how to pile on obstacles." Helena turned her attention to the low-clearance rear party. These people lacked closed-loop filtration. Charging straight through would kill everyone. Lei Jun studied the green fog, then examined the formation they had just stabilized. "Then we do not charge. Hold position first." He was about to issue the order to continue when Ada's fresh alert intercepted him. Toxic biological signature detected approximately 200 meters ahead. Venomous fog spreading along ground level. Standard column formation entering this zone risks separation between rear and middle elements. The team halted at the edge of the green mist. The newly formed MMG firing line behind them lowered their weapon muzzles in unison. Aida's marker overlay pressed into Lei Jun's vision. Toxic fog coverage length approximately 40 meters. Diffusion direction spreading along the ground toward low-lying areas on both sides. The upper space remained relatively clear. Concentration peak concentrated in the midsection. At the far end of the corridor, several silver-gray support beams were visible. Further ahead lay the outer area of the airspace port, closer to the authentication tower. Lei Jun studied it for 2 seconds. Cross in sections. Push hard at both ends, hold the middle. He turned to the team. Marines press both flanks first. Ravagers pin down the distant toxin sacks. Don't let them approach the corridor. Medics hold the midsection. SCVs push the fog into the ditches on both sides. Rufus, keep the rear column tight. Anyone who charges on their own answers to fate. Rufus acknowledged and turned toward the low-clearance rear column. "Listen up. That fog ahead isn't for show. Touch it and you're done for. Nobody runs wild, or don't blame others when you die." None of the technicians and PDF remnants in the rear column dared to retort. The formation reorganized. Miller and Giles stowed their passage permits and fell into position at the midsection. Huiding was pulled inward by the No. 3 SCV further from the fog's edge. As they approached the toxic fog's mouth, the green haze appeared denser than before. It spread along the ground, dotted with tiny bubbles on its surface. Occasionally one would burst, releasing a thicker wisp. Several PDF corpses lay along the wall. Their armor and flesh had been scorched into a blackened purple hue, flattened against the ground without form. Nearby lay a few insectoid shells, their carapaces caved in as if corroded from within. Buck muttered a curse under his breath. This stuff doesn't even spare the dead. Wake tapped his shoulder. Stop staring. You'll shake if you keep looking. The medic scanned the fog surface. Ordinary folks would collapse after a couple breaths. Casualties are worse off. Powered armor can filter for a short while, but nobody's staying in there long. Lei Jun turned to the fire buzzards. Can fire burn it? One of them responded. Don't make me unleash full flames. This fog gets restless around high heat. If I'm not careful, it'll detonate. Ida supplemented with an alert. Confirmed toxic fog components pose an explosion hazard. Recommendation: fire buzzards shift to close-range leak prevention. Active fog clearance prohibited. Lei Jun adjusted his orders. Fire buzzards stick to the flanks. No spraying fog, just watch for breaches. Marines inject stimulants before entering the fog. Push through the exposed section without stopping. Several Marines' shoulder armor ports popped open, deploying syringes. After the stimulants hit their systems, their steps grew heavier as they surged forward along the fog's green edge. Their boot soles crushed through the fog's surface, splashing green droplets. Nobody glanced down. They reached the opposite landing zone, pivoted, and raised their weapons' muzzles, trained into the mist. From the distant fog emerged several swollen gray sack-like units creeping forward. Their shells pulsed rhythmically, appearing ready to rupture at any moment. Ida immediately flagged them in red. Confirmed toxin sack units. Movement is slow, but spray range is extensive. Recommendation: engage from long range. Prevent close quarters detonation. Lei Jun raised his hand. Ravagers pinned down the far end. Don't let them grind toward the corridor. 3 Ravagers opened fire simultaneously. Shockwave grenades tore into the fog, toppling the lead toxin sacks. Their distended outer walls split open, erupting clouds of denser green vapor. But the detonation stayed confined to the far end, unable to reach the corridor entrance. One survivor, barely alive, dragged its ruined half-body forward. A second round of grenades silenced it permanently. The No. 2 SCV positioned its temporary exhaust fan at the low-lying inlet. Tracks locked in place. As the fan roared to life, its powerful airflow drove the green fog into drainage ditches on both sides. The No. 1 SCV carried several metal barriers, driving them one by one along the corridor's edge to compress the fog downward. Pongzi Dashu reported over the channel. Low power output, won't hold long. So move fast while we can. Don't treat this broken fan like some miracle device. Understood. Lei Jun surveyed the midsection road. With the green fog pushed back, a narrow passage remained. Medics hold the gap. Sebastian and Helena take the center. The column advanced through the corridor. Slow but orderly. Sebastian cradled the cipher box, staying close to Helena's side. His gaze never left the ground. When the fog curled around his boots, his shoulders tensed. But he didn't retreat. Through a muffled scream erupted from the rear. A technician's calf had brushed against fog, whipped back by the fan. Their pant leg darkened almost instantly. He spun around in agony, desperate to flee. Let me through. I won't die here. PDF cadres lunged from behind, pinning him down. Stay down. If you run, everyone behind you is exposed. The technician continued struggling, heels scraping grooves into the ground. Helena's voice cut through the chaos. Hold him. Medic, attend to him. A medic dropped to one knee, injected an antidote directly, then sealed the blackened leg with airtight bandages. Grit your teeth. Move now, and the poison spreads faster. The technician trembled with pain, gasping through his teeth, but stopped struggling. Helena regarded the PDF cadre. You did right. In a contamination zone, if one person breaks ranks, the rest will follow. The PDF cadre said nothing, keeping a firm hand on the technician's shoulder. The veteran mining line personnel watched the exchange and stepped back half an inch. They hugged closer to the No. 2 SCV's rear as they moved. The column didn't halt. The vanguard maintained defensive fire. The midsection continued advancing. The No. 2 SCV held position beside the passage point, its fan roaring continuously, holding back the fog. As the final group passed through the toxic fog, Aida's private frequency pressed into Lei Jun's ear. Single-use filtration consumables running high. Medic energy reserves declining. Antidote inventory depleted. Lei Jun kept silent. He only glanced back at the medic's position. Move the wounded to the midsection. Don't let the rear column push the medics out of position. Helena jotted notes on her data slate. Toxic fog corridor cleared. Entire team through. No fatalities. 1 technician poisoned, treated. Medical supplies expended. Will replenish by priority. She looked up from her notes toward the green fog, still being driven back by the fans. We didn't just brute force this. We followed protocol. The team fully exited the toxic fog zone. Some in the rear leaned against the wall, retching dryly. Several PDF veterans helped lift the injured technician, refusing to let him sit on the ground. A few Marines still had green residue on their shoulder armor as they swapped magazines against the wall. Miller tallied filtration packs, murmuring to Giles, "We burned through this too fast. If we hit another stretch like this, we won't have enough to go around." Giles didn't respond, merely clenching his worn inspection tag. Rufus counted the low-clearance rear column one last time, confirmed no one was missing, and cursed under his breath. "You lot got lucky." Sebastian stood beside Helena, glancing back at the corridor they'd just traversed. Aida's new status prompt flashed. First evacuation queue personnel count unchanged. Heavy units operational. Medical supply inventory medium-low. Recommendation: avoid consecutive high-consumption scenarios. Lei Jun was about to order a brief halt when a series of dense explosions echoed from the waste conveyor ditch alongside the toxic fog corridor. Not gunfire. The sounds were sharp and brief. One after another, as if something was detonating inside the ditch and still advancing outward. Hui Ding jerked his ear away from the pipe wall, pressing a hand against the no. 3 SCVs hull. Not those toxin sacks from before. This thing moves fast. Aida's identification instantly came through. Confirmed self-detonating biological unit. Quantity unknown. Characteristic: detonates on contact or when struck. Threat profile: dense formations and midsection core personnel. Rufus had barely relayed the order when the first explosion erupted from the waste discharge ditch. Boom. A cloud of grayish-yellow pus mist surged up from the ditch mouth, splashing against the shell of a nearby scrap vehicle. Black spots corroded across the iron plating. Then more rounded forms squeezed out from the ditch. Half a human's height. Their swollen shells dragged across the ground as 4 short limbs clawed over gravel, advancing forward. Their bellies pulsed rhythmically, cracks revealing yellow-tinged fluid. A Marine raised his rifle. Lei Jun shouted first. "Don't fire wildly. These things will explode." The Marine held his weapon down, not opening fire immediately. The passage wasn't wide. A low wall on the left. A row of abandoned truck shells on the right. In the center segment were Sebastian, Helena, the medic, and 3 SCVs. The low-clearance rear guard had just been guided by Rufus toward the walls, their formation not yet tightened. If these detonated here, the powered armor might withstand it. But the batch behind would be scattered. Ada's markings spread across Lei Jun's field of view. Explosive-type biological units count over 30, still increasing. Movement route: avoid the frontal heavy firepower sector. Advance along the low wall beneath the scrap vehicles and through the ditch trench. Threat targets: core personnel in the center segment and the dense rear column. Lei Jun glanced at the tactical display. Layered firepower. Marines sweep low, target limbs and the underside of the abdomen, don't fire into the swollen portions. Reavers use shock grenades to crush them ahead. Suppress, don't blow them apart. Firebirds hold the center segment. Engage with short bursts only when they breach 10 meters. Goliaths target only distant large threats. Don't fire near the crowd. Several acknowledgements came through the channel. Copy. Understood. 3 Reavers advanced half a step. Heavy powered armor sank into the gravel. Predator grenades dipping low. The first shock grenade didn't hit the swarm. It struck 2 meters ahead. Bang. The ground shuddered. The front row of 7 or 8 explosive creatures were knocked off balance. Their fat abdomens slid across the gravel but didn't detonate. Marine fire followed. Muzzles kept low. Gauss rounds skimmed the ground. Several explosive creatures attempting to creep under the low wall were struck and tumbled. Severed limbs twitched, yellow fluid gushing from ruptured abdomens. The blast zones were contained on the outer flank. One explosive creature crawled under a scrap vehicle. The space beneath was too low. The Marine's lines couldn't reach. It dragged its swollen belly, inching forward from the shadows toward the center segment. Rufus cursed from the rear guard. "Shift right. Get away from that vehicle." One mechanic failed to react in time. Rufus lunged forward, grabbed his collar, and yanked him to the wall base. "Can't you see the space underneath is clear? Even the kids from the lower nests could crawl through there. Why couldn't those bugs?" The low-clearance rear guard was shouted into shifting right. Just as they moved, the explosive creature emerged from the other side of the scrap vehicle. A Firebird was already waiting. No long spray. The Firebird operator triggered a short burst from the flame valve. The tongue of fire skimmed the ground, engulfing the creature's front half. The thing swelled. Boom. The explosion was contained beneath the scrap vehicle. The shell jumped upward, debris scattering across the ground. The few standing nearby were knocked back by the blast wave, but weren't penetrated. The mechanic Rufus had dragged away fell against the wall corner. His lips whitened, unable to rise for several moments. Rufus kicked the sole of his boot. "If you're alive, move out of the way." The mechanic scrambled backward on hands and knees. The PDF backbone glanced at Rufus. No thanks were spoken, only a gesture pushing his people closer to the wall. Listen to him. Anyone who runs recklessly gets held down. The second wave of explosive creatures surged from the waste ditch. A few in the front row crashed into the marine firepower lines. But those behind crawled along the low wall shadows spreading toward the lower flanks. Ada highlighted both flanking routes. Lateral threats increasing. Suggestion maintain layered firepower prohibit pursuit and dispersion. Lei Jun grit his teeth. Don't chase. Hold your sectors. Left low wall. The left side marine barrels pivoted sweeping the wall base. 3 explosive creatures barely popped up before being struck and pinned against the wall. On the right, a reaver fired another shock grenade impacting between the scrap vehicle and wall corner. The cluster of crawling bugs was knocked together in a heap. A firebird stepped forward delivering a short flame burst to seal the gap. 2 explosions cracked on the outer flank. Gravel struck powered armor ringing like bells. The center segment shifted nervously. Helena stood before Sebastian, bolter pistol, raised muzzle steady. Hold formation. Several in the low-clearance rear guard attempted to retreat. The PDF backbone and Rufus pushed them back again. A fragment struck the PDF backbone at the shoulder. He grunted, dropping to one knee, blood already seeping through his shoulder. Comrades reached to support him. Don't touch me. Hold the line first. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his hand back onto his weapon. The medic moved through the center. White armor crouched, sliced open the fabric, and injected a debridement needle directly. Shoulder bone intact. He can walk. Don't play the hero. Stay down 10 more seconds. The PDF backbone gasped, watching the wound seal. He looked up and barked at the nearby PDF remnants. Follow the commander's orders. Anyone who panics gets kicked out first. The rear guard steadied considerably. Lei Jun didn't respond. There was no time for morale building now. The explosive creatures continued crawling along the ground. The final wave came lower still. A few rolled nearly flush against the scrap vehicle axles, bellies scraping the floor faster than the previous batches. 2 were swept by marine fire. A shock grenade suppressed 3. But 1 used the cover of scrap metal fragments to force its way into the outer ring of the center segment. It was only a dozen meters from Sebastian. Sebastian clutched the cipher case, his feet shifting back a step, nearly retreating. Helena reacted faster. Her bolter pistol cracked. Boom. The round didn't penetrate the creature's abdomen. She'd fired at the scrap metal plate ahead of it. The plate was launched by the impact, striking the bug at an angle. The explosive creature's trajectory shifted. It grazed the outer edge of the protection circle and veered left. Finish it. Before Lei Jun's voice finished, a reaver's shock grenade plummeted down. Bang. The creature was pinned to the ground, its abdomen collapsing. A second later, the explosion detonated outside the protection circle. The blast wave hit Helena's armor plates. She retreated half a step, then stabilized. Sebastian's ears rang with whining. Clutching the cipher case, his fingers stiffened from gripping too hard. That thing had been so close. Had it rolled inside, both he and the case would have become contamination no one dared touch. The gunfire gradually thinned. Only charred bug husks and smoking yellow fluid remained at the ditch mouth. Ada's markers extinguished layer by layer. First wave of explosive-type units eliminated. Heavy units, no losses. Rearguard casualties, 5, all blast concussions or fragment grazes. Medical supplies continuing to deplete. Lei Jun didn't lower his weapon. Don't let your guard down. First wave cleared doesn't mean there won't be more. A Firebird operator glanced at the yellow residue on his nozzle edge and cursed. Disgusting things. A Marine lifted his muzzle from its low position. Good thing we didn't spray blindly back there. The Firebird replied. Blind spraying would have blown our own faces off. Rufus walked back from the rear guard boot, heel crushing a charred bug shell. Scrap vehicle undersides, pipe conduits, low wall bases. Don't let anyone cling to those areas. Those spaces can hide lives, or hide death wishes. Lei Jun nodded once. Noted. Rufus twitched his mouth, but didn't smile. The formation reformed. The wounded were pulled aside by the medic for treatment. No one in the rear guard dared stand against scrap vehicles anymore. Sebastian remained where he stood, chest heaving heavily. When he raised his head, he spotted a gleaming tower section in the distance. Beyond the dust haze, the airport certification tower's remains flickered intermittently. That was the certification point. The entrance to the Silver Roses boarding area. He pressed the cipher case back to his chest, voice dry and raspy. We're almost there. Helena followed his gaze. Below the certification tower, a sea of people. 3 layers of temporary gates, carts, stretchers, family guards. PDF remnants and the low-clearance personnel blocked at the periphery, all jammed together. The broadcast continued shouting. Core family windows take priority. Unauthenticated personnel are forbidden from breaching the certification tower. No one listened. Everyone pushed forward. Lei Jun watched the clogged entrance and slung his rifle strap over his shoulder. We've reached the boarding gate, though the entrance is rather crowded. The auxiliary certification tower was shorter than imagined. Its base was ringed by 3 levels of temporary gates so tightly that no air could pass. This was Starport Hall, but a certification node on the edge of the airfield. Usually this would be a place no one would spare a second glance. Now this little corner is crowded with people. Carts, stretchers, and suitcases are piled on both sides of the gates. There is hardly anywhere to stand. Officials from the governor's office stand at the front in semi-formal attire, clutching thick ledgers, their voices already hoarse from shouting. A few remnants of the Castellan retinue crowd nearby, clutching the family emblem case and unwilling to release it. A servant shouts from behind the gate. The Castellan family ancestral authentication item should take priority for verification according to the ancestral code, says a PDF temporary officer pressing in with a red-sealed dispatch. What is ancestral code? This is a military priority passage order. The gate staff reply, leafing through the ledgers, that your passage code expired 3 days ago. Per regulations, expired codes must be re-registered in line. The mining guild fugitives crowd to the other side, clutching the guild's old seal and shouting a few times, but nobody pays them any heed. We are also legitimate evacuees. The guild seal should work the same. No one responds to them, not even a glance. Each clings to a code, refusing to acknowledge the others, their quarrel loud as a market. The tower radio broadcasts repeatedly from the top, drowning out the noise below. Priority for core family windows. Uncertified personnel may not assault the certification tower. Lei Jun stands on the outer edge of the crowd, not pressing forward. He surveys the chaos, unable to find anyone who seems able to speak up. The governor's office people monitor the process. The PDF officers monitor the dispatch. The family servants monitor the ancestral code. The mining guild members ignore everyone. There was no real commander here, only a pile of papers that no one would admit. Sebastian speaks up, asking which window a given authentication chain could open. Sebastian clutches the cipher box, his palms sweating, glancing ahead. With so many people shouting in unison, his throat tightens. The Castellan family authentication chain should open windows 2 and 3. As soon as he finishes, the tower top radio switches to a new message. Emergency notice: the core family single authentication chain is temporarily invalid. For any window designated for priority evacuation, the core family joint key must be presented to be verified by the governor's office temporary command center. The governor's office temporary command center will handle verification. As soon as the broadcast ends, the faces of the servants clutching emblem boxes at the gate change. People push forward, hoping to beat others to a chance. Sebastian's face goes pale. A single family chain may not be enough. They have changed the rules, Lei Jun says. With your status, you are now worth only half a ticket. Sebastian grits his teeth, steps forward, and calls out toward the gate. I am Sebastian Castellan. I am the holder of the Castellan family authentication chain. This chain is genuine and valid and has nothing to do with the temporary rule changes. I demand verification according to the original standard. I will not accept unilateral changes. The broadcast does not stop, but the officials behind the gate exchange glances and do not immediately refute him. In the past, he would have hidden behind Helian Na. Now he stands his ground, his voice trembling, but not retreating. A few others who had been arguing fall silent for a moment and turn to look. Aida added a note. Lei Jun nods. Do not rush the main gate yet. Helian Na. You pressure the legal line. Do not let anyone use this to snatch Sebastian. Helian Na states that the Castellan family authentication chain validity should be determined by the family's own legal affairs, not unilaterally announced as invalid by the temporary command. Until formal adjudication is issued, no one may forcibly touch or move the credentialed person. A governor's office official at the gate frowns in reply. In wartime, the temporary command has the authority to adjust all authentication standards. This is not a normal legal procedure for ordinary times. Wartime status requires formal proclamation documents issued by the appropriate level of authority. Helian Na answers without the slightest hesitation. If you cannot produce that document, this rule is only a verbal notice and has no binding effect. The official is taken aback and unable to respond for a long moment. This may not quiet everyone, but those at the gate hesitate, not moving right away. The assault troops close in unison, their shoulder armor clashing. Helena and Sebastian are circled in the middle. Helena, seizing the moment before the others react, quickly notes something down. The governor's office temporary command center has unilaterally changed the authentication standards without presenting the corresponding document. This note does not have verification conditions, and the evacuation path is blocked. She finishes her note without relaxation. Rufus eyes the outer cluster of PDF officers and family guards. Don't move blindly. Whoever dares to squeeze in first, ask these guns. The mining guild veterans move closer to Lei Jun, pulling a polished brass badge from inside their clothing. This badge has been kept close for days, the cloth corners worn. It was given by Ma Luan, who told me before we split that it would be useful in a pinch. The mining password fits this badge and allows passage along the maintenance authentication route beneath the subtower. We used it before when fixing lines not crowded but narrow and ordinary people don't know about this path. The entrance is on the side of the tower base. Walk around the pile of discarded ammo crates, and you will see it. Lei Jun takes the brass badge and looks at it once. The edge is etched with a worn serial number. The mining guild veterans murmur that this badge is the only thing he could give. Lei Jun pockets the brass badge and asks no more. How many doors can it open? Not many, but enough for our team to pass first. Lei Jun no longer glances at the main gate that has been blocked. A joint key cannot be conjured by the few people here. Waiting will not bring results. If the main gate keeps making noise, more guns will point this way. We won't fight here anymore. Move to the maintenance authentication route. He is about to order a turn when a governor's office official at the gate suddenly fixes his eyes on Sebastian. He looks for 2 seconds, his face changing. Is he still alive? A scribe nearby lifts his head, the ledger nearly slipping from his hands. The official turns, grabs a communications device, and speaks in a low voice. In the next moment, the tower-top broadcasts shift abruptly. Emergency notice. An illegal armed force has seized the noble target designated as Sebastian Castellan, being controlled by armed personnel at the certification subtower's outer perimeter. All PDFs and Noble Guards units are ordered to suppress that armed force. The crowd stirs. Several PDFs carrying dispatch orders swing their muzzles toward Lei Jun. A few family guards raise their guns as well. A PDF veteran with a bandaged shoulder stands at the front of the low-ranked tail, staring at the others in PDF uniforms with a tight throat. Don't act rashly, he shouts to his side. First see clearly who is causing the trouble. Buck moves half a step closer to Sebastian and Helena. Miller tightens the comms pack, not daring to make a sound. The gray pin rests near no. 3 SCV whispering, are they really going to act, or just scare people? A hoarse voice nearby answers, I don't know. Look to Lei Jun. Sebastian remains frozen in place. They say I am being kidnapped. They don't care whether you believe it or not, Lei Jun says. They only care whether this reason is enough to pull the trigger. AI Mark advances. Lei Jun tightens his grip on his gun. Do not move, hold steady first. The infantryman should keep the line tight. The first row kneels, the second stands to suppress. Raiders do not fire. Raise the muzzles so they can see clearly. Rufus, the group of PDFs and guards behind, whoever pulls the trigger first dies first. The Punisher grenade launchers of the 3 raiders slowly lift, aimed at the outer circle of armed men. No shots are fired. The oppressive pressure is more effective than shouting. Several PDFs' temporary officers' guns hang in the air, not truly firing. Sebastian stands in the center of the protective circle, watching the outer ring of gun muzzles. He does not go weak as when he first faced a monster. He whispers to himself, I still have use. They do not dare to shoot me dead. Do not bet on that, Lei Jun says. If you can go, go. Oh, I will not risk your life. Helena yells again toward the outer ring of muzzles. Now if you shoot, you would be targeting a credential holder who has not been formally adjudicated. This score will be paid after the war. No one will escape it then. No one answers her, but the guns still no not drop their triggers. The tower-top broadcasts continue to loop. An illegal armed force has seized a noble target. All PDFs and Noble Guards units suppress them. Lei Jun watches the outer muzzles slowly, turning a finger resting outside the trigger guard. Do not rush the main gate. Prepare to switch to the maintenance authentication route. His voice is a low murmur. Who fires first? Who dies first? The broadcast sounded, not a word missing. Illegal armed forces have seized noble targets. All PDF and Noble Guard units immediately implement suppression. The sound blasted from the tower-top speakers, drowning out everyone's. The ring of gun muzzles around the perimeter had not lowered, yet no one fired first. Lei Jun stood at the center of the protection circle, not raising his gun. He merely swept his gaze across the ring of muzzles. Their fingers rested on the triggers. Yet his eyes wandered, his shoulders unsteady. This state is the most dangerous. A single word could ignite. Helena stepped forward half a step, her voice surpassing the broadcast. I am Arbiter Helena. Pursuant to the Temporary Evacuation Protocol Article 7, state the following facts on site. The Governor's Office Temporary Command overstepped by changing the certification standards beforehand. Abandoning evacuation order occurred afterward. Taking the opportunity to seize the core family's priority window, the intent is obvious. At this moment, the broadcast accusations lack any verification procedures, which in itself constitutes overreach. The crowd fell silent for a moment. A few PDF temporary officers exchanged glances, none immediately shouting for suppression. An older governor's office clerk whispered softly to the person beside him. If that arbiter's identity is real, we're in trouble. Who knows if it's fake? The nearby man lowered his voice in reply. But his gun did not advance again. This quiet could not last long. The periphery was still murmuring. Who knows if the arbiter's words are true? What if she is an accomplice? A few seconds only. Not enough to persuade everyone. Some muzzles quietly lowered a notch. Some kept their rifles steadier, eyes glued to the center of the protection circle. Saiba CD and gripped the password box, knuckles whitening. He looked at the ring of muzzles, then at He Lien Na, standing in front of him. He Lien Na could buy a few seconds, only after a few seconds someone would fire. He stepped forward, standing at He Lien Na's side. His voice trembled, but did not stop. Lei Jun is the Ka Si Talon family's temporary hired guard, not the kidnapper. I personally hired him. After speaking, he pressed his finger on a recessed authentication panel inside the password box. The panel lit up with a pale blue glow. The old-style verification lamp on the side of the backup tower flickered twice. Several temporary passes surfaced bearing a line of short codes. Even the edge of the Marine's chest armor showed a tiny blue insignia. Saiba CD and gritted his teeth and continued. Under Ka Si Talon Family Authentication Authority, register the first evacuation queue as temporary hired guards. Grant a low permission protection tag. Any action against this guard unit is tantamount to infringing the Ka Si Talon Family Guard Covenant. Hearing this, even he was stunned. Previously, he had only been saved. Now he has personally fixed Lei Jun's squad into a position that can stand legally. Step by step going forward, there would be no turning back to the man who only clutched the box and hid. Someone in the rear exhaled softly. He Lien Na glanced at Saiba CD and neither praising him nor stopping him. She only stepped forward half a step, shielding him more securely. Beyond the gate, a governor's office interim commander's face changed completely. A noble's private authorization does not constitute any legal effect. Detain him. With that shout, the outer ring of muzzles finally moved. Several guns rose, aiming at the protective circle. The gray tag clung to the No. 3 SCV, and the voice shifted. This is really going to start. Rufus pressed the low permission tail squad back against the wall. Get down. Don't stand there as targets. If these people go berserk, the first to fall will be you. Lei Jun did not wait for them to pull the triggers. Stop talking. MMG target nodes, not people. Raiders dismantle their heavy fire support frame. Marines hit the comm poles, don't shoot toward the crowd. Fire bats watch the flanks, don't let anyone push into the protective circle. 2 concussion grenades slammed down. The blast points landed in front of the heavy frame. The ground trembled, the heavy fire support frame along the gate was toppled. The 2 PDFs operating it were knocked to the ground by the blast wind, not fatally injured, scrambling to crawl backward. The Marines lowered their lines. A volley of shots broke the base of the communications pole. The pole toppled, hitting the open ground. The signal lights flashed a few times and went out. The broadcast from the tower top loudspeakers hiccuped, once leaving only static. Several Castellan family guards saw the heavy firepower gone, their steps halted, not daring to rush forward. Milo clutched the comms pack, crouching in the middle, listening to the blasts outside with sweat on his palms. The outer gunfire did not erupt into chaos. Huerte singled out a few PDF veterans Holt had picked, taking advantage of the moment to shout across the gap. The 3rd Defense Battalion. Remember your numbers. I am the former 2nd Company of the 3rd Battalion. Where is your company commander now that he's dead? Another veteran shouted. His bandage on the shoulder hadn't been removed, but his voice was harder than before. Follow these governor's office people and you're done for. The company commander is missing, the numbers are gone, what's the point? A few PDF remnants originally bearing rifles slowed their movements when they heard that number. Someone whispered to the person beside him, is this really the 3rd Battalion? Don't shoot. Listen to them. 3 to 5 gun muzzles gradually lowered. Not all of them lowered, but it was no longer a one-sided suppressive formation. A PDF straggler lowered his rifle, then looked at the others still holding theirs, hesitating before moving. A nearby man pushed him. The old numbers have been shouted out. Why follow these chaos makers? The governor's office interim commander, sensing danger, turned to slip back into the crowd. A PDF backbone rushed forward, grabbing him by the collar and forcing him onto the ground. Run for what? You were shouting quite loudly just now. You are openly rebelling against the governor's office. You started it. The PDF backbone spat and did not waste further words. They bound the man's hands and handed him to the nearby Marines for custody. The remaining Castellan family guards saw the commander held down. No one dared to resist any longer, gradually lowering their guns. This standoff did not turn into a slaughter. Lei Jun did not take the opportunity to kill everyone. Take stock. Ada reported. No casualties on our side. The opponent's heavy fire nodes and communications capability had been destroyed. About half of the PDF remnants laid down their weapons. Some remained in a wait-and-see stance. Lei Jun nodded. The miners from the old lines seized the moment, reaching the repair authentication opening at the base of the tower. He crouched first, feeling the rust around the door seam with his hand to confirm the position. The lock core was wrapped in a thick rust shell. He wiped it with his sleeve a couple of times, then read the engravings. A brass plaque attached to the lock core. After reciting the mining password, the core turned a half-turn, producing a dull click. The heavy bulkhead slowly slid open. Rust flakes tumbled down as the door opened. It's open. The miners from the old line breathed a sigh, sweat beading on their foreheads. This badge, carried from A49 all the way here, finally found its use at this moment. Lei Jun stepped forward to glance into the darkness beyond the door, without delaying too long. No. One SCV go in first to scout. Marines push the entrance. Medics guard the rear wounded. Confirm safety, then cross in batches. Saiba Sidian and He Lian Na will go with the midsection. Lei Jun was about to order batches when a series of impacts sounded from a distance. It's not gunfire. It's a heavier kind. One after another they struck the metal. Ada's mark entered Lei Jun's field of vision. Biological signals assaulted the outer blast doors area. The impact frequency continued to rise. The door structure is unknown, cannot judge how long it can endure. Lei Jun's face sank. He glanced at the low permission tail squad, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. The maintenance port opened, but how long the blast doors could hold no one knew. Let people pass first. The blast door situation can wait until we've passed. He Lian Na stood at his side, watching the newly opened door, recording this duel as well. The authentication subtower node has left the governor's office temporary control. Maintenance authentication port activated, directing toward the subsequent path. She noted these two lines, then looked up at the darkness beyond the door and said nothing more. After the heavy hatch of the maintenance clearance gate swung open, what lay beyond was no safe zone. This was not some cramped crawl space meant for ordinary workers, but a long-abandoned freight maintenance corridor. Helen stood at Lei Jun's side, heard him out without reply, then turned to organize the rear guard. From somewhere beyond the blast doors came increasingly frequent muffled impacts. The doorway wasn't wide, nor was the ceiling high, but it was passable for SCVs, Goliaths, and powered armor units. One by one they filed through the opening. The Goliath was the last to squeeze through the frame, its cannon barrel protruding ahead first. Only after confirming nothing blocked the way did it maneuver its bulk completely out of the maintenance exit. Before them stretched the cargo plaza of Outer Fourth Spaceport. The plaza was far larger than expected. Several makeshift sentry towers constructed from scrap ammunition crates stood around its perimeter, and the ground was crisscrossed with cracks. The air carried a sickening stench of blood mingled with charred flesh. Corpses littered the plaza. Servants, workers, PDF stragglers scattered everywhere. A few figures clad in house private army armor lay mixed in among the dead. In some places clusters of bodies were piled at passage entrances, crushed by their own kind in the panic. Several noble land carriages bearing house crests lay overturned where they stood, their doors flung wide. Leather valises and wax-sealed document cylinders had spilled from within, abandoned before anyone could retrieve them. Buck cast a glance at the carriages. These nobles evacuated early. Those who ran early got away early, Lei Jun said. As for those left behind, they simply failed to catch their passage. Garrus murmured, gazing towards several shattered Gothic script signage posts in the distance. This place must have been quite orderly in its prime. The veteran from the old mining line, trailing in the middle of the formation, paused his steps as he took in the devastation. He recognized this plaza. In years past, the mining guild's shipments had routinely flowed out through here. He had never imagined it would come to this. Beneath a collapsed shelving unit in the distance, several figures lay pinned beyond saving. The mining veteran cast a glance toward them, but pressed onward without lingering. He fell back into step with the column. No one here had the luxury of stopping to tend to the stranded. Ida had already swept the entire plaza with her sensors. Confirmed the plaza area lacks unified command. Order has broken down entirely. Silver Rose pickup zone located approximately 600 meters from current position. Lei Jun surveyed the chaos with no intention of intervening. This wasn't something a handful of people could fix, nor was it his burden to bear. We're not taking over this place. Nor are we here to save everyone. Ida mark a route. From the maintenance clearance gate to the rendezvous point, those who can walk will follow. Those who cannot keep pace must not hold the column back. He glanced at the scrambling crowd in the plaza. What happens here is none of our concern. Our mission is to get this group to the extraction point, not to clean up the governor's mess. The words were sharp, but no one contested them. Sebastian stood at the center of the protective perimeter, regarding the ruin in silence. Along this journey, he had witnessed too many who could go no further. Not every one would claim his pause. Yet at the motionless figures trapped beneath the shelves in the distance, his throat tightened. He said nothing aloud, merely clenching the cipher box closer to his chest. Bang! Bang bang! The heavy door shuddered with each impact. Black ichor began seeping from the welded seams. Aida's display flickered. Blast door structural integrity declining steadily. Estimated breach time imminent. Gray Nail spoke in a low voice. The door won't hold much longer. His palms were slick with sweat. Before his words had fully left his mouth, a section of the blast door buckled inward, splitting open. A tide of black chitin flooded through the rupture, pouring into the plaza in devouring numbers. Leading specimens smashed into a sentry tower support structure, toppling it outright. The PDF stragglers who had been holding positions across the plaza erupted into complete disarray. Some screamed to fall back. Others shouted to hold the line. Neither side would obey the other. Instead, they collided with one another. PDF officers hurled accusations at each other's incompetence, each refusing to yield ground. An officer pressing to retreat took a round in the leg from a companion, behind him collapsing into curses. Around them, enlisted soldiers froze, uncertain which chain of command to follow. Some simply abandoned their weapons and melted into the throng. None would die for these officers anymore. In this chaos, friend and foe had become indistinguishable. Lei Jun paid no mind to their disorder. MMGs clear a path. Fire Viper teams secure both flanks. Prevent the swarm from outflanking us. Reavers engage heavy armor targets head-on. Tear a straight line through them. Marines suppress low profiles. Target only the ground tier. Medics hold the center column. Pull the wounded immediately. 3 Reavers surged forward in unison. Oscillation grenades struck the swarm's heart in rapid succession. The vanguard creatures were thrown into disarray. Marines followed close behind, firing with precision at the smaller ground-crawling specimens. Fire was not wasted on fragments soaring through the air. Fire Viper teams held the flanks, laying short bursts across gap after gap, driving any attempt to flank back toward the front. The Goliath turned to cover the rear. Its cannon trained on the maintenance clearance gate, guarding against further emergence. A larger specimen attempted to circle to the left. A Reaver's grenade slammed into it, pinning the creature where it stood. Its carapace split, black ichor spraying across the ground. Victor, embedded in the center column, watched the engagement and murmured to Buck. "This is far larger than what we faced at the pump station." "Bigger space, bigger problem," Buck replied without looking up. He kept his eyes on his footing, navigating around corpses and pools of black ichor. The column drove forward like a nail forced through chaos, carving a straight path through the plaza. Several PDF stragglers, seeing the corridor forced open, edged along the column's flank. Helen stood in the center, watching those who drew near. Those who will follow orders fall in. Join the low permission tail. Those who want to run solo, don't block the way, move around. Some fell in, immediately taking their place at the rear. Others turned and fled in different directions. No one pursued. A woman clutching a child tried to force her way toward the center column, but Rufus intercepted her. "Stick with the rear guard. Don't push toward the center. The core personnel occupy the center. You won't break through." The woman dared not press forward further and retreated to the tail. Rufus paced along the low permission tail, occasionally shoving stragglers back into formation. "Eyes forward. Watch your footing. Fall behind, and you're on your own." A junior governor's office clerk in a tattered uniform attempted to close with the core column, but Helen intercepted him outright. "Which side's orders were you shouting?" The clerk could only stammer. "Think before you approach next time," Helen said. "We don't have time to vet everyone right now." A house private soldier tried to muscle his way into the protective circle from the flank. A Marine fired a warning shot into the ground at his feet. The man scrambled backward in fright. The column fought and advanced in a single unbroken thrust, leaving trails of shattered chitin and black ichor in their wake. They did not pause once. A Marine sustained an arm laceration from flying debris. The medic treated him on the move without breaking pace. Aida's private channel opened in Lei Jun's ear. Reaver ammunition consumption elevated. Recommendation: prioritize preservation of core personnel and column integrity. Lei Jun suppressed the notification without speaking it aloud. Miller, clutching the communications pack, walked beside the center column, his voice tight. "How much further?" Aida's response echoed in Lei Jun's auditory implant. "Rendezvous distance approximately 300 meters. Obstruction detected. A clearance checkpoint manned by governor's office remnants blocking the ground corridor." Lei Jun followed the marker's indication. The checkpoint stood at the intersection center. Several governor's office holdouts huddled behind cover weapons trained on the corridor they had just carved. Sandbags fortified the checkpoint's flanks, with 2 firing apertures facing forward. The position was well concealed, and behind it ran a series of low clearance gates. Aida added another data packet. Checkpoint garrison strength 5 to 7 personnel. Garrison combat power insufficient to repel the vanguard. Risk assessment: checkpoint gate linkage, automated denial systems, dense civilian population, and friendly fire concerns. Forceful destruction of the checkpoint risks locking the ground clearance corridor permanently. Lei Jun did not immediately order fire. He regarded the governor's office remnants. Then he looked to the clearance gates behind the checkpoint. The soldiers were manageable. The gates were the problem. If this assault leveled the checkpoint, the final 300 meters could become a dead end. 300 meters to go, Lei Jun said. The garrison isn't worth mentioning. Just don't let the locks behind them seal shut. Grey Nail murmured beside the 3rd SCV. Then what's the play, eh? First determine what it responds to, Lei Jun said. If we can open it, we can serve ammunition. He studied the checkpoint blocking the approach, then glanced back at the blood-soaked path they had forced open. Having come this far, the remaining 300 meters presented a problem that was not measured in lives, but in clearance. No one at the guard booth was willing first. The two sides stood stiffly about 30 meters apart. Neither made the first move, yet neither retreated. Behind them in the cargo square, the swarm of insects continued to spill outward. Firebats and Goliath pressed on the flanks and rear. The Marines pinned the tail squad in the middle, preventing those who had just arrived from crowding in. Ida counted the number of people inside the guard booth. Confirmation: 1 temporary officer from the governor's office, about 3 PDF remnants, about 4 noble guards. Among them, 2 of the noble guards were heavily equipped, suspected to be elite private guards of a noble house. There was a linkage between the guard booth's main control and the rear authentication gate. Lei Jun regarded the booth, not rushing to give orders. This place housed 3 factions. The governor's office personnel held the main control. The PDF remnants kept to the gun ports. The noble guards watched over the fleeing nobles. No one fully obeyed anyone. Lei Jun looked at Sebastian. You try first. Sebastian, clutching the password case, stepped to the edge of the protective circle and shouted toward the booth. I am Sebastian Castellan. Open this gate. Inside, several noble guards exchanged glances, and the muzzles eased slightly. But no one actually touched the main control. They recognized the Castellan surname and feared repercussions from the governor's office later. The temporary officer from the governor's office in the booth answered with a cold look. Noble status grants no jurisdiction over the military gate. This gate is under the temporary command of the governor's office. You expect me to open it just because you command it? Sebastian clenched the password case and spoke again. I can provide a family guarantee. Afterwards, the Castellan family will bear the legality of this passage. The officer from the governor's office sneered. Noble guarantees are worthless in wartime. Sebastian was momentarily choked and unable to reply. Helena spoke next. Under wartime evacuation protocols, the temporary command must not bar the core evacuation route without cause. Now the swarm behind has already breached the blast doors. If you continue to block the gate, you'll seal evacuees into a danger zone. The few PDF remnants hesitated when they heard this. One of them stepped aside half a pace, no longer helping the governor's office officer shoulder the gun. But the nobles behind the booth paid no heed. People clawed at the railing and pressed forward. Open the gate, we go first. Why should armed personnel go through first? A noble in dirty formal wear tried to bypass the booth and reach the nearby manual switch. The noble guards hauled him back. Don't touch. This switch must not be touched. He struggled as 2 guards pinned him down until he quieted. Legal affairs could quiet the PDF. Noble status could cow the guards. But none of these could quell a group only thinking of their own survival. Lei Jun watched for a moment and did not wait any longer. The 3 factions couldn't dominate one another. If this dragged on, the swarm behind would press forward first. No more delaying. If no agreement can be reached, we'll change tactics. Ida brought the outer structure of the booth into view. External power lines 2 runs along the booth side walls. External gun ports 2 positions. The armored glass in the lower right corner of the observation window bore old cracks. Note: avoid striking the main control console and the gate linkage axis. Lei Jun spoke. Uncle remotely cut the anchor to sever the power line on the side wall. Marines strike the external gun ports. Raiders shake the lower edge of the observation window, but do not touch the main control. 1 blast should be enough. Don't lock the door shut. The SCV no. 1 paused in front of the squad, 2 engineering struts landed. The robotic arm rose, the cutting anchor launcher projecting at the front. A hiss. The first cutting anchor hammered into the sidewall conduit. The second anchor followed, striking near another external power line. The anchor head bit into the cable, sheathed the blade. Word at high speed, sparks flew. The beacon on top of the booth flickered. As the second line was cut, several red lights on the booth's exterior went out in unison. Inside, it became chaotic for a moment. Curses broke out. Someone bumped into a table in the dark. As someone in the booth attempted to poke the gun muzzle out, 2 Marines fired 2 shots at the external gun rack. The metal support bent, the muzzle retracted. A raider raised a Punisher grenade launcher. The grenade slammed into the lower right edge of the observation window's outer rim. It did not strike the main control directly. The shockwave slammed along the window frame. The armored glass cracked into shards. The 2 heavy armored guards inside the booth were knocked back, their weapons clattering to the floor. Grey Ding lowered his voice and spoke. Now they can't see clearly. Marines, move in. 2 Marines rushed to the doorway, kicking open the partially closed side door. Lei Jun followed a half step behind into the booth. He did not fire at the noble guards. Among them were those who recognized the Castellan family identity and guards who had fled here with other houses. If you can hold them, hold them. No need to kill. The Marines pressed the people to the wall, their muzzles at the shoulder plates. Do not move, or your hand will be useless. The nobles did not dare to struggle. They had just identified Sebastian, and now they dared not shoot in his presence. The 2 heavy armored guards had not recovered. The Marines disarmed them, cuffed their hands behind their backs, and hauled them to a corner. The 3 PDF remnants were the first to lay down their weapons. One even stepped back half a pace, raised his hands. "We're not fighting, don't shoot." Lei Jun glared at them. "Against the wall, hands off the guns." They complied. The governor's office temporary officer still tried to press the red lockdown key beside the main control. A Marine seized his wrist and twisted it backward. Crack! The man cried out as he was pinned against the main control console. "I told you." Lei Jun stared at him. "Don't touch the doors." The crowd outside the booth fell quiet. They were not persuaded. Seeing the booth toppled, the external firepower was deactivated. The main control console remained undamaged. The authentication gate linkage still usable. Lei Jun nodded. "Take away the weapons." Marines began unloading the booth's guns. The 2 heavy armored guards were tied up and pushed aside for guarding. Medics remained on standby in the middle section. Vic watched from outside and whispered to Buck, this time it wasn't too hard. The people weren't hard either. Buck glanced at the governor's office officer who was pinned. The door nearly crushed him. The officer kept cursing. "You're openly assaulting governor's office personnel. Somebody will hold you to account later." Lei Jun paid him no heed. "Bind him." Marines bound his hands, dragged him to the booth's exterior, and handed him to the PDF leaders to watch. Helena stepped before the crowd, her voice steady. "This man, as wartime authentication node chief, continued to seal off the core evacuation route even as the swarm breached behind us. His actions have left evacuees stranded in danger zones. By wartime regulations, that constitutes gross dereliction. Take him away first, the reckoning will come later." The crowd said nothing. Even his secretary beside him lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. A few PDF remnants exchanged glances and fell silent again. Lei Jun looked toward Sebastian. "Open the gate." Sebastian cleared his throat, stepping into the booth with the password case. He affixed the family authentication chain to the main control panel. The panel lit up. A line of Gothic text confirming data flashed by. Castellan family authentication linked in. Temporary guards tag valid. The ground corridor was clear for passage. Sebastian stared at the lines, his finger hovering over the confirm key, delaying. He feared yet another rule might spring. And afraid that this misstep might lock everyone in here, he watched as Lei Jun stood nearby. "Confirm." Sebastian closed his eyes for a moment and pressed the confirm key. There was no new order this time, nor any red lockdown. The short authentication gates behind the booth began to grind upward segment by segment. Behind them, a ground passage leading to the rendezvous zone appeared. The passage in was brighter than the cargo square. In the distance, the silhouette of the airport's main structure could be seen, with several guiding lights flickering. Sebastian watched the open gate, his hand still on the panel. He did not smile. He simply exhaled a slow sigh of relief. Helena stood at the booth doorway, recording the moment. The authentication booth has been disengaged from the three-way chaos. Ground gate opened. Then she looked at Lei Jun. "What next?" Aida's prompt rang in his ears. "Weak signal detected." "Source the Silver Rose." Lei Jun turned to Miller. "The comms pack." Miller hurriedly crouched and opened the comms pack. This comms pack was an emergency device pulled from an old mining line capable of connecting to the airport ground guidance band. The antenna spread and static erupted from within. A few seconds later, intermittent voices scraped through the static. "First squad. Received. Reply." Miller's hands trembled as he hurried to press the reply key. "Copy. We are the first squad moving toward the rendezvous zone." The other end crackled as if cut by something. "The orbit window, unstable. We cannot directly land at the current rendezvous point. Repeat, cannot directly land at the current rendezvous point." Then the signal cut. Miller adjusted a few more times, though only static remained. He looked up at Lei Jun. "They say they can't land directly here." The gate behind them still trembled. No one in the ranks spoke at once. Sebastian stood by the main control console, the momentary relief on his face tightening again. "We can't land. Then why did we open this gate?" "A weak signal can connect, which means the ship is still out there." Then, as Helena spoke, "Not being able to land directly doesn't mean there's no chance." Rufus scoffed. "All right. The gate is open, but the ship won't descend." Lei Jun looked at the ground channel toward the rendezvous area. The swarm behind them grew louder as they neared. The guiding lights in front of the rendezvous area still flickered. "Move the formation forward," he said. "Find a defensible place. If the ship won't descend, find a point where it can land." The Marines reformed into a protective line. The three raiders turned toward the forward passage. Firebats held the flank. Goliath cast one last look back at the cargo square. Lei Jun didn't glance again at the bound governor's office officer. "Move the formation forward. Discuss the ship's fate at the rendezvous point." The ground gate was open. The path was clear. Yet beyond this route, the next trouble lies ahead. It is the next trouble. The ground gate had just lifted, and the light from outside pierced in sharply. Behind the gate was no safe zone. It was a land travel lane reserved for nobles. Fresh tire tracks pressed into the road surface with track scrape marks along the edges. The smell of hot engine oil hadn't fully dissipated, indicating the convoy had departed not long ago. Several leather luggage boxes lay overturned by the roadside. The latches had burst open, scattering clothing, silverware, and wax-sealed document tubes across the ground. No one bothered to pick them up. The noble convoy had made a clean exit. The vehicles departed, the people left abandoning only worthless possessions and even less valuable humans. Outside the gate, bodies lay scattered in disarray. Servants, wounded, PDF stragglers. A few in family servant uniforms leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. An old servant lay prone on the ground, his hand still outstretched toward the far end of the lane, as though hoping a carriage might return. The end of the lane was barren. No one had returned. The old mining line personnel trailed behind in the middle section. Watching that stretch of road, they gripped their brass tokens tighter. Gray Nail pressed close to the third SCV, muttering an oath under his breath. These big shots really know how to clear out. Running fast isn't skill. Lei Jun spoke. Being able to get people out is what matters. Sebastian stood at the gate, his face gradually falling. Those who had fled first were like him, bearing family crests and trained in etiquette. They knew what ancestral traditions meant, what bloodlines meant. Yet when they fled, they left these servants behind, these wounded men. Now it was Lei Jun who led the way forward. Sebastian clutched the code box to his chest. He didn't speak. Outside the gate, people saw the door open and erupted. The gate's open. Take us with you. I work for the noble lord. I can prove my identity. I can still walk. Don't leave me behind. The crowd surged forward in a mass. The outermost tail group that had just joined was thrown into chaos. Marines braced their shoulder armor against the core circle, weapons lowered, holding their ground. Miller hugged the communication pack and shrank back toward the middle section, nearly colliding with a servant. Gray Nail called out, the outer circle's in disarray. Rufus stepped to the front, rifle held across his chest. Stop! The few in front froze at his shout. Behind them, the crowd kept pushing forward. A PDF survivor raised his rifle, attempting to push through the throng into the core circle. Rufus wasted no words, raising his rifle, but in smashing it into the man's knee. The man dropped to his knees instantly, his weapon clattering to the ground. You're carrying a gun and still trying to force your way in. Rufus looked down at him. Can't understand human speech. The blow sent everyone in the front line shrinking back. Sobs and screams continued, but no one dared crash through to the core circle anymore. Rufus scanned the crowd. Those who can walk form a line, join the rear guard. Hand the wounded to the white armor medics for triage. Anyone who dares touch a white armor medic gets shot first. Anyone carrying a weapon and shoving through gets their leg broken. A wounded man struggled toward the medics, but someone grabbed him and dragged him to the back of the line. The medics stayed in the middle section, only moving those who could be saved outward. Rufus barked again. Don't push toward the center. This isn't where you belong. If you want to live, obey. The words weren't pleasant, but they worked. Helena stepped up beside Rufus and reinforced his authority with her own commands. On-site personnel organize into the rear column by queue. Those who follow the coordinators receive basic escort protection. Armed individuals who breach the formation will be treated as threat targets. Her voice was quiet but steady. Rufus had frightened the crowd into compliance. Helena established the rules firmly. PDF veterans moved forward, pushing people back in waves. Lower your weapons. Those who can walk line up this way. The wounded go over there. Don't block the center. Several PDF survivors who had been attempting to force their way through glanced at the man kneeling on the ground and obediently lowered their rifles. The chaotic shoving crowd gradually formed into several crooked lines. Some were still crying. Some were still cursing. At least they had stopped charging toward the core circle. Lei Jun hadn't proposed taking everyone in. The core team won't expand. Those who can walk follow orders and possess useful skills will attach to the rear. PDF personnel capable of handling firearms must surrender their weapons first, then be organized into formations. Critical wounded will be triaged by medics. Those beyond saving or who would slow the group's progress will be abandoned. As for the rest, keep pace or move aside. Don't block the route. Buck asked quietly. We're only taking this many. The larger the group, the harder it is to extract them. Lei Jun said, I'm not here to clean up nobles' messes. No one contradicted this statement. Only about 10 people were ultimately incorporated. 2 workers skilled in machinery repair, several PDF survivors who could still follow orders, and a handful of wounded who could walk on their own. The remaining individuals were held at the outer perimeter. Those willing to follow could. If they couldn't keep up, the column wouldn't wait. Ada's notification entered Lei Jun's ear. Low permission tail group slightly expanded. Core team size unchanged. Medical supplies lightly consumed. Formation congestion level increased. Lei Jun didn't voice the last point. A larger tail group meant slower maneuvering. Passing through narrow passages would be slower and the risk of being swept apart higher. But these people had just been abandoned outside the gate by the nobles. He could only let them follow without compromising his own situation. Sebastian watched those who had been left behind, his fingers still gripping the edge of the cipher box. Helena walked over to him and said softly, "You opened the gate today." "They've already fled." Sebastian nodded once. "I know," he said it quietly. "That's why it's ugly." Helena didn't press the matter further. Some things couldn't be convinced into understanding. They had to see for themselves. A muffled sound echoed from the distance. It wasn't from the swarm behind them. It came from the direction of the reception zone ahead. The ground trembled slightly, and several guide lights flickered. Ada's markers pressed into Lei Jun's field of vision. Approximately 300 meters ahead of the reception zone, mixed threat waves detected. Heavy armored creatures intermixed with self-destructive units. Recommendation: avoid dense crowds charging forward. Self-destruct units, under pressure, may trigger chain detonations. Lei Jun stared at the markers, his expression darkening. Heavy armor leading the charge. Self-destruct units mixed within the center. This kind of threat couldn't be met with reckless charging. Once the front exploded, everyone crowding behind would die together. After hearing Lei Jun's account, Victor drew in a sharp breath. These things came together on purpose. Who cares if they assembled deliberately? Lei Jun said. The same tactics from the square won't work now. He glanced back at the newly formed tail column. Those people were still unsteady on their feet. Some could barely handle their rifles properly. The final 300 meters can't be taken by sheer numbers and brute force. A direct assault would blow apart the very people they just took in. They themselves would get dragged in too. Rufus spat at the people he had just suppressed. Great. Just rescued them, and their lives are still warm. Lei Jun raised his hand, slowing the group's advance. Marines, tighten your firing lines. Raiders, don't rush to fire. Firebats, hold the flanks. Rufus, keep the tail column contained. Anyone who dares charge forward gets dealt with on the spot. He gazed ahead at those flickering guide lights. The ship hasn't arrived yet. There are already too many people. The final 300 meters must not be taken through reckless fighting or fleeing. This time they need to dismantle the explosive points first before clearing a path. The last 300 meters proved the most treacherous of all. The terrain stretched forward from a former noble procession route, flanked on either side by abandoned ammunition storage facilities and half-collapsed inspection sheds. Ditches, wrecked vehicles, and crumbling walls were tangled together in a chaotic mess. Too many hiding places existed within. Lei Jun did not order the rear guard to advance first. He positioned himself at the front of the formation, watching Ada mark out the entire area. Front sector, heavy armored Beetle squadron, approximately 12 units. Flank sectors, self-destruct variants, patrol routes, unpredictable. Both sides of the route, residual signatures from highly toxic units. Ground passage is denied. Distant ruins, scattered PDF, fire collateral damage risk confirmed. Heavy armor holds the front, self-destructs sweep the flanks, poison mist seals the approach. Someone was still firing wildly in the distance. Victor gazed at the tactical markers ahead and muttered a curse under his breath. What kind of madness is this? This wasn't a position that could be overrun through sheer numbers alone. The newly assimilated rear guard hadn't even found their footing. They were a fragile mix of wounded laborers and PDF stragglers who had only just surrendered their weapons. If they charged forward in a blind mass, the explosions ahead would scatter them like chaff, and the chaos would trample everyone behind. Lei Jun raised his hand. MMG, full advance. Marines, deploy stimulants and engage low-profile targets. Ravagers, hold the frontal assault against the heavy armor while monitoring the flanks for self-destruct variants. Firebats, seal both ditch sections. Do not let the toxic cloud advance. Goliath, neutralize the scattered fire from the distant ruins. Medics, hold the midline. Retrieve the fallen and restrain the panicked. The orders fell, and the formation moved instantly. 3 Ravagers surged forward, their heavy power armor crushing fragmented exoskeletons beneath their treads, Punisher grenade launchers erupting in rapid volleys. Shock rounds detonated among the heavy armored Beetles. Several in the front line were thrown onto their sides, thick carapaces cracking white from the impact. The heavy armored Beetles struggled to advance, limbs scraping uselessly against the ground, pinned down by the second barrage. Marines stayed close behind the Ravagers' flanks, stimulant injections flowing into their shoulder armor ports, sending their rate of fire climbing. They avoided wasting ammunition on the thicker shells, focusing instead on the ground-level gaps. When several small ground-crawling units emerged from hiding, they were immediately cut down by concentrated lines of fire. A swollen self-destruct unit poked its head from beneath a wrecked vehicle on the flank. The Ravager fired a shock grenade first. The Marine provided covering fire. The explosion detonated at a distance, splattering black ichor across the ground without reaching the formation. Another self-destruct Beetle burrowed into the pile of heavy armored Beetle carcasses, attempting to camouflage itself among the remains. In the corpse pile, a Marine called out, depressing his muzzle and delivering 2 quick shots to trigger a premature detonation. The blast waves scattered fragmented shells clattering against the mobile cover. SCV Unit 1 dragged 2 sections of wrecked vehicle armor, plating pushing up from the side. Its mechanical arm gripped the edges of the plating and forced them forward to shield the team. Old wheel axles hung beneath the armor, scraping along the ground with a piercing screech. Marines and rear guard personnel advanced along the edges of the armored plates. Flying debris and stray bullets from the distance were largely blocked. SCV Unit 2 guarded the outer edge of the casualty corridor, its treads wedged at the narrow passage. A panicked wounded man attempted to crawl toward the core circle, but was blocked sideways by a mechanical arm. Rufus seized the man and pulled him back. This way, stay out of the center. Medics were treating the wounded right there in the corridor. A Marine's arm had been gashed by shell fragments, blood streaming down through the gaps in his armor. The medic sealed the wound while pushing the Marine back toward the firing line. If you can still fight, don't stop. The Marine didn't hesitate, raising his weapon again. Firebats held positions along both sides of the ditches, sweeping short bursts of flame across the low-lying areas. Green toxic mist, just rising from the ditches, was immediately driven back by the flames. Several small insects wrapped in toxic mist attempted to skitter along the ditch edges and flank around, but were crushed at the bottom by the Firebats' short-range flamethrower fire. Goliath's cannon barrel turned toward the distant ruins. The scattered muzzle flashes from disorganized firing were extinguished by heavy fire. A figure behind a sandbag emplacement was thrown backward by the blast wave, and the gunfire fell silent immediately. Ada's alerts pressed into Lei Jun's ear. Distant fire positions decreasing. Self-destruct units still moving laterally. Recommendation: maintain formation spacing. Lei Jun immediately barked. Rearguard, stop crowding so close. Rufus, hold them back. Rufus cursed from behind. Spread out, all of you. Anyone who gets within arm's reach of the person in front will be thrown out. The moment he shouted this, the recently assembled group stepped back half a pace. The formation looked ragged, but at least they weren't bunched together. SCV Unit 3, protect Miller and Grey Nail. Convert the communication pack into a temporary ground beacon. Set it up now. SCV Unit 3 positioned itself on the inner flank of the formation, carving out a small pocket of space for Miller and Grey Nail. Miller crouched with the communication pack in his arms, fumbling to deploy the antenna. Grey Nail pressed close to SCV Unit 3, listening to the metallic vibrations around them, then glanced toward the guiding lights in the distance. Angle it slightly toward that side. The signal's steadier over there. The interference out here is too heavy. The frequency keeps drifting. Take your time, Lei Jun said. Your life matters more than the signal. Helena remained at Sebastian's side, never leaving the protective perimeter. Sebastian clutched the encryption box, watching the battle ahead with a pale face, yet refusing to retreat. Now he understood why he was still standing here. Not because of his surname, but because the people ahead were carving out the path bit by bit. The fighting grew increasingly desperate. A heavy armored beetle rode the smoke and dust from an explosion straight toward the communication anchor point's forward left sector. Head lowered, it charged directly at SCV Unit 3 and Miller's position. The nearest PDF cadre, a man with bandages still wrapped around his shoulder, reacted fastest. He shoved Miller aside and threw himself in front of the anchor point. The beetle's claws swept across, tearing open his flank. He crashed to the ground, blood spreading rapidly. Pull him back, Lei Jun shouted. The medic rushed over and attached the treatment device, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. The PDF cadre gripped the medic's wrist, armor gasping in ragged breaths. The anchor. Don't stop. Miller's eyes stung red, but he dared not pause, continuing to adjust the frequency. SCV Unit 3 stood as a barrier in front of him, its mechanical arm shoving away the beetle carcass, lunging forward. The PDF cadre never rose again. Helena stood nearby and recorded the incident on the spot. One PDF cadre member killed in action. Cause protecting the communication anchor. Her voice was low, yet Sebastian heard every word. Looking at the fallen man, he recalled how the PDF cadre had shouted out the 3rd Defense Battalion's designation earlier, and his throat tightened. The formation did not halt, nor could it. 3 Ravagers brought down the final heavy-armored beetles. Marines advanced along the armored cover. The Firebats burned away the last pockets of toxic mist in the side ditches, driving it back into the depressions. Goliath covered the rearguard, firing a single shot that shattered the leading rank of pursuing insects. The core formation finally reached the edge of the extraction zone. The ground was littered with insect shells, black ichor, and spent casings crunching beneath every step. Still outside the perimeter, some members hadn't kept pace. A few rearguard personnel forced to take cover behind a wrecked vehicle. Several PDF personnel dragged the stragglers behind cover. Lei Jun glanced back, but did not turn to assist. If he turned around now, the entire line would collapse. Ada reported. Core combat personnel, none killed. 1 PDF cadre member killed in action. 2 severely wounded dragged into the casualty corridor. Some lower clearance rear guard personnel lagging behind the perimeter. Lei Jun said nothing. Miller remained crouched beside the communication anchor, his fingers trembling violently. The channel was filled with static. Gray Nail was drenched in anxious sweat, but could only stare fixedly at the antenna angle. Just a bit more to the side. Yes, that direction. Miller pressed down hard. The static receded slightly, and a clearer human voice broke through. This is Silver Rose. Ground beacon received. Please verify Castellan family identification. Access to evacuation authorization will be granted upon confirmation. Miller froze and looked up at Lei Jun. They need Sebastian's authentication. All eyes turned toward him. Sebastian clutched the encryption box, his palms breaking into a fresh sweat. This time he did not shrink back. Lei Jun glanced at him, then turned his gaze toward the PDF cadre member who had just been dragged into the casualty corridor. The lives lost along this path had bought them a gateway, a path forward, a signal. Now it was Sebastian's turn to deliver his part. You've come this far, Lei Jun said. Now it's your turn. The comms beacon steadied the signal. Miller handed the channel to Sebastian. The edge of the reception zone was quieter than the blood-streaked path just now. But all eyes were on Sebastian. The squad had just finished the last 300 meters, and they hadn't yet had a chance to catch their breath. Again pulled up by this authentication procedure, Sebastian stood at the edge of the reception zone, cradling the cipher case. His hands trembled as he opened the inner authentication panel. This time he did not need anyone to support him. He steadied his breath and pressed his hand to the panel. Castellan Sebastian. Request identity verification. The panel lit with a blue glow. First it scanned his fingerprints, then it scanned the irises beneath his eyes. For a few seconds no one spoke. Rufus didn't press for time. Huiding pressed close to SCV 3, even holding his breath. The ship's reply finally came. The voice was not warm, but the verification was clear. Identity verified. Castellan Sebastian confirmed alive. Accompanying armed personnel, Lei Jun confirmed as temporary mercenary guard. Log. This line brought a sigh of relief to many in the squad. Lei Jun kept his expression impassive. To him this was not the end. It was a new tool. From a blacklisted man to a roving trader's temporary armed escort, that title sounded dubious enough. But at least it gave him a footing to claim in the skies. The ship's voice soon pressed on. The Silver Rose cannot land in large numbers directly. The airport's outer air defense system is not fully down. Hyperspace Shadow region is unstable. The governor's office's remaining lock signals are still scanning. The ground insect swarm situation is chaotic. The docking window is extremely short. Only a brief docking window can be opened. Ground personnel must reach the designated docking area. The line sounded calm, but the meaning was blunt. The ship was coming, but it wasn't a universal lifeline. Miller, pressing the comms pack, whispered to Galus. In other words, the ship is up there. On the ground, we still have to handle this ourselves. Galus looked toward the derelict platform and replied, or do you expect it to crash down and pick you up? Ada pushed the information into Lei Jun's view. Silver Rose docking window extremely short. Ground docking conditions not satisfied. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on these two cues, not speaking. They had reached the edge of the reception zone, but the edge wasn't the airlock. The Silver Rose was still in the sky. There remained a segment of road to carry people up. Ada added a private channel. Medical supplies inventory low. Low priority tail squads are draining more stamina. Recommendation: continue restricting queue size. Lei Jun suppressed this note, not making it public. Around them, those low priority tails and peripheral crowds heard that the Silver Rose could dock and began to stir again. Can the ship really take us aboard? Can we board too? Let us get a little closer. The outer rings surged forward another step. The tail squad Rufus had just kept down, bucking again. The Marines' shoulder plates pressed against the core circle, muzzles lowered, and they did not retreat. Miller, clutching the comms pack, crouched beside SCV 3, nearly toppled by a servitor. Helena raised a hand and shouted, everyone stay still. Without orders, no one crosses the line. Rufus moved up, gun across his chest. If you want to board, you must first obey. Whoever pushes further, I'll put him down first. The one whose leg was crushed earlier is still lying back there. Think this through. That works better than arguing. The front runners who had pushed the hardest slowed, and a few surviving PDF remnants stepped forward, pushing people back one by one to the outer ring. Helena offered no more explanations. Now explanations were useless. First ensure the line holds, later there would be time for more. Once the perimeter quieted, distant insect swarm noises rose again from the far side. A rolling chorus reminded everyone this was not a true safe zone yet. Sebastian watched the scene and then glanced at the signal source on the comms pack. He spoke up to the ship, prioritized the core team of Lei Jun. Without them, I wouldn't have reached here. His words were steady. No one reminded him, and no one hesitated. Helena stood nearby, silent, only glancing at him once. The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied, priority, request recorded. Sebastian exhaled slowly. As if finally said all that he needed to say, Lei Jun didn't thank him. He simply looked toward the reception zone ahead. Ada, online. Do we still have anything capable of flight? Ada answered quickly. Current starport facilities are not fully available. Cannot produce heavy airborne units. Not equipped for large-scale airborne transport. Can utilize the derelict airport platform and SCV engineering capabilities to build a temporary transport docking module. This module can support short-term takeoffs and landings of medical transports, docking and maintenance. Cannot bear large-scale transport. This answer offered little comfort, but it would do. Lei Jun looked toward the distance where a sentinel tower of scrap ammo crates rose beside a derelict airport maintenance platform. The platform was rusted beyond recognition. An edge had collapsed, the ground split with wide cracks. Several broken beacon poles leaned all around, and none could light. That's all we have in hand. Sebastian also saw the platform, and his lips moved as if to speak. That thing, can it still be used? If it can't be used, fix it. Lei Jun said. If you can't fix it, tear it down and rebuild. He turned to issue orders. SCV 1, head to the platform edge and clear the debris. SCV 2, sweep the bottom layer's load-bearing structures. First, see if it can bear weight. SCV 3, stay in place, guard the communication anchor. Miller Huiding, don't leave. SCV 3. Medics, guard the casualty passage. Firebats, guard the side ditch. Goliath, cover the rear, watching the cargo square. 3 raiders, stay at the edge of the reception zone, watch the insect swarm. Marines, split into 2 squads, 1 with me to clear the platform, 1 to guard the core circle. After that, don't let the crowd approach the platform. Sebastian looked at Helena and Rufus. Anyone who breaches construction area, treat as a threat. Helena nodded. Understood. Rufus flashed a grin. Relax. If anyone dares to hinder the construction vehicles, I'll drag them back first. With the orders given, the team dispersed at once. SCV 1 roared forward toward the wrecked platform. Its tracks ground the rubble, pushing the loosened iron plates aside. SCV 2 followed, its mechanical arm probing the platform cracks, scanning the lower structure. A few Marines pressed forward with Lei Jun guns aimed toward the platform's shadow. That place had gone unused for so long. Broken light poles, old cables toppled, ammo trailers piled together. No one knew if there were insects inside or still living retreating soldiers. Sebastian stood where he was, watching Lei Jun take the SCVs toward the broken platform, instinctively taking a couple of steps after them. Helena whispered a reminder. Don't leave the protection zone. Sebastian halted. He watched the yellow engineering vehicle lifting scrap metal, then watched Lei Jun step to the platform's edge. Up to now, one thing was clear: Lei Jun never expected others to drag the path to his feet for nothing. He would only glance at what could still be used, and then have it repaired until it can be used. Ada's prompts popped again. Platform main lift axis jammed. Old lock posts destroyed, more than half. Temporary docking conditions still not met. Lei Jun watched the cracked ground, then glanced at the Silver Rose's countdown window. Time was short. The platform was rotten to the core. Yet there was at least one place to begin. Then we'll set it up on the spot, he said. First, repair this broken platform enough to carry people aboard. The window at In Xiangwei How had begun its countdown. The numbers pressed at Lei field of vision, ticking downward one by one. Beacon at Mi Li's end remained linked to the ship's channel. Every so often a terse status message came through. Rendezvous window shortened. Ground conditions not met. Please establish a transfer point promptly. Each line felt like a summons to act. AI to push the judgments into Lei Jun's private frequency. The In Xiangwei How cannot land directly in the chaotic airport zone. A small temporary transfer point should be set up to coordinate with medical transport aircraft for stage transfers. Lei Jun listened and asked no second time. He had long ceased hoping to squeeze a complete starport ruin. The ship would not land. People still had to go up. The only option was to fashion a usable passage in the middle. He distilled the contents from his private frequency into a single sentence and spoke it aloud. The In Xiangwei How cannot land. We must set up a temporary transfer point ourselves. Buck clicked his tongue beside him. So that means the ship has arrived, but there's no ladder. Weika looked at him. Close enough. We still have to weld a ladder on the spot. Lei Jun paid them no mind. His gaze fell on the abandoned starport maintenance platform at the edge of the rendezvous area. Most of the platform had collapsed. A half-broken freight lift sagged there, a long crack yawning along its edge. A few surviving guide piles stood crooked around, 2 of them only half intact. Broken concrete and rusting metal frameworks lay scattered across the ground. When the wind rose, severed cables rasped along the surface with grating noises. Beside the platform lay a strip of old track left undismantled. The electrical port rusted to a blackened hue, but AI just swept over it and marked a usable access point. Not dead, yet thus still useful. Lei Jun stepped to the platform's edge, crouched to inspect the old power socket, then turned his gaze to the half-broken lift. This thing was far from a complete starport. Yet what he sought was not a starport. If it could merely bring a medical transport aircraft near for a brief moment, secure the patients, and lift off this heap of scrap, would suffice. We won't build a starport, he said. Convert this broken platform instead. The words sounded like a joke. No one laughed. Up to now, they had relied on old service doors, stolen certified kiosks, makeshift ground beacons. Not a single stretch of the way had been handed to them. Now it was the same. Lei Jun began assigning 3 SCVs. Unit 1, clear debris. Expand the center of the platform. Enough for a medical transport aircraft to come close. Don't overdo it, save time. Unit 2, guard the wounded path. Construction on this side of the platform must not disturb the treatment line. Unit 3, continue guarding Mi Li's ground beacon. Hui Ding and Mi Lu must not leave Unit 3. The 3 tasks are clearly divided. Neither claimed another's task. Unit 1's SCV moved toward the platform. Its mechanical arm rose, and a construction tether anchor sprang from the head. The tether fixed into a toppled old tow truck, the hydraulic winch snapping taut. The derelict vehicle was hauled away with a roughness that scraped sparks from its undercarriage. The treads crushed the rubble, pushing loose iron plates aside. Usable thick plates were gathered into a pile. Broken frames were swept off the platform. Fat Uncle logged a message over the channel. Commander, the foundation hasn't rotted through yet. Make some space, something barely usable. Barely will do. Lei Jun said. Don't turn it into a hall. Unit 1's SCV continued at it. Little by little, the platform center was cleared. The space once choked with detritus yielded a still smooth patch of old metal floor. Unit 2 did not hurry after to join. It turned away to the outer side of the evacuee passage, its tracks snagging on the old position. Medics were still tending the casualties from that last skirmish. A severely injured man was hauled to the edge of the corridor, agony sending him crawling toward the platform. Unit 2's mechanical arm swung across, halting him from crossing the casualty line. The medic whispered softly, "Don't move, if you want to live, lie still." Rufus glanced at the platform from a distance, then redirected his attention to the crowd on the periphery. "What are you looking at? That area isn't a place you can squeeze into. If you want to board, keep your footing." Unit 3 remained immobile. Milu crouched beside it, continuing to watch the comms package and the makeshift beacon. Static filled the channel, but at least it hadn't died. A few lingering documents and junior officials remained at the starport. Seeing the platform yield, they drew nearer. They dared not hinder the Marines and shouted from a few meters away, "This is an airport asset. Cannot be occupied at will. This strip of platform hasn't been scrapped yet. Who told you to move it?" Helian Na stepped forward, her voice steady. "This is a wartime temporary transfer. Not to take over the starport. Use once returned, the process will be recorded under wartime regulations." She looked at the documents. "Now pursue this registration form. Or should we pursue who blocked the evacuees in front of the insect plague?" Those documents were blocked. An elder among them tried to press the point, but a person beside him tugged his sleeve. "Forget it. Who would bother with that form now?" Sebastian stood at the platform entrance before the low permission interface, attaching his family authentication chain. This time he did not need to shout for permissions nor explain his identity under the gun's barrel. He simply completed an authorization action. The panel flashed. A line in low Gothic script sprang forth. The platform's low permission interface is open. "Open," Sebastian said. His voice was still taut, but steadier than before. Lei Jun stepped into the platform's core, eyeing the main elevation shaft. The shaft was jammed midway. Its surface was black with rust, a half-burned chain still coiled around it. Unit 1's arm extended, giving it a push, but the lifting shaft would not budge. Nearby, the guide post used to lock the transport plane's approach snapped in half. The crack revealed a charred wiring harness. Several old indicator lamp domes lay shattered, the insides gray with ash. AI deflagged 2 problems. The main lift axis jammed, reason unknown. The guide post fractured, currently cannot achieve precise docking. Until repaired, the medical transport aircraft could not dock safely. Lei Jun frowned as he studied the warning. Buck leaned close to the fractured guide post, studying it for a moment. "This thing will take some effort to fix." Lei Jun raised his gaze to the countdown in his field of view. "There's no time to repair it slowly. If you can connect, connect. If you can't, strip a retrofit from the side." Unit 1's SCV cast its work lamp into the crevice of the lift shaft. Inside lodged a deformed locking pin with half-bent armor plate. Fat Uncle cursed. "Found the jam point. Somebody exploded here before. If the locking pin has slipped." Lei Jun turned his head to the surroundings. Old freight lift, broken guide posts, jammed locking pin. There was also a heap of scrap metal dumped by the noble convoys. The pieces were rotten, yet salvageable enough. "Good," he said. "First cut out the locking pin. Take off the missing half of the guide post from the scrap truck. If it shines, it's enough. Don't need to be pretty." Seba Si Dian stood by the interface, watching Lei Jun issue orders one after another, not daring to ask a word. Through this journey, he gradually understood one thing. Lei Jun never spoke of trouble lightly. But when trouble appeared, he always sought a foothold to tackle it. AI's countdown still ticked. The window on the Yin How continued to shrink. Beneath him, the broken platform had just yielded a footing enough for a person to stand. Lei Jun fixed his gaze on the jammed lift, then on the broken guidepost. Start the work, he said. First make this scrap able to lift a person into the air. At Lei Jun's command, work officially began on the ruined platform. The mess on the platform was even worse than it appeared from afar. Several land carriages abandoned by fleeing nobles lay scattered in the center. The paint on the carriages still gleamed, and the intricate carvings on their bodies were exquisite, yet the doors were dented and deformed. Inside, half the seats had been burned through, and a blood-stained silk cloth still hung from the backrest. Ammo crates were piled in the corner. Some had already been pried open, while others remained sealed with wax. Nearby, several corpses that had not been moved in time lay stiff and frozen in their final positions. A broken lifting chain hung from the edge of the platform. The chain had turned black, with rust crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Scattered around the platform were numerous personal belongings. Silk jewelry boxes, wax-sealed document tubes, and a stack of unburned papers all lay mixed in with the rubble. In the distance toward the cargo plaza, a few thin trails of black smoke continued to rise. Buck kicked the ammo crate at his feet, frowning. These nobles fled in such haste. They left behind quite a lot of things, though. What they left was all usable. Lei Jun said, "Clear the area first." Ada marked the platform structure into his vision. Executable project, clear obstacles. Executable project, weld load-bearing points. Executable project, set up temporary guide lights. Note: platform load capacity has not been confirmed. Using explosives is not recommended. Lei Jun glanced at the ammo crates in the corner. Don't blow them up. Uncle used cable anchors to drag them. The first SCV raised its mechanical arm, and the engineering cable anchor shot out, piercing into the chassis of a land carriage. The hydraulic winch tightened. The carriage was dragged away with force, its undercarriage scraping against the ground and producing a harsh metallic screech. The carved family crest on the roof tilted and fell crashing into the pile of rubble. No one went to retrieve it. The second carriage was jammed even tighter. The first SCV used its cutting head to make 2 slices along the frame, splitting the deformed body in 2, then dragged the pieces away one by one. The fat uncle reported progress over the channel. These carriages are taking up space. Once cleared, we'll have a much larger flat area. Hurry up, Lei Jun said. Don't repair the carriages, clear the path. The first SCV continued working. Usable thick iron plates were set aside. Scrapped frames and shattered casings were pushed over the edge of the platform. Several airport workers were summoned by Helena to carry the corpses to the outer side of the platform, forbidden from stacking them in the construction zone. A young worker paused as he passed the corpses. Beside him, an older worker murmured softly, "Don't look. Finish carrying them and move on." The second SCV did not leave the wounded passage. Its tracks were positioned on the outer side of the passage, with its mechanical arm extended across, blocking anyone who might try to sneak into the construction zone. A wounded man heard the work starting on the platform and struggled to lift his head, but a medic pressed him back down. "Don't move. If you keep moving around like this now, you won't be boarding the ship later." Rufus shouted from the rear of the line. "Stay away from the platform. Whoever blocks the SCV from working will be held responsible. That iron thing won't ask your name when it rolls over you." Several people who had originally wanted to crowd around to watch immediately retreated to the outer circle. From the direction of the distant cargo plaza, the movement of the bug swarm grew increasingly dense. Occasional erratic shots came from the PDF remnants. Bullets struck the distant ruins, sending up showers of gravel. Lei Jun did not wait for the enemy to get close before reacting. He pushed the defensive line forward in advance. Marines, hold the firing line. Don't loosen up on the front. Raider units only target anything approaching the platform. Don't chase after distant targets and waste ammunition. Fireflies, cover the lower ditches on the sides. As soon as the orders were given, the team moved immediately. Marines pressed forward to the front of the platform, their gun barrels pointing outward through the gaps in the wreckage. 3 Raider units positioned themselves at the front left, their grenade launchers held steady rather than swept around, focusing only on the larger targets approaching the platform. The Fireflies took up positions at the edge of the lower ditches. The Goliath's cannon turned toward the distant ruins. 2 heavy armored beetles emerged from the dust and debris, cautiously approaching the platform, but were knocked over by a single concussion grenade from the Raiders. Marines provided covering fire, eliminating the smaller units following behind. From a ruin in the distance, sporadic gunfire erupted. The Goliath's cannon pivoted and fired, collapsing both the sandbags and half the wall in one blast. The Fireflies held their positions along the side ditches, periodically sweeping their short flame bursts to push back the small bugs crawling along the ditch edges. Meanwhile, work on the platform continued. Helena stood at the platform's edge, addressing the group of airport workers who had been temporarily summoned. "This is an emergency requisition during wartime. Move cables, drag light boxes, clear the platform edges. Those who work efficiently will get priority in the subsequent evacuation queue. Those unwilling to work can step back to the outer circle." She glanced toward the distant insect swarm. There's no shortage of people in the outer circle right now. Several workers' expressions darkened, but no one dared to push back. They picked up cables and dragged old light boxes scattering in small groups to the platform edges. An older worker muttered under his breath, "These people are better than those from the governor's mansion. At least they give us a chance to survive." The person beside him quickly tugged at him. "Keep your voice down. Work." A few remaining scribes from the airport stood in the distance, their expressions grim. Someone opened their mouth to speak, but after receiving a sharp glance from Helena, swallowed their words. After clearing most of the carriages in the center of the platform, the No. 1 SCV turned toward the main lift shaft. The cutting head made contact. Blue-white electric arcs flared and metal fragments splattered outward with crackling sounds. Several Marines sidestepped to avoid the sparks, their gun barrels still pointed into the platform shadows. A cut appeared on the shaft body. Exposed within were a deformed lock pin and a partially burned warped armor plate. The fat uncle cursed. "We found the jam point." Lei Jun took a look. "Cut it out. Don't damage the wiring underneath." The No. 1 SCV lowered its cutting angle. The mechanical arm slowly extended inward, pulling out the deformed lock pin. The pin was stuck fast. As it was dragged out, the entire lift shaft shuddered, and the grinding sound made everyone's teeth ache. Finally, the shaft loosened slightly. Ada marked another section of old power lines. Old power lines still show a faint response. Load capacity is limited but can support temporary guide lights. Connecting heavy equipment is not recommended due to overload risks. Lei Jun converted the warning into an order. This section of wire can be used, only connect guide lights. Don't force hang anything onto the lift shaft. A few airport workers understood the second half and quickly dragged the cables over. The No. 1 SCV connected to the temporary interface. Several old light boxes along the platform edge flickered once, then gradually lit up with dim yellow light. The lights were not bright. They flickered on and off. But at least they could give the transport aircraft above a reference point. Buck looked at those few lights and clicked his tongue. "This can be considered a docking point." Victor replied. "As long as the ship can see them, that's enough." "Do you want them to lay out a red carpet?" Lei Jun ignored their banter. "Report status." Ada reported back. "Platform obstacle clearance progress, over half done. Temporary guide lights, 3 installed. Main lift shaft jam point partially cleared. Perimeter defenses holding steady." Lei Jun checked the countdown timer. Time was still ticking down. The platform had barely been cleared from the scrap metal heap into a space where people could stand. It was still far from ready to receive transport aircraft. Sebastian stood at the entrance watching the No. 1 SCV drag away the last half of the carriage frame. Airport workers bent over pulling cables. Medics held down the wounded behind them. Marines fired from nearby. Sparks, gunfire, and shouts all mixed together. In the estate projects he had seen before, merely sealing the site and signing documents would take several days. Here no one waited for approvals, and no one laid out red carpets. What could be moved was moved, what could be dismantled was dismantled, and what blocked the way was dragged away first. Greynail stayed close to the No. 3 SCV, listening to the sounds coming from beneath the platform. At first things seemed relatively stable, but not long after the few guide lights had lit up, his expression suddenly changed. He squatted down and pressed his hand against the edge of a crack in the ground. From below came a wet, sticky crawling sound. It was not metal loosening, nor was it the lift shaft bouncing back. That sound was dense and countless, drilling up from beneath the platform. Greynail looked up and shouted, "The sound is wrong. It's not coming from outside." Ada's markers immediately appeared. Biological signals detected. Source maintenance shaft at the platform base. Confirmed bug swarm is drilling into the platform interior from the maintenance shaft. Quantity unknown, signals are dense. Lei Jun's expression darkened. The outer defenses had just stabilized, and these creatures had already found another path. They were coming up from underneath their feet. Buck stepped back, staring at the ground beneath him. "There are passages down there." "Maintenance shafts," Lei Jun said. "Left behind by the people who built the platform." He glanced at the newly lit guide lights, then looked down at this freshly cleared area. The lights had barely gone on, and movement started from below. These creatures picked their timing perfectly. Marines locate the shaft openings. Fireflies, hold your fire first. Confirm whether there are wires and ammo crates nearby. No. 1 SCV, stop the lift shaft and prepare to seal the well. No. 3. Protect the beacon. Miller, don't lose the connection. He raised his gun, fixing his gaze on the increasingly dense activity emerging from the cracks in the platform floor. They're circling around to the bottom. Find the holes first. When the maintenance wellhead exploded, the platform floor shuddered beneath it. A dark mass of small creatures surged upward from the depths. They did not attack the people first. The vanguard skittered along the ground, slithering past the Marines positioned in front and heading straight for the freshly welded guideposts. A few more rushed toward the newly spliced power cables along the platform's edge. Several airport workers, terrified, dropped their cables and stumbled backward. Victor grabbed the nearest one and shoved him toward the inner core perimeter. Move. Clear the way. Gillis halted his inspection and looked up, fixing his gaze on the wellhead. Lei Jun watched for only 2 seconds before he understood. They aren't targeting us. They're targeting the platform. Ada's annotations pressed into his field of view. Behavioral deviation detected. Threat entities are prioritizing proximity to high-heat welding points, energized lines, and newly activated guideposts. Assessment: the hostile swarm is attempting to sabotage engineering nodes. Lei Jun's expression darkened. These creatures likely had no concept of what a connection point was. Yet they had zeroed in on the freshly lit lamps, the newly spliced wires, and the exact spots where the SCVs had just welded. Complications enough. Buck cursed under his breath. How do they even pick their targets? You don't need to know, Lei Jun said. Wherever they aim, we hold that line. He immediately revised his orders. Marines sweep low. Focus fire on anything skirting the ground. Firebats seal the wellhead. Don't let anything from inside surface again. Raiders watch the heavy ones. If something breaches the platform, suppress it immediately. Goliaths hold the outer rim. Keep your long-range fire down so nothing can rise. The moment the commands rang out, the firing lines across the platform shifted instantly. The Marines lowered their barrels, Gauss rounds sweeping just above the ground. The lead creatures were pinned in place, their carapaces shattering and scattering across the floor. 2 toxin sac units swelled their bodies as they crawled toward the welding point. The firebat did not spray recklessly. It waited until they moved away from the power lines before laying down a controlled burst of flame. The tongues of fire swept the wellhead's rim, forcing the toxin sacs back. The corrosive mist detonated near the mouth, but never reached the guideposts. A suicide bomber strain skittered along the ground straight for the guidepost. The Marines picked their shots and fired. A Gauss round pierced its distended abdomen. The explosion erupted outside the guidepost, showering rubble against the platform edge. The light box shuddered but did not topple. Another bomber flanked around toward the power cables. A raider lobbed a shock grenade. It detonated mid-air, splattering black fluid across the deck. SCV Unit 2 did not abandon the casualty corridor. Its mechanical arms swept forward, propping up discarded car door panels along the passage to shield against the spraying venom. The door panels hissed and smoked as they bore the corrosion. Not a drop of venom breached the casualty line. A voice came from the command cabin. Everyone fall back. Don't stick your faces out there to catch the spray. Those at the rear cowered backward in fear. One worker's cable slipped from his fingers and hit the floor. Helena turned her head and looked at him. Pick it up. The worker froze. Helena did not raise her voice. If you drop it now, the shuttle won't be able to dock later. You won't be leaving either. The worker clenched his teeth, bent down, retrieved the cable, and dragged it toward the designated spot. Meanwhile, the medic team was already in full motion. Several low-clearance stragglers had been grazed by the toxic mist, blisters rose on their skin, and they screamed in pain. A white-armored medic pressed down on a man's arm, while a cold laser traced the wound's perimeter. Those who can still walk get treated first. Those who can't stand move to the rear. A worker with worse injuries tried to cut in line, but was held back by 2 others. No one cursed. No one explained. They all knew the rule by now. Supplies were insufficient. Those who could keep moving with the squad would survive. Greynail stayed close to SCV Unit 3. He crouched low, pressing his palm against a fracture in the platform, listened for a moment, then frowned. There's another one. He pointed to a loose patch of ground on the platform's right side. The space beneath it is hollow too. SCV Unit 3 immediately extended its arm, hooked the beacon's base, and dragged it back half a step. Miller clutched his comms pack and retreated with them. The beacon line went taut for an instant before SCV-3 steadied it again. The channel held. Lei Jun turned his gaze to where Grey Nail was pointing. Fine black fluid seeped from the edge of that ground, and something was still stirring below. Unit 1. Set down the guidepost base first. Then seal that hole. SCV-1 turned on a dime. It set down its current fixture, ran its tracks over the shattered shells, and extended its arm toward the compromised ground. The cutting head ripped back the deformed iron plating around the perimeter. Beneath it lay a dark, gaping seam of the maintenance well. A few small bugs began to claw their way out, only to be shattered by low-profile Marine fire. SCV-1 dragged a thick plate over from nearby and secured it over the opening. The welding torch ignited. Blue-white arcs traced the plate's edges in a continuous sweep. Sparks erupted across the deck. The hole was welded shut bit by bit. Grey Nail remained pressed to the ground, listening. He waited a moment before calling out. Nothing's moving on this side. But something is still crawling beneath it. Keep watch, Lei Jun said. Don't let them open a third breach. The swarm at the wellhead continued to push outward. The firebat held the main entrance. Short bursts of flame drove the toxin sacs back, preventing them from crossing the defensive line. The 3 raiders fired with precision, focusing only on the larger silhouettes. A mutated heavy-armored bug slammed half its body through a side aperture of the maintenance well. Before it could fully crest the platform, a shock grenade sent it crashing back into the dark. A Goliath swiveled its cannon along the outer rim. When rifle fire flickered in the distant ruins, it responded with a single round, silencing the threat. The battle did not last long. Yet every single second hung on the platform's survival. The last few bugs attempting to claw their way out were driven back into the well by the firebat's flames. SCV-1 pushed a heavy plate against the main wellhead's rim. The welding torch pressed close. Blue lights swept around in concentric circles. The primary shaft was sealed shut. Only a carpet of black carapace, ruptured toxin sacs, and undried bodily fluids remained on the platform. The stench tightened throats. The Marines did not lower their weapons. They swept the platform seams once more. Only after confirming nothing else was emerging did they shift their aim back to the perimeter. Lei Jun stared at the newly sealed main shaft, then glanced at the beacon beside SCV-3. The lights were still on, and the lines remained intact. Ada began her tally. Platform underlayer threats neutralized. Main maintenance shaft sealed. Lateral breaches reinforced and welded. Medical supply inventory declining steadily. Beacon signal stable. The final entry was at least promising. The preceding lines were the cost of victory. The medic team showed no sign of stopping. A white-armored combat medic pushed a treated casualty back into line and immediately grasped the arm of the next patient. One Marine muttered, "How much longer can we hold out?" The white-armored medic did not look up. "Until the medicines run out." "Don't drop until then." The Marine fell silent. Miller still stood guard by the beacon. Suddenly, a fractured voice cut through the channel. Silver Rose. First shuttle. Attempting to dock. Requesting ground lock signal. Must remain stable for 60 seconds. Miller's fingers tightened instantly around his comms pack. They need 60 seconds of stable lock. The words rippled across the platform, and everyone at the edges paused. The swarm had just been targeting the lights, the lines, and the beacon. And now the Silver Rose demanded exactly that. Sebastian clutched his cipher box and looked to Lei Jun. Helena also halted her work, waiting for his order. Lei Jun scanned the platform. The main wellhead was just sealed. The guide lights still flickered. The power cables hung together by a thread. More casualties had arrived at the medic station. But the defensive line held. The beacon was still active. "We hold this line whether we can or not," he said. "Treat these 60 seconds like a full battle." He raised his hand and rearranged the formations. Marines fall back to the front. Raiders cover the flanks. Firebat watch the wellhead. Goliath oversee perimeter fire. SCV-1 guard the lock post and weld points. SCV-2 defend the casualty corridor. SCV-3 protect the beacon. Lei Jun looked at Miller. "You just keep the channel steady. Ignore everything else." Miller nodded, his face pale, but his grip never loosened. Personnel on the platform shifted into their new positions. The lights still flickered. The fresh welds at the wellhead still radiated heat. The 60 seconds had not yet begun. Every man already had his barrel and tools firmly planted in place. Milu pressed the comms pack, his voice tight with worry. "In Xiangwei how requires ground lock. 60 seconds. AIDA's countdown," crowded Lei Jun. "Ground lock signal countdown 60 seconds." The numbers began to tick down. The lights on the platform. The newly welded maintenance hatch steamed in the thick with the acrid scent of burnt material and ruptured toxin sacs. Lei Jun didn't spare a glance for the numbers. 60 seconds wasn't long, but in a place like this 60 seconds could mean death for several rounds. SCV-3, guard me Lu and the comms pack. No one is to approach the beacon. SCV-1, stabilize the locking pins and weld points. If the welds crack again, repair immediately. SCV-2, guard the casualty passage. Do not let people push into the platform in the confusion. Marines, hug the edge of the platform, lower your stance. Those crawling along the ground, shoot them first. 3 raiders engage the heavy armor frontally. Don't let the big one touch the locking zone. Firebats seal the side shaft. Keep your eyes on that opening. Gulia those scattered firing points in the distant ruins. Shoot them down when you see gunfire. Orders came one after another. The people on the platform moved at once. SCV-1, press the mechanical arm against the locking pin. Do not retract the welder. SCV-2 is wedged at the casualty passage tracks, blocking half the way. SCV-3 guards me Lu and Hui Ding the mechanical arm hanging low to shield the comms pack and beacon base. Marines spread to the platform edges, guns braced low. 3 raiders are pinned at the front. Firebats guard the side shaft nozzle aimed at that recently sealed seam. Gulia swivels the cannon, focusing on the distant ruins. Baku and Wei Ku stand at the edge of the core circle. They didn't rush forward to claim position, only watching the workers and the rear guard ready to prevent anyone from breaking for the platform. Those makeshift guiding lamps along the platform edge lit up, and the spaceport's remaining documents couldn't stay silent any longer. A low-ranked officer in a dirty uniform raised the old registration form and shouted to the Marines, "This is illegal docking. Without authorization from the governor's office, you may not enable airport facilities on your own. You are violating airport management regulations." The Marines blocked him from approaching. With a flick of her pauldron, Lian Na blocked him from the platform edge. She stepped forward, her voice low. Wartime Evacuation Regulations, Article 11. The transport of wounded and essential personnel takes precedence over routine administrative procedures. She glanced at the registration form. That sheet in your hand can only prove you haven't run yet. If you push any further, I'll treat it as disruption of evacuation. The low-ranked official's lips moved, but he didn't dare shout again. Sebastian affixed the family authentication chain to the temporary panel. The panel flashed once. He looked up at the spaceport documents. Kasitelon family confirms this merchant short haul. Lei Jun's core squad priority. This statement is steadier than before. He did not tremble. He did not hide behind Lian Na. The documents exchanged glances and finally retreated. Mila kept his eyes on the comms pack, counting aloud. 46, 45, 44. A deep engine sound rolled from the distant sky. At the rear, someone looked up first. Then the workers on the platform could not help but look toward the sky. The Marines did not move. Their muzzles stayed braced along the platform edge. Lei Jun did not look up for long either. He only saw a dull gray shuttle press down from the smoke above. The hull wasn't large. It had no turret and no missile launcher. 2 docking pods hung from its belly, 1 medical pod, 1 personnel cargo pod. The hull bore a few fresh scuffs, showing this descent hadn't been easy. It wasn't a fighter jet. It looked more like the Yin Xiangwei House lifeboat released in an emergency. The hull sat low as if dragged downward by the surrounding spore fog and turbulence. It did not land. It hovered briefly above the platform. The engine roar lowered, blowing dust and scraps of paper across the platform. Huiding pressed close to SCV 3, glancing upward. "Is this what the ship sent?" "Looks quite rough indeed." Wei Ku replied. "As long as it can haul people. And you want to ride in a noble carriage." The shuttle pressed lower. The belly hatch opened, 2 docking lines dangling down. 1 medical pod descended to the platform edge first. The adjacent personnel pod lowered its bottom clamps, snapping open in rows. SCV-1's mechanical arm immediately pressed against the locking pin. The pin trembled. A spark flew from the weld. Fat Uncle cursed over the channel. "Don't shake it, I just welded you on." The welding torch flared to life. He patched another weld at the base of the locking pin. The 2 pods sank a notch. Click. The locking groove held. Mila shouted, 30, 29. Right then a roar of shouts erupted from the rear. "There really is a ship coming to take us. Let us through. Let me go first, I can still walk." The crowd on the outer ring pressed toward the platform. The rear guard with limited clearance was shoved back a few steps. The Marines braced the core circle with their shoulder armor, not retreating. Their muzzles stayed on the platform edge. Fu-Si charged forward, his rifle stock slamming into the foremost man's shoulder. The man cried out, dropping to the ground. Fu-Si stepped on the nearby dropped package and roared, "Back off. This thing can't handle so many of you in one go. Whoever pushes forward again, I will make him lie on the ground and wait for the next batch." The people ahead are still bracing the line. "You lot have disrupted the platform, and the ships behind won't dock." With that, the outer ring finally stopped. No one dared push into the platform any longer. Lian Na added, "Those who breach the docking zone will be treated as threats. Those who obey the queue will preserve the right to later transfers." Fu-Si looked back at her. "You speak in flowery terms. But it works." Lian Na ignored him and continued to watch the queue. Mili's counting continued, 20, 19, 18. There was more movement around the platform. Several small creatures crawled out from beneath the wreckage and were swept away by the Marines' low-angle fire as soon as they appeared. Behind the smoke, heavy shapes pressed forward. 3 raiders opened fire simultaneously. Shock grenades hammered the area, pinning those heavy armored beetles outside the lock zone. Their leg claws scraped the ground, but they could not cross into the lock area. Fire bats guarded the side shaft. A dark silhouette just appeared at the shaft lip, and a short flame hissed downward. The burnt smell thickened once more. Gunfire erupted from the distant ruins. Goliath turned the cannon toward the distant ruins. 1 shot collapsed the ruined wall, and the gunfire behind it ceased. Mili's voice grew tighter. 10, 9, 8. The 2 pods remained latched to the locking pins. The docking lines stretched taut. The SCV-1's mechanical arm pressed down on the base to keep it from wobbling. 6, 5, 4. The platform area around now echoed with gunfire engine noise and Mili's counting. 3, 2, 1. The red light on the locking pin flickered, then turned green. Milu roared. "Locked." The pilot's voice crackled over the shuttle's comms. "Ground lock complete. Medical pod and personnel pod may connect. First round dock 2 pods. Platform lock continues to stabilize. Xiangwei, how will continue releasing craft. Spore fog concentration is rising. Ground fire residuals haven't been cleared yet. Move quickly, don't waste time at the exits. The medical pod and the personnel pod opened simultaneously. The medical pod held stretchers and a simple life support frame. The personnel pod contained fold-down seats and restraints. The space was cramped, but it could fit people. The white-armored medical team looked around the pod, then toward Lei Jun. First batch of evacuees. Everyone on the platform turned their attention. The rear guard fell quiet for a moment. Sebastian clutched the password box to his chest, lips pressed tight. Helian Na recorded on the spot. The first shuttle connected. Medical pod and personnel pod available. First round of transfers begin. Who goes first? Lei Jun studied the two open pods, then glanced at the rear guard outside the platform that hadn't yet fully steadied. The ship is here, but the sequence cannot be random. One misstep, and the following craft will be cut off. Lei Jun raised a hand to stop those who still looked forward. Everyone stay calm. For the first batch I'll pick. Anyone not named stay in place. He surveyed the cold white lights inside the medical pod and the personnel pod. There are more ships coming. Whoever dares to grab a position, I will ensure he never boards a ship in this lifetime. After the two pods opened, the edge of the platform grew noticeably quieter. One was a medical pod. Inside were stretcher locks and a basic life support frame. The other was a personnel cargo bay. Folded seats lined the hull walls with enough space in the middle for a few small crates. This place hardly qualified as comfortable, but it was better than staying on Cullis ground. Lei Jun stood at the pod entrance and called out names directly. Those critically injured but salvageable, enter the medical pod. Those lightly injured and still able to sit, enter the personnel cargo bay. One case of medical consumables backup, send it up. Communication anchor spare parts, load them in. Sebastian's password box backup interface packed separately. He glanced at the airport workers standing near the platform edge. Those who can repair equipment, pick 4. Those who can walk on their own and follow orders, add another batch. Don't overcrowd the hatch. This roster was not organized by status. Nobles, clerks, PDF operatives, workers. None of those distinctions came first here. What mattered was whether they could keep the subsequent shuttle line running. Hilyena stood nearby, recording evidence on the spot. First batch short shuttle priorities: critically injured but salvageable personnel, lightly injured, and mobile personnel. Key medical backups, communication anchor spare parts, Castellan certification interface components, 4 technical personnel. She paused, then added one more thing. Remaining personnel will be filtered through subsequent shuttle batches. Sebastian held his password box and stood beside the pod. He glanced toward the personnel cargo bay. That glance was brief, but Lei Jun still caught it. No need to look. You are not in the first batch. Sebastian raised his head. Lei Jun pointed to the password box in his arms. You are the authentication core. If you leave first, the shuttle line breaks. When the next shuttle arrives, who grants it access? There was no room for discussion. Sebastian's fingers tightened around the edge of the password box, but he finally gave a single nod. I stay. Hilyena added firmly. This is the correct order. If you board now, you are merely one fewer fleeing noble. If you remain here, the subsequent queue retains its legal docking port. Sebastian offered no objection. He looked toward the blood-stained ground beside the medical pod. The PDF operative who had died protecting the communication anchor had already been dragged past the platform edge. The man had not made it to the ship, but the signal had made it. He at least still had the chance to stand here. The medical team had already begun loading the wounded. 2 critically injured men were carried onto stretchers. One abdominal wound had not fully stopped bleeding. A white-armored medic pushed the stretcher while using a cold laser to cauterize the bleeding edge. The other was semi-conscious, muttering words no one could understand. The medic beside him spoke softly. Don't move. We'll treat you once we're aboard. SCV-02 extended a mechanical arm from the casualty passage, steadying both sides of the stretcher. It did not venture far from the passage, only carrying the stretcher to the medical pod's docking position. Click. The first stretcher locked into place. Click. The second stretcher was secured as well. The medical team checked the fasteners once more. Then they slid a medical backup case beneath the stretchers. Keep this case from tipping. It contains nano reserves and hemostatic packs. A voice came back from the SCV-02 cockpit. Don't worry, it won't fall. The personnel cargo bay was even more crowded. For airport technicians sat at the rear clutching toolboxes. Several low-clearance passengers from the tail queue were buckled into folded seats. Knees nearly pressed against the backs of those in front. A few lightly injured were squeezed into side seats. Their faces were pale, but none cried out. Getting aboard was already considered survival. The communication anchor backup was handed over personally by Miller. He pressed the package tightly. Don't crush this thing. If it breaks, I can't replace it. An airport technician took it, carried it into the personnel cargo bay, and stowed it in the fixed compartment beneath the seat. Sebastian's password box backup interface was packed separately into a small crate. He lashed at himself. The quiet click drew glances from several waiting passengers. Lei Jun swept his eyes across them. What are you looking at? That is not a seat for people. The few who had started to speak fell silent immediately. The commotion from the tail queue could not be suppressed. As the two pods filled gradually, those on the outer ring grew increasingly desperate. Someone cried out, "Take me with you. I'm still useful. Just one more slot." A woman clutching a child pushed forward, blocked twice by those around her, yet she refused to step back. The child began to cry from the squeezing. The woman wept, as well, her voice raw and hoarse. "My child is still so young. Please let him go up." Rufus stepped forward and pressed his rifle horizontally across his chest. "The list is set. No one is added." The woman tried to lunge forward again. Rufus reached out, gripped her shoulder, and forced her back behind the line. "If you rush now, the entire pod descends into chaos. If the hatch won't close, no one inside can leave either. Do you want this entire batch to die here?" The woman clutched her child tighter and stopped pushing forward. Hilyena walked over and glanced at the child in her arms. "Names." The woman hesitated. Hilyena repeated it. "Yours and your child's names." The woman whispered them out. Hilyena recorded them on the spot, added to the subsequent screening queue. "Whether either of you boards depends on the next batch's capacity and Lei Jun's priority order." This was no guarantee, but it was at least not being left outside with no hope. The woman retreated with her child into the crowd, no longer charging forward. Rufus turned and cursed sharply. "Did you all see that? If you want to live, stand in line. Anyone who rushes only erases their own name from the list." The two pods filled rapidly. The medical pod contained 2 critically injured stretchers. 3 lightly injured passengers who could sit were squeezed alongside. The personnel cargo bay held 4 technicians, 6 tail queue passengers, and 2 PDF soldiers with minor wounds too severe to walk far. 1 medical backup case was wedged beneath the stretchers. Communication anchor spares and the password box backup interface were secured separately in shockproof compartments. Every remaining space was filled with small tool kits and cable bundles. A white armored medic stepped back from the medical pod hatch and tapped the hull wall twice. "Full. Pack it any tighter and the locks won't close." Lei Jun glanced at the crowd still waiting outside. "Close the hatches. First batch departs now." The hatch door sealed on both pods. The docking cables began retracting. The shuttle engine roar returned. The medical pod and personnel cargo bay were lifted by suspension cables slowly drawn into the shuttle belly. The hull scraped past dust above the platform, shaking the temporary guide lights into constant flicker. SCV-01 remained stationed beside the locking pylon. The pylon base groaned under strain. The portly old man stared at the weld seams, grumbling. "Move, move, move. Pull 2 more times, and this damn pylon needs rewelding." The shuttle finally broke free from the platform. Docking cables retracted. It did not climb high, only skimming just above the haze of dust, heading toward the rendezvous direction given by the Silver Rose. Box stared at the fading dot and exhaled deeply. It actually flew away. Victor did not share the relief. "Let's see if it makes it alive first." Lei Jun did not keep watching the sky. No sooner had the shuttle departed than he turned his attention back to the ground defense line. The Marine units still held the platform edge. 3 raiders still held the front. Fire Banshees guarded the flank wells. Goliath cannons still trained on the distant ruins. As long as these held, the ground line would not collapse. Ada's alert pressed into the private channel. "First shuttle pod batch has cleared ground threat range. Entering Silver Rose rendezvous trajectory." Lei Jun did not broadcast the message. Seconds later, a voice came through Miller's frequency from the shuttle pilot. "First shuttle batch successful. Repeat, first shuttle batch successful. Pods have entered Silver Rose docking channel." The tension coiling on the platform finally loosened slightly, but the next words followed quickly. "Window is shorter than estimated. Spore fog density continues rising. Residual ground anti-air fire has not been fully neutralized. If platform locking stability holds, Silver Rose will continue launching shuttles." Miller gripped his communication pack and demanded, "How many more can it send?" Static hissed sharply through the channel. Silver Rose responded with a colder voice. "Based on current window estimates, the first round can still deploy 3 to 4 shuttlecraft. If the platform locking pylons remain stable, additional personnel pods can be accommodated. But I must warn ground, Silver Rose cannot evacuate the entire airport. Only the current shuttle queue and essential personnel will be extracted." Those words fell, and the crowd beyond the platform went still for a moment, then erupted into louder unrest. There was still hope, but not everyone rushing forward would make it aboard. Sebastian stood where he was, hand still gripping the password box. He looked out at the long line of waiting people. 3 to 4 shuttlecraft, if order held enough, could be evacuated. If chaos broke out, no one would leave. Lei Jun watched the queue without offering comfort. Nor did he speak pretty words. He raised a hand to silence the growing noise. "Listen clearly. There are still ships. but seats must be earned by order. He looked toward Helena Rufus and Miller. Next batch reorganize. Critical wounded first, then technicians, then those who can maintain discipline. Those who charge blindly will be removed. Rufus knocked his rifle butt against the ground. Did you hear that? Rushing now is not fighting for a seat. It's fighting for death. Lei Jun glanced upward at the direction where the shuttle had vanished. Then he looked back at the dark mass of people beyond the platform. The first batch was gone. More shuttles were coming. This shuttle line must not break. The first batch of short shuttle boats vanished into the smoke and dust above, and the crowd platform did quiet for long, for everyone had heard it. Behind them more boats remained. 3 to 4 more craft with room to add crew pods. The moment the words, "there are more boats behind," spread, it caused more trouble than "there's no space." The crowd that had just been pressed down began to press forward again. The unrest at the tail end, which had just been quieted, rose again bit by bit. Some people stood on tiptoe looking toward the sky. Some muttered under their breath, and a few governor's office clerks' papers pressed toward the front of the queue. Lu Fusi kicked over the frontmost broken crate. It struck the ground, spilling several old registration papers. He lowered the gun. Whoever steps forward, another step roll out of the queue. The ships aren't here yet, don't rush to die. The clerks' faces darkened, but none dared move again. Lei Jun stood by the locking posts, watching the direction the first batch of shuttle boats departed. AI Das Q remained in sight. The first shuttle run is complete. Helena Na rearranged the order. Helena Na stepped forward at once. She didn't ask on what basis to arrange. The earlier batch had already set the rules: those who can move and endure, and thus support the rear evacuation. These 3 guidelines are more useful than rank. Mild injuries that can be self-secured may proceed in the second batch. Airport technicians continue to be brought in. The tail group will enter in numbered order. Those who rush into the docking area will be eliminated. Her voice was soft, but every word was clear. A bystander couldn't help but cry out, "Why should low-ranked people be allowed on too?" Helena Na turned to look. It was a governor's office clerk, *, 2 buttons missing, yet he clutched an old seal. "What do you mean?" Helena Na looked at him. "Because they didn't rush the line just now. Because they can still move people, lay lines, and fend off the bugs. It's not handed to him. It's he who brought the docking line out. You didn't have it." Those words left the clerks utterly silent. "The Castellan family confirms the order for this shuttle run." His voice still tight. "Ground command is entrusted to Lei Jun." The clerk's face changed. "Master, you're handing noble credentials to an outsider armed force." Sebastian looked at him. "Not handing it to him. It's him who pulled the docking line. You didn't have it." These words left the clerks utterly silent. Lei Jun glanced back at him. Sebastian clutched the cipher box, fingers still tight. But this time he did not flinch. "Milu," Lei Jun cried out. Milu immediately pressed the comms pack. "Understood. Asking Xiangwei how when the second craft will arrive." Milu lowered his head to tune the channel. A crackle hissed through, and In Xiangwei Hao's reply came through in fits and starts. "The second shuttle is on the way. Load out 1 medical pod, 2 personnel pods. Ground lock must be maintained. Do not switch off the guiding lights." Mila looked up. "The second craft carries 3 pods. 3. The crowd outside the platform stirred again, not rushing but coming alive. The woman who had retreated hugged her child, eyes suddenly bright. Lu Fusi saw her, and cursed under his breath, "Don't stare and wait. Hold the child steady, heed the call." The woman nodded quickly. Helena Na looked at her, and promptly added her name to the second batch candidates. Mother and child able to sit, obey the cue. She paused. "Deploy the personnel pods." The woman opened her mouth, but did not cry, simply holding the child tighter. Lei Jun did not intervene. The mother and child occupy little space. More importantly, the tail end must see that the rules work. As long as they still trust the queue, the platform will not be wrecked. The second shuttle's engine roared down even more quickly, this one lower than the first. A gray hull emerged from the smoke, the 3 pods on its underside wobbling softly in the turbulence. "No." 1 SCV's arm pressed onto the locking post at once. Fat Uncle cursed in the channel, "Don't hang so many at once. This broken post isn't for hanging your laundry." Ada's prompt popped up. Locking post load rising. Suggestion: reduce pod sway. Lei Jun immediately ordered, "Airport workers, pull the stability lines. Don't look at the sky. Look at the rope in your hands." 4 workers rushed up, dragging the newly connected engineering cable to the platform's sides. Baku and Wei Ku, each with 2 men, looped the stabilizing lines around the wrecked cart's chassis. Guy Li Si checked the buckle's hands quick, as if disarming a bomb. "It's jammed here. Here it is about to crush. Don't let the cables touch the power lines." The second shuttle pressed onto the platform from above. 3 pods lowered. The medical pod landed first, followed by the 2 personnel pods. The locking posts trembled and sparks flew from the welds again. "No." 1 SCV's welding torch flared to life, blue-white arcs sweeping along the base. Fat Uncle gritted his teeth and muttered, "Okay. Pull with all you've got. Click. The first pod locked into place. Click. The second locked. The third trembled once, not yet snapping into its slot. Lei Jun looked over. No. 2 SCV stay in the channel. No. 3. Guard the beacon. Uncle continue. Baku the right stabilizing line. Baku rushed forward and 2 workers gripped the line with him. Weika swore, don't let go. If you loosen it, it will drop and we'll all be pancakes. The third pod finally clicked into place. The shuttle pilot's voice crackled, second wave ready to load. Move quickly. The turbulence above is worsening. Lei Jun turned around. Second batch. Helian Na immediately named. Numbers 7 to 19 1 personnel pod. Mother and child 1 personnel pod. Movable wounded medical pod. 2 technicians personal pod 2. PDF remnants bring usable guns into personnel pod 2. The crowd moved suddenly, but this time they did not surge. Lu Fusi pressed along the line, shooting back at anyone who moved too quickly. One by one. Sitting up there does not mean you're alive. Only when the hatch is closed does it count. The medical squad carried movable wounded into the medical pod. One patient with a broken leg tried to crawl. White armored medics steadied his shoulder. Don't overexert yourself. Dragging slows 3 people. The No. 2 SCV arm extended, lifting him and the stretcher into position. Over by the personnel pods, the woman sat with her child in the innermost pod. The child cried weakly, clinging to her clothes. Lu Fusi glared at her, then cursed again. What are you looking at? You're in line too. The second batch filled quickly. All 3 pods closed their hatches at once. The shuttle boats began to recover. The locking posts trembled more violently. The No. 1 SCV's arm nearly sank into the base. Fat Uncle's voice tightened. If it tugs 2 more times, this post will crack. Can it hold it? Lei Jun asked, glancing at the weld. It can, but you must make them stop dragging like dragging a dead pig. Lei Jun spoke to Mi Lu. Tell In Xiangwei how to reduce the pod's sway in the next round. The platform is about to give way. Mi Lu relayed immediately. The second shuttle pulled away from the platform. This time the outer circle did not fall silent. More people saw that someone had actually left, not a noble. It wasn't the clerks. It was the tail squad. The wounded, a woman with a child, and a few dirty workers. The line steadied a little. Lei Jun watched the scene, not feeling much relief. Because beneath the platform another tremor came. Huiding dropped to a crouch, pressing a hand to the crack's edge. His face tightened. Something is moving below again. Not just one hole, several. Aida's prompt flashed into view. The platform's lower structure trembled more. A suspected enemy swarm circled. Targets, locking posts, guiding lights, power lines. Lei Jun watched the second shuttle that had just taken off, then turned to the crowd still completing their passage. There were more boats behind them. The insects were still crawling upward. He raised his rifle. Next round as usual. Firebat suppressors. Ground troops sweep the low area. No. 1 SCV, do not leave the lock post. No. 3 beacon. Huiding, locate the breaches. Outside the platform, the engine of the third shuttle had already pushed through the clouds. Under the platform, the swarm was climbing upward. Lei Jun watched the few guiding lights, still blinking, his voice very low. This line cannot be broken. The third shuttle hadn't even settled before the locking pylon sounded. Click. SCV-1 braced against the pylon, mechanical arm jammed under the base, welding torch blazing white hot. Sir, this damn pylon's gonna get yanked right out of the ground. Uncle Fatty cursed over the comms. Lei Jun looked toward the lock zone. The freshly patched seam had cracked open, a hairline fissure, sparks flashing intermittently, with black fluid seeping from beneath. Huiding crouched beside SCV-3, palm pressed flat against the deck. Something's moving down there again. He raised his hand, pointing toward the platform's right flank. We've got movement over there too. Miller gripped his comms pack, his voice tight. The third shuttle is carrying 3 personnel pods and 1 cargo pod. The pilot wants us to hurry. The turbulence is worse now. Lei Jun glanced upward. The dust-caked shuttle hovered heavy in the swirling particulate. 4 pods dangled beneath the shuttle's belly, swaying violently. The crowd gathered outside the platform leaned forward with them. Proceed as scheduled. Miller held his comms pack close. The primary pylon's cracking. If we stop once the queue breaks apart. Lei Jun turned and gave his orders. Uncle Fatty, don't let that main pylon snap. SCV-2, keep the casualty corridor clear. SCV-3, withdraw the beacon half a meter, don't sever the line. Everyone else grab the stabilization cables. Rufus immediately plucked several burly workers from the tail end of the queue. You, and you. Go pull those cables. Their faces drained of color. Helena chimed in immediately. Anyone who assists with the stabilization transfer will be prioritized in the boarding queue. The moment she finished speaking, several more individuals stepped forward on their own accord. Rufus snarled. Now you want to move? Stop standing there. Grab the lines. The airport workers dragged the engineering cables over. Buck and Vic led their teams in routing the cables around the wrecked chassis, then hauled them taut to either side. Garrus lay prone on the ground, inspecting the securing clamps. Don't wrap these around power lines. Brace it here. The third shuttle descended onto the platform. The first personnel pod dropped. Click. Locked. The second followed suit. Click. Also locked. The third swayed the most violently, its underside smashing against the platform edge and sparking a shower of molten metal. SCV-1's mechanical arm reached over, shoving the pod hard toward the slot. Uncle Fatty grit his teeth. Get in. Don't make me say it twice. Click-clack. The third pod finally bit home. As the small cargo pod descended, another section of the locking pylon split open below. Ada's alerts intruded into Lei Jun's field of vision. Primary locking pylon structural damage 31. Seismic source approaching from the platform sublevel. Lei Jun suppressed the warnings. Nobody needed to hear that. Panic would only spread. Load the personnel. Helena immediately began calling off designations. Numbers 20 through 42. Lightly wounded capable of self-movement. 6 airport workers. 6 PDF stragglers. The cargo pod gets cables, spare guidance lights, and toolboxes. The queue began to move forward. This time it was faster than the last round. With the first 2 groups actually aboard, the remaining people finally understood. Following orders worked. The medic team didn't follow them over. This wasn't a medical pod. A white armored medic merely conducted a quick scan at the entrance. Confirmed no acute toxicity exposure. She waved them through. Someone's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to their knees. She grabbed them by the harness strap and shoved them toward 2 queue bearers at the flank. Support them inside. Don't block the doorway. SCV-2 held position at the casualty corridor entrance. It extended only a mechanical arm, propping several scrap panels along the corridor sides. A geyser of black fluid erupted from a fissure on the left, splashing against the scrap panels. The panels hissed and smoked. The casualty line remained uncontaminated. On the platform's right flank, several small insects surged across the deck, heading straight for the power cables. The Marine lowered his barrel. A Gauss round swept horizontally, shattering the insects outside the power lines. Firebat held position at the sealed hatch, holding fire. Only when a venom sac shadow breached the surface did he lay down a short burst. 3 raiders held the forward position. As a heavily armored insect neared the platform's edge, a concussive grenade smashed into its foreleg. The creature staggered, and a second grenade drove it back into the wreckage pile. Goliath's turret pivoted toward the distant ruins. 2 erratic muzzle flashes had just erupted there. One shot brought the ruined wall, and the figures behind it, crashing down. The third round of pods began sealing their hatches. The personnel pod was packed tight with bodies. The cargo pod was stuffed with toolboxes, cables, spare lamps, and worn securing clamps. The pilot called out. Third round retrieval. Clear the deck. The cable went taut. The locking pylon was yanked upward. The fissure beneath the main pylon instantly widened. SCV-1's entire chassis slid forward half a foot. Brace it. Uncle Fatty roared. Buck and several workers held the stabilization cables with desperate strength. Vic kicked the leg of the man beside him. Pull. Want to go up with it? The pod rose incrementally. The shuttle disengaged from the platform with its third load. The locking pylon hadn't broken, but the crack at its base could now fit a finger. SCV-1's welding torch pressed against it. Blue-white arcs swept across the fracture, laying down a fresh layer of weld. Uncle Fatty's voice grew heavier. Sir, this pylon can't take 2 more rounds. Lei Jun looked toward the rear section of the platform. Half of it had collapsed, with several old towing beams twisted among the debris. Where's the backup pylon? An older worker pointed upward. Rear section. Buried under the towing beams. Can we extract it? Lei Jun asked. The old worker clenched his jaw. Yes. It'll take men to drag it, and we need to cut the locking clamps. Lei Jun didn't waste words. Buck, Vic, Garrus. 3 workers with you. Drag it out. Rufus frowned. The tail end hasn't cleared yet. That's why you're staying to hold the rear. Lei Jun met his gaze. If that pylon snaps, nobody else leaves. Rufus spat, then turned and bellowed at the tail end. You heard that. Anyone tries to push forward while they're working, I'll break their legs. Buck hoisted the engineering cable. Vic grabbed a pry bar. Garrus carried a toolbox. They led several workers sprinting toward the platform's rear section. Denser black smoke billowed there. A section of deck had slumped diagonally, and beneath it the sound of insect claws scraping metal could be heard. Queeting looked up. There's something moving under the rear section too. Lei Jun looked at the 2 Marines. Cover them with a firing line. The Marines turned and advanced to the rear edge barrels, trained downward, picking off the small insects drilling up through the fissures. Buck and the others reached the standby pylon. Half of it protruded from the rubble, the other half crushed beneath a fallen beam. Vic jammed the pry bar into place and bore down with all his weight. The pry bar bent. Did this grow into the platform, or what? Garrus dropped to his stomach and shone a work lamp inside. The original clamps are still engaged. We need to cut them. He finished speaking and crawled beneath the wrecked beam. Sparks soon erupted from the gap. A A signal for the fourth shuttle flickered on the comms pack. Miller pressed the comms pack tighter. The fourth shuttle is coming in. 1 medical pod, 2 personnel pods. They're asking if the ground locks can still hold. Lei Jun cast a glance at the primary locking pylon. SCV-1 remained in position, continuing repairs. The standby pylons still hadn't been extracted, and the creatures below the platform kept gnawing. Yes. Miller gripped the comms pack. Tell them. The fourth shuttle lands as planned. The fourth shuttle descended through the choking dust. It descended slower than the previous ones. The primary locking pylons still groaned under the strain. The medical pod came down. The 2 personnel pods followed. Click, click, click. All 3 pods secured into their slots. The main pylon held. Helena called out directly. Remaining ambulatory casualties. Tail section numbers 43 through 60. Stabilization cable crew gets priority. The medic team ushered several wounded into the medical pod. Rufus herded the cable-pulling workers toward the personnel pod. One man couldn't believe he was getting to board first. Rufus cursed. Work buys you a seat. Need me on my knees thanking you. The man scrambled and tumbled into the pod. Nobody in the queue protested. Crying was useless. Fighting was useless. Obey orders, do the work, stand in line. That's how you earned a seat. From the rear section came Garrus's shout. The clamps are severed. Drag it. Buck and Vic immediately hauled on the engineering cable. Several workers pulled in unison. The backup pylon emerged from the scrap metal inch by inch. The 4th round of pods sealed their doors. The shuttle began its retrieval. The primary locking pylon was yanked hard once more. This time the base crack erupted in a spray of sparks. SCV-1's entire frame lunged forward, forcing the locking pylon back into the platform. Uncle Fatty's voice dropped. It's holding, but don't force pull it again. The 4th shuttle departed with its pods. A large portion of the crowd outside the platform had vanished. The tail end no longer blocked the view in a dark mass. But the core team remained, and every starborn unit was still on the ground. A new transmission crackled from Miller's comms pack. The Silver Rose was on the line. The 5th round will deploy a reinforced cargo pod, capable of carrying heavy armor personnel or engineering equipment. Requires dual-point locking. Repeat, requires dual-point locking. Miller looked up at Lei Jun. Dual-point locking. Lei Jun glanced at the freshly extracted standby pylon. Perfect timing. Perfect, my ass. Uncle Fatty cursed. That thing isn't even welded in yet. Then weld it in place. Lei Jun said. He looked toward the Marines, Firebat, the 3 Raiders, and Goliath at the far end, still stationed along the platform edge, and yet to withdraw. Wave after wave of people had departed. Now it was these iron shells' turn. Before the 5th round, dual-point locking has to be complete. Lei Jun pointed at the standby pylon. Weld it down secure. Next batch, prepare to receive heavy armor. When the backup anchor piling was dragged to the left, half a broken beam still hung from its base. Several airport workers were too exhausted to rise, kneeling on the ground while keeping their hands firmly gripped on the engineering cables. Baker sat panting beside the scrap plating while Vic had tossed the bent crowbar aside. Garrison's face was caked in black soot, clutching his toolbox as he watched SCV Unit 1. Can you weld it? The portly man glanced at it. Yes, but it'll be ugly. SCV Unit 1 dispatched a mechanical arm from beside the main locking piling, pressing the welding torch against the backup piling's base. Blue-white arcs of electricity flared to life. The thick steel plate was pressed beneath, and the backup piling gradually bit into the platform. Smoke still rose from the main locking piling. Heavy engineering cables were strung between the 2 pilings. Garrison and 2 workers forcibly spliced the temporary junction panel onto the existing lines. Miller stared at the communications pack. The Silver Rose was still asking whether it could accept the 5th reinforced cargo pod. Lei Jun glanced at the backup piling. The weld seams were still hot. The creatures below continued to gnaw at the platform, and the forward gun line held steady. Respond to them. The dual-point lock was preparing to engage. Sebastian stood beside Miller, clutching the cryptographic box. The cargo pod wasn't a standard rescue capsule. The Silver Rose required a second authorization confirmation for the Castellan clearance. He routed the authentication link through the temporary panel, his fingers pressing steadily. The Castellan House confirms heavy armor cargo shuttle. This round's payload is designated by ground command. Helena listened, then added her own remark. Recorded. Miller relayed the message. Static crackled briefly through the channel. Copy that. The 5th shuttle round descended lower. 1 reinforced cargo pod. Recommend prioritizing the transfer of heavy armor personnel. As the transmission spread, many on the platform turned to look at those blue-armored figures. The Marines continued sweeping fire along the perimeter. 3 Marauders held the frontline positions. Fire horses guarded the sealed wellheads. Goliath stood at the far end, its cannon barrel bearing down on the sporadic gunfire erupting from the ruins. They had been holding the line this whole time. It was only because they kept pushing forward that ordinary personnel had managed to board in batches. Lei Jun didn't immediately call out names. He surveyed the defensive positions first. Goliath holds position. Fire horses hold position. All 3 SCVs hold position. Begin extraction with the 2 marauders first. Then pull back the rear marine group. The remaining marauder didn't turn around, simply pressing his grenade launcher against his shoulder. The front line can still hold. Lei Jun nodded. You're staying for the next round. Helena stood nearby, documenting the proceedings on the spot. 5th round extraction targets heavy fire units. Select marine personnel, personal ammunition, and protective spare parts. At the word ammunition, Rufus turned and roared at the rear column. Did you all hear that? This isn't a pod for you to fight over. Anyone who tries to edge toward the cargo hold gets thrown to the creatures. No one dared to respond. The 5th shuttle descended through the dust and smoke. This time only a single pod hung from its belly. The pod was larger than the previous personnel carriers, with thicker plating and 2 towing frames beneath. The moment it approached the platform, the red lights on the dual-point lock panel began flashing frantically. The main piling shuddered, and the backup piling followed suit. Secure the cables, the portly man shouted. Baker and several workers immediately surged forward. Vic tugged at the cable while cursing under his breath. Was this vessel here to rescue people or dismantle the building? Garrison lay prone beside the backup piling, both hands pressed against the junction box. Don't let go. If the signal cuts out here, the dual-point lock becomes useless. The cargo pod locked into place with a sharp click. The main piling took the strain immediately, but the backup piling hesitated a half-second too long. The pod swayed dangerously, its undercarriage nearly grazing the platform's edge. SCV Unit 1 extended its mechanical arm to push the pod back into position. With a final click, the second locking groove engaged. The shuttle pilot's voice came through, tense but controlled. Reinforced cargo pod is locked in. Ground crew, begin rapid loading. Don't let the heavy armor units linger at the hatch. Lei Jun raised his hand. Marauders board the pod. The 2 marauders retreated in unison. They weren't ordinary soldiers. Their powered armor sent dull vibrations through the platform with every step. The fold-down ramp barely touched the ground before the weight of the armor drove it downward. Several members of the rear guard went pale watching. Vic muttered under his breath, if this thing falls, nobody's fighting for seats anymore. Baker shot back, shut up and hold your rope. The 2 marauders entered the cargo pod, their towing frames engaging with the leg armor and dorsal mounting points. 2 heavy clunks echoed from inside the pod. Marauders secured, the pilot reported. Lei Jun turned his gaze toward the rear marine contingent. You're up. The rear marine group began falling back, while the front line immediately filled the gap, maintaining uninterrupted fire coverage. A heavy-shelled creature attempted to advance during the rotation, but the remaining marauder blasted it back with a shockwave grenade. Fire horses delivered supplementary suppressive fire at the wellheads. Small pests were incinerated before they could emerge. Goliath's cannon neutralized a firing position in the distant ruins. The gun line along the platform's edge shortened but held firm. Marines filed into the cargo hold, securing their C-14 Gauss rifles in the side racks and fastening restraint straps to their powered armor backs. The compartment was packed tight. The 2 marauders consumed most of the space, forcing the remaining Marines to stand pressed against the bulkheads. The medical team had not boarded yet. They remained beside the casualty route, attending to the last critical patients. A medic in white armor glanced toward the cargo hold before returning her attention to securing a tourniquet. Stop looking. Your turn comes with the next medical pod. The casualty stopped looking up, gritting his teeth as he withdrew his hand from the stretcher. Miller's comms crackled again with word that the Silver Rose reported additional small items could fit in the cargo hold. Lei Jun made a quick assessment. 2 ammo crates, 1 box of protective spares. No extra personnel. Rufus immediately hauled back 2 individuals attempting to approach the cargo area. Needed explained. That space belongs to the armored suits. Your bones aren't that tough. Baker and the workers pushed the ammo crates up the ramp. Vic stowed the protective spares into their mounting slots, while Garrison inspected the latches. Sealing the hatch, Lei Jun looked inside the cargo pod. The 2 marauders remained motionless. The Marines stood silent. Through their helmet visors they watched the gun line beyond the platform. Lei Jun raised his hand once more. Board and wait for me. The cargo pod door sealed shut. Tension cables tightened as the dual-point locks engaged simultaneously, both pilings screeching under the strain. SCV Unit 1 braced hard against the main piling, while workers held the stabilization lines. SCV Unit 3 protected the beacon, its tracks pressing backward against the base. SCV Unit 2 guarded the casualty passage, its mechanical arm extended to deflect another splash of black fluid as the cargo pod was slowly lifted. Something struck the platform from below, buckling the iron plate near the backup piling. Marines opened fire at low angle, shredding the emerging creatures within the seams. The pod reached midair while the dual-point lock indicators remained green. Miller watched the comms pack with a hoarse voice confirming separation from the surface and entry into the receiving corridor. The crowd outside the platform watched the heavy cargo pod disappear into the distance in silence. This time no one entertained the thought that the armored suits would be left behind. Lei Jun genuinely intended to get those holding the foremost positions aboard as well. Helena surveyed the remaining queue. The rear had already thinned by more than half. Where people had once crowded the platform edge, a large space now stood vacant. Yet no one relaxed. They had all witnessed it. The ships could arrive. The platform would eventually fall. The shuttle pilot reported shortly after, 5th shuttle round successful. Heavy armor cargo pod has entered the Silver Rose receiving corridor. Next round can continue with reinforced cargo pods or switch to medical pods. Miller looked up. They're asking what you need for the next round. Lei Jun scanned the platform. 2 marauders were gone from the front line, and a marine group had been pulled from the rear. The defensive line had thinned, but it would hold. By the casualty route, several critically wounded remained beside the medical team. If we don't move them now, it won't be good later, Lei Jun said. Next round, medical pods. Get the remaining critical casualties out first. After speaking, he looked back at the lone marauder, still holding the front line, and Goliath continuing to fire. Heavy armor continues in batches. Nobody gets left behind. The portly man chuckled over the channel. Sounds good. What about me? Lei Jun glanced at the smoking dual-point lock piling. You're last. The portly man cursed bluntly. I figured. Above the platform, the signal for the 6th shuttle was already coming through. This time Miller didn't wait for Lei Jun's prompt. He pressed the compact himself. Ground requests medical pods. As fast as possible. Lei Jun repositioned his rifle toward the platform edge. The swarm was climbing again. But the 5th round was already gone. The armored suits could board too. The rest would follow in batches. When the 6th shuttle descended, the people on the platform no longer looked up aimlessly. Those whose names were called moved forward. Those not called waited at the rear of the queue. Lafusi carried his rifle pacing along the tail of the queue. Don't stretch your neck. Stretching it won't gain you an extra seat. Medical pods landed into their locking slots. The main pylon and backup pylon strained together, the metallic groan grating on everyone's teeth. SCV-1 guarded the main pylon. SCV-2 blocked the wounded passage entrance. SCV-3 pressed against the beacon base. Miller crouched nearby, his hands never leaving the comms pack. The medic team guided the remaining critical patients into the pods. A white-armored medic held the stretcher latch. A cold laser scanned the wound edges. Secure it, don't move. We'll treat them once airborne. At the word airborne, another patient's fingers twitched against the stretcher rail. A bystander from the queue moved to help, but was stopped by the white-armored medic. Do not touch the latches. One wrong move, and he won't survive the ascent. The man snatched his hand back. Helena stood by the pod hatch, recording the incident on the spot. Round 6 medical pods. Transferring remaining critical personnel. Ground medic team remains in place. No sooner had she spoken than the old broadcast pole at the platform's far end flickered to life. Harsh static erupted from several cracked speakers. Emergency directive from the 4th Spaceport Governor's Office. All unauthorized shuttles cease immediately. The Silver Rose shall not receive unauthorized cues. Persons of the Castellane family are suspected of being coerced by external armed forces. Low-clearance personnel, workers, and PDF remnants shall not occupy noble evacuation corridors. The transmission was fragmented, but everyone outside the platform heard it. The queue just steadied, shuddered again. Several governor's office clerks seized upon it like a lifeline, looking up and shouting, "Did you hear that? The governor's office is still in power. Boarding now makes you all illegal." Lafusi slammed the butt of his rifle into the foremost man's gut. The man doubled over to his knees, his words choking off in his throat. Say another word, and I'll ensure you never need to register again. Lei Jun paid no attention to the clerks. His gaze fixed on the old broadcast pole. From the ruined building behind the pole, several muzzle flashes blinked. Not the bugs. Humans. Governor's office remnants were not yet wiped out. They dared not assault the platform. They only sought to hail the Silver Rose to a halt. Miller, hand on his comms pack, let his mouth twitch. The Silver Rose has received the broadcast. They require ground clarification. At this, even the shuttle did not immediately retract its pods. Medical pods remained lodged in their slots, doors unsealed. Wounded men gasped within. The main and backup pylons still bore the strain. Every second of delay compounded the platform's burden. Sebastian clutched his encryption case and took a step forward. I'll handle it. His voice was dry, yet he did not retreat. Helena gave him a look. Speak in your capacity. Do not beg them. Sebastian nodded and reconnected the authentication chain to a temporary panel. This is Sebastian Castellane. I am acting without coercion. This shuttle transfer is confirmed via the Castellane family authentication chain. Ground command authority has been delegated to Mr. Lei Jun. He paused, looking toward those still lingering outside the platform. The current queue comprises the wounded technical personnel, essential security elements, and individuals complying with evacuation order. The governor's office remnants have no authority to halt this. After speaking these words, his hand remained on the encryption case, but he did not fall back behind Helena. Helena took over the frequency. Legal supplement. The spaceport has lost normal control capability. Governor's office remnants are using broadcasts to disrupt wartime evacuation. Under Imperial wartime regulations, this constitutes sabotage of evacuation and assistance to alien oppression. She looked up at the old broadcast pole. The Silver Rose may record this. Should liability be pursued later, I shall testify in my capacity as arbiter. A 2-second silence filled the channel. Then the Silver Rose finally responded. Castellan authentication chain is valid. Legal testimony has been recorded. Shuttle operations continue. As soon as silence fell outside the platform, the old broadcast pole crackled back to life. The shuttle pilot grew anxious. Ground pods cannot remain jammed in slots indefinitely. Upper-level turbulence is shifting. Further delay will force the next craft to res-tac altitude. Miller relayed the words, and the crowd outside the platform stilled even more. They finally understood those governor's broadcasts were not a lifeline. They were pushing everyone's ship further back. Several Telq members who had just steadied their positions lowered their heads and righted the toolboxes that had been knocked askew. No one shouted for the governor's office again. Seeing the wounded suspended midair, they realized that if they kept arguing, it would not Lei Jun who died. It would be them. The voice in this broadcast was more urgent. All noble guards heed the order. Reclaim the boarding zone. External armed forces are illegally occupying the evacuation window. Several noble guards concealed behind wrecked vehicles stirred. They dared not charge Lei Jun's blue-armored gun line. Instead, they shoved several port clerks and stragglers forward as human shields. The crowd faltered. Some shoved toward the pods immediately dropped to the ground, fearing movement. Those ahead, saved just moments ago by strict discipline, feared platform disorder more than the guards behind them. A worker grabbed the sleeve of the guard, pushing him, and shouted, "Don't jam the pod door." Lufusi charged forward, pressing his rifle barrel directly against the foremost guard. "Try it." The guard attempted to raise his weapon. In the next instant, a Marine's Gauss round swept past his feet, scorching a row of splintered craters into the ground. The guard's hand trembled, his rifle clattered to the deck. Lei Jun's voice pressed over him. "If you wish to seize the ship, I'll kill you on the spot." Lufusi grinned. "Now that's language I like." He kicked the guard down and roared at the tail queue, "Nobody moves." Anyone pushed out by them dropped to the ground. Those who stand and charge forward will be treated as mutineers. Several clerks and stragglers pushed out dropped instantly. The noble guards behind were exposed. 3 PDF remnants lunged from the queue's flank, pinning 2 men to the ground. Their marksmanship was shaky, but their grappling was ruthless. Vic and Bark followed, one stomping a wrist, the other kicking a knee. Garrus did not advance far. He simply kicked the fallen rifle back toward the platform's inner edge. Helena spoke coldly, "Weapons confiscated. Bind the prisoners first." Lufusi cursed. "Bind them? For what?" Helena gave him a sharp look. "Living prisoners are useful. We need to know whose orders they followed." Lufusi clicked his tongue, but still had the guards dragged aside. The broadcast from the distant ruined building continued. The Goliath cannon swiveled toward it. Lei Jun raised a hand. "Do not destroy the entire building. Only the broadcast pole." The Goliath's aim adjusted slightly. One shot rang out. The old broadcast pole sheared in two. Half the iron framework, trailing sparks, crashed into the ruined building. The speaker static ceased. A few screams echoed from the building, quickly drowned by the alien swarm's hiss. Ada's prompt pressed into Lei Jun's vision. Hostile cluster approaching cargo plaza periphery. Ground fire reduced, outer pressure increasing. Recommendations shorten time spent on subsequent disputes. Lei Jun dismissed the prompt. The 6th medical pod finally sealed. Cables tightened, hoisting several critical patients into the air. The main pylon bore upward strain. SCV-1's mechanical arm dug deeper. A thick steel plate beside the backup pylon buckled, then was hauled back into place by several workers. The fat uncle swore over the channel. "If anyone uses broadcast to delay time again, I'll weld their mouth shut first." No one replied. Miller stared at his comms pack. This time his report was steadier. Medical pod detached, entering reception channel. The shuttle pilot reported quickly. "Round 6 shuttle successful. Next round can mount 2 personnel pods or 1 reinforced cargo pod." Lei Jun swept his gaze across the platform. The tail queue had 1 final group remaining. Bark, Vic, and Garrus remained on the ground. Lufusi still held the rear of the queue. Helena, Sebastian, Miller, and Gray Nail had not departed. The Goliath, Fire Mantis, a Raider, and the remaining Marines still held the outer ring. All 3 SCVs were immobilized. The bound noble guards and several governor's clerks were dumped to one side of the platform, cloth stuffed in their mouths. Lufusi ordered 2 PDF remnants to watch them. If they crawl toward the hatch, break their legs. The two PDF soldiers nodded. Lei Jun did not look that way again. The governor's broadcast was silenced. All that remained was evacuating personnel. Next round personnel pods. Lei Jun said. Clear the remaining tail queue first. Lafusi turned his head. What about me? Lei Jun glanced at him. You hold the last batch. Lafusi grumbled. Fine, I'll kick them aboard. In the distance from the platform, black shadows of the alien swarm had already pressed to the cargo plaza's edge. The earlier broadcast had not seized the boarding line, but it had cost time. Lei Jun reamed his rifle toward the front. Do not waste words with them again. Next batch, the tail queue moves out. Gun line withdraws half a step. Anyone blocking the path, break them. When the 7th shuttle descended, the swarm beyond the platform had already pressed to the edge of the cargo plaza. Behind the scrap car piles, beneath the old loading racks around the broken gateway, everything was crawling with something. Black carapaces layered upon black carapaces. The outer rim of the cargo plaza had been completely covered by the swarm. Goliath opened fire first. The shell crashed into the distant ruins, erupting in a spray of black shell fragments and shattered iron. The last raider held the front line. Rippled grenades detonated in succession, pinning several heavy-shelled bugs beneath the platform. Firebat guarded the wellhead nozzles kept low. Wherever something poked out from a crack, he'd follow up with a short burst. Lei Jun stood at the middle of the platform, refusing to retreat. 7th round, rear guard goes. Don't pick your spot. When your name is called, you board. Those not called, wait for the next pod. Helena immediately responded. Low clearance rear personnel remaining board the 2 crew pods in numerical order. Airport workers and mobile PDF remnants will be evacuated with the team. Those who disrupt the queue will be removed. Rufus slammed the butt of his rifle against the ground. Did you hear that? This isn't about choosing comfortable seats. If you can get in, shut up. Both crew pods landed on the platform. Primary and backup pylons took load simultaneously. SCV, 1 braced the main pylon welding torch, still patching cracks. The portly man's voice was hoarse from cursing. Hurry up. This dump isn't a hotel, we don't have time to check them in. SCV, 2 guarded the wounded evacuation route. The critically wounded had just passed through, bloodstains still visible on the ground. The medic team hadn't boarded yet. They gathered the last medical supply packs, preparing to leave with the next wave. SCV, 3 protected the beacon and Miller treads positioned near the base. Miller stared at the comms pack, his ears filled with static. 7th round ready for loading. The Silver Rose is urging us to hurry. Spore fog density continues to rise. Lei Jun nodded. Load. The rear guard began moving forward. This time no one dared to shove. The previous rounds had made the rules clear. Those who followed orders boarded. Those who charged forward were thrown out. An airport worker's legs gave way and a nearby PDF remnant caught him. Rufus saw it and cursed, help them in. Don't just dump people at the hatch. The PDF remnant gritted his teeth and dragged the worker into the crew pod. Helena then called his name for the same boarding group. You're boarding too. The PDF remnant hesitated. I can still hold the line. Helena regarded him. There are still people who can defend. Board now, don't block those behind you. The man said nothing more and climbed into the pod. Buck and Vic remained at the hatch helping push people inside. Garrus stuffed several small toolboxes into their locking compartments. He double-checked the latches near the hatch. Vic glanced at him. Why aren't you boarding? Garrus looked up. I still need to check the lines. Buck cursed. I owe you one. Before he could finish, a burst of black fluid erupted from the front of the platform. A heavy-shelled bug slammed into the outer edge under fire. The remaining raiders stepped back half a pace and fired a grenade straight into the creature's carapace joint. The explosion sent half the creature tumbling over the platform edge, its claws scrabbling desperately. The Marine lowered his weapon and shot out its grasping limbs. Lei Jun gave a glance. Fall back half a step. Don't let the bug scale the platform. The Marines retreated in good order, firing as they retreated. Firebat pulled the wellhead line back in coordination. Goliath remained stationary, holding its position to cover the far end, firing randomly from behind several ruined clusters in that sector. If left unchecked, the shuttle descent would be disrupted. The 7th pod doors began closing. Packed inside were the rear guard workers and several PDF remnants. A child began crying, but was quickly silenced by a hand over his mouth. No one cursed, no one comforted him. Everyone listened to the gunfire outside. The shuttle pilot called out, 7th pod recovering. Clear the ground. The lift cables tightened. Both locking points engaged simultaneously. The backup pylon groaned, and the thick plating near the base buckled slightly. Garrus threw himself onto it, pressing his body against the junction box. Hold it. Several workers gripped the stabilization cables with desperate strength. The pod lifted off the ground. The rear guard outside the platform was reduced by more than half. Where people had once crowded the edge, only core personnel and a few low-clearance stragglers remained. The governor's guards were bound against the inner platform wall, cloth stuffed in their mouths, no longer counted in the evacuation sequence. There was no place for them this round. Rufus watched the cleared ground and spat. Finally cleared out. Helena didn't relax. They're only on the shuttle. Not yet aboard the Silver Rose. Rufus rolled his eyes. You really have a way with omens. The channel crackled with a report. 7th shuttle successful. Crew pod entering reception channel. Miller began to breathe easier when the comm pack crackled again. 8th round can carry 1 reinforced cargo pod, or 1 medical pod plus 1 small cargo pod. Window continuing to shorten. Ground decide ASAP. Lei Jun swept his eyes across the platform. The rear guard was nearly cleared. The remaining people could be counted at a glance. Helena, Sebastian, Miller, Huiding, Buckvic, Garrus, Rufus, the medic team, the Marines, Firebat, the last raider, Goliath. 3 SCVs. These personnel and units couldn't all fit in one run. The swarm wouldn't give them time to queue. Another impact echoed from below the platform. The iron plate near SCV 2 bulged. A white armored medic tossed a flash grenade. White light exploded at the crack's edge, dazzling the bugs that had just peeked out. The Marine immediately filled them with lead, shredding them. The white armored medic fell back to the corridor edge. The medic team can still move. But we can't leave the supply crates. Lei Jun nodded. Next round the medic team and backup boxes. He turned to Miller and Huiding. You prepare too. Miller blinked. What about the beacon? SCV-3's driver chimed in over the channel. The beacon can be detached from its base, but removing it shortens ground guidance time. Ada's prompt appeared. Remaining window insufficient for standard evacuation sequence. Recommendation: compress final evacuation procedures. Lei Jun glanced at the frontal position. The swarm had already scaled the first layer of scrap cars. Goliath fired another shot. The muzzle flash swept along the platform edge and several people instinctively ducked. Lei Jun raised his weapon. Starting next round, we stop following comfortable order. Those who can fit together fit together. Those who can hold the line last stay and hold it. Rufus regarded him. Then who stays last? Lei Jun didn't answer immediately. He looked at the smoking locking pylon, then at the dark line advancing closer at the front line. Wait until the 8th round lands secure, then decide. Miller pressed the compact. Ground requests medical pod plus small cargo pod. Prepare to receive 8th round. In the distance, shuttle engines rumbled back through the smoke. The gunfire on the platform receded further. The final defensive line was shrinking. As the 8th shuttle descended, lines on the platform had shortened by a notch. The fire braced along the outer edge of the freight plaza had retreated to the edge of the transfer platform. Gulia was still firing from the far end. The remaining raider kept guard at the front. Firebats guarded the airlock. The Marines hugged the platform edge, sweeping the low ground. The swarm did not stop. Behind the pile of wrecked vehicles, black husks rose layer after layer, drawing closer to the platform. Milu gripped the comm pack, his voice hoarse from the roar of engines. The 8th descent. 1 medical pod, 1 small cargo pod. Yinqiangwai Hao requests the ground loading time be shortened. Lei Jun looked at the medical team. Take up the remaining wounded and the supply boxes. A white armored medic tucked the last hemostatic packet into the backup box, then looked up. There are still core personnel on the ground who haven't left. The medical team can't pull out completely. Lei Jun shot her a glance. Leave 1 behind. Take the wounded and the backup boxes up with the rest. She said nothing more. Understood. The medical pod descended. 2 wounded who could still sit were slotted into the side restraints. 1 severely wounded patient was secured directly into the litter slot. A few white armored medics followed into the cabin, the cold laser modules on their arms still on. They looked back at the medic left behind. The secondary supply pack for the consumables is yours. Do not perform long-term treatment. Only stabilize. The medic left behind took the small pack. Understood. Over at the small cargo pod, no. 3 SCV pushed several beacon spare parts across. Milu immediately raised a hand to block him. Those are ground beacon spare parts. What happens below after you install them? The no. 3 SCV pilot replied over the channel. The base is still there, I'll guard it. Lei Jun said, someone on the Yinqiangwai Hao side needs someone to handle the line. Huiding stood nearby, his hand still on the ground crack. He looked down at those cracks. There were still fine scratches inside. Lei Jun pointed at him. Huiding, you and Milo. When we reach the ship, keep watching the structure and the signals. Huiding looked up. Something is still moving below. I know, Lei Jun replied. So you go up first. What you heard they need to know up there as well. Milu swallowed, clutching the comms pack. He drew a spare line from the pack and handed it to No. 3 SCV. This one don't break. If it breaks, they won't hear you up there. A voice came from the No. 3 SCV cockpit. Relax. Milu cursed softly, don't say ominous things. The small cargo pod was loaded quickly. Beacon spare parts, comm anchor backups, several medical supply crates. Milu and Huiding all were stuffed into fixed compartments. Gaelisi pushed the last box in, and as his hand loosened, Lei Jun looked at him. You go up too. Gaelisi clutched the toolbox, unmoving. I still have to monitor the wiring. The spare pylons are already connected. Lei Jun spoke. The rear section isn't for finesse, it's for brute force. Bach shouted from the side, hear me? Get on board. Wei Ku also cursed. Keep watching the lines, or the lines will hate you. Gaelisi gritted his teeth, hugging the toolbox, and slid into the small cargo pod. The hatch began to close. Milu stood at the hatch and shouted, Captain. Lei Jun looked up. Milu swung the sub-channel from the comm pack to the ground. No. 3 SCV can take it. But the distance is too close. Lei Jun said, someone on the Yinqiangwai house side needs someone to connect the line. Huiding stood nearby, his hand still on the ground crack. He looked down at those cracks. There were still delicate scratches inside. Lei Jun pointed at him. Huiding, you and Milo. Before the final takeoff, don't let it drift too far from the beacon. Lei Jun plucked the line. Understood. The door of the small cargo pod closed. The medical pod locked in place as well. The winches tightened. The main pylon and the spare pylon grated against each other with a harsh screech. No. 1 SCV pressed down on the main pylon. No. 2 SCV kept the corridor. No. 3 SCV pressed the beacon base, its tracks grinding into the torn steel plates. The 8th shuttle ascended. Swarm struck beneath the platform. Fire bats sprayed a short blaze, sealing the crack. Marines swept at low level, smashing several of the crawling insects. The shuttle pilot's voice quickly crackled back. The 8th shuttle succeeded. Medical pod and small cargo pod entering the receiving channel. Remaining windows will continue to shrink. Ground crew prepare for the last 2 to 3 rounds. The last 2 to 3 rounds. The message went through, but no one on the platform replied. Bach looked around. The tail team was basically cleared. Most of the wounded had left. The workers were almost all gone as well. Those still standing on the ground were mostly the ones who had come this far. The bound governor's guards were kicked to the inner side of the platform, their mouths gagged with cloth, no longer counted among the evacuation queue. Lu Fusi shouldered his rifle, ash smeared across his armor and face. Now then, who was last? Helian Na stood beside Sai-Ba Dian. I cannot go first. She spoke first. Every subsequent shuttle must be witnessed by the legal team. Sai-Ba Dian also clutched the password box. I can't go first either. The Castron authentication chain still needs to open the next cargo pod. Lei Jun looked at them. You're not in the next round. But it's not the last either. Rufus sneered. What about me? Lei Jun replied. Take Bach and Wei Ku and push a batch aboard. Rufus shouldered the rifle. I can still hold. You're guarding the queue. Lei Jun pointed to the few low-ranking personnel remaining at the edge of the platform. Take away those who can still walk. Leave the tied ones alone. They just breached the line and have been removed from the evacuation sequence. Helian Na added, living captives can be useful, but not now. The shuttle line should prioritize those who follow the queue. Bach looked at Lei Jun. Lei Jun re-aimed toward the front. I'll stay to the end with the interstellar unit. The big guy chuckled over the channel. I knew I'd be needed again. Lei Jun said no. 1 SCV guards the double point lock. No. 2 SCV guards the last passage. No. 3 SCV guards the beacon. Whoever finishes their task goes first. I will make the final check. Wei Ku slung the crowbar over his shoulder. That doesn't sound like good news. Lei Jun gave him a sharp look. Then say it differently. I didn't tell you to die, so don't go dying with us here. Wei Ku opened his mouth and finally only cursed. In the distance, the swarm pressed again. Gulia's cannon fire slowed by a beat. Not that it had no shells, the angle was blocked by the wreckage. The remaining raider pressed forward a step, the grenade slamming into the densest cluster of black husks. Marines opened fire in unison. Fire bats sprayed the airlock with a ring of red light. Ada's prompt flashed, ground defense line compressing. Remaining safe connection windows unstable. Recommendation immediately execute compressed evacuation. Lei Jun looked at me Lee's subchannel. Call Yinqiangwai Hao. The subchannel crackled twice. No. 3 SCV connected the signal. Yinqiangwai Hao's voice quickly suppressed the channel. Ground control requests the next mounting. Lei Jun looked at the remaining Lu Fusi, Baku Wei Ku, several low-ranking crew. Helian Na, and Sai-Ba Dian. And the final heavy firepower. Next round 2 personnel pods. Lei Jun said, Lu Fusi, bring people up. Lu Fusi flicked his rifle and cursed, hear me. Anyone who can still breathe, come with me. Lei Jun ignored his shouting. Above the platform, the 9th shuttle's engines roared to life. He watched the swarm closing in at the front. Those who can hold the gun line stay behind. Those who have clearance depart a bit later. The rest get aboard first. When the 9th shuttle descended, few people remained on the platform. Previous rounds had cleared most of the crowd. The wounded had left, the workers had left. Only a handful of low-clearance stragglers remained huddled on the inner side of the platform, clutching their ID tags. Rufus stood before them, rifle shouldered. Anyone still breathing, move out. No seat preferences this round. If it fits, shut up. Baker rose from beside the stabilizer cable, his knees caked with dust. Vic slung the crowbar over his shoulder and glanced at Lei Jun. You really letting us go? Lei Jun's barrel pressed forward. Going, yes. Stay behind, and you won't survive the next stretch. Vic grumbled. You have a real gift for diplomacy. Baker shoved him. Ugly words are not your getting on. Keep stalling, and there won't even be room to curse from. 2 personnel pods settled into their locking slots. Both the main pylon and backup pylon bore the strain simultaneously. SCV-1 held the main pylon, SCV-2 guarded the final passage, and SCV-3 protected the beacon base, its treads grinding over fractured steel plate. The shuttle pilot's voice crackled over the channel, 9th round quick load. Don't delay on the ground. Rufus stepped to the hatch and grabbed the first low-clearance person by the arm. Hold up your ID tag. The man's hands were shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. Rufus didn't bother checking, just shoved him into the pod. Walk if you can, don't cause trouble. Baker and Vic flanked the remaining passengers, pushing them toward the hatch. One worker glanced back at the stabilizer cable. I can still. Vic shoved him forward. You can barely walk. We won't need those puny arms of yours on the next stretch. Helena stood at the pod's side, documenting everything quickly. 9th round personnel pod. Transferring remaining compliant personnel. Those who disrupted the shuttle line are removed from the evacuation roster. Her gaze swept across the platform's interior. The governor's guards remained bound, mouths stuffed with cloth. At the mention of 9th round, one guard's shoulder jerked forward. Rufus spun and kicked him back against the wrecked vehicle plate. What are you staring at? No seats for you. Nobody defended them. The stragglers actually moved faster. Previous rounds had made the rules clear. Those who followed orders boarded. Those who broke the line stayed behind. The first pod sealed shut. As the second pod closed halfway, a dull impact reverberated from beneath the platform. The force came from below the backup pylon, not the front. A thick steel plate buckled upward, and the pylon jolted sideways an inch. The pod swung with it, the door edge scraping along the locking slot. Sparks showered toward Rufus's feet, and someone inside screamed. Rufus smashed his stock against the door. Shut up. Move again, and I'll drag you out. Lei Jun turned immediately. Number 2 below. SCV-2's mechanical arm struck the steel plate near the backup pylon, grabbing a wrecked panel and jamming it into the bulging fracture. A black claw emerged from the gap, grasping for the locking cable beneath the pylon. It wasn't attacking people, it was chewing through the lines. Lei Jun fired his Gauss rounds, severing the limb. The severed claw twitched on the steel as Ada's alert flashed in his vision. Hostile group behavior changed. Current targets backup locking pylon beacon cable platform load points. They're dismantling the docking point. Lei Jun dismissed the warning. 1 hold the main pylon. 3 keep the beacon tight. 2 seal below the backup pylon. Told you those bugs would cause trouble, the fat uncle cursed over the channel. SCV-1's arm pressed into the main pylon's base, its welding torch tracing the fracture downward. SCV-3's tracks ground backward, the vehicle bearing down on the beacon base. The cable went taut while Miller's remaining subchannel filled with static. The shuttle pilot's voice shifted. Ground pod is swinging. Locking error increasing. Continuing load risks collision. Lei Jun checked the hatch. Rufus was still outside along with Baker and Vic. Rufus, get in. I haven't, get in. Lei Jun cut him off. This round isn't waiting for you to finish cursing. Baker grabbed Rufus's rear armor. Go on. Vic pushed from the other side. They forced Rufus toward the hatch as he continued swearing. You two have gotten bold. Once we're aboard, I'll deal with you. Lei Jun ordered, close the door. The second pod's hatch forced shut. The cables began retraction. Another impact struck beneath the backup pylon, causing the freshly welded panel to spring upward. Small creatures pushed half their bodies through the gaps, claws scrabbling at the locking cables. The remaining white-armored medic threw a flashbang, detonating white light along the fracture. Marines swept low fire, shredding the creatures. Firebat lowered its nozzle for a short burst, boiling black fluid and old paint together. The pods finally lifted. Everyone on the platform looked up as the 2 personnel pods swayed heavily in the dust and smoke. The main pylon still held firm. The backup pylon had been pulled askew. SCV-1 leaned forward under the strain while SCV-3's beacon cable was drawn nearly flush against the steel. The shuttle struggled to haul both pods upward. Seconds later, SCV-3 transmitted, 9th round shuttle successful. Personnel pods entering receiving channel. No one on the platform exhaled. The fracture beneath the backup pylon continued widening. A thick steel plate had curled upward, revealing black fluid and severed cables within. Lei Jun glanced at it. Can we handle another round? The fat uncle hesitated before responding. SCV-1's work lights swept across both pylons. Even if we can, we shouldn't. Next time it might not hold. It could smash the shuttle right down. The shuttle pilot agreed with the assessment. Ground current docking point cannot sustain further shuttling. Backup locking pylon compromised. Beacon error increasing. Continuing descent risks collision damage. Helena turned to Lei Jun. Remaining personnel are still on the ground. Sebastian clutched the cipher box tighter, his throat working. Does Silver Rose have another receiving point? Miller's voice came through the subchannel first. He was already aboard, his transmission cutting through static. There's an old line. Just found it. Not a passenger port. Lei Jun looked up. Go on. Papers and metal clattered on Miller's and his voice breaking up. Old cargo elevator shaft at 4th spaceport. Used for loading machines, containers, and noble heavy carriages. Big enough. Gray Nail's voice pushed in. Old maintenance notes mention it. Behind that shaft wall is a void. The bugs could crawl through. Miller cursed. Can you say anything positive? Gray Nail ignored him. But there's an external docking port at the top. Not this platform. Sebastian jumped in. The upper opening of the old cargo shaft requires Castellane's certification. That line's been dead for years. The machine spirit is locked. Regular governor authority won't open it. Helena studied him. Can your certification chain bypass it? Sebastian grit his teeth. I can try, but I can't guarantee it. Lei Jun looked toward the rear of the platform, where a half-collapsed old cargo door stood. Darkness swallowed the space beyond, the broken rails disappearing into the void. No one had touched it during previous evacuation routes. No lights, no power, just the deep pit of the old elevator shaft. But now the shuttle point was gone. Waiting for another pod meant the shuttle would crash onto the platform. Ada's alert flashed again. Old cargo elevator shaft path viability unconfirmed. Risk structural failure, break lockup, hostile pursuit, insufficient upper docking port authorization. Continued use of current docking point carries higher risk. Lei Jun didn't ask further. Abandon the platform. Helena secured her records. Sebastian clutched the cipher box, fingers resting on the certification port. The remaining white-armored medics secured their last medical packs to their waists. Goliath swiveled its cannon firebat, covered the fracture, and Marines began retracting their rifle lines. Lei Jun raised his hand, pointing toward the old cargo door at the platform's rear. All personnel still on the ground enter the old cargo shaft. Silver Rose prepared to switch receiving point. The shuttle pilot paused. Ground, the old cargo shaft has no ready docking platform. Then we won't use one, Lei Jun replied. We climb up ourselves. The fat uncle chuckled over the channel. Knew it wouldn't be easy. Lei Jun ignored him. SCV-1, remove whatever locking components you can carry. SCV-2, clear the path. SCV-3, take the beacon. He turned back to Helena and Sebastian. Stay close. At the top, 1 handles authorization, 1 manages reception. Helena nodded. Wartime requisition of old cargo shaft. Silver Rose receiving log backed by me. Sebastian drew a breath and pressed the cipher box tighter against his chest. I'll be ready. Lei Jun took one last look at the failing lock pylons. Along the platform edge, the bug swarm had already climbed onto the wrecked vehicles. The governor's guards bound on the inner side continued struggling. One had half his gag fall away, calling out hoarsely, "Take us with you." Nobody looked back. Rufus was no longer on the ground. But his rule remained: those who broke the line didn't earn passage. Lei Jun swung his barrel toward the old cargo shaft entrance. Move. We're changing positions to board. The old cargo door was half collapsed. Several faded yellow plaques still hung from the frame, their characters obscured by smoke and oil stains. No. 2 SCV crashed through first. The mechanical arm gripped the deformed door beam and wrenched outward. With a metallic crack, half the iron door tore free and crashed to the ground, flaking rust. Behind it lay a sloping cargo corridor descending into darkness. No lights. Only severed rails and hanging cables. Lei Jun raised his rifle and swept the interior with a glance. No. 2 lead the way. Marines follow. Fire bats cover the flanks. Goliath brings up the rear. No. 2 SCVs work lamps flared on, revealing rows of old tread marks across the floor. This passage wasn't built for foot traffic. Wide enough to run 2 heavy trucks abreast, with side docking bays along the walls for loading equipment. Sebastian glanced at those old bays and clutched the cipher case tighter. This was a noble cargo line, not a public airport corridor. Now it's ours, Lei Jun said. Helena followed behind him, still maintaining her field notes. 4th Airport, old cargo shaft, placed under wartime requisition. I'll sign off on the handover. Sebastian's lips parted as if to object, but he said nothing. The white armor medic walked in the middle of the formation, the last medical pack strapped to their hip. She didn't look back. The sound of the swarm impacting the platform had already reached them. The governor's guards, still bound, remained where they were left. No one went back to cut their bonds. The platform was compromised. The swarm's impacts quickly drowned out their shouts. At the far end of the cargo corridor stood a vertical shaft. The shaft mouth was enormous. Above, darkness swallowed the thick guide rails as they climbed into choking smoke. In the center rested an old lifting platform. Rust consumed the platform's edges with severed hoist cables dangling from each corner. Several rotting cargo containers and a long-dead loader sat scattered across its surface. The fat uncle cursed on sight. This thing can even go up. It looks older than my grandfather. No. 3 SCV pushed the beacon base toward the platform. The work lamps swept across the underside, revealing several locked braking claws. No. 3's driver reported, brakes are locked, and the main cable's dead. The platform can bear weight, but we need to release these anchor claws first. Lei Jun turned his attention to No. 1 SCV. No. 1. Repair the main cable. No. 2. Pry the platform. No. 3. Modify the beacon. Can we make it up? The fat uncle didn't answer right away. No. 1 SCV positioned itself beside the main cable base. Its mechanical arm reached in and pried open a charred maintenance panel. Half the cables inside were severed, the rest submerged in black oil. He studied it for 2 seconds, then let loose a string of curses even worse than before. We can, but whoever fixes this is gonna swear bloody. Lei Jun nodded. Then curse while you work. Goliath reversed into position outside the shaft entrance, turrets training on the approach. Firebats took up positions at the left side breach in the cargo corridor. The last marauder stood at the platform's front edge, anti-material rounds aimed at the doorway. Marines lowered their weapons and fanned out along the flanks. Lei Jun ushered Helena and Sebastian toward the center of the platform. Stay away from the edges. No one's coming down to retrieve you. Sebastian glanced at the rusted grating beneath his boots. This platform was originally built for ceremonial vehicles. Castellan authentication should open the upper hatch. Lei Jun replied, leave the word should behind. Once we're up there, you open it for me. Sebastian set the cipher case on his knees and pulled free an authentication cable. I will open it, as long as the upper interface still functions. Miller's voice crackled through the backup channel. I'm pulling up the old schematics from the ship. The shaft top connection is about 300 meters up. Don't drift off course. There are 2 abandoned side chambers up there, and the right one's compromised. Firebat's thrusters angled toward the right maintenance level. I'm hearing movement below. Not from the platform side, from inside the shaft wall. Could you hold that thought? Firebat dipped their thrusters another inch lower. They're pursuing. The words had barely left their mouth when a collision echoed from behind them in the cargo corridor. The old doorframe shuddered under the impact. A heavy-shelled insect pushed its way through the doorway. Goliath fired first. The shell struck the entrance and blasted the heavy sheller and the dark shells behind it back into darkness. The entire cargo corridor shook. Firebat immediately laid down, covering fire. Red flames swept low across the ground, incinerating several smaller insects at the threshold. Lei Jun shouted, don't conserve ammunition. This isn't about holding the platform anymore. This is the final stretch. The Marines opened fire simultaneously. Gauss rounds pulverized the doorway into a shower of fractured shell and black ichor. The Marauders' shock grenade slammed into the lower doorframe, driving the swarming insects back. No. 1 SCV continued its repairs. The mechanical arm hauled half a severed cable from the base, then dragged over an old standby line to splice in. Sparks flew wildly from the maintenance opening. The fat uncle cursed with steady rhythm. These nobles really knew how to waste resources. Such massive cable, and nobody maintained it. Sebastian held back for a moment before snapping. That section was maintained by the governor's office. The fat uncle shot back immediately. Then the governor's office isn't much better. Helena noted coldly. I'll record that statement. Lei Jun ignored them, his eyes fixed on the doorway. Each time Goliath fired, dust cascaded from the cargo corridor ceiling. The swarm showed no signs of retreating. They poured down from the platform and squeezed through cracks along both sides of the old corridor. Blocking a single door wouldn't solve this. No. 2 the platform. No. 2 SCV had already pried open the first set of anchor claws. The mechanical arm slid beneath the second braking lock and shoved upward. Click. The old anchor claw popped loose half an inch before jamming again. Rusted shut. No. 2's driver cursed. Then cut it, Lei Jun ordered. No. 2 SCV's cutter pressed down. Blue-white flame traced along the anchor claw, curling away the rust as the acrid smell reached the platform. No. 3 SCVs secured the beacon base to the platform center. The heavy base groaned against the rusted grating. Beacon connected to platform. Keep it steady during the ascent. Don't let impacts knock it askew. Lei Jun looked toward Helena and the medic. You 2 flank the beacon. At least keep it from rolling. The medic glanced at the beacon base, then at their medical armor. Understood, sir. She said nothing more and crouched beside the beacon. Helena pressed against the base's side, securing her records into the armor plates. Temporary wartime assistance, logged. When the last anchor claw was severed, the platform dropped suddenly. Sebastian nearly fell before the medic caught his shoulder. Goliath fired again, but this time not at the insects. The shot struck the old loading rack above the corridor entrance. The entire steel framework collapsed, warping the doorway shut. The lead insects were crushed beneath the wreckage, black ichor oozing from the steel beams. Holding for 10 seconds, Goliath's driver reported over the comms. Board the platform now. Lei Jun ordered immediately. Firebats take the flanks first. Marines secure both sides. Marauders to the front. Goliath reverse and last. Firebats withdrew onto the platform, thrusters aimed toward the cargo corridor. Marines spread along both sides, gripping the railings. The Marauder stood at the platform's edge, leg armor clanking against the rusted grating. As Goliath reversed onto the platform, it sank again. No. One SCV immediately welded a reinforcement patch onto the main cable. Stop shaking it, the fat uncle bellowed. Keep this up and this cable surrender first. Goliath finally settled onto the rear section. The SCVs followed. No. One took position near the main cable base. No. Two locked onto the platform's left side. No. Three held the beacon base steady. Lei Jun was the last to step onto the platform. He glanced at the doorway crushed beneath the steel beams, still moving below. Ascend. No. One SCV connected to the main cable. A harsh grinding noise echoed through the old lift shaft. The platform shuddered and began rising. The climb was unsteady. Every few meters the platform scraped against rusted rails on the shaft wall. Sparks cascaded from the edges. Below, the swarm pushed aside the collapsed steel. Dark shells surged back into the shaft bottom. Firebat laid down suppressive fire. Goliath's cannon trained downward, blasting away a section of the sidewall. Debris and steel plates rained down, scattering the pursuing swarm. Miller's voice came through the silver rose channel. Altitude increasing. 200 meters to go. Sebastian connected the authentication cable to the old port on the platform's side. The port flashed twice, then died. He muttered a curse no noble would dare utter in public. Helena shot him a look. Keep going. I am. Sebastian opened the cipher case wider and swapped in a fresh authentication pin. Stop rushing me. This hasn't been opened in decades. The platform rose another stretch. Scrabbling sounds echoed from within the shaft wall. Several small insects emerged from a side maintenance hatch and lunged straight for the platform edge. Marines shifted fire. A marauder hurled a grenade into the hatch, collapsing it. But the explosion's vibration threw the platform violently off balance. No. 3 SCV held the beacon base firm. The medic gripped the opposite side, their shoulder plates scuffed white from the impact. Don't blow holes in the sidewalls. Lei Jun shouted. Copy. The marauder lowered the grenade launcher and switched to engaging the climbing swarm. Halfway up, the main cable jolted to a halt. A piercing screech echoed from above. The platform slammed to a stop. All restraint straps tensioned simultaneously. Goliath's turret bumped the rear railing. No. One SCV's work lamp aimed upward. Dozens of meters ahead, an old braking lock had jammed into the track. The locking tongue had seized the main cable guide wheel. Below, the swarm was already climbing the shaft wall. The Silver Rose's voice cut through the channel. Ground team lift has stopped. Upper interface connection failed to engage. Spore fog is sealing the upper hatch. The fat uncle stared at the lock above and cursed. This ain't broken. It's fatal. Lei Jun looked up toward the shaft top. Still a distance to climb. The swarm was closing in from below. He pressed his rifle toward the platform edge. No. 1. Cut the lock. The fat uncle hesitated. If we cut it, we lose all braking. Then don't brake. Lei Jun said. Last leg, we ride it up. The tray is jammed in midair. The old freight shaft, the screech of metal on metal. The main cable stands taut, cables L the shaft walls, hurling a shower of sparks. Below, the swarm has already closed in. The black shells crawl up along the shaft walls, claws sinking into the gaps in the rusted rails. Layer after layer, their speed is faster than before. The firebats stand at the tray's edge, nozzle pressed downward. A short jet of flame sweeps out, and the lead few little insects fall away. Yet below, they quickly fill in again. The Marines lower their muzzles. Gauss rounds skim along the tray's edge, firing downward. The black ichor splashes onto the rusted plates, and the shaft's hot wind blows it, choking the throat with its odor. Goliath's muzzle is wedged against the shaft wall, allowing only one angle. With every move, the entire tray shudders. Fatty Uncle curses inside SCV-1, don't wobble anymore. Lei Jun grips the tray side rail with one hand and raises his gun to smash a bug that lunges upward. Spare the chatter. SCV-1, cut the lock. SCV-1's engineering lamp shines upward. That set of old brake locks jams in the middle of the track, the latch biting into the main cable's pulley. If you don't cut it, the tray won't rise. Cut it, and the tray loses its brakes. The Yin Xiangwei Hao's voice cuts into the channel. Ground, the wellhead external docking port only opens to 2/3. Spore fog is sealing the outer window. Tow time is under 60 seconds. Sebastian kneels in the center of the tray, the password box clenched between his legs. The authentication line is connected to the old interface on the side. The interface lights flicker one by one, lighting halfway and then dying again. He reaches out and taps the interface. Don't die. Don't die now. Helena presses the beacon base, and when she hears that she speaks coldly. The Ka-Si-Talon family authentication interface should be more dignified than its bearer. Sebastian's mouth twitches. Your Honor Arbiter, now is not the time for dignity. Then open it. The medic crouches on the other side of the beacon, shoulders braced against the base. The medical module on her arm still glows, but there is no time to treat anyone. The tray shudders again, and she uses her shoulder to press the beacon base back into place. SCV-3's mechanical arm clamps the base's lower edge and welds it to the tray's center. SCV-3's pilot says, "Beacon secured." But the tray's angle is off. Mi Luan In Xiangwei Hao shouts, "Left." Don't drift left any further. The old map shows the left side is a bad shaft wall. Rufus's voice filters in from a farther channel. "Sir, hurry up and come up. The people up above will go crazy if they hear the well is jammed." Lei Jun doesn't answer him. He watches the set of jammed brake locks above. Number 1 begin. SCV-1 extends a cutting arm. Blue-white flame licks at the latch. The rusted skin curls first, then the blackened metal edges. The cutting sound in the vertical shaft echoes like a saw dragging close to everyone's ears. Below, the swarm grows more frantic at the sound. Several bugs drill out from the right side maintenance level, charging toward the tray. The Marines pivot their fire. The Ravager fires a concussion grenade past, smashing the maintenance level mouth on one side. Rubble falls. The tray tilts. Sebastian's authentication line nearly tears free. Lei Jun roars, "Don't throw grenades at the walls." The Ravager instantly shifts angle. Copy that. The firebats move a short flame to the right, burning that maintenance aperture to a red edge. 2 bugs haven't crawled out yet, but are driven back by the flames. Cutting continues. 1/3 of the brake lock is cut. The main cable pulley emits a harsh, shrill screech. The tray shakes up a notch, then gets jammed again. The In Xiangwei Hao's pilot cries, "Ground, the tether has reached the wellhead. External docking port not fully aligned. We need beacon correction." SCV-3 replies, "The beacon is offset by the tray angle. To correct it, you must push the tray." SCV-2's robotic arm hooks onto the tray's right edge. Its other arm braces the shaft wall hard, pushing the tray to the right. The rusted rails creak as they're squeezed. Everyone is jostled by the shove. The medic braces her elbow against Sebastian's shoulder plates. "Don't move." Sebastian grits his teeth and presses the authentication needle into the interface. "I didn't move." The interface light finally reaches the top. A heavy unlocking sound comes from above. Mila shouts, "The wellhead opening is open. The In Xiangwei Hao can see you." Helena immediately taps into the channel. Old freight shaft docking port has been opened by the Ka-Si-Talon authentication chain. Legal affairs wartime requisition records are valid. In Xiangwei Hao, you are receiving. The In Xiangwei Hao side stops resisting. Reception confirmed. Ground tether released. The wellhead above glows white. That beam of light descends, and when it touches the tray's edge, the swarm on the lower level climbs up to the nearest maintenance ring. Goliath finally finds the angle. The muzzle presses downward. "Move aside." Lei Jun shouts, "Goliath, hit the lower load-bearing ring. Don't hit the main rail." Goliath's pilot replies, "Can see it." One shot lands. A ring of old maintenance rings beneath the shaft is blasted in half. Shattered steel and cement slabs collapse, carrying a swarm of bugs downward. The entire freight shaft trembles. Those on the tray are jolted downward. The main cable emits a sharp shriek as if about to snap. Fatty Uncle roars, the locks are about to open. Lei Jun grips the railing. "Everyone brace yourselves. No place to fix, grab an SCV." The firebat clamps onto the tray's edge. The Marines snap their guns back onto the magnetic points, both hands gripping the railing. The Ravager wedges its leg armor into the tray's seam. Helena and the medic press hard on the beacon base. Sebastian hugs the password box to his chest, shrinking behind the beacon. SCV-1's cutting arm presses downward. Click. The brake lock snaps. The tray dips slightly. Everyone's stomachs lurch. In the next moment, the upper tether bites the main cable, and the entire tray is forcibly pulled upward. Not a normal ascent, but a slide. The tray shoots upward along the right-hand rail, its edge scraping the shaft walls. Sparks spatter from the tray's 2 sides as the swarm below climbs upward. A few of them leap onto the tray's edge and are swept away by the firebat's short flame. Marines open fire. The Ravager presses a grenade behind the tray, not at the wall, but at the bugs climbing up the heavy shells. Goliath's turret can no longer spin aimlessly. The pilot simply braces the back of the hull against the tray's edge, taking some of the tilt off SCV-2. SCV-2's arm still braced against the shaft wall. The metal arm wears a bright gouge. SCV-3 remains guarding the beacon base. The beacon light flickers, and the tether rises with that glow. The In Xiangwei Hao's pilot's voice tightens in the channel. Angle is too large. Continuing to offset will crash the docking port. Push left. Lei Jun looks at SCV-2. SCV-2 doesn't ask and retracts its arm from the right shaft wall, slamming toward the left. The tray is shoved back a half a fist's width. The whole tray slants against the shaft wall. Sebastian's password box nearly flies out, but Helena clamps it down. Hold tight. Sebastian pants. I'm holding on. The upper docking port finally aligns. The tether drops. Two thick receiving arms clamp onto the tray's forward edge. A third receiving arm locks onto Goliath's back mounting point. A shout comes through the Yin Xiangwei house channel. Lock it. Tray secured. Everyone do not leave the fixed points. The tray's underside cracks open at that moment, and a long gash tears through the old rust plate. Several bugs cling to the lower edge and crawl upward. Lei Jun raises his gun and empties the last half magazine. The firebats at a short flame. A shot from Goliath's rear blasts downward, blasting the broken tray bottom and the swarm below. The whole tray lightens, further dragged into the external docking port by the tether. The rear shaft wall collapses. The swarm old rails and broken brake locks are swallowed by smoke and shrapnel. The Yin Xiangwei house inner door closes with a thud. The tray sinks into the receiving slot. All securing arms lock simultaneously. The sound inside the shaft is isolated from the outside. Lei Jun half kneels at the tray edge, his gun still steaming. He surveys the three SCVs. SCV-1's cutting arm glowers black. SCV-2's mechanical arm is worn down, shedding a large patch of its shell. SCV-3 still bears down on the beacon base, the engineering lamp flickering. Fatty Uncle exhales a couple of breaths in the channel. What did I say again? Who repairs, who curses? Lei Jun slumps against the railing and sits. If you can still swear, it means you're fine. Rufus bursts through from the receiving channel, followed by Buck and Vic. He opens his mouth to speak, but sees all three SCVs still online. Then he sees Goliath, the firebats, and the Marines all being lowered by the receiving arms. He swallows the rest. All right. As long as everyone is up, that's enough. Helena rises from the tray's center. Her record board has a chipped corner, the law emblem, smeared with gray. She does not wipe it away. Fourth spaceport, old freight shaft docking complete. A-49 withdrawal line finished. Core personnel survive. Sebastian hugs the password box, hands still trembling. The authentication chain on the box remains lit, unbroken. He looks at Lei Jun. The Yin Xiangwei has already secured a star departure window. If we wait any longer, the outer blockade will close. Lei Jun unloads the empty magazine. Then let's go. A deep vibration travels through the hull. The receiving channel begins to seal. The medic crouches beside the wounded, the cold laser reigniting. Buck and Vic help drag the fallen away. Rufus stands at the channel entrance, still cursing. All move inward. Don't block the receiving trough. Just survived, and you want to be crushed by the door. Lei Jun leans against the hull and looks toward the viewport. Kalash Shing recedes into the distance. The fourth spaceport is left with a plume of gray-black smoke. A-49, the old platform, the freight shaft, the governor's mansion. Those broken commands, all left below. Ada's voice echoes in his ears. Ground docking point failed. Old freight shaft reception complete. 3 SCVs online. He exhales a breath, his shoulders and hands ache, his ears still ring, but they are all still there. The 3 SCVs are there as well. The Yin Xiangwei begins to rise. The gray light of Kalash Shing slowly recedes from the porthole. Lei Jun watches the ever fainter smoke fade behind. Leave Kalash Shing. Leave Kalash Shing. As the silver rose burst through Kalash's outer blockade, the metallic tang of blood still hung heavy in the reception bay. The survivors brought up from the surface were divided into separate groups. The critically wounded were ushered into the makeshift triage zone. The rearguard and spaceport workers were herded by Rufus toward the inner cargo hold. PDF stragglers slumped against the bulkhead, their weapons long confiscated. All that remained were ragged breaths. No one dared cause trouble. The ordeal of being hauled up from the old cargo shaft had already shattered the courage of most. Rufus stood at the cargo hold entrance, his voice hoarse, still hurling threats. Move inside, don't block the doorway. Anyone who tries to grab supplies gets thrown right back into the containment slot. Buck sat on an old ammunition crate and glanced up at him. You still cursing after boarding the ship? Rufus glared back. If I don't yell, will they listen? Victor leaned against the wall and chuckled. They'll listen. They listen now. Rufus spat on the deck. That's because Lord Lei Jun scared sense into them. Across the cargo hold, the medics had already re-established their treatment lines. Cold lasers flickered to life, one by one. The white-armored medical team barely spoke, sorting patients strictly by injury severity and survival probability. Some wept, others cried out in pain. A few tried to push forward. Rufus kicked the ground near the caution line. Form a queue. Whoever the white armor calls goes first. Want to die faster? Keep yelling then. The man immediately fell silent. Lei Jun leaned against the reception bay bulkhead, his shoulders still aching. He did not head to the bridge immediately. Instead, he checked 3 SCVs first. SCV-1 sat beside the containment slot, its cutting arm blackened a long scrape marring the outer shell. The other two were in better condition. The fat man's voice crackled from SCV-1. "What are you staring at, sir?" "I'm fortunately still alive." Lei Jun replied. "I can tell. Just ugly looking." The fat man said, "Get dragged through that shaft, and you wouldn't look much better either." Lei Jun managed a faint smile. This time no one urged him onward. No one called for the next round. The shuttle point was gone. The old cargo well remained below. They had truly made it aboard. Helena stood at the edge of the reception bay, her legal insignia caked with gray dust. The corner of her recording tablet was cracked, but still functional. She entered the final log entry. Evacuation line A49 concluded. 4th spaceport old cargo well connection complete. Castellan certification chain valid. Silver Rose has received core personnel engineering units and all compliant evacuation queue members. She paused, then added, "Those who breached the shuttle line are not included in the evacuation manifest." Sebastian stood beside her, clutching the cipher case. His fingers still pressed against the certification chain, his fingertips trembling slightly. But he no longer clung to notions of propriety or noble privilege as he had at the beginning. He only looked at Lei Jun. "The Silver Rose has acknowledged the temporary reception record. My certification chain remains intact. The Castellan family owes you a debt." Lei Jun raised his eyes. "Not owed to me," Sebastian faltered. Lei Jun's gaze swept over those still breathing in the reception bay. "Owed to them. They followed the rules to the very end." Sebastian gripped the cipher case tighter. This time he abandoned his aristocratic circumlocutions. "I will remember." Helena glanced at him. "So will I." Deep within the Silver Rose's hull came a low, rolling vibration. It was not the sound of shuttle engines. The entire vessel was beginning to pull away from Kalos. Beyond the viewport, the ashen planet slowly receded. Great swathes of smoke cloaked Kalos's surface. The 4th spaceport was invisible. A49 was gone. All Lei Jun could see was a churning mass of ash firelight and spore fog. Below lay the old refining line. Scrap metal taxes the triage zone. A shuttle platform crushed beneath the Zerg swarm. Ada's voice resonated in his auditory implant. "Star departure window cleared. Silver Rose has exited Kalos low orbit threat zone. Ground beacons lost. 3 SCVs operational. Core manifest intact." Lei Jun leaned against the bulkhead, saying nothing at first. Beside him, Rufus continued cursing. The medical team kept working. Sebastian held the cipher case, standing a little steadier than before. Helena pressed her recording tablet against her chest, as if securing a verdict freshly rescued from the flames. Buck and Victor sat in the corner, neither making a joke. Everyone was too exhausted to move. But everyone was still alive. Lei Jun raised his hand and tapped his ear. "Calm. Ada, present. Run the count again." Ada paused for half a second. "Marine personnel alive. Firebats alive. Raider units alive. Goliath units secured. Medical team operational. 3 SCVs online. Helena alive. Sebastian alive. Rufus, Buck, Victor, Miller, Greynail, and Garrus all accounted for. Core manifest complete. Not a single soul missing." Lei Jun exhaled slowly after hearing the report. "Good." Rufus called out from across the hold. "What do you mean, good?" Lei Jun didn't turn around. "Everyone's here." Rufus paused, then slung his rifle over his shoulder and muttered once more. "Did you hear that? We're all accounted for. Quit looking like you're at a funeral, damn it. We're alive. Can you breathe or not?" A few people in the cargo hold laughed. The laughter was quiet. Frayed. But it was laughter nonetheless. Lei Jun looked up through the viewport. Kalos grew smaller and smaller. The planet did not grow quiet simply because they had left. Smoke still churned. Firelight still flickered. Below, the Zerg swarm endured, blockades persisted, and countless things they could not carry remained behind. But this crew, every last one of them, had been dragged out of that wasteland of twisted iron-black smoke and chitinous carapaces by his own hands. Ada's voice came again. "Shall I log the conclusion of this operation?" Lei Jun gazed at the final fading gray light beyond the viewport. After a few seconds, he said, "Log it." "Operation designation." Lei Jun considered. "Kalos evacuation." Ada's tone remained impassive. "Entry recorded." The Silver Rose continued accelerating. The bulkheads hummed with a gentle vibration. Lei Jun unslung his empty rifle and set it beside his leg. He closed his eyes and leaned against the cold metal wall. Around him lived the sounds of breathing men, the low hum of medical modules, Rufus's suppressive cursing, and the occasional distress chime from the damaged SCVs. These sounds mixed together, hardly pleasant, but far preferable to the chittering below. Lei Jun opened his eyes and gazed at the receding planet of Kalos. "We're gone." This time no one was left behind in the queue.